You're clearly just a poor student working at a construction site, yet every night, millions pour into your account on time. Even the vitality potions others can't afford, you drink like water. All because you awakened the beast contract system, which not only allows you to share experience with your contracted beasts but also grants you their innate talents. By chance, you contracted a treasure-seeking mouse, and its fortune's favorite talent instantly bound to you, making rare herbs effortlessly appear before you. Remembering there's still one contract slot left in the system, you immediately decide to head back to the beast forest to see if you can contract another beast. Soon, you arrive outside the city near the beast forest, where numerous adventure teams set out daily for hunting. Surveying the dazzling array of goods and equipment on both sides, you pick up a map of the forest's outskirts, clearly marking the beasts in the area along with their habits and levels. Eventually, your gaze settles on the boar beast. Boar beasts typically range from blood coagulation level 3 to 6, mostly only capable of a single move wild charge, making them relatively easy for you to subdue at your current level. Once decided, you quickly enter the beast forest. Instantly, the dense canopy blocks out the sky, and the roars of various beasts echo all around, occasionally mingling with the sounds of hunting teams heading deeper in. Thus, you press on toward more secluded areas until you reach a sparsely populated zone. There, you spot a lone boar beast, asleep in the grass. Sensing your approach, it suddenly opens its blood-red eyes and adopts a defensive stance. You summon the system panel and use a contract attempt. A white ring of light appears in your hand, which you swiftly hurl toward the beast. But just as the ring is about to land on the boar beast's head, a sudden twist occurs. A silver wolf dashes out from nowhere, biting the boar beast's neck, and the white ring, meant for the boar, ends up encircling the wolf instead. Simultaneously, red text appears above the wolf's head. During the beast contract, the silver wolf's agile body trembles violently, as if struggling against something. You notice the wolf seems to have been severely injured earlier, with a gruesome wound on its abdomen left by some unknown beast. Moments later, its health bar suddenly empties, and the red text changes to beast contract successful. At that moment, you feel an inexplicable connection between you and the silver wolf, a sense of being able to command it at will. Hastily, you open the system panel, which has also undergone some changes. Host, Suli. Realm, blood coagulation 8th layer. Cultivation technique, boulder mantra. Combat skill, crimson flame slash. Contract beast, Silver Moon Wolf King 5 organs realm, 2nd level, treasure rat blood coagulation realm, 7th level. Available contract beasts, 0. Note, the success rate of contracting varies with cultivation level. The probability of contracting a beast of the same tier is 80%, while the success rate for beasts beyond the current major realm is 1%. Each advancement to a higher major realm grants 2 additional contract attempts. Talent traits, Blue Forest Affinity, Blue Stealth, Blue Stroke of Luck. Seeing the Silver Moon Wolf King's cultivation level, you froze in place, never expecting that you'd actually hit that 1% contract success rate. At this moment, you noticed your senses had become extraordinarily sharp within the forest. You could clearly perceive things even 100 meters away. After activating stealth, your body seemed to lose all weight, and your footsteps made no sound whatsoever. Then, the Silver Moon Wolf King sent you a signal of pain. The gruesome wound on its abdomen appeared quite severe. You hurriedly pulled out 2 healing pills from your pocket and fed them to the Wolf King. Before long, the wound stopped bleeding and began to slowly heal. You then instructed the Silver Moon Wolf King to hide in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. While you continued deeper into the forest, your mind had received a signal from the treasure-seeking mouse. There was a rare spiritual plant ahead. Suppressing your excitement, you quickly followed behind the mouse. As you ventured deeper into the demon beast forest, the level of the beasts you encountered grew higher, and body-forging realm creatures became quite common. After weaving through the jungle for a while longer, the treasure-seeking mouse suddenly stopped and turned to chirp at you a few times. You understood its meaning. The spiritual plant was growing inside the hollow of a towering tree ahead. Approaching the colossal tree, you indeed spotted a red herb within the hollow, emitting a rich, mysterious fragrance. Just as you reached out to pluck the plant, the mouse abruptly chirped a warning. Danger was approaching. Reacting swiftly, you withdrew your hand and dodged backward. Moments later, an inky black bird swooped down, its iron hook-like beak viciously snapping at where your hand had been. The moment he saw this bird, the introduction of the iron-winged bird in the demon beast forest map appeared in Suli's mind. The Silver Moon Wolf King hiding not far away had already swooped out. It leapt up, its sturdy body jumped into midair as if it was stepping on a spring, its sharp wolf claws emitting a ghostly cold light under the sunlight. It slapped its claw hard on the iron-winged bird that was rushing towards Suli. Caught off guard, the iron-winged bird was directly pounced on by the Silver Moon Wolf King. It struggled vigorously, and with its 2 powerful sharp claws, it fiercely grabbed towards the Silver Moon Wolf King's abdomen. Its pair of claws were as hard and sharp as steel, and the Silver Moon Wolf King already had injuries on its body, so naturally it couldn't go for a heart attack. It had no choice but to leap backward, dodging the iron-winged bird's ferocious claw. The iron-winged bird that lost its restraint spread its wings and flew into the air, and it stared at the Silver Moon Wolf King with those vicious eyes. It could feel that this human was far less of a threat than the Silver Wolf. A sharp chirp came out from its mouth, and its wings revved up, sweeping in like a black storm, its sharp claws carrying the sound of slicing through the air as it accurately grabbed towards the Silver Moon Wolf King. This iron-winged bird's attack was extremely vicious. The Silver Moon Wolf King didn't dare to have the slightest bit of carelessness. A vigilant light flickered in its icy eyes, its eyelids fluttered gently, seemingly quickly capturing the movements of the iron-winged bird. From the moment the iron-winged bird's wings swung, the Silver Moon Wolf King had already leapt its body up to quickly dodge away. Only a ferocious howl could be heard from the Wolf King's mouth, and then its hind legs fiercely exerted force as its body rose up into the air, and its athletic body, which was filled with a sense of muscular strength, seemed to have transformed into a gigantic shadow as it launched a deadly attack. It opened its bloody mouth, its hideous wolf teeth biting precisely on the iron-winged bird's body, and after it had a burst of tearing, it saw a piece of flesh and blood with black feathers on the iron-winged bird's body being torn off by it. The iron-winged bird's mouth let out a wail of pain. It waved its hard wings and struggled to break free. Only with great difficulty did it break free from the Silver Moon Wolf King's mouth, and hurriedly flew straight up into the sky. The moment it flew up, there were also a large number of feathers that fluttered down from mid-air. After flying into the sky, the iron-winged bird licked the wound that had been torn open in front of its chest, and it stared angrily and resentfully at the silver wolf below. The Silver Moon Wolf dynasty lifted its proud head, like a victor provoking a loser. The two demonic beasts confronted each other like this for a full half-minute. That iron-winged bird never had the guts to attack again, and after it let out a reluctant chirp, it flew towards the middle of the forest. Ow! As if mocking the weak, the Silver Moon Wolf King howled at the iron-winged bird's figure that gradually turned into a black dot. Victory! Suli rushed forward to check the injuries on the Silver Moon Wolf King. Only a few wounds appeared on its body that had been scratched by the iron-winged bird, but they were all just minor injuries that didn't hurt it internally. Relying on its body's strong healing ability, it would soon recover. Putting down his heart, Suli placed his eyes on the red herb in the tree hole. He was much more cautious this time. After observing that there was really no more danger around him, he quickly reached his hand in and pulled it off. The red herb had a warm feeling in his hand, its leaves were long and pointed, and it emitted a strong fragrance. Putting the herb carefully into his package, he then quickly left from here and returned the way he came. Chapter 5 Ling Bo 9 Changes. After walking for a while, he felt a little hungry in his stomach, so he took down the red rabbit hanging on his waist. Finding some dry wood, he raised a campfire on the spot. Although Suli had rarely come to the demonic beast forest before, when he was in school, wilderness survival training was a mandatory course for every one of their students. Peeling off the fur of the red rabbit, then skewering it on a thin wooden stick, sprinkling it with the salt they had brought along, they placed it on the fire and roasted it nastily. Within a short time, the thick aroma of meat wafted up in the middle of the forest. It was then that he saw a big, burly man, carrying a killed purple deer on his shoulder, walking over to this side. Purple spotted deer, realm usually at the 1st to 4th level of body forging, with extremely powerful front hooves and sharp antlers that emit a powerful charge. Suli looked at the big man with a little more caution. This was an expert of the body forging realm, much more powerful than his current strength. Ha, I can smell the fragrance from a big distance. Little brother, you're good at this. With a bang, the big man threw the purple spotted deer on the ground and sat down opposite Suli with a big smile. When encountering strangers in the middle of the demon beast forest, you must first remain vigilant and not be able to easily trust anyone. This was the first thing that the teacher of the wilderness survival training class taught them. Because in this demon beast forest, there is no law or morality to speak of, any cruelty that occurs, killing and taking treasures is not surprising. This is also the reason why most of the people who mix in the demonic beast forest all year round have to join or organize a team, not only to obtain more resources, but also for their own safety. Suli responded with a polite smile, but with a sense of distance. That big man seemed to be oblivious to the feeling. He said smilingly, "Little brother, use your fire, don't mind, right?" Suli reached out and gestured, saying, "Feel free." That big man took out a few pieces of fresh pig's meat from the package he was carrying, and after skewering it, he put it on the fire and roasted it. "Little brother, are you alone?" The big man's gaze surveyed him naturally, a smile on his face. "Aha!" Suli nodded. "I see that the chi and blood emanating from you is not very thick. I'm afraid that you haven't entered the body forging realm yet?" Suli did not speak, seemingly acquiescing. That big man smilingly continued, "You are quite bold, a person who dares to walk here." Suli faintly responded, compelled by life. "Oh? See, you are not very old, you still go to college, right?" The big man said. Suli shook his head and said, "No more, can't afford the tuition." The big man said indignantly, "Now the tuition fees of these martial arts universities are getting higher and higher every year. It's too unfair to the ordinary people." Yeah. This sentence made Suli feel deeply. Nowadays not only the tuition fee is high, but the subsequent daily expenses are also a considerable amount of expenses. This is not even a big deal. What's wrong with not being able to live? People can still be suffocated by urine, not. The big man laughed, looking very heroic. Suli nodded with approval. This big man's words are not rough. There are conditions to go to school, there are no conditions to do other things. How is not all life? Speaking here. The big man suddenly changed his words. He smiled and stared at the parcel behind Suli, saying, "Little brother, what good things are in this parcel of yours? This fragrance can be unusual. In a flash, Suli's face suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, this big man's nose was so sensitive, the herbs had already been placed in the parcel, but the fragrance emitted was still smelled by him. He. The big man said with a leathery smile, "Know what my nickname is? Hyena. It's not easy for this good stuff to escape my nose." Suli looked at him with a calm gaze and said, "What do you want?" The big man took a bite of the grilled meat skewer and said with a smile while eating, "If you obediently give me the package, I can consider letting you live. How about it? This is a good deal, right?" Suli said in a bland tone, "What if I say no?" He, a poor boy with low strength and no power and no influence dying in the middle of this demonic beast forest, I'm afraid no one will pay attention to it. The big man had oil and water around his mouth and smiled brightly. He seemed to have already eaten Suli. Then, okay. Hearing the big man say this, Suli felt that he was still too simple. This big man had mapped out his own bottom line in just a few words. Suli made a gesture to take down the parcel on his back, then opened the parcel and revealed the red herb inside. Blood, viscera, grass. The big man's eyes became fiery all of a sudden. Just as he got up to grab the herb, a coldness came from behind him, and a bad premonition instantly appeared in his heart. He hurriedly twisted his head to look back, only to see hideous wolf teeth glittering with cold light biting ferociously at his neck. He panicked and tried to dodge, but he wasn't as fast as the Silver Moon Wolf King's speed, only to hear a pft sound. The wolf teeth had already viciously bitten his neck. Blood splattered. The big man covered his neck that was spewing blood, stared at the Silver Moon Wolf King with wide eyes, and fell to the ground with a face full of incredulity. Seeing that he still had breath, Suli drew out his iron sword and emotionlessly inserted several knives into his heart. Finally determined that the big man was dead through and through before taking back the iron knife and wiping off the blood on it. Experience plus 60. Killing people also adds experience value? Suli froze for a moment, but did not take it seriously. His nature has always been that people do not offend me, I do not offend. A forging realm expert should have something valuable on him, right? With that, Suli fumbled around on the big man's body. After rummaging for a while, he touched out a bottle of healing elixir, a secret book, and a federal crystal card from the big man's body. There were 10 pills in this bottle of healing pills, and judging from the color and scent of the pills, they should be intermediate level healing pills, and one of them would be worth 3,000 federal coins. Suli poured out 3 pills and fed them directly to the Silver Moon Wolf King. The Silver Moon Wolf King seemed to love eating this, and it circled around happily. After taking it, the injuries on its body also healed quickly. Placing his gaze on that secret book, The 9 Changes of Ling Wave. This was a body technique. When refined to perfection, in a split second, the body could make 9 changes, forming 9 residual shadows at extremely fast speeds, disrupting the enemy's judgment and attacks. Seeing this, Suli was overjoyed to know the secret book of the body method is already very rare and precious, not to mention that this 9 changes of Ling Wave seems to be very extraordinary. He used to cultivate the most suitable. Finally, Suli played with the federal crystal card in his hand. This was a black transparent crystal card. Handling this kind of crystal card did not require any identity information, so Suli could take the crystal card to withdraw money openly. I wonder how much money is in here. This time the harvest was quite rich. Counting that herb, it would directly change Suli's penniless state. Chapter 6: Selling Spirit Medicine. Putting everything away, Suli picked up the purple spotted deer on the ground and walked towards the outside of the demon beast forest. While walking through the jungle, some hunters noticed the purple spotted deer he was carrying, and there was a look of envy in their eyes. But no one went up to rob him, because the one who was able to kill the purple spotted deer was at least above the 5th level of the body forging realm, and this realm was already considered an expert in the fringes of this demon beast forest. And the blood chi on the purple spotted deer coincidentally also covered up Suli's blood condensation realm, so that people could not judge his true strength. In this way, Suli safely walked out of the demonic beast forest. At this time the sky is already near dusk. Golden light sprinkled on top of the earth will carry the purple spotted deer Suli figure pulled along. The vendors at the Jiangbei city gate had changed again, and now they were all coming over to acquire supplies. Pig beast, 50 federal coins a pound. Red hare, 100 federal coins apiece. Green armored bull, 120 federal coins a catty. Black wind sheep, 110 federal coins a catty. And we buy all kinds of snakes, scorpions, and high-level demonic beasts at real prices. When these vendors who purchased demonic beast meat saw Suli walking over with a purple spotted deer on his back, it was as if they had seen the god of wealth. Their eyes were glowing with gold. The blood, meat, and antlers of this purple spotted deer were all very precious, and all the major wineries and restaurants in Jiangbei City competed to acquire them. Little brother, sell me the whole purple spotted deer. How much you pay? It's true that heroes come out of youths. Little brother is so young to be able to hunt the purple spotted deer alone. This is too powerful. How about selling it to me? I'll pay 300 federal coins per catty. I'll offer 350 for a catty, shouted another peddler. In the midst of this group of vendors' heated arguments, In the end, Suli picked the one with the highest bid and sold the entire purple-spotted deer to him at 500 federal coins a catty. After the purple-spotted deer was weighed, it was a total of 200 pounds, and was sold for a total of 100,000 federal coins. The vendor directly transferred the money to Suli's federal crystal card. After confirming that Suli received the money, the peddler cheerfully pulled the purple-spotted deer and left, thinking that he could also earn a not-so-small difference in price. Suli was naturally very excited. His federal crystal card, or the first time there is so much money, this is a whole 100,000 federal currency. When he thought of borrowing money from his relatives to pay for his tuition, and all he got back in return was cynicism, his heart was bitter. Now, he could earn so much money on his own, no longer need to beg others. At this time, a whistling sound came from above his head. Suli looked up, his eyes with a few moments of longing, only to see a white levitation train pulling its long carriages, with a whistling sound that cut through the air, passing through the clouds, and heading quickly in the direction of the setting sun. The levitation train, an ordinary C-class seat, costs 1,000 federal coins. Suli only sat on it once when he was a child under the leadership of his parents, and he never had the chance to go on it after that. He yearned for the train to ride above the blue sky. It was a free and shocking feeling, overlooking the world below his feet. Everything became very small. Collecting his gaze, Suli sold the earth lizard skin as well as the other demonic beast materials to the vendor and gained another 10,000 federal coins. Only then was he satisfied and returned to the city. The Silver Moon Wolf King and the Heavenly Treasure Mouse naturally stayed in the demonic beast forest. In Jiangbei City, only tamed and legally registered demonic beasts were allowed to stay, otherwise they were all killed or expelled. Hitching a ride on a cheap motorcycle, Suli directly came to the main store of Spirit Gathering Source. Gathering Spirit Source is a long-established place in Jiangbei City that acquires and sells all kinds of spirit plants, pills and potions, and all things are clearly labeled and priced, and the signboard is relatively hard. Walking into the store. In a flash, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs hit his nose. One could only see a huge shelf with all kinds of colorful potions and precious elixirs, all of which were clearly priced. Elementary Qi and Blood Potion, 2,000 federal dollars. Intermediate Qi and Blood Potion, 4,000 federal coins. Advanced Qi and Blood Potion, 6,000 federal coins. Elementary Body Hardening Potion, 5,000 federal coins. Intermediate Body Hardening Potion, 10,000 federal dollars. Advanced Body Hardening Potion, 15,000 federated coins. Bone Forging Pill to be used in conjunction with the Body Hardening Potion, 20,000 federated coins. Pill of Solidifying Yuan consolidates the realm, 30,000 federal coins. Blood Burning Pill burns blood for a short burst, 200,000 federal coins. Previously, when he saw the prices of these potion elixirs, he could only smack his lips and lament that he didn't know when he would be able to afford them. But now it seemed that these prices weren't that expensive. Once a person had money, no matter how much, they would always float a bit. There were a lot of people coming and going at the counter. It could be seen that there were quite a few people whose financial conditions weren't very good, and when they paid for the potions, they all had a look of pain, similar to the look of Suli before. Finding a place with few people, Suli lined up. On the counter was a beautiful girl, only she never looked at people squarely. Her voice was also very cold. I don't know if it was because of too many people and too busy. When it was Suli's turn, she raised her eyes and looked at Suli. Seeing that he was dressed in rags, his body was still stained with blood, and he had a poor look, she impatiently said, "What do you want?" Although Suli felt uncomfortable with this attitude of hers, he didn't say anything more and said, "I came to sell herbs." As soon as his words fell, he saw a handsome-looking man wearing high-grade black leather armor walk over. "Ms. Yang, get me 3 bottles of advanced Qi and blood potions." He had a gentlemanly smile on his face, but his behavior was unqualified, directly cutting into Suli's queue. That counter girl was even more detestable, directly ignoring Suli who was standing on the side. Her condescending expression all of a sudden blossomed into a bright and charming smile. "Young Zhang, you're here, I'll get it for you." The man called Young Zhang didn't care at all about Suli who was standing on the side staring angrily at him. He just smiled at the counter girl and said, "Ms. Yang, I've booked Mickey's restaurant, can we dine together in the evening?" Mickey's restaurant. The counter assistant's eyes blossomed brightly all of a sudden. This kind of upscale restaurant's one-time consumption was her 1 month's salary. She forced herself to hold back the joy in her heart and said, "Okay, I'll change my clothes when I get home from work." Zhang Xiao smiled and nodded, saying, "I'll pick you up later." Suli on the side had long been furious. Even if he interfered with his team, the two of them were still chatting with each other. "Are you guys done? Why are you so unqualified? Don't you know to line up?" Suli said as she looked at him angrily. Being interrupted from speaking, Zhang Xiao turned his head and gave him a disdainful look before pulling out a few $100 denominated federal coins from his body and flinging them at Suli, saying, "Get lost, poor guy." Seeing the money scattered all over the place, the counter girl condescendingly teased, "Don't pick it up yet. Look at your poor appearance, you must not be able to earn this much money in a week, right?" Chapter 7, So Worthwhile? This pair of dogs. Suli cursed in a low voice, turned around and was about to leave. There was no point in entangling with these two stupid things. At this time, a middle-aged man who was a steward was seen walking out from the counter. This steward had a country face and a rather calm demeanor. He saw that there was a dispute on Su Li's side, so he came over to understand the situation. "What's going on?" the steward asked in a deep voice. The counter sister hurriedly stood up and respectfully said, "Supervisor Lee, this person doesn't line up even if he's not in line, he also insults other guests. This counter attendant's ability to turn black and white upside down is a masterpiece." Su Li, who was just about to leave, turned her head angrily, clenched her fists and said loudly, "Don't spit on me. Do you still want to hit someone? Supervisor Lee, you see, this kid can be cross," the counter sister said in a pitiful manner. "You." Su Li was so angry that she couldn't speak. Supervisor Lee looked at the spilled money tickets on the ground, and saw Zhang Xiao standing on the side looking at Su Li with a face full of disdain. With his experience, he quickly figured out what was going on. Only to see him towards the counter girl coldly swept a glance, cold voice, "Are you sure you didn't lie to me?" Seeing that her own inversion of black and white was recognized, the counter girl hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look at Supervisor Lee's eyes again. This Supervisor Lee had always made a clear distinction between public and private matters, and many of the spirit gathering source's shopkeepers were fearful of him in their hearts. This counter sister is not easy to trust people to get this job. Here not only 9 to 5, high wages, good treatment, but also can catch a lot of rich gentlemen, is simply her dream love post, so she did not dare to do too much. Supervisor Lee turned his head, looking at Su Li with a smile in his gaze, saying, "Little brother, sorry, today you get 10% off on all consumption at Gathering Spirit Source." He was indirectly admitting the mistake made by the shopkeeper. A 10% discount on the entire site. Only senior members of the Spirit Gathering Source had this treatment, and as soon as he said this, the guests next to him immediately cast envious gazes towards Su Li. "I'm not here to buy anything." Su Li's feeling towards the Supervisor Lee was quite good. At the very least this person could distinguish between right and wrong. "Ha?" Supervisor Lee froze for a moment, only to see Su Li open the package and take out the red herb from inside. In a blink of an eye, a strong medicinal scent hit his nose. Blood viscera grass. Supervisor Lee's eyes widened in shock. "Little brother, can I get my hands on it and take a look?" Supervisor Lee said with an excited expression. "Aha!" Su Li nodded and handed him the blood viscera grass. The blood viscera grass had a warm feeling in his hand, and Supervisor Lee took out a magnifying glass to check the pattern on the top of the leaf, and finally said with a trembling voice, "This is really a blood viscera grass of hundreds of years." Seeing Supervisor Lee's reaction so great, Su Li asked in confusion, "What is the function of this herb?" With an excited look, Supervisor Lee said, "The blood viscera grass is the main material for refining the viscera protecting pill, and the viscera protecting pill is the pill that must be taken to break through the bone forging realm to the 5 viscera realm, and its preciousness is naturally immeasurable." "I see." Su Li nodded. No wonder that the big man encountered in the demon beast forest reacted so greatly after seeing the blood viscera grass. One must know that the 5 viscera realm was already considered a numbered expert in Jiangbei City, so it was evident how rare this realm was. The reason for the scarcity of the 5 viscera realm and protect the viscera dan expensive price is also has a great relationship. After seeing Su Li took out the blood viscera grass, the counter sister's eyes were immediately filled with jealousy. The price of this strain of blood viscera grass can catch up with her 20 years of work. I do not know how this poor boy stepped on the luck of the dog. The arrogant Zhang Xiao, who was standing on the side, was also shocked with his eyes wide open. He didn't expect that this kid who was wearing rags would be able to take out such a precious herb. "Little brother, we at Spirit Gathering Source will give you a reasonable market price for this herb, 200 W federal coins, what do you think?" Supervisor Lee said with eager eyes. 200 W? Su Li directly froze in place. This ordinary-looking herb was so valuable? This huge number, but he did not even dare to think about it. Not waiting for him to speak, the side of Zhang Xiao quickly walked over, smiled and said, "My Zhang family to pay 250 W to buy you this blood viscera grass." Supervisor Lee looked at him with a mischievous expression. Running to Gathering Spirit Source to steal business was really rampant. The Zhang family was a small and famous family in Jiangbei, mainly focusing on the pawnshop and money-lending business, quite an asset. "Young Zhang, you're going a little overboard, aren't you?" Supervisor Lee said in a deep voice. Zhang Xiao smiled faintly and said, "This treasure is all for the virtuous, it's just fair competition for everyone." 250? Su Li said in his heart, "I think you're the one who's 250. Then he opened his mouth and said in a cold voice, "Not for sale." Zhang Xiao's face instantly became ugly. "Supervisor Lee, 200 W, I'll sell it to your Spirit Gathering Source." Su Li was feeding this herb to the dogs to eat, but she wouldn't sell it to this Zhang Xiao who wouldn't respect people. "Good, very good, little brother, you're so bold, then you can't make people think that I, Polyglot Spirit Source, am too stingy. In this way, you will be a lifetime senior member of my Gathering Spirit Source in the future, enjoying a 20% discount on the entire site. In addition, on behalf of Spirit Gathering Source, I will purchase this blood viscera grass at a price of 2.6 million federal dollars. Saying this, Supervisor Lee turned his icy gaze towards the counter girl and coldly said, "You almost caused my Gathering Spirit Source to lose such a high-quality customer. From this moment onwards, you are fired." In addition, I will also pursue you for the losses you indirectly caused our spirit-gathering source to incur." The counter-girl's originally arrogant face instantly turned pale and powerless, her body paralyzed to the ground as if she had lost her pillar. Afterward, Supervisor Lee led Suli inside a VIP room. "Little brother, I wonder what to call you," Supervisor Lee said smilingly. "Suli. Elder brother Su, you sit here for a little while. I've already arranged for someone to go and apply for a premium membership card for you. In addition, the money for the blood viscera grass will soon hit your account." Suli nodded and waited up patiently. It didn't take long. A female sales clerk wearing a black professional hip dress, with a pretty figure and beautiful appearance, took a senior crystal membership card engraved with the words Spirit Gathering Source and handed it over to him. The female sales clerk said enthusiastically, "Mr. Su, this is your senior membership card, which can be used in all 10 branches in Jiangbei, and enjoys a 20% discount for life." "Okay." When that female clerk was on her way out, she still looked at him with an ambiguous look, as if she would agree to whatever Suli had in mind. Just now, the news that Supervisor Lee had acquired a blood viscera grass for 260W had already spread amongst them, the sales clerks, and the person who had sold the blood viscera grass was still very young, so they were all filled with curiosity and longing for this young man. To know, their monthly salary is only 10,000 federal currency at most. 260W will have to work for 20 years without eating or drinking in order to save up. If they could hook up with Suli, then they would be able to struggle for years less. Chapter 8. The martial arts room is so voluminous. Back at home, Su Barbarian was standing stakes in the living room with his bare upper body full of muscles and sweat dripping from his forehead. "Brother, you're back." Su Barbarian put away his staking and wiped off the sweat on his forehead with the rag around his neck, only to see Suli walk in holding a white metal box in both hands. "Brother, what are you holding in your hands?" Suban curiously walked over and asked. Suli placed the metal box on the table with a mysterious face and smiled, "Open it and see." Suban opened the box suspiciously and saw 2 rows of chi and blood potions neatly placed inside, 5 in a row, 10 in total. The liquid in these 10 chi and blood potions emitted a faint purple color, representing that each one of them was a high-level chi and blood potion, and one of them had to be worth 6,000 federal coins. This. Suban froze in place at once. He usually thanked God when he was able to use a beginner's chi and blood potion, and now these 10 chi and blood potions were right in front of his eyes, giving him a dream-like feeling. He suddenly walked behind Suli and lifted his top off, then took a closer look at his back. The waist is still there. He frowned with a puzzled look on his face, and suddenly he revealed an expression of sudden realization. "Brother, have you been adopted by a rich woman?" Several black lines appeared on Suli's face. God was adopted. Suli slapped his brain and scolded with a laugh, "What nonsense! Brother, no matter what, I will not look down on you." Suban looked at him with a serious expression and said, "Dang, I went to the demon beast forest today and accidentally picked a spiritual plant and exchanged it for some money. You don't have to think blindly," Suli explained breathlessly. "Oh, so it's like this." Su Barbarian's face was then relieved. If Suli had been adopted by a rich woman, although he wouldn't say anything, he would definitely feel uncomfortable in his heart. "Then brother, your tuition fee is not also put together? We don't need to go borrow money from others?" Suban's dark eyes looked at Suli and said, "Yes." Suli had some sourness in his heart and nodded towards him affirmatively. "Great." Su Barbarian excitedly clenched his fist and waved. The second day. Early in the morning, Suli took a chi and blood potion and began to stand on piles. The blood chi in his body steamed, and after a burst of cultivation, he only felt that his strength had refined a few more points. With that, he opened the panel. Host, Suli. Race, human. Realm, blood condensation 8th level 23800. Technique, granite determination. Technique, granite determination. Battle technique, red inferno / minor achievement 130-1000. Body technique, Ling Wave 9 changes introductory 5100. Contracted beast. Heavenly treasure mouse, blood condensation realm 7th level 210700. Silver moon wolf king, 2nd level of viscera realm 1108-20,000. Pactable beasts, 2. Number of contracts, 0. Note, the contract success rate varies with the realm. The probability of contracting a demonic beast of the same level is 80%, and the probability of success beyond the current realm is 1%. Every time you raise a realm, you can increase the number of times you can contract twice. Talent, white attract disaster, white hard work makes up for clumsiness, blue forest affinity, blue sneaking, blue luck of the hour. Hanging experience, 102 available. Upgradable contracted beasts, none. Seeing the newly added hanging experience, Suli directly chose to use it. Instantly, his realm bar changed. Realm, blood condensation 8th level 332-800. This hanging experience thought that it should be the experience generated by the Silver Moon Wolf King killing demonic beasts in the Demon Beast Forest. Suli guessed, the increase of more than 100 points of experience in this night was very considerable. At this rate he would be able to upgrade in less than 2 days. With that, he and Sue Barbarian, who had just finished piling up, replenished some demonic beast blood food before heading out of the house. He brought Sue Barbarian to the Blizzard martial arts room. This was a place where people came to practice their stances and battle techniques, and the different level rooms were configured with corresponding dolls, like the room for Su Li's blood condensation 8th level realm was 300 federal coins an hour, and Sue Barbarian's blood condensation 4th level was a bit cheaper, at 150 federal coins an hour. Previously, Su Li seldom came here, the main reason is still too expensive to consume. As soon as he entered the hall of the martial arts room, there were two cute and sexy girls dressed as rabbit girls walking over. "Sir, how can I help you?" The rabbit girls' bodies exuded a tantalizing scent of perfume, and their plump figures were particularly conspicuous under the illumination. Sue Barbara on the side shyly lowered her head, not daring to look towards them. Su Li also hadn't seen this kind of scene before. He didn't expect how there was still this kind of treatment inside this martial arts room. It was really rolled up. Open 2 rooms for me." Su Li opened his mouth and said, "Okay." After the rooms were opened, Su Li was then led by the rabbit girl down to an empty martial arts practice room, only to see that the props and facilities in this room were very complete. There were all sorts of weapons hanging on both sides: broadswords, lances, great swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, forks, etc. In addition to that, there were also strength testers, chi and blood testers, sandbags, wooden stakes and other various props. In the center of the martial arts practice room, there was also a robot puppet, which was now set to the strength of the 8th level of blood condensation, exactly equal to Su Li, and it was the most suitable to be used for sparring. Su Li took out a large sword from the weapon rack, then activated the robot puppet and practiced with it. Ever since the red flame slash reached its current level, Su Li seemed to have hit a threshold and hadn't progressed for a long time. Using the red flame slash, the temperature on the large sword rose suddenly, and a blazing flame blossomed out from the blade. Although the red flame slash wasn't a very advanced battle skill, but when refined to perfection, the attack power was also very powerful. He wielded the large blade and chopped a fiery flame onto the human doll. This robot puppet was made of some unknown material, very hard. No matter how Su Li chopped, it could not leave the slightest trace on its body. As he swung his slash down, Red Inferno Chop Proficiency +1. Red Inferno Chop Proficiency +2. Red Inferno Chop Proficiency +3. 2 hours later, the Red Inferno / minor achievement experience was piled up. Su Li directly chose to upgrade. Battle skill, Red Inferno / grand completion 110,000. In a flash, a feeling of practicing Red Inferno / for many years surged into his mind, which was accompanied by a large amount of experience and enlightenment, as if he had gone through many days of trials and tribulations in the wind and rain, and had only managed to reach this level with great difficulty. He gripped the great sword and naturally wielded the red flame slash, to which carried the power of blazing flames. Su Li held the sword and practiced for another hour to consolidate his realm, and the proficiency level of the red flame slash of the grand completion reached 500. At this time, he pulled out the 9 changes of Ling Wave from his body. After carefully browsing through it, he put down his large sword and followed the steps of the stance inside, practicing. Ling Wave 9 transformations. When practiced to perfection, in a flash, the body could quickly appear to make 9 changes in movement, which would leave behind 9 residual shadows to influence the enemy's judgment. Not only was it extremely fast, but it would also have a surprise effect on the enemy. Chapter 9, The Great Achievement of Body Technique. According to the records above, the 9 changes of Lingbo. This stance should have an absolute control over the cultivator's mastery of his body and speed, making his body as smooth and light as flowing water in clouds. Su Li controlled his breathing, discarding distracting thoughts, feeling the air flowing from the tip of his nose, his footsteps changing rapidly. Ling Wave 9 changes proficiency +1. Ling Wave 9 changes proficiency +1. Ling Wave 9 changes proficiency +1. Half an hour later, Ling Wave 9 changes was directly upgraded from introductory to minor accomplishment. Only to see Su Li's silhouette quickly weaving in and out of the practice room. His footsteps were light and soundless, and in an instant, his body changed several positions, leaving 3 residual shadows in place, as if he were a ghost skimming past. Refined to a small success, although he could only leave 3 residual shadows at this moment, but against the enemy has already had a surprising effect, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, bizarre and unpredictable. Su Li did not stop cultivating. He continued to rapidly flash his silhouette, and his Ling Wave 9 transformations proficiency was rapidly increasing. 4 hours later, Ling Wave 9 transformations grand mastery 910,000. At this time, Su Li's speed was already so fast that it was difficult for even an ordinary person's naked eye to capture it. With a gentle flash, his body appeared 10 meters away. At this moment, his footwork was like the wind, and under his footsteps, 6 figures appeared on his body. These 6 figures flashed alternately, sometimes scattered, sometimes coalesced, and seemed to be real phantoms, making it difficult for people to distinguish between the real and the fake. After stopping cultivation, Su Li opened the panel. Hanging experience, 120 available. The Silver Moon Wolf King was so powerful, this day added a lot more experience to him. At the same time, In the middle of the demon beast forest, the silver moon wolf king that had just killed a forging realm grizzly bear became even more excited after sensing Su Li's appreciation for it in its mind. Only to see its icy cold eyes looking towards the purple spotted deer that was quickly running away in the distance, quickly pouncing on it. Inside the practice room, Su Li directly used the hanging experience. Realm, blood condensation 8th 46800. Su Li was delighted in his heart. At this rate, he would be able to reach the 9th level of blood condensation in 2 more days. At this time, a rumbling sound came from his stomach. This day's cultivation had consumed a lot of his chi and blood. He then walked out of the practice room and saw Suban in a room with a black lance still stabbing hard, so he greeted him. "Brother, where are we going to eat?" Under the eyes of a row of rabbit girls, the two walked out from the Blizzard martial arts room. Su Li laughed. "I'll take you to eat a big meal today. Let's go to Starland Hotel." Starland Hotel? Suban stared blankly for a moment. "I heard that a meal inside costs thousands of federal coins. Are we this extravagant?" After exchanging the blood viscera grass for federal coins, Su Li was now a real millionaire. Even in the entire Jiangbei city, he was considered a middle class. Moreover, he and his younger brother Suban had been living a very bitter life for the past few years, and having money to eat some good things was nothing. Su Li said indifferently, "We can order whatever we want to eat today, just let go and eat." "Good." Suban's little face is full of excitement nodded. He had only heard the rich students in the class about how extravagant to go to the Starland Grand Hotel to eat. At that time he was envious, but at that time the family situation was so poor, he could only secretly fantasize about going to the Starland Hotel to eat the scene. Starland Hotel. As soon as he stepped into the foyer, the huge crystal chandelier came into view, and the layers of crystalline light flooded the entire hall. The floor here was covered with purple high-grade crystal stone flooring. This precious amethyst stone flooring, each piece was worth a lot of money. Elegant and light music was playing in the hall, making people's moods comfortable. The guests dressed in high-grade gorgeous, a look are non-rich or noble. Just as Su Li and the two of them were curiously looking around, a waitress with an elegant demeanor and well-tailored clothes walked over with a polite smile. "Hello sir, do you have a reservation?" Su Li hurriedly returned, "No, it's just me and my brother." "Then sir, you please follow me." The waitress's training was spot on, and did not produce any contemptuous attitude because Su Li's duo was dressed in ordinary clothes. Being brought to an exquisite amethyst stone table, the two of them sat down. Opening the leather menu on the table, the wide array of dishes inside dazzled Su Li. However, the price of this one dish did dazzle him. Aqua cold python soup 800 federal dollars for one serving. Red flame fire ox roasted pork 2,000 federal coins for 50 grams. Purple flame scaled fish sashimi 3,000 federal coins 60 grams. Explosive fried shadow leopard hind leg meat 1,500 federal coins for one serving. There were all kinds of these demonic beast meats, not only those from the blood condensation realm and body forging realm, but there were even some meals made from the meat of demonic beasts from the 5 viscera realm, which was simply exaggerated. "Give me 2 pounds of red flame fire ox roasted meat, 20 skewers of wind eagle wings, explosive stir-fried dark shadow leopard hind leg meat, and..." Su Li ordered 6 or 7 hard dishes in a row, then handed the menu to Suban and asked him to order a few more dishes. "Sir, would it be too much to order these if you were just 2 people?" With Su Li's and their martial artists' meal size, they were naturally able to finish these blood food. The waitress was just worried that they didn't have the money to pay the bill, because these dishes ordered by the duo were already a full 20,000 federal coins. Seeing that the two of them didn't look like any rich kids, don't be in trouble if they didn't have the money to pay the bill at that time. At this exact moment, a disgusted voice rang in Su Li's ears. "What bad luck, I can still run into these 2 poor boys without parents here." Only to see Su Li's cousin, Su Meiqing, walking over in an exquisite black dress holding a suited and booted youth. When Su Li saw her, her gaze instantly turned icy cold and she sneered, "What do you have to be proud of? What else do you have besides a long mouth?" The corner of Su Meiqing's mouth rose in disdain. "I'm still better than you no matter what. A person who couldn't even afford to pay tuition and ran to my house to borrow money, and now he's even coming to Starland Grand Hotel. It's really laughable to me." When these words came out, the waitress instantly turned ugly. These 2 people couldn't really be as poor as this girl said in her mouth, right? Su Li could see the difficult color on the waitress's face. He directly took out the crystal card on his body. Chapter 10. Are you a stupid fool? What? Su Li froze. How could this be possible? Only yesterday he received the 260W transferred from the spirit gathering source, and only spent a few tens of thousands to buy just a few bottles of high-level chi and blood potions. How could he be left with 10,000 federal coins now? But soon, he thought of the fact that he seemed to have 2 crystal cards on him. As soon as he heard that Su Li only had 10,000 federal coins in his card, Su Meiqing and the man beside her laughed out loud. Su Li, I'm so ashamed of you. Being the cousin of someone like you is simply an insult to me." Su Meiqing said with full of sarcasm. "So this is your cousin?" The man on the side suddenly spoke. Su Meiqing looked at Su Li and said with a condescending face, "How about this, Su Li? If you kneel down and beg me, I'll let my boyfriend pay for the rest of your meal for you." The man beside her had a faint smile on his face and said, "This proposal is good. Brother, why don't we leave? Anyway, the food hasn't been served yet, let's just return it." Suban also thought that Suli didn't have enough money, and advised in a small voice with a difficult face at the side. Suli waved his hand and gave him a reassuring look. With that, he fumbled around on his body for a while, and rummaged for another federal crystal card. "I took the wrong card just now, go try this card," Suli said to that female service with a smile on his face. It turned out that the crystal card just now was acquired from the big man he killed in the demon beast forest. He just didn't expect that big man in the forging realm to be so poor. There were only 10,000 federal coins in the card, which wasn't even enough to pay for a meal in. "All right." The waitress somewhat reluctantly took the crystal card and walked out once again. "Really laughed me to death, still pretending here, you're so thick-skinned, you don't feel ashamed at all?" Su Meiqing covered her mouth and laughed. "Why are you as noisy as an old hen?" Suli looked at her faintly and said, "How dare you call me a chicken?" Su Meiqing became annoyed, and fire seemed to spew out from her eyes. "Kid, if you dare to talk nonsense again, beware of me breaking your legs," the man beside her said with a stern face. Judging from the strength of the chi and blood emanating from this man, he was but also in the blood condensation realm. Suli had just gained a great improvement in her battle skills and stance today, and it was just the right time for her hands to get itchy. "Then I'll have to see how you break my legs." Suli wore a provocative smile. "Very well." The man's gaze turned grim all of a sudden. It was at this moment of saber rattling. That waitress walked over with a bright smile on her face. "Sir, this is your crystal card, the funds have been verified and are very sufficient. The food will be served to you right away, enjoy." "This is impossible." Su Meiqing's face was full of disbelief. "You guys must be mistaken, he's a poor guy, how can he have money to eat here?" "Ma'am, this is a place for guests to dine, please refrain from making loud noises," the waitress warned with a serious face. Starland Grand Hotel had a strong background, and it was rumored that the owner behind it was inextricably linked to the Jiangbei city lord. Su Meiqing didn't dare to continue making a scene, and could only sit to the side with an iron face. Soon, a dish that was beautifully made, fragrant, and emitted rich chi and blood was served. The two of them, Suli and Su Barbara, had long been eager to feast on them. Obviously, the little interlude just now did not affect their appetites in the slightest. While sitting not far from them, Su Meiqing stared at them with a vicious face. She couldn't figure out where this Suli got the money from. 2 days ago, he was still like a wild dog running to their home to beg. Today he came to Jiangbei's, one of the top upscale restaurants, to eat. After eating and drinking, Suli paid the money and got up to leave. As he was about to leave, he also raised his middle finger towards Su Meiqing and the man, revealing a despicable smile. "Kid, you wait for me," the man said fiercely. Suli spread his hands and said, "Are you an idiot? You." Suli ignored him, turned around and left with Suban. Some of these meats consumed in the evening were made of forging realm demonic beast meat, and the blood chi was very vigorous. After returning home, Suli directly refined the rock skills pile work to refine the blood chi in his body. With the refining of the blood chi, he only felt a hot current surging in his body, warm and very comfortable. Moreover, he could feel his chi and blood growing in size. It was a feeling of being filled beyond measure. After a night of cultivation, he didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy even though he hadn't slept all night. Instead, his energy felt very strong. The hearty table of meat at the Starland Grand Hotel had increased his chi and blood quite a bit after refining it. Opening the panel. Realm, blood condensation 8th 510 800. Hanging experience, 120 usable. After using the hanging experience. Realm, blood condensation 8th level 63800. There were still 170 points of experience left to reach the 9th level of blood condensation. After Suli took a chi and blood potion, he went downstairs with the black and iron sword on his back. He casually stopped a motorcycle and it drove him to the outside of Jiangbei City. Today, his destination was the Demon Beast Forest, preparing to rush straight to the 9th level of blood condensation. The two sides of Jiangbei City's huge gates were, as always, full of vendors hawking. He saw battle armor for sale on one of the vendors. So he walked over and picked up a green-colored leather armor and asked, "How much is this green ox battle armor?" It was made from green bull leather and had a strong defense that could resist several attacks from the early stage of the forging realm. 200,000 federal dollars. The vendor said with a smile as he saw business coming his way. 20,000, I'll buy it. Suli said with a wave of his hand. Go go go, are you here to sincerely fool me? The vendor's eyes glared, about to whisk Suli away. You give a real price, 200,000 is too high, which is worth so much money. You see this battle armor has cracks on it, obviously second-hand goods. Suli bargained and said. 180,000, this is the lowest. The vendor thought for a moment and said. One bite price, 50,000. Suli said. That's not good, I can't even get my capital back for your $50,000. Alright, then I'm leaving. Suli turned around and was about to leave. He had just taken no more than 2 steps when he heard the vendor's voice from behind him. You wait. Eh? Suli turned around to look at him. 80,000, it can't be any less, you can't let me lose money, can you? The peddler's words carried a few moments of pleading. Okay. Suli cheerfully transferred the money to the peddler. Seeing the peddler's frowning and smiling expression after collecting the money, Suli felt that he had been punked again. He had a feeling of being on a dang day after day, and dang was not the same. Putting the green ox battle armor on his body, all of a sudden, he added a few more points of security. After leaving from the peddler's place, Suli directly stepped inside the demonic beast forest. Chapter 11 Golden Can Fruit, Enhancing Qualifications. It hadn't been long since he had walked inside the demon beast forest. Several young men and women walked towards him. These few people were all wearing high-level battle armor, and the weapons they held in their hands were all forged from high-level crystals, and at first glance, they were worth a lot of money. Only one of the men walked out and said to Suli, "Friend, our young Li invites you to join the team together." "Li Xiao?" Suli froze for a moment. The man explained, "Haven't you heard of the John Bailey family? Shanghai real estate is the property of Young Li's family." Suli suddenly realized. Shanghai real estate mainly develops some high-class properties. Currently one of the most luxurious residences in Jiangbei, Shangshi Huating, was developed by Shanghai real estate, and it was hard to find a room. He had once seen the property price of Shangshi Huating. A flat would cost 30,000 federal dollars. The price was ridiculously high. Suli politely refused. "I'm used to acting on my own, I'm not interested in joining." After the man returned to the team, he said to Li Tianhai, who was wearing white battle armor, "Young Li, that kid refused." Li Tianhai looked at Suli's departing figure with an icy gaze and said in a chilling voice, "There is bound to be a green poison bee guarding next to this golden can fruit. If no one is there to draw it away, it won't be easy to pick." Then, he placed his gaze on the man, "Zhang San, if we can't find a suitable candidate, we'll have to let you attract the green poison bee." "Doda, Young Li, please be at ease, I'll go look for it again, I'm sure I'll be able to find it." Zhang Sun was scared cold. That green poison bee was not of a high rank, but the tail needle was very poisonous. A swarm of them stinging on a person would cripple them if they didn't die. You'd better move fast. If the golden can fruit is found early and picked away, I'll kill you," Li Tianhai said in a cold voice. Yes. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang San's forehead. This Li Tianhai was known to be ruthless. What he said would definitely be done. This golden can fruit was a spirit fruit that could enhance qualifications, and its value was so high that it couldn't be measured in terms of money. And this golden fruit is randomly grown in the forest of demonic beasts. The fruit exists for a very short time, usually 1 to 2 days will rot, extremely difficult to save. At the same time, Suli summoned the 2 contracted demonic beasts in his consciousness. Not much time. A silver-colored light whistled. Ow. The silver moon wolf king happily ran to Suli's side, circling around him straight away, looking very happy. Suli had a smile on his face as he reached out and gently stroked on its fur. The silver moon wolf king seemed to enjoy the appearance very much. After the contract was successful, the demonic beast would consider you as its master from the bottom of its heart. After not seeing it for 2 days, the aura of the silver moon wolf king seemed to be a few points stronger, and it also carried a few bloody odors on its body, which seemed to be caused by killing a lot of demonic beasts in the past 2 days. Not long after, the heavenly treasure mouse also rustled and crawled over from the grass. It climbed to the bottom of Suli's feet, and with its furry body, gently rubbed against his pants leg, looking very intimate. At the same time, Suli received a message from the heavenly treasure mouse in his mind. There are treasures not far away. After receiving this message, Suli's heart was overjoyed. Last time, the blood viscera grass that the heavenly treasure mouse had brought him to found had made him 260W federal coins, making him rich overnight. He didn't know what kind of treasure it was this time. He felt very excited just thinking about it. So, he urged the heavenly treasure mouse to lead him towards the treasure quickly. The warm sunlight hit the jungle through the dense foliage. The hunters who were trying to make a living or wanted to raise their realm waved their weapons in their hands and mercilessly smashed them towards the demonic beasts. There were also humans who died tragically under the hideous claws and teeth of the demonic beasts. Blood overflowed in all directions. Wailing continuously, Suli followed the heavenly treasure mouse through the jungle. Not long after, coming to a hidden area, a large tree with yellowed branches and leaves appeared in front of his eyes. He only saw 6 golden fruits growing on this golden tree. This is the golden splendid fruits? Suli was shocked to look at the fruits on the tree. He had seen this kind of fruit in books. It was said that after taking the golden can fruit, it could enhance one's qualifications. It was a treasure that many people could only dream of. Suli was currently in a grade qualification. If he could raise it to an S grade qualification, then the speed of realm advancement would probably be even faster. However, it was also recorded in the book. The place where the golden can fruit grows will inevitably be accompanied by the presence of the green venomous wasp. This kind of venomous wasp are all present in a nest, not just 1 or 2, and the toxicity is very high. How should I pick the golden can fruit? Just as Suli was pondering, he keenly detected the sound of footsteps coming from the distance. So with a flash of his figure, he hid on top of the big tree in front of him. Upon seeing the incoming person, a few moments of doubt appeared on his face. The people coming were precisely the few rich kids he had encountered just now. Surprisingly, it's them. Only Zhang San walked at the front with a face of fear. Young Li, I really can't, can you change someone else? Zhang San pleaded. Since you can't find anyone else, you'll go on. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll waste you now. Li Tianhai said in an undeniable tone. He was in a fiery mood right now, but he didn't have the time to wait, lest this golden fruit was taken first. Under Li Tianhai's strong compulsion, Zhang Sun walked towards the large tree full of golden leaves as if he had died a mother. As he walked, he looked around with vigilance and fear. At the same time, Li Tianhai said to the few people behind him, back up first, this green poison bee attacks indiscriminately within a certain range. After saying that, the few of them hurriedly retreated behind them until they maintained a distance of a few dozen meters, and only then did they stop. By this time, Zhang San had already approached the golden tree and he was praying for himself in his heart, make sure not to be stung to death by the poisonous bee. Su Li, who was hiding in a distant tree and saw the scene, understood at this time the reason why Zhang San had just invited him to join the team. This group of people were really underhanded, just now they wanted him to be this person who attracted the green poisonous bees. Thinking of this, Su Li's gaze couldn't help but chill. After Zhang San had approached the golden tree, a creepy buzzing sound suddenly came from him. Only to see a swarm of green-colored bees, which looked like a green shadow, ferociously rushing towards Zhang Sun, who was cautiously approaching. Help! Seeing this dense mass of green poisonous bees, he was scared out of his wits and ran away. The green poisonous wasps were extremely fast and soon wrapped around him, swarming around his body. Seeing that the green poison wasps had been attracted by Zhang San, Su Li secretly said in his heart that the time was ripe, and his figure moved, directly launching his natural talent Sneak as well as Ling Bo 9 transformations. In a flash, a residual shadow stayed in place, and he quickly picked down the 6 golden splendid fruits on the golden tree in a swift and easy manner. Immediately afterward, his figure flashed and he left from here in the blink of an eye. Chapter 12 Awakening the Power of Thunder. Li Tianhai and the others had their full attention on the green poison bees. When he saw that the green poison bees were pestering Zhang San, he waved his hand to the people behind him and said, let's go pick the golden fruit. By the time a few of them arrived under the golden tree, one by one, they froze in place. Only to see that the large tree was empty. Where was there any fruit? This. A pretty girl behind Li Tianhai looked puzzled. This can't be. Li Tianhai roared, the duck that came to hand flew away, which made his heart furious beyond measure. The golden fruit was still here just now, it must have been shortchanged. Li Tianhai said with a quick thought in his eyes, if this thief is caught by me, I will make his life worse than death. Help! Zhang Sun was dinged all over his head, frantically rolling on the ground and wailing. Li Tianhai and the others didn't even look at him. It wasn't a circle to think about melting in. Su Li quickly ran through the jungle for a period of time before coming to a secluded stream, which made him stop. He excitedly pulled out these 6 golden fruits from his arms. It exuded a strong fruity flavor that was refreshing and made people want to eat it. Su Li took a deep breath and directly stuffed 2 golden fruits into his mouth. The golden fruit melted in his mouth and turned into a warm current that directly surged into his body. In an instant, Su Li felt a strange energy appear in his body, rushing into his limbs and bones. As this strange energy evaporated, Su Li felt that his body's bones and meridians were undergoing subtle changes, and it seemed that qi and blood flowed more smoothly in his body. Moreover, he was able to feel that not only did this golden fruit have the effect of enhancing his qualifications, he also felt a majestic force of qi and blood being generated within him. Thus, he hurriedly staked out his spot and cultivated the granite skill. And the Silver Moon Wolf King guarded his side, cautiously observing the surroundings. Time passed by minute by minute. Su Li was drenched in sweat, and there was a layer of black impurities covering his body. As the blood qi emanating from his body continued to strengthen, he suddenly opened his eyes, golden light flashed in his eyes, only to see him pull the iron sword out from his back and swing it violently. A blazing flame entwined with a hint of thunder power directly split the rocks by the stream in half. With his qualification upgraded to S rank, Su Li awakened a talent. Open the panel. Host, Su Li. Race human. Realm, 9th blood condensation 98,900. Technique, granite determination. Battle technique, red inferno chop de chang 630 10,000. Body technique, Ling Wave 9 changes de chang 950 10,000. Contracted beast. Heavenly treasure mouse, blood condensation realm 7th level 23700. Silver Moon Wolf King, 2nd level of Viscera realm 13 20,000. Pactable beasts, 2. Number of contracts, 0. Note, the contract success rate varies with the realm. The probability of contracting a demonic beast of the same level is 80%, and the probability of success beyond the current realm is 1%. Every time you raise a realm, you can increase the number of times you can contract twice. Talent, white attract disaster, white diligence makes up for difficulty, blue forest affinity, blue sneaking, blue luck of the hour, gold thunder power. Hanging experience, none. Upgradable contracted beasts, none. After taking 2 golden fruits, Suli directly reached the 9th level of blood condensation and awakened the golden talent, the power of thunder. Every S-class qualified human would awaken a supernatural talent, and their roles were all varied and not based on each other. The thunder power awakened by Suli is the main killing and fighting talent. The attack power is extremely strong. Suli was overjoyed at this time was simply a double harvest. However, he did not continue to take the golden fruit, because the golden fruit can only be taken by each person to enhance the qualification once, and then eat how much is not the slightest use. At this time, the heavenly treasure mouse came to his feet, its mouth drooling. With that, Suli sensed its urgent desire to eat the golden fruit. "You want to eat this fruit?" Suli asked it with a smile. The heavenly treasure mouse humanely and frantically nodded its little head, and its mouth was still drooling, adorable. This golden fruit was also what the Tianbao mouse brought him to find. Without the Tianbao mouse, he would have nothing. Therefore, he wouldn't be stingy with the sky treasure mouse. He directly took out 2 golden fruits and fed them to it. The heavenly treasure mouse held the golden fruit and wolfed it down. Only to see that after it finished eating, its stomach became swollen, and it sat on its back on the ground, revealing its small white belly, looking cozy. At the same time, on the panel, the experience of the heavenly treasure mouse also rapidly increased. It directly rose from the 7th level of blood condensation to the 8th level of blood condensation. Suli now had 2 golden fruits left. He decided to take them home and give them to Suban. Suban was also in a ranked qualification, so he thought that if things went well, he would be able to rise to an S-ranked qualification after taking the 2 golden fruits. Knowing that S-rank qualifications and A-rank qualifications were a watershed, awakening a powerful talent could increase strength exponentially. Like the Star Ocean Martial Arts University that Suli went through a lot of trouble to get into, if it was an S qualification awakened talent, it could directly be specially recruited into it. One could imagine its popularity. The preservation time of this golden fruit was extremely short. Suli didn't dare to guarantee that the 2 in his hand would not rot in the next second. Therefore, he didn't dare to linger in the demon beast forest and quickly moved towards the outside of the forest. As he was passing by the big golden tree where he picked the golden chan fruit again, he saw a familiar figure. Only to see Zhang Su lying on the ground with his head facing the ground. His body was already bloody, and there were swarms of green venomous wasps stinging around his body, as if they were venting their anger. Looking at this Zhang Su's appearance, Suli estimated that he was in a bad way and would not live long. Not bothering to look at him, Suli flashed away. Self-inflicted sins cannot live. People are still a little bit better to be kind. Out of the demon beast forest, Suli hit the motorcycle, directly let the motorcycle master will twist the throttle to the bottom, non-stop back home. Back home, Suban was practicing his battle skills. "Brother, didn't you go to the demon beast forest? Why did you come back so quickly?" After Suban asked, a stench came to his nose, and he hurriedly covered his nose. "Brother, why does your body smell so bad?" Only then did Suli notice that he had discharged many black impurities within his body after taking the golden fruit, and this pungent stench was produced by these black impurities. It wasn't until Su Barbarian spoke up that he smelled this stench on his body. It was simply stinky. No wonder the passers-by just now were looking at him with that disgusted expression. The motorcycle master even asked him, "Little brother, your job is to deal with demonic beast feces, right?" Without saying a word, he pulled out the 2 golden splendor fruits and said, "Eat it." Then without looking back, he went back to the bedroom to grab some clothes and rushed to the bathroom. Immediately afterward the sound of clattering water resounded within the bathroom. Chapter 13 Damage increased. Suban looked at the 2 golden fruits in his hands. He was not sure what kind of fruit this was. Just the rich aroma emanating from these 2 fruits gave him a feeling that he couldn't help but want to swallow them in his stomach. He swallowed a bit in his throat before taking a bite and stuffing these 2 fruits into his mouth. In an instant, a strange energy flowed through his body. As time slowly passed, black impurities began to appear on his body. A foul odor began to permeate the living room. At the same time, an armor that seemed to be formed from rocks began to gradually cover his body. Talent, the power of the earth. At this time, Suli happened to finish his bath and walked out from the bathroom. When he saw the rock armor on Suban's body, his eyes immediately lit up with light. The power of heaven and earth can mobilize the power of the earth, whether it is attack or defense as very strong, is also a more powerful category in the S-class awakened talent. Suban slowly opened his eyes, he excitedly changed the form of the rock and played with it. Finally, when he put away the power of the earth, a gust of stench invaded towards Suli. Suli was almost choked to death and hurriedly covered his mouth and nose. As soon as Suban saw this, his face instantly turned red as he hurriedly rushed inside the bathroom. Now that Suban had elevated to S-class qualification and awakened the Earthland, the journey of martial arts would be much smoother in the future, and entering a well-known martial arts university would almost be the nail in the coffin, which made Suli couldn't help but feel very gratified. Waiting for Suban to come out from the middle of the bathroom, he curiously asked, "Brother, what you just gave me to eat wouldn't be the legendary golden fruit, right?" Suli smiled and nodded. "Brother, you are also too powerful." Su Barbarian was full of admiration at the moment. The teenager's mind is most prone to impatience. Suli seriously said to him, "You can't relax and slack off just because you've elevated to the S-class qualification. The qualification of the martial arts path is only one aspect. What's more important is to rely on your own efforts." Suban's heart that was just floating immediately stabilized. He nodded seriously and said, "I know, brother." Subsequently, Suli came out of his home to return to the demon beast forest once again. The dense and boundless demonic beast forest, all kinds of birds and exotic beasts emitted oozing cries from the tall trees. There is a kind of demonic beast called red-billed vulture, specializing in staring at seriously injured demonic beasts that may die at any time. Once the injured demonic beasts fall, red-billed vultures will swarm up, with sharp beaks will be the demonic beasts' meat to eat up. Not only that, the demonic beast forest not only people and demonic beasts in the tragic killing, demonic beasts are also in the life and death struggle at all times, very tragic. This is a merciless forest, but also a forest that nurtures the hope of mankind. Suli was wearing the green ox battle armor, carrying a dark iron sword in his hand as he walked through the jungle. After awakening the power of thunder, Suli's attacks became overwhelming. Only to see an earth lizard of the 7th level of blood condensation appear in his field of vision. This body was pitch black, with dense spots on its skin, making people feel disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. This ground lizard, it was 2 meters long, spitting out a thin red tongue, crawling slowly on the grass. It sensed Suli's appearance after its mouth issued a sizzling horror sound. Immediately after, its heavy body suddenly became extremely fast, opened its bloody mouth, and bit at Suli with its highly poisonous teeth. Last time, Suli relied on the Silver Moon Wolf King to kill this extremely strong defensive earth lizard. But this time, Suli did not summon the Silver Moon Wolf King. He slowly raised the iron sword in his hand, only to see a blazing flame immediately emerge from the pitch-black blade. As the temperature of the flame continued to rise, a trace of palpitating thunder power twined up, crackling straight away. The blazing flame and thunder continuously intertwined and entwined together, and a terrifying aura continuously emanated from the blade, carrying a cold and deathly aura. A knife was swung out. With a sound that cut through the air, the huge shadow of the knife intertwined with thunder and fire. With a poof, it split on the earth lizard's body. The impenetrable black leather armor, under the attack of this red flame chop after attaching thunder, it was like cutting through a piece of paper and was easily chopped open. In an instant, green fishy blood flowed out from the hideous wounds on the earth lizard's body. It wailed and turned around to escape. Suli raised the iron sword in his hand and mercilessly chopped out another blade. This knife carried a fiery breath and the terrifying pressure emitted by the thunder, like cutting tofu, instantly splitting the head of the ground lizard down. That earth lizard's head rolled on the ground, its small oozing eyes still carrying a look of horror as it died. Killed blood condensation 7th level earth lizard, experience +7. Red Inferno / proficiency +10. Suli didn't take down the skin of the earth lizard, but directly left. His main purpose of coming to the demon beast forest this time was to hunt and kill demonic beasts to grow his experience and quickly raise his realm. Because there are still 7 days before the summer vacation will be over, it's time to report to the university, and the Star Ocean Martial Arts University is built on a small island in the center of a huge lake. By then I'm afraid that he won't be able to hunt and kill demonic beasts to grow his experience so casually. Therefore he would make full use of these few days and strive to break through to the body forging realm. After Suli left from the corpse of the ground lizard, the red-billed vultures that had long been eyeing the ground lizard's corpse from the side tree swooped down and used their sharp beaks to peck the ground lizard's hard epidermis open a little bit, and then parted with its flesh and blood to eat it all up. In just a few moments, these dozens of red-billed vultures had eaten the 2-meter-long huge ground lizard without a trace. Suli continued to walk towards the forest ahead. The low-level demonic beasts he encountered along the way were easily killed by him. His experience and battle skill proficiency grew rapidly. Killed blood condensation 5th level demonic beast pig beast, experience +5. Red Inferno / proficiency +3. Killed blood condensation 6th level demonic beast green armored bull, experience +6. Red Inferno chop proficiency +3. Slaying a blood condensed 4th gravity demonic beast, black wind sheep, experience +4. Proficiency in Red Inferno / +3. Slaying blood condensation 9th level demonic beast red Inferno fire ox, experience +9. Proficiency in Red Inferno chop +9. Slaying blood condensation 9th level demonic beast green scaled python, experience +9. Red Inferno chop proficiency +9. Suli's damage was extremely high now, and the blood condensation realm demonic beasts would be killed if they couldn't carry at most 3 slashes after his red inflammation / of great completion combined with the power of thunder. His efficiency in decapitating the demonic beasts along the way was extremely high, and wherever he passed, there would be dead demonic beast corpses, while the group of red-billed vultures, sniffing the scent of blood, kept following behind Suli. After 2 hours had passed, just now the stomach of this group of red-beaked vultures was still a little hungry and flat. Now it had been fed by Suli to the point that it was bulging and swollen, and one by one, they all burped, which caused Suli to feel ludicrous when he saw it. He had become a wage earner. Chapter 14 Killing a Body-Forging Demonic Beast. Right after Suli had killed a red rabbit that was running away in panic. With his forest affinity sharp perception, he discovered that a black panther was hiding in the bushes a few dozen meters away. The black panther was slowly creeping forward in the bushes, only emitting a slight rustling sound. If not for Su Li's extremely sharp senses in the demon beast forest, he would definitely not have been able to discover it. Shadow leopard. After Su Li reconfirmed its species, his expression couldn't help but turn a few points heavier. He had eaten the hind leg meat of the shadow leopard in the Starland Grand Hotel. The meat was extremely firm and smooth, and after eating it once, it made him unforgettable. However, this dark shadow leopard was not a blood condensation realm demonic beast. It was usually at the first to third level of body forging. It was extremely fast and specialized in lurking and killing its prey with a single strike. Now that the demonic beasts of the blood condensation realm can't even go a few rounds under me, it's just right to take the demonic beasts of the beginner's forging body realm to try out my strength. Su Li secretly thought in his heart, but for safety's sake, he contacted the Silver Moon Wolf King in his consciousness, telling it to hibernate in the surroundings, so that once Su Li was not a match for the shadow leopard, it would strike. It was better to be prepared than to take precautions. It's moving. Su Li pretended not to notice the shadow leopard's trail and walked towards the front as a way to lower its guard so that he could take it by surprise. His whole body was tense, his right hand was holding the iron blade, and the power of thunder in his body was ready to strike. After all, this was a body-forging realm demonic beast. Whether it was its speed and strength, or the strength of its body's bones, it was far more than the body-forging realm, so Su Li didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Coming! The shadow leopard's four limbs moved at the same time. Its speed was extremely fast, its athletic and power-filled body instantly transformed into a black shadow. In just a blink of an eye it had already swooped in. It opened its bloody mouth, its hideous teeth shot out icy cold light under the blazing sun, and lunged down towards the back of Su Li's neck. Su Li's gaze was calm, he was prepared. Lingbo 9 transformations was launched. In a flash, 6 residual shadows appeared in place. The shadow leopard's robust body directly pounced in the air, and with a bang, it landed on all 4 limbs, stirring up a cloud of dust. Its cold eyes flashed a trace of surprise. Immediately after, its body hastily turned around, its sharp and strong right paw poked out. With the sound of cutting through the air, it viciously slapped at Su Li. Su Li in the body flickering moment, iron knife with a wrist turn, a back pick. There is a huge flame blade shadow entwined with the power of thunder, to meet that shadow leopard's claws. The shadow leopard sensed the terrifying power above the blade shadow, and in the nick of time, the strong armored right paw that it had probed out violently retracted, and its body violently tilted, which narrowly dodged this strike of red flame chop. The huge shadow of the blade that seemed to be burning up, with a bang, it struck on top of the tree on one side, instantly splitting the tree into 2 halves, and the branches and trunks above were also ablaze with fire. The shadow leopard didn't expect this human to be so powerful in terms of speed and strength. It carefully took 2 steps backward, then bared its teeth and let out a creepy ferocious roar. Su Li gripped the iron sword with both hands, he let out a violent shout, and with a prancing sound, the pitch-black blade burned with a blazing fire. The blade burning with blazing fire drew a graceful arc in the air, his feet suddenly accelerated, a seemingly real and illusory residual shadow appeared on his side, and in a split second, it dazzled the shadow leopard's eyes. Its eyeballs quickly turned, finally in a moment to capture Su Li's real attack. At this time Su Li has come to the right side of its body, that is like a fire-like attack, above the thunder power crackle straight for sound. Shadow leopard body black hair exploded up, it is strong and powerful back in place of force, the body is like a spring general from the original place to leap up, avoided Su Li this vicious blow. Su Li followed its figure and arrived, a knife and a knife with a rushing fire attack waved out. The shadow leopard only dared to dodge on one side, it didn't know why this human, whose aura wasn't very strong, was so powerful in both speed and strength, bringing it a feeling of suffocation. The shadow hare gradually had the intention of retreating, it did not want to be entangled with this human. If it was injured, the risk of its survival in the forest of demonic beasts would be greatly increased. Watching it fight and retreat, seems to want to wait for an opportunity to escape. Su Li sensed its intentions, and will not be as he wishes. In a flash, his body's aura soared, and his body's chi and blood surged. Shadow leopard's heart rises a kind of fear of death, its animal face reveals a timid look, no longer have the desire to fight, the black athletic body turns around to escape. Essence light flashed in Su Li's eyes, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Die! Only a bellowing cry could be heard, accompanied by a plopping sound. The iron blade with burning flames directly cut the dark shadow leopard's body into 2 halves. Kill forged body 2nd level dark shadow leopard experience plus 20. Red Inferno / proficiency plus 120. Ling Wave 9 changes proficiency plus 80. I can now kill a forging body 2nd level demonic beast over the level. At the sight of the experience prompt, Su Li's heart was excited. In these few short days, his strength had already taken a qualitative leap. I'm afraid that in a short while, he would be able to break through to the body forging realm, and at that time, his strength would surely have a significant increase. Seeing the dark shadow leopard on the ground that had been split in half, Su Li shifted his gaze to its strong and powerful hind legs. After tasting the dark shadow leopard's hind leg meat once at the Starland Grand Hotel last time, his taste buds were conquered. Just in time, his stomach rumbled. After fighting in the middle of the demon beast forest for such a long time, he hadn't eaten anything yet, and at this time, his stomach was starting to hunger. So Suli directly swung his sword and cut off the 2 hind legs of the shadow leopard. The black fur that covered them was stripped off with a saber, then he raised a bonfire and put the hind leg meat on it, sprinkled it with salt and some seasonings and roasted it. Within a short time, the black smoke and fire rose up, and the appetizing smell of the meat overflowed. Seeing that the roasted outer skin was charred and crispy, Suli picked up a hind leg, put it in his mouth, and wolfed it down. It smells so good. He gorged himself, the corners of his mouth filled with oil. He felt that this was the best thing he had ever eaten, the kind that he wouldn't trade for anything. Not long after, these 2 hind legs were eaten by him. Suli took out a paper towel and wiped off the oil stains around his mouth. Only then did he burp unreservedly. Chapter 15 Forging Body Realm. Suli stood up, and after extinguishing the bonfire, he continued to go deeper towards the demonic beast forest. After this battle with the shadow leopard, Suli also had some clear perception of his own strength. He could easily kill all the blood condensation realm demonic beasts, and he could also kill the low-level body forging realm demonic beasts if he put his best foot forward, but as for the high-level ones, he didn't have any confidence. Subsequently, Suli quickly started killing again. Right now time is very precious to him. He wants to try to increase his level before the university starts. Killed blood condensation 9th level demonic beast Red Inferno Fire Ox, experience +9. Red Inferno / proficiency +3. 9 changes of wave +3. Kill the golden back lizard, experience +10. Red Inferno Chop proficiency +130. Mastery of Lingbo Jiuzheng +50. Slaying a unicorn goat at the 2nd level of body forging realm, experience +20. Proficiency in Red Inferno / +110. Lingbo Jiuchang proficiency +80. With the demonic beasts killed, Suli's experience and proficiency was rapidly increasing. It was like this for a day and a night of crazy killing until the early morning of the next day. Only then did Suli stop. His body was already covered in the blood of the demonic beasts, and a strong bloody odor emanated from his body, giving off an extremely dangerous and sedate feeling. Now that he had accumulated more than half of his experience, he would soon be able to upgrade. After resting for a little while to eat some demonic beast blood food, he waited until his energy had recovered a bit, and then he continued to start hunting demonic beasts. Soon, 2 more days were spent in the cold killing. At this time, Suli's body had become tattered and torn, and the tattered green ox battle armor was taken off and casually thrown to the side. His body was densely covered with wounds, and his body was stained with congealed blood, not knowing whether it was his own blood or the blood of demonic beasts splattered on him. However, at the moment, although the wounds on his body were numerous, they were not that serious, and he did not have much of a problem after taking the advanced healing pill. After these 2 days of bloodshed and killing, the close calls over and over again had allowed his combat experience to rapidly accumulate and make great strides. Opening the panel. Host, Suli. Race human. Realm, 9th blood condensation 900 can be upgraded. Technique, granite technique. Battle technique, Red Inferno Chop Dichang 10,000 can be upgraded. Body technique, Ling Wave 9 changes 6,000. Contracted beast. Heavenly Treasure Mouse, blood condensation realm 8th level 25800. Silver Moon Wolf King, 2nd level of Viscera realm 1988 20,000. Pactable beasts, 2. Number of contracts, 0. Note, the contract success rate varies with the realm. The probability of contracting a demonic beast of the same level is 80%, and the probability of success beyond the current realm is 1%. Every time you raise a realm, you can increase the number of times you can make a contract by 2. Talents, White Disaster Attractor, White Diligence makes up for difficulty, Blue Forest Affinity, Blue Sneaking, Blue Luck of the Season, Gold Thunder Force. Hanging Experience, none. Upgradable Contracted Beasts, none. At this time, not only was Suli's experience for the 9th blood condensation full, even the proficiency of the Red Flame Chop had been piled up. Seeing the upgradable tip above, Suli held back his inner excitement. After these 3 days of life and death battles with demonic beasts, his temperament had also become much more calm and collected. He adjusted his physical state and took out a bone forging pill from his parcel and took it. At this time, he chose Realm Upgrade with a strong sense of excitement. All of a sudden a white light flashed from his body. A powerful force of chi and blood raced through his body. He only felt that this powerful chi and blood power surged towards his limbs and bones, changing his bones and skin little by little. At this moment, Suli felt that his body was undergoing great changes. The tendons and bones in his body were very painful and prickly under the stimulation of the chi and blood power, but Suli knew that it was the tendons and bones growing and changing. They were slowly becoming stronger. At the same time, Suli's skin was also undergoing some changes. His originally fair skin began to turn into a light copper color, looking very healthy and energetic. Time passed minute by minute. The changes on Suli's body hadn't stopped. A layer of densely packed blood beads attached to his forehead. The power of chi and blood on his body was constantly climbing. The Silver Moon Wolf King on the side guarded his side vigilantly. There were demonic beasts in the surroundings that smelled the chi and blood power emanating from Su Li's body and came, but after seeing the silver moon wolf king with its teeth and icy eyes, they turned around and ran away in fear. Just like this, it continued for 2 hours. Only to see Su Li violently open his eyes seemed to have become brighter and more godly within them. Finally elevated to the body forging realm. Su Li exhaled excitedly as he clenched his fist tightly and swung it out towards the large tree beside him. Only a rumbling sound could be heard as his fist directly pierced through the large tree. My current physical body strength is several times stronger than before. Essence flashed in Su Li's eyes. The body forging realm was all about tempering and strengthening one's physical body strength. There were a total of 206 bones and 639 muscles within the human body, and in the body forging realm, these were to be quenched collectively so that the bones and muscles would become incredibly strong and be able to more effectively utilize the power of chi and blood within the martial artist's body. It was said that in the case of practicing the bones in the body to the extreme, one could change the texture of the original bones, thus turning them into golden bones, which were very powerful. Su Li wiped off the beads of blood on his forehead and directly upgraded the red flame slash to perfection. Immediately, flames began to burn out from the iron blade he held in his hand, only that the color of this flame had a faint purple tinge to it. This was some qualitative change in the red flame slash's flame. At the same time, a large amount of experience from practicing the blade surged into Su Li's mind. He seemed to have gone through countless days and nights, cold and hot, winter and summer. Every blade and every style of swinging out the red flame slash seemed to have become his instinctive response. It was a feeling so familiar that it was forgotten, very subtle. Although this red flame chop was just an ordinary battle skill, without 20 or 30 years of refinement, one would never be able to practice it to perfection. Because even the most ordinary battle skill was extremely difficult to practice to the extreme, and when it was practiced to the extreme, it would no longer be unusual and ordinary. At this exact moment, a one-horned goat at the second level of body forging was attracted over by the blood chi on Su Li's body. Su Li held the iron sword and suddenly his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared in the next second, a faint purple flame had already slashed across the unicorn sheep's body. That one-horned goat only had time to let out a wail before its body was split straight in half and fell into a pool of blood. Slaying a unicorn sheep at the second level of the body forging realm, experience plus 20. Red Inferno slash proficiency plus 3. Lingwave 9 transformations proficiency plus 3. A single slash killed this body forging second level unicorn sheep. This was the power of the Red Inferno slash that had been practiced to perfection. However, what surprised Su Li was that the Red Inferno slash could even increase its proficiency. Open the panel. Battle skill, Red Inferno chop perfection 3 100,000. I wonder how strong the next realm's Red Inferno slash will be. Su Li's heart was filled with anticipation. Right at this moment, the sounds of fierce fighting and the terrifying roars of unknown demonic beasts suddenly came from the distance. Chapter 16 Zuru makes a move. Su Li's complexion moved, so he dashed over to check. After getting closer, he saw that 5 young men and women were fighting fiercely with a white tiger of huge size. Stormgale Tiger, 5th to 8th level of the forging realm, ferocious and violent temperament, strong explosive power, extremely high damage. These 5 young men and women, among them were 3 men and 2 women. It could be seen that the family conditions of these people were extremely good. One of the chubby men was wearing a red battle armor with golden lines. If Su Li wasn't mistaken, this battle armor should be made from the demonic beast skin of the 5 Viscera realm demonic beast, the blood-striped python. In Jiangbei City, those who were able to buy this level of battle armor did not have the money to do so. They had to have considerable power. Otherwise, even if they bought it, they wouldn't be able to keep it. In addition to Little Fatty, the battle armor worn by the other 4 looked to be of great value as well, all of them forged from the skins of demonic beasts at the high level of the forging realm. It's just that at this moment, the situation of the 5 of them was a bit critical. Only that Little Fatty was at the forefront, holding a black lance in his hand, laboriously resisting the ferocious attacks of the Stormgale Tiger. Retreat! The Little Fatty shouted towards the several people behind him who looked nervous. Obviously, the realms of these few people were not very high, and were not the Stormgale Tiger's opponents. In Su Li's opinion, among these 5 people, only the Little Fatty at the forefront had reached the forging body realm in terms of strength, and the rest should be at the 8th to 9th level of blood condensation. However, this little fat man's strength is also limited. If it is not his body armor defense is extremely high, coupled with the cultivation of the lance combat skills is quite advanced, or else it cannot withstand the violent attack of the Stormgale Tiger. Only to hear this Stormgale Tiger suddenly let out a thunderous roar, shocking the surrounding low-ranked birds and beasts to flee from the forest in all directions. The extremely thick tail behind its buttocks that was covered in fluffy hair flicked out, and in a flash, one of the thin, yellow-haired men was whipped onto his body by this thick tail. His body crashed into a thick tree trunk 10 meters away with a bang, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. If it wasn't for the strong defense of the battle armor on his body, I'm afraid that this blow would have taken his little life. Jolie, are you alright? A pretty-looking girl shouted anxiously. The boy who was replaced as Jolie coughed out a mouthful of blood, waved his hand towards them with a pained expression, and weakly said, "Don't worry about me." Seeing that the storm gale tiger became more and more irritable due to the delay in killing these few people, each attack became more violent. That little fatty was at the very front struggling to resist. Every time he blocked this storm gale tiger's attack, he was shaken to the point where his arms went numb. Only to hear a miserable scream ring out once again. The girl who had just spoken was also slapped to the side by a claw of the storm gale tiger, instantly spitting blood from her mouth and fainting. Light speech. Another girl with a tall figure and a pretty appearance was obviously extremely close to this girl who fainted to death, and her fair face became extremely worried. At this time, that little fatty was seen suddenly shouting. Only to see a path of armor like that made up of rocks begin to cover his body. Suli, who was hidden not far away and observing the situation over here, couldn't help but softly say, "The power of the earth." I didn't expect that this little fatty would also be a genius who had awakened the talent Earth Power with S-class qualifications. This talent was rather the same as Su Barbarian, which made Suli have some good feelings towards him. At this exact moment, the storm gale tiger dodged, violently opened its bloody mouth, and its hideous teeth viciously bit towards the neck of a boy behind the little fatty. If he was bitten by the storm gale, the boy would definitely die. Just in the nick of time, that little fat man, although his body is bloated, but his reaction is extremely fast, he is extremely flexible to jump backward, bang, will be scared to stay in place of the man to fly out. That storm gale tiger's sharp and hideous teeth directly bit on top of the rock covering little fatty's upper body. Only a click was heard. A piece of rubble was bitten off by the storm gale. Seeing its attack fall short, this big cat let out an angry roar as it gradually became blood red in its eyes, and its claws of incomparable strength madly slapped on top of little fatty's rock armor. Suffering from this fierce attack, little fatty clenched his teeth in agony. "You guys run away!" Little fatty hissed with bloodshot eyes. It could be seen that these people seemed to be following little fatty, with him as their main focus, but at this dangerous moment, although this little fatty had the ability to escape, he did not choose to leave these people behind, very righteous enough. No, to go together. The other two people who were still able to act also had a fearless expression of life and death on their faces, gripping the weapons in their hands and coming over to help. Seeing the rock armor on the little fat man's body gradually became loose under the attack of the storm gale tiger, and finally with a boom, it shattered into countless stones scattered on the ground. That little fatty's body also solidly received a claw from the storm gale tiger, his body was directly slapped away, blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth, and he struggled to get up from the ground. That storm gale tiger's figure was like a bolt of lightning. It followed closely, its eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light, opened its hideous bloody mouth and ruthlessly rushed at little fatty's head and bit down. "Don't!" When the remaining few people saw this menacing scene of little fatty, their hearts instantly raced to their throats, and they secretly said in their hearts that they were finished. Just at this moment, a huge blade shadow with purple flames descended from the sky. That storm gale tiger raised its head violently, a hot and terrifyingly incomparable aura caused the white hairs on its body to stand upright. It didn't dare to go and take this attack hard, so it had to give up on swallowing the little fatty beside it, and dodged the attack with a jump and dodge. Immediately, Suli, whose body was stained with blood and whose clothes were tattered, jumped down from above the tree with a pitch-black iron sword. Seeing that little fatty had not been swallowed by the storm gale tiger, his partners had breathed a long sigh of relief. "Thanks, brother." Little fatty climbed up from the ground with great difficulty. Seeing Suli, who was walking towards them step by step, his face was filled with gratitude and joy. Just now, everything that little fatty did for his friend Suli saw in his eyes and felt that his character was not bad, which was also the reason why Suli chose to step in and save him. Suli faintly nodded towards him and said, "You guys stand aside." As his words fell, his speed steeply became faster, a trail of residual shadows remained in place, and as he moved quickly, purple flames ignited on his pitch-black blade. "Kill!" Suli shouted violently, and in an instant, he swung out 5 red flame slashes with a terrifying aura, slashing towards that storm gale tiger from all directions. Chapter 17 Star Ocean Lake. These 5 red flame slashes arrived in an instant. The storm gale tiger quickly dodged 4 of them between prancing and jumping. But the last one, it did not dodge. Only a pft sound could be heard as the red flame chop with lavender flames cut directly through its body, and blood flowed out in an instant. Suli's dark iron blade had also followed him at this moment. In just the blink of an eye, he had already slashed out several slashes. That storm gale tiger couldn't care about the pain of its body wounds, it quickly dodged, its blood-red eyes filled with anger towards Suli, this uninvited guest. Only to see its body leapt up, its huge body, with terrifying strength, ruthlessly pounced at Suli. Suli's footsteps quickly changed, it looked very arcane, and in a flash there were shadows left in place. By the time the storm gale tiger ferociously pounced down, it only pounced on top of a residual shadow. It became even more furious. The little fatty who was watching Suli fight from the side, smacked his lips straight there. He had seen quite a lot because of his family. His heart at the moment marveled, this person looks comparable to my years, but this battle technique and body technique seems to have been practiced to an extremely profound realm. What kind of qualification does this have to be? It's even more demonic than me. As Su Li and that storm gale tiger fought fiercely, the fight was back and forth, and in a short period of time, neither one of them could do anything to the other. Only to hear a tall boy beside Little Fatty whispered, "To be able to fight with this storm gale tiger, this person is really powerful." Little Fatty softly said, "Yes, and it looks like he's equal to our age, he's simply a demon. However, I reckon that this brother can't kill this tiger, so I'm afraid that in the end, it's just a tie." The others nodded in agreement. Just as his words had just fallen, the body of the blade burning with purple flames in Su Li's hand suddenly flashed with terrifying lightning. This is the power of thunder. Little Fatty's eyes widened in shock. Several other people were also incredulous. Thunder power was one of the top 2 existences amongst killing attack type talents. Thus, people who awakened this type of talent were extremely rare. In a small city like Zhangbei like theirs, if there was someone who had awakened the Thunder Force talent, I'm afraid that it would have been big news that would have stirred up the whole city. However, this Little Fatty, being the son of the city lord of Zhangbei City, had never heard of such a person. This was simply a departure from Dapu. Right at this moment, Su Li had already slashed his sword fiercely on top of the storm gale tiger's head. That tiger let out a roar of pain. It ferociously swung up a claw and viciously grabbed at Su Li's chest. In a flash, blood flowed from the hideous wound. Su Li's face was fierce, ignoring the pain on his body. The iron blade in his hand fiercely exerted force. "Die for me!" Only a plopping sound was heard. The storm gale tiger's hard neck was directly cut off. Its head with an unwilling look rolled down on the grass a few times and then didn't move. Blood sprayed all around. It dyed the grass red. Slaying 7th level body forging storm gale tiger, experience plus 70. Red Inferno / proficiency plus 320. Wave 9 transformations proficiency plus 280. The storm gale tiger has been killed. A man watching the battle exclaimed. The little fat man sighed and said, "Attacks with the power of thunder attached to them are truly terrifying as hell." Su Li put away his iron sword and took out a high-level healing elixir and put it into his mouth, and soon the hideous wound stopped bleeding and a tingling sensation came from it. Only to see the 5 young men led by Little Fatty walking towards Su Li. The 2 young men and women who had just been injured were a little better after taking the healing elixir, and their bodies could move freely. "Many thanks for saving me," they said gratefully to Su Li from the bottom of their hearts. If not for Su Li's timely arrival today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Li casually waved his hand and said, "I happened to be passing by." Only to hear that little fat man say, "I'm Jiang Xiaotian, I don't know what do you call yourself, brother?" Su Li. After that, the few people briefly introduced themselves. This little fatty had a big personality, and in no time, he mingled with Su Li. And there was a pretty girl named Lin Xingyan who had been staring at Su Li with very adoring eyes since he had killed the storm gale tiger. When Su Li happened to turn his eyes to her, he was all a little embarrassed by her wild eyes. "Big brother Su, did you also take the martial arts advanced examination this year?" Lin Xingyan asked curiously. Su Li nodded, "Yeah, I got into Star Ocean University." Star Ocean University? A look of delight suddenly surged in Lin Xingyan's eyes. "I didn't think we were still alumni." "And me?" Jiang Xiaotian laughed, "Brother Su, I'll be hanging out with you from now on." Su Li also didn't expect to meet 2 alumni here before he even enrolled in school. It was really an unexpected joy. "Jiang Xiaotian, is there a place to hunt demonic beasts around Star Ocean University?" Su Li found that this little fatty called Jiang Xiaotian was very knowledgeable. He seemed to know a little bit about everything, and although Su Li's strength realm had improved quite a lot in the past few days, but limited by his own environment, his eyesight still needed to be improved. Jiang Xiaotian pondered for a while, then nodded and said, "Star Ocean University is located in the center of Star Ocean Lake, and Star Ocean Lake is said to be 1,600 miles. The water area is extremely vast. Above the Star Sea Lake are scattered with small islands, and demonic beasts exist on these islands. Moreover, there are various realms of waterside demonic beasts in the Star Sea Lake. The fishermen at the edge of the Star Sea Lake are the ones who make a living by catching some low-level waterside demonic beasts." Only then did Su Li put his heart down after hearing this. Previously, his biggest worry was that there was no place to hunt demonic beasts after the school year started. After all, his strength was all piled up by killing demonic beasts. However, after hearing Jiang Xiaotian's account, his hanging heart was finally put down. After reaching the body forging realm, he had increased the number of times he could contract a demonic beast by 2 more times, and he wasn't in a hurry to use it now. He decided to wait until he arrived at Star Ocean University before contracting the most suitable demonic beast according to the situation. After exchanging with them for a while longer, Jiang Xiaotian and the others were ready to leave the demon beast forest first since they were all injured in the battle with the storm gale tiger just now. They and Su Li used their communication watches to exchange contact information with each other before leaving. Su Li stayed behind to continue hunting the demonic beasts. There were still 4 days to go before the start of the Star Ocean University, and he planned to raise his strength a bit more in these days. No matter what environment he arrived in. Especially this era where demonic beasts were rampant and strong people were like clouds. The only thing he could rely on was his own strength. Only if his fists were hard enough would he be able to solve all the unknown problems. Chapter 18 Birthday Banquet. 3 days passed. The early morning sunlight shone on the crystallized dew of the branches and leaves. The blood-stained Suli put down the knife in his hand. Opening his communication watch, a message from Jiang Xiaotian came from inside. Brother Su, at 6 o'clock in the evening, I'll be organizing my 18th birthday banquet at the Listening Xian Pavilion. At that time, be sure to give face to my oldest brother to come over and on. Suli directly replied, okay. Soon Jiang Xiaotian sent another grinning emoji. Listening Pavilion is the most famous private upscale club in Jiangbei City. The fame is great, to be able to go in and out of which are all the Jiangbei City within the dignified characters. Suli had naturally heard of it. He didn't ask what Jiang Xiaotian's family did, but he thought that if he was able to wear a battle armor made by a demonic beast of the 5 Viscera realm, and also held a birthday party at a top club like the Listening Xian Pavilion, his family's background must have been one of the more prominent ones in Jiangbei City. However, Suli didn't feel much. He was currently only interested in improving his strength realm, everything else was not too important in his mind. Opening the panel. Host, Suli. Race, human. Realm, first level of body forging 620-1000. Technique, granite determination. Technique, granite determination. Battle technique, red inferno chop perfection 2300-100,000. Body technique, Ling Wave 9 changes 82-50-10,000. Contracted beast. Heavenly Treasure Mouse, Blood Condensation Realm 8th level 300-800. Silver Moon Wolf King, 2nd level of Viscera Realm 2300-20,000. Pactable Beasts, 2. Number of contracts, 2. Note, the contract success rate varies with the realm. The probability of contracting a demonic beast of the same level is 80%, and the probability of success beyond the current realm is 1%. Every time you raise a realm, you can increase the number of times you can make a contract by 2. Talent, White Attract Disaster, White Diligence makes up for difficulty, Blue Forest Affinity, Blue Sneaking, Blue Luck of the Hour, Gold Thunder Force. Hanging Experience, none. Upgradable Contracted Beasts, none. Less than 400 experience points away from being able to ascend to the 2nd level of body forging, Suli still felt very satisfied with this speed. There was also his body technique, Ling Wave 9 Transformations, which was nearing completion. At that time, he would be able to control his body to leave 9 silhouettes in place, and his strength would be able to increase quite a bit again. And tomorrow was the day that Star Ocean University started. He needed to prepare today and organize Sue Barbara's life afterward. Carrying up the red-horned bull, a 6th-level body-forging demonic beast that he had just killed, Suli walked towards the outside of the demonic beast forest. When the demonic beast hunters along the road saw the red-horned ox that Suli was carrying, they had an envious look in their eyes. This red-horned bull of the body-forging realm was estimated to be worth more than 100,000 federal coins, which was not a small amount of money. He came to the city gate and sold the red-horned ox to the vendor after weighing it, and gained a total of 150,000 federal coins, which was even more valuable than the purple-spotted deer he sold last time. After that, Suli returned home. After not seeing him for a few days, Su Barbarian had grown a bit taller. He was now able to take the advanced Qi and blood potion every day, and all aspects of his body's functions had gotten a good improvement. Suban had just finished breakfast and was tidying up the table. He saw that Su Li's clothes were tattered and stained with blood, and for a moment, he looked very worried. These are demonic beast blood, it's fine. Su Li smiled and explained, then returned to the bedroom and took a clean outfit to the middle of the bathroom and took a shower. After rinsing off, Su Li walked out from the middle of the bathroom and only felt refreshed. After the body forging realm, his skin turned bronze in color, and his well-proportioned muscles looked full of explosive power. Moreover, his face had also changed from the youthfulness of the previous days to a color full of perseverance and calmness, which made people not dare to treat him lightly at first glance. Su Li then left the house. He went to college this time, and was gone for a long time, and the only thing he didn't feel at ease with was his younger brother, Suban. However, since the death of his parents, Suban has become much more mature than children of the same age. He took care of his own life. This may be the poor family's children early to be a family. Arriving at a federal bank, Suli directly applied for a bank crystal card and transferred $500,000 federal dollars into it. This $500,000 was not a small amount, and thought it would be enough for Suban to use for a period of time. After applying for a bank crystal card, Suli came to the housekeeping center and found a nanny who fit her eyes, letting her take care of Suban. While these things are arranged, Suli is considered to put down the heart, so that after their own departure there will be no worries. Leaving from the home management center, Suli went to the department store supermarket to buy some daily necessities for tomorrow's school. It was not until the afternoon that he bought all the things that need to be bought are too trivial. There is always a time when he can't think of everything, so it is very time-consuming. He returned home with a big bag in both hands. As soon as he entered, Suban hurriedly ran over to pick him up. There's $500,000 federal dollars in this card, you usually save some money, you'll talk to me when you don't have enough money. Suli pulled out that federal crystal card from his body and handed it to him. 500,000. Suban first froze for a moment and then had a shocked look on his face. But after his shock, he shook his head and said, "Brother, I can't use this much money, it's enough if you leave me a little. I've heard that daily cultivation at the martial arts university is especially costly, so keep it for yourself." Suli smiled. Without him having to refuse, he directly stuffed the federal card into his hand. "If you're told to take it, you take it, we don't lack money now, so don't worry about this." Suli clutched the federal crystal card tightly. He took a deep breath and said with a firm face, "Don't worry, brother, I will definitely do my best to cultivate, and definitely won't let you down." "Aha!" Suli looked at him with relief and nodded, then said, "Go, I'll take you out for dinner." "Where to go, brother?" Su Barbarian was still juvenile-minded. Once he heard that he was going out to eat, his face that was still firm just now turned into excitement all of a sudden. "Listen to Xian Pavilion." Hearing this name, Suban's little face was shocked fiercely. Teenagers of their age were precisely the time when they liked to gossip and were bursting with vanity, often discussing which female celebrity had gone to listen to the Xian Pavilion again or something like that. Although Sue Barbara's mind was all over her studies on weekdays, she often heard her classmates mention it. From home out, the two of them took a motorcycle by the side of the road. "Little brother, where are you going?" The motorcycle master was a balding middle-aged uncle. "Listen to Xian Pavilion," Suli said. "You went over for dinner, huh?" The motorcycle master twisted the gas to start the car and joked. "Yes." Suli's voice accompanied by the sound of the wind poured into the motorcycle master's ears. The motorcycle master laughed. "Obviously do not believe, playing a motorcycle to Jiangbei's most upscale club dinner, this is not a joke." However, Suli did not feel that there is something wrong with taking a motorcycle, mainly because of the convenience of not being stuck in traffic. The price is also affordable. From afar, I saw an extremely translucent high-grade purple crystals written on the three floating font. Listen to the Xian Pavilion. Chapter 19, Wu Jiahao. This was a high-grade and elegant Chinese building. Under the twilight, the inside was brightly lit, mysterious, and filled people with longing. Outside the entrance parked all kinds of luxury cars. The people who come and go dressed very luxurious and extravagant, at a glance are the upper class. Suli, two people from the motorcycle down, towards the purple Xian Pavilion, the two of them wearing ordinary casual clothes, looks out of place with the surrounding passing crowd. Arriving at the entrance of Hearing Xian Pavilion, a tall, handsome, standing straight male welcome guest politely stopped Suli and his duo. "Two gentlemen, please show your invitations." Suli froze for a moment and said, "What invitation?" Zhang Xiaotian had only sent him a message, and hadn't mentioned any invitation. "I'm sorry sir, you can't enter without an invitation." The male welcome guest's face turned indifferent all of a sudden. The bald motorcycle uncle who just pulled Suli over, parked his motorcycle on one side and looked at this side with interest. He was purely gossiping, wanting to see if Suli was bragging. At this moment to see Suli was stopped, he could not help but to the side of another motorcycle master snickered. "See, I said these two boys cannot enter. Look at the clothes they are wearing, which is like what rich people." After Suli was stopped, she used her communication watch to send a message to Zhang Xiaotian. "I was stopped at the door and couldn't get in." Zhang Xiaotian quickly replied with a face-covering emoji. "Oops, Su, my fault, I forgot to send you the invitation." "Wait a moment, I'll send someone over to pick you up right away." Suli was not in a hurry, so he and Suban stood aside and waited quietly. At this exact moment, a young man wearing a high-grade suit walked over with a gorgeous woman wearing a gorgeous black dress on his right hand. After that man walked over and saw Suli standing aside, he first froze for a moment, then the corner of his mouth hung up a cold smile. "Suli, why are you here?" His tone was tinged with contempt, as if a person like Suli did not deserve to come to listening Xian Pavilion. Suli just lightly swept a glance at this man. This person's name was Wu Jiahao, his high school classmate. Because before in the class, every time the comprehensive martial arts test, Suli was the first in the class, while this Wu Jiahao was the constant second, which has always made his heart unhappy. Wu Jiahao's family is rich and powerful in Jiangbei, causing him to be high-minded and self-esteem is very high, so the insulting label of perennial penis is more difficult for him than killing him. Not only that, his parents often compare him with Suli, disliking him for using so many resources every day, but he is still inferior to a child from an ordinary family. All of the above led to Wu Jiahao's resentment towards Suli growing deeper and deeper. Who is this person? The beautiful woman beside Wu Jiahao glanced at Suli with arrogant eyes. Seeing the rags he was wearing, her tone was full of contempt. High school classmate. Wu Jiahao gritted his teeth and said, recalling the 3 years of high school, all because of Suli, he hated his teeth. "Yo, Wu Xiao, your classmate doesn't look like he's in good condition." This woman seemed to see Wu Jiahao's distaste for Suli, so she deliberately mocked Suli from the sidelines. "Don't say that, Su's student is also quite pitiful, his father and mother are dead, and he still has a younger brother, it's not easy." Just listening to what was said was not a problem, but Wu Jiahao's kind of tone and attitude of exposing people's shortcomings was extremely insulting and hurtful to people. "So that's how it is, then what are they doing here at Listening Xian Pavilion? Could it be that they are here to beg for food?" The beautiful woman covered her mouth and laughed. Su Li, why don't you kneel down like a dog and beg me? How about I reluctantly take you in to see the world? Saying this, Wu Jiahao only felt that the unhappiness of these 3 years in high school had been spat out in one go, soothing and refreshing. The beautiful woman laughed at the side of the room. The celebrities coming and going also gathered around, with a look of watching a good show. Su Ban's fists were clenched tightly at the moment, staring at the Wu Jiahao duo, as if anger was about to spew out from within his eyes. He couldn't help but be pulled back hard by Su Li when he was about to rush up and strike. Yo, this kid is really uneducated, he even wanted to hit someone, it's scary. The beautiful woman pretended to be scared, patting her snow-white chest and said, Su Li, if you can't control your brother, I can do it for you. Wu Jiahao said as he stared at Su Ban with a grim face. At this time, Su Li, who had been silent all this time, looked at the two of them with a calm gaze and said, May I ask, have you finished speaking? Wu Jiahao and the beautiful woman let out disdainful cold laughter. Steeply, Su Li's figure disappeared into thin air. Wu Jiahao only felt a blur before his eyes, and by the time he could see clearly, Su Li had already arrived in front of him with his face close to his face. Su Li violently stretched out his right hand and grabbed the back of his neck like a pincer, and then pressed downward with force. At the same time, his right leg and knee violently lifted up. Only heard a boom. Wu Jiahao's face fiercely hit Su Li's knee. In an instant he was bruised and swollen, his brain buzzing. Wu Jiahao reacted with a furious face. He struggled with his hands, his body's chi and blood power bulging, about to resist. But he was only in the blood condensation realm. Where was he, Su Li's opponent? Only to hear a crisp sound, Su Li directly pinched his hands and flipped outward, directly breaking his bones. Wu Jiahao let out a hiss of pain. Su Li's face did not change, raised his hand and pressed his head, ferociously smashing it on the ground. With a bang, the ground was cracked open by his head. Su Li's right hand clenched his fist, 1 fist, 2 fists, 3 fists, ruthlessly smashed on his face. Aren't you going to manage my brother for me? Why don't you get up? Su Li's ferocious attack was unceasing, but his face was extremely calm, making one's scalp feel numb. Stop it, you're killing people. That beautiful woman was scared pale by the viciously striking Su Li and cried out. You like to shout a lot, don't you? Su Li coldly turned her head, the eyes that seemed like a ferocious beast stared straight at that woman. Don't come over. The beautiful woman's legs trembled from Su Li's eyes, and her face was filled with fear. Su Li's fists were stained with Wu Jiahao's blood, and he dodged in front of her as if he was a fierce beast. Only 2 slaps were heard. Su Li directly 2 slaps on the face of this woman. That woman was directly slapped flying on the ground, pretty face all of a sudden swollen like a pig's head. The onlookers on the side, see Su Li actually dared to fight at the entrance of Listening Xian Pavilion, and struck so ferociously and viciously, have to hide to the side, lest they provoke him, only to hear them whispering. This kid is really rampant, dare to make trouble at the entrance of Listening Xian Pavilion, really don't want to live. Today is the city lord's son's birthday banquet. If the city lord learns of this kid will not be able to eat. Look at the one on the ground being beaten up as the son of the Wu family. His father Wu Qing is an expert at the 8th level of body forging. This time things can be a big mess. Hey, this young man is really young and impulsive. This can cause a heinous trouble, cut off their own future. Look, isn't that person Wu Qing? Chapter 20, Lin Qingyan. Only to see a middle-aged man with a stubble-covered face and a national character face walk down from a high-class sedan. This person was none other than Wu Jiahao's father, Wu Qing, a forging body 8th level expert. He had been in an extremely good mood because getting an invitation to come to the birthday banquet of the city lord's son was a great honor for him. He was also able to obtain this invitation because he had recently fallen in with an extremely powerful relationship, and relying on this relationship, he had managed to get into a project that was in cooperation with the official. Originally, he had agreed to come with Wu Jiahao, but he had something to do at the moment, so he let Wu Jiahao come over first. As soon as he got off the bus, he saw a group of people gathered at the entrance of Listening Xian Pavilion, where there was a lot of discussion. His ears were extremely good and he heard his name from afar. A bad premonition appeared in his heart. He quickly walked over this way. When he got closer and saw the bloodied figure lying on the ground, his eyes instantly widened and his face became pale and ugly to the extreme. Jiahao, who did this? He took a step across and nervously held Wu Jiahao in his arms, his face carrying a monstrous rage. Cough. Wu Jiahao's hands sagged feebly, his consciousness blurred and lax, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. Father. Kill him for me. Wu Jiahao laboriously raised his hand and pointed toward Su Li, who was standing indifferently at the side. His eyes carried incomparable resentment. You're the one who injured my son. Wu Qing's body boiling with killing intent, he turned his head and said in a fierce tone towards Su Li. Su Li's face was bland, and he said in a calm tone, so what if it was me? Good, very good. As soon as the words fell, Wu Qing's body had already disappeared in place, and a fist with the power of flames blasted towards Su Li. Flaming fist. This was Wu Qing's famous battle technique. This fiery fist of his had long been refined to a great completion. Its power was terrifyingly powerful. Su Li's face was grave, not daring to have the slightest carelessness. This Wu Qing is a real body forging 8th realm expert, combat experience, battle skills also honed very powerful, than the same level of demonic beasts to deal with much more difficult. As Wu Qing's fist blasted at him, Su Li's footsteps quickly changed, and in a blink of an eye, several residual shadows remained in place. Ling Wave 9 transformations. After dodging away from Wu Qing's punch, Su Li unleashed his natural talent of sneaking, and his body seemed to suddenly merge with the darkness, losing all breath. And in Wu Qing's eyes, he only thought that one of those few residual shadows left behind by Ling Bo 9 transformations was Su Li's real body. His right fist condensed the power of flames and swung out with a roar, and a huge fist shadow instantly struck down on top of those remnant shadows. With just a slight contact, those remnant shadows vanished into thin air, disappearing between heaven and earth. Wu Qing's gaze was fixed, and while he was wondering, a coolness suddenly struck his back, which caused his face to change dramatically. At some point, Su Li had already appeared behind him, and his dark iron sword, burning with a faint purple flame, ferociously slashed down from the top of his head. In the nick of time, Wu Qing's face was calm and collected. He took a step outward with his left foot, his body suddenly dodged away from his original position, then he turned around, his waist suddenly powered up, and his fist seemed to have become a fireball, which boomed and smashed towards Su Li. Su Li hurriedly took a step back, he rotated his wrist, his iron sword quickly blocked in front of his body. Only heard a ping, Wu Qing's fist that was as hard as a boulder, ruthlessly smashed on top of the iron sword. Su Li was shocked to the point of numbness, almost did not hold the iron sword. Wu Qing did not give Su Li a chance to catch his breath, a violent punch followed. Su Li didn't dare to receive it hard, the power of this forging body 8th level was too strong, if he touched it hard like this, it was just a little too much for him to handle. He directly executed the 9 transformations of Ling Wave, and with his arcane stance, he turned around with this Wu Qing. Although this Wu Qing's attack power is strong, but in terms of body speed, it is going to be a bit worse. Su Li also launched the talent sneak from time to time, so the two sides were in a stalemate for a while, both sides can't help each other. Wu Qing, more and more anxious to fight, thought Su Li, this kid is like a fish in the water, immediately to catch the time, will slip away from his hands. This feeling makes him feel very crazy. Suddenly, he heard him bellow out. Skyfall streaming fire. This move was a fiery fist stance, and it was obvious that Wu Qing had already fought anxiously, preparing to use his strongest attack to kill Su Li in one blow. Only to see his body leap up in a prancing motion, both his fists burning with blazing fire, a powerful fiery aura condensing on them. Su Li slightly narrowed his eyes, he held the iron sword with both hands, a hidden thunder power began to linger above the blade. Stop! Right at this moment, a dainty voice rang out. Only to see a woman wearing a white dress, with a tall figure and extremely beautiful face walk out from within the Hearing Xian Pavilion. Miss Lin. Lin Qingyan? Su Li froze for a moment. This woman was actually Lin Qingyan, only that she was now dressed up in full costume, and she looked many times better than her wretched appearance in the Demon Beast Forest. Obviously, this Wu Qing also recognized Lin Qingyan. After hearing her voice, Wu Qing seemed to not dare to disobey him, his hands reluctantly closed. Miss Lin, I must kill him. This brat has struck viciously, beating my son, Wu Jiahao, into this miserable state. I'm afraid this is going to hurt his foundation. Wu Qing said angrily. Lin Qingyan first turned her gaze towards Su Li, then took advantage of people's inattention and playfully winked at him. Su Li smiled in response. Only to see Lin Qingyan say to Wu Qing with an icy face, "Today is my cousin's birthday, you even want to kill someone here, you really don't put my listening Xian Pavilion and my uncle in your eyes." Miss Lin. I don't mean that. Wu Qing's face instantly became very panicked. This listening Xian Pavilion was one of Lin Qingyan's family's properties, and most importantly, her uncle was the Jiangbei City's city lord, Jiang Feng. Lin Qingyan snorted coldly, not listening to his explanation in the slightest, and chillingly said, "I see that's what you mean. Besides, just now, the subordinates have already told me everything that happened. It was clearly your son who had no qualities and insulted others first before he was taught a lesson. Now it's good that you don't reflect on your own son's fault. You even threatened to kill someone at the entrance of my listening Xian Pavilion. It's really rampant." Ms. Lin, it's me who was reckless and didn't figure out what happened. Wu Qing is also a veteran who has been mixing with society for many years. Naturally, he heard that this Lin Qingyan is intentionally taking Su Li's side, although he doesn't know what kind of relationship they have, but he knows that it's not good, so he can only temporarily hold back this breath in his heart and admit his mistake first. This matter you want to be so simple to lift the page, I'm afraid it's not that easy. If anyone dares to randomly beat and kill people in my listening Xian Pavilion, then who will still put listening Xian Pavilion in their eyes? Who will still think of my uncle? Now, I announce that you are disqualified from attending the banquet. In addition, I will tell my family the original story of today's events, so you can prepare yourself mentally for the City North Development and Construction Project, and you will be kicked out immediately. Lin Qingyan's tone was icy cold to the extreme. Chapter 21, Jiangbei City Lord. The development and construction project in the north of the city involves various industries such as catering, entertainment, and housing, and the planned construction scale is extremely large, led by the owner of Listening Xian Pavilion, that is, Lin Ruohai, Lin Qingyan's father, who is leading the development and construction of the project. And with Lin Ruo eye contact, people know he cares the most is his own baby daughter Lin Qingyan, almost to Lin Qingyan's requirements, simply a daughter control. One could imagine how much weight Lin Qingyan's words carried. Wu Qing suddenly knelt on the ground, his face pale as he begged, "Miss Lin, you mustn't I've already pressed my entire fortune into this project. If I'm kicked out now, I'll lose all my money. How can I live in the future?" Lin Qingyan laughed coldly and said nonchalantly, "What do I care how you live? If you've done something wrong, you should recognize the punishment. You don't know what a child knows. Get lost, don't kneel here and block the road." A top second generation of Jiangbei like Lin Qingyan had the capital to not give people like Wu Qing the slightest bit of face. Wu Qing all of a sudden looked like he had aged many years. He stood up powerlessly and held Wu Jiahao in his arms as he slowly left. There was a sigh of relief from the surrounding onlookers. This was what happened when one offended hearing Xian Pavilion. A single word from the upper echelon could decide the fate of a family. At this time, Lin Qingyan suddenly came to Su Li's front, then held onto his arm and whispered, "Big brother Su, am I handling this satisfactorily?" The gentle touch of Lin Qingyan's arm made Su Li feel a little shy. He hurriedly dodged and said, "Very satisfied." Seeing his embarrassment, Lin Qingyan smiled playfully before leading him and Su Barbara towards the interior of the listening Xian Pavilion. Lin Qingyan's intimate gesture towards Su Li made the surrounding people feel very shocked. They all felt very envious of Su Li, and have speculated about Su Li's identity. To be able to get Miss Lin's favor is certainly not an ordinary person. The identity of the background is bound to be horrible. And in the distance has been to see the hilarious bald motorcycle master, see Su Li swaggering with Miss Lin into the listening pavilion, which only smacked his lips, said, "I did not expect my old Lu read countless people, today also have to look away from the eyes of the time off. Hey, I've slipped." After entering the listening pavilion, under Lin Qingyan's leadership, Su Li passed through a quiet and fragrant garden, and arrived in a luxuriously decorated and beautifully lit hall. The hall was very lively, with endless guests coming and going. Just as Su Li walked in, a beautifully built female waitress walked over with a wine tray. Su Li waved his hand and said, "Have 2 drinks." Soon, the waitress changed 2 drinks and sent them over. That was when Su Li saw the chubby Jiang Xiaotian, who was wearing a white high-grade suit today and was being surrounded by a group of elders in the center. Jiang Xiaotian's eyes swept around, absent-mindedly coping with the people around him. After he saw Su Li in the corner, he hurriedly threw a helpless wink towards Su Li. Su Li saw his dilemma and smiled faintly at him. With that, his eyes looked around. He only saw a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes with an extraordinary demeanor. His appearance was quite similar to Jiang Xiaotian, so he thought that this person should be Jiang Xiaotian's father. Just now, Su Li also heard the surrounding people's discussion, and had already learned that Jiang Xiaotian's father was the Jiangbei city lord, Jiang Feng. He didn't expect that the person he had casually rescued had such an illustrious family background, so it was no wonder that Jiang Xiaotian's insightful eyesight was so extraordinary. After a while, Jiang Xiaotian squeezed out from the crowd and jogged to Su Li's side. "Brother Su, just now I really couldn't spare the time to pick you up," Jiang Xiaotian said with an apologetic face. Su Li waved his hand, not taking it personally. "Qingyan told me everything that happened at the entrance just now. Don't worry, brother Su, I've already sent someone to warn Wu Qing that if he follows up and dares to retaliate, his entire family will be obliterated," Jiang Xiaotian said in a domineering manner. Just now, Su Li was still a little worried that when he went to college, Wu Qing would report the recovery of the barbarian, but now with Jiang Xiaotian stepping in, this Wu Qing was afraid that he wouldn't dare to do that, knowing that his family wasn't the only one. At this exact moment, he saw City Lord Jiang Feng also walking over this way. "You are Su Li, aren't you?" Jiang Feng had a calm demeanor and a smile on his face, giving off a feeling like a fresh breeze. "Lord City Lord." This Jiang Feng looked unfathomable. I don't know what realm of strength he was in to be able to become the lord of a city. "No need to be so formal, just call me Uncle Jiang. You saved Xiaotian and Qingyan, I still have to find a chance to repay you," Jiang Feng said with a smile. "A show of hands, you don't have to take it to heart," Su Li said politely. He, I heard Xiaotian say that your awakened talent is the power of thunder?" Jiang Feng asked. "Yes." Su Li nodded. "Such a genius, as the Jiangbei city lord I didn't even know a bit of news, what a dereliction of duty." Jiang Feng blamed himself in his tone, then he added, "After Xiaotian's birthday banquet is over in a while, you stay for a while, I have something to explain to you." Seeing Su Li froze for a moment, Jiang Xiaotian hurriedly made a wink towards him. Su Li instantly understood that Jiang Feng was afraid to give him some favor, so he agreed. After that, Jiang Feng's father and son went to receive guests. Lin Qingyan came over and said to Su Li, "Big brother Su, I'd booked 3 A-class seats on the hover train, why don't you leave with us tomorrow?" Su Li had originally prepared to go directly to the station early tomorrow morning to book the tickets, but now since Lin Qingyan had developed the invitation, he agreed. This would save him some trouble, and with a companion on the road, he wouldn't be bored. After receiving Su Li's reply, Lin Qingyan had a sweet smile on her face. "Is this your brother?" Lin Qingyan asked as she looked at Su Barbara on the side. "Yes sister, my name is Su Ban." Su Banan only felt that the big sister in front of her wearing a white gown was as pretty as a fairy. Lin Xingyan took out a delicate little box from her body and handed it to Su Banan, smiling, "First time meeting, this is a gift from sister to you." Oh. Su Ban looked at Su Li, somewhat hesitant, not knowing whether to take it or not. Su Li smelled a strong medicinal fragrance from within this small box, thinking that it should be some kind of precious elixir inside, so she shook her head and said, "This is too expensive, he can't have it." Lin Xingyan hummed and said, "It's not for you." After saying this, she directly stuffed the small box into Su Ban's hands without being able to refuse. Seeing this, Su Li could only smile bitterly and say nothing more. Su Barbarian joyfully opened the small box, only to see that inside was a blood-red pill. Blood condensation pill. Seeing this elixir, Su Li sucked in a breath of cool air. The blood condensation pill, after taking it at the blood condensation realm, could break through a realm in a very short period of time and have a solid foundation without any side effects. This kind of pill was a treasure for the blood condensation realm. It was hard to buy with money. Chapter 22, The End of Endurance. Quickly, thank you, Sister Qingyan. Su Li didn't expect Lin Qingyan to be this generous and couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards her. Thank you, sister. Su Barbara, who had gotten the gift, was also very happy. The banquet is about to start, I'm going to get ready, you guys stay for a while. Lin Qingyan said. Okay, you go and get busy. Su Li said. When she left, Su Li was bored and ate the fruits and snacks on the side, quietly waiting for the banquet to start. It was precisely at this time. A familiar silhouette appeared in the middle of his vision. Only to see his cousin Su Meiqing dressed in a colorful outfit, holding the young man from last time, walking into the hall. Behind her were her parents, Su Dahai and Li Lan. Li Lan was wearing a cheongsam, but the material of this cheongsam looked very ordinary. It wasn't any high-grade fabric, it looked very cheap, and her face was heavily made up, giving people a very vulgar feeling. The man on Su Meiqing's arm, intentionally or unintentionally, kept a distance from Mr. and Mrs. Li Lan. His eyes flashed with disdain from time to time, as if he felt that Mr. and Mrs. Li Lan's attire was very embarrassing. After Li Lan entered this luxurious and glittering hall, she looked like a Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, looking around in the east and the west. Her appearance was very comical. "Mom, pay attention, all the people here are high-class people, don't let people look down on us." Su Meiqing whispered in Li Lan's ear. "Oh, I know." Li Lan slanted a glance at her and said casually without taking it seriously. "Xiaotaoa, didn't you say that Lord City Lord is also here? Which one is Ah?" Su Li's eldest uncle, Su Dahai, filled with excitement, asked the man beside Su Meiqing. This man's name was Zhou Tao. His father Zhou Wenchong was the Grand Captain of the Jiangbei Inspection Division, with a 5 Viscera realm cultivation, and his strength status was not low in Jiangbei. Hearing Su Dahai's words, a flash of contempt flashed through Zhou Tao's eyes, but he hid it extremely well and said with a smile, "Lord City Lord should be talking about things with the important guests in the private room inside." "That's so." Su Dahai looked a little disappointed. At this time, Su Meiqing suddenly pointed to the side and said, "Look guys, aren't those two people Su Li and Su Ban?" Li Lan looked over with wide eyes and confirmed that it was the Su Li duo. "How did this poor nephew of yours get mixed in?" Li Lan mockingly said to Su Dahai. Su Dahai opened his mouth and said nothing. With that, the family walked towards Su Li. "Su Li, why are you here?" After getting closer, they only heard Su Meiqing questioning towards Su Li in an unfavorable tone. Su Li, who was holding a cup and sipping a drink, visibly froze for a moment. He was also full of doubts. With his elder uncle's little social status, it was absolutely impossible for him to be invited to this banquet of Jiang Xiaotian's. It was estimated that the man beside Su Meiqing had a bit of status. "What the hell do I care where I am?" Su Li took a sip of her drink and said casually. Before Su Meiqing could speak, Li Lan was the first to yell, "Su Dahai, can you control your nephew? See how he talks to his cousin." Su Dahai grimaced and said, "Su Li, apologize to your cousin, you're such an adult and you're still talking out of turn." "I didn't say anything wrong, why should I apologize to her?" Su Li said in a defiant tone. Su Meiqing sneered, "Su Li, how did you blend in? Do you know that the people who came here today are either rich or noble? If someone finds out that you blended in, you won't be able to eat your words at that time?" Su Li had not yet spoken. He heard Su Banan say angrily, "We walked in here openly and honestly. The way I see it, you're the ones who mixed in." Su Meiqing's eyes instantly became chilly to the extreme, as she glared at Su Barbarian and said in a chilling voice, "Where do you get to talk here?" With that, she raised her hand and slapped it towards Su Barbarian's face. Su Meiqing was at the 7th level of blood condensation. This slap did not hold back in the slightest. If it really slapped on Su Ban's face, it would definitely cause Su Ban to be injured. The two of them, Su Dahai and Li Lan, did not bother to stop them. Moreover, from Li Lan's face, he could also see a smug, deserved expression. Seeing that the slap was about to land on Su Ban's face, Su Li fiercely stretched out his hand, like a vice, and grabbed Su Meiqing's right hand in a death grip. Then Su Li swung out his left hand, only to hear a slap, which ruthlessly hit Su Meiqing's left face. This slap was very loud, causing the people in the hall to look over this way. "What's going on? A fight?" Who is this person daring to make a move at the city lord's son's banquet? Really bold. The city lord will come out in a moment. There will be a good show this time. Caught off guard, Su Meiqing received a solid slap from Su Li, her face red and swollen all of a sudden. You! How dare you hit me? Su Meiqing covered her face, the anger in her eyes seemed to be about to spurt out. Good boy, how dare you hit Meiqing? The one who spoke was Zhou Tao. Looking at his girlfriend being beaten in front of him, it made him feel that he had lost face. Only hearing him shout angrily, the power of qi and blood in his body erupted with a roar. He raised his right leg upwards and viciously kicked at Su Li's chest. Judging from the power of qi and blood emanating from this Zhou Tao's body, it was only the 9th level of blood condensation. Su Li was expressionless. In his eyes, Zhou Tao's movements were too slow. He also did not bother to dodge. His right hand clenched his fist, and with a powerful punch, it smashed straight down towards his leg. And Su Li's speed and power of the forging realm was not something Zhou Tao could resist. Only a click sound of bones breaking could be heard. Zhou Tao covered his right leg and let out a pig-killing scream. After taking this hit, without the use of medication, 180 days would not necessarily be able to recover. Li Lan angrily pointed at Su Li and said with a trembling tone, how dare you hurt someone? Su Li looked innocent. Could it be that you are blind and can't see that they started it? Su Dehai couldn't listen at this time, and angrily said, Su Li, you've really gone too far today. Su Li coldly laughed, eldest uncle, you mean it's only normal for us brothers to be bullied, right? You are simply talking nonsense. Su Dehai said in a harsh voice. His words had just fallen. Just then, he heard a furious shout coming from him. Who is making a loud noise here? Only to see a middle-aged man with a tiger's back, wearing the uniform of the inspection division, with a face full of stubble striding over. Upon seeing this person, joy immediately appeared on Zhou Tao's face. Father, this kid made trouble at the banquet and even injured me. You quickly waste him and arrest him and put him in the prison. Chapter 23 City Lord's Attack. The person who came was none other than Zhou Tao's father, Zhou Wensheng, the Grand Captain of the Inspection Division, an expert of the 5 Viscera realm. Zhou Wensheng's body emitted an extremely heavy aura of death. Just standing there gave people a feeling that they didn't dare to look directly at him. Just now, Zhou Wensheng was patrolling outside City Lord Jiangfeng's private room, and after hearing the sounds of scuffling coming from this side, he rushed over angrily. Today, he was in charge of the security of the banquet, and he didn't know who was so bold as to dare to cause trouble under his watch. After seeing Zhou Tao covering his right leg in pain and complaining, his eyes turned cold and sharp, as if he could kill someone with just his eyes. His eyes that were like knives stared at Su Li's body and said in a gloomy tone, Can you say anything else? My lord, you quickly arrest this brat, he's the one causing trouble at the banquet. Li Lan said viciously from the side. Su Dehai looked at Su Li and sighed heavily, saying, This is all your own sin. Father, don't talk nonsense with him, quickly abolish him. Zhou Tao's voice was sinister. Su Li didn't have any explanation. Beating his son up, explaining was of no use. Zhou Wensheng asking so much was just doing it for the crowd to see, saving others from saying that he was bending the law. Su Li took a deep breath. This Zhou Wensheng is a 5 Viscera realm experts, bring him a huge pressure, and now the Silver Moon Wolf King is not around, he can only try his best. Thinking of this, Su Li's eyes became calm and abnormal. His right hand slowly pulled out the iron sword. Purple flame swished above the blade and burned up. Unconscionable. Zhou Wensheng wore a disdainful face. In a flash, a palpitating aura emanated from his body, only to see him slap out, an incomparably powerful palm force whistling towards Su Li. Su Li could feel that this palm force was incredibly powerful, and with his current strength, he was far from being able to fight against it head-on. He quickly used the 9 transformations of Lingbo. His body quickly changed to dodge. But that palm force not only contained great power, the speed was also extremely fast. Su Li had just dodged away from his body, that palm force had already blasted to him. Although it did not directly hit his body, but just the palm wind that overflowed, it ruthlessly pushed his body out, and his body kept sliding backward for several meters before he managed to stop. Seeing Su Li dodge this blow, Zhou Wensheng sneered. He drew out his belt sword with a swish, the blade forged with black rare crystals. Under the illumination of the bright lights in the hall, it flashed with black crystal light. Zhou Wensheng held the large knife in his hand. His body's ferocious aura was suffocating. His figure suddenly disappeared from its original position. The next second the large knife had already arrived at the top of Su Li's head, ferociously slashing downwards. Facing the menacing situation, Su Li's gaze was calm and quiet, the iron blade in his hand that was burning with flames, entwined with strands of thunder and lightning power. This is the power of thunder. The people present all changed color at this moment. I, Zhang Bei, even have a genius who has awakened such a powerful talent? I wonder which power this youth was trained by. They were all well-informed officials and dignitaries of Jiangbei City, and immediately recognized the talent used by Su Li, and were all very surprised. Su Meiqing had also taken the martial arts college entrance exam this year, only that she only had a C-grade talent and was admitted to just an ordinary martial arts college. After she saw Su Li use the power of thunder, jealousy and malicious light intertwined in her eyes. Li Lan's gaze was disdainful as he said, This kind of talent would be useless if given to this kid, it might as well be in my daughter. Su Dahai frowned. He remembered that Su Li's talent wasn't a rank before. How did it become S rank now? And just in the nick of time, a bellowing voice suddenly came out. Zhou Wenchong, stop it. Immediately afterward, a shadow that resembled a hill with an incomparably powerful aura blasted onto Zhou Wenchongde. Zhou Wenchang's face changed drastically, and the large sword in his hand stalled above Su Li's head. This was a battle technique that only city lords knew, the mountain shaking technique. He didn't even have a single chance to resist before he was ruthlessly smashed to the ground by this incomparably powerful shadow of a hill. There was a loud boom. Zhou Wenchang's body was then smashed into the ground, and the high-grade crystal stone that was laid on that ground instantly cracked out into densely packed gaps. Zhou Wenchong, you really have a big dog's guts. You even dare to recklessly strike at my invited honored guest. Only Jiang Feng, the Jiangbei city lord, had a fierce expression on his face as his figure appeared in front of the crowd in an instant. As Jiang Feng appeared, the field instantly quieted down, and the crowd looked at him with respectful eyes. City lord, he caused trouble and hurt people here first. Zhou Wenchong spat blood from his mouth and stood up with difficulty. Slap his mouth, Jiang Feng said in a cold voice. The moment his words fell, the only thing the people present saw were two black shadows suddenly appearing around Zhou Wenchongda, followed by the sound of slapping slaps. In an instant, Zhou Wenchongda had received several slaps on his face. Until the black shadows disappeared, the crowd didn't get a clear look at the exact appearance of these two black shadows, which made them fear Jiang Feng a few more points in their hearts. These black shadows were Jiang Feng's shadow guards. He had brought them with him when he came to take office. It was said that the strength of each shadow guard was beyond the existence of the five viscera realm. Now it seemed that what was said was not false. Under the shock of Jiang Feng's powerful strength, Zhou Wenchong couldn't care about the pain in his body. He lowered his head and knelt on the ground. Lord City Lord, I know I'm wrong, please forgive me this time. Poof. Jiang Feng snorted coldly and said, you are not lightly injured, go back and recuperate for a while. Zhou Wenchang's face became very ugly all of a sudden. This meaning of the city lord was very obvious. It was for him to vacate this position of the current first captain first. As for when he would be allowed to come back again, it was hard to say. He was not only in this position of the first captain to gain power and status, but more importantly to be able to obtain further cultivation resources. If he lost this position, he was afraid that his strength would have to stop here. Yes, Lord City Lord. Nonetheless, Zhou Wenchong did not dare to have the slightest complaint, and after giving Zhou Tao an annoyed look, he flung his sleeves and left. Wait for my father. Zhou Tao didn't have the heart to care about Su Meiqing. He was now resentful of this woman. If it wasn't for her, his father wouldn't have been removed from his position. At this moment, he saw Li Lan with an excited face towards Jiang Feng. Lord City Lord, I'm Su Li's aunt. She was extremely small-minded, and just now when she saw City Lord Jiang Feng striking out for Su Li, she guessed that the relationship between them wasn't shallow, so that's why she started to get close. Oh yeah? Jiang Feng turned his head, a gentle smile in his gaze. He would like to draw in some more relationship with Su Li, not only because he saved Zhang Xiaotian and the two of them, but also because a genius like Su Li who had awakened the power of thunder, as long as there were no accidents, he would definitely be able to grow up to become a strong person. Of course, this kind of idea Jiang Feng is not only in the aspect of personal interests, he is now on behalf of Jiangbei City, and Su Li friendship, until he grows up, can also bless Jiangbei 1 or 2. At this time, he heard Su Ban stared at Li Lan and said indignantly, you really have the nerve to say such words. My brother didn't have the money to go to college at that time, and you refused to lend my brother even a penny. That's even if it's not enough, you even insulted us for not having parents. Are you worthy to talk to people about being our aunt? Su Li was silent for a while. He didn't want to mention the family's stinky business in front of so many people present, but since Su Barbarian had already said it, then let him be. He heard Su Ban continue, what's even more detestable is that you're going to make my brother marry a retard and use things like my brother going to college to blackmail him, really even worse than a beast. Chapter 24, Traveling to the Star Ocean. After Su Barbara finished saying these words, the crowd in the arena murmured and accused the Li Lan couple. It was an eye-opener that some people could be ruthless to such an extent. Even City Lord Jiang Feng frowned tightly. He felt that this relative of Su Li's was a bit of an idiot, a genius like Su Li. Instead of making an effort to befriend and snowball, he instead trolled and insulted. How stupid could one be to do such a thing? Li Lan opened his mouth, looking like he still wanted to argue something, but was stopped by Su Dahai at the side. Stop it, aren't you too ashamed? Li Lan turned her head, staring at him with wide-eyed incredulity, and scolded, good, Su Dahai, you're starting to dislike me now. Wasn't it your idea to set up Su Li on a blind date? It wasn't your idea to get along with your leader. Su Dahai hurriedly covered her mouth and angrily said, let's talk about this at home. Su Meiqing covered her swollen face and said hatefully, this isn't all for Su Li's sake. What's wrong with him marrying a retard? When he gets married, then won't he be in charge of everything in the family? What's wrong with that? Li Lan also followed, that's right, it's not enough that he didn't appreciate it, now he's even turning his face away from others. Hearing these words, Zhang Xiaotian, who was standing next to Jiang Feng, only felt anger. He didn't realize that his brother Su had such an odd family of relatives. He yelled, men, blow these three people out for me. As the words fell, a few guards with weapons came over and ferociously blasted Su Haihai's 3 people outward. That Li Lan's mouth defiantly shouted, "Su Li, you 6 relatives, ungrateful little man, you shall not die. How dare you speak out of turn, slap your mouth." Zhang Xiaotian said angrily. Immediately after that, the guards slapped her hard on the face a few times. Only then did Li Lan not dare to make a sound after being beaten, only to look back at Su Li with eyes that still carried deep resentment. Su Li didn't even bother to look at them, he really didn't want to say a word more about this kind of selfish people who only cared about their own interests. After blowing the 3 of them out, the scene began to become lively, and everything that happened just now seemed to be just a small episode. Soon, the banquet officially began. What surprised Su Li was that there were quite a few people who did not know each other who came over to toast with him and handed him their business cards. It was thought that all of them did so because of City Lord Jiangfeng's face. Su Li also did not think, because he knew a truth: people are surrounded by good people when they are strong, while a person without strength, what you are facing, is the real human nature. After the banquet was over, Zhang Feng brought Su Li to an elegant private room, and Zhang Xiaotian was standing by. He only saw Zhang Feng take out a federal crystal card and said, "Su Li, there are 5 million federal coins in this card, take it." Su Li froze for a moment, not expecting the city lord to come up and send money, and hurriedly said, "Lord City Lord, this." Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "This 5 million federal coins is my reward for you on behalf of Jiangbei City. I'm ashamed to say that if it wasn't for Xiao Tian telling me, I, the city lord of Jiangbei, wouldn't even know that there's still a genius in the city like you who has S-class qualifications for awakening the power of thunder. You can accept this 5 million at ease, there is no need to have any burden in your heart. Also, your younger brother Su Barbarian is in junior high school now, right?" Zhang Feng continued. "Yes." Su Li nodded. "I'll arrange for your brother to go to the best Jiangbei high school. In addition, when you go to college, I'll arrange for someone to take care of your brother." Zhang Feng laughed. This arrangement from Zhang Feng was something that Su Li couldn't refuse, because it was about Su Ban's future studies, so there was no room for a little sloppiness. "Then thank you, City Lord. I don't know what you need me to do, I'll do my best," Su Li said seriously. Zhang Feng laughed and waved his hand. "When you grow up in the future and can have a fragrant relationship with Jiangbei, I, as the city lord, will be satisfied." Zhang Xiaotian also laughed on the side and said, "When we go to Star Ocean University, if someone bullies me, brother Su, you just don't look on coldly from the side." Su Li wore a smile on his face and said, "Don't worry, I won't watch coldly, I'll do it with him. Don't brother Su." Zhang Xiaotian's face instantly shriveled. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Feng laughed. The second day, a black business stopped at the entrance of Su Li's neighborhood. Su Barbarian sent Su Li downstairs with an unwilling face. "Brother, you cultivate at ease at Star Ocean University, you don't have to think about me." Su Ban's eyes reddened. Since childhood he had never left Su Li, even more so after his parents died. Now suddenly separated, he only felt sad in his heart. Su Li gently patted his shoulder. His only worry now is that after he left, Su Ban cannot take care of himself, after all, cannot look at him every day, the heart still cannot rest assured. Su Li instructed, "You cultivate, do not be anxious, step by step, find problems to ask as soon as possible. What difficulties in life directly contact Uncle Zhang Feng, do not be embarrassed, no?" "Aha!" Su Barbara nodded heavily. Only to see Lin Xingyan walk down from the black commercial vehicle. She was wearing a plain white dress today. After walking over, she comforted Su Barbara with a gentle tone for a few moments. "Sister Qingyan, you have to take care of my brother for me," Su Barbara said with a solemn face. Su Li was stunned. What was this kid Su Barbarian talking about? "Ah. Don't worry, I will." Lin Xingyan froze for a moment, then her face instantly turned red and she nodded shyly. At this time, Zhang Xiaotian could be heard opening the car window and shouting, "Let's go. If we're any later, we won't be able to catch the train." After getting on the train, Su Li waved her hand towards the car window. Su Barbara had a strong look in her eyes. The car slowly started and drove towards the station. Today was the day when many universities started. There were a lot of cars on the road and it was very congested, so it was thought that they were all sending students. After arriving at the station, Su Li's trio went through the crowd and entered the carriage with their suitcases. They booked an A-class seat. There was a separate small compartment with 3 red high-class chairs. Su Li sat on the side by the window, while Lin Xingyan sat next to him. Lin Xingyan's body had a faintly fragrant odor that smelled good and gave people a fresh and comfortable feeling. The 3 of them chatted endlessly, fantasizing about life after college and looking forward to the future. After a loud roar, the levitation train slowly traveled. "Dear passengers, please fasten your seatbelts, the train is about to lift off." When the train left the station, it began to head towards the sky. The levitation train flew very smoothly, allowing one to not feel a single bump. Through the windows, seeing the scenery under the train become smaller and smaller, Su Li couldn't help but raise expectations for the future in his heart. Chapter 25 Pulse Beasts. Suli left both the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Heavenly Treasure Mouse inside the Demon Beast Forest. It wasn't that Suli didn't want to bring them with him, it was mainly because it was inconvenient to bring them with him. Especially the Tianbao Mouse, a demonic beast that made people's eyes burn, was just like a small mobile vault. He thought of taking them away later when the time and suitability was right. He didn't know how long he had been traveling. Suli suddenly saw through the train window a huge and incomparably huge red bird with a fiery flame burning all over its body. The aura on its body was horrifyingly appalling, giving people a feeling of trembling in their hearts. What kind of demonic beast is this? Suli was alarmed. That red giant bird seemed to be very close to the train, and seemed to be ready to pounce at any time. Lin Qingyan on the side let out a light laugh, amused by Suli's unseen appearance. Big brother Su, this is a pulse beast. You don't have to worry, it's not in the middle of a space with us. Lin Qingyan softly explained. Suli couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. This was the first time he had heard of the term pulse beast. Zhang Xiaotian continued to explain, it can only appear in this world we're in if it breaks the spatial barrier it's in. However, this layer of space isn't that easy to break. Many years ago, a powerful vein beast broke the spatial barriers and entered this world we got, and humans fought and killed 8 strong people of the heavenly image realm before killing it. Below the god level, the heavenly elephant is the strongest. Each heavenly elephant realm is a valuable resource for humans, yet just one pulse beast made humans lose so much. In this world, pulse beasts that try to break space barriers can be seen in many places. Perhaps one day in the future, these incomparably powerful pulse beasts that are comparable to gods will arrive one after another, and I'm afraid that it will be the end of the human race at that time. Originally, Zhang Xiaotian gave off a feeling of cynicism, but when he finished saying these words, his entire aura changed. It was a heavy feeling of worrying about the fate of mankind in the future. Suli's face also became much heavier. It turned out that every day that humans spent now was so precious. Zhang Xiaotian sighed and said, in addition to these terrifying vein beasts hovering over the human race's heads like the sword of Deimos, there's also that sector gate, which also requires humans to desperately guard it. And what is a boundary gate? Suli asked. No one knows how boundary gates appear, it's as if they appear out of nowhere. Each boundary gate is connected to one or more world realms, and some of these different world realms are filled with powerful and terrifying demonic beasts of all kinds, as well as some humanoid races, and have their own civilizations. For example, the levitation train that we are sitting on now, the materials and technology used to make it were all obtained from other civilizations. Suli listened quietly at the side. After Zhang Xiaotian said this, he felt that he knew really little. Brother Su, do you know why Star Ocean University was built on the island of Star Ocean Lake? Zhang Xiaotian suddenly asked towards him. Suli pondered for a moment and said, could it be that there's a boundary gate on that island as well? Zhang Xiaotian shook his head. There isn't one on that island, but underneath it, there is one. Inside that boundary gate, it's connected to several realms, and there's our army guarding it all year round. Hearing him say this, Suli felt a bit shocked in his heart, not expecting the distance of the boundary gate to become so close all of a sudden. At this time the hover train began to slowly descend. Suli saw a huge, almost invisible lake. It was as clear as a mirror, with a deep blue color, bringing people a sense of mystery and tranquility. The warm sunlight shone on the pure blue lake water, sparkling waves of light, as if it was a brilliant jewelry flashing brightly. Zhang Xiaotian looked at the window on the other side of the carriage and said, don't be deceived by the beautiful and quiet appearance of the Starsea Lake. There are many terrifying and horrible demonic beasts inside this lake. At this time, the levitation train had already descended to a distance of tens of meters from the lake. In the center of the Starsea Lake, a huge ring-shaped island appeared in Suli's eyes. But right at this moment, the originally quiet blue lake ahead suddenly boiled violently, as if there was a huge thing underwater that would come out at any time. A red alarm sounded inside the train. A fluctuation in the aura of a demonic beast has appeared in the waters ahead. The train may be attacked by a demonic beast. Please pay attention to all passengers and be ready to fight at any time. Suli's face changed, hurriedly undoing his seatbelt and grabbing the iron sword placed aside. Seeing Suli's nervous movements, Zhang Xiaotian on the side hemmed and hawed and said, Brother Su, don't worry. Suli looked at him doubtfully. This body of water is so close to Star Island, and today is the start of the school year. There must be high-profile people sitting around. This is what father told me before I came, because there are more students reporting for school today, and the chi and blood power emanating from so many students gathered together is very dense and will attract some powerful demonic beasts to arrive. Every time this time there will be a Star Ocean powerhouse sitting in to kill or drive away the demonic beasts that come. Zhang Xiaotian explained. Just as his words fell, he only saw a giant fish demon with a pitch-black body and an incomparably large size leap up from the lake, and as soon as it appeared, it covered the sky in a flash, and the sky became dim. Monstrous waves from its body rampage open. Its appearance is hideous, body-pitted, the open blood bowl mouth teeth and the forest horror. It seems a mouth can swallow the whole train. Suli, separated from the train, can feel this huge fish demon body exudes a strong horror aura, make him from the heart rise up a kind of irresistible feeling. This fish demon is so far let him feel the most horrible existence. And the levitation train was still traveling forward rapidly. The huge fish demon opened its bloody mouth, and green saliva flowed out from the gaps of its hideous, jagged teeth. Its scarlet eyes flashed with excitement, and it seemed to have begun to fantasize that this train would directly enter its mouth and enjoy the delicious blood food inside. Seeing that the train was about to drive into the fish demon's bloody mouth, Su Li's face was tense to the extreme. Lin Qingyan on the side also became incredibly worried, and without realizing it, her white palms tightly grasped Su Li's arm. Zhang Xiaotian was also a bit skeptical at the moment whether his old man Zhang Feng had lied to him. Why no expert had appeared even though he was about to become a fish demon's dish? Could it be that my dad has an illegitimate child outside? Zhang Xiaotian thought in confusion. Chapter 26, Getting in the car to make things difficult. The hover train was getting closer and closer to the fish demon's giant mouth. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. The carriage became incredibly quiet. Only the nervous breathing of the three of them could be heard, as well as the thumping of their heartbeats. Su Li only felt that his heart had jumped into his throat. He gripped the iron knife tightly, forcing himself to calmly search for a chance of survival. Lin Qingyan's hands gripped Su Li in death, her eyes tightly closed, no longer daring to face the next scene. This A-class compartment they were sitting in was the front row of the train. At the moment, Su Li was so close to the fish demon that he could clearly see the red meat residue in the gap between the fish demon's uneven knife-like teeth. The head of the train was about to enter the mouth of the fish, just in the nick of time. A white rainbow sword sheath through the sky came from the sky. It was incomparable, with the sound of breaking air, instantly passed through the body of the fish demon. Under Su Li's shocked, unbelievable gaze, the seemingly invincible and terrifying fish demon, its huge body, split in half straight from the center, plopped down on the water surface, splashing waves. Until its death, the fish demon's eyes were filled with bewilderment. As the fish demon body fell into the lake, a large number of demonic beasts in the water smelled the smell of blood and swam quickly, scrambling to nibble on its flesh and blood. When a demonic beast was gnawing on the flesh and blood in its head, it discovered a dull black crystal core from inside. The demonic beast excitedly swallowed the core into its stomach, and then the aura on its body skyrocketed. Phew! Saved. Su Li let out a long breath, just now fortunately saved, otherwise he would have smashed through the glass and jumped out the window. Lin Qingyan, it's okay. Su Li felt a piece of softness in his body. He couldn't help but look towards his body. He saw Lin Qingyan's whole body sticking to his body, her face was buried in his chest, and her hands were hugging him tightly. Hearing Su Li's voice, she then raised her head in fear and looked out the car window. Seeing that there were no more traces of the fish demon, she then let out her breath. In the next second, she saw her body tightly pressed against Su Li and hurriedly sat up, and in a flash her cheeks rose with two groups of redness, as if they were on fire. I'm sorry, big brother Su, I was too scared just now. Lin Qingyan's voice carried a bit of shyness, her eyes not daring to look directly at Su Li. It's fine. Su Li said awkwardly. At this time, he saw Zhang Xiaotian with his eyes closed, his chubby body curled up on the seat, yelling, I have little meat on me, don't eat me. Seeing this timid look of his, Su Li and Lin Qingyan couldn't help but look at each other and burst out laughing. Through the car window, he saw a handsome middle-aged man with long, slightly curly hair, floating in mid-air, is wearing a flower shirt with a few buttons unfastened on it, as if he had put it on in a hurry. He patted his chest, and said with some fear, I almost had a big problem when I dozed off. If that old thing Dean knows, he will arrange a task for me again. After Su Li saw this man, his eyes carried a look of amazement. Being able to void in the air, this was something that could only be done by the transcendent mortal realm. However, this man was afraid that he was more than the transcendent mortal realm. A single sword chi was able to cut down that terrifying fish demon. Such strength was no longer something that Su Li could speculate on. As the hover train arrived at Star Island Station, Su Li's three people walked out from the station carrying their suitcases. Su Li saw that in addition to the students walking out from the station, there were also soldiers who came out from the station in a neat formation. Their bodies carried a kind of fierce aura that made people feel solemn. Zhang Xiaotian said by Su Li's side, look at that axe symbol on their chests, these are soldiers of the Prime Army. I'm afraid they're going to subdue the boundary gate. There were a total of 7 major world-suppressing armies in Grand Xia, and each one of them was incomparably strong. And the Prime Heavenly Army had the closest relationship with Star Ocean University, and there were quite a few graduates from Star Ocean University who would directly join the Prime Heavenly Army. After these soldiers left the station, they boarded a bus and headed in a direction towards Star Island. Su Li's trio saw a red banner welcome Star Ocean scholars plastered on a parked ferry in front of the station. Underneath the car, there were 2 senior students wearing starfish uniforms shouting, Starfish University, come up, the seats will be full soon. Su Li thought to herself that this Star Ocean University was quite considerate, and had prepared a car to pick them up. So they came under the ferry. When they were about to go up, they were stopped by a senior wearing a Star Ocean school uniform. $200 federal for one person, if you 3 are together, I'll give you a discount, just give $500 federal. The lean senior said lazily. Su Li's 3 faces changed, such an expensive fare, this was obviously not right. Zhang Xiaobai, as the son of the Zhanbei city lord, wasn't a character to suffer, he said with a disdainful expression, does this ferry belong to you? Also, it's not even a total of 10 kilometers from here to Star Ocean University, and you want 200 federal coins, why don't you go rob it? The lean senior sneered and said, where do you get off talking so much nonsense? If you have money, get on, if not, get lost. Then what if we have to go on? Suli coldly said. This lean senior and the short and fat senior beside him looked at each other. They looked like they had heard some funny joke. Immediately afterward, a strong blood chi emanated from these two seniors. Body forging realm. Suli's face changed slightly. From the chi and blood fluctuations of these two people, they were both at the forging realm, and they were not the kind of newcomers who had just entered the forging realm. I'm afraid that they were both at the middle stage of the forging realm. If you want to make a move, let's see if you guys are qualified enough. The lean senior collected his breath and taunted Suli. Most of the freshman realms were between blood condensation and body forging, so they were eaten to death by these two. A freshman who had just come under the car saw the scene and respectfully took out 200 federal coins and handed it to the skinny man before getting on the car. Lin Qingyan said angrily, if you guys are doing this, aren't you afraid of being punished by the school? Ha ha ha. The thin man laughed out loud. I'm giving you guys your first lesson of the school year, clearly teaching you the truth of the weak and the strong. How could the school punish me? Suli secretly said that I'm afraid that this kind of behavior of theirs is also the default of the school, and it is highly likely that it is the same in every session. At this exact moment, there was another tall freshman wearing a red tracksuit, behind this freshman followed by two students who carried his luggage, like his followers. This freshman's features were cold and indifferent. He coldly swept a glance at Suli and the others, then walked straight towards the ferry. 200 per person for the ride. The thin man stopped them and said casually. Scram. The tall boy's voice was cold. Ioho, this freshman is quite rampant. Looks like I need to teach you how to respect your seniors. The thin man laughed sardonically. Chapter 27 Fire Spirit Body. This thin man just wanted to make a move. However, he saw that tall boy's body burst into flames all of a sudden, and powerful fiery flame power overflowed from his body. At the same time, there seemed to be two fireballs burning in his eyes, and just a glance at him would send shivers down one's spine. Fire Spirit Body. That skinny senior exclaimed in shock. Above the S-class qualification was the awakening of a powerful and special physique. And every person who awakened a special physique, whether it was their cultivation speed or their ability to comprehend the corresponding attribute battle techniques, would reach a mind-boggling and terrifying level. Not only that, when he used the same attribute battle technique, the damage that erupted out would also be strong to a terrifying extent. And those who awakened a special physique were very rare, rarer than Suli's awakening of the power of thunder. Taking Star Ocean University as the nation's top martial arts university, it would be considered lucky to recruit one awakening of a special physique in each session. I heard that this term's freshman recruited a fire spirit body. I didn't expect it to be true. The thin man looked shocked, then his face quickly piled up a smile. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Please get on the car, senior brother, I won't take a penny. The tall man hummed disdainfully, collected the flames on his body, and led the two juniors behind him to get into the car. The skinny senior turned his head, his face immediately became ruthless. He couldn't afford to mess with the body of the fire spirit, so he could only take this breath out on the other freshman. You three, if you want to get on the bus, now 400 federal coins per person. He said viciously to Suli's three. The total was only 500 just now, why is it 400 for one person now? Lin Qingyan said angrily. Zhang Xiaotian had all but taken out the 500 federal coins, and now his face became very ugly. Suli didn't say a word, placing his hand on top of the hilt of his sword, ready to strike at any time. At this moment of tension, a swinging car with a red banner drove up. Only to see a female senior with short hair and a valiant look walk down from the car. She glared at the thin man and said, Zhang Chang, what kind of skill is it for you to bully the freshmen here? If you have the ability, go bully the upperclassmen. Zhang Chang hemmed and hawed and said, it's none of your business if I'm happy to bully them. Besides, wasn't that how I came to be in the first place? The short-haired female senior snorted coldly and said to Suli's three men, forget about him, you guys follow me to the car. Cut. Looking at their departing back, Zhang Chang skimmed his lips and did not stop them, thinking that the female senior's strength was only higher than his. After getting on the bus, he learned that this short-haired female senior's name was Li Qing. Her character was enthusiastic and very friendly to the new students, and in the face of Suli and their questions, she basically answered all of them. When today's report is finished, tomorrow you will start a month-long special training for new students. Li Qing said. Will that be tough? Lin Qingyan pouted with a worried face. She had heard before that some martial arts universities' special training for new students was particularly strict and horrible, and there would often be some students who couldn't stick it out and quit halfway through, which ultimately led to them not being able to get a diploma when they graduated. Of course, although it's very hard, but after sticking it out, it will be a huge boost to your strength and mental fortitude, and will even lay a solid foundation for your future career in martial arts. Li Qing said seriously as she looked at the freshman in the car. Suli was looking forward to the special training for new students, not that he had any masochistic tendencies, but he believed that only through hellish trials could the human body's potential be stimulated, forging the quality of perseverance and never giving up, which was also a necessary path to a strong man. The ferry traveled for about 10 minutes. Star Ocean University appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only to see the Star Ocean University's gate towering high, majestic. Star Ocean, 2 words strong and powerful, seems to be carved with a knife and axe. The ferry stopped at the entrance of Starfish University. Li Qing led Suli and other freshmen in the car, walked towards the school. Starfish University building would give a person a long and heavy feeling. The school inside the greening is very good, wide avenue on both sides of the thick sycamore trees. You can see that there are a lot of new students coming and going, and there are also some parents who are uneasy, carrying big and small bags, accompanying their children to come together. There were a total of 10 grades in this session of the university, with about 40 people in each class. Zhang Xiaotian, Lin Qingyan, and Suli all happened to be assigned to class 3, and I don't know if it's because they were all tested out of the same place. Arriving at the dormitory, which was a dormitory room that accommodated 4 people, Suli and Zhang Xiaotian put their luggage down and then packed up a bit before walking out from within the dormitory. After circling around the school and roughly familiarizing themselves with the environment, they arrived at the classroom. One after another, the classroom was filled with students. Suli swept a glance around, and didn't see the tall boy who had awakened the body of the fire spirit, thinking that he was assigned to another class. At this time, he saw a man in his 30s wearing gold glasses walk into the classroom. With a gentle smile on his face, he said, "Hello everyone, my name is Yang Chen, I'm your class advisor, you can call me Brother Chen. In the future, if you have any cultivation problems or emotional distress, you can come and find me." As soon as these words came out, the originally serious atmosphere in the classroom suddenly turned active. A bold student said, "Brother Sam, is it okay to look for you if I fall out of love in the future?" Yang Chen smiled and responded, "Of course." This caused the students underneath to laugh again. Suli thought that this class guide was quite funny, and thought that the next 3 years of college should not be too boring. After the laughter stopped, Yang Chen smiled and said, "Gather at the playground at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and you will start the 1-month special training for new students. In addition, after the end of the special training for new students, the new student competition will be held, and not only will the strongest class be evaluated, but also the strongest newcomer king will be evaluated. This is not only an honor for the classes and individuals, but it also means that more quality resources will be obtained. I hope that you guys will do your best to train and work hard to improve yourselves in this month. By the way, there's one more thing I want to tell you. There must be 200 people who have awakened S-class qualifications in your class, and in addition to class 1, there's also a heavenly pride who has awakened the fire spirit body." Fire spirit body. These words immediately caused the faces of the students underneath to become incomparably shocked. People with special physiques were too rare, and every single one of them was destined to walk to a height that everyone could not reach and could only look up to. Seemingly seeing the envy and loss in the students' eyes, Yang Chen said with a faint smile on his face, "You guys don't have to think too highly of yourselves. Qualifications and talent do not determine one's ultimate height." Chapter 28, Training begins. Among the many realms, we humans have never been the best in terms of qualifications and talent. There are many powerful races that were born into the transcendent realm. Suli looked very shocked after hearing this. Born into the transcendent realm? What race was so terrifying? To know, amongst human society, a strong person of the transcendent mortal realm would be fully capable of serving as the city lord of a small city. Because there was a huge chasm between the 5 viscera realm and the transcendent realm, there were many people who couldn't step out of this step for the rest of their lives. Yang Chen said, "Compared to talent and qualifications, we are like a joke in front of such a powerful race. Our human race has been able to continue to this day, relying on nothing else but a belief. The belief of not regretting 100 deaths for the continuation of the human race's offspring." Speaking here, everyone's complexion turns serious. Yang Chen swept his gaze from every student's face. Looking at these faces that were still slightly green and young, his tone carried a bit of casualness. "One day, you will eventually become the solid backbone of the human race." Early the next morning, all the freshmen appeared in formation at the playground. In the sky, a loud roar resounded. A military helicopter hovered over. Suli looked up and saw that there were 10 helicopters, each of which could fit about 40 people. These helicopters all had an axe symbol on them, affiliated with the Prime Army. Suli secretly thought, Star Ocean University has such a close relationship with the Optimist Army, even the military airplanes are able to be borrowed. As an airplane landed, the classes entered in turn. After all the students were seated on the airplane, the pilot started the airplane and flew towards the sky. This was the first time Suli had ever ridden in a helicopter. Feeling a bit fresh, he looked around in the cabin. The other students were in a similar situation as him. After flying for about 20 minutes or so, looking down from the aircraft, a small island about 40 kilometers in size with undulating terrain appeared in Suli's eyes. The center of the small island was raised, where the forest was lush and tall, while the periphery was cleaned up, and there were some human buildings around. The airplane landed, and Su Li and the other new students were placed on top of this small island. Several black military buses appeared and brought them to a training camp halfway up the mountainside. Coming to the training camp, one could see a row of ferocious Prime Army instructors waiting for them. After Su Li and the others arrived, these instructors led their respective classes to allocate sites and dormitories. The dormitory Su Li was in was a standard 4-bedded room. Zhang Xiaotian also stood inside a dormitory with him, only to see that the green bedding inside the room was neatly folded, living supplies were uniformly distributed, and each new student had also received 2 sets of black tight-fitting training clothes. It was a busy morning, arranging and packing everything up. By the afternoon, with a whistle, Su Li and the other new students wearing black training clothes panicked and ran to the training playground to gather. A burly and strong man with a tiger's back and wearing a prime military uniform came striding in. This person was the same instructor who had led them to allocate dormitory resources in the morning. The aura on his body was majestic, and his pair of small eyes were sharp and incomparable. Just sweeping a glance at the crowd brought a strong sense of shock. Originally, there were still students amongst the ranks who were whispering, but when his eyes swept over them, they immediately had a shuddering feeling, and those students were so intimidated that they hurriedly shut their mouths. My name is Chen Yu, I'm currently serving in the Prime Army, and I'm the special training instructor for your Class 3. I don't care what your qualifications are, or what background you have, here, you all remember for me, is to obey my orders. If there's anyone who doesn't submit, you can come forward and challenge me as well. Chen Yu's body aura boomed, the powerful qi and blood fluctuations of the 5 viscera realms spread out in all directions. Su Li's heart was startled, this qi and blood power was unknown how many times stronger than Jiangbei City Inspection Division Grand Captain Zhou Wenchong. From this, the terror of Chen Yu's strength could be seen. Chen Yu's gaze was like a falcon as he swept over the crowd. Under the shock of his realm, no new student dared to look at him, and even more so, no new student dared to stand out and challenge him. Seeing that no one spoke, he said with an icy voice, since there are no unconvinced ones, then without any nonsense, the Devil's Island special training will now officially begin. He then brought Su Li and the others out of the training camp to the edge of the island and said, everyone, 2 laps around Devil's Island. 80 kilometers of basic endurance running training begins. 80 kilometers? These freshmen had their jaws directly dropped in shock. Although they were all martial artists with strong physiques and abundant qi and blood, 80 kilometers was also an extremely terrifying number for them. It was important to know that a 400-meter circle of an unusual playground was 0.4 kilometers, while 80 kilometers was equivalent to running 200 laps around the playground. With their physique, running 20 to 30 kilometers is naturally not a big problem, but 80 kilometers is challenging their limits. Especially for a fatty like Zhang Xiaotian, this was simply killing him. I'll give you all 10 hours, it's now 1 p.m., and those who haven't finished running by 11 p.m. will have no dinner. And, an additional 10 kilometers penalty tomorrow. You don't have to think about slacking off, there will be a drone following you above your heads. The students were all screaming in agony. This was only the first day and they were so ruthless, this place really deserved to be called Devil's Island. Still not starting? Now increased to 85 kilometers. Chen Yu said in a cold voice as he looked at them. Su Li took the lead and ran. 85 kilometers was also a bit difficult for him, but compared to the other freshmen it was much better, as most of the students in his class were only at the blood condensation realm. Su Li kept running at an even speed, conserving his physical strength. He had to use every bit of his body's energy wisely to be able to complete the 85 kilometers with relative ease. It was summer at this time. The blazing sun was in the sky, making people feel incomparably hot. After running for 2 hours, Su Li was drenched in sweat, with bean-sized beads of sweat flowing from his forehead. I just don't know what material this training suit is made of. Not only does it not absorb sweat, but it is also ice cold when worn on the body. Until now, he had already run 25 kilometers, his speed was not fast, but still became a few people in the class running at the front. There were some with relatively poor physique, and their panting had started to become irregular. Running at the front at this point was a boy with a well-proportioned body, hawkish nose, narrow eyes, and a face that didn't look too easy to get along with. When he occasionally looked back at the other students who were lagging behind, there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. However, Su Li could tell through the qi and blood fluctuations in this person's body that, like him, he was also at the forging realm. Zhang Xiaotian had been running behind Su Li. Although he was fat, he was after all also at the first level of the body forging realm, and his bones and physique had undergone some qualitative changes. Nonetheless, he still looked pained, because with every realm growth, the mass and density of the body's cells would also increase exponentially, and accordingly, the weight would skyrocket. For example, Su Li, after he broke through the forging realm, there was a weighing where his weight had reached a staggering 300 kilograms. Relative to 3 times the weight of an adult man who hadn't practiced martial arts. For those like Zhang Xiaotian, who were already fat, their weight was an even more terrifying figure. Chapter 29 Strength Test. Phew! Without realizing it, the sky had already darkened. The sky above the small island was bright with starlight. But these students were not interested in enjoying this beautiful starry sky. That annoying drone was buzzing above their heads. It made them want to blast it down with a punch. It was now 8 p.m., and there were only 3 hours left before the mission completion time. And Suli had already completed 70 kilometers, and with 1 more hour, he would be able to finish those 85 kilometers. His speed remained unhurried, his breathing was smooth, and he didn't appear to be out of breath. Being able to run down so easily was also due to Suli not slacking off on his cultivation during the vacation. There were a lot of students who got into martial arts universities who would indulge themselves like crazy during the vacation, releasing the pressure they had been under for so many years, and often the chi and blood states in the students were at their worst during the time when the school year had just begun. Zhang Xiaotian had long lost Suli's speed, and through the night, he could be seen from afar as he was panting and running with a pained face. Lin Qingyan was not very far away from Zhang Xiaotian, her face was pale, sweat dampened the tips of her hair, at the moment she was biting her lips tightly to insist. An hour passed. The time just came to 9 o'clock. After 8 whole hours, Suli finally finished running these 85 kilometers. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed in ragged gasps, his legs felt like they were filled with lead and also became very heavy. Coming to the entrance of the training camp, Jinyu was standing there, holding a timer in his hand. 8 hours and 85 kilometers, not bad, what's your name? Chenyu looked at Suli expressionlessly and said. Suli. Chenyu nodded, then said, your task has been completed today, you can go eat. Suli breathed a long sigh of relief and was suddenly much more relaxed. In the cafeteria, he saw that the hawk-nosed boy had already punched his meal and sat aside to eat. When Suli walked in, his line of sight happened to sweep past Suli's face, and a disdainful look flickered in his eyes. Suli keenly captured his disdainful look, his heart couldn't help but rise up in doubt. Just now when he was running, he found that this person was full of contempt for other students. It was only the first day of school, and no one had provoked him, but this condescending demeanor of his made people want to beat him up. Suli didn't bother with him, as long as this person didn't provoke him. The meals in the cafeteria were all made from blood-clotting realm high-level demonic beasts' blood and flesh, and he had also received a chi and blood elixir and a healing elixir. For a training of their intensity, it would be impossible to last until the next day without the corresponding blood food and elixir to restore and replenish their physical strength. Swallowing the chi and blood elixir and healing elixir into his stomach, Suli wolfed down his food. Today's physical exertion was too great, his stomach had long felt hungry. After eating and returning to the dormitory, Suli took a cool shower, cleaned the clothes on his body, and only then rested comfortably. Until the time when it was more than 11 o'clock, Zhang Xiaogai only gasped for breath and came back half dead. I am dying. Zhang Xiaotian sat on the bed with a pained expression on his face. Seeing his appearance, Suli couldn't help but want to laugh. Running 85 kilometers on the first day of school, it was really difficult for this fatty. This dog instructor is so inappropriate, he thinks I have a long life and has come to claim it. Zhang Xiaotian spat indignantly. At this time, Suli saw Qinyu's tall figure appear in the doorway. He seemed to have heard Zhang Xiaotian cursing him behind his back. A meaningful sneer appeared on his face. Suli hurriedly glared towards Zhang Xiaotian, signaling him to shut up. Zhang Xiaotian was just panting there tiredly, not paying attention to Suli's facial expression at all. Instead, he got more and more agitated as he spoke. That dog instructor, isn't it just a few more years of cultivation than us? Wait for the next 2 years when my realm surpasses his, I'll definitely beat him up into a pig's head. Suli saw Qinyu's face at the door sink down. Cold seems to be able to drip water. He watched his eyes and nose, not saying a word. You're going to beat me into a pig's head, aren't you? Qinyu stepped into the dormitory, grimacing, his small eyes sizing Zhang Xiaotian up from top to bottom. Zhang Xiaotian was startled and sat up violently from the bed. He first blinked quickly towards Suli, which meant, why didn't you tell me when he came? That Instructor Chen is good. You must have misheard me just now, I didn't say anything about you. Before Zhang Xiaotian could finish his words, the sandbag-sized fist had already smashed into his face. I goo. Zhang Xiaotian screamed miserably, his face instantly swollen like a pig's head. You immediately go run an extra 20 kilometers for me right now. If you don't finish running, you're not allowed to come back to bed. Chen Yu said in a cold voice. Don't Instructor Chen. Zhang Xiaotian had an urge to cry. If you keep talking nonsense, it'll be 30 kilometers. Chen Yu's tone was morose. Zhang Xiaotian could not cry, he could only drag his heavy and obese body and disappear into the darkness. It wasn't until the middle of the night that he came back from his run, looking shriveled. The next day, after eating blood food, everyone came to the playground to stand on piles. It could be seen that after yesterday's long run, everyone's faces looked listless and very tired. Zhang Xiaotian was even more so, with 2 large dark circles under his eyes, like he had overindulged. Suli's mental state was good, he only felt refreshed. Yesterday's long-distance running training seemed to make him feel that his body had become much lighter, walking briskly. Pile standing was the basic item of martial arts cultivation. Almost all of the Gongfu evolutions came from pile standing, and its importance could be seen. After the 2 hours of staking ended, Chen Yu brought Suli and the others to a strength training room. There were many equipment made from special ores placed here, some of which weighed a terrifying amount. Chen Yu first tested their chi and blood strength and then arranged strength training tasks based on their specific levels. 40 students lined up to take the test in turn. Chen Yu took the list and read out the test data from the side. Zhang Shi, blood condensation 8th weight, strength 1,300 pounds. Liang Ning, blood condensation 8th gravity, strength 1,350 pounds. Li Yade, 9th weight of blood condensation, strength 1,500 pounds. Lin Qingyan, 9th level of blood condensation, strength 1,600 pounds. Zhang Xiaotian, 1st weight of body forging, strength 2,000 jin. Zhang Xiaotian was the first body forging realm tested out, causing the other students to gasp in shock. After all, most of those present were only at the blood condensation realm, and there was still a huge gap between them and the body forging realm. Immediately afterward, some people whispered, "I didn't expect this little fatty to be at the body forging realm as well. I really didn't see it. I heard that he was caught and punished for cursing the instructor yesterday. Look at that bruise on his face, he was punched by Instructor Chen." Chapter 30 Strength Training. Zhang Xiaotian's face was tearless with desire when he heard these whispers about him. He felt that his glorious image, after last night, was all ruined. Su Li patted his shoulder, signaling his condolences. The test continued. It was the turn of a cold-looking, tall girl with a vertical ponytail. Zhao Ruoying, forging body 2nd weight, strength 2,300 pounds. After the test, that girl returned to her original position, her face always without any expression, looking cold. At the same time, lively murmurs rang out. "Holy, is this girl so fierce, she's even at the 2nd level of body forging. This is simply my goddess, she's so beautiful and strong. Body forging 2nd level, I'm afraid that the ranking in the entire grade can be ranked in the forefront. I wonder what her awakened talent is? Then who knows, why don't you go and ask? Forget it, this high and cold goddess of hers is not someone I can strike up a conversation with." After the chattering stopped, it was the turn of the hawk-nosed boy to take the test. From the beginning to the end, his gaze carried a kind of arrogance, seemingly disdainful of the students who had taken the test before, and only Zhao Ruoying made a slight change in his eyes after she finished the test, but it was only a slight change. He came in front of the testing apparatus, his body's chi and blood surged out all of a sudden, powerful chi and blood power erupted out from his body, and he seemed to casually strike out a punch. Gaoing, forging body 3rd gravity, strength 2,500 pounds. This data made everyone shake. 3rd weight of body forging, how is this possible? There's even such a strong person in our class. Simply powerful and terrifying. The students at the bottom sucked in cool air. Even the instructor, Chen Yu, looked at him with a few more points of appreciation in his gaze. To be able to break through the forging realm before attending the martial arts university was already at the genius level, and to reach the 3rd level of the forging realm was even more to the point of being a demon. A trace of surprise flashed in Su Li's eyes. No wonder this person always had a feeling of being high above and contemptuous of everyone. His qualification strength was indeed extraordinary. Some female students looked at Gao Ying's eyes instantly more ambiguous. Some male students' minds are also lively, with fawning touting him. After Su Li's turn, because there was Chen Yu watching from the sidelines, he had nothing to hide his strength and directly exploded his full strength, blasting his fist on the tester. Su Li, body forging 1st weight, 2,100 pounds. Because of Gao Ying's body forging triple heavy in front of him, this data of Su Li didn't attract too much attention. The test ended after half an hour. Chen Yu gave each person a strength training indicator. According to the strength that had just been tested out, all students had to complete 100 times of strength movement training using the corresponding half-weight equipment. 100 times didn't sound like a lot, but it was actually very terrifying. For example, in Su Li's case, he needed to carry 525 pounds of equipment with one hand, and complete 100 repetitions according to the training camp's summary of the most effective actions to stimulate muscles and blood. How many pounds does an adult weigh? Almost every time he made a movement, he had to clench his teeth and use all his strength. Its degree of difficulty is considerable. Chen Yu first led them to do a set of strange stretching movements. These strange movements could ensure that every muscle in the body was stretched, avoiding strains in the next training, which would affect the quality of the training. After the stretching movements were done, the strength training officially began. This is a pair of black equipment with a cool appearance like dumbbells. Su Li adjusted them to 525 pounds respectively, totaling 1,050 pounds. Then slowly lifted it up and did it according to the 10 standardized movements on the wall of the training room. Each movement needed to be done 10 times. Once. Twice. 3 times. The first one Su Li did felt quite easy. By the time he made it to the 3rd set of movements, his arms started to feel sore and hot. The feeling became stronger during the 4th set of movements, but he could still finish it easily. Until he reached the 7th set of upward push movements. Su Li already felt very strenuous. His forehead was densely covered with tiny beads of sweat, his face reddened, his sinewy arms trembling slightly. Every inch he lifted seemed to be very laborious. The other students in the training room were even more so. Each and every one of them were gritting their teeth and exerting their utmost, doing the training maneuvers with difficulty. There was a male student who had lost his stamina, the equipment in his hands crashed to the ground with a loud bang, he was bent over and gasping for breath, his face was in pain, and his hands were trembling violently. At this time, Shen Yu walked over with a whip made of unknown material in his hand, his eyes were stern, and with a snap, he smacked on that student's back. In a flash, heartbreaking screams could be heard coming from that student. One more time for each set of movements, Shen Yu said unsympathetically. The face of that boy who was punished turned pale beyond recognition, and not only that, his hands could be seen clenching his fists and his body trembling, as if he was restraining his inner rage. Indeed, anyone else would feel aggrieved and angry. After all, such a high-intensity strength training, not everyone is able to persevere. This male student not only received a beating, but also punished. Who else would feel uncomfortable in his heart? Shen Yu seemed to see that he was not convinced in his heart. His ferocious aura pressed towards the male student like a mountain, and then glared at him like a warning. Under the pressure of Shen Yu's strong aura, that male student's face instantly became shriveled. The wisp of resistance that had just risen in his heart dissipated in an instant, and he was only able to bow his head and obey Shen Yu's orders. Shen Yu snorted coldly, then turned his gaze to the other students. And not far away, Jiang Xiaobai was using his eyes to secretly glance over here. He slowed down his movements to desert. When he saw that student was punished, his face couldn't help but have a joyful look on his face. He thought to himself that he wasn't the only one who was unlucky enough to be punished. However, when Shen Yu turned his head, his fierce gaze happened to meet Jiang Xiaobai's eyes. Jiang Xiaobai was startled and hurriedly retracted his gaze, eyes on the nose on the mouth, treating it as if he didn't know anything, but in his heart, he was nervous to the extreme at this moment. That damn bogeyman, you mustn't come over, Jiang Xiaotian prayed in his heart. He didn't know if Shen Yu heard the prayer in Jiang Xiaotian's heart, and took a step towards him. Training without concentration, 1 extra penalty for each set of movements. The voice sounded like it came from the middle of hell, causing Jiang Xiaobai to feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his entire body froze as if he had lost his soul. Instructor Chen, Jiang Xiaobai still wanted to reason with Shen Yu. However, he didn't expect that Shen Yu lashed him on the back with a whip. No talking during training, didn't I already say that just now? Shen Yu said coldly. Jiang Xiaobai could not cry. This Shen Yu was definitely intent on retaliation, really inappropriate son. Su Li heard Jiang Xiaobai's miserable screams and a helpless smile appeared on his face. This little fatty was considered to have offended Shen Yu and was missed by him. Chapter 31, Grabbing Positions. Su Li made it to the 10th set of flying bird movements. He felt that his physical strength had almost reached its limit. The muscles of his arms, visible to the naked eye, were shaking and twitching as if they were breathing violently. A burst of tearing pain came from on top of his muscles, causing Su Li to suck in cool air in pain. Bean-sized beads of sweat desperately flowed down from his forehead. At this moment, it was no longer a test of Su Li's endurance, it was a test of his ability to endure pain. At this time, Shen Yu scanned the surrounding students who were training as hard as they could, and then said loudly, if you can't even complete this training right now, then in the future, when you arrive at the dimensional battlefield, what are you going to do to face those powerful and horrifying foreign races? You guys have to be clear, the enemy will never be merciful to you. They only want to drink your blood and eat your flesh. At that time, the pain and trials you will face will be 100 times 1,000 times more than what you are facing now. Therefore, all of you must persevere even if you gnash your teeth. Even if you die, don't give up. At this time, Su Li had already made it to the 99th time. There was still one last movement left, and it would all be completed. But he now felt that his arm muscles were on the verge of exploding. And because of the intense pain in his muscles, his teeth were being bitten with blood spilling out. He took a deep breath to keep his mind clear and made his upper body struggle to maintain his balance. I must hold on. Su Li's trembling hands gripped the equipment tightly. At this time he felt that the pair of equipment had become abnormally heavy, and it was that laborious to just hold it like this. Just as he was about to finish the last movement, there were 2 people who said in unison, Instructor, strength training has been completed. These 2 people were none other than Gaoing, the hawk-nosed man, and Zhao Rohan, the twin-tailed braided, high-cool girl who was at the 2nd level of body forging. Gaoing frowned and turned his gaze towards Zhao Rohan. There were a few hints of annoyance in his expression, as if he was upset that someone had finished at the same time as him. Zhao Rohan seemed as if she didn't notice his irritated gaze and just looked coldly at the instructor in front of her. At this moment, some of the students had only completed half of their movements, and after hearing the sound of the 2 of them finishing, they revealed looks of incredulity and envy. Very good, those who have completed their training maneuvers, come to me to receive the chi and blood pills and recovery potions, Shen Yu said as he looked at the 2 of them with an appreciative face. Su Li had absolutely no mind to care about the others completing their training at this moment. He was unmoved by anything happening in the outside world. In his eyes, only this last strength training maneuver remained. Phew. Su Li took a long breath, then slowly moved his hands. At the same time, the chi and blood in his body had already reached the point of dryness, providing his body with only that trace of energy. I can definitely accomplish it. A powerful spiritual force dominated his body. As the equipment slowly rose, Suli felt that his already dried up chi and blood seemed to have regained a trace of vitality. Along with a heavy muffled grunt from Suli, the last movement was finally completed. The pair of heavy equipment slammed onto the ground with a loud bang, and Suli gasped violently. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, only feeling that his entire body was exhausted. His arms seemed to be wasted, even moving a little bit was laborious. Reporting to instructor, strength training has been completed. Suli dragged his tired body to Chenyu. Not bad. Because Suli was the third to complete the strength training, Chenyu was quite satisfied with his performance. Immediately afterward, he saw a blood-colored elixir appear out of thin air in Chenyu's hand, as well as a bottle of white recovery potion. Seeing that black ring worn in Chenyu's hand, Suli's eyes carried some envy. The nano ring, which could store items, was a strategic resource that was controlled by the military and not sold on the market. Swallowing the chi and blood dan and recovery potion into his stomach in one gulp, in a flash, Suli's body was like a dead tree springing to life, rapidly surging with vitality and recovering. Within a short while, his body had already recovered to the 7th degree. Moreover, Suli could perceive that the power of chi and blood in his body had increased by a few more points, and even his bones seemed to have become a little harder. This made some joy rise in his heart from the bottom of his heart. There was no joy that could be happier than seeing himself getting stronger. Subsequently, some students also began to complete their training tasks one after another. By the time all the students finished, the time had already come to noon. Suli and Jiang Xiaobai came to the cafeteria together to take their meals. The cafeteria was full of people. Students from other classes were also there. It seemed very lively and noisy. It could be seen that not only Suli and his class had been brutally trained by the instructors, but the students of other classes were no better. All of them looked breathless and depressed. While lining up, Jiang Xiaobai viciously cursed the instructor Chenyu, which made Suli feel unable to cry or laugh. Waiting for Suli to beat the meal, he managed to wait for a table of students to leave and put the meal on the table. A boy with a dry and thin figure sat directly on the seat occupied by Suli from the side. Suli could not help but frown at this boy. This person he recognized was his classmate, named Li Feng, at the first level of body forging. "Classmate Su, please remove the rice, I've already taken this seat," Li Feng said to Suli with a smile. "You can't see that it was me who occupied this seat first?" Suli said with a calm voice, although he was not the character to cause trouble, but not anyone could bully him. Li Feng said aggressively, "Then could it be that you are blind and can't see that it was me who sat here first?" Zhang Xiaotian, who was on the side, angrily shouted, "Can you ing talk, hurry up and get lost, don't look for trouble here." As his words fell, only to see 3 people walking over with their meals, their faces unfavorable. These 3 people were also all Suli's classmates. They and Li Feng were all from Golden City and were on good terms. They were Li Haiyang and Lu Jinwang, who were at the first level of body forging, and Zhao Dongtai, who was at the 9th level of blood condensation. "Fatty, who are you telling to roll?" The taller boy, Li Haiyang, placed his meal on the table and droned in a cold voice. Zhang Xiaotian saw these 4 people hugging the table. He sneered and scolded, "Told you 4 assholes, what, you don't understand Daxia? I think you're itching for a beating." The rough-faced Lu Jinwang raised his eyebrows and said to Zhang Xiaotian with a ferocious look. Only to hear Suli coldly speak at this time, "You want to beat up my brother, did you go through my consent?" Ha ha ha. The 4 Li Haiyang people laughed rampantly after hearing this. "Suli, you're only a forging body first level, dare to be so arrogant with us, where did you get your confidence?" Li Haiyang looked disdainful, then he continued to sneer, "If you two have the guts, let's meet in the ring." Chapter 32 Challenge in the Ring. One of the rules of the training camp, it is strictly forbidden for students participating in training to fight privately. If found, they will be directly expelled and reported to the school. However, students could initiate a ring challenge with each other, and once both sides accepted, they could go to the center ring of the training base to fight, and there was no limit to the number of people. There are many people in the cafeteria. After seeing them clash, students have gathered around to watch the fun. At this time, Suli said in a flat voice, "I accept." "Very well." Li Haiyang, with an open face, said, "This time the ring will be me and Lu Jinwang out to fight the 2 of you. 2 against 2, very fair." However, he saw a faint smile suddenly appear on Suli's face, and then stretched out his fingers, pointing them one by one at Li Haiyang's 4 people. "What I accept is the 4 of you fighting together." At these words, the students present on the sidelines stared at each other with wide eyes and a moment of consternation. They all looked at Suli in disgust. Is there something wrong with this person, not accepting such a fair duel as 2 against 2, and having to fight 2 against 4? That's right, just now I heard that person say that they are all at the first level of body forging, their strengths are already all similar. I don't know where this person's confidence comes from. Overconfidence can be arrogance. Li Haiyang 4 people first thought that they had misheard. When they came to their senses, they looked at each other with a dismayed smile in their eyes. "Ha ha ha, really laugh me to death, Suli, are you stupid from training, your brain rusted out?" Li Haiyang laughed out loud. "Since you despise the 4 of us so much, then don't blame us for bullying the few with the many." Lu Jinwang had a sardonic smile on his face. With that, they arrived at the center ring of the training base. At the same time, many students who were watching had gathered around. After all, this was the first time that a challenge had been initiated in the training base, and it was also a multi-person melee, so it was very watchable. Lin Xingyan and a few other girls had just come out of the bathroom after taking a shower when they heard others talking. Someone from class 3 has initiated a challenge in the ring, go take a look. I heard that it's still 2 against 4, or those 2 people initiated the challenge. Let's hurry up and go, we won't be able to occupy the front row if there are too many people later. Lin Xingyan suspiciously grabbed a male classmate who was rushing over there and asked, who's in the ring? The male student said, Suli Jiang Xiaotian and his 2 men are fighting Lu Haiyang and his 4 men. Lin Xingyan's heart was shocked upon hearing this, and then she couldn't care less about her long wet hair and ran towards the ring. At this time, there were already quite a few students gathered under the ring. The scene was very lively and noisy. One could only see Instructor Chen Yu and another instructor with thick eyebrows, a tall nose, and a medium height standing in the distance, staring at the ring from afar. Chen Yu, the students in your class are so energetic? That instructor's tone carried a bit of mockery in it, as if he was laughing at Chen Yu for setting up too little training intensity. Chen Yu glanced at him and countered, this shows that the students I brought are physically fit and have high potential. Look at the class 1 you brought, each and every one of them is half dead. The instructor rubbed his nose and snorted, you're not afraid to flash your back even if you brag, these 6 students in the ring of your class combined are not enough to beat that student in our class 1 who has awakened the body of the fire spirit. Chen Yu's eyes were filled with a bit of disbelief as he said, Zhang Hao, don't say you're so sure, fight or not. Don't think that just because you have high talent, you can crush everything. Zhang Hao smiled faintly, seemingly not bothering to argue with him, just looking at the ring, saying, then I'll have to see what level of students you've brought with you. Chen Yu snorted coldly and also looked towards the ring, only that there were a few more points of solemnity on his face. If the strength of the few students in the ring was too poor, then he would also follow suit and lose face. Suli stood on top of the ring, he saw that the stage was surrounded by people, he could not help but feel a few moments of surprise. He thought to himself that these students were not tired after a morning of training? Each and every one of them even had the heart to come here to watch the fun. However, perhaps this is the nature of Daxia people who love to watch. Suli also saw that Zhao Rohan, that high and cold girl from their class, was also standing in the distance looking at this side, only that her complexion was still incredibly cold. Gao Eng, on the other hand, was not present, and with his nature, he was probably full of disdain for this match. Suli picked a large, well-fitting sword from the side of the ring and held it in his hand, while Jiang Xiaotian picked a long spear. When he first met Jiang Xiaotian had used a lance as a weapon, so he thought that the battle skill he practiced should be related to the lance. And on the other side, Li Haiyang picked a long sword. Usually martial artists who used long swords moved faster and were relatively more agile. Lu Jinwang wore a pair of boxing gloves made of fine iron. There were quite a few boxing battle techniques that were very fierce and powerful. As long as they were close, they were able to cause great destruction to the enemy. Li Feng, on the other hand, chose a dagger, and Suli couldn't help but look at him with a little more caution, because this person looked like an old Inbi. The last one, Zhao Dongtai, who was at the 9th level of blood condensation, chose a large sword. Li Haiyang's dark eyes rolled around before he said with a smirk, how meaningless it is to just fight like this, let's do it this way, whichever side loses, kneel down and call the other side grandpa 3 times. Jiang Xiaotian looked towards Suli waiting for his reply. Suli, on the other hand, was silent, a thoughtful look flickering in his gaze. What, you 2 goons don't dare to accept? Lu Jinwang saw that the 2 of them did not speak and thought that they were afraid, and said provocatively. Suli's eyes suddenly lit up, then said, I'll also add one more thing, the losing side will have to run around the playground naked for 10 laps. Ha ha ha. Li Haiyang, several people looked at each other and laughed. Suli, just who gave you the courage? However, this punishment you added is very good, since you want to run naked in front of everyone so badly, I will fulfill you all no matter what. We accept. Li Haiyang spoke contemptuously. After a few people agreed on the punishment, the fight was imminent. Only Lu Jinyang, who wore an iron fist, took the lead. His body's aura erupted with a roar, and with a furious cry, he seemed like a tiger coming out of its cage. His ferocious fists directly bombarded Suli. At the same moment, several other people also moved. Li Haiyang's footsteps are light, the long sword in his hand is like a silver snake swimming in general, extremely fast, directly stabbing towards Suli's body. The most amazing thing is that Li Feng, who was holding the dagger in his hand, his body breath directly disappeared from the original place, as if he had evaporated from the earth. When the crowd under the stage saw this scene, they revealed puzzled gazes. How could a living person suddenly disappear in front of the crowd? This was too bizarre. Chen Yu, who was watching this side of the battle from afar, said in a deep voice, this is talented concealment. It can conceal one's breath and figure for a short period of time, and it's extremely difficult to break through within the same realm. Chapter 33 Terrible Enlightenment. Concealment, a relatively rare special talent, was the perfect candidate to become a powerful assassin, and was very popular with all forces. Lin Qingyan, who had rushed over in a panic, happened to see the scene, and she clenched her hands nervously, the look of worry on her face intensifying a few points. Above the ring, Suli's gaze was as calm as water. His bloodbath in the middle of the demonic beast forest had practiced him to have a calm heart. No matter how much of a crisis he was facing, he tried his best to keep his mind calm. Iron fist on the left, long sword on the right. Li Haiyang and Lu Jinwang came at him ferociously in a pincer attack. Obviously then, Li Feng and Zhao Dongtai's target was Jiang Xiaotian. Jiang Xiaotian also saw the battlefield situation in an instant. He knew that Li Feng's target was 80% himself. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, and in an instant, the power of the earth erupted within him. A layer of armor made of rocks covered his entire body in a flash. Earth power. There was another outcry at the bottom. Earth Force, a very top-ranked existence amongst defensive talents, was very resistant. Chen Yu was deeply impressed with Jiang Xiaotian because on the first day of training, he had caught this little fatty cursing him behind his back. He didn't realize that this little fatty was awakened to the power of the earth. No wonder he looked thick-skinned. At this moment, he heard Zhang Hao, the instructor of Class 1 next to him, laugh. These few people on the stage must be the few people with the strongest strength and talent in your class, right? Chen Yu said indifferently, these few students are only the medium existence of Class 3. There are even more powerful ones that you haven't seen. Ha ha. Zhang Hao laughed out joyfully as if he had heard some joke. The moment Jiang Xiaotian's body was covered in rock armor, Li Feng suddenly appeared behind him, and his dagger, which was flashing with a cold aura, struck him ferociously on his back. Only a bang was heard as the dagger viciously pierced above the rock armor. However, the rock armor's defense was extremely high, and Li Feng's strike only left a white mark on it. His face changed, and he hurriedly retreated his figure backward. An assassin encountering a blood ox, it was like meeting his nemesis. When Jiang Xiaotian saw him retreating backwards, the lance in his hand blatantly stabbed out, like a dragon coming out of the sea, and blasted at Li Feng. In a panic, Li Feng picked up his dagger to block, only to hear the sound of weapons colliding together resounded, then saw Li Feng's strength at a disadvantage. His body shape exploded backward. Zhao Dongtai's hand gripped the big knife and swung out violently, with a lingering cold aura of a knife, at first towards Jiang Xiaotian attack. Jiang Xiaotian had to stop chasing Li Feng. His bulky body slightly flickered, dodging the blade, then his long spear picked back, then the gun came out like a dragon, ferociously stabbing at Zhao Dongtai. The three of them fought fiercely together. On the other hand, under the brazen pincer attack of Li Haiyang's duo, Suli directly unleashed Ling Bo 9 transformations. His figure quickly flickered in place, a trail of residual shadows remaining in place, causing the two of them to be unable to catch on for a while, unable to attack Suli's body. This student in your class has some interesting body techniques. Zhang Hao's gaze flickered rapidly. He was able to tell that Suli's set of stances was extremely subtle. The key to this was that this set of stances seemed to have been refined by him to a great degree of success. Every movement did not have the slightest sense of incongruity, as if it was natural. Chen Yu on the side also narrowed his eyes. At Suli's age, in order to refine a technique to a great success, it was not just a matter of outstanding talent, but also the need to have a strong sense of understanding. As the realm grew, qualifications and talent alone were no longer enough, while the weight of enlightenment would become heavier and heavier. This is a good seedling. Appreciation flickered within Chen Yu's gaze. Suli just dodged the attacks of the two of them and did not return the strikes, as if he was teasing them. Li Haiyang's face became more and more furious. A faint green light suddenly emanated from above his legs, and suddenly, his speed more than doubled. Talent, Wind Walk. This was a talent that increased speed, and if it could be combined with a subtle stance, it would become extremely terrifying. However, it was obvious that this Li Haiyang's stance was sparse and not very skillful. It was only after he used the wind-walking talent and increased his speed that he was able to capture Suli's figure. He let out a loud shout, his body violently rushed forward, only to see the golden light on top of his long sword. A golden sword chi directly stabbed at Suli. This sword chi was fierce and incomparable. Suli no longer dodged, his hands gripped the great sword. In a flash, above the great sword burned a blazing flame. In the face of the raging golden sword light, his expression was calm. The great sword swung towards his body, only to see a lavender flame directly wash away the golden sword light. And in the next second, Suli unleashed his talent sneak. As his figure flickered, the aura on the greatsword in his hand skyrocketed. Suli's body suddenly appeared at Li Haiyang's side, which caused shock to fill Li Haiyang's eyes. He didn't even notice Suli's movements. Suli's expression was ice cold as he violently swung out his large sword. The blade that burned with lavender flames directly slashed at his chest. Li Haiyang was directly chopped over on the ground. A hideous wound directly appeared on his chest, and blood flowed in a flash. This slash directly caused Li Haiyang to fall to the ground, losing his fighting strength. Seeing Li Haiyang being knocked down, a sound of shock came from underneath. All of this had happened too quickly. From the start of the fight until now, a total of 5 minutes had not passed. When Lin Qingyan saw the scene, she looked at Suli with a light of admiration in her eyes. The students at the bottom were also murmuring. 2 against 1 and being countered, these two are really rookies. The main thing is that person's stance is too esoteric, can't even feel his trail. There's something about this person, I'm afraid he'll become my archenemy when we turn around for the new competition. What are you, a blood condensation 9th level, pretending here? Can't you just let me pretend quietly? May I ask, who is Jing Jing? Zhao Rohan, who had a cool expression on the side, seemed to have a few more shades of color in her gaze towards Su Li. And at this moment, Class 1 instructor Zhang Hao was already staring with wide eyes, all incredulous. This Mo Flame, this is the Perfection Realm's red flame chop, how is this possible? Zhang Hao's heart was shaken, although the red flame chop was just an ordinary battle technique, but to cultivate it to the consummate realm, without 10 or 20 years of hard practice, it was simply impossible. The main thing was that cultivating a battle skill was something that required a lot of time and chi and blood, and for ordinary students, they simply didn't have that much energy to put into battle skill cultivation. Unless it was some genius with an extremely high level of enlightenment, they could only refine it to perfection in a relatively short period of time. However, such geniuses with extremely high levels of enlightenment would almost always be able to become grandmasters as long as their talent qualifications weren't too poor. One must know that above transcendent mortal was grandmaster. Its degree of terror could be imagined. Chapter 34 Thunderous Strike. Chun Yu was also extremely shocked at this moment. Just now, Su Li's display of the Grand Completion Realm's body technique had already made him feel very surprised. Now, this red flame chop of Su Li's cultivation consummation brought him an even more shocking impact. It should be known that the human race is different from some other powerful races. Those powerful races, they are born with strong physique can cultivate. The human race usually needed to wait until after the age of 10, until the body functions were relatively mature and perfect, and could withstand the impact of chi and blood on the body's meridians, before they could cultivate chi and blood nourishing techniques. Cultivation of battle techniques required the backing of chi and blood, as well as the investment of a great deal of time and energy. All of the above were just the hard requirements for cultivating battle techniques. The most crucial thing was that one must have a strong sense of enlightenment in order to advance in battle techniques. Battle techniques, or body techniques, were roughly divided into 4 realms. They were introductory, minor success, major success, and perfection. In these 4 realms, each advancement was as if it was a heavenly rift, and it was extremely difficult. To be able to refine a battle skill to perfection at the age of 20 years old, no matter where it was placed, it was a very strong existence. Moreover, Su Li's realm hadn't fallen due to the cultivation of battle techniques, which was terrifying in the eyes of the onlookers. I didn't expect that your class would still have an existence with such a terrifying level of enlightenment. Zhang Hao sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He who had just been disdainful of Class 3 only felt his heart filled with shock at this moment. Because excellent enlightenment was a necessary factor for breaking through to become a great master. Shen Yu looked at Zhang Hao, who was full of shock and only felt much more relaxed. Just now Zhang Hao was still disdainful of the class he was leading. Now a genius with excellent enlightenment had appeared in his own class, ruthlessly slapping him in the face. This feeling was very soothing. Don't think that your class is the only one with geniuses who have awakened the fire spirit body. The students in our class aren't bad either. Shen Yu laughed out loud. Zhang Hao was non-committal. In a sense, geniuses with excellent enlightenment in martial arts were even more rare than awakening a certain powerful physique. Above the ring, Lu Jinwan's rough face turned even more hideous after seeing Li Haiyang defeated. Only hearing him shouting, his arm muscles suddenly skyrocketed and thickened by a circle. The tendons and veins on them were like thick earthworms snaking and densely packed, looking extraordinarily ominous. Talent, brute force, doubling the strength of both arms. His face became extremely ferocious as his 2 iron fists collided with each other, emitting heart-stopping sounds. At the same time, Li Feng temporarily gave up fighting against Jiang Xiaotian. The thick layer of rock armor on his body simply couldn't be shattered in a moment. For now, he could only feasibly help Lu Jinwang to take down Su Li first, and then combine his efforts to break through Jiang Xiaotian's defense. So he directly activated the talent of concealment. His figure disappeared from the original place, leaving Zhao Dongtai struggling to support Jiang Xiaotian's attack. Su Li's had been paying attention to Jiang Xiaotian's side of the battle, and when he realized that Li Feng was using his concealment talent again, he guessed that he was going to launch a sneak attack on himself. It was also at this moment that Lu Jinwang's iron fist was covered with a layer of ice crystals, and the icy cold aura emanating from it was chilling. This was his battle skill, the Frost Fist. This battle skill not only had a high attack power, but it could also strike cold air into the enemy, destroying their internal functions as well as the circulation of their chi and blood, thus causing their movements to become slow and stiff. Although the realm of his battle skill cultivation was not as high as Su Li's, when combined with his talent for brute force, it was also very strong and should not be underestimated. After Lu Jinwan's iron fist was covered with ice crystals, the temperature in the ring seemed to have dropped by a few points. His body dashed forward furiously, utilizing inertia as well as the strength of his waist. He poured out a fist that roared out with all his might. Just as he launched his ferocious attack, Li Feng's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Su Li. With a sinister smile on his face, the dagger in his hand was like a poisonous snake, ruthlessly stabbing towards Su Li's back. This scene was thrilling to the extreme. The students at the bottom all had their mouths wide open, as if they were about to see Su Li fall. Lin Qingyan's palms were covered in cold sweat as she prayed in her heart, "Big brother Su must not be alright." Just as Li Feng's dagger stabbed down, Lu Jinwan's ice crystal-covered punch ferociously attacked. Su Li looked like he was frozen in place. In the next second, this residual shadow instantly disappeared under their attacks. Lu Jinwang and Li Feng couldn't help but curse out as their surefire strikes fell short. And Su Li didn't know when, but had already appeared at the side of the ring. Just now, at the moment Li Feng disappeared, Su Li had already unleashed her natural talent of sneaking, as well as casting the 9 transformations of Lingbo. Only then would he silently disappear from under the eyes of the crowd. It was also at this moment. The large sword in Su Li's hand that was burning with lavender flames suddenly wrapped up a terrifying thunderbolt. The power of thunder. Under the crowd's shocked gazes, Su Li brazenly swung out the large knife in his hand, and a purple flame knife shadow with a terrifying aura instantly chopped at the bodies of Lu Jinwang and Li Feng. With a loud boom, these two people were directly hit by the saber shadow. They spat out blood and ruthlessly fell from the ring to the ground. Fortunately, the crowd watching at the bottom were not at a low realm and had quicker reactions, or else they would have been smashed by the bodies of the two of them and suffered from this unmitigated disaster. The talent he awakened is actually the Thunder Force that is known to be the most powerful in terms of damage. This person is too terrifying. Not only is his realm of battle skill cultivation extremely high, he even feels that his talent is so terrifying. I didn't realize that there was such a strong existence in Class 3. It seems that it's going to be a bit difficult for our Class 6 to get a ranking in the new competition this time around. I think this person can compete with that demon from Class 1 who awakened the body of the fire spirit. Shoo! Don't talk nonsense. Do you know what realm that fire spirit body from Class 1 is in? The 3rd level of body forging? No. I heard from the students in their class that that person is already at the 7th level of body forging. Is this ING still human? The color of appreciation in Chen Yu's eyes intensified after seeing Su Li use the power of thunder. Not bad, really good. The appearance of such a genius in the class he was leading made his mood extremely good. In the newcomer competition in a month's time, the classes that won the top 3 would be rewarded handsomely, and the students would be ranked amongst themselves, and the title of newcomer king would be awarded at the end. If the Class 3 that he was leading could get the first place, as a training instructor, he would not only get the honor, but also get a very generous reward. Either way, it would make him very happy. Class 1 instructor Zhang Hao withdrew his gaze from the ring at this moment, looking at Chen Yu with a satisfied smile on his face, as if sensing what was on his mind. He laughed and said, "Even though the student from your class is very strong, but this amount of strength is still not enough for him to get a ranking in the newcomer competition. Also, I forgot to tell you, that student who awakened the fire spirit body is already at the 7th level of body forging." After saying that, Zhang Hao let out a light laugh and turned around to leave. Chapter 35 The Kirin Diagram. 7th level of body forging? Chen Yu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Although he knew that the cultivation speed of awakening the fire spirit body would be much faster than an S-class qualification, he did not expect it to be able to be this terrifying. It simply made one feel appalled. A glimmer of hope had just risen in his heart, and it was snuffed out under Zhang Hao's flippant words. In the morning, he had just finished testing his realm, and Su Li was only at the 1st level of the body forging realm, so there was too much difference between the two. In the forging realm, the gap between the strength of each weight is huge. Not only strength, speed, endurance, on the gap is significant, the strength of the body is an insurmountable chasm. I don't want to think about the first place, it's fine if I can get a top 3 ranking. Chen Yu thought so comfortingly. In the ring, Zhao Dongtai was smashed by Jiang Xiaotian's shot on his body, directly giving him a mouthful of blood and falling to the ground. "Ha, you 4 losers, where did the arrogant aura from earlier go?" Seeing the wretched 4, Jiang Xiaotian laughed out loud in pain. The 4 of them, Li Haiyang, slowly climbed up from the ground only after taking the healing pills that they had brought with them. Their faces were unsightly to the extreme, 4 against 2, and in the end, they were knocked out of the ring like dogs, and there were so many people watching, it was simply humiliating to the extreme. The 4 of them turned around and were about to leave. Su Li directly dodged in front of them and said in a cold voice, "Who allowed you to leave? Now immediately fulfill the bet just now." The students who heard their agreement underneath just now also murmured. How can these 4 people not honor their words and go back on their word? That's right, how shameless. Li Haiyang's 4 people's faces were green and purple. Only to see Li Haiyang staring at Su Li, said in a chilling voice, "Su Li, we are all in the same class, do you have to do things so absolutely?" Su Li said doubtfully, "What do you mean? I don't quite understand. What do you mean on doing things absolutely? Wasn't this bet proposed by you guys? Then if we don't kneel, do you still dare to kill us?" Just now, Lu Jinwan, who had a rough face, had a sardonic smile on his face, with the look of a dead pig not being afraid of boiling water. However, he saw Su Li's mouth emerge with a cold smile. However, in the next second, he directly launched the Lingbo 9 transformations, quickly moved behind these 4 people, and kicked the back legs of the 4 of them, one by one, without any mercy. Ah! Intense pain came from their legs, and the 4 of them screamed out miserably, thumping their knees on the ground. Having to make me take action, why is this necessary? Su Li sneered. Su Li, you bully people too much. Li Haiyang wanted to struggle to get up, but he was ruthlessly smashed by Su Li with the back of his blade. Su Li looked at Li Haiyang, who was kneeling on the ground, and faintly said, willing to gamble, this point of reasoning doesn't understand, and you still have to let me teach you? By the afternoon, Shen Yu still arranged long-distance running training for Su Li and the others. Only today, Su Li ran and felt that his body was much easier than yesterday, not as laborious as yesterday. It wasn't just him, even the other students were the same. It seemed like everyone's endurance had grown by a few points. At this time, after the noon ring competition, Su Li had already become a celebrity in the class. Everyone knew that he had awakened the powerful combat talent of Thunder Force, and that he had a mysterious stance and an extremely high realm of battle skills. Su Li also found that the classmates looked at him with a much gentler gaze. Moreover, some pretty girls even began to take the initiative to talk to him. Even the always serious instructor Chen Yu also looked at him in the gaze full of appreciation. However, Su Li did not care about these changes in the outside world. His eyes were only on improving his strength, the rest was unimportant. Moreover, Su Li wasn't worried about all of his strengths cards being known. Because for him, every day his strength was rapidly increasing. Yesterday's self was never as strong as today's self. Su Li ran around Devil's Island at an even speed. A long way behind him, the 4 Li Haiyang people were running side by side. Their faces were weak and their legs were limping as they ran. Only to see these 4 people staring at Su Li's running back in the distance with a sinister face. In front of so many people, Su Li made them kneel. This humiliation was simply worse than killing them. This breath really can't be swallowed. Only Lu Jinwang could be heard whispering angrily. Yes. Li Feng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Don't be anxious, this revenge must be avenged. A sinister light flickered in Li Haiyang's eyes, as if he was thinking of some countermeasure. The sky unknowingly darkened. The starry sky was bright. The warm wind blew gently on the island. After Su Li and the others finished their long-distance running training, Shen Yu brought them within an empty classroom, only to see a huge picture hanging in the center of the classroom. In the middle of the picture was a huge qilin with golden flames burning all over its body, roaring angrily at the cool full moon in the night sky. Although the qilin was in the painting, it brought a sense of oppression to people, as if it would come to life in the next second and leap out of the painting. At this time, Shen Yu looked at the painting, his eyes filled with yearning and enthusiasm. This is the first qilin diagram left behind by the great powers of the human race. The qilin shakes the moon. The qilin diagram is divided into 8 panels, and legend has it that if one can comprehend all 8 panels, one will be able to attain eternity. This Kirin diagram is a human martial arts treasure, a common property of mankind, so every one of you who enters a martial arts university, or enters the army, can observe and learn from it. Of course, it is extremely difficult for you to comprehend and cultivate this qilin diagram successfully. As far as I know, very few people are able to comprehend and learn the first qilin shaking the moon diagram of this qilin diagram before the transcendent realm. Hearing these words from him, the students in the classroom were greatly shaken. If one could comprehend all 8 diagrams, one would have a chance to achieve eternal eternity. Whether it was true or not, just having such a little thought and hope was enough to make one's blood boil. Su Li's gaze also became fiery all of a sudden. This qilin diagram might be extremely difficult for others to comprehend and learn. But he had the presence of the panel, and these were not a problem at all. He was apprehensive and excited as he placed his gaze on the qilin shaking the moon diagram. Then with full concentration, he began to comprehend its divine essence. After a while, Su Li opened the panel. Host, Su Li. Race, human. Realm, first level of body forging 720-1000. Technique, granite decree. Battle technique, red inferno / perfection 2500-100,000. Body technique, Ling wave 9 changes 85-30-10,000. Battle technique, Kirin shakes the moon 1-1000. Contracted beast. Heavenly treasure mouse, blood condensation realm 8th level 350-700. Silver Moon Wolf King, 2nd level of Viscera Realm 2620-20,000. Pactable Beasts 4. Number of contracts 2. Note, the success rate of pacts varies with the realm, with 80% probability of pacting with a demonic beast of the same level, and 1% probability of success beyond the current realm. Every time you raise a realm, you can increase the number of times you can make a contract by 2. Word talents, white attract disaster, white diligence makes up for difficulty, blue forest affinity, blue sneaking, blue luck of the hour, gold power of thunder. Hanging experience, 320. Upgradable contracted beasts, none. Chapter 36 Sneak Attack Overboard. Seeing that the panel showed that the qilin shaking the moon was in the process of comprehension, a burst of excitement surged in Su Li's heart. 1,000 points of experience, you can fully comprehend this picture. The difficulty is not very big. The Kirin shakes the moon is a battle technique. I don't know what it has to do with what Shen Yu said about attaining eternity. Putting aside these thoughts, Su Li placed his mind on the Kirin shaking the moon picture in front of the classroom, observing the texture of the Kirin's body in the picture. This picture was a topographical version, but despite this, the picture was still marvelously lifelike. In the picture, the full moon hanging high in the sky shed a cool moonlight, the Chilin's body had a monstrous aura, and the pair of eyes burning with flames stared angrily at the full moon in the night sky, seemingly wanting to rise up to the sky and crush it. Along with Su Li's observation, the Kirin shaking the moon's experience was slowly increasing. Kirin shakes the moon comprehension +1. Kirin shakes the moon +1. Kirin shakes the moon +1. Slowly, Su Li realized that the Qilin in his field of vision suddenly seemed to come to life. Every inch of its body, every place, gently trembled, as if it was breathing. And a blazing burning sensation came from the depths of Su Li's soul, which seemed to be brought to him by the burning golden flame on the Qilin's body. For some reason, Su Li also felt an inexplicable pathos from the Qilin's body. It was a kind of ancient sadness, as if it was imprisoned in a piece of prison, never able to break free. It struggled, roared, seemingly unwilling to fate, vowed to break free of this cage. Su Li was affected by this mood. His eyes couldn't help but become resolute, an indescribably bleak and tragic aura emanating silently from his body. At this moment, Chen Yu's gaze swept over the students at the bottom. He saw that these students were observing very carefully. His face could not help but smile faintly, thinking about when he first saw the Qilin shaking the moon diagram. He was also spoken by the instructor at that time with fervor, and he always thought that he would be able to comprehend and learn it. But after a long time, he knew that he did not have that kind of heavenly talent, less than transcendent. Want to comprehend the Qilin shaking the moon figure? Where is it so easy? His gaze landed on Su Li's body. Today's competition above the ring had made him particularly impressed with Su Li. Although he had seen Su Li's extremely high talent and understanding in martial arts, he thought that Su Li might not be able to break through and comprehend this Qilin moon-shaking diagram in a short period of time. After all, this Kirin moon-shaking diagram was too mysterious, usually only after entering the transcendent realm and deepening his understanding of the heavens and earth, would he have the opportunity to comprehend it. But just at this moment, he suddenly felt a trace of a desolate and tragic aura emanating from Su Li's body, an aura that was so inspiring that it caused him to have an inexplicable resonance. Chen Yu knew that this aura could not be something that Su Li could possess at her current age. If he didn't happen to have his gaze on Su Li's body, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to capture this extremely weak aura. Could it be that this kid has already begun to comprehend? But this? How is it possible? Shen Yu's gaze was filled with shock. Su Li had only come into contact with the Qilin moon shaking diagram for the first time today. How could he be able to break through the mysteries of this diagram so quickly? This gave Chen Yu a terror like seeing a ghost. This kid's enlightenment, this is too terrifying. Shen Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. This kind of thing, even if he told others, I'm afraid no one would believe him. Su Li was naturally completely unaware of his reaction. After another moment, Su Li slowly closed his eyes. And in the center of his mind, the Qilin shaking the moon diagram clearly emerged, and even the divinity of it he could clearly sense. Waiting for the observation to end. Other than Su Li, the rest of the students' faces were filled with disappointment as they had gained nothing. Leaving from the classroom, Su Li didn't go directly back to the dormitory, but came alone to the edge of the cliff behind the training camp. This place had to be more than 20 meters away from the lake surface. The lake below gently surged, and occasionally one could see the head of a hideous demonic beast emerging from the water. One could not help but feel a few palpitations. Su Li sat on the edge of the cliff, closed his eyes, and in his mind, he thought about the Qilin shaking the moon diagram. The cool light sprinkled on his body, covering his body with a layer of light silver armor. The breeze blew against his cheeks, giving him a very comfortable and relaxing feeling. Here, the Qilin shaking the moon comprehended points much faster than in that classroom just now, and he wondered if it had anything to do with the current environment. But just as Su Li was concentrating on his visualization, a black silhouette suddenly appeared behind him, only to see that silhouette suddenly stretched out his hands and directly pushed Su Li down the cliff wall with one force. Su Li didn't have any defense against this. He didn't have the slightest time to react, and was directly pushed down into the lake. Only heard a plopping sound. His body did not enter the lake. On the cliff wall, the moonlight shone on the face of that person's figure, who was none other than Li Feng, who had been defeated by Su Li in the ring during the day. And he was able to approach Su Li silently and finally assassinate him, precisely by using the talent concealment. At the same time, Li Haiyang's trio also walked over from behind the big tree below. The four of them stood together and looked at the surface of the lake below, only to see that there were demonic beasts in the lake water showing their hideous heads swimming towards the location where Su Li had fallen into the water. A sinister smile appeared on their faces. This is what happens when you humiliate us during the day, you deserve it. Li Haiyang looked at the lake and smiled grimly. There are many powerful demonic beasts in this Star Ocean lake. As soon as this brat falls inside the water, the qi and blood emanating from his body will attract them in droves. Even if he has good water skills, he will never be able to escape back to the shore. Lu Jinwang said in a cold voice. Su Li disappeared. Will the instructor and the others suspect a few of us? Zhao Dongtai's face carried a few moments of worry. Li Haiyang sneered. What are you afraid of? Who can find evidence that we did it? He lost his own footing and fell into the water. What does it have to do with us? Jiang Xiaotian had already returned to the dormitory to rest at this time. He wasn't aware that Suli had now fallen into the Star Ocean Lake and thought that Suli was practicing on the edge of the cliff. At this time, Shenyu came into their dormitory. He wanted to ask Suli if he had gained some comprehension of the Qilin moon shaking diagram, but when he came to the dormitory, he didn't see Suli. So he asked Jiang Xiaotian, "Suli didn't come back?" Jiang Xiaotian's heart fluttered at the sight of this Shenyu, who had been punished out of his psyche. Although Jiang Xiaotian hated him with a passion, he didn't dare to show the slightest expression on his face, only to see a smile pile up on his chubby face and said, "Brother Su just said that he went to the back cliff to practice." Shenyu nodded, didn't say anything more, directly turned around and left to go back to his dorm room. Chapter 37: Contracting the Green-Scaled Python. The water in the lake was incomparably clear and fresh. Suli, who fell into the water, struggled in panic, and immediately afterward, a large amount of lake water poured in from his mouth and nose, choking him to the point where he almost couldn't get his breath. He forced himself to stay calm, hurriedly held his nose and closed his mouth, and quickly swam upwards with both hands. Although he lived inland and was not good at water, but as a martial artist, his coordination and control of his body was still extremely strong. Soon his body was balanced in the water, no longer falling down to the bottom of the lake. But just as Suli opened his eyes underwater, he saw that there were many eyes around him with an eerie green glow in their eyes, staring at him and rapidly approaching. There were many demonic beasts in the water, and some of them emitted an extremely terrifying and powerful aura that was chilling. At one time the scene was very critical. Suli's face was hard to see to the extreme, his limbs struggling madly to swim. Behind him, a few forging realm red-spotted crocodiles, they open their mouths, sharp teeth in the water seems particularly oozing, their underwater speed is extremely fast, every second is drawing close to the distance with Suli. At the same time, there were also several tigerfish demons of not low realm, their black scales were roughly pitted, swinging their black tails, showing their teeth as they swam towards him. Suli glanced around behind him. Those demonic beasts were getting closer and closer to him. Going on like this was definitely not the way to go. He would be chased by these demonic beasts soon. And he was able to maintain his balance in the water is already extremely difficult, simply cannot play out 10% of the strength, is a blood condensation realm demonic beast, he in this water is not easy to defeat. Just as he was rapidly thinking of countermeasures in his mind, a green-colored shadow in the water was like a bolt of lightning, shooting towards him. When Suli saw this scene, his face was horrified, and in a panic, he threw out a fist. But the resistance in the water was so great that his punch did not even exert half of his body's power. That green-colored shadow was extremely flexible in the water, it directly swam, and easily dodged Suli's punch that was thrown with all his strength. The next second, Suli felt that his body was wrapped by a cold and hard thing. Suli stared wide-eyed, saw an arm-thick, about 3 meters long green snake, is tightly wrapped in his body above, that green snake vertical eyes icy cold incomparable, the scales on the body as if the steel poured general hardness, its strength is surprisingly large, every contraction of the snake's body, let Suli have a kind of strangulation of the pain of broken bones. Suli's eyes were wide open, the power of qi and blood in his body surged crazily, wanting to break free from this green snake's bondage. But the snake body did not move, but instead, the more he resisted, the tighter the snake body wrapped around, making his body become sore and painful. At times the scene was dangerous. At this moment, Suli had an idea. He directly transferred the panel out, contract demonic beasts. Although he was not clear about the specific realm segment of this green snake, but now this was the only way Suli could use, otherwise, he would definitely fall here. As Suli consumed the number of times he used the contracted demonic beast, a white circle of light appeared in his hands, his arms were entangled by the snake body, and his hands effortlessly threw out the white circle of light. It was then that the white circle of light fluttered lightly onto the body of the green snake. In an instant, a struggling look began to flash in that green snake's vertical eyes. A red blood bar appeared above the green snake's head. In Demon Beast Contract. That red blood bar rapidly decreased and then increased. Suli's eyes were staring at that blood bar, his heart was thumping non-stop. At this moment, he only felt nervous to the extreme. If this contract didn't succeed, then his way of life would definitely be cut short here. Suddenly, the blood bar on top of the green snake's head decreased to less than 10%, and Suli's heart burst with excitement. It's almost done. That blood bar was still slowly decreasing. 9%. 8%. 7%. Just when it was reduced to 2%, the blood bar suddenly skyrocketed to 20%. Suli's heart instantly fell to the bottom. And the white light circle that was set on the green snake's body, its color became weaker and weaker, and it seemed like it would completely dissipate in a short while. I'm afraid I'll fail if this continues, I have to do something. Suli's brain raced again, he had a bright idea and hurriedly closed his eyes. That Qilin shaking the moon diagram immediately appeared in his mind. In a flash, the ancient and desolate aura of the golden flame Qilin appeared on Suli's body. That green snake seemed to have sensed this profound and powerful aura, and it was as if it had been startled, and the snake's body trembled gently. It was also at this moment when its mind was shaking, the white aperture flashed, and the blood bar on top of the green snake's head bottomed out all of a sudden and disappeared. Demon Beast Contract successful. Seeing this message, Suli's hanging heart instantly fell. Immediately after, he felt a wave of relief in his body, and the snake body that was wrapped around his body slowly loosened. At the same time, the green snake's originally ice-cold vertical ice became gentle as it swam around Suli, its snake letters spitting out, gently touching on Suli's skin, causing Suli to feel a little itchy. Suli has been taught nerves finally relaxed down. This time is really thrilling. Just if he is not in his mind in the Kirin shaking the moon figure to let the green snake distraction, then this time the demonic beast contract will definitely fail, then the consequences are really unimaginable. Only to see the lake, those hideous demonic beasts also surrounded towards Suli's side. Seeing this, the green snake's eyes once again became icy, its thick body quickly went forward to drive away those demonic beasts. Only to see the green snake's tail flung. It will be a red-spotted crocodile smashed dizziness. Wait for it to come to its senses, the green eyes with panic in the rapid to one side of the swim away. The strength of these demonic beasts that came to attack Suli seemed to be not as strong as the green snake, and were soon driven away by it. Suli saw that the crisis was temporarily lifted, and only then did he call up the panel. Host, Suli. Race human. Realm, first level of body forging 720-1000. Technique, granite determination. Technique, granite determination. Battle technique, red inferno/perfection 2500-100,000. Body technique, Ling Wave 9 changes 85-30-10,000. Battle technique, Kirin shakes the moon 98-1000. Contracted beast. Heavenly treasure mouse, 8th blood condensation realm 350-800. Silver moon wolf king, 2nd level of viscera realm 2620-20,000. Green scale python, 9th level of body forging realm 80-109,000. Pactable beasts, 4. Number of contracts, 1. Note, the contract success rate varies with the realm. The probability of contracting a demonic beast of the same level is 80%, and the probability of success beyond the current realm is 1%. Every time you raise a realm, you can increase the number of times you can make a contract by 2. Talents, white attract disasters, white diligence makes up for difficulty, blue forest affinity, blue sneaking, blue luck of the season, blue water affinity, gold thunder power, platinum water spirit body. Hanging experience, 350. Upgradable contracted beasts, none. Chapter 38 Aquatic Body. The name of this green snake was Green Scale Jiao Python, a demonic beast at the 9th level of body forging and about to become a demonic beast of the 5 viscera realm. Its strength was not bad. What excited Suli the most was that by successfully contracting this demonic beast, he had added 2 new lexical entries. The blue phrase water source affinity, and the platinum phrase water spirit body. Because of the water affinity phrase. At this time to stay in the water Suli, no longer just the kind of suffocating feeling that makes him suffocated, he only felt that he seems to melt into one with the lake. The body has become light and unparalleled, whether it is in the water to make any action, or so easy and comfortable and effortless, the lake is now cannot bring him the slightest resistance. Now Suli has been able to play out all the strength in the water, and because of the water spirit body's sake, he is even stronger in the water than on land. In the future, Suli would need to stay at Star Ocean University for a long time. With the phrase water affinity, he would no longer need to worry about not being able to find a place to hunt demonic beasts. As long as he entered the Star Ocean Lake, he could hunt demonic beasts. There was also this water spirit body that was very strong. Just by looking at the platinum rank of this phrase, one could tell that it was extraordinary. The body of the water spirit can greatly increase the speed of cultivation, and on the water system battle skills techniques have a superb comprehension mastery, and the power of the use of the power is also several times more powerful than ordinary people. Suli has seen that Class 1 awakened the fire spirit body of the boys. His breath is very strong, and this person is known as the new freshman year, the strongest existence, is the new king of the popular candidates. One could imagine how transcendent in existence this water spirit body was. After the green scale python dispersed the demonic beasts, it gently swam on Suli's side, seemingly in a very cheerful manner. Suli put his hand on the green scales of its body, cold and hard, light its body scales of hardness. I'm afraid that ordinary attacks cannot break. This green scale Jiao Python is also quite extraordinary. It can even let Suli have an extra word of water spirit body, so it can be imagined that its own potential is feared to be huge. After that, in the company of the green scale Jiao Python, Suli swam towards the shore. There were also many high-grade demonic beasts lurking in the lake water, but with the green-scaled Jiao Python probing or attracting them beforehand, Suli returned to the shore without any danger. At this moment, his body was dripping wet, so he directly drummed up the power of chi and blood in his body, drying his body in a flash. The danger was relieved, Suli breathed a long sigh of relief. The starlight in the night sky was brilliant, and the night wind blew on his face. At this time, Suli's eyes were covered in gloom. He was cultivating on the cliff face, but he was pushed down silently. If he hadn't been lucky and managed to contract the green-scaled Jiao Python, then he would have already died in the Star Sea Lake by now and no one would know about it, which made him unusually angry. Being able to approach him silently, Suli first thought of Li Feng, who possessed the talent of concealment. In the daytime, Suli made the 4 of them kneel in front of everyone, and then this kind of thing happened at night. This matter was 80% their doing. Suli's eyes flashed with a cold light. He did not expect that these 4 people's guts were so big that they dared to poison him in the training camp. Suli has always been people do not offend me, I do not offend, people if I offend me, I will kill. In his heart, these 4 people were now dead. However, he still needed to wait for an opportunity that would allow them to die quietly without being noticed. Otherwise, there would still be some trouble pestering them. At this time, it was already very late in the day, and Suli returned to the middle of the dormitory to take out his suitcase. He took out an advanced body hardening potion from it, as well as a bone forging dan, and headed towards the practice room. If he used all of his current hanging experience, he would be able to break through to the second level of body forging. Inside the practice rooms, they were all configured with separate bathrooms with bathtubs that could be used. Suli filled the bathtub with water, and then he poured the blue body quenching potion into it. The body quenching potions were all condensed from the essence blood of demonic beasts. It could stimulate the skin muscles, thus serving to strengthen the body. Then after taking the bone forging pill, Suli submerged his entire body into the bucket. Not long after, the medicinal effect began to work. Suli felt his body's skin as well as the tendons and bones began to tingle with a burst of this. This feeling was as if there were countless ants crawling and gnawing on his body in general, sour to the extreme. Suli faced pain. He relied on strong perseverance to endure. This pain lasted for a full 2 hours before it slowly disappeared. Suli saw that the medicinal effect was almost absorbed. He directly used all 350 points of hanging experience. In a flash, the tendons and bones in Suli's body roared, and the aura of his body boomed by a few points. Body forging second level. Because his strength had once again refined, a smile appeared on Suli's face. Early the next morning. The sun had not yet risen, and the entire sky was still dull. Suli came to the playground to stand on stakes. However, he saw that there were already some students on the playground, but they were even earlier than him. The qualifications and talents of those who were able to get into Star Ocean University were definitely not too bad, but they were still working very hard. This makes Suli cannot help but sigh. The reason why the human race can stand firm in many powerful races, this and the human race is not afraid of suffering. The spirit of hard work is inseparable from the relationship. Suli was also infected. He took a deep breath, not because he obtained the panel on the mindset of fickleness, need to know that there are people outside the sky, their own strength is not worth complacency. Suli sank his heart, legs apart, body squatting, began to stand up pile work. As time passed, there were more and more students on the playground. And at this moment, it was seen that Li Haiyang, Li Feng 4 people walked over this way. When they were still a long way from Suli. Just see Li Feng as if he had seen a ghost. His fingers trembled as he pointed at Suli and said, Isn't that Suli? The remaining 3 people immediately looked towards that side with wide eyes, and they all had a touch of panic in their expressions. How is this possible? Didn't you already push him into Star Ocean Lake yesterday? Li Haiyang's complexion was incomparably blue. Zhao Dongtai's guts were smaller, his throat rolled and his tone trembled as he said, Wasn't that the ghost of Suli? Bull, there's no such thing as a ghost. He is clearly not dead. Lu Jinwang took a deep breath, his eyes were gloomy. It's over, he must be able to guess that I did it. What if he tells the instructor and reports me to the school for expulsion? Li Feng's face was pale and incomparable, his body was terrified from fear. Li Haiyang clenched his hands into fists, forced himself to calm down and said, What's the point of panicking? The 4 of us can't get out of this matter. Moreover, even if Suli told the instructor that he couldn't produce any evidence, who believes that he can swim out from the Star Ocean Lake? Who believes that he can swim out of the Star Ocean Lake, and that the demonic beasts in there are all just for food? Chapter 39 Violet Flame Blade Technique. After Li Haiyang said this, the other 3 looked at him with a strange look. If these demonic beasts were not dry eaters, how could they let Suli escape? Li Haiyang also realized that there was something wrong with what he said, and he coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Only to hear him continue, Instead of being afraid of him snitching behind our backs, we should worry about when he will retaliate against us. Lu Jinwang nodded approvingly from the side and said sternly, This guy Suli does have a few strengths, letting him escape this time, he will definitely hold a grudge against us, we must find another opportunity to get him killed. Li Haiyang's eyes flickered with cold flashes, obviously pondering over what to do. And the moment these 4 people appeared, Suli had already noticed them. From afar, he saw the surprised expression on the faces of the 4 of them, which made Suli even more certain that it was them who had victimized him. Suli's eyes were cold and incomparable, these 4 people were looking for death, so it was not his fault. Today's training arrangement was the same as yesterday. By the time the training was over it was already nighttime. Chen Yu left Suli alone in the training room. Instructor Chen, is there something wrong? Suli wasn't sure what Chen Yu was looking for him for. Could it be that he had been informed of the matter of himself being pushed off the Star Ocean Lake yesterday? If that was the case, then it would be a bit difficult for him to kill those 4 people without realizing it. However, a few smiles suddenly appeared on Chen Yu's always serious face. I observe that you have already gained some insight into the Qilin shaking the moon diagram, is that right? Chen Yu asked. Suli was surprised in his heart, not knowing how he knew about this matter. Right now his comprehension points of the Qilin shaking the moon had already reached 130, and after practicing for a while tonight, he could hopefully break through the 200 mark. I'm afraid that in a few days, he would be able to fully comprehend the Qilin shaking the moon diagram. Suli nodded and said matter-of-factly, I'm still a lot short of fully comprehending it. If you are able to gain comprehension at this realm now, then it is very likely that you will be able to completely survey and master this Qilin moon shaking diagram before entering the transcendent realm. Very good. Chunyu laughed. He thought that as long as Suli could completely break through this diagram before transcendent mortal, it would already be very impressive. Before the transcendent realm? Suli froze for a moment. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to use it for that long, but he didn't explain anything, otherwise Chunyu would think that he was overly arrogant. At that moment, he saw a purple book appear in Chenyu's hand. On it was written Violet Flame Blade Technique. I see that you have already cultivated the red flame slash to perfection, so you won't make much progress if you continue practicing. This Violet Flame Blade Technique is an advanced version of the red flame slash. It requires that one must cultivate the red flame slash to perfection in order to practice it, which is just right for you. Chenyu said. Seeing this Violet Flame Saber technique in Chenyu's hands, Suli's eyes lit up. His current battle technique was too single, and the red flame slash had already been refined to perfection. Wanting to advance further was extremely difficult. After Suli received the secret book of blade techniques, he said with a sincere face, "Thank you, Instructor Chen." Chenyu patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "I also have a selfish reason for giving you this book of sword techniques. 1 month later in the freshman competition, I hope that you can put in your best efforts and strive to lead class 3 to get a good ranking. As an instructor, I will naturally have a much better face." Suli laughed. This is certain, getting a good ranking will be beneficial to everyone including myself. However, he heard Chenyu sighed and said, "You guys are the third students I brought up. The first 2 times, I was overwhelmed by Zhang Hao, this Yakuza. Just thinking about it makes me angry." "Who is Zhang Hao?" Suli asked suspiciously. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, Zhang Hao is the instructor of Class 1, my comrade in arms," Chenyu said. Suli suddenly realized. He. This time you guys want to beat the Class 1 he brought with him is even more difficult than the previous 2 times. That student in Class 1 who awakened the fire spirit body is already at the 7th level of body forging. Chenyu said helplessly. 7th level of body forging. Suli's eyes were filled with surprise. The highest in their Class 3 was only at the 3rd level of body forging. The difference was a bit too big. You also don't have too much psychological burden. Practice your sword technique well. Even if we can't win, we'll still lose in a good way, Chenyu encouraged. Suli did not say anything. There was still a long time until the freshman competition. He had just contracted the green scaled Jiao Python and had obtained this Violet Flame Blade technique, so the final result was still unknown. Suli didn't go back to his dormitory, but instead directly came to the cliff wall where he fell into the lake water yesterday. He sat on the ground as he did yesterday, then faced the full moon and closed his eyes to visualize the Kirin shaking the moon diagram. Kirin shaking the moon realization +1. The Kirin shakes the moon. Kirin shakes the moon. The comprehension points increased rapidly. However, Suli still left a little bit of his mind, always observing the movements around him. He still came here today with a fishing mentality. As long as Li Haiyang's 4 dared to appear here, he was confident that he would kill the 4 of them and then sink their corpses into the lake, so that he could do it without God realizing it. However, he kept watch for a long time. There was not a single movement around. He could not help but flash a trace of disappointment in his heart. After another hour, he stood up, turned his head and looked around, except for the lush trees standing in the darkness, not even a ghost. So he had to call it quits. Only to see that he did not leave, but toward the cliff wall under a leap. After a plop sound, his body like a fish generally slipped into the water. In a flash the lake surface became calm, as if nothing had happened. Wait until Suli disappeared for a while. See a few sneaky figures from the distant bushes to reveal their heads. These several sneaky figures are exactly Li Haiyang 4 people. It turned out that they had been hiding in the bushes dozens of meters away from the edge of the cliff. I guessed that he was keeping watch. A big red pimple rose on Li Haiyang's forehead. The 4 of them had been hiding in here for a long time, surrounded by mosquitoes that sucked their blood vigorously. The mosquitoes on this Devil's Island didn't know what kind of species they were. Their mouths could even penetrate the skin of them, the forging body realm martial artists. It was really annoying. Damn, there are so many mosquitoes here. Lu Jinwang slapped a mosquito that was sucking blood from his arm. Li Feng said with a pale face, "Did Suli jump inside the Star Ocean Lake just now?" When these words came out, several people present were silent. The Star Sea Lake was densely populated with various realms of powerful demonic beasts, and ordinary martial artists simply did not dare to enter the lake. Unless they were fishermen who had been salvaging in the Star Sea Lake all year round, they were more aware of what areas were distributed with what realm of demonic beasts. However, the 4 of them had inquired about it, and this Suli came from Jiangbei City, where there wasn't any large lakes or oceans. Chapter 40 Purple Flame Blade Technique Great Achievement. After a long time, He heard Li Haiyang voice out, "I'm afraid that this guy Suli has some secrets on him. We can't act rashly in a short period of time. Let's observe him for a period of time first and feel out his strengths and weaknesses before saying so." The other three nodded their heads. This was the only way for today's solution. The stars above the night sky shone on the Star Sea Lake like a huge mirror. A little bit of light looked bright and incomparable. In the middle of the lake, Suli was swimming quickly like a fish. For some reason, when he entered the water, all of the day's fatigue seemed to have disappeared. The green-scaled Zhao python sensed Suli's call and transformed into a green light, stirring the water current and rushing towards him. When it saw Suli, its originally grim, chilling vertical eyes instantly became softer, and it cheerfully circled around Suli in the water. Suli hadn't killed any demonic beasts in the past few days, and had long felt his hands itching. The most crucial thing was that only by killing demonic beasts could one quickly increase their experience and raise their realm. Now that Suli could enter the Star Sea Lake with impunity, hunting demonic beasts became very convenient, as long as he was careful not to go to the realm of those powerful demonic beasts in the water. The green-scaled Zhao python knew exactly where the demonic beasts existed underwater that they couldn't afford to mess with, so as long as Suli was careful, there wasn't much of a problem. Right at this moment, a forging realm tiger head fish swam towards Suli's side. Suli pulled out his iron sword from behind him, his legs hit the water with force, and his body quickly swam towards the tiger head fish. Green-scaled Zhao python's thick snake body followed Suli, looking fierce and vicious. When that tiger fish was close to Suli, it was startled by the green-scaled Zhao python beside Suli. Its body directly stopped in place, and then turned its head to escape. Suli at the moment see the hunt, where can let it escape, legs fierce force, his body in the water at once scurried out more than 10 meters. The speed of the green-scale scaly python is much faster than the tiger fish, its body in the water as if turned into a green light, directly in front of the tiger fish. Suli then arrived. He gripped the iron sword in his hand. Using today's newly learned purple flame blade technique, he ferociously slashed at the tiger fish's body. For some reason, after obtaining the two phrases water affinity and water spirit body, Suli seemed to have some ability to manipulate water currents. He seemed to be able to manipulate the water currents in a small area around him. For example, when he swung out this blade, he utilized this control to separate the water currents on both sides of the blade, thus making this blade not produce the slightest resistance in the water. This feeling was very subtle, as if Suli had become the controller of the water flow, and it took no effort at all to manipulate it, as if it was his natural instinct. After exchanging hands with this tiger head fish, Suli judged that it was only at the early stage of body forging realm. Soon, it died under the ferocious attack of Suli and the green-scaled Zhao python. Killed the tiger head fish, a second-level body forging demonic beast, experience plus 20. Violet flame blade technique proficiency plus 10. Seeing this prompt that hadn't been seen for a long time, Suli's mood became much more relaxed. The tiger head fish's blood dispersed in all directions in the water. It attracted a large number of low-level demonic beasts to it. Suli was even more delighted to see this, which saved him the effort of searching for demonic beasts. Killed the red-spotted crocodile, a 4th-level body-forging demonic beast, experience plus 40. Purple flame blade technique proficiency plus 25. Kill the bird-head fish, 3rd level of body forging, experience plus 30. Violet flame blade technique proficiency plus 15. Suli had spent the entire night killing in the water. His experience and proficiency in the violet flame blade technique grew by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the violet flame blade technique had been upgraded from introductory to minor accomplishment, and Suli was now comfortable using it. Suli emerged from the water. He saw that it was getting late, so he swam towards the shore. Coming to the shore, Suli thought. He controlled the water flow on his body to leave his body, and then gathered together, turning into a ball of water floating in front of him. Suli felt very magical about this. He didn't expect that after awakening the water spirit body, he would still be able to obtain the ability to manipulate water. If I can cultivate water-based battle techniques now, then my strength can definitely increase a lot. Suli thought in his heart. It was just that in this training camp, it wasn't too easy to find a water system battle technique. Coming to the playground, Suli practiced as usual. Although after a night of killing, he was still full of energy. For some reason, as long as he stayed in the water, he felt that the water current seemed to be able to contain and repair his body. It was very magical. 5 days passed. Night. In the Star Ocean Lake. Suli, after killing a forging body 2nd level purple scaled fish demon, he saw that the experience of the violet flame blade technique in the panel was already full, so he directly upgraded to the realm of great achievement. In a flash, a large amount of memories of practicing the violet flame blade technique flooded into his mind. These memories were as if they were originally his own. He didn't know how many springs, summers, autumns, winters, colds, and summers he had experienced, but he practiced the saber day and night. Finally, one day, the violet flame blade technique broke through to the grand completion realm. At this moment, Suli held the iron blade in his hand, only to see that above the blade, a blazing flame was brushed up. Only the color of this flame turned into a deep purple. His current blade technique was already extremely powerful: red flame / perfection, purple flame blade technique grand completion. The effect of these two battle techniques stacked together was not as simple as doubling. He felt that his damage had reached a terrifying point. Opened the panel. Host, Suli. Race human. Realm, forged body second level 1952,000. Technique, granite decree. Battle technique, red flame / perfection 3,100,000. Battle technique, violet flame blade technique grand completion 110,000. Body technique, 9 changes of Ling wave 9,210,000. Battle technique, Kirin shakes the moon understanding 630-1000. Contracted beast. Heavenly treasure mouse, 8th blood condensation realm 38700. Silver moon wolf king, 2nd level of viscera realm 3220,000. Green scale python, 9th level of body forging realm 8729,000. Pactable beasts 4. Number of contracts 1. Note, the contract success rate varies with the realm. The probability of contracting a demonic beast of the same level is 80%, and the probability of success beyond the current realm is 1%. Every time you raise a realm, you can increase the number of times you can make a contract by 2. Hanging experience, none. Upgradable contracted beasts, none. Suli saw that there were still 50 points of experience left above the panel to be able to upgrade to the 3rd level of body forging. So he let the green scale Jiao Python continue to look for water demonic beasts. This point of experience, kill a few more demonic beasts can be piled up. Tonight can be upgraded to the 3rd weight of the forging body. Chapter 41 Breakthrough, Trial Preparation. 1 hour passed. Suli swam out of the lake. Returning to the dormitory room, he took out the body tempering potion and pills. Then he came to the practice room to take them in preparation for upgrading to the 3rd level of body forging. The upgrade process was smooth. Suli felt that the chi and blood power in his body had grown a few more points, and the strength of his body's skin and bones had also increased a bit. And the realm displayed on his panel was now, body forging 1,113,000. Clenching his fists, Suli felt that his hands were filled with power. I can now gain more than 100 points of experience from killing demonic beasts in Star Sea Lake every day, and counting the daily hanging experience, then in a day, I can gain a total of more than 300 points of experience. Suli pondered in his heart, if this continues, after 10 days, I will be able to upgrade to the 4th level of body forging. But this speed then is still a bit slow for me. Out of the practicing room, Suli went to the playground to start training as usual. Waiting for the pile work to finish practicing to gather and stand in line. Shenyu came with big strides. He scanned all the students and saw that everyone was complete, then said in a cold voice, "It has been a week since you all came to the training camp, and after these 7 days of training, I believe that your body's strength and endurance have all improved to a certain extent. However, these training words alone are still far from enough. If you want to become a true martial artist, a warrior of the human race, you must go through the killing of blood and fire, the trials of life and death, before you can truly grow up." After he said this, the students underneath had already guessed some of it, thinking that Shenyu was taking them out for a trial to hunt demonic beasts. Most of the students here had less experience in hunting demonic beasts, as they rarely had the time to go out and hunt them during the school year. Therefore, their faces all carried a kind of excitement that was eager to try. Suli's face was calm as usual. In these few days, he had to go out to hunt demonic beasts in the middle of the Star Sea Lake every night, so he naturally had no feelings about it. When Shenyu saw the faces of the green-faced students underneath with a look of excitement, memories tumbled in his mind. Once upon a time, he had also come this way. When he was in school, he was also this green and ignorant. However, as he graduated from university and joined the army, he witnessed his comrades around him, one by one, dying tragically under the sharp claws of those powerful demonic beasts, becoming their food. His heart became heavier and heavier. Putting away his memories, Shenyu said loudly, "Next, prepare to go to the central dense forest of Devil Island to prepare for the trial. There are a total of 40 students in your class, 1 group of 4, 10 groups in total. Now start forming groups freely." After his words fell, the students underneath moved excitedly. After these few days of training, there are a lot of students who already have a good relationship with each other, and now they naturally form a group. There are also stronger ones, such as Gaoing, who is the 3rd person in the body forging category, and Zhao Ruhan, who is the 2nd person in the body forging category. The two of them are standing on the sidelines, and they don't take the initiative to form a group with other people, maintaining their high cooling persona. As for Suli's side, Jiang Xiaotian had already hugged Suli's arm tightly and laughed cheaply. "Brother Sua, Jiang Di, I've come to join you." Suli hurriedly took his arm down, and said with a disgusted face, "My gender is male, and my hobby is female." Brother Su, you're breaking my heart." Jiang Xiaotian hemmed and hawed. Lin Xingyan was in a piece with another tall and pretty-looking girl. This girl's name was Zhang Ro. She was in the same dormitory as Lin Xingyan, and she was also at the 9th level of blood condensation, and the two of them had a pretty good relationship in the past few days. "Zhang Ro, let's go in group with Suli and the others," Lin Xingyan suggested. Zhang Ro frowned after hearing this. Su Li and the others are only all at the first level of body forging. Their strength is too weak. We should look for stronger teammates. Gao Ying, who is at the third level of body forging, doesn't have anyone to team up with right now. It's just right for us to go now. Lin Xingyan's face became ugly all of a sudden. Su Li was disliked by her own roommate. This made her feel very uncomfortable in her heart. Her voice became a few points colder as she said, "In that case, let's each choose our own team." She then went to find Su Li to form a team. Looking at Lin Xingyan's departing back, Zhang Ro snorted coldly. "What's the big deal? Isn't it just that your family has some money?" Zhang Ro then put on what she thought was a charming smile on her face and headed towards Gao Ying. "Big brother Su." Lin Xingyan came to Su Li's side with a smile and greeted him. Su Li nodded in response. Zhang Xiaotian teased from the side and said, "Hey, Xingyan, you're so focused on greeting brother Su that you forgot about your cousin Ni. This person hasn't even married out yet, so she forgot about her mother's family." Lin Xingyan blushed, then she came to Zhang Xiaotian's side in annoyance and reached out her hand to ruthlessly pinch the fat on his stomach. "Zhang Xiaotian, what are you babbling about?" Zhang Xiaotian let out a pig-killing scream. Lin Xingyan was very strong and especially experienced. "Cousin, I'm wrong. Quickly let go, ouch, it hurts your brother." Zhang Xiaotian grimaced and begged. "Humph, let's see if you still dare to talk nonsense." Lin Xingyan pouted her lips with a puffed-up look. He, don't dare." Zhang Xiaotian revealed a pleasing light giggle. Su Li crowed beside him. Wherever Zhang Xiaotian this little fatty was, there was more joy. On the other side, Li Haiyang's 4 men stood together. They looked at Su Li's side with shady eyes and unintentional intentions. These 4 people were still whispering there, not knowing what they were discussing. On the other side, Zhang Ro came to Gao Ying's side, her voice soft and weak, her gaze pretending to be worshipful. "Student Gao, can I team up with you?" Her eyes contained water, and there was also a feeling of shyness and weakness, causing unusual men to develop a protective desire at a glance. Gao Ying just glanced at him coldly. His expression was arrogant, as if this girl was just the most unusual creature in his eyes. "Suit yourself." His voice was flat, devoid of any joy or sadness. If it wasn't for Chen Yu's requirement that every 4 people had to be in a group, he wouldn't even bother to team up with others. When Zhang Ro saw that he didn't refuse, an expression of delight immediately appeared on her face, and she hurriedly stood by Gao Ying's side, fearing that Gao Ying would turn against her in the next second. Soon these students all formed their own groups. And that icy cold double ponytail girl Zhao Rohan's side was empty. During this time, there were also people who took the initiative to want to form a group with her, but they were icy coldly rejected by her, so there was no one to get close to her anymore. When the grouping was completed, Chen Yu saw that Su Li's group was still missing one person, so he directly ordered, "Zhao Rohan, you and Su Li and the 3 of them are in a group." Chapter 42 Dense Forest, Super Strong Perception. Zhao Rohan didn't say anything and was considered to have acquiesced. The 3 of them didn't care, and it didn't make too much of a difference to whoever they were grouped with as far as Su Li was concerned. "Now each of you has your own group." Chen Yu spoke. "Look clearly at who your group members are. From this moment onwards, you are not only teammates, but also comrades in arms." "What does it mean to be a comrade in arms? Who can tell me?" Chen Yu asked loudly towards the students at the bottom. A boy named Zhao Hao raised his hand up. "Zhao Hao, you answer." Chen Yu said. "It means fighting together, advancing and retreating together." Zhao Hao answered loudly with a serious look. Chen Yu looked at him, nodded, and said, "What you said isn't comprehensive enough. Let me tell you what it means to be a comrade in arms. A comrade in arms is, no matter how dangerous the situation is, you are able to give your backs to each other without reservation. Live together. To die together. This is called a comrade in arms. You guys, do you understand?" Chen Yu swept through the faces of the students underneath one by one and asked loudly. "Understand. Very well. Now then, I will take you all into the central dense forest of Devil Island to carry out special training. All teammates, run forward." Devil Island's central dense forest. The trees here were tall and dense, similar to the demon beast forest. The surroundings were filled with the hissing and roaring of various demonic beasts, and above the dense forest, there were many terrifying birds and beasts circling, seemingly looking for prey and waiting for the right moment. Some of the students who hadn't experienced this kind of wild forest scene had already begun to feel scared, their faces filled with timidity. After Chen Yu brought them into the dense forest, he distributed a black bag to each team and then said, "Each of your teams has a different realm strength. There are only blood condensation realm ones within the team, and this time, the task is that you must kill 2 demonic beasts of the 9th blood condensation realm." Among Class 3, the lowest realm student was at the 8th level of blood condensation. Even if all 4 people in this team were at the 8th level of blood condensation, then combining their efforts to kill a demonic beast at the 9th level of blood condensation wasn't particularly difficult. Thus this mission wasn't that perverse. If, on the other hand, there are students with forging realm strength amongst your team, then today's mission is to kill 2 forging realm demonic beasts. Any realm will do. The task given to you this time is not too difficult, it's mainly for you to train in real combat. I'll use your heart, got it? Chen Yu exclaimed. Understood. The students at the bottom replied in unison. Good. After killing the demonic beast, you guys need to put its ears, or something that can prove that you killed this demonic beast, into the black bags I gave you just now and bring them back. And, each black bag contains a bottle of healing elixir as well as 4 rapid recovery potions. You guys remember that you can only use the rapid recovery potion if you encounter a time when you've received a serious injury. It's very expensive. Now that the hunt moment has officially begun, all teammates dismiss in place and begin the mission on their own. After saying this, Chun Yu left from here and went back to the camp. Only the students of Class 3 were left to look at each other and shiver in the middle of this dense forest filled with demonic beasts. Let's head inside. Suli greeted the 3 people around him and took the lead towards the depths of the dense forest. Zhang Xiaotian and Lin Qingyan quickly followed behind Suli. They had seen Suli's power. At the time, Suli had single-handedly killed a tiger at the high level of body forging. That strength was quite terrifying. Naturally, following Suli's side made them feel very secure. Although Zhao Ruhan's face was cold, she didn't say anything and followed behind the 3 of them. Seeing Suli's 4 people walking towards the inside of the dense forest, the other teams also moved. And Li Haiyang said to the 3 people around him, the Suli's team has added another Zhao Ruhan who is at the 2nd level of body forging. The difficulty of trying to kill him has increased by a few points. The remaining 3 people's faces became very ugly. The team that Gao Ying was on, besides Zhang Rou who was in the same dormitory as Lin Qingyan, there were also 2 boys, and both of them were at the 1st level of body forging. Zhang Rou was very good at dealing with boys, and soon the 2 boys who were at the 1st level of body forging were ratted out under her delicate and soft words, and they all patted their chests and promised that they would definitely protect her. Gao Ying naturally disdained this. He walked at the front of the group, Zhang Rou walked in the center, and behind her, the 2 boys followed. It could be clearly seen that the 2 boys following her were very unconvinced of each other, and seemed to be secretly competing, as they offered their attentions to Zhang Rou from time to time. Zhang Rou, on the other hand, had an excellent grasp of their sizes, deliberately revealing a few favors to whomever she was with, so that they couldn't see who she was actually a little more fond of. Suli 4 people walked towards the depths of the dense forest. Before the first day of school, Suli had spent quite a bit of time in the middle of the demonic beast forest, and he possessed the gifted phrase of forest affinity. Therefore, in the middle of this dense forest, he had a feeling of returning home, very intimate. Moreover, the wind and grass around him could not escape his ears. Right at this moment, he heard an extremely low-sounding goat's cry 100 meters away, and because of the forest affinity, he was able to feel that the realm of this demonic beast should be at the low stage of the forging realm. Could it be a one-horned green sheep? Suli guessed in his heart. These past few nights Qin Yu had explained all the demonic beasts that existed in this dense forest to them, so he directly thought of this kind of demonic beast. This one-horned green sheep usually realm was in the forging body 1-3 weight. They were fast, had strong charging power, and the meat was very tasty when roasted. Suli gave a wink to the 3 people behind him, signaling the presence of a demonic beast ahead. Zhang Xiaotian and Lin Qingyan were naturally convinced of him, and the looks on their faces became serious in a flash. As for Zhao Ruhan, a trace of doubt flashed across her ice-cold face, because even with her realm, she hadn't noticed the presence of a demonic beast around her. Although she had seen the strength of Suli's strength during the battle in the ring back then, in the end, Suli was only at the 1st level of body forging, which was a bit lower than her realm. Therefore, she did not think that Suli was stronger than her. Seeing that all 3 of Suli were walking carefully towards the front, she also had no choice but to follow. After walking for a short while, sure enough, Suli found a green sheep with a unicorn horn and a large body size, gnawing on the flesh and blood of a low-level demonic beast. When Zhao Ruhan saw this one-horned green sheep, some surprise appeared in her eyes as she looked at Suli. She originally thought that Suli was making a wild guess, but she didn't expect that he had really spotted the demonic beast 100 meters away, which made her feel very surprised. Could it be that he has undergone special wilderness training, or that his 5 senses are different from normal? Zhao Ruhan thought suspiciously in her heart. Chapter 43 Zuru is so reckless? The one-horned green sheep that was enjoying its food suddenly caught the scent of a living person. It raised its head violently, only to see that it had an ugly face, and its mouth covered with hideous teeth was full of bloody remnants, looking very disgusting. When it scanned the surroundings, its eyes stared ferociously at the big tree behind which Suli and the 4 of them were hiding. Bah! Its ferocious cry, together with its hideous face, caused a chill to rise from the bottom of one's heart. Suli judged from the chi and blood emanating from this one-horned green goat that it should be at the 2nd level of body forging. And Zhao Ruhan on the side also judged the realm of this demonic beast based on the blood chi emanating from its body. Her face couldn't help but gain a few more points of gravity. Zhao Ruhan thought quickly in her mind, this is a one-horned green sheep at the 2nd level of body forging, comparable to my realm. Its best attack is a savage charge. If I was the only one, I could easily dodge out of the way. However, there are still 3 of them, and I am not able to guarantee that the 3 of them will not be attacked by the unicorn green goat. Just as she was pondering in her mind what foolproof plan she had, Suli was already carrying an iron sword and rushed out ahead of the others. Why is this Suli so reckless? Why did he charge out directly without discussing a countermeasure first? This is a forging body second-level demonic beast, it's not that easy to deal with. Zhao Rohan thought with chagrin in her heart. Just as she drew out the long sword behind her and prepared to go forward to help Su Li kill this demonic beast, he saw the purple flame burning above Su Li's iron sword. Then he rushed to the front of the one-horned green sheep at an extremely fast speed, and before the crowd could react, the iron sword had already slashed down from the neck of the one-horned green sheep. A pfft sound came out, blood splattered everywhere, and the head of the one-horned green sheep rolled down directly onto the grass, and until it died it still had a few moments of bewilderment in its eyes. Killed the unicorn green sheep, experience plus 20. Zhao Rohan had just drawn out her longsword, and before her body could move, she directly froze in place. Her entire body seemed to be dumbfounded. This was too outrageous, right? A demonic beast of the second level of body forging was slashed to death with a single slash. With this kind of strength, I'm afraid that in the entire first year, only that genius who had awakened the body of the fire spirit would be able to do it, right? However, very quickly, Zhao Rohan's complexion returned to ice cold. Just now, he was probably just lucky. This unicorn green sheep should have fought with other demonic beasts before, thus its strength dropped, which is why he picked up the slack and slashed it to death. Zhao Rohan thought in this way. Back then she had seen Su Li make a move above the ring, thus she thought she knew something about his strength, so she thought that there must be an element of luck in Su Li being able to slash to death this one-horned green goat of the second level of body forging with a single slash. Wow, big brother Su, seems like you are powerful again. After seeing Su Li slash the one-horned green goat to death, Lin Qingyan joyfully ran to Su Li's side and said. Zhao Rohan saw that this Lin Qingyan looked like a nymphomaniac, and secretly said in her heart, although this girl looks very good looking, I didn't realize that she's a nymphomaniac. Zhang Xiaotian also shouted excitedly, Brother Su, you're so damn fierce. Zhang Di, I really admire you. Lin Qingyan and Zhang Xiaotian's enthusiastic boasting made Su Li a little embarrassed. He waved his hand towards the two of them and hurriedly said, keep a low profile. Seemingly seeing his embarrassed appearance, the duo laughed out loud. Zhao Rohan on the side gently shook her head and secretly said, it's just killing a demonic beast of the second level of body forging. These three people are like this, it really makes people feel speechless. Su Li was naturally unaware of what Zhao Rohan was thinking in her heart. She just looked at her all the time with that cold look, as if who owed her money, but Su Li didn't care too much about it. After all, everyone had their own character, that was normal. Su Li looked at this one-horned green goat on the ground. For some reason, his appetite was greatly moved in his heart. It's a bit of a shame to discard such a good ingredient here like this. Su Li couldn't bear to waste it, so he said to the three of them, the meat of this one-horned green sheep is delicious when roasted, how about we roast it? Zhao Rohan couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. They came here to kill demonic beasts, hone their battle skills, and complete their mission, not to have a picnic here. She just wanted to speak out against it. Just then, she heard Zhang Xiaobai excitedly say, then we must roast it. I can't help but drool. Lin Qingyan also smiled and said, good, all quite big brother Su's you. Zhao Rohan couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness rise in her heart when she saw that these three people were in sync with each other. She now very much regretted teaming up with these three people. Soon, Su Li skillfully dissected the green sheep and then set up a bonfire and put the processed leg of the sheep and lamb, skewered on a tree branch, and put it on the fire to roast. Su Li recently had to go to the Starsea Lake every night to hunt demonic beasts. Sometimes after hunting demonic beasts he would feel hungry, so he would catch a few fish to the shore and roast them to eat, so he kept a jar of salt in his clothes every day. At this time, Su Li took out the salt and evenly sprinkled it on top of the mutton. Brother Su, you've brought a complete set of things here. Zhang Xiaotian was just now thinking that the beauty of this roasted lamb was that there was no salt. Su Li laughed, that's for sure, how tasteless without salt. Soon, under the roasting of the flames, the oil juices on the mutton were bubbling up and crackling, and the aroma overflowed all at once, making people impatient to eat them. Zhang Xiaotian and Lin Qingyan sat on the side, eyeing the mutton as they swallowed their saliva, just waiting to feast. Zhao Rohan, on the other hand, was as cold as ever, sitting on the side, keeping a distance from the three of Su Li. She closed her eyes and rested her mind, her heart deeply resentful of Su Li's trio's practice of not hunting demonic beasts, but instead roasting mutton here. Hee, it smells so good. Just as she was breaking her heart to despise Su Li's trio, a burst of pungent meat scent drifted into Zhao Rohan's nose. In a flash, she could only feel her taste buds opening up, and she couldn't help but open one of her eyes before looking over to Su Li's side. At this time, the mutton had already been roasted. Su Li picked up a leg of mutton and handed it to Lin Qingyan, who had already waited for a long time. She gladly took it, then blew on the hot air above it, and bit down hard. So delicious. Lin Qingyan's eyes narrowed in deliciousness. Zhang Xiaotian also couldn't wait to pick up a large lamb skewer and stuff it into his mouth, saying as he ate, it smells so good. As for Zhao Rohan on the side, seeing that these two were eating, she wanted to go and eat but was a bit embarrassed, and couldn't help but feel chagrined in her heart. At this time, she then saw Su Li take a leg of lamb and stand up. She was delighted in her heart and hurriedly closed her eyes. Su Li felt that the three of them were all eating, and put Zhao Rohan aside, so it didn't look too good. After all, we are all classmates. So he picked up a leg of lamb and walked towards Zhao Rohan. Chapter 44, he's surprisingly scary. Mr. Zhao, try this leg of lamb? Su Li said. Zhao Rohan pretended to be unimpressed and opened her eyes. This leg of lamb was still moist with oil on top and gave off an aroma that made people's appetites go wild. Zhao Rohan forced herself to hold back the joy in her heart, but she pretended to push back in order to maintain her high-flying persona for a bit. I'm not hungry. After saying this, she waited for Su Li's request again. Su Li, on the other hand, thought that she really didn't want to eat, so under Zhao Rohan's gaze, he directly put the leg of lamb into his mouth and bit off a large piece of meat. Zhao Rohan, who saw this scene, only felt that the sky had collapsed. I'm politely pushing, can't he see that? This man, doesn't he know that when a girl isn't hungry, it means she's hungry? My leg of lamb oh. Zhao Rohan's icy face became pale all of a sudden. She looked at Su Li, who was standing there eating with relish, her mouth full of oil. For a moment her eyes were filled with sorrow and anger. Su Li, who was gnawing on the leg of lamb, unintentionally raised his head and saw Zhao Rohan's eyes that seemed to be able to knife a person. He only felt a coldness all over his body, and then secretly said in his heart, what's wrong with this woman? It seems like she has a grudge against me. It didn't take long for the large-sized green sheep to be eaten by the three of them, Su Li, without wasting any of it. Zhao Rohan, on the other hand, just sat quietly on the side, looking at the lamb that disappeared little by little, her face growing pale and icy. Zhang Xiaotian also noticed the change in Zhao Rohan's face, so he pushed Lin Xingyan beside him and said, look, what's wrong with her? She doesn't look too good. Lin Xingyan surveyed her for a moment and saw that her face was so pale, so she whispered, is it having her period? Zhang Xiaotian nodded thoughtfully, then came to Su Li's side and whispered fervently, Brother Su, this Zhao Rohan is on her period, you mustn't provoke her. I know. Su Li nodded solemnly. At this time, Zhao Rohan's gaze happened to sweep over the two of them, Su Li and Zhang Xiaotian, frightening them both to hurriedly turn their faces to the side. What's wrong with these two, sneaky? Zhao Ruo had a few moments of doubt in her gaze. Afterward, Su Li's four got up and continued to set off towards the dense forest ahead. Not having traveled for long, Su Li found another forging body third-grade bloodstained leopard. This kind of demonic beast was extremely explosive, its claws and teeth were very sharp, and its strength was strong. Looking at this leopard whose body was covered in blood-colored lines, Zhao Rohan's face was grave. This body-forging third-grade bloodstained leopard could be several times stronger than the one-horned green goat just now. Moreover, looking at the leopard's appearance, it was obvious that it had also discovered them a long time ago and was eyeing them intently, ready to attack them. She knew that this leopard was not easy to deal with, and the four people must work together to do so her voice was icy cold as she opened her mouth and said, this is a forging body third-grade bloodstained leopard, everyone must. Before she finished her words, she saw Su Li's figure had already rushed out, the iron sword was drawn from his back, and a blazing purple flame burned on the blade in an instant. This Su Li, why does he get excited at the sight of a demonic beast? Zhao Rohan's heart was annoyed. This bloodstained leopard wasn't something that could be compared to the one-horned green sheep, whether it was speed or strength. This bloodstained leopard was far too much stronger. Moreover, Su Li was only at the first level of body forging, but this blood leopard was at the third level of body forging, so how did he dare to charge straight up? Could it be that he had just eaten too much and braced himself? When Zhao Rohan chagrined and turned her gaze towards Lin Xingyan and Zhang Xiaotian, she saw that these two were standing at the same spot with a calm face, looking at Su Li who was charging upwards. There was not the slightest bit of worry on their faces. This is the so-called friends of wine and meat. Just now when they were eating the mutton, one was more active than the other. Now when Su Li rushed up, they didn't even move a bit, they just stood here and watched the fun. Zhao Rohan scoffed at these two people. She drew the long sword on her back and was about to go forward to help Su Li. But she had just taken a step. She saw that Su Li's iron sword had already slashed at the bloodstained leopard's body. Only a click could be heard. The body of the bloodstained leopard, which had soared into midair, directly split into two halves from the center. A sharp pain came from the lower body of the bloodstained leopard, and it turned its gaze around, puzzled to see that half of its body seemed to be missing. By the time the bloodstained leopard reacted, it let out a miserable howl, and the two halves of its body had crashed heavily onto the grass. After Zhao Rohan saw the scene, her feet took a step and she stood still, frozen in place. After she reacted, she resentfully withdrew her foot and then placed the sword she had drawn out back in place as well, her face returning to its icy coldness, as if nothing had happened. However, her heart was turning over. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Su Li? How can he be so strong? Killed the bloodstained leopard, a third-level forging realm demonic beast, experience plus 30. Su Li acted as if he had done a small, uneventful thing, without the slightest change in his countenance. The red flame slash was perfected and the purple flame blade technique was accomplished. These two stacked together were enough to allow Su Li to kill a low-level forging realm demonic beast in seconds. Lin Xingyan and Zhang Xiaotian surrounded Su Li for another round of cudgels, and the two of them were mainly focused on providing emotional value today. Along the way, Su Li didn't care at all about the level of the demonic beasts he encountered, as long as the demonic beasts he found were all hard to escape death. Of course, there were no demonic beasts of too high a realm encountered in this dense forest, and it was thought that the high-level demonic beasts here had long been hunted clean by the Prime Army. When Zhao Rohan saw Suli easily kill a body-forging realm demonic beast, she slowly turned from shocked at first into accustomed to it, as if it was supposed to be like this. At the same time, the way she looked at Suli changed. It was no longer cold and icy, but turned into a monster-like look. He's just too terrifying. Zhao Rohan was completely numb after seeing Suli slash to death a 5th-level body-forging demonic beast with 3 slashes. She had now wondered if there was a problem with the original test, and that Chen Yu had misjudged his realm. A body-forging 1st level's 3 slashes killed a body-forging 5th-level demonic beast. Who would believe it when this was said? This was simply appalling. After killing this demonic beast, Suli continued to set off forward. Suli was quite satisfied with his hunting speed. In these 2 hours of work, he had already hunted and killed 6 body-forging realm demonic beasts, gaining a total of more than 200 points of experience. The harvest was quite good. At this time, Suli found another green-horned deer at the 2nd level of the body-forging realm 100 meters away, and he led the 3 of them towards that side. When they were about to arrive, they saw another team that was rapidly approaching this way. And this team was none other than Gao Ying, Zhang Rou, Tianjun, and Chen Shangping. Chapter 45: Competing for Demonic Beasts. Gao Ying's group, apparently, had also discovered Suli and the others. Only Zhang Rou's gaze skimmed over Lin Qingyan's body, and a look of disgust immediately surfaced on her face. Lin Qingyan also noticed her gaze, but Lin Qingyan's face was as usual, only her expression became cold. Only Zhang Rou's eyes rolled. Then she said to the 2 tall boys behind her, "We found this green-horned deer first, so we mustn't be robbed of it." The long-faced boy on the left side was named Tianjun, and as soon as he heard Zhang Rou say this, he was eager to show off. "Don't worry, no one can snatch this green-horned deer." The other boy's name was Chen Shangping. After he saw Tianjun speak, he immediately said unwillingly, "Xiao Rou, after I kill this green-horned deer in a while, I'll cut its antlers off. The blood inside is very precious, you must taste it." Zhang Rou despised it in her heart. This deer blood is fishy and salty. Which girl loves to drink this kind of stuff? This person is really a straight man. However, she still wore a sweet smile on her face and said in a soft voice, "Yes, I heard that the blood in the antlers is a great tonic for the body." On the side, Tianjun's face immediately became ugly. He had a feeling that he was being compared to him. He secretly clenched his fists, thinking that he must find a chance to prove that he was better than this Chen Shangping. Gao Ying, who stood at the very front, after seeing Suli's 4 people, he just looked at them with an arrogant gaze, as if he was waiting for Suli and the others to leave on their own initiative. He thought that he had the strength and face as the strongest existence in Class 3. As soon as Jiang Xiaotian saw the 4 of them with this unkind look, he immediately understood that they were trying to compete for this green-horned deer. He stepped forward and shouted towards the Gao Ying 4, "Classmate, we found this green-horned deer first, so you guys go elsewhere in search of other demonic beasts." When his words fell, Tianjun, who had been waiting for the performance, let out a cold laugh and said, "If you say you found it first, then you found it first? With your mouth on your face, you can say whatever you want." He paused. "You 4 be sensible and leave here right now. This green-horned deer is ours." Hearing him speak in such a brutal manner, Lin Qingyan huffed and puffed. "You're so unreasonable. We're all classmates. You have to make things so ugly, don't you?" Zhang Rou had been fighting with Lin Qingyan in her heart. Just now when they were grouped together, Lin Qingyan didn't give her a good face, which made her feel a nagging feeling in her heart. "What do you mean by unreasonable? Tianjun didn't say anything wrong in the first place. Lin Qingyan, do you think everyone has to revolve around you and give you face?" Zhang Rou coldly snorted. "Zhang Rou, why are you speaking so harshly? When did I ask everyone to revolve around me?" Lin Qingyan was furious. "Could it be that you followed your big brother Su just to come and snatch demonic beasts from us?" What a laugh! Zhang Rou sneered and scoffed. The 2 behind her followed her and laughed out loud. "You have gone too far." Lin Qingyan's face instantly turned cold. Suli couldn't help but frown as well. Which team this demonic beast belonged to was just a minor issue for him, but for the opposite side to start making personal attacks was a bit too much. Chen Shangping said, "The highest realm in your team is Zhao Rohan's forging body 2nd level, while our boss Gao, that's a forging body 3rd level. I advise you guys to hurry up and leave. Don't make yourselves uncomfortable here." He was still waiting to feed Zhang Rou to drink antler blood after killing the green-horned deer. He heard that antler blood nourishes yin and strengthens yang after drinking it, and it also has the effect of catalyzing desire, and he had already fantasized about how it would feel to hold Zhang Rou's slender and soft body in his arms. Zhao Rohan had been standing there with an icy expression until she heard Chen Shangping say that she was the existence with the highest realm within the team. Her eyes unconsciously rolled upwards, then she secretly looked at Suli. At that moment, she saw Gao Ying raise his face with an incredibly condescending expression, pointing at Suli's 4 men as if they were chasing away flies. "You guys, get lost right away. Don't delay my time." Jiang Xiaotian saw his look of despising people. His mischievous nature immediately kicked in, cursing, "What the hell are you? Although I'm fat, I haven't learned how to roll since I was a kid, so why don't you perform one for me?" Gao Ying's face immediately became ugly. He grew up under the aura of genius. All the people around him were respectful to him. Almost never heard someone scold him like this in front of him. His face was instantly covered in gloom, and his eyes became icy cold. "Boss Gao, I'll teach him a lesson for you." Chen Shangping took a step forward, drew out the large sword behind him, and slashed towards Jiang Xiaotian. And right at this moment, Suli's figure disappeared from the spot in a flash. Immediately after, Chen Shangping's entire body flew out heavily like a cannonball, smashing into the big tree behind him. Ioho, it hurts me to death. Chen Shangping didn't even know what had happened, he only felt that a boulder had directly smashed into his chest, causing him to almost lose his breath. As for Su Li, he had already returned to his original position after the blow came over, and his face was still calm as if nothing had happened. When Gao Ying saw this scene, his gaze instantly became grave, he didn't even see clearly how Su Li struck just now. Su Li, thanks to you being a man, what kind of skill is it to hurt someone with a hidden arrow? Zhang Ro saw Su Li suddenly striking out and sending Chen Shangping flying, he just thought that he didn't dare to strike out in the open and only dared to sneak attack, and scoffed at him even more. When Tian Jun saw Chen Shangping fall to the ground in a sorry state, the corner of his mouth turned up slightly and a cold smile surfaced. This is what happens when you steal a woman from him, you deserve it. He was calculating in his heart, now was a good opportunity for him to strike. If he was able to defeat Su Li, then he would be able to prove that he was stronger than Chen Shangping, and then he would naturally be able to obtain Zhang Ro's heart. However, he did not dare to be careless in his heart just now, although Su Li made some sneak attacks, but the speed and strength should not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Tian Jun took a step forward and said to Su Li, if you have the ability, let's fight openly. Su Li lightly looked at him and said, be my guest. Very well, looking down on people so much, in a while I'll make you kneel down and beg me. Tian Jun shouted, his body quickly rushed towards Su Li, only to see violently burning flames emerge above his fists. At the same time, a blue icy cold chi also appeared from his fists, traveling around the flames. This icy cold chi was Tian Jun's talent, the power of ice. Ice and fire could additionally increase the damage power, which was very powerful. Chapter 46 Gao Ying Strikes. This Tian Jun didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance or underestimation of Su Li, and came up to use his strongest attack. Su Li, take my punch. Tian Jun bellowed, ice and fire entwined above his right fist as he blasted out, a huge fist shadow, with the sound of a tiger's roar, slammed into Su Li. Zhang Ro looked towards Su Li who was frozen in place, a cold smile appeared on her face as she secretly thought in her heart, after Su Li is beaten down her by Tian Jun, I'm going to properly mock Lin Qingyan and let her know how poor her vision is. This punch rolled up the fallen leaves on the ground, sending the birds on the trees flying in fright. The green-horned deer that was resting not far away with its eyes closed sensed the fluctuation of chi and blood over here and its eyes opened all of a sudden, being disturbed from its beautiful dream, it looked over here angrily. Seeing that huge fist shadow with a ferocious aura was about to hit Su Li's body, but Su Li was standing there with a calm face, as if he had stayed in place. Seeing his appearance, Tian Jun who quickly rushed to him, a touch of anger appeared on his face, he felt that this was Su Li did not put him in his eyes at all. And just at this close call, he saw Su Li's figure suddenly disappeared, only a residual shadow remained in place. Tian Jun's eyes widened roundly, revealing incredulity. In the next second, Su Li suddenly appeared in front of Tian Jun's body, and a huge fist bombarded Tian Jun's face. After only hearing a miserable howl, Tian Jun was directly smashed to the ground by Su Li. His face swelled up in a flash, and blood flowed wildly from his nose. He fell to the ground with a pained expression, covering his nose with his hand and staring at Su Li, who was towering over him, with a horrified expression. He didn't expect that he had exerted all his strength and still lost under Su Li in a single move, and even, with this breezy appearance, Su Li clearly didn't use much strength. This was simply outrageous to the extreme. Zhang Ro had already thought about how to taunt Lin Qingyan's 4 after Tian Jun's victory. But she hadn't expected Tian Jun to be this useless, not even surviving a single round under Su Li before being defeated. These two people who were pursuing themselves were simply more useless than one another, thanks to the fact that they had just sworn to brag about how powerful they were and that they would definitely be able to protect themselves. This Tian Jun and Chen Shangping duo were simply worse than pigs. At this time, Zhang Ro put her eyes on Gao Ying again, and said in a delicate and soft voice, Big brother Gao Ying, the people in your team are being bullied, you must take revenge for them. She thought in her heart, this Gao Ying forging body triple, class 3 recognized as the strongest existence, I think as long as he made a move, we'll be able to Su Li hand to hand, then just lost face, naturally we'll be able to get back. Only to see Gao Ying overbearingly looked at Su Li said, I admit that you have some strength, but not much, in front of me, you are still far from it. After saying that, he put his hands behind his back, with a high-profile demeanor. Su Li looked puzzled and said, what are you saying all this nonsense for, eat your fill. If you want to fight hurry up and fight, grind your teeth. Gao Ying's face became gloomy to the extreme all of a sudden, in that case, then I'll show you my strength. With a whoosh sound, a long sword made of precious black crystals was pulled out from his back. A greenish-colored light blossomed above the black long sword, and at the same time, the aura of his body exploded. The black sword in Gao Ying's hand stroked rapidly through the air, and as if it possessed life, a ray of green light transformed into a sharp sword, and with a sound that cut through the air, it flew to strike at Su Li. Zhang Xiaotian, who was on the side, after seeing the green-colored sword light wielded by Gao Ying, his face was gloomy, and he said to Su Li, this is the green light sword technique with extremely high damage, the sword technique is mysterious and powerful, brother Su be careful. After Su Li heard this, his feet changed pace and dodged away from this green light sword shadow. Gao Ying's body also moved quickly. He took advantage of Su Li's gap and dodging the sword light, saw the right moment, and ferociously stabbed with a flying sword. Su Li was always concerned about Gao Ying's movements, seeing his sword stabbing, the iron sword in his hand brushed with purple flames, and then his body flashed to the right, and the big sword swung down with a roar. This flash and slash, the speed is extremely fast, only happened in an instant between the work. After dodging Gao Ying's ferocious sword, the iron sword with tremendous power directly collided with the long sword in Gao Ying's hand. A huge sound of weapons colliding came out. Gao Ying only felt his tiger's mouth being numbed by the shock, causing him to nearly let go of his hand and drop his long sword. What a strong force! Gao Ying's face instantly became more grave. At this moment, he could be heard shouting violently. The second style of the green light sword technique, 10,000 lights gathering sword. In an instant, a ray of green light gushed out from above his long sword, and immediately afterward, he saw this green light converge into a huge green-colored sword, which emitted a huge and intimidating aura above it. Gao Ying's face instantly became pale and trembling. It was obvious that using this sword skill was still a bit far-fetched for him. The pressure that this sword skill brought to Su Li was not small. He gripped his sword with both hands, and the purple flame on top of the blade burned a few points more intensely. When he saw that Gao Ying swung his sword down, the huge sword that was made from the convergence of the green light roared towards Su Li. Lin Qingyan and Jiang Xiaotian's faces both revealed looks of worry. Gao Ying being able to barely use this sword technique meant that his green light sword technique had already been cultivated to a near complete realm, which was extremely terrifying and frightening. Zhao Rohan, who had an icy face, was also frowning tightly. She knew of Su Li's terrifying strength, but she hadn't expected that this Gao Ying would also be a heavenly talent with such a strong strength. Both of them were stronger than her, which gave her a deep sense of frustration. On the other hand, Zhang Rou's eyes were flashing with excitement. The stronger Gao Ying was, the happier she was naturally. Su Li's figure moved. He carried a sword in his hand and advanced instead of retreating. Is Brother Su preparing to take this sword hard? Jiang Xiaotian had worry in his gaze. He knew that Su Li's stance was extremely esoteric. Relying on his stance, he had every chance of dodging this sword technique. But now, it seemed that Su Li was carrying his sword and charging head-on, obviously preparing to take this sword hard. Lin Qingyan's mood unconsciously turned tense, her hands clenched tightly, her palms sweating, and in her heart, she cheered for Su Li. Which one of the two of them is stronger? Looking at the two above the battlefield, Zhao Rohan's eyes were deep in thought. The iron sword burning with a blazing flame in Su Li's hand, brazenly rushed towards that huge green-colored sword light. Just as that sword light touched the flames on the iron blade, it was as if it had been scorched, melting, and dissipating little by little. Gao Ying's face changed dramatically. The sword light in Su Li's hand flashed. Only in an instant. The iron blade had already cut apart this green-colored sword light. And in the next second, Su Li directly launched the talent sneak. With the rapid change of his footsteps, his figure instantly disappeared from his original spot, and the aura on his body was all hidden. Chapter 47. 30 years east of the river, Demon Beast Riot. Gao Ying saw Su Li suddenly disappear from his spot. A strong bad premonition appeared in his heart. He clenched his teeth, and his body's chi and blood power roared as if it was burning up. Only a blood bead was seen densely covering his entire body in an instant. Red blood chi his body filled around him. Talent, blood burning, which could double the physical quality in a short period of time. This was a very terrifying talent, as the overall strength of the body would become very strong in a short period of time, even if it was a cross-level battle. His eyes flickered quickly looking for any sign of Su Li. Suddenly, his eyes snapped to the right side of his body. You're here! Gao Ying's face was densely covered with beads of blood, and a cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth, making him look exceptionally terrifying. The black-green light in his hand skyrocketed, and he stabbed back at Su Li with a sword. As it happened, Su Li's figure appeared on the right side of his body. Su Li did not panic after being discovered by him. A terrifying thunder power spread up on top of his iron sword. At the same time, Su Li naturally, as if by instinct, controlled the water molecules that filled the air and converged towards Gao Ying's side. The iron blade that carried the terrifying power of thunder slashed down with a wow sound. Only a crackling sound of electrocution was heard around them. That Gao Ying, who was surrounded by water molecules, trembled violently as if he had been electrocuted. Su Li also didn't expect his water spirit power and thunder power to have this effect when combined. Taking advantage of this gap when Gao Ying was electrocuted, Su Li slashed again, ruthlessly slashing at his body. Only hearing a boom sound, Gao Ying was directly chopped over on the ground. A horrible blood scar appeared on his chest. At this moment, Gao Ying, who fell to the ground, was in a sorry state. His face was scorched black by electricity, only a mouthful of white teeth remained. His hair exploded and stood up, looking comical and incomparable. Seeing Gao Ying in this state, the crowd on the field all sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This was too miserable. Yay! Seeing Gao Ying, who had fallen to the ground and was spitting out blood, Lin Qingyan knew that Su Li had won, and she jumped up in excitement. Brother Su, what a fierce batch, it's like he's awakened some more talent. Jiang Xiaotian was staggered. Seeing this ugly appearance of Gowing, Zhao Rohan looked at Suli with a little more fear in her gaze. She thought that she mustn't fight with Suli in the future, or else she would become this appearance of Gowing right now. Wouldn't that be laughed at? Suli's gaze happened to sweep over Zhao Rohan's body. He saw that Zhao Rohan's originally cold face seemed to have brought on a few smiles. Suli thought that he had blurred his eyes. He didn't know that Zhao Rohan had already decided in her heart that she was determined not to provoke him. When Zhang Ro saw Gowing lose, her face instantly turned deathly white, and she immediately piled up a smile on her pretty face. That, brother Suli, everyone is just sparring, it's all a misunderstanding, can I be on your team? Zhang Ro looked at Suli with an affectionate brow and a pitiful look, coupled with her pretty face, it was extremely lethal to ordinary men. Lin Qingyan poo-pooed and scolded, Zhang Ro, you're shameless. Zhang Ro retaliated unwillingly, I'm talking to brother Suli, what's it got to do with you Lin Qingyan? Dogs take rats and meddle in other people's business. Who knew that just as her words fell, Suli had already dodged to her side, and then slapped her directly on her face with a heavy slap, which was extremely heavy in strength and directly slapped her on the ground. Scram! Suli said coldly, he was in this dense forest because of the forest affinity, his hearing and visual perception had grown greatly, just now Zhang Ro's words to Tianjun and Chen Shangping were all heard in his ears, if it wasn't for her encouragement, there might not have been a fight between the two teams. Lin Qingyan saw Suli's hand, her eyes were colorful, her heart was overjoyed, she secretly thought, big brother Su is defending me like this, does he also like me? Zhang Ro collapsed on the ground, her right hand covering her face, there seemed to be flames in her eyes that were about to erupt, but her lips were tightly closed, and she did not dare to say a single word more. Gao Ying's body gradually recovered after taking a healing dan, he stood up, with a mouthful of big white teeth and said to Suli with a resolute look, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, let's wait and see. Good one 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, Suli nodded and said, very good, I like people with ambition, by the way, your teeth are quite white, what toothpaste do you use, recommend it? Gowing turned away in shame. That greenhorn deer had just been scared away by the fluctuation of breath from the engagement on Suli's side. Suli's 4 people had to go and look for other demonic beasts. But they hadn't been gone for long. Suli suddenly smelled a strange fragrance in the middle of the forest, and as soon as he inhaled this fragrance, a violent emotion grew in Suli's heart. After noticing the change in his mood, he hurriedly stabilized his mind, and the power of qi and blood surged within his body to suppress this violent mood. As for Jiang Xiaotian, the 3 of them were also affected in some way, and their faces began to turn red as a trace of mania appeared in their eyes. Suli hurriedly spoke out to remind them, there's something abnormal in this forest, hurry up and stabilize your mind, don't be pulled by the tempestuous emotions. As soon as his words came out, Jiang Xiaotian's trio realized the change in their emotions and hurriedly intended to keep their minds steady. Brother Su, what's going on? Jiang Xiaotian let out a long breath, his complexion becoming calmer. If it wasn't for Suli's reminder just now, they would have possibly lost their minds. Suli shook his head and said in a deep voice, the situation is unknown now, we have to leave here first. Now, including Zhao Rohan, they basically obeyed Suli's words. So under Suli's leadership, they quickly left the forest. Only on the way out of the forest, the scent that permeated the forest became more and more pronounced, and the surrounding demonic beasts also became berserk. Along the way, they encountered a large number of demonic beasts. These demonic beasts had bloodshot eyes, as if they had lost their minds, and attacked any living creature they saw. The scene was tragic and terrifying for a while. Along the way, Suli also rescued quite a few students who were in crisis, and when he came to the edge of the forest, there were already more than 10 people by his side. At this time, he heard Suli say, you guys will report the abnormality here to Instructor Chen, there are many other students inside the forest, I'll go in and check it out. Lin Qingyan's face changed, the tragic situation along the road just now made her heart tremble, she hurriedly said, big brother Su, it's too dangerous inside, don't go. Jiang Xiaotian also said with a grave expression, brother Su, wait until Instructor Chen and the others arrive. Zhao Ruhan's icy face also appeared a few points of worry, if not for Suli on this journey, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been so easy for them to come out. Chapter 48, Zuru off the team, kill him. The other students also looked worried. Suli had brought them out, which made them grateful. At this time, they heard Suli waved his hand and said, there are no demonic beasts of too high a level in here, so don't worry about me. You guys quickly go inform the instructor. After saying that, Suli flashed and disappeared into the dense forest. Lin Qingyan looked at the direction Suli left, her face extremely worried. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaotian had no choice but to say to the crowd, let's go tell the instructor. Afterwards, the group of people quickly left the place and ran towards the training camp. In the dense forest, a mysterious scent filled the surroundings. And this scent was the culprit that caused the demonic beasts in the dense forest to riot. These demonic beasts seemed to be crazy, their eyes were blood red and incomparable, roaring crazily and dashing. Suli was puzzled about the source of this fragrance, he guessed that it would not be some kind of heavenly material spiritual treasure that appeared and triggered all of this. So Suli moved quickly in the direction where the fragrance emanated from. At the same time, the 4 Class 3 students were being surrounded by a dozen crazy wolves. Surrounding them were blizzard wolves. This kind of demonic beast's realm was usually at the 8th level of blood condensation to the 1st level of body forging. These blizzard wolves usually acted at night, but today, because of the unusual scent in the forest, they were lured out. The dozen or so blizzard wolves, the head wolf was large, its fur glistened under the sunlight, and its rank was also a body forging first, which made it strong. The rest of these blizzard wolves were all at the 8th or 9th level of blood condensation. As for these 4 students from class 3, one of the girls with a thin figure and fair face was named Luofan. She was the strongest amongst the 4 and was at the 1st level of body forging. The other 3 girls, who were only at the 9th level of blood condensation, were already bruised and battered on their bodies under the wolves' frenzied attacks, and their movements were getting slower and slower. This pack of wolves seems to be going crazy. If this continues, we will die here. A girl with a slightly chubby figure said. What the hell is going on here? Earlier, Instructor Chen said in class that this blast wolf only moves at night. How could they appear during the day? Another girl said with an ugly face. As for Luofan, she waved her longsword with a strained face as she dealt with the attacks of the 5 blood condensation 9 blizzard wolves. Not only did she have to deal with the attacks of this wolf pack, but she also had to always be on guard against the cold sneak attacks of the head wolf, very passive. Just as she turned her back to attack one of the blizzard wolves, the head wolf aimed for the time. A blood-colored light flashed in its eyes, its body transformed into a dark light, and violently pounced on Luofan's body, and then opened its bloody mouth, and its sharp teeth were about to bite towards Luofan's neck. This scene was menacing to the extreme, and the other 3 girls were scared to the point of screaming. Luofan only felt the strong and powerful claws of the head wolf pressed on her back, and the bloody scent of its body rushed into her nostrils, causing her to feel sick to her stomach. She wanted to struggle to get up, but the wolf's claws pressed even harder, making her unable to move the slightest bit. Just as Luofan felt her neck touch the sharp teeth of the wolf, a fear of death rose in her heart. A blazing blade shadow suddenly descended from the sky. The blade shadow was extremely fast, and in a flash, it chopped down the head of the head wolf. It killed him with a single blow. The head of the head wolf rolled down and blood was scattered all over the ground. Only to see Su Li's figure appear in front of everyone's eyes. Su Li! Those 3 girls' faces became very excited when they saw Su Li's appearance. And the pressure behind Luofan instantly disappeared as she picked her long sword and picked off the blizzard wolf that had been charging up. Phew! After knowing that he was saved, Luofan patted his chest, then turned to look at Su Li who was on the side. Thank you, Su Li, she said with a sincere expression. If it wasn't for Su Li's timely arrival, I'm afraid she would have perished in the mouth of the head wolf by now. Su Li smiled faintly, then his figure rushed into the wolves and quickly wandered away. It was only a moment's effort. These dozen heads were transformed into experiences and died under Su Li's blade. You guys quickly leave this forest, now that the demonic beasts have lost their minds, it's very dangerous. Su Li put away his iron blade and said to Luofan's 4 with a solemn expression. Aha! Luofan nodded seriously. She could also see the abnormality of these demonic beasts, so she led the other 3 and quickly walked towards the outside of the forest. Only after seeing them leave did Su Li continue to go deeper inside the forest. Along the way, Su Li also encountered many students from the same class. All of them were injured and struggling to resist the ferocious attacks of the demonic beasts. Su Li directly helped and rescued many students. These students who were saved by Su Li have to thank Su Li. If not Su Li's timely appearance, this time they are very bad. Su Li just let them quickly leave this place, because Su Li found that the fragrance emanating from the forest became more and more intense, and the demonic beasts also became more manic. After sending off a group of students, Su Li continued to set off forward. At this exact moment, he realized that a team was following behind him. And this team was none other than Li Haiyang's 4 people. Just now, Li Haiyang's 4 people encountered the team that Su Li had rescued, and after some inquiries, they learned that Su Li was alone in the forest. So the 4 of them thought that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Su Li. So they quickly followed. Only to see Lu Jinwang with a sardonic smile on his face. This is really God's opportunity. Now that Su Li is alone, we will kill him and then destroy his body, just so we can push this matter to the demonic beasts. The corners of Li Haiyang's mouth rose as he said in a cold voice, not bad. But we need to speed up. These demonic beasts don't know what's going on to start the madness. I'm afraid the scene will be even more chaotic in a while. Just as the 4 of them were moving quickly, Zhao Dongtai, who was following at the very back, suddenly let out a heart-rending scream. The 3 of them, Li Haiyang, jerked their heads back. The horrifying scene in front of them made their hairs stand on end. Only Zhao Dongtai's neck was flat and smooth, a column of blood was spraying out from his neck, and his head flew down to the ground at some point, rolling. Zhao Dongtai didn't seem to know that he was already dead as his body moved forward due to inertia, his arms flailing. Phew! The 3 of them, Li Haiyang, sucked in a breath of cool air. This appearance of Zhao Dongtai was horrifying. The main thing that made them feel horrified was that in this broad daylight, they didn't even have a hint of noticing that Zhao Dongtai had been brutally killed. Who is it? Come out to me! Lu Jinwang's fists clenched tightly, the power of qi and blood in his body erupted out with a roar as he shouted towards the surroundings. Li Haiyang's gaze was also filled with gravity. His mind quickly pondered, could it be that Suli did it? However, Suli was only at the first level of body forging, wanting to kill Zhao Dongtai in front of the three of them, silently and without a word. How can one think of it? One would think that it was unlikely. Chapter 49. The water of the Star Ocean Lake is very cold. Could it be the work of some powerful demonic beast? Li Haiyang's complexion was unsightly, his eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Li Feng was also cautiously checking his surroundings, his heart was thumping, a bad premonition lingered in his mind. For some reason, he always felt that the one who killed Zhao Dongtai was Suli. At first, when he saw Suli jumping off the cliff edge into Star Ocean Lake, he felt that there must be some lurid secret in Suli's body. Now, seeing Zhao Dongtai's miserable death, he could barely control the thought that he himself would also die like this. This made him feel horror and cowardice in his heart to the extreme, and he now very much regretted pushing Suli down to the Star Ocean Lake, and since then, he always felt that the way Suli looked at the four of them was like looking at a dead person. This caused him to have nightmares almost every night, dreaming of Suli transforming into a demonic beast and dismembering and biting him to death. He didn't know why, he was clearly in the same realm as Suli, but the feeling that Suli brought to him was powerful and irresistible. Why don't we withdraw? Li Feng really couldn't endure the fear in his heart and said to the two people beside him. You're afraid of a hammer. Lu Jinwang shouted angrily. Zhao Dongtai was inexplicably killed, which made him feel both horrified and angry at the same time. He hated people backstabbing the most. Li Haiyang's face was slightly moved. Obviously he also rose the intention to retreat. This situation at the moment was too bizarre. The three of them leaned back to back and slowly retreated towards the back. In this way, they could ensure that all directions left no dead ends. Suddenly, Li Feng saw a large tree that was hanging upside down with a silhouette. When he looked clearly, he creepily realized that the silhouette was none other than Suli. Suli was hanging upside down on the tree and was showing him a smile that was cold to the extreme, causing chills to rise from his heart. In an instant Li Feng only felt his scalp tingle and his body was covered in cold sweat. It's Suli! He roared loudly with a trembling voice. Li Yang and Lu Jinwang violently turned their heads and looked towards this side. But they saw nothing in front of them, only the gently swaying leaves. However, in the next second, a blazing shadow of a blade had descended from the sky, ferociously chopping at the three of them. Quickly dodge! Feeling the powerful aura above the blade's shadow, Li Haiyang looked alarmed and with a loud shout, he lunged towards his side. The shadow of the blade slammed down. Grass and trees splashed on the ground. Lu Jinwang dodged a beat slower, and a hideous cut appeared on his chest, looking very oozing. And in the next second, Suli's figure appeared directly in front of Lu Jinwang's body. Under Lu Jinwang's horrified expression, the iron knife burning with flames in Suli's hand directly penetrated his heart. Then, Suli kicked him away like he was kicking away trash. You! Lu Jinwang stared wide-eyed and spat out two big mouthfuls of blood before closing his eyes and dying. Li Haiyang was shocked. Lu Jinwang's strength he knew best, even compared to him was not inferior. This Suli now shows the strength than at the beginning in the ring, but also much stronger. Originally, he thought that as long as Suli was alone, the four of them together would definitely be able to kill him. But now it seemed that they were simply being whimsical. This Suli's strength was actually terrifying to such an extent, it was simply impossible to be at the first level of body forging. You guys followed me here, are you trying to kill me? Suli smiled and said to Li Haiyang and Li Feng. Li Haiyang forced himself to calm down and shouted, Suli, you are really bold, classmates are not allowed to kill each other in the training camp, you killed Lu Jinwang and Zhao Dongtai, if this matter is known by the instructor, you are going to be banished to the boundary gate, do you know that? Suli laughed out loud after hearing this and said, it was the demonic beast that killed you guys, what does it have to do with me? Li Haiyang just said those words just now, he was just intimidating Suli to stall for time, his body slowly retreated towards the back. However, he heard Suli continue, this person of mine, I never like to take the initiative to provoke others, but when you guys pushed me down to Star Ocean Lake in the first place, you should have thought that there would be such a day. At the mention of the three words Star Ocean Lake, Li Feng's face changed dramatically, he looked horrified and said, Suli, please spare my life, I know I'm wrong. His words had just fallen, but he saw Li Haiyang's feet directly flooded with green light. It turned out that he took advantage of the gap between Suli's words and directly activated his talent Windwalk, wanting to escape. Suli sneered, where would he let him escape so easily? His speed increased steeply, and in an instant he caught up with Li Haiyang, and then a knife ruthlessly cut on his back. Only heard a snorting sound, Li Yang was cut, a stagger directly fell to the ground, Suli followed, another knife cut on his back. Li Yang screamed miserably, his hands holding the grass to crawl backward, face with a pleading color, said, Suli, I do not dare, never dare to go against you again, spare me, I have an old man and a small child, you 19 years old and have a child? Suli was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, and chopped off his head with a knife. As for Li Feng, he had already unleashed his talent of concealment and quickly fled towards the distance. But how could it be so easy for him to escape under Suli? One had to know that Suli was in possession of the forest fitting word, and his five senses were so sharp that he could track and find his prey based on the scent left behind. He sniffed his nose and quickly tracked along the scent left behind by Li Feng. Su Li was determined not to let Li Feng escape. If he let him escape and tell the instructor about his killing of his classmates, he would definitely invite unnecessary trouble at that time. Su Li's figure quickly flashed in the forest. It didn't take long. He saw Li Feng's figure darting around in the middle of the forest. At this moment, Li Feng's heart was beating violently, the qi and blood power in his body was running wildly, and his figure didn't dare to have the slightest pause. He didn't even dare to delay turning his head right now, for fear that if he delayed for a second, he would be caught up by Su Lin, the god of murder, and his eyes were only on escaping from this forest right now. Suddenly, that bad feeling in his heart surged up again. An inexplicable feeling of fear invaded his entire body in an instant. He turned back in horror and saw a figure that terrified him beyond measure approaching him rapidly. Su Li. Li Feng's heart seemed to jump out at this moment. He didn't know why Su Li was this insidious and couldn't get rid of it no matter what. The water of Star Ocean Lake is very, very cold. These were the last words Li Feng heard before he felt his head fly up into the sky, no longer conscious. Experience plus 10. Chapter 50 Sacred Heart Grass, Golden Bone. After resolving Li Feng, Su Li directly expelled the demonic beasts over and then disposed of the corpses of the 4 of them. Only after making everything seamless did Su Li flash away. Fortunately, this time, the demonic beasts in the forest were rioting. Otherwise, if you wanted to kill these 4 people without leaving any traces, it would still take some effort. Su Li quickly walked towards the source of that strange fragrance. He was very curious as to what exactly this fragrance was emanating from, and why it would cause these demonic beasts to come out of their nests and then fall into a frenzy. As Su Li approached, the scent around the forest became even more dense, and the number of demonic beasts around him was also rapidly increasing. These demonic beasts' eyes blood red, they kill each other madly, the ground is full of demonic beast corpses, as well as broken limbs, sticky liquid spread on the grass, do not know whether it is demonic beasts' blood or saliva, a time the scene is chaotic and incomparable. Su Li did not want to get entangled with these demonic beasts, he now only wanted to quickly find the source of this strange fragrance, to see what exactly it is. So, Su Li directly launched sneaking, hiding his own breath, dodging away from the side of these demonic beasts that were killing each other. Not long after, Su Li found a hidden stone cave in the middle of a patch of bushes and vines. This cave was covered by green grass and plants, and the entrance of the cave was also covered by hanging vines. If it wasn't for Su Li smelling that burst of strange fragrance emanating from here, he almost wouldn't have been able to discover this cave. The demonic beasts in the vicinity also became more and more numerous, but they seemed to not dare to approach this cave, and only roared madly in the periphery. Meanwhile, after Jiang Xiaotian led the crowd back to the training camp, he quickly found Chen Yu and told him about the demonic beast riot in the forest. Chen Yu's face changed dramatically after hearing this. Demonic beast riots, how is this possible? He looked puzzled. The freshmen of the last few sessions would row to train in the central dense forest of Devil Island, and nothing like this has ever happened before. Moreover, the high-grade demonic beasts inside have all been killed long ago, and the safety index is relatively high. You guys go to the practice room to train first, and I'll go to the middle of the dense forest with the other class instructors to check out the situation. After Chen Yu finished speaking, he called on the instructors of the other classes and ran towards the dense forest with a gloomy face. When they entered the forest, they immediately sensed the unusualness of it. Strange scents filled the air, and demonic beasts ran wildly through the forest, their eyes becoming blood red and their temperament extremely manic. Even some of the demonic beasts that were mild in nature or rarely appeared in the daytime appeared and attacked each other. As soon as Chen Yu saw the scene, he immediately frowned. These demonic beasts appeared in piles. How would the new students who came here to train today be able to cope? Zhang Hao, the Class 1 instructor beside him, said, "This strange fragrance, could it be emanating from some heavenly material?" They, the Prime Heavenly Army, had been stationed in the middle of the realm where all the races met all year round, so they had seen a lot of things and immediately thought of this. Chen Yu nodded and said, "It's extremely possible. However, there are 3 classes of students training in the middle of this forest today, so we have to rescue them quickly, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable, and it will be hard for us to escape." After saying that, several of their instructors moved separately, their figures quickly flashing in the middle of the forest, searching for the students who were still fighting with the demonic beasts. Chen Yu had just walked through the dense forest for a short while when he encountered a team. There were 4 girls amongst this team, and it was none other than the 4 Luofan that Su Li had just saved. Instructor Chen. These 4 girls shouted joyfully after seeing Chen Yu. They had also encountered quite a few dangers along the way, all of which they had narrowly dodged over, and now that they saw Instructor Chen Yu appearing, they let go of their hearts, knowing that they had been completely saved. "Are you guys alright?" Chen Yu saw that the bodies of these 4 girls were also left with more or less wounds, and couldn't help but ask. Luofan nodded and said, "They are all superficial wounds. Just now we were surrounded by more than a dozen blizzard wolves. If it wasn't for Su Li who came to the rescue, the 4 of us would probably be buried in the belly of the wolves right now." "Su Li saved you guys?" A trace of appreciation flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. Just now he had heard Jiang Xiaotian say that Su Li was going to stay in the dense forest to rescue the other students. Yeah, it was really too thrilling just now. Fortunately, Su Li's classmates arrived in time. Another girl said with a palpitating heart. Well, you guys leave here first and go back to the training camp to treat your wounds, Shen Yu said in a deep voice. When these four girls left, Shen Yu continued deeper into the dense forest with worry. Although Su Li's body techniques and battle skills are very good, but he is only at the first level of body forging after all. The demonic beasts here are pouring out and piling up together. It's very dangerous for him as well. I need to join up with him quickly, Shen Yu secretly pondered in his heart. Su Li stopped at the edge of the stone cave. He did not go in directly, because the demonic beasts that had gathered around were all roaring madly, but there were none that dared to come closer. From this, it was clear that there should be some kind of terrifying existence in this stone cave. After hesitating for a moment, Su Li gritted his teeth and directly flashed into this stone cave. Wealth and riches were in danger. He felt that what gave off this fragrance must be some kind of extremely precious heavenly material spiritual treasure. If he didn't go in to take a look, he was very unwilling. As soon as he entered the stone cave, Su Li's eyes immediately became gloomy, and he realized that his sharp five senses also became dull here. He frowned and walked towards the depths of the stone cave. This cave was deep, empty and humid, and was very quiet. Only the sound of water dripping down from the top of the stone could be heard. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. At this time, Su Li suddenly heard a burst of heavy breathing. This heavy breathing, it seems that only large-sized beasts can issue. Su Li's face instantly became grave. He gripped the iron sword with both hands and walked step by step towards that breathing sound. After walking for about 2 minutes, on the cold rocky ground, a large-sized black tiger with a ferocious and incomparable aura appeared in Su Li's line of sight. On the side of this black tiger, there grew a plant that was not much different from ordinary grass. However, the body of this plant was emitting a faint golden light at this moment, making it appear that it was not a mortal object. Could this be the sacred heart grass? Su Li's face suddenly changed color after seeing this little plant. Sacred heart grass was a holy medicine of the body forging realm. After taking it, the body could produce mysterious power, thus stimulating the bones within the body, causing them to undergo qualitative changes, and there was a high probability of forming the rumored golden bone. Chapter 51 Competition, Slaying Fierce Beasts. According to the books, when the density of the body's bones reached a certain level, it would undergo a qualitative change and convert into golden bones. When the bones became golden bones, both the hardness of the bones and the power contained within them would receive a huge boost. The sacred heart grass, on the other hand, had a certain chance of converting a martial artist's bones into golden bones, thus showing its preciousness. However, the appearance of this grass was the same as an ordinary grass, and it was hard to distinguish. Only when this sacred heart grass is about to mature, will its body emit a strange fragrance, and a faint golden light will also appear on its body. When the golden light on its body completely dissipates, it is the time when it is completely mature and can be picked. Otherwise, even if it is picked, it will not have the slightest use, only with the ordinary grass in general. Therefore, obtaining the sacred heart grass required extreme luck, and could not be obtained. Su Li's mood became excited. It was hard not to let one's mood surge in the face of this level of treasure. However, the large black tiger lying beside the sacred heart grass was violently raising its head. Its eyes were densely colored with blood, but it could be seen that it still retained a few moments of sanity, otherwise it would have long since swallowed this sacred heart grass that had not yet fully grown into its stomach. The breath on its body was ferocious, its chi and blood were abundant. Just the sound of that heavy breathing brought a deep sense of oppression to Su Li. At this moment, under the gaze of its blood-colored eyes, Su Li only felt a chill rising from his heart. No wonder the demonic beasts outside this cave don't dare to approach here. The tiger is the king of all beasts, and it is very likely that it is currently the strongest existence in this forest. However, Su Li judged that the aura emanating from this black tiger was much weaker than the silver moon wolf king, and it should not have reached the 5 viscera realm. This forest serves as a place for students to try out. I think the instructors must have already killed all the demonic beasts above the 5 viscera realm. Su Li thought quickly in his mind, this black tiger is most likely a demonic beast of the 9th level of body forging. With my current strength, I can fight it. This sacred heart grass was only too precious, and I'm afraid that if I miss this opportunity, I won't have the chance to obtain it again in my life. Thinking of this, Su Li's face became cold and his eyes were filled with determination. That black tiger saw Su Li, this uninvited guest, close to the sacred heart grass. The blood color in the bottom of his eyes became a few points more dense. Its spiritual intelligence was not low. Naturally, it was able to feel the preciousness of this herb. The black tiger had a feeling that as long as it was able to swallow this herb, it would have a great increase in strength. Only to see its tiger whiskers twitching, it violently opened its bloody mouth and let out a thick, powerful, soul-consuming roar. In the next second, it stared at Su Li, and then its huge tiger body prostrated itself in an attacking position, and with a fierce force from its hind legs, it blatantly pounced on Su Li. Although it is a huge body, but its speed is very fast, like a lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye swooped to the top of the head of Su Li, this black tiger body with a bloody odor, surging into the nasal cavity of Su Li. Su Li had long been prepared. His eyes were sharp. He directly used the Ling Bo 9 transformations. His footsteps quickly changed, narrowly dodging the ferocious strike of the black tiger. Then the iron sword he held in his right hand, brushed and burned with purple flame. Along with his turn, the iron sword drew an arc in the air, directly toward the black tiger's body, deflection down. This black tiger reaction is extremely fast. It did not hit, and see with a hot strong breath of iron knife attack, it limbs forced to the right side of a stump, huge body to dodge away. Sully does not give it the slightest opportunity to breathe. The second knife followed, this knife faster and more ruthless, directly to its abdomen. The black tiger could feel that this iron blade burning with purple flame brought it a strong dangerous aura, so it was not willing to take its body to hard touch. Because it was worried that if it was injured here, it was afraid that it would give other demonic beasts a chance to take advantage of it, so it just dodged. However, with its huge body, it was a bit difficult to move around in this narrow stone cave, and was soon forced into a corner by Sully. At this time, when the black tiger saw that it had nowhere to dodge, its complexion became furious. It raised its right paw, and that sharp knife-like paw smashed on top of the iron sword with a bang. Sully was shaken backward a few steps. The black tiger was also not easy to bear. Under the iron knife's strong attack, its right paw came from a very strong feeling of pain. This instead inspired the ferocity of the black tiger. It opened its bloody mouth and roared madly, huge wild body full of strength, one claw after another claw, fast and fierce slapped to Sully. Sully in its ferocious attack back and forth, but he did not have the slightest bit of panic, his eyes tightly staring at the movements of the black tiger, waiting for it to reveal its weakness. Only to see this black tiger a claw to shock Sully back, then it violently opened its huge mouth, hideous like a sharp knife like yellow sharp teeth, towards Sully's body bit down. From the black tiger's mouth came a burst of fishy flavor, choking Sully straight to vomit. Sully's body's breath boomed, he hurriedly performed Lingbo 9 transformations, his figure moved quickly, dodging the black tiger's surefire strike in the past. Only the sound of the black tiger's teeth colliding up and down could be heard. Taking advantage of this gap, Sully instantly unleashed the power of thunder. The iron sword burning with purple flames began to wind up a path of thunder and lightning in a flash, and a sinister aura lingered on it. The black tiger felt a deep palpitation from the lightning that filled the iron sword, and a look of fear appeared in its blood-colored eyes. At this instant, Sully executed Lingbo Jiuchang to the fastest possible extent, and at the same time launched his sneak. In the black tiger's field of vision, Sully's figure seemed to have suddenly disappeared from its original location. Just as it froze in its tracks, the iron blade with the purple flame and thunder tangled and entwined snorted and stabbed into its abdomen. Fear and pain appeared in the black tiger's complexion. Sully shouted violently, and the iron knife that was inserted into the black tiger's abdomen violently slashed upwards, and a sound like cutting through a sandbag came out. A long gash appeared directly on the black tiger's abdomen. In an instant, black blood gushed outward from its wound. The immense pain caused the black tiger to let out an earth-shattering wailing roar, which was so loud and terrifying that it scared the demonic beasts outside the stone cave that were almost about to lose their sanity and were about to rush in to flee in all directions. Seeing this black tiger's body shaking, his complexion withered, about to lose his fighting strength. Sully's gaze was ferocious, holding the iron knife in both hands and slashing fiercely towards its body. One knife, two knives. It didn't take long for this huge black tiger with an impressive aura to be hacked to death by Sully under the knife, and black blood was scattered all over the place. Killed Forging Ninth Demonic Beast Black Wind Tiger, experience plus 90. Chapter 52 Transforming Golden Bones, Sully dead? Seeing the words of the experience prompt, only then did Sully stop attacking. He wiped off the blood on his iron sword and looked at the black tiger that fell in a pool of blood, covered in slashes that looked gruesome and incomparable, and only then did he let out a long breath of relief. This black tiger's strength and attack was still very fierce. If it wasn't for the narrow space in this cave, if Sully wanted to kill this black tiger, I'm afraid that it would still take a lot of effort. At this time, Sully placed his gaze on the sacred heart grass growing on the rock. Only to see this green grass, the golden light emitted a few points fainter than just a moment ago, and that strange fragrance on its body has also weakened a lot, as if at any time may disappear in general. Sully guessed in his heart that this sacred heart grass should be maturing soon. A few minutes passed. See, the sacred heart grass body of the golden light completely disappeared. Sully moved excited. He knew that this sacred heart grass has completely matured, can be picked. So Sully no longer hesitated. To save the late change, he directly dashed over, bent down to pick down this sacred heart grass. This sacred heart grass still carries a trace of warmth in his hand, but visible to the naked eye, the tip of the leaves of this sacred heart grass began to glow with a layer of yellow. According to the book, this sacred heart grass must be taken immediately after picking it, otherwise it will wither and lose its efficacy. Thinking of this, Sully hurriedly stuffed the sacred heart grass into his mouth. After the sacred heart grass entered his mouth, it turned into a warm current that entered his body. In an instant, Sully felt a strange energy rising from his abdomen, and then, the strange energy traveled towards his limbs and bones. When this energy touched the bones in Sully's body, it was as if his bones were stabbed up by countless needles, sending a burst of pain that drilled into his bones. This kind of pain made Sully feel like he was facing a lingering torture. His coiled body trembled violently, and in an instant, beads of sweat covered his forehead. Although Sully's perseverance was extremely strong, under this kind of pain, he couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. He clenched his teeth in death, and his mouth overflowed with blood. I must persevere. Su Li sucked in large gulps of air, his gaze resolute and vicious to the extreme. Right now, he only had one way to go, either get stronger or die. And at the same time, Shen Yu was rescuing the students in the middle of the dense forest. Suddenly, the strange fragrance that filled the air disappeared, and the eyes of the several forging realm black bears that surrounded him instantly became clear. After those few black bears came to their senses, they sensed the powerful aura on Shen Yu's body. A look of fear and doubt could not help but appear in their gaze. They glanced at each other and saw the confusion on each other's faces before scattering their legs and running away. The aura emanating from this human was so powerful, wanting a bear's life was easy, not running was waiting to die. Shen Yu did not go after these black bears, he just frowned and muttered to himself, strange, these demonic beasts seem to have regained their sanity, and that strange scent has disappeared. What is going on? After all, he hadn't seen the sacred heartgrass with his own eyes, so naturally, he didn't know what was going on. As the demonic beast regained its sanity, as well as the intervention of the various class instructors, those students who were caught up in the crisis were rescued one after another. At a moment's notice, a large number of students walked out from the dense forest. They had injuries all over their bodies, some of them were still very serious and were carried out by other students. Obviously they had all experienced some danger this time. The sky gradually darkened. When these instructors finished rescuing all the students in the dense forest, they returned towards the training camp. At this time, Zhang Xiaotian, Lin Qingyan, Luo Fan and other students who had been saved by Su Li, there must be 20 to 30 people, but they were waiting anxiously at the entrance of the training camp. Only Lin Qingyan's beautiful eyes were full of worry. She looked into the distant forest and said with an uneasy expression, all the other classmates have already come back, how come we still haven't seen Big Brother Su's silhouette? Zhang Xiaotian paced back and forth, his heart was obviously also extremely uneasy, but he still comforted Lin Qingyan. Brother Su should be with the instructors rescuing the other students, don't worry, he should be back in a while. Luo Fan nodded on the side and said, student Su Li is so strong, he will definitely be safe and sound. The other students who had been saved by Su Li were also grateful to Su Li from the bottom of their hearts, so they prayed for his safe return. Just as the crowd was anxiously waiting, they saw Chen Yu and a few other instructors walking towards this side. After seeing that there was no figure of Su Li beside Chen Yu, Lin Qingyan's face instantly turned pale. Zhang Xiaotian quickly stepped forward and asked, Instructor Chen, did Su not come back with you guys? Luo Fan and the others also quickly gathered around, looking at Chen Yu with a look of worry. Only Chen Yu froze for a moment, then said in confusion, I didn't see Su Li in the middle of the dense forest, didn't he come back? Zhang Xiaotian said with an ugly face, could it be that Su is still inside the dense forest? Chen Yu and several other instructors looked at each other. They heard Class 1 instructor Zhang Hao shake his head and said, a few of us have already searched the middle of the forest, and we can be sure that there are no longer any students present inside. He paused and said with a heavy expression, we found several wrecks in the forest, there should have been some students who suffered accidents. Impossible. Lin Qingyan's face turned pale beyond recognition, her voice trembled with a few moments of hysteria, Big Brother Su can kill a demonic beast of the 7th level of body forging alone, how could something happen? Brother Su is so strong, an ordinary body forging realm demonic beast isn't even a match for him. Zhang Xiaotian's voice was low. When these instructors heard that Su Li could kill a demonic beast at the 7th level of the body forging realm on his own, a few moments of surprise appeared in their eyes. Although demonic beasts of the same realm were generally weaker than human martial artists, a demonic beast at the 7th level of body forging was still a very powerful existence for these new students. However, he saw Zhang Hao say in a deep voice, the situation in the forest just now was very dangerous, all the demonic beasts came out in full force, he might have faced more than just one demonic beast. I'm going to find Big Brother Su. There were tears welling up in Lin Qingyan's eyes, she stubbornly wanted to go look for Su Li because she simply didn't believe that Su Li would die in the middle of the dense forest. We'll accompany you. The other students followed Lin Qingyan, wanting to accompany her to search for Su Li. Chen Yu let out a long breath, he had favored and appreciated Su Li after seeing his terrifying enlightenment. And, today learned that Su Li alone into the dense forest to rescue other students, his heart is even more appreciative of him, he naturally is not willing to see Su Li accident. So he heard him say in a deep voice, you guys go back first, the dense forest is too dangerous at night, it's enough for me to find it. No, instructor will go with you. The class 3 students present carried determination in their eyes. But just as his words fell, a puzzled and familiar voice came out, why are you all gathered here? Chapter 53, a great increase in strength. After the crowd heard this voice, they all looked towards that side. Under the starry sky, Su Li, wearing black training clothes and carrying an iron sword behind his back, was walking towards them step by step. Big Brother Su! Lin Qingyan exclaimed, her face immediately filled with joy. Brother Su, I knew you were fine. Zhang Xiaotian smiled as he ran to Su Li's side and gave him a bear hug. Luo Fan and the other students also looked surprised. Good boy. Shen Yu came to Su Li's side and gave him a heavy punch on the chest, saying, luckily you're fine, I was counting on you to defeat Class 1. Zhang Hao, the class 1 instructor on the side, was not happy to hear this and said, "Chen, where did you get this confidence from?" Chen laughed out loud. "I'm just confident, I'm happy to." Cut. Zhang Hao waved his hand in dismay and turned to leave. "That's it for today, you guys go back to the dormitory to rest first." Chen said to the crowd. He still had a lot of things to do as there were some student casualties and he needed to count the names of the people to report. When there were student casualties, all of them instructors were afraid that they would have to suffer punishment this time. Moreover, they hadn't found out exactly what caused this demonic beast riot, so the higher-ups might send more specialized people down to investigate. However, all of these things were already irrelevant to Su Li. After he absorbed the sacred heart grass, he disposed of the corpse of that black tiger. Even if the investigation from above came down, it had nothing to do with Su Li. After returning to the dormitory, Su Li sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling the changes that had occurred in his body. If he could see internally, he would be able to see that at this time, the bones within his body had turned golden, and there was also a faint golden light that emanated from his bones. After taking the sacred heart grass, he was lucky enough to have his bones converted to golden bones. The strength of his bones, and the power contained within them, was unknown how many times stronger than before. Right now, Su Li was confident that even without using any battle techniques, he could go head-to-head with that black tiger at the 9th level of body forging just with the strength of his body. One could imagine how powerful the Su Li who had transformed into a golden bone was at this moment. Not only that, the sacred heart grass had also provided Su Li's body with a large amount of qi and blood, allowing him to directly break through to the 4th level of body forging, and it was this huge amount of qi and blood that was able to support Su Li in completing the transformation of the golden bone. Opened the panel. Host, Su Li. Race, human. Realm, 4th level of body forging 230-2000. Technique, Granite Decree. Battle technique, Red Inferno / Perfection 3500-100,000. Battle technique, Violet Flame Blade technique Grand Completion 3500-10,000. Body technique, 9 changes of Ling Wave 9850-10,000. Battle technique, Kirin Shakes the Moon 830-1000. Contracted Beast. Heavenly Treasure Mouse, Blood Condensation Realm, 8th level 400-700. Silver Moon Wolf King, 2nd level of Viscera Realm 35-20,000. Green Scale Python, 9th level of Body Forging Realm 8909,000. Pactable Beasts, 4. Number of contracts, 1. Note, the contract success rate varies with the realm. The probability of contracting a demonic beast of the same level is 80%, and the probability of success beyond the current realm is 1%. Every time you raise a realm, you can increase the number of times you can make a contract by 2. Hanging experience, none. Upgradable contracted beasts, none. Now Su Li's strength was further advanced. At this rate, by the time the freshman competition was held, the realm might not be unable to catch up with the Fire Spirit Body student from Class 1. Currently, Lingwave 9 Transformations was still 150 experience points short of being upgraded to perfection, and at that time, his body speed would reach a terrifying point. What Su Li was most looking forward to was still the Kirin Shaking the Moon, only 170 points short of comprehending it. I wonder how powerful this Kirin Shaking the Moon would be after successfully comprehending it. After all, in Shen Yu's mouth, this Qilin diagram was so arcane and extraordinary, so it must have its superiority. During the day, there were many things that happened: the demonic beast riot, the fierce battle with the black tiger, and taking the sacred heart grass. Although his strength had increased quite a bit in the end, these things still kept him in a mentally tense state. So he decided to take a good rest tonight, and didn't go hunting demonic beasts in the Star Ocean Lake. The night was quiet. Lying on the bed, the sound of his gentle snoring soon came. And at this moment, Shen Yu, however, gathered with the instructors of the other classes in the middle of a conference room. Only a large screen was placed in the middle of the conference room. Within the large screen, there were 2 people. A middle-aged man wearing a prime military uniform was sitting with a serious face, his eyebrows were thick, and there was a bright light flickering within his eyes, giving him an imposing aura that was not angry. The other man, in his 50s, was a bit thin, with a round-framed eye, looking like a famous scholar. Only seeing Chen Yu standing upright, he reported to the 2 men in the middle of the screen. Today, classes 1, 2, and 3 totaled 125 students participated in the dense forest trial. Halfway through, I don't know why the demonic beast suddenly rioted, ultimately leading to 6 students missing. If there are no accidents, these 6 students should have all been killed. Among them, 4 from class 3 and 1 each from classes 1 and 2. Speaking later, his voice involuntarily lowered. I wonder why. Are all of you people fed? The middle-aged man in the middle of the large screen cursed with a harsh expression. Shen Yu and the other instructors lowered their heads, not daring to meet the middle-aged man's eyes at all, as if they were very afraid of him. 6 students, hey. These kids just came to Star Ocean University, how can I explain to their parents? The middle-aged man with round-framed glasses shook his head, his expression filled with regret. Vice-Chancellor this matter is a negligence on the part of my optimist army, so feel free to say what you want. The middle-aged soldier said in a deep voice. Vice principal, he sighed and said, things have already happened, there's no point in talking about it. Let's first find out the cause of the demonic beast's riot. We must avoid any more student casualties. Each and every one of these children are excellent. It's a shame to die just like that. The middle-aged soldier nodded, then cursed at Chen Yu and the others. You losers, you can't even understand when you are asked to lead a student. Each and every one of you is really useless. When this training is over, all of you go and complete the A-ranked mission for me. Chen Yu and a few of their instructors' faces instantly turned iron blue after hearing these words. A level A mission would definitely face an existence in the transcendent realm, which was simply hellishly difficult for those of them who were still circling around in the 5 Viscera realm. Humph. The middle-aged soldier snorted coldly before discussing with Vice Principal He, and in the end, they decided that both sides would jointly send someone to Devil's Island to find out what happened. By the time the meeting ended, Chen Yu's face was incredibly gloomy. The Class 1 instructor on the side, Zhang Hao, was no better. Only to hear Zhang Hao spit out with a bereft face, Class A mission. It seems that this time, Governor Li is really angry. When this training is over we are finished. Chen Yu didn't say anything. His mood was very heavy right now, not because he was going to be sent out to complete a level A mission, but rather he was feeling very remorseful for the deaths of these 4 students from Class 3. He just didn't know how he would feel if he knew that all 4 of Li Haiyang had been transformed into Su Li's experience. Chapter 54, Investigate the original cause and give a good commendation. The second day. After resting all night, Su Li only felt refreshed and energized. He washed up and went to the playground to start the day's training. At this time, the sky was cloudy, the cool wind blew from the lake, gently slapping on Su Li's cheeks, a soothing and cozy feeling spreading in the bottom of his heart. Today's training content was the same as usual. Strength training in the morning and endurance training in the afternoon. It was just that when he saw Chen Yu, his face had been gloomy and watery. Obviously the things that happened yesterday had put him in a very bad mood. And the news that 4 students from Class 3 had died in the middle of the demonic beast riot had also spread to everyone. These 4 students are naturally no one else. It is the 4 people who were killed by Su Li Haiyang. Su Li did not think about this, but he heard Chen Yu say yesterday that Star Ocean University and the Prime Army would send people over to investigate the cause of this demonic beast riot, which made his heart a little apprehensive. Although he thought that he had done a seamless job, but his experience was after all less, and it was only natural that there were some unexpected points. However, things have come to this point, can only take a step and see what happens. Only to see that at this time, the other students were all in a complicated mood, their faces were heavy, and they all became silent. After all, they had only just started school not more than a few days ago, when such a thing happened, which made these students who were still a bit green feel for the first time that death was surprisingly so close to them. Moreover, it also made them deeply realize that after they chose to step into the path of martial artists, the danger and the unknown would accompany them, and facing life and death at all times was a point that they had to accept. Perhaps, this matter of the demonic beast riot yesterday will play a big role in all of their future growth. During the strength training in the morning, the 2 people sent down from above to investigate yesterday's demonic beast riot arrived at the training base. One of these 2 was Zhang Daiyue, the director of instruction of Star Ocean University, who had a chubby figure and a round face that gave people a sense of sophistication when he smiled. The other was Li Chang, a staff officer from the Prime Army, who had a straight figure and a cold face. His face was always cold and looked unsmiling. These 2 came to the Devil Island training base on the same airplane. As soon as they stepped off the plane, they saw Chen Yu and the other instructors already standing straight in a row, waiting for their arrival. After they got off the plane, the several instructors immediately gave a military salute. Tell me about the specific situation. Li Chang didn't say a word of nonsense and came up and went straight to the point. Chen Yu reported to him what happened yesterday, one by one. The strange fragrance caused the demonic beasts to riot? Li Chang listened with a thoughtful look on his face. On the side, Zhang Daiyue, the director of instruction of Star Ocean University, was puzzled. Could it be some kind of heavenly material treasure? Li Chang was non-committal. Go directly to the dense forest. After they saw Zhang Daiyue directly close his eyes, and a blue light suddenly flashed on his chubby body. Only to see this blue light spreading up quickly towards the forest, this blue light seemed to have transformed into a cheerful elf, wandering and rejoicing. At this moment, after Li Chang as well as Chen Yu and the others on the side were covered by this blue light, they only felt a sense of being watched, as if everything on their bodies had been seen through by Zhang Deju. This caused their faces to change for a moment. And what this Zhang Deju was using was precisely his talent, super perception. Possessing a superb perception of everything around his body. Moreover, this talent, along with his breakthrough into the transcendent mortal realm, had become even more terrifying after his spiritual power had increased significantly. After Zhang Daiyue had executed his super strength perception, he realized that the strange fragrance that Chen Yu had described was still lingering in the air. He then moved quickly in the direction that this fragrance came from. When Li Chang saw him move, his complexion moved and his body quickly followed. Although this Zhang Daiyue's figure was round and rolled, his body was extremely flexible, as if he was a monkey moving in the middle of this forest, nimbly jumping and prancing around. It didn't take long. Zhang Daiyue appeared in front of the cave where the sacred heart grass grew yesterday. He directly lifted the vines in front of the cave and dashed in. Li Cheng also followed closely behind and went in. The inside of the stone cave was dark, moist, and claustrophobic. Here is the source of that fragrance that emanated yesterday. Zhang Daiyue came to the rock where Su Li had picked the sacred heart grass yesterday. He stared at the rock with a few moments of contemplation in his gaze. He could be certain that some kind of medicinal plant must have grown here yesterday. He judged from the scents that still remained in this stone cave. There seemed to be 3 scents that remained here. One was the scent of that medicinal plant, another was the scent of some kind of demonic beast left behind, and the last scent seemed to be left behind by some kind of martial artist. He raised his head and scanned the stone wall before he spotted an extremely faint slash mark in a corner. He walked over to this blade mark and touched it with his hand, and in a flash, blue light surged out from his palm. This seems to be the remnants of some sort of flame-related blade technique? Zhang Deju thought darkly in his heart. He then withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened. Only a light cough was heard from him. Li Cheng as well as Chun Yu and the others turned their gazes to him, thinking that he had already found out what had happened. Zhang Daiyue pointed at the rocks on the ground and said, "Yesterday, a precious medicinal herb should have grown here, and there's no way to know exactly what it is because I didn't see it. In this stone cave, besides the scent of that medicinal herb, there is also the scent of a demonic beast remaining. I reckon that the demonic beast has already eaten this medicinal herb," Zhang Daiyue said with certainty. Li Cheng nodded after hearing this. In fact, he had a similar guess after hearing Chen Yu's account. Thus after hearing Zhang Daiyue say this, he did not feel very surprised. As for what exactly that medicinal herb is, it is no longer possible to find out, so let's end this matter here, Zhang Deju said indifferently. Since Zhang Daiyue had said this, Li Cheng had nothing to say, and the matter was closed. At this time, Chen Yu was heard to say, "In the midst of this demonic beast riot, there was a student named Su Li in class 3 who performed very well, going into danger alone and rescuing many students. There's such a thing? That should be properly commended." Li Cheng's eyes lit up, his tone carried a few moments of appreciation. As a soldier, his favorite was this kind of warrior who didn't abandon his companions and dared to go into danger alone. Zhang Daiyue smiled and nodded, and said to the several instructors, "Later when we go back, we also trouble you several to tell me in detail about this demonic beast riot, the performance of each student, what should be rewarded should be rewarded. We can't treat these students who have performed well and make them lose their motivation." Chapter 55 Zhang Diyu, this is truly a miracle. By the afternoon, after Su Li's endurance training was over, Chun Yu greeted him and brought him to the middle of a conference room. Su Li's heart had some apprehension, not knowing why Chen Yu would bring him here alone. Entering the conference room, Su Li saw a middle-aged man with a chubby body. And that person was looking at him with a smile and the appearance of an old fox. This person was none other than Zhang Daiyue. Su Li did not recognize Zhang Daiyue, but looking at his smiling appearance, Su Li was puzzled. He seemed to know himself? For some reason, seeing the smile on Zhang Daiyue's fat face, Su Li had a feeling that he was being looked through all over his body, and in his heart, he guessed that this person should be the person sent down by the school to inquire about this demonic beast riot. Could it be that he found out that the 4 Li Haiyang people were killed by me? A bad premonition rose in Su Li's heart. This matter would definitely be very unfavorable to him if the school really learned about it. At this time, he heard Zhang Daiyue say to Chen Yu, "I will have a few words with this student alone." Chen Yu nodded, then gave Su Li a meaningful look before closing the door behind him. Seeing that look from Chen Yu, Su Li's mood became even more apprehensive, and he had a feeling that a great disaster was on the horizon. He quickly calculated in his mind, if the school learns that it was me who killed the 4 Li Haiyang people, it will definitely expel me and hand over to the Daxia Ministry of Justice, and at that time, they might sentence me to death. It seems like I need to escape into the Star Ocean Lake before they find the evidence again, and hide inside for a period of time, and wait until my strength has become extremely strong before I come out. Just as he was pondering in his mind, Zhang Daiyue spoke, "You are Su Li?" Su Li nodded expressionlessly. His current mood felt like he was being pressed by a boulder, making him feel a little breathless. "I am the director of instruction for your freshman year. You can address me as Director Zhang." After Zhang Daiyue introduced himself, he continued, "I heard from Chun Yu that you performed very well during this demonic beast riot, saving a full 20 students. Rituals first?" Su Li secretly thought in his heart, then he took a deep breath and said, "This is what I should do. We are all classmates. I can't see death and save them. The heart is not bad." Zhang Daiyue smiled and nodded his head. Suddenly, his face turned cold all of a sudden. Su Li had been observing the change in his complexion, and at this moment, seeing his originally smiling and harmless expression all of a sudden became icy cold and intimidating. This made Su Li's heart thump. He unconsciously surged the power of qi and blood in his body. His right foot imperceptibly moved back a few points, ready to prepare to escape at any time. "The spirit medicine within the stone cave was picked by you, right?" Zhang Daiyue said sternly. Su Li obviously froze for a moment. He thought that it was the matter of him killing the 4 Li Haiyangs that had been discovered, which really startled him. As for the matter of the sacred heartgrass, it didn't matter much. This kind of spiritual medicine that was obtained by luck, even if it was said there was nothing wrong with it earlier, Suli didn't want to say it, just to avoid some unnecessary trouble. So he directly and frankly admitted, yes, I found that stone cave unintentionally, and there happened to be a sacred heartgrass growing inside, which I picked and took after I found it. Sacred heartgrass. Hearing those 3 words, Zhang Danyue sucked in a breath of cool air. Even though his realm was already very high, he was still extremely surprised to hear about this precious spirit herb that was only in legends. Only Zhang Danyue's figure violently disappeared in place. The next second, Suli felt a strong and powerful palm squeeze his arm in death. Suli was shocked in his heart as he thought that Zhang Deju was going to turn against him, and his chi and blood power of the 4th level of the forging body realm erupted with a roar. However, he had already used all his strength, but he couldn't move a single bit under Zhang Deju's palm that still had fat on it. 4th level of body forging? Didn't Chen Yu say that you were only at the 1st level of body forging? Zhang Danyue's face changed slightly. At the same time, Suli's face became ironclad. This feeling of being defenseless was very difficult for him to accept. At that moment, he heard Zhang Deju say, "Don't worry, I won't harm you." After hearing these words, Suli simply gave up struggling. The difference in strength was too great, and reacting was simply useless. I don't know what realm this director Zhang is in, his strength is surprisingly this powerful, I am simply unbeatable in front of him. However, he saw Zhang Danyue pinching Suli's right arm, then a blue light surged out from his palm and directly entered into Suli's body. And Suli did not feel the slightest discomfort. As the blue light surged into Suli's body, Zhang Danyue closed his eyes, his face carrying shock. Not long after, he violently opened his eyes and said with a few tremors in his voice, "Golden bone, it has actually transformed into golden bone, this is truly a miracle." Director Zhang? At this moment, Zhang Danyue's emotions were so excited that his palms unconsciously exerted force, pinching Suli's arms painfully. I was too excited. Zhang Danyue realized his outburst and hurriedly loosened his hand, followed by a pair of small eyes looking at Suli, as if he had seen some rare treasure. Suli was given a vicious chill by this look in his eyes. One awakened the body of fire spirit, one is a golden bone, this time my Star Ocean University is going to raise its eyebrows. Zhang Danyue looked like he had thought of something, and his fat face became grinning again, as if he was calculating something. Suli, don't tell anyone about this matter of you converting into golden bone, okay? If someone with ulterior motives knows about it, I'm afraid it will be unfavorable to you. Zhang Danyue instructed in a fervent manner. Suli nodded. It's not like he would have nothing to do all day to tell people that he was a golden bone, wouldn't that be purely inviting hatred? You have performed very well in this demon beast riot, I will report this matter to the school, and you will be rewarded subsequently. Zhang Danyue said. Suli face happy, he also did not expect there is such a good thing, just do not know what will reward him, pills or techniques, think the school should not be too stingy it? After Suli walked out from the conference room, Zhang Danyue was in a hurry to prepare to go back to the school, he couldn't wait to tell the principal of the school about this news of Suli obtaining the golden bone. After Suli came out of the conference room, along the road, he met many classmates. These faces were either familiar or unfamiliar, and they all greeted Suli warmly. After experiencing the demonic beast riot, Suli's reputation in Class 3 was increasing day by day. Some of the good-looking girls in the class had expressed their affection towards him, which made Lin Qingyan feel very angry in her heart when she saw it, but she had no place to vent her anger, so she could only take it out on the fat on Jiang Xiaotian's body. As for Gaoing, once the first brother of Class 3, after losing the battle to Suli in the dense forest, he now walks around in shame when he sees Suli, and he secretly swears in his heart that one day, he will definitely surpass Suli. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth poor, do not deceive the youth poor. Chapter 56 Terrifying Unarmed Strength. At that moment, he saw Jiang Xiaotian looking at Suli with a sad face. That look, as if he was a complaining woman who was alone in the house, gave Suli the creeps. What's wrong with you? Suli asked suspiciously, he remembered that he didn't seem to have offended Jiang Xiaotian. Only to see Jiang Xiaotian roll the sleeves of his arms open, a piece of blue and purple on it, it looked extraordinarily oozing. Suli sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Jiang Xiaotian's possessed the gift of earth power, his defense was extremely strong, how could he be injured like this? Who did this? Suli's face sank, he couldn't just stand by and watch his friend being bullied, this scene had to be recovered. Jiang Xiaotian sighed heavily, looking up at the night sky, his tone sad, after all, I'm the one who carried it all. Ha! Suli looked at him with a caring retarded human look. The breeze was blowing and the sky was filled with stars. Under the bright moonlight, Lin Qingyan walked happily with a coconut in her hands. Big brother Su, just picked the coconut and it's still fresh. When Jiang Xiaotian saw Lin Qingyan, it was as if he saw the plague and hurriedly pulled some distance from her. Yikes! Cousin, what happened to your arm, who hit you so hard? Lin Qingyan said with a face full of surprise as if she didn't know, her long eyelashes blinking gently, carrying a bit of cunning under the moonlight. Lin Qing Yan. Jiang Xiaotian gritted his teeth, women, what a terrible species. Seeing this scene, Suli was also clear about what was going on with the two of them. Looking at this expression on Jiang Xiaotian's face, the injuries on his body were 80% of Lin Qingyan's hand. He could not help but look at Lin Qingyan with a few more points of surprise. He did not expect this soft and weak-looking girl to have such a terrifying power of injury. In the future, he must keep his distance from her, lest he be the victim of a disaster. That, I drank too much water at night, you keep the coconut. Suli's throat moved a little bit, her eyes dodged and said, Ah. Lin Qingyan's face that was just wearing a bright smile, immediately clouded over. She turned her head over, her eyes fixed on Jiang Xiaotian. She guessed that it must be Jiang Xiaotian who said something bad about her to Suli behind her back. Without saying a word, Lin Qingyan smiled and approached Jiang Xiaotian, taking advantage of him letting his guard down, then grabbed Jiang Xiaotian's ear. Ioho, it hurts me, let go. Jiang Xiaotian grimaced in pain. How could this woman just flip out when she said she would? I have something to do, you come with me. Lin Qingyan tugged on his ear, ignoring his wailing. She walked towards the darkness. Suli was dumbfounded. After a long time this only slowed down and swallowed his saliva, too. Terrifying, right? After waiting for the demonic beast knowledge course in the evening to end, Suli came to the top of the cliff. Looking at the starry lake below, he greeted the moonlight and leapt down. The darkness in the distance was as thick as ink, the moonlight was clear and cold, and the waves gently rolled over, one after another, lapping at the surface of the lake. Suli's entire body was lost in the lake water. The cold touch instantly invaded his entire body. Suli's mind moved, and the water flow around his body seemed to suddenly have a life, wrapping around his body and moving quickly inside the lake. At the same time, a long, green-colored shadow scurried out from a huge rock underneath the water, then transformed into a bolt of lightning, quickly weaving its way through a dense patch of water plants. Little Chang. After Suli saw the rapidly shuttling green shadow in the water, a smile appeared on his face. He still liked to be with his contracted beast, unlike some women, who were so terrifying. The long body of the green-scaled Zhao Python circled and swam around him, looking cheerful. Judging from the panel, the green-scaled Zhao Python still had 100 points left to break through to the 5 Viscera realm, and it would be enough to hunt and kill a few demonic beasts this evening. By the time the green-scaled Zhao Python broke through, Suli's strength in the Starsea Lake would be a few points stronger, and the speed of his upgrades as well as his safety would be greatly increased. At this exact moment, a red-spotted big-headed fish at the 5th level of body forging appeared in Suli's field of vision. The light in Suli's eyes flashed, and with a forceful backward movement, his body was like an arrow, weaving away from the water. The green-scaled Zhao Python followed closely behind, and it collected its body's aura to avoid scaring that red-spotted big-headed fish away. After transforming into a golden bone, this was the first time Suli took action. He transmitted a message to the green-scaled Zhao Python through his consciousness, signaling it not to make a move. Suli wanted to use this to experiment how powerful he was now. The red-spotted big-headed fish that was swimming rapidly in the water in search of food, at first realized that there was a human rushing towards it, and the seductive chi and blood power emanating from Suli's body evoked the desire in its heart, causing its eyes to turn blood red. Only to see it twisting its huge body in the water, opening its hideous mouth, fiercely attacking towards Suli. Suli did not dodge, his body kept forward, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the big-headed fish. That red-spotted big-headed fish saw Suli not retreating but advancing. Its blood-red small eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light, only to see its hideous teeth as if it was a jagged tooth biting down ferociously towards Suli's body. However, the next second, this red-spotted big-head fish's bloody mouth was like it was stuck by a hard and incomparable boulder. It desperately wanted to close its mouth, but it didn't move at all. Seeing Suli was breaking its upper and lower hideous teeth with his bare hands, there was also a faint golden light emerging from his arms that were full of strength. Only to hear Suli bellowed, his arms violently force up and down, and a poof was heard. This red-spotted big-headed fish of the 5th level of body forging was torn apart by Suli's bare hands. From this, it could be seen that the power in Suli's body was now powerful to a terrifying level. In a flash, the green-tainted blood on the red-spotted big-head fish's body scattered in the water. With a thought, Suli dispersed the turbid blood water that scattered around him before he stretched his eyebrows. Killed forging body 5th level red-spotted big-headed fish, experience plus 40. Now that I'm unarmed, I can kill a 5th level forged body demonic beast with my body's strength alone, but that's still not my limit. Suli had just used only half of his strength. After that, he didn't pause and continued to look for and hunt other demonic beasts with the green-scaled Zhao Python in the water. Star Ocean Lake was very vast. These days Suli was only wandering around Devil Island. The environment here green-scaled Zhao Python was also more familiar with some powerful demonic beasts. As long as they didn't mess with them to avoid them from afar, there wouldn't be a dangerous situation. After hunting and killing a few more blood condensation realm demonic beasts, the experience of the green-scaled Zhao Python had reached 8,999, only 1 point of experience short of upgrading to the 5 Viscera realm. However, right at this moment, a strong and ferocious aura quickly approached towards Suli. Chapter 57, Battling a 5 Viscera realm demonic beast. Sensing this strong and violent aura from afar, Suli's face couldn't help but change for a moment. The strength of this demonic beast seemed to be much more powerful than the black tiger he encountered while picking the sacred heartgrass. I'm afraid that this demonic beast was at least in the 5 viscera realm. It was only in the blink of an eye. As the water waves turbulence, a violet-looking ape with green-colored fluffy hair appeared in Su Li's field of vision. Only to see this green ape's limbs with muscle dropsy and veins twisting, it looked very strong. And its limbs were very long. It gently slid in the water and its body appeared several meters away. Its gaze was ferocious and violent through the turbid water current, showing its teeth as it stared at Su Li dead on. Green-haired water ape. Recently studying at night, Shenyu had brought them to understand quite a few demonic beasts, so Su Li quickly recognized the species of this ape. Green-haired water ape, water-loving, usually living in lakes. Most of their realms are at the 3rd to 6th level of the 5 viscera realm. They have a violent temperament, agile movements, and powerful limbs. The introduction of this kind of demonic beast surfaced in Su Li's mind, and he couldn't help but gain a few more points of gravity in his gaze. A demonic beast of the 5 viscera realm, he had yet to fight with it, which made him not help but feel a little eager to try. The green-scaled Jiao python on the side also sensed the strong aura of the green-hair water ape. The cold light in its vertical eyes flickered, and its thick body was storing strength in the water, ready to attack at any time. Seeing the green-haired water ape with a ferocious and violent expression on its face, it showed its teeth and its mouth emitted a squeaky and oozing sound. Immediately after, a fist covered with green hair, through the layers of water waves, wrapped in a ferocious and incomparable aura, blatantly struck at Su Li. The speed of this fist is extremely fast. If it is not Su Li in the lake, for the water flow of the slightest change is extremely sensitive, otherwise he simply cannot dodge away. Even so, Su Li still narrowly dodged this blow. The speed of this green-haired water ape is actually much faster than the Silver Moon Wolf King. Su Li's gaze condensed. The strength of this demonic beast was feared to be around the 5th level of the 5 viscera realm. After having a basic judgment, Su Li didn't dare to have the slightest carelessness. Fighting with this kind of demonic beast that far exceeded his realm, he couldn't make the slightest mistake, otherwise the end that greeted him would only be defeat. Thinking of this, Su Li pulled out the iron sword behind him, and in a flash, purple flames flared up above the blade. His face became calm. The purple flame blade technique was performed. As the blade light flashed, he quickly tangled with the green-haired water ape. This green-haired water ape in the water is extremely agile. Su Li will knife method used to the extreme, actually can't hurt it a bit. But its strength is powerful. Every attack over, all brings Su Li huge pressure, if not awakened the body of water spirit. With the meticulous control of the water flow, he is every time narrowly dodged away from the water ape's attack. The strength of this 5 viscera realm demonic beast is truly terrifying. I'm struggling this much to engage it now. Su Li secretly pondered in his heart. The green-scaled Jiao python was on the side looking for the right moment, and when the green-haired water ape's strike fell short, its thick and ferocious tail fiercely lashed over. The green-haired water ape reacted extremely fast, its body in the water a side flash. To avoid this ferocious blow, in its eyes, this green-scaled scaly python's attack is still too slow. Afterwards, it stretched out its backhand, and its long fingers covered with green hair grabbed the tail of the green-scaled Jiao python, and then with a forceful tangle, it directly dragged the green-scaled Jiao python over. It clenched its right fist and violently swung it out. The surging power smashed through the water current and fiercely bombarded the head of the green-scaled Jiao python. Only to hear the green-scale python let out a painful hiss. Its huge body struggled and curled up in pain. Seeing this, Su Li's eyes transmitted cold killing intent. The iron sword in his hand haunted a channel of thunder power. This thunder power just contact with the lake water. There was a crackling sound. A horrible aura overflowed. His figure flashed, directly disappeared from the original place, as if transformed into a shadow, instantly appeared in front of the green-haired water ape, and then with a terrifying atmosphere of iron knife swung down. This knife and sharp and fast and ruthless, knife body above is condensed Su Li's all the power. Green-hair water ape and the green-scale python under the entanglement, the speed slowed down a few points, and so it wants to dodge away from this knife, has been a little too late. Seems to feel Su Li this knife emits a horrible atmosphere. Green-hair water ape's eyes flashed a trace of panic, but soon this panic disappeared, turned into a violent ferocity. When this knife wrapped with terrifying power blatantly cut towards the top of its head, it looked hideous and fierce, fiercely waved its left fist and smashed it into the body of the knife. After a muffled bang, a huge wave exploded from the surface of the lake under the thick night color, startling some low-ranked demonic beasts to flee in all directions. A huge recoil made Su Li's tiger's mouth hurt, and his body was shaken away several meters towards the back in the water. And the green-hair water ape with the left fist directly hard against Su Li, this put all his strength in knife, obviously also not good to suffer. Only to see that the blood and flesh on top of its right fist bloomed, and a horrifying wound was continuously bubbling out red blood, rapidly coloring the water flow around its body into red. Moreover, its entire left arm, which was covered in green hair, seemed to be trembling slightly due to the immense pain. Su Li was panting violently. This strike made him almost use up most of the chi and blood power in his body, but looking at the appearance of that green-haired water ape, it seemed that it didn't suffer from too serious of an injury, which gave him a feeling that it wasn't too good. Even if I have the green-scaled Jiao python on the side to assist me, it will still be extremely difficult to take down this 5 viscera realm's green-haired water ape. The difference in realm between me and it is too much. Su Li's heart quickly pondered on countermeasures. At this moment, Su Li's strike completely galvanized the ferocity of the green-haired water ape. Its bloodshot eyes were wide open, its hideous mouth opened, and it let out a silent hiss in the middle of the lake. A creepy feeling could not help but rise from this appearance. It stared angrily and spitefully at Su Li, a pair of huge paws in the water. Its body seemed to leap up in the water, directly across the distance of several meters. All of a sudden came to Su Li's eyes. It stretched out its right hand, the thick ape palm stirred the surrounding water flow, only to see this water flow quickly coalesced into a huge hideous ape figure, then ferociously pounced on Su Li. Su Li's face became unprecedentedly grave. His body seemed to be blocked by this huge ape figure that emitted a terrifying aura, giving him a feeling that he had nothing to hide. It seemed that no matter where he dodged to, he couldn't escape from the attack of this terrifying ape figure. An unprecedented sense of life and death crisis appeared in his heart. Suffered, could it be that I'm going to fold here this time? Su Li's eyes danced uneasily. Just in the nick of time. A terrifying pressure suddenly spread out in all directions in the water. Chapter 58 Little Green Breakthrough, Strange Little Turtle. Only to see the body of the green scalp python suddenly thicken and grow a great deal longer. At this same time, the color of the green scales on its body became darker. The most amazing thing was that at the top of its head, a small bag bulged out, as if it was about to grow something at any moment. In a flash, the body of the green scalp python transformed into a green-colored shadow, and with a muffled sound, it crashed on top of that huge ape shadow. The terrifying ape shadow that brought incomparable danger to Su Li, under the impact of the green-scaled python, it spilled into water and disappeared. That green-haired water ape looked like it had suffered a heavy blow, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of its mouth. Its eyes became even more violent and crazy at this moment. With the crisis lifted, Su Li's figure hurriedly flashed, pulling away from that water ape. Fortunately, Little Ching broke through to the 5 viscera realm at the critical moment. Su Li's heart was palpitating at this moment. If it wasn't for the green-scaled python that happened to break through, he was now afraid that he would be seriously injured without dying. However, he saw the green-haired water ape angrily staring at the scaly python, muffled a growl, and then crazily launched an attack towards it. But the eye can see the water ape attack speed has become much slower. The power is also not as fierce and strong as just now. It was thought that the huge ape shadow condensed just now had consumed a lot of its physical strength. On the other hand, although the green-scaled python had just broken through to the 5 viscera realm, its strength seemed to have increased by more than a few times, and in the entanglement with the water ape, it did not lose out at all. Only to see the huge body of the green-scaled python nimbly dodging away from the violent punch of the green-hair water ape, and then taking advantage of this gap, it controlled its tail and directly entangled this water ape. The green-haired water ape struggled hard as it tugged on the python tail with both hands, wanting to break free from the green-scaled scaly python's restraints. However, the more it struggled, the tighter the green-scaled python entangled it, and in a short while, it had wrapped its entire body to death. In the midst of the little green's entanglement, the green-haired water ape looked hideous as it violently opened its fangs and viciously bit down towards the green scales of the scaly python. Only a bam, weapon collision-like sound was heard resounding in the water. An extremely white and shallow trace remained on top of the scales, but it didn't hurt the green-scaled python in the slightest. However, the green-hair water ape's teeth were not so lucky, directly bit off a few teeth down. The pain of its teeth grimaced and screamed. Green-scaled python, that pair of vertical eyes and the cold light biting, ice-cold incomparable staring at it, huge thick body more and more tightly entangled, do not give it the slightest opportunity to catch their breath. Su Li saw that the green-hair water ape was bound. He gripped the iron sword and used all his strength to slash down towards its hard head. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3 knives. Su Li just swung the knife crazily, and he didn't know how many knives he had cut. Until he chopped this green-haired water ape into a bloody mess and out of shape. When the kill prompt appeared in front of his eyes, only then did he call it quits. Killed 5 Viscera Realm Demon 5th level Beast green-haired water ape, experience plus 500. 5th Viscera Realm 5th level. Because of exhaustion his heart was beating violently. The realm of this green-haired water ape was similar to what he had guessed. Against this kind of 5 Viscera Realm demonic beast, in terms of his realm, he was still feeling very overwhelmed right now. But once gained 500 points of experience, this is to make him feel very pleased. After all, he now rose to the 5th level of Forging Body, only need a total of 5,000 points of experience. This a green-haired water ape will provide him with 1/10 of the experience, is still very considerable. Moreover, what surprised Su Li was that this green-scaled python had only just broken through to the 5 Viscera realm, and was able to tangle with the green-haired aquatic ape without losing the wind, and even had some advantages. Su Li stared at the mound-like bulge on the head of the green-scaled python, and secretly thought in his heart, could it be that little green will be able to evolve into a Jiao dragon in the future? In some books, it was recorded that when a Jiao snake grew to a certain level, it had a certain chance of evolving into a Jiao dragon. However, this chance was very small, and only if there was originally such a bloodline in the body. Xiaoqing's body should have the Jiao dragon bloodline. Perhaps the water spirit body I obtained after contracting Xiaoqing has a certain relationship with this bloodline of its own. Suli secretly pondered. It seems that this demonic beast that he contracted is very extraordinary, which also made him can't help but look forward to it. When Xiaoqing grows up to be a Jiao dragon, how powerful and mighty will it be? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at little green with a burning gaze. When it grows up, riding it around the Starsea Lake would be so cool. Seemingly sensing Suli's gaze, for some reason, the green-scaled python only felt a chill in its heart. Just now when they fought here, the powerful aura fluctuations scared all the nearby low-level demonic beasts into fleeing. At this time, a fish demon was seen fleeing in a panic and crashed into a rock under the water with a bang. The black rock was hit by shaking a bit. See, a palm-sized ordinary-looking turtle poked his head out. Hazel small eyes looked around. It see all around the fleeing demonic beasts. Green bean's big small eyes drip a turn, also followed the swim out, fleeing up. Suli is taking advantage of the chaos of hunting demonic beasts. When he saw the small turtle that followed the demonic beasts ready to escape, he did not think too much, directly waved up the iron knife, a knife shadow toward the small turtle chopped. The little turtle felt the coldness behind it. It jerked its head back and saw that the shadow of the knife was about to cut on its body, so scared that it hurriedly shrunk its head back inside the turtle shell. However, to Suli's surprise, this turtle's breath was very weak in his eyes. It seemed to be just an ordinary low-level demonic beast. But when Suli swung out the shadow of the knife to cut on its turtle shell, a green light flashed out from its turtle shell. When the green light disappeared, Suli realized that his strike had not left the slightest trace on its shell. This caused him to be shocked. How could this little bastard's defense be so terrifying? Surprisingly, it was even stronger than the body defense of a 5-viscera realm demonic beast. The green-scaled Jiao python also swam over it this time, and when it saw the little turtle that was sinking to the bottom of the water, a strange light flashed in its vertical eyes. Immediately after, Suli received a message from it, roughly meaning that the little turtle was extraordinary. The aura that just emanated from this little turtle is just around the forging body realm, but it was not injured in the slightest by my attack. It's really strange. I'm afraid that there must be something divine in its body. It just so happens that I still have a chance to contract a demonic beast right now, so why don't I use it on it? Thinking of this, Suli no longer hesitated and directly consumed the number of times he still had one contract left. In a flash, a white aperture appeared in his hand. Suli aimed at the little turtle, and then with a fling of the aperture, he accurately set it on its body. Demon beast contract in progress. A red blood bar appeared above the head of the little turtle that was sinking into the water. Chapter 59 Contracted Shin Turtle, Platinum Talent. Only the blood bar began to slowly decrease. 90%. 80%. 70%. This little turtle seemed to be very timid, keeping its head shrunk inside its shell. It didn't show the slightest sign of resistance, and the blood bar continued to slowly decrease, and didn't grow repeatedly like the other demonic beasts contracted before. 5%. 1%. When all the blood bars disappeared, a red font appeared. Demonic beast contract successful. At the same time, a subtle feeling was established in Suli and this little turtle. With some curiosity, Suli wondered what talent phrases could be added this time. Then he opened the panel. Host, Suli. Race human. Realm, forging body 4th level 804,000. Technique, granite determination. Technique, granite determination. Battle technique, red flame / perfection 3600 100,000. Battle technique, violet flame blade technique grand completion 4110,000. Body technique, 9 changes of Ling wave 9,930 10,000. Battle technique, Kirin shakes the moon 830-1000. Contracted beast. Heavenly treasure mouse, 8th blood condensation realm 500-700. Silver moon wolf king, 2nd level of viscera realm 35-20-20,000. Green scaled python, 1st level of viscera realm 560-10,000. Green armored turtle, 5th level of body forging 2305,000. Pactable beasts, 4. Number of contracts, none. Note, the success rate of the contract varies with the realm. The probability of contracting a demonic beast of the same level is 80%, and the probability of success beyond the current realm is 1%. Every time you raise a realm, you can increase the number of times you can make a contract by 2. Lexical talents, white invoke disaster, white diligence makes up for difficulty, blue forest affinity, blue sneak, blue luck of the season, blue water affinity, gold thunder power, platinum water spirit body, platinum shin turtle shield. Hanging experience, none. Upgradable contracted beasts, none. Green armored shin turtle, forging body 5th level. With such a simple success in contracting it, Suli had already guessed that its realm wouldn't be too high. With that, his gaze continued towards the bottom of the panel. Shin turtle's shield, a platinum grade talent. A light of surprise flashed within Suli's eyes. This little turtle had not let him down, adding another platinum ranked talent Shin turtle's shield to his repertoire. This Shin turtle's shield was on the same level as the water spirit body, so it must be very powerful as well. At this time, the Shin turtle poked its head out. Its small green eyes looked at Suli with a few curious looks. Its 4 small green short legs slowly slid and swam to Suli's body. It lifted its head. Its neck moved one by one, seemingly greeting Suli again. Its naive appearance made Suli feel a burst of laughter. This little bastard is quite interesting. On the side of the green scale python to this new partner also feel a few points of novelty. It used its tail to gently flick the turtle so that it wanders back and forth in the water. The Shin turtle expressed its dissatisfaction with the green scale Jiao python's behavior, and this thought was transmitted to Suli, causing Suli to shake his head and laugh bitterly. Through the water, seeing that the sky was almost bright, Suli swam out of the Star Sea Lake to return to the training base to start the day's training. Now that Suli's pile work was getting more and more refined, the most obvious thing was that his lower disc was getting more and more stable. This is very important for martial artists. If the lower plate is not stable and the fight is very disadvantageous, will become their own short-board weakness. Of course, the benefits of practicing pile work can not only this, the chi in the body of the martial artist, as well as the essence of the spirit, etc., are relying on the most basic pile work to grow and progress. It is the foundation and fundamental, very important. In the morning, there was still strength training. After Suli transformed into a golden bone, his strength was more than several times greater than before. He could now lift 2,000 kilograms of artifacts with one hand, and the equipment in his two hands combined weighed 4,000 kilograms, which was a very terrifying weight. A week ago, Suli was only able to lift 500 pounds of equipment with one hand to make those 10 sets of training movements. From this, it can be seen that in these short 7 days, Suli's strength progression is how fast. When Shenyu saw Suli single-handedly lifting 2,000 pounds of equipment to make those 10 sets of movements, his eyes were almost staring out in surprise. Is this kid's strength so terrifying now? It's only been a few days and it's grown so much, this is simply perverted. Shenyu was secretly staggered, but he didn't realize that this was still far from reaching Suli's limit. Moreover, he didn't know if it was due to transforming into a golden bone. Suli found that he could now finally control his body's chi and blood spillage, all the while from the outside world, he was always still at the first level of body forging. After these few days of training, the muscles on Suli's body didn't become bigger and bigger because of the training. Instead, they became more and more proportional, but the power contained in them was explosive. It had been training until noon, and the students in the strength training room had already left one after another after completing their training. Brother Su, going to eat? Zhang Xiaotian had just finished his training and was sweating and panting at this time. Suli held up the equipment with both hands, his movements were unceasing, and his breath was well proportioned as he said, "You go eat first, I'll train for a while longer." "Brother Su, you're trying to roll us to death." Zhang Xiaotian smacked his lips. Suli's talent and enlightenment in his eyes is a demonic horror, but the most critical thing is that Suli is still training so hard in his spare time, even to the point of perverting himself, simply not giving others any chance to surpass. Suli smiled and said, "How about blinding everyone if you don't roll a little?" In fact, he just simply didn't want to queue up. The training base had a total of that one cafeteria 10 meal port, while the students of the training camp had more than 400 people. On average, a meal port had to line up 40 people every time they had to wait for half a day. Zhang Xiaotian gave a thumbs up and said, "You cow. Fatty, I'll lie flat and eat." 1 hour later, Suli felt the limit of his body, which stopped the strength training. He put down the equipment and took a long breath, then moved his arms. The man felt some hunger in his stomach. There should be fewer people fighting for food now. He rinsed the beads of sweat on his face from the faucet outside the training room, and then walked towards the cafeteria. Sure enough, at this time, there were only a few sporadic people in the cafeteria who were having their meals, and even those who were still eating were already much fewer, with most of the students having already finished their meals and gone to the practice room to work on their martial arts skills. Today's cafeteria food is still relatively abundant: 2 meat, 1 vegetarian and 1 soup. The 2 meat dishes are all low-grade demonic beast meat cooking and become, but for them, these students, replenished chi, blood and physical strength is also already enough. There is also fish soup is also by the Star Sea Lake salvaged fish demon boiled into, drink up the flavor is delicious, on the body recovery is also has great benefits. It's just that Suli was a bit late in beating the food, and the food was already cold, but this didn't affect his appetite. He buried his head and wolfed it down. Chapter 60 Provocation, Class 3 is a real dish. Practice room number 2. The area here was about 200 square feet, and at this time, there were many students training with weapons inside, making it seem quite crowded. Because the practice room was complete with various battle technique training props and various numerical instruments, the students would take advantage of their free time to come here to train. However, there were only 5 practice rooms in the camp, each with the same size and limited training props, which led to some students not being able to take up a position, resulting in conflict and friction. A Class 3 boy named Zhang Chengyang, who was at the 9th level of blood condensation, was holding a broad axe and vigorously swinging at the robot puppet in front of him, which was extremely responsive and quickly dodged. Zhang Xiaotian had previously mentioned that these robot puppets were all acquired from other races trading in the realm gates, each one costing a lot of money, and the raw materials used to make them were special and hard, and they could regulate their strength and sensitivity to reach the appropriate realm, assisting the martial artist in their workouts. However, the strength of this kind of robot puppet is up to the forging realm at most, and the intelligence is low and the cost is high, so it is not suitable to be put into the battlefield. Zhang Qingyang's axe suddenly fell short, and the robot directly detected the weakness of the right side of his body, and then quickly swung out, striking the right side of his ribs. This punch had hundreds of pounds of strength. Zhang Qingyang was directly hit by this punch and took several steps backward. He was able to stabilize his body with great difficulty, but he did not want his body to bump right into the Class 8 student who was training behind him. The Class 8 student was tall, and judging by the power of qi and blood emanating from his body, his realm had also reached the first level of body forging. Seeing that he had bumped into someone, Zhang Qingyang hurriedly apologized. "I'm really sorry, student, I accidentally bumped into you." That student had a very dark complexion, a big mouth, and a vicious-looking appearance. Immediately after he was bumped into, he glared and cursed towards Zhang Qingyang. "You don't have any ice, do you?" Inside this number 2 practice room, there were mostly students from classes 3 and 8, and there were also students from other classes, but relatively few. This also led to the fact that these two classes would often have some collision friction, so they carried some grievances with each other. After Zhang Qingyang was scolded, his face instantly became ugly. His age, it was the time when he was high-minded and proud of no one, but his character was relatively kind and didn't want to stir up trouble. So he said resentfully, "That student, I'm really sorry." After saying that, he turned around and continued to go train. That Class 8 student looked at his figure and gave a disdainful poo-poo, then he saw him giving a wink to another Class 8 student, and that person understood and put up a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Qingyang didn't know what those two were contemplating. He felt that he had already apologized sincerely, and this matter would be over. After all, we were all students of the same class. But just as he was carrying the broad axe and fighting the mannequin, suddenly a sharp pain came from his back, as if he had been elbowed. He couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt from the pain, and his entire body nearly fell to the ground. He turned his head over angrily, and saw another Class 8 student, rubbing his arm with an innocent face. Then with a teasing expression, he said, "Oops, classmate, I didn't do it on purpose, huh? I'm really sorry for bumping into you." Zhang Qingyang took one look at his teasing expression and immediately knew that he did it on purpose. He looked to the side and saw that the dark-skinned Class 8 student was looking at him with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "You guys are intent on revenge," Zhang Qingyang said angrily. His voice wasn't small, and the students training next to him turned their gazes this way. Zhang Xiaotian was also here exercising his battle skills. He wasn't far away from Zhang Qingyang and had noticed the friction between him and the students of Class 8 just now. "What's going on?" Zhang Xiaotian asked as he walked over with a frown. Zhang Qingyang wanted to tell what happened, but he saw that the students from both classes had surrounded him and was afraid that things would get too big, so he held his back and shook his head. "The cause of this is me, it's fine." After his words, the smiles on the faces of the two students from Class 8 became even wider. Zhang Xiaotian patted Zhang Qingyang's shoulder and said, "Our Class 3 isn't one to be bullied. If there's something you need to say, just say something." Zhang Qingyang took a deep breath and glanced at Zhang Xiaotian gratefully before nodding. Zhang Xiaotian turned back and coldly swept a glance at those two people from Class 8, then snorted coldly before leaving to continue training. "What's this dead fat so arrogant about?" A Class 8 student rolled his eyes. "The strongest one in their Class 3 is only the 3rd level of body forging. Our class boss Joe is the 4th level of body forging, so it's not a piece of cake to deal with them?" "That's right, robbing the practice room with us every day. What a bunch of idiots." "Brother Han, what's the matter?" The boy who had intentionally bumped into Zhang Qingyang was named Lin Mang, and he came in front of the dark-skinned boy and said with narrowed eyes. Han Junfei stared viciously at Zhang Xiaotian's back and whispered, "This fat guy is quite eager to make a name for himself, so I'll see what kind of goods he is, huh?" Zhang Qingyang angrily hacked at the mannequin. He couldn't understand why he had already apologized. The other party still wanted to intentionally retaliate. Why can't people live in peace with each other? They must be hostile to each other and target each other. It was really annoying. He was unaware that Han Junfei was practicing with the mannequins and was approaching him step by step. As the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, Han Junfei threw the big knife in his hand, and then the back of the knife smashed straight on Zhang Qingyang's body. With a loud thud, Zhang Qingyang directly fell on his head. This loud bang directly attracted the attention of everyone in the practice room. "Yo, why is this Class 3 student such a rookie? He can even come up with a dog's ass in a fight with a mannequin. It's really a disgrace. Ha, the people of Class 3 are really losers. With this they still have the nerve to train in the practice room, not afraid of being laughed to death? Look at that person, he's still lying on the ground. Could it be that the ground is cool and he doesn't want to get up?" Zhang Qingyang, who was lying on the ground, heard the jeers of the students of Class 8. His face turned red all of a sudden, and he was about to stand up with his hands on the ground. However, he saw Lin Mang pretending to accidentally fall and instantly press down on Zhang Qingyang's body. His mouth was still yelling, almost fell down. Luckily there was a meat cushion underneath. It really scared me to death. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, the students of Class 8 laughed their heads off. Chapter 61, Class 3, you guys have a lot of guts. Zhang Qingyang was pressed down by Lin Mang, his heart thumping with anger. He gritted his teeth and fought to stand up, but Lin Mang, who was pressed on top of him, was secretly operating the power of qi and blood in his body, deliberately pressing down to prevent him from getting up. These two people were both at the 9th level of blood condensation, and their strength was similar, so Zhang Qingyang's attempt to stand up became a bit of a struggle. When the students of Class 3 heard Class 8's cynicism towards them, they all felt furious for a moment. It was obvious that Class 8 was deliberately picking a fight in order to humiliate their Class 3. Damn it! Zhang Xiaotian cursed angrily and angrily walked over. Get the hell out of my way! Zhang Xiaotian reached out and was about to yank Lin Mang up. Han Junfei on the side had been staring at him. How could he give him a chance? His body flashed violently, directly crashing into Zhang Xiaotian's body. Caught off guard, Zhang Xiaotian was directly staggered. I thought how strong you were, but it turns out you're such a rice bucket. Han Junfei sneered. I'm going to you. A fierce light exploded in Zhang Xiaotian's eyes, and the power of qi and blood in his body revolved as he violently swung out with a fist. Han Junfei's strength wasn't weak in the slightest either. Without flickering or avoiding, his body's aura soared as he blasted out a fist. The two fists collided together, and only a booming sound could be heard as the two of them each retreated a few steps towards the back. With this punch, both of their faces changed a bit. They were evenly matched, neither of them taking advantage. As Zhang Xiaotian and Han Junfei started to fight, the martial arts training room became chaotic all of a sudden. The students of the two classes cursed at each other, and it looked like they were about to start fighting and turn into a melee. At this time, he saw a tall fair-skinned 8-boy's figure suddenly disappeared, and then the next second appeared in front of Zhang Xiaotian. His face was calm, his right foot violently kicked out. Zhang Xiaotian's face changed when he saw this person suddenly appear, and he used his earth power talent in a panic. And this kick was fast and vicious. The power contained in it was also extremely great, and it kicked Zhang Xiaotian's body with a loud bang. Luckily, Zhang Xiaotian had used his earth power in time, otherwise this kick would definitely be able to seriously injure him, but even so, Zhang Xiaotian was still sent flying out by this kick, and smashed heavily on the ground far away, grinning from the pain. When the students of Class 3 saw this scene, they immediately stopped yelling and cursing, because they had conducted a realm test. They all knew that Zhang Xiaotian was a body forging first level. But when this student from Class 8 struck out, he directly kicked Zhang Xiaotian away. What kind of power did he have to have? For a while, they speculated about this student's realm. Zhang Jia made a move, worthy of being a body-forging triple. He subdued that little fatty with a single strike. A Class 8 student had an excited glow on his face. Wow, Zhang Jia is too handsome, isn't he? This is my boy god. Can you stop talking nonsense? That's clearly my boy god. How did it become yours? Two nymphomaniacs, big brother Zhang, can I have a hug on your thigh? Class 8 students shouted excitedly there. Zhang Jia looked at Zhang Xiaotian on the ground with a disdainful gaze, then walked towards him step by step. Some of the Class 3 students on both sides tried to block him, but they were easily repelled by him. When he arrived in front of Zhang Xiaotian, he looked condescendingly at Zhang Xiaotian, who was half kneeling on the ground and panting heavily. I dislike it the most when people pretend to be a bully in front of me. His voice was calm, but carried an unrivaled arrogance that made people feel extremely angry, yet they didn't know how to retort. After he finished speaking these words, he slowly raised his leg and rushed down at Zhang Xiaotian as if he was kicking a piece of trash on the side of the road. The other students of Class 3 were gnashing their teeth in anger as they saw their fellow classmate being insulted. They were about to rush up to help but were blocked by the Class 8 students who were watching from the side. Seeing that Zhang Jia's kick was about to go down, a cold light appeared at first and came towards his body. Zhang Jia's eyes stared. This cold light brought him a lot of pressure, so he had to retract his leg and dodge the cold light with a side flash. Class 8, you guys have gone a bit too far. Only to see a boy with a hawkish nose and a high and cold look in his eyes, he proudly walked out of the crowd with his head raised. The person who struck out was none other than Gaoing. It's Gaoing! The students of Class 3 exclaimed in shock, followed by their expressions becoming excited. After all, Gaoing was the highest realm in their class test, and was also the recognized big brother in the class. Their Class 8 is too bullying, Gaoing must do us justice. These dogs, they still want to bully people. Think we don't have anyone in Class 3, do we? Gaoing, give them some color, let them know that our Class 3 isn't easy to bully either. For a moment, the students of Class 3 were flushed and the group was abuzz. You're Gaoing? Zhang Jia turned his gaze towards Gaoing. His face remained bland. He had also heard that the strongest one in Class 3 was this one named Gaoing, the third level of body forging, which was comparable to his realm, which had always made him itchy and wanted to compete with him. Gaoing coldly said, "Stop in moderation, the clamor affects my cultivation." He now only wanted to grab every second of his time to use for cultivation, as there was a goal in his heart that he vowed to surpass. Zhang Jia clapped his hands and said, "Are you giving me an order?" "Oh, I can see that you are very confident in yourself, I just don't know how strong you are. The name of the number 1 in Class 3 must not be a joke." After saying that, the corner of his mouth rose with a few hints of flirting. "First in Class 3? Gaoing felt that this person was being sarcastic, and his face instantly turned cold. The commotion in practice room number 2 drew the students in the other practice rooms over. As soon as Lin Xingyan came in, she saw Zhang Xiaotian struggling to stand forward with his chest covered. "Zhang Xiaotian, what happened to you?" Lin Xingyan exclaimed and ran over before holding him up. Cough cough cough, damn, I was sneak attacked by that kid just now, or else I'd definitely give him some color. Zhang Xiaotian was too embarrassed to tell Lin Xingyan that he was kicked off by someone, so he said this. When the students on the side heard him giving himself face like this, they rolled their eyes. This little fatty is so insubstantial. Why are you such an unqualified person? You even struck out at people. Lin Qingyan huffed and said towards Zhang Jia. Ha! Zhang Jia was very disdainful of getting serious with a girl from the district and degrading his handsome image. Zhao Rohan also walked in from the other practice rooms. She heard the conversation between the students on both sides and generally understood what was going on. She couldn't help but frown towards Zhang Xiaotian. It was also at this moment. A cold and domineering voice rang out. You Class 3 have great guts, daring to cause trouble here. Chapter 62 Class 3, you don't have enough people together? The words fell. A stout student with a cold face was seen walking towards the middle of the crowd. Zhou Hong. Upon seeing this person, the faces of the students of Class 8 became agitated, and they all made way, gazing at him adoringly. Boss Zhou personally stepped in. Those idiots from Class 3 are ruined this time. This group of people from Class 3 really don't know the heights of heaven, thinking that just because there's a body-forging triple heavyweight in their class, they can be recklessly arrogant. They really haven't seen the world. That's right, that Gowing is the strongest in Class 3. I wonder how many moves he can make under Boss Zhou? There really isn't a single one who can hold his own. Zhou Hong walked to the middle of the crowd with a cold face, contemptuously scanning the surrounding Class 3 students. A bunch of losers. His voice was openly domineering and arrogant. You. Instantly, the Class 3 students were led to explode by his words. Although they knew that they were not as strong as this one named Zhou Hong, being insulted by him like this in front of them still screamed anger. You're only in a higher realm now, what's the big deal? That's right, you are only cultivating a little faster now, maybe one day the realm will stagnate. Being so arrogant, sooner or later you'll have to suffer one day. The students of Class 3 were not willing to show weakness and cursed back. Gao Ying's face also turned as gloomy as water, his gaze vaguely flickered with anger. Being provoked one after another made him, who had an extremely strong sense of self-esteem, a bit close to being unable to hold it together. Zhao Ruhan frowned. She had heard of this Zhou Hong from Class 8, the fourth weight of the forging body. His strength was among the handful of people who ranked at the very top inside the freshman class, belonging to the wind and clouds. I wonder if that pervert, Suli, can beat him? Zhao Ruhan secretly pondered. In the demon beast forest, Suli gave him a feeling that he was too strong. It seemed that there was no demon beast that Suli couldn't kill. After Zhang Changyang managed to get up from the ground, he saw that the situation had expanded and had almost evolved into two classes beating each other, which filled his heart with worry. He secretly regretted in his heart, it would have been better if I had been more patient just now. AI, this matter is all my fault, causing everyone to get involved. For these counter-curses and curses from the students of Class 3, it was Zhou Hong who had a contemptuous smile on the corner of his mouth, looking very disdainful. He stretched out his hand and pointed at a boy who was cursing the loudest, saying, You, come out. This Class 3 boy, named Li Daho, closed his mouth all of a sudden after being pointed to by Zhou Hong again, wilting like a frosted eggplant. Seeing that everyone's gazes were looking at him, if he just kept quiet, he felt that he was too much of a wimp, so his eyes rolled and he shouted, You want to bully people based on your high realm? Don't you know that fighting is forbidden in the training camp? Try hitting me if you dare? Although his words were a bit wimpy, Li Dahu didn't lose in terms of momentum, and he didn't lose face to Class 3. Zhou Hong had a cold smile in his eyes. Oh, so your Class 3 is all this kind of goods, TSK TSK TSK. His smile was like he was mocking a bunch of trash. At this moment, Gowing couldn't stand this guy's humiliation and he angrily stood out, I'm going to challenge you. The moment Gowing said this, it instantly nudged the emotions of the other Class 3 students, who forgot their fear at this moment and stood out one after another. Come on, let's fight. If I'm afraid I'm a dickless bastard. Let's fight, even if I get killed today, I won't blink an eye. Mom's a son love, fat man, I have not been so insulted, you mom batch of. At this time, he saw Han Junfei from Class 8 come to Zhou Hong's side and whispered something, then he saw Zhou Hong nod. He then saw Han Junfei use the power of qi and blood to say loudly, Since you guys are so unconvinced, let's send 6 representatives from each side to see the real thing in the ring. At this moment, the students of Class 3 were in a rage as they shouted, See you in the ring, whoever is afraid is a grandson. Zhou Hong sneered, Of course, you guys can also add a few more people, so as to save saying that I'm bullying you. Ha ha ha. The students of Class 8 laughed out loud, clearly thinking that their class was going to win. Below the ring. More and more students gathered. Besides Class 3 and Class 8, students from other classes also heard that the two classes were going to compete in the ring came over to watch the fun. Why are Classes 3 and 8 fighting? I heard that they fought because of the friction over the space in the practice room. There seems to be a Zhou Hong in Class 8 who was rumored to be at the 4th level of body forging. That's right, the highest realm in Class 3 is only at the 3rd level of body forging, so I guess they're going to get beaten up this time. Shoo! You see, the students of Class 3 heard it and are looking at us with unfavorable expressions. At this time, the Class 3 students were gathering together and were discussing about the battle representatives. This matter started because of me, let me go on, even if I get beaten up, I'll admit it. Zhang Changyang was very upset about this matter in his heart, he said with some remorse in his voice. Zhang Xiaotian immediately became unhappy when he heard him say this. What does this matter have to do with you? It's obvious that Class 8 is deliberately using this as a way to find fault. You don't need to have any burdens. But Zhang Xiaotian is right. Class 8 is just waiting for an opportunity. Zhao Rohan said in a cold voice. You're only at the 9th level of blood condensation. We must let the strongest few in the class go. So many people are watching. Even if we lose, we can't lose too ugly. The boy who spoke was called Zhang Bai, at the 1st level of body forging realm. Where's Su Li? Why haven't we seen anyone else? Zhao Rohan glanced around and didn't find Su Li's figure. She felt that as long as Su Li was there, she might not lose this battle with Class 8. Brother Su seems to still be in the strength training room. Zhang Xiaotian said. I'll go find Big Brother Su. After Lin Qingyan finished speaking, she anxiously ran towards the outside. A few moments passed. Class 3's side finalized their candidates. They were Gao Ying, who was at the 3rd level of forging body, Zhao Rohan, who was at the 2nd level of forging body, Zhang Xiaotian, Zheng Bo, and Fang Bo, who were at the 1st level of forging body, and the last remaining spot was trying to wait for Su Li to arrive. And the 6 representatives of Class 8 were already standing on top of the ring. They were Zhou Hong, who was at the 4th level of body forging, Zhang Jia, who was at the 3rd level of body forging, and 2 boys at the 2nd level of body forging, Zhang Xiong and Li Tianli, as well as Han Junfei and He Rong, who were at the 1st level of body forging. What, are you guys not getting enough people together? Han Junfei couldn't help but scoff as he looked at the Class 3 students who had been slow to select a candidate. Gao Ying had anger in his eyes. Although he didn't want to wait for Su Li, he knew in his heart that Su Li was indeed better than him. It was just that Su Li was delayed, and he was gradually losing patience. He was used to being high-minded and arrogant, and did not think that Zhou Hong, who was at the 4th level of the forging body, must be stronger than him, and only by fighting would he know. How about? I'll go first. Only to see a side of Li Daha thought of what he had just said, indeed a bit of a wimp, and now the students of Class 3 are present cannot be called to look down on, so he stood out a bit resentful said. He is also the first weight of the forging body, recent training performance is also not bad. Although Zhao Rohan and Zhang Xiaotian still wanted to wait for Su Li, but the opposite side had begun to speak out mocking urging, but also had to acquiesce down. Alright, you're it. Gao Ying said in a deep voice. Chapter 63, Where the hell is Zuru? The ring was the size of half a basketball court. The representatives of the 2 classes, after selecting their weapons, they stood opposite each other. The 6 representatives of Class 8 had a light-hearted face, looking at each other with a mocking look. They had an air of victory. The representatives of Class 3, however, had heavy faces and were apprehensive in their hearts, especially Li Daho, who was originally naive and strong, but feeling the gazes from the stage, he was nervous to the extreme. So many people are watching. If I, Li Daho, get beaten up, it's really a shame. He now had some regrets in his heart for just volunteering to come forward. He had a lot of small thoughts, which didn't match that outward simplicity at all. Zhao Ruhan's eyes also focused on the crowd below from time to time. It's been so long, how come Lin Qingyan hasn't found Su Li yet? Where did he go? She was quite a bit anxious in her heart. The Su Li wasn't there. She didn't have any confidence in her heart. After all, the opposite side, Zhou Hong, was at the 4th level of the forging realm. She didn't have much confidence in Gao Ying's strength. The scene where Su Li had ruthlessly knocked him out was still deeply imprinted in Zhao Rohan's heart. At this time, Lin Qingyan quickly ran to the middle of the strength training room, but when she came to the training room there were only a few scattered people, but she didn't see Su Li's silhouette. Do you guys know where Su Li went? Lin Qingyan grabbed a student and asked anxiously. The student scratched his head and said, he should have gone to eat after finishing his training just now, right? Alright, thank you. After saying that, she turned around and ran towards the cafeteria. And the swords were drawn above the ring at the moment. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. At this time, Zhou Hong could be heard saying, wouldn't it be too boring to have a competition like this without some color? Gao Ying said in a cold voice, what do you want? Let's put it this way, the losing side will have to walk around the opposite class in the future. Zhou Hong's voice was flat as he continued, also, the losing side will not be allowed to use practice room number 2 in the future. Gao Ying felt the gazes thrown at him from the stage. He looked over and saw that the students of Class 3 were shouting promise him, promise him. So he took a deep breath and nodded, saying, okay, I'll promise you on behalf of Class 3. After saying these words, his eyes became firm. The bets had all been placed, so he could only go all out. If he really lost this bout, it would be a great shame. Not far away, Shen Yu as well as Class 1 instructor Zhang Hao were looking at this side of the ring. Class 8 instructor Chao Yan also walked over. He wasn't very tall and looked very lean. He only heard Zhang Hao laugh. It's not even time for the big competition, but you Class 3 and Class 8 are fighting first. Shen Yu stared at the ring and cursed. These little brats don't focus all their energy on training every day, they even add to my annoyance. Xiao Yan said, Shen Yu, that Gao Ying in your class is a 3rd level forging body, right? I'm afraid he's no match for Zhou Hong. Shen Yu was silent and didn't say anything. He looked at the few people in the ring and there was no Su Li. He couldn't help but frown. Why isn't that kid on the stage? On the ring. Only Han Junfei let out a cold smile as he lifted his large sword, the blade radiating an icy cold aura under the blazing sun as his figure moved violently. As he took the lead, the two sides quickly tangled together. "Eat my blade!" Han Junfei shouted violently and slashed down towards Jiang Xiaotian. The speed of this blade was extremely fast, the aura of flames surged above it, and the explosive power was extremely terrifying. From just now, when Jiang Xiaotian had stepped in to help Zhang Changyang, he had looked at this fat man with disdain, and had long wanted to violently beat him up. Jiang Xiaotian wasn't a vegetarian either, his face was ferocious, the lance in his hand violently stabbed out, a cold light flashed, directly colliding with the tip of the large knife. A loud clang came from the two of them, the weapons in their hands reversed, a sword and a spear in a split second, they fought each other. The others were also mixed together, for a time the scene was extremely intense, sword light and shadow, all kinds of battle skills broke out one after another. "Look guys, Zhou Hong from Class 8 is standing there without making a move." Only to see Zhou Hong with his hands behind his back, standing at the edge of the battlefield, faintly looking at the crowd on the field mixing up, his eyes carrying a very contemptuous gaze. Right now, although Class 8 only had 5 people fighting, it was still able to fight with Class 3. The two of them, Gao Wing and Jiang Jia, were evenly matched. Zhao Ruhan was being pestered by Zhang Xiong, who was at the second level of body forging, and for a while, she couldn't free her hands. On the other hand, another student from Class 8, Li Tianli, who was at the second level of body forging, was alone against Li Dahu and Zhang Bai, and he didn't lose out in the slightest. Instead, because of his talent for heavy fists, his attacks were extremely strong, and he was also vaguely suppressing these two people. The other two body forging first heavyweights were also fighting fiercely. The audience at the bottom was talking at this time. "As long as we wait until Zhou Hong strikes, Class 3 will definitely be finished. Class 3 is no match for 6 against 5, where did they get the courage to go hard with someone else's Class 8? These are the strongest students in Class 3, they don't look good, they're not as strong as our class. This Class 3 is a joke, they don't know how much they weigh before they fight, and if they are beaten up by Class 8 and cry out to their parents, it'll be a big joke. Who says otherwise?" Hearing these voices, the students of Class 3 all looked ashen, they clenched their fists and looked furious to the extreme. However, what these people said was again the truth, these representatives of their Class 3 did seem to be at a disadvantage at the moment, and the chances of winning 6 against 5 were not even that great. Luo Fan, who had been saved by Su Li in the dense forest 2 days ago, looked at the stage with worried faces. "It would be good if Su Li was there," a chubby girl said. Luo Fan nodded vigorously and affirmed, "Back then, Su Li hacked the Wolf King of the first level of body forging to death with a single slash. If he represents our Class 3 on the stage, he will definitely be able to turn the situation around." "Yeah, I remember on the second day of coming to the training camp, Su Li defeated Li Haiyang and the three of them who were at the first level of body forging in a 1-on-3 fight. He was very strong at that time." A Class 3 boy beside him said in agreement. "Just now Lin Qingyan went to look for Su Li, just how come he hasn't come back yet?" Luo Fan said as he clenched his fists tightly. When Lin Qingyan arrived at the cafeteria, she only saw that there were no more students eating in the cafeteria, only the cleaning ants and the cafeteria uncle were left cleaning and clearing up the hygiene. Not finding Su Li again, her face became ugly to the extreme. She guessed that the two classes were already fighting at this moment. "Big brother Su should have just finished eating not long ago, I'll go to the practice room to look for it again." She ran towards the outside of the cafeteria with an anxious heart. Chapter 64 is Su Li. On the ring. Zhou Hong saw that both sides were fighting hard, and his figure suddenly moved. "Look, Zhou Hong is going to strike." As Zhou Hong made his move, the students under the ring all boiled over. On the other hand, the 6 Gaoing who were in the midst of a fierce battle, their faces instantly became extremely ugly, the opponents in front of them couldn't even be resolved, so how could they be able to withstand the 4th level of body forging, Zhou Hong, who was about to make a move? "I can't lose again." Gaoing gritted his teeth, his face became hideous, he absolutely could not tolerate himself losing in front of these students, his pride absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. "Blood flame!" He roared, and the aura on his body surged. However, in the next second, Zhou Hong's figure had already appeared in front of him, and a huge fist, with a piercing sound of wind, boomed and smashed into his body. Gaoing was smashed by this punch and took several steps back, the aura on his body weakened by a few points all of a sudden. Zhang Jia on the side of the tiger eyeing not to give him the slightest opportunity, his leg suddenly forced, the air kick came flying. Gaoing hurriedly raised the long sword in his hand to parry it. Zhou Hong's eyes flashed, he saw the weakness of Gao Ying's hand, his figure quickly flashed, and his ferocious fist directly smashed on top of Gao Ying's chest. Only a thud was heard as Gao Ying's body smashed heavily to the side. The force of this punch was so great that it caused Gao Ying to spit out blood from his mouth and climbed up with difficulty. Finished. Seeing Zhou Hong seriously injure Gao Ying with a single strike, the faces of the students in Class 3 instantly turned pale as they seemed to have seen the outcome of this bout. Gao Ying clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure the pain on his body as he continued to charge up to fight. However, under Zhou Hong and Zhang Jie's duo storm-like attack, he didn't last long before he was knocked to the ground again, powerless to stand up again. "I've lost again." Gowing gasped for air, his face was deathly gray. He couldn't help but think in his mind, if Suli was here, these two people wouldn't necessarily be his opponent. With Gao Ying's defeat, the balance of the scene broke, showing a one-sided trend. Soon, Zhao Rohan was also knocked to the ground by Jiang Jia. A few others did the same, losing one after another. In the end, only Jiang Xiaotian was left, as he had used his earth power talent, and the armor made of rocks was very resistant to beatings. Even so, under the ferocious attack of several people from Class 8, the rock armor on his body was quickly shattered before he was blown to the ground by Zhou Hong's punch. Damn, that hurts. Jiang Xiaotian wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and covered his chest, his face becoming twisted in pain. And when Han Junfei saw him knocked down, a cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Dead fatso, I'll let you know what happens when you offend me. His face was fierce as his figure leapt up, then he raised his right foot and ruthlessly stomped down towards Jiang Xiaotian's right arm. This foot almost used his whole body's strength. If he really stepped on it, Jiang Xiaotian's arm would definitely be ruined. Even if he used potions and elixirs to recover later, it would still take some time to recover completely, and even, it would leave a huge hidden danger for his future cultivation. This scene is very dangerous. No one thought that the representatives of Class 3 have been defeated. This Han Junfei even put down such a heavy hand. But they were above the ring, not to mention being crippled. Even if they were beaten to death, they could only resign themselves to their fate. This was the rule above the ring. The students of Class 8 had brought scorn, thinking that Class 3 was really out of their depth and deserved it all. The students of Class 3, however, could no longer bear to see the scene of Jiang Xiaotian being crippled, and many of the girls didn't dare to look at it anymore and closed their eyes. It looked like Han Junfei's ferocious and incomparable kick was about to go down. Right at this moment, a hand firmly grabbed his right leg. This hand was like a vice, so he couldn't kick down any further. In the next second, Han Junfei felt an immense force coming from the palm of the hand that grabbed his right leg, directly flinging his body, rotating him 180, and ruthlessly smashing him on the ground. Han Junfei's head smashed into the ground, only to feel a buzzing sound, both eyes sprouting gold stars, the sky spinning up. Only then did the crowd see clearly. I don't know when. Suli was already standing above the ring with a calm face. It's Suli. His appearance caused the Class 3 students, whose faces were originally ashen, to instantly become excited. This kid has finally appeared. From afar, Chenyu had been paying attention to the battle over here, and when he saw Suli, his eyes instantly lit up. Brother Su, if you had come a little later, fatty, I would have been in deep trouble. Jiang Xiaotian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed miserably with a breathless smile. Zhao Ruhan's originally tense face instantly relaxed when she saw Suli. He's finally here. A faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Gao Ying, who had collapsed on the ground, was originally struggling to get up, thinking that even if he lost, he couldn't lose so ugly. When he saw Suli suddenly appear above the ring, the body that had been supporting himself with great difficulty suddenly seemed to have lost all its strength, and all of a sudden, he fell down again. He's here. Gao Ying didn't know whether he was happy or sad in his heart at this moment. He rubbed the swollen bag on his forehead. His mood was rich to the extreme at this moment. Go Suli! Luo Fan and the girls around him cheered excitedly. Luckily, we found Big Brother Su in time in the practice room, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Qingyan was at the bottom patting her violently heaving chest. Her heart was in her throat just now when she saw from afar that the foot was about to step on Jiang Xiaotian's arm. Suli's sudden appearance made those few representatives from Class 8 frown. Who is this person? A student from Class 8 at the bottom asked suspiciously. They were about to win. Why did a person come out halfway? Suli from our class. A Class 3 girl who had been saved by Suli returned. Also haven't heard of this character. What realm is he in? So arrogant that he dares to go on stage by himself? Class 8 students yelled. Zhang Ro looked at Suli on stage with resentful eyes. When Suli's humiliation, it was called to her mind. Suli, haven't you all heard of him? That's a body forging first level. Oh. Zhang Ro said loudly, afraid that the students of Class 8 couldn't hear her. What, the first weight of body forging? I thought this person was so awesome. How come he's only a body forging first level? A body forging first weight still dares to stand out. He's living out of his mind, right? That's right, the boss of their class, Gao Ying, was beaten by our representative and couldn't even stand up. How dare he stand in the ring? What a self-importance! After learning that Suli was only at the first level of body forging, the students of Class 8 immediately scoffed, as if Suli's appearance was a big joke in the sky. Chapter 65, he surprisingly awakened dual talents. Those few Class 8 representatives on the stage heard the voices of discussion from below and also learned that Suli only had the first level of body forging. Their originally furrowed brows became relaxed at this moment. Damn, it scared me. I thought an expert had come, but it turns out to be a little Karami. Class 8 Zheng Xiong snorted. Han Junfei, who had been hit on the ground and made dizzy, only then slowly stood up. He held his head with his left hand. It was with great difficulty that he was able to see clearly Suli, who was standing on the side, and at this moment he also saw that Suli's head had a lot of little stars flying around. How dare you sneak up on me? Han Junfei forced himself to endure his physical discomfort and roared up towards Su Li. Zhou Hong and Jiang Jia were looking at Su Li with a look of contempt. A mere forged body first level, who gave him the courage to come forward? It was simply laughable to the extreme. However, he saw Su Li slowly turn his gaze towards Han Junfei, who had a violent face and dark skin. This person, who had just struck out that viciously, almost crippling Jiang Xiaotian, being stared at by Su Li's incomparably calm gaze. For some reason, a chill suddenly rose from the bottom of Han Junfei's heart. This feeling was like being stared at by a ferocious beast. In an instant, inexplicable fear spread throughout his body. A trace of doubt flashed through Han Junfei's heart. Su Li wasn't only at the first level of body forging, so why would he bring in this feeling? There was no time for him to think about it. Su Li suddenly moved, only to see his silhouette disappear in an instant. Han Junfei's complexion changed drastically because his eyes simply couldn't capture Su Li's figure. A deep chill struck his heart. The next second, Su Li suddenly appeared in front of him, face to face with him. Even the sound of both parties' breathing could be heard. You? Han Junfei's eyes widened in horror. How did this Su Li come in front of him? He didn't even notice a thing. Su Li stretched out his right hand like a vice, ferociously grabbing his neck before slamming it downward. In Su Li's hands, Han Junfei didn't have the slightest bit of resistance. His body was like weightless, and was directly smashed on the ground by Su Li's neck. A loud bang came, the back of Han Junfei's head smashed hard on the ground, his original just clearsome head, all of a sudden and dizzy, the sky small stars flying. Su Li released his hand and stood up. He raised his right leg, his gaze was calm and cold, and stepped down towards Han Junfei's right arm. Only heard the sound of a bone breaking. Still in the stunned state of Han Junfei because of the intense pain, face turned into a pig's liver color all of a sudden. Ah, it hurts. He frantically screamed out miserably. This miserable howl shocked the crowd present beyond compare. Su Li being so ferocious was something they had not expected at all. And Su Li did not show the slightest sign of stopping. He raised his foot again and was about to step down towards Han Junfei's other arm. Su Li, how dare you? A violent shout came from Zhou Hong's mouth as his figure quickly disappeared in place. This forged body first weight fellow, who dared to seriously injure Han Junfei in front of him, was simply not putting him in his eyes. Su Li, stop it. Jiang Jia and a few other Class 8 representatives had angry faces as they flew up. Su Li didn't move at all. All the sounds in the surroundings seemed to not even exist in his ears. He raised his right foot and, blatantly, stepped down. At the same time, Zhou Hong's figure was the first to appear beside Su Li. Looking at Su Li, who was covered in flaws, with a cold light in his eyes, he fiercely struck out with a single punch. As his punch struck out, Jiang Jia and the others followed suit as they angrily swung out the weapons in their hands. The scene in the ring was thrilling to the extreme. Jiang Xiaotian glared and shouted, "Brother Su, get out of the way." Zhao Ruhan's face, which had just relaxed, instantly became tense again. Can he block so many people surrounding him? Su Li, this time you're being too generous. Gao Ying frowned and said in his heart. Below the ring, the mood of the Class 3 crowd was tense to the extreme at this moment. This Su Li was already their only hope, and although most of the students didn't think that Su Li would be able to save the day, they couldn't help but hold on to a trace of fantasy. Just now, the representatives of Class 8 combined their efforts to surround them. This ferocious attack made them feel nothing but chills. Su Li is going to be finished. It was unknown who whispered. No one else in Class 3 retorted anymore, because even if Su Li was powerful in their eyes, he was only at the first level of body forging, so how could he resist the simultaneous attacks of so many people, several of whom were quite a bit higher than his realm? The students of Class 8 were relaxed. They thought that this farce should end here. The next second, a crisp sound of bones breaking resounded in the ears of the crowd. Has Su Li lost? Luofan had already closed her eyes and didn't dare to look at the field, and when she heard this sound of bones breaking, she couldn't help but ask worriedly towards the students next to her. However, after she waited for a few moments, there was no reply to her voice from the surroundings and it became very quiet. This made her heart feel very strange and weird, so she couldn't help but open her eyes. It was this glance that she was directly stunned in place, her mouth unconsciously opening wide. Only to see above the ring. A huge green turtle armor condensed from green light appeared behind Su Li. The attacks of the several people in Class 8 were all resisted by this green light turtle armor, and it actually couldn't harm Su Li by half. The students present were all dumbstruck, with shocked expressions on their faces. Chen Yu in the distance had a huge change in color. He said incredulously, Su Li has even awakened a dual talent. Zhang Hao on the side also sucked in a breath of cool air. Class 8 instructor Chao Yan's gaze flickered as he said, to be able to block all of Zhou Hong's attacks from several people, this talent of his is not simple. Chen Yu looked towards the huge green turtle armor on the ring as a thoughtful gaze appeared in his eyes. He then said suspiciously, what kind of talent is this cyan turtle armor? Why have I never heard of it before? Zhang Hao shook his head and said, there are too many awakened talents that aren't recorded, and there are also many talents that have uniqueness, thus there are many talents that we haven't understood. But it's obvious that this talent of his is a defensive type, and the defense is of a very powerful kind. Shen Yu nodded in approval. This kid has brought me surprises everywhere. The power of thunder, coupled with this super strong defense talent, I dare not imagine to what extent he will grow to in the future. To be able to awaken one talent could be called a genius. Those who awakened two talents were even fewer and farther between, and even, their rarity was not weaker than those who awakened a certain special physique. What's more, both of Su Li's talents were this powerful. Chapter 66, All of us here are garbage. Under the ring. The students of Class 8 had incredulity in their eyes. How can he possibly block these attacks? Isn't this Su Li only at the first level of body forging? What kind of defense is this? This talent of his seems to be a few points stronger than the earth power defense used by that fatty just now. He's just relying on this defensive talent. When Zhou Hong and the others break this turtle shield in a moment, let's see how long he can still hold out. That's right, just relying on his strong talent, what's the big deal? And after the students of Class 3 reacted, they exclaimed in excitement. They also didn't expect Su Li to be able to block this attack. Go Su Li! Su Li beat them! Su Li, I'm sure you can do it! The students of Class 8 heard the excited exclamations of Class 3. A look of disdain appeared in their gazes. Che, this group of fools from Class 3, to expect a body-forging first weight to turn the tables, it's simply delusional. Just a bunch of brainwashed people, especially those girls from Class 3 who shouted the loudest. They are even more of a fighter among the brainwashed. Ridiculous bunch of people. On the ring. Su Li stepped down with an expressionless foot. Han Junfei's arm was directly stomped off, and the immense pain caused his face to turn twisted. Above that huge green turtle armor, flowing with light, it surrounded Su Li's body. Zhou Hong's several people's complexions shook as they attacked with all their might, but an attack that struck above that cyan turtle armor was as if it struck above an invisible barrier, and it actually had no reaction. What kind of defensive talent is this? It's so difficult to break. Zhou Hong's face became unsightly. He was an expert of the 4th level of body forging, but he couldn't even break this turtle shell of Su Li's, which made him feel very angry. Jiang Jie's few people were the same, as they grumpily waved the weapons in their hands, all kinds of battle techniques being used in an attempt to break through this turtle shell. Han Junfei had been crippled by Su Li in front of their eyes, which made them appear as if they were trash. It was simply a strange shame. The defense of the Xin turtle's shield is truly terrifying, but the amount of energy it consumes is also enormous. Su Li felt that the qi and blood power in his body had already consumed 1/12 of 1% within this short period of time, and he hurriedly put away the Xin turtle's shield. The turtle shell disappeared? Seeing the turtle armor behind Su Li disappear, there was an uproar at the bottom. Seeing that the attacks of several people from Class 8 were about to strike down, Su Li dodged and directly flashed away from his original position. Their attacks directly landed in the air. You're good. Zhou Hong turned to look at Su Li, who had flashed to the side, and there seemed to be anger about to erupt in his eyes. The corners of Su Li's mouth rose, a flirtatious meaning in his eyes as he swept over these few people in the ring one by one and said, "Whose turn is it next?" Han Feijuan was still moaning in pain on the ground, as if he was telling the others how much pain he had just endured. Hearing Su Li's arrogant words, the few people on the field each glared angrily. "Kid, you are too wild." Zhang Xiong shouted angrily, "You're a body forging first level, but you're just relying on your defense talent. What are you being arrogant about here?" Jiang Jia also laughed coldly. "It should cost you a lot of qi and blood to cast that bastard shell, huh? I don't believe you can keep casting it." Zhou Hong laughed angrily and snapped, "Don't say that our Class 8 is bullying people. You can pick any one of the 5 of us and fight one-on-one." When these words came out, the crowd on stage only felt that Zhou Hong's suggestion was very fair and reasonable, and despite their numerical superiority, they didn't bully the few with the many, gaining a lot of goodwill for a while. Not only is this Class 8's Zhou Hong strong, his character is also great. I really love it. And he's also very handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Where can people look at you? Don't even look in the mirror to see what you look like. I'm happy, it's none of your business. If not, let's see you in the ring. You. Surprisingly, you're a forging body 2nd level. Big sister, just consider me a fart. Hearing the compliments from below. Only then did the anger on Zhou Hong's face subside for a few moments. He was intentionally building his own persona to prepare for the competition for the president of the Freshman Martial Arts Club in the future at the beginning of the school year. If he was able to become the president of the Freshman Martial Arts Club, the resources he would be able to obtain at that time would be amazing, and would also play a key role in his future development. Su Li looked at him with a smile on his face. Then he stretched out his fingers, starting from Zhou Hong and pointing over these people one by one. "With all due respect, everyone present is trash. Why don't you all go together?" These words came out. The faces of these few people in Class 8 instantly changed and became furious. Especially Zhou Hong. The good image he had just portrayed was directly destroyed without a trace by Su Li's words. This made him furious in his heart. The Class 8 students under the stage were even more furious as they all cursed Su Li. The Class 3 students, however, laughed out loud. Regardless of whether or not Su Li could beat these people, at the very least, it was enough to make their Class 8 suffer now. Zhou Hong held back his anger. Between his eyes turning, he seemed to have thought of something. Only to see him clap his palms and sneer. Suli, you're just trying to get a few of us to do it together. Even if we win against you, you'll still say to people that it's a few of us who beat you up as a group, and not only are we not winning, we'll also be labeled as bullying the few with the many. Suli froze for a moment. This person was quite capable of association. Even he himself had not thought in this direction. Losing? Not at all. The crowd at the bottom all revealed expressions of sudden realization after hearing this. Suli's mind is really vicious. If you can't be strong, you rely on playing careful eyes. What a villain. It's fortunate that my boys discovered his plot in time. Jo Hong is really too powerful, isn't he? Jo Hong had a faint smile on his face as he continued, the fact that you just insulted us and tried to provoke us is in preparation for this plot of yours, am I right, Suli? Zhang Jia and the others nodded thoughtfully. They hadn't thought that Suli even had this kind of idea. They almost fell for it. When the time comes, they will be misunderstood by the other classes that they are bullying the few with the many, and will be looked down upon everywhere they go. How should they behave then? Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Jie's body when he thought of this. Even some of the Class 3 students had a few moments of bewilderment in their eyes. Doubts could not help but appear in their hearts. Could it be that Suli really thinks this way? It's just a pity that the other party recognized it. AI, now it's become everyone's laughingstock instead. Jo Hong looked at Suli with that look of everything being under his control, a breezy smile on his face. Chapter 67 Zuru, we admit defeat. Are you stupid? Suli gave him a look as if he was an idiot. Jo Hong's eyes were stunned. A stupid ratio? He was actually insulted in public? The next moment, Suli's figure suddenly disappeared in place. It directly appeared on Jo Hong's side. His figure was extremely fast. Jo Hong only felt a shadow swaying past him. At this time, Suli's fist with strong power had already swung out, and this fist did not have any fancy movements. Only a booming sound was heard. This ferocious and incomparable punch directly smashed into Jo Hong's face. He didn't even have the slightest time to react before he was sent flying by this punch. His body flew several meters away before crashing down hard onto the ground. This scene appeared. It caused the crowd on the field to suck in a breath of cool air. They all couldn't believe their eyes. Suli was actually able to knock Jo Hong, who was at the 4th level of body forging, away with a single punch. This was a little too outrageous. How is it possible? Zhang Jia on the side stared with wide eyes, his face filled with shock. He couldn't think of a way to understand. This Suli, a body forging 1st level, hadn't he just caught their attacks because he relied on his powerful defense talent, but why? His strength and speed were surprisingly so terrifying as well. He was not the only one who thought this way. Such doubts also rose in the hearts of the others. However, Suli simply did not give the other few people in the ring time to think. His figure once again disappeared from its original spot and flashed directly in front of Zhang Jia. Having seen Suli's speed and power, Zhang Jia's heart had already been pumped up. From the moment Suli disappeared, the power of qi and blood within his body erupted with a roar, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Seemingly sensing Suli's proximity, Zhang Jia's gaze condensed, his waist fiercely exerted force, a whip kick quickly kicked out, with a whistling wind sound, seemingly ferocious. Suli's gaze was calm, his right hand clenched his fist and swung out, still without any extra movements. Then his fist thumped on top of Zhang Jia's calf. Only heard a clicking sound, great pain, instantly from Zhang Jia's right leg spread all over his body, the pain of his face are twisted up, sucking cool air. Suli once again kicked out. The power of this kick was equally terrifying, directly kicking him in the stomach. Zhang Jia only felt that his abdomen felt like it had been charged by a bison. The huge impact made his internal organs seem to be upside down and transposed, his body bowed like a shrimp, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. His face instantly turned pale as if his body had lost all its strength, and he collapsed to the ground. The other 3 people in the ring, seeing Suli this fierce, defeating Jo Hong and Zhang Jia in a single move, their bodies involuntarily backed up. One forged body 4th gravity, one forged body 3rd gravity, under Suli's hands still couldn't last more than a single move. The 3 of them, how could they possibly be Suli's opponents? Zhang Xiong and Li Tanli, the 2 body forging 2nd heavyweights, glanced at each other, and there was a slight look of fear in their eyes. Zhang Xiong's throat rolled a bit. He glanced at Jo Hong, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, and then at Zhang Jia, who was lying on the ground covering his stomach and moaning in pain. He then said with a trembling voice, "That, Suli, we admit defeat." Above the ring, one could automatically concede defeat, and the winning side could no longer strike at the conceding side. This rule was written on the side of the ring. However, he saw a flash of cunning in Suli's eyes. He put his hands on his ears and said loudly, What did you say?" Zhang Xiong just wanted to repeat the words of admitting defeat when a huge panic appeared in his eyes. Because Suli had not waited for him to make a sound, his body directly moved up. Then a booming punch directly smashed on his face, knocking him to the ground and fainted. "Suli, you violated the ring rules." When Li Tanli saw Suli playing tricks on him, his heart was frightened while he shouted out, "What ring rules? What's wrong with you?" Although Suli's face carried bewilderment, his figure didn't stop at all, and he directly came to the opposite side of Li Tianli and kicked him out. At this moment, the students of Class 8 under the ring saw their side's representatives being defeated by Suli one by one. Their faces became ugly to the extreme for a moment. Isn't this Suli only at the first level of body forging? How could he be so strong? Could it be that person just now intentionally spread false information about Suli's realm, thus paralyzing our players and making them let their guard down? Yes, that must be it. Just now I heard it was a woman's voice. This person is really too detestable. Zhang Ro, who heard Class 8's discussion, was trembling in place. All of our players have already conceded defeat. This Suli doesn't follow the rules. Go report to the instructor in a while and let him take the punishment. That's right, thanks to the fact that we're all still classmates from 1 year, this person is ruthless, his character is really bad. After Suli heard the Class 8 students' remarks at the bottom, his eyes directly swept over. The students who were stared at by the cold light in his eyes for a while were silenced. Those who are not convinced can come up at any time. I will accept your challenge. Suli's voice was bland. Of course, if you don't have confidence, you can also come up together. With all due respect, all of you are in my eyes. Garbage. All of them are garbage. This sentence directly scolded the entire 8th class. In a split second, huge anger surged on the faces of the Class 8 students. Suli, you're bullying people too much. He really is too arrogant. Damn it, when have I ever been so angry? The students of Class 3, however, directly boiled over because of Suli's words and directly disliked Class 8. Weren't you Class 8 bullish just now, and now you're only playing lip service? That's right, where did the arrogance go? Whoever of you is not convinced can go and challenge Suli. Don't just push lie. Your class Johong is not very strong, not look down on people, he know how to become a pig head? Ha, Suli is right, Class 8 is a bunch of sub-trash. And in the distance, Shen Yu looked at Suli in the ring with some confusion in his eyes. This kid's test a few days ago was only the first level of body forging, but how was he able to easily defeat these people from Class 8? Look at his speed and strength, it's not even the slightest bit weaker than a high-level body forging realm. Class 8 instructor Chao Yan's face turned a little ugly. This Suli trampled the entire Class 8 under his feet with his own strength, that was tantamount to slapping him in the face. Seeing that the two classes were arguing more and more intensely, it was about to turn into a group fight between the two classes. Shen Yu and Chao Yan's figures moved quickly, appearing in the crowd in the blink of an eye. Their powerful auras instantly overflowed from their bodies, shocking the students of these two classes one after another. All shut up. With the appearance of the two instructors, this matter was quickly suppressed and all the students were honestly quiet, not daring to say another word. Chapter 68, Celebrities of the Grade. After this, both classes were punished by running 100 kilometers underweight. And so a ghostly sound was heard on Devil's Island. After the ring incident, Suli's reputation had reached an extreme point in Class 3. Many students looked at him with some respect and admiration in their gazes. This was an era where martial arts was king, so these changes in them were not surprising. Suli was unimpressed by this, as if nothing had happened. When the weighted running attack was over, he came to the bathroom and took a cool shower, then went to the cafeteria with Jiang Xiaotian to eat. When he arrived at the cafeteria, Suli felt many gazes around him secretly observing him. Brother Su, you've become a celebrity in your age now. Jiang Xiaotian said with a smile. Suli shrugged his shoulders and said non-committally, I still like to keep a low profile. Jiang Xiaotian saw a lot of pretty girls around him, all of them were looking towards the two of them with a kind of fiery eyes. He grinned and responded to those gazes with ambiguous eyes. However, he was met with disdainful looks from those girls. Jiang Xiaotian's face immediately wilted. He said with a sad expression, Brother Su, if only I had half your charm. Suli nodded and patted his shoulder, saying, be practical, don't be whimsical. Jiang Xiaotian's face was shocked, he covered his heart as if he had been hit hard. A beautiful girl with a curvy front and extremely good figure came in front of Suli. That girl stared at Suli with big watery eyes and said with a big smile, Suli, be my boyfriend. Ha! Suli froze for a moment. Jiang Xiaotian was also stunned, and the first thing that came to his mind was Lin Qingyan's fierce face. Brother Su, you must be cautious. Jiang Xiaotian hurriedly whispered in Suli's ear. The girl who confessed had excellent hearing, and she glared viciously at Jiang Xiaotian. Jiang Xiaotian could only smile sardonically. Suli directly refused, classmate, I'm still young, I don't get into relationships. The girl said with a colorless face, it's okay, I'm still young too, the two of us are just right. Suli's gaze swept over her body, that rippling place, you tell me you are still small? It seemed to have felt Suli's gaze. That girl also proudly straightened her upper body. It was really huge and fierce. Suli hurriedly withdrew his gaze, he looked at his eyes and said, I'm sorry classmate, I'm not interested in this kind of thing. What kind of things are you referring to? The girl did not blush. Suli really didn't know how to reply to this girl's words, he directly lost the battle and pulled Jiang Xiaotian to run. Classmate Su, when you come back to me, you must come find me, I'm Jiang Xianran from Class 5. Behind Suli, there was also that girl's voice. standing in line at the meal port. From time to time, there were girls who took the initiative to come over and strike up a conversation with Suli. This made him cry and laugh. When it was true that people were afraid of being famous and pigs were afraid of being strong, being too famous was not a good thing. However, Jiang Xiaotian on the side was extremely enthusiastic about the girls who came over to talk to Suli. Only to hear him to be rejected by Suli. Girls quietly said, "I am Suli's good brother, his preferences and habits I all know exactly." Those girls' disappointed eyes glowed again. Then they heard Jiang Xiaotian say, "However, if I betray my brother in this kind of matter, my conscience will be condemned." "Aya, little fat brother, just tell us." These girls started pampering Jiang Xiaotian one after another. This feeling of being surrounded by warblers and swallows made Jiang Xiaotian, who had always been strictly disciplined, enjoy it very much. However, of course he wouldn't betray Suli, he just wanted to share the pressure for Suli and reduce the competition for Lin Qingyan. The moonlight was bright. There were still some students training on the playground. Only a tall boy was seen practicing pile work with his eyes closed. This person was none other than the boy who had awakened the fire spirit body in Class 1, Zhang Yan. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged out from his body. At the same time, a red flame pulsed and swam up on his body, appearing particularly piercing in this silent dark night. After a few moments, the flames on his body gradually disappeared. Only then would he slowly open his eyes, only to see that his eyes vaguely seemed to have flames erupting from them. 8th level of body forging. He exhaled softly, but there wasn't any joy on his face. My current cultivation speed is still a bit slow. Zhang Yan clenched his fists and looked up towards the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. Inside the number 5 practicing room, a tall boy with a thin figure was sparring with another well-built student. Under the illumination of the incandescent light, this tall boy was like a monkey whose figure was fast to the extreme. The well-built student was also very fast. In a short moment, the two had already exchanged several rounds. Only to see that well-built student, a green light suddenly erupted underneath his feet, and his speed more than doubled all of a sudden. When the taller boy saw this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as a circle of black light suddenly appeared from his body. This circle of black light covered an area of about 10 meters. When the well-built student was covered by the black light, his speed suddenly dropped. He only felt as if his legs were stuck in a quagmire, and even taking steps became much more difficult. The taller boy on the other hand was not limited by it. His figure appeared behind the student in the blink of an eye before he struck out with a punch, directly knocking him to the ground. "Ioho, that hurts." Only the knockdown student showed his teeth, then he managed to stand up and grinned. "No more fighting, no more fighting. Yang Hao, this gifted gravity field of yours is too perverted, it's simply impossible to fight." The taller boy let out a light laugh and said, "That can't be helped. Who made your talent windwalking, acceleration?" The boy shook his head, then as if he remembered something, he said, "I heard that a student named Suli from Class 3 picked the entire Class 8 by himself today." Yang Hao frowned and said, "I heard that Zhou Hong from Class 8 was knocked out by that Suli with a single punch. I don't know if it's true or not, but this person must be very powerful. I'm afraid that he will become a formidable opponent for our class in this big competition." By the Star Ocean Lake, a cool girl whose body exuded an icy cold aura. She gently raised her soft white hands. She saw 2 streams of water rise up from the lake and swim towards her. Strangely enough, when these 2 water currents approached her, they instantly dispersed and then turned into a sharp ice prism. These ice prisms transformed into various shapes under the manipulation of this cool girl. In the end, an ice flower glittering with crystal light under the moonlight appeared in the center of her hand, and in the distance was the starry lake, a beautiful moment. With a gentle grip from the cool girl, the gorgeous ice flower shattered and dissipated from her hand. Chapter 69, Comprehending the Qilin Shaking the Moon. After the evening knowledge expansion class, Suli left the classroom and took advantage of the moonlight to walk out of the training camp towards the cliff face at the back. The flowers on both sides were blooming in clusters, colorful, emitting a refreshing fragrance, as well as the chirping of insects, which resounded all the way through the flowers. Coming to the edge of the cliff wall, Suli sat down. He raised his head and looked at the cold round moon emitting holy light above the starry sky, and his mind drifted far away all of a sudden. It was recorded in the ancient exotic records that millions of years ago above that beautiful moon, a beautiful palace had appeared, and inside it, there were fairies with dancing clothes, jade rabbits pounding garlic, and immortal music presenting auspiciousness, which could be described as a stunningly beautiful picture. However, most of what was recorded in the ancient Shichi were legends, not enough to be verified. Suli withdrew his mind. He closed his eyes, and a Qilin with its feet on the earth, raising its head and whistling at the moon appeared in his mind, and that pale, distant and ancient aura emanated from the Qilin's body. Within its huge flaming eyes, it seemed to be carrying endless anger, as if in the next second, it was about to rise up into the sky and smash the full moon above the night sky to smithereens. Currently, the Qilin moon-shaking comprehension points had reached 920 points, only 80 points short of successful comprehension. Suli discarded the distracting thoughts in his mind, sank his heart and focused on the Kirin moon-shaking diagram. Qilin shakes the moon comprehension points +1. Qilin shakes the moon comprehension points +1. With the rapid increase in comprehension points, the Qilin in Su Li's mind seemed to become more and more real and vivid. The unicorn seemed to have a life, its huge heart beating slowly and powerfully. At this moment, Su Li realized that the rhythm of his breathing was consistent with the unicorn's heartbeat. To Su Li's surprise, along with this breathing rhythm, the speed of the increase of qi and blood in his body seemed to be much faster, which was something that he hadn't expected. Time passed quietly. The waves in the Starsea Lake gently surged, the sky gradually appeared fish belly white, like a casual outline of a painter's brush. It drew the symbol of the beginning of this new day. And at this moment, the Qilin shaking the moon's comprehension has also reached its final stage. Battle technique, Kirin shakes the moon 999-1000 in comprehension. As the last comprehension point appeared, a roar that shook the heavens exploded in Su Li's mind. The behemoth within his mind, at this moment, came to life completely and utterly. The scorching hot flames shot out from every pore on this Qilin's body, and the pair of golden horns on top of its head flashed with dazzling light. It raised its huge head towards the full moon after a roar occurred. A huge crack appeared above the earth after seeing its 4 stout hooves, which were blazing with fire, step on top of the ground with a roar. In the bitter cold wind of the night, its huge body leapt up, the jumping flames on its body, illuminating the entire dark sky red. It carried that terrifyingly distant aura that held everything hostage, and its 4 flaming hooves spanned the void, traversed endless space, and slammed directly into the round moon. There was a heaven-shattering roar that shook Su Li's ears and made him dizzy. A rushing daytime flashed by, which seemed to contain an incomparably palpitating and terrifying power. Su Li only felt a trace of the power contained within it in his consciousness. His entire being seemed to be swallowed up by monstrous fear in an instant. It had been a long time before he recovered with a palpitating heart. What kind of power is this? It's so terrifying. Su Li sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and after the shock in his heart slowly diminished, he couldn't help but recall the terrifying power just now. I wonder when I will also be able to master this kind of power and become that powerful. The scene that Su Li had just seen brought him endless shock, and it was also evident that this Qilin diagram did have its extraordinary features, and I'm afraid that the rumor that one could achieve eternity by successfully cultivating all of it was not a delusion. At this time, the panel also changed. Battle skill, Kirin shakes the moon comprehended. Waiting for fusion. Waiting for fusion? Seeing these words, a few moments of doubt appeared in Su Li's eyes. Could it be that he needed to wait until all the other Qilin diagrams had been successfully comprehended before he could synthesize them? I wonder if I can synthesize battle techniques, or feats. It's really something to look forward to. Thinking of the terrifying power from that Qilin just now, Su Li's heart instantly became excited, somewhat impatient to cultivate the other Qilin diagrams. At this time, the sky was already getting light. After sitting cross-legged for the whole night, his legs were a bit numb. Su Li stood up and moved his body, then walked towards the training camp playground. Arriving in the middle of the playground, starting from the staking of the rock skill, the day's cultivation officially began. Staking out his horse stance, Su Li recalled the strange breathing he found from the Qilin as he tried to cultivate. This breathing method seemed to have a great assisting effect on cultivation, and obviously, it increased the cohesion of qi and blood power in his body. Moreover, he didn't know if it was due to comprehending the Qilin moon shaking diagram. Su Li's body would occasionally have a trace of a pale aura, which made his entire temperament, in an invisible way, change a bit, seemingly making him more mature and deeper. During the morning strength training, from time to time, there were girls' gazes towards him. As the opposite sex, they felt the most obvious changes on Su Li. Originally, Su Li was now carrying the aura of being the strongest in the class, and with the calm and introverted temperament he now had, it made these young girls feel even more thumping. During the strength training, Su Li increased the equipment of both hands by 500 pounds each. He now weighed 2,500 pounds in one hand, and the weight of the equipment in both hands added up to a full 5,000 pounds. This was already a very terrifying number. Although in the process of training, Su Li felt a few points of strain, but in the end, he still gritted his teeth and finished all 10 sets of strength training. This made Xingyu, who was staring at the side, watch with a shocked heart, thinking that Su Li was really a little monster, simply too perverted. Waiting for the rest of the break, Lin Xingyan took a bottle of energy water and handed it to Su Li. Afterwards, she stared at Su Li with a strange color in her eyes. Big brother Su, I don't know why, but it feels like the aura on your body has changed a bit from before, becoming more composed and giving people an inexplicable sense of trust. Lin Xingyan said with a smile. Su Li wiped off the beads of sweat on his forehead and finished the energy water in one gulp, instantly feeling that his body was full of vigor again. He froze slightly after hearing Lin Xingyan's words, and after a little thought, he thought that it should be due to comprehending the Qilin shaking moon. Chapter 70 Perfection of the 9 Transformations of Lingbo. After waiting for the day's training mission to end, Su Li came to the cliff wall behind the training camp as usual. Under the illumination of the moonlight, he leapt down and his body directly disappeared into the Star Ocean Lake. Sensing Su Li's arrival, the green-scaled Zhao Python and the Shin turtle swam quickly towards him. It didn't take long. Suli saw the green-scaled Zhao python swimming towards him. At the same time, a cute little turtle was lying on the bulge on top of the green-scaled Zhao python's head, sleepy-eyed. Seeing this scene, Suli only felt a few points of amusement. He had not yet mounted the green-scale python, but was preceded by this Shin turtle. When he came to Suli's side, the Shin turtle swam down from the top of the Zhao python's head, and then climbed on Suli's shoulder and didn't move at all, as if it was asleep. Suli couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was unlikely that he expected this Shin turtle to fight with him. He himself had to give it experience and bring it to upgrade. I'd become a wage earner now. Next, Suli started hunting up demonic beasts in the middle of the lake. Kill forged body triple blood spotted crocodile, experience plus 30. Violet flame blade technique proficiency plus 20. Ling wave 9 transformations proficiency plus 10. After Suli obtained the water spirit body talent, he realized that he was more comfortable using the Ling wave 9 transformations in the water. He could completely use the power of the water current to make his stance even more bizarre and unpredictable, and even more terrifyingly strong than when he used it on land. Suli was currently fighting a big-headed fish demon, only to see his figure suddenly flashing in the water. A figure condensed from water waves surrounded this big-headed fish demon in an instant. The appearance of this scene caused the big-headed fish demon to instantly become bewildered within its violent little eyes. Before it could react, the shadows formed by these water waves exploded, and a saber-like flashing with purple flames directly pierced through the layers of water mist and chopped down on top of the big-headed fish's head. In a flash, green fishy blood scattered in the water. The small fishes and shrimps that smelled the blood instantly surrounded from all directions, the number of which was staggering, and soon they would eat this big-headed fish demon cleanly. This kind of bloody scene every moment in the lake water. Suli, this also has long been strange, a demon death, all living things, this is the unchanging rules of the Star Ocean Lake. With Suli hunting demonic beasts, the proficiency of Ling wave 9 changes is rapidly increasing. Ling wave 9 changes proficiency plus 20. Ling wave 9 changes proficiency plus 10. Ling wave 9 changes proficiency plus 15. About 2 hours passed. After Suli killed a blood-spotted crocodile, he finally piled up the Ling wave 9 transformations proficiency for grand achievement. Without hesitation, Suli directly chose to upgrade Ling wave 9 transformations to perfection. In an instant, a large amount of insights about the Ling wave 9 transformations flooded into Suli's mind, and these experiences and insights were as if they were his own, without the slightest sense of incongruity. He seemed to have experienced day after day, year after year of cultivation. He seemed to be practicing the Lingbo 9 transformations in all kinds of complicated environments: the cold icy river, the snowy plateau, the eaves of the building in the midst of heavy rain, and the waves in the midst of the angry tsunamis. All of these places seemed to have the footprints of his cultivation of the body technique. Finally, one day, he overcame countless difficulties. He was under the extremely dangerous environment, the 9 changes of the Lingbo breakthrough to perfection. Suli breathed a long sigh of relief. The feeling he felt when he made the breakthrough just now made him empathize with it, although it was just an instant, but to him, it was as if many, many years had passed. In the Federation, the body technique was recognized as the most difficult to cultivate, especially when cultivated to perfection. In addition to consuming a lot of energy and time, it also required the cultivator to have excellent perception. As such, most martial artists cultivated a body technique to a small degree of success, and would not invest any more energy into it. With this amount of energy and time, it would be better to focus on raising the realm. Because after the realm is raised, one's speed and strength will naturally increase. As the saying goes, under absolute power, everything is a paper tiger. Of course, if a body technique can be cultivated to perfection, it would also be quite terrifying, and it would be even easier to fight against each other across levels. After all, you want to defeat a person, the first thing you need to keep up with the speed, to be able to hit him before, otherwise even the shadow of the person cannot touch words. How to talk about its defeat? Suli has come all the way to now, experienced many times of crisis, each time can turn danger into safety, and he practiced the 9 changes of Lingbo as a great relationship. Moreover, while performing Lingbo Jiu Chang, and then using the talent of sneaking, Suli would become unpredictable. Whether it was a sneak attack, or a surprise attack, it was all at his fingertips. Thinking of this, Suli cannot help but miss the big man who burst out the Lingbo Jiu Chang. This technique in the demon beast's forest, this is no less than a pie falling from the sky, smashed in the head of the hungry and starving him. Suli's figure flickered gently under the water. His figure moved several times in a very short period of time. His speed was so fast that it was blinding. At the same time, there were also 9 residual shadows that appeared. These residual shadows gently swayed under the flow of the water waves, looking very strange. However, as Suli raised his hand, something bizarre happened. These 9 residual shadows unexpectedly raised their hands at the same time, surprisingly in unison with Suli's movements. Seeing this scene, Suli grinned in surprise. He didn't expect that the Lingbo 9 transformations that had been refined to perfection actually had this kind of effect of faking the real. It was simply too explosive. These 9 residual shadows can achieve the effect of surprising and confusing the real with the fake. If it is coupled with sneaking, I dare not imagine how terrifying it will be then. Suli pondered with excitement on his face. He seemed to be thinking of the enemy's face full of shock after using Lingbo 9 transformations. Retrieving his thoughts, Suli opened the panel. A lot of data in it had changed quite a bit. Host, Suli. Race, human. Realm, forging body 4th level 1354,000. Technique, granite determination. Technique, granite determination. Battle technique, red flame / perfection 3800 100,000. Battle technique, violet flame blade technique grand completion 4310,000. Body technique, 9 changes of wave perfection to 100,000. Battle technique, Kirin shakes the moon completed. Contracted beast. Heavenly treasure mouse, blood condensation realm 8th level 52700. Silver moon wolf king, 2nd level of viscera realm 4220,000. Green scaled python, 1st level of viscera realm 230 Green armored turtle, 5th level of body forging 2500 5000. Pactable beasts 4. Number of contracts 0. Note, the success rate of contract varies with the realm. The probability of contracting a demonic beast of the same level is 80%, and the probability of success beyond the current realm is 1%. Every time you raise a realm, you can increase the number of times you can contract twice. Talent, white invoke disaster, white diligence makes up for difficulty, blue forest affinity, blue sneak, blue luck of the season, blue water affinity, gold thunder power, platinum water spirit body, platinum shin turtle shield. Hanging experience, 320. Upgradable contracted beasts, none. Chapter 71 Merit Point Reward. After the Lingbo 9 transformations were perfected, it was still possible to continue increasing the proficiency. However, if one wanted to upgrade, just like the red flame slash, it also required 100,000 points of proficiency. This 100,000 points of proficiency was not a small amount. Suli would need 100 days to pile it up even if he increased 100 points a day. I just don't know what kind of changes will be produced after piling up this proficiency. Suli's heart carried a few points of anticipation. After all, needing 100,000 points of proficiency to reach that realm, there must be something extraordinary about it. In addition to that, the hanging experience had been saved up to 320 points. Suli did not use it. He wanted to wait until the experience had accumulated to a certain extent before using it at once. This feeling of accumulating experience every day was like watching his monetary wealth increase little by little. This feeling was very addictive and fascinating. After putting away the panel, Suli continued to start hunting the water demonic beasts. He was still in need of a lot of experience to reach the 5th level of body forging, so he couldn't afford to waste time. The second day. After waiting for the morning's training to end, Chunyu greeted and brought Suli to a meeting room. Is there something wrong, Instructor Chen? Suli asked suspiciously, because yesterday's breakthrough of Lingbo 9 transformations had consumed a large amount of his chi and blood, which made his stomach growl with hunger right now, and his heart was a bit panicked, only thinking of quickly going to the cafeteria to fight for food. Chunyu was naturally unaware of this, because in his eyes, Suli was the kind of person who would seize all the time to cultivate even if he didn't eat or drink, the kind of tough guy who could endure hunger. Obviously, he was having some kind of misunderstanding about Suli. Suli touched his stomach, only to feel that it was empty. He hadn't felt so hungry for a long time. At this moment, he really wanted to hug a cow and gnaw on it. At this time, he saw Chinyu side, his complexion carrying a few points of heaviness. Suli could not help but frown. Thought Chinyu, you have something to say quickly. Engage in what deep, fast-starving people know not? If it is not because he cannot be, Suli has long slipped. Chinyu slowly opened his mouth. A few days ago, the dense forest demonic beasts riot, all because of my negligence, which led to the death of 4 students in Class 3. Originally, when you went to the dense forest for trials, each squad should have been equipped with a flare gun, but several of our instructors discussed it and decided that there were very few high-level demonic beasts in the dense forest, and that they wouldn't pose too much of a threat to the safety of your lives, and thus didn't hand over the flare guns to you. We did this because we wanted to stimulate your potential, and we didn't want you to feel like you still have a back way out, thus failing to achieve the effect of the trial. Suli didn't know why he brought up the matter of the demonic beast riot again. Hadn't this matter already ended? Most of all, every time this matter was brought up, Suli would more or less feel a little weak. After all, Li Haiyang's 4 people had been hacked to death by him one by one, and they had died a miserable, clean death. Looking at Chunyu's expression of self-blame, a few awkward looks appeared on Suli's face. He couldn't help but say, if they had a flare gun in their hands, they probably wouldn't have died, but things have already happened, so you shouldn't blame yourself too much, Instructor Chen. Chunyu froze for a moment. How did this kid talk like he was stabbing someone with a small knife? Chunyu shook his head and said, the tragedy has already been made, there is no point in talking more. When this training is over, I will also return to the Prime Army to be punished. Suli looked at him with a serious face and said, have a good journey, Instructor Chen. You brat. I'm going to receive punishment, not to die. What are you talking about? Chunyu blared. Suli scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. In his heart he slandered, if you don't leave I'll starve to death. I called you over today because I have some good news for you. A few smiles appeared in Chunyu's eyes. Suli was slightly stunned. Shenyu said, due to your outstanding performance in the midst of the demonic beast riot and rescuing many of your classmates, it has been unanimously decided by the school and the military that you will be rewarded with 200 merit points. What are merit points? Suli had doubts in his eyes. This was the first time he had heard of this thing. Shenyu explained, because you just started school, it's normal that you don't understand merit points. I'll give you a brief explanation. After you officially enter the university, you will know that the school often releases some missions, and when students pick up and complete the corresponding missions, they will receive the corresponding credits or merit points depending on the difficulty of the mission. In addition to this channel, in government organizations or joining the military, there will also be corresponding channels to obtain merit points. And every point of merit value is very valuable. Just like our military, if you want to obtain merit points you have to go to the boundary gate to kill invading demonic beasts, and killing a forging realm demonic beast within the boundary gate will merely earn you 1 point of merit, and killing a demonic beast of the 5 viscera realm will earn you 10 points of merit. This one-time reward of 200 merit points for you is not a small amount. This value is also based on the number of students you rescued as a reference. Hearing this, Suli couldn't help but ask, what can merit points be used for? It can be exchanged for merit points, pills, secret books, and all kinds of genius spiritual treasures, etc. For example, the violet flame blade technique that I gave you before was exchanged with 100 merit points. However, the items exchanged with merit points cannot be used for commercial transactions, and the use of the way must be reported. Once found to be used in violation of the rules, it will be permanently removed from the merit account, but also to accept the Daxia Ministry of Justice to pursue the sentence. Originally, Suli was still thinking about whether he could use the merit points to exchange for some money, but now that he heard Shenyu say that the consequences were so serious, he directly dismissed this idea. However, what he did not expect was that Shenyu would spend 100 merit points to help him exchange the violet flame blade technique on his own, which caused gratitude to rise up in his heart, and he kept this favor from Shenyu in his heart. Then, Shenyu pulled out a black bracelet from his body. This is the merit bracelet. You wear it and then after real name authentication and other binding successes, you can exchange items from it. Suli took this black bracelet. This bracelet didn't know what metal material was used to create it. It was cold to the touch. There was also a very small black button on it. It was thought to be the opening button. Suli curiously put the black bracelet on his wrist, and then under Chenyu's signal, he used the index finger of his other hand to gently press on the black button. In a blink of an eye, a funnel-shaped red mesh light appeared from the black bracelet and shone on Suli's face. Face recognition in progress. A cold mechanical voice came from the black bracelet. Chapter 72 Anomaly in the Lake, Creepy Monster. The red funnel light stayed scanning his face for about a minute. The mechanical voice sounded again, face scanning is complete, data uploaded successfully, please fill in your name and identity information. Only a palm-sized light screen appeared above the black bracelet. A box for filling out identity information appeared in the light screen. Suli carefully filled out the completed form according to the instructions inside, and after finally verifying that it was correct, he clicked the submit button in the lower right corner. A flashing blue font then appeared above the light screen. Confirmation of identity information is complete. The merit system has been opened to you. Please click to enter. After Suli clicked to enter, a white page came out, and at the top it said ID, Suli, merit points, 0. Below that were some item categories. Battle skills, stances, potions, equipment, elixirs, and so on. And click on the battle skills. There are more detailed categories, for example, wind system battle skills, fire system battle skills, earth system battle skills, and so on and so forth. In short, very comprehensive. Want to look for what they want is very convenient. Suli casually clicked on a water system battle skills. Inside the battle skills, these battle skills are roughly divided into 4 levels, respectively, the first stage, middle stage, high stage, heaven stage. Cultivate a battle skills, must start from the beginning, until the beginning of the battle skills cultivation into a great or complete, before being able to cultivate intermediate battle skills. The same way, want to cultivate high-level battle skills is also the same. For example, the purple flame blade technique cultivated by Suli is a middle-ranked battle technique, and the front-ranked beginner's battle technique, red flame chop, must be cultivated to great success or perfection. If you skip the initial stage of battle skills, directly cultivate intermediate or high stage of battle skills, its power will be greatly weakened. To play the effect of 10 does not exist one. In fact, this is very good to understand. Just like building a house in general, you have to lay a good foundation before you can build a tall building on it. The more solid the foundation is, the higher the building can be built. However, this level of division is only for some regular battle skills. There are some battle techniques that one must awaken a certain special power or physique to be able to cultivate. This type of battle skill, on the other hand, did not have a grade division. Suli roughly browsed through. Some of these battle skills had shockingly high prices, all in units of 10,000, scaring him so much that he directly turned off this merit system. Shenyu smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Work hard in the future. Saving 10,000 merit points is not a big problem." 10,000 merit points, don't know how long it will take to save up. Suli smacked his lips. Instructor Chen, how come I don't have a single merit point in this account? Although 200 merit points wasn't too much, but Suli looked at it, there were quite a few things that he was able to exchange, which was all money. Seeing Suli's expression as if his money had been hacked, Chenyu laughed and said, "Don't worry, the merit points will arrive soon. The account you just created today, when I report to the top, I'll call you over soon." "Then thank you, Instructor Chen." Coming out of the conference room, his stomach was already about to be starved, so he directly rushed into the cafeteria, punched a large plate full of rice, sat down and didn't care to taste the rice, wolfed it down and stuffed it into his mouth. Aside of the table cleaning up, the big mom saw Suli like a starving ghost-like appearance, could not help but remind Egu, the small student, saw, "You eat but pay attention to the loo, so eat is very easy to eat a bad stomach it." Suli did not raise his head, muffled, "Okay, I know loo." Auntie shook her head and continued to clean up the other tables, only to hear her turn behind her, still rambling. "Now the child is really not easy, huh? All the time is used to train, eat a meal with the urging of life like, hey, this world do not know when is the end of it. It is night. The fog is very thick tonight. The moon and stars were hidden into the fog-shrouded Star Ocean Lake. The lake water seemed to be a little cold, making even Suli inexplicably feel a trace of coldness. This caused a trace of unusual premonition to rise in his heart. One must know that he was now a martial artist of the body-forging realm, and even if he was bare-breasted outside in the cold winter months, he would not feel the cold. This summer lake water even made him feel cold, which was a bit abnormal. Suli suppressed his doubts and uneasiness and hunted the demonic beasts in the water. The green-scaled Zhao python and Xian turtle sensed Suli's arrival and quickly swam over. When she saw these two contracted beasts, Suli realized that their state today was a bit off. They were anxiously swimming around Suli. Not only that, Suli also sensed a burst of uneasiness coming from them. "I wonder what abnormality is happening in this lake today." These two contracted beasts had lived in this Starsea Lake for many years, and were much more sensitive to the subtle changes in the water than Suli. They just didn't know what was going on. Just as Suli was confused, the green-scaled python's body suddenly tightened up, its pair of vertical eyes, staring dead ahead, spitting out letters from its mouth, emitting nuisance warning sounds. The Xian turtle also seemed to have discovered the abnormality ahead. It hurriedly climbed onto Suli's shoulder and shrunk its entire body inside the turtle shell. Discovering the abnormal behavior of the two contracted beasts, Suli's complexion immediately became tense. Could it be that some powerful demonic beast has appeared? Suli hurriedly turned his gaze around, and saw a black humanoid shadow in the distance, swimming towards him at an extremely fast speed. Just a breath of effort passed. That black shadow appeared in front of Suli. Its body shape was like a human, but it was pitch black, and even more bizarrely, it did not have any facial features, as if it was a real shadow. Suli saw its appearance clearly and frowned. In recent days he had learned about quite a few demonic beasts and races within the realm gate through his courses, but this kind of shadow-like creature was the first time he had seen it, and it was unheard of before. The black shadow was about 10 meters away from Suli. It stopped there, a black hole face facing Suli, seemingly observing Suli. The shadow monster's aura was eerie and powerful. Even compared to the green scale python, it was not weak at all. Suli did not understand its characteristics, so he didn't take the risk to strike. He just held his sword with both hands and was fully alert and ready to strike at all times. However, in the next second, the scene that made Suli feel numb appeared. Only to see that shadow monster body began to change. Its black skin began to appear glossy. Black hole face also began to grow 5 senses. The entire process lasted about 10 seconds or so. Suli then saw that shadow monster turn into a person that looked exactly like him. What the hell is it? Looking at this naked Suli only felt a creepy feeling rise from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 73, surprisingly appearing at the boundary gate. That shadow monster imitated Suli's movements and expressions, even the movements of Suli's hands holding the sword it imitated a little. Suli forced down the horror and fear in his heart. The shadow monster's ability was too weird. It could even imitate his appearance, even his expression and movements, as well as the breath on his body were imitated in a marvelous way. A terrifying thought could not help but appear in Suli's mind. If this shadow monster killed him, would it be possible to continue to live in this world in his name without the onlookers knowing anything about it? Thinking of this, Suli's eyes grew colder and colder. It must die. Suli no longer waited. He controlled the water flow under his feet to push his body out directly. At the same time, the green scale python that had been waiting for a long time, its huge body also erupted with a terrifying aura, ferociously attacking towards the shadow monster. That shadow monster also mimicked Suli's movements, and his body violently rushed out in the water. In an instant, Suli's great sword had already arrived in front of the shadow monster. The blade was filled with lightning and fire, cutting through the layers of water and splitting towards the top of the shadow monster's head. Seeing that the blade was about to split on the shadow monster's body, half of its body unexpectedly folded strangely, just like a piece of paper suddenly folded up in a general way, in a strange position. Suli's ferocious knife was dodged. Afterwards, its body bounced back, and through inertia, it clenched its right hand into a fist, with black gas lingering on it, and blasted at Suli's right rib cage. Suli did not expect it to dodge in this way. After a knife chop, his right ribs were exposed. Under the emergency, his hand big knife a flip, hard to block this punch. The power of this punch was so great that it shook Suli's tiger's mouth. With the help of the water current, he hurriedly pulled away from the shadow monster. The black gas lingering on the shadow monster's fist just now, after touching the large knife in Su Li's hand, it even attached itself to the knife and began to devour the thunder fire emerging from the knife. It seemed that the energy devoured by the black chi was able to feed back into the shadow monster's body, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. In just a moment, the thunder fire above the blade was devoured by the black chi, and then that black chi drilled along the blade into Su Li's palm. In an instant, a thin black line densely covered Su Li's right palm. The appearance of this scene caused Su Li to be shocked. This all happened in an instant, allowing Su Li to not even have time to react. Although he had experienced several life and death crises while fighting with demonic beasts, and had exercised a big heart, when he saw his right hand covered with black lines, and that one black line was rapidly spreading to his body, little by little devouring the chi and blood energy in his body, it was no longer difficult for him to remain calm, and a kind of extreme fear appeared in his eyes. He frantically ran the chi and blood energy in his body, wanting to expel the strange energy out of his body, but it was just like a meatbag hitting a dog, there was no return. The chi and blood power he mobilized in the past was crazily devoured by the strange energy, just like a hungry wolf seeing a sizzling mutton. It's over. An emotion of despair surfaced in Su Li's heart. He simply couldn't do the slightest thing to take this strand of bizarre energy. It was like meeting his nemesis, there was no way to fight. Right at this critical moment, the green armored Shin turtle that felt Su Li's despairing emotions, exposed its head from the turtle shell. It looked at the Su Li who was not far away fighting with the green scale python with its small green eyes of doubt, and then lowered its head and looked at the dense black lines spreading on the palm of Su Li's hand, and a thought-provoking light appeared in its eyes. Afterwards, it suddenly opened its milky ferocious little mouth, only to see a green-colored light spit out from its mouth. That green-colored light instantly wrapped around Su Li's entire right arm. When the green light surged into Su Li's arm, that bizarre energy was like being frightened, and fled madly towards the outside of Su Li's body. And that green light directly blocked Su Li's entire arm, not giving that weird energy a chance to escape at all, and then the green light quickly pounced over, and in the blink of an eye, it wiped out this weird energy cleanly. That green light, I do not know whether it is because of the reason of devouring that black energy, its size increased by a circle, and then fell silent and Su Li's body did not move. And when the little turtle spat out the green light from its mouth, the shadow monster that was fighting fiercely with the green scaly python had an extreme panic in its eyes, as if it had seen something unbelievable and extremely terrifying. Just as the shadow monster froze, the thick tail of the green scaled python heavily smashed onto its body. The force of this blow was so great that it directly sent it flying out. When the shadow monster stabilized itself, it glanced at the small turtle on Su Li's shoulder that was staring at it with a lazy gaze, and it abruptly trembled, and then fled frantically in the water without looking back. Su Li did not expect that in this critical moment was actually saved by the turtle. He forced down the surprise in his heart, carrying the knife in the water to quickly catch up. This shadow monster is now injured is a good opportunity to kill it, absolutely cannot let it escape, otherwise let it come to land. Then appeared in his own exactly the same person. I do not know what will cause trouble. This shadow monster's swimming speed was extremely fast, even the 5 Viscera Realm's green-scaled python had trouble catching up. In the process of catching up, Su Li found that along the way encountered very few demonic beasts. They seem to have agreed to generally all hide. This makes Su Li very puzzled. Usually this Star Sea Lake is full of demonic beasts. I do not know how long. The front suddenly became bright, only to see a rotating burning circle of light appeared in Su Li's field of vision. That aperture diameter of about half a meter, inside the black hole, as if it was leading to this other world in general. Along with the burning of the flames at the edge of the aperture, it seemed to be slowly expanding, looking strange to the extreme. After the shadow monster saw this aperture, its face showed the surprise of escaping from death. Steeply its speed increased again, and it once scurried into the black hole of the aperture and disappeared. At this time, Su Li also followed closely and stopped his body at the edge of the circle of light. This is? Su Li's face was puzzled as he surveyed this black hole of light circle. Its appearance seemed to be very similar to the realm gate that Shen Yu had mentioned. When the boundary gate is just formed, it is like a burning ring of fire. It will slowly expand until it expands to a certain extent before it stops, and when that time comes the flames on it will automatically disappear. Recalling Shen Yu's narration, Su Li became more and more certain that this circle of light in front of him was that mysterious realm gate. He stared at this dark hole, and the idea of going in to find out suddenly rose in his heart, not knowing what kind of scene would be inside. Chapter 74. The upper levels shook and rushed there by starry night. But in the end, he shook his head and dismissed the idea of going in. That shadow monster just now must have entered the Star Ocean Lake through the realm gate from another world. That one shadow monster alone almost made him die here. If he entered the boundary gate and was directly surrounded by a group of shadow monsters, then his death would not be too miserable. Thinking about it gave Su Li the creeps. Even if the Shin turtle had the power to restrain the shadow monsters, it couldn't hold the number of monsters. I need to quickly report this matter to the top, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable when more and more shadow monsters come out from within this boundary gate. Imagine that the students around him had all become changed by the shadow monsters. What a horrible thing that would be. Su Li did not linger here. He memorized the location of the boundary gate and quickly left so that he wouldn't encounter any more changes. At this moment, the lake's surface was still shrouded in a thick mist, as if it wanted to hide the dangers in the lake water. Sully swam out from the Star Ocean Lake and returned to the training camp without stopping. Although this time had already reached 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, there were still a lot of students exercising outdoors, because martial artists had a lot of energy, and sleeping for 4 or 5 hours a day was completely enough. Shen Yu and the instructors of the other classes all lived in the western row in the training camp, which were all single rooms prepared for their instructors. Each household was about 50 or so square feet. Seeing that the light was still on inside Shen Yu's house, Sully directly knocked on the door of the room. "Come in." Shen Yu's voice resounded inside the house. Pushing open the door of the room, he saw that the decorations inside the house were particularly simple and plain, with only a bed and table placed inside, as well as some daily necessities. Shen Yu was sitting on the table, closing a book up. Sully's eyes glanced over, just in time to see the name of that book, Basic Literacy for Stepping into the Transcendent. "What's wrong, Sully?" Seeing that it was Sully who came in, Shen Yu's face revealed a faint smile. He was still very satisfied with this student, both diligent and gifted, coming to him so late. I'm afraid that he also encountered some difficulties above his cultivation. Sully was slightly silent for a moment. Before he came, he had already prepared how to say it. He definitely couldn't expose the matter that he had hunted demonic beasts underwater to upgrade. "It's like this, Instructor Chen. Just now when I was practicing my battle skills by the lake, I saw a black shadow climbing up the shore. Just as I approached to check what that black shadow was, I was shocked to find that it had turned into me." After Sully finished saying all of this, Shen Yu's brows instantly furrowed, a thoughtful look appearing in his eyes. "So I fought with this monster. Its realm was not high, but its ability was very strange. It was able to devour away my chi and blood energy, but fortunately I had a subtle stance, and I eventually injured it severely, and the monster burrowed into the water and was about to flee. At that time, I was very worried in my heart. If this monster turned into my likeness and mixed into the crowd, what a horrible thing it would become. I'm afraid that my reputation for a lifetime will be ruined, so I couldn't think too much before jumping into the Star Ocean Lake and chased after it." Shen Yu's face changed drastically. His eyes scanned Sully up and down, incredulously saying, "You entered the Star Sea Lake?" Star Sea Lake, all kinds of powerful demonic beasts densely distributed, and unusual martial artists in the water strength will be subject to certain limitations. Even Shen Yu, this kind of 5 Viscera realm experts, easily also do not want to enter, not to mention Sully, this kind of forging realm of the small Karami. Sully nodded with certainty. Strangely enough, when I entered the Star Sea Lake I didn't encounter any demonic beasts. The water in the lake was terribly quiet, and I chased after it with all my might towards that monster. Sully paused for a moment and said, "Luckily, I have good water skills." "You caught up?" Shen Yu said. "No. Just as I was about to catch up with it, I saw a door that was burning with flames around it, just like Instructor Chen, what you said about the boundary door. After that monster drilled in, it disappeared without a trace." Shen Yu's face changed dramatically. "Boundary gate. Describe it properly." Shen Yu's heart could not be calmed any longer. His tone was tinged with anxiety and panic. If it was really a boundary gate, this was a heavenly matter. Sully gestured with his hand, then said, "It's about half a meter in diameter, and it was still expanding when I left." Shen Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. He was basically certain that what Sully was talking about was precisely the realm gate. Mysterious monsters, burning flames, and continuously expanding space, these were completely the standard characteristics of a boundary gate. "I'm already aware of this matter. Sully, you go back to your dormitory first. I'll notify you if anything happens." After waiting for Sully to leave, Shen Yu's face became incomparably serious. He opened his communication instrument and dialed a number. "Captain Chen, what is it?" A man's dull voice came from the other side of the communicator. "Report, sir, a boundary gate is suspected to have been discovered in the waters surrounding Devil Island." Shen Yu reported solemnly. "What's the situation? Quickly give me a detailed description." The man's voice rose steeply, his tone carrying a huge vibration. "A student discovered." After Chen Yu finished reporting what Sully said word for word, the man on the opposite side was silent for a long time, then said, "Several of you instructors immediately check over the current condition of all the students to see if there are any shadow monsters mixed in. You don't have to care about other things. I will report this matter to the governor." "Roger that." As Chen Yu reported this matter to this man, more and more of the top echelons of the Grand Xia as well as the top powerhouses learned of this matter, and all of them were shaken by it. The appearance of a boundary gate was an extremely important matter for the entire Grand Xia and even the Federation, as it concerned the safety and security of the entire human race. If the races behind the boundary gates were terrifyingly strong and aggressive, it would be a huge disaster for the entire human race. However, it might not be all risky in the realm gates, as there were also a large number of rare medicinal plants and all sorts of precious resources in some realms. In the middle of the night, above the lake on the eastern side of Star Island, there was a huge warship parked. Suddenly, all the lights on its body lit up, becoming very dazzling all of a sudden in the night, only to see it slowly start up, and then quickly head towards Devil Island. A large number of helicopters appeared above the Star Ocean Lake. That loud roar broke through the tranquility of the dark night. At the same time, There was also a silhouette that swept over the lake at an extremely fast speed. Their speed was so fast that it was almost hard to detect with the naked eye, and occasionally, a wisp of breath emanated from their bodies, and that terrifying pressure was suffocating. Chapter 75 Late Night Assembly, Student Inspection. Inside the Devil's Island Training Camp. After Chen Yu informed several other instructors of this matter. All of these instructors were tense, their faces serious to the extreme. They had all entered the realm gates and naturally knew how powerful they were, and no one could be sure how terrifying an existence would be within the realm gates that had appeared this time. Now that the realm gate was so close to them, it would still take some time for the army to rush over, and if the situation was slightly bad, it would be doomed for them all. This time, the monsters that appeared from amongst the realm gates can disguise themselves as humans. What we need to do at the moment is to check the students in their respective classes to prevent any monsters from mixing in. Chen Yu paused for a moment. He remembered what Su Li had said. The energy of these monsters was very strange. It could devour the chi and blood energy within the body of a martial artist, so he seriously instructed the other instructors, once this kind of monster is detected, immediately decapitate it and kill it. We can't give it the slightest chance to catch its breath, or else it will be troublesome. The other instructors nodded seriously after hearing this. They had seen creatures with all sorts of bizarre abilities within the realm gate, so none of them dared to be the least bit careless. Immediately afterward, the whistle for the assembly sounded within the training camp. It was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, and most of the students were already asleep. After hearing the whistle, the students of each class woke up from their sleep as if by reflex, and then rushed out of the dormitory to the playground in the shortest possible time to put on their clothes. Su Li had just returned to the dormitory and was thinking about what happened tonight. The only thing he was worried about right now was whether or not there would be any shadow monsters mixing in amongst the students, as he also didn't know the exact time when the boundary gate would appear. When he heard the whistle for assembly, he slapped Jiang Xiaotian, who was huffing and puffing, twice on the face, very lightly. After a very crisp sound rang out, Jiang Xiaotian sat up violently from his bed. What's the situation? An earthquake? As soon as Jiang Xiaotian opened his eyes, he only felt dizzy. His head felt like he had been kicked in the head. Su Li's face was embarrassed. The strength of his accidental slap just now seemed a bit too strong. Get up and gather. Su Li coughed lightly and hurriedly said. Oh, okay. Jiang Xiaotian shook his head and touched his face with a few doubts in his complexion. Why did he feel a bit of pain in his face, as if he had been hit by someone? After the other students woke up from their dreams, some cursed their fathers, some cursed their mothers, and some greeted of a few instructors on their lips, but they were very honest with their bodies, and one got up faster than the other. A certain dormitory in Class 8. In this dormitory lived 4 people, He Rong, Zhang Xiong, Zhang Tianli, and Zhang Jia. These 4 people happened to be the representatives who had participated in the competition between Class 8 and Class 3 in the ring. At this moment, Zhang Xiong was the only one who was not within the dormitory. The remaining 3 quickly got up and dressed after hearing the whistle blow for the assembly. Seeing that Zhang Xiong's bed on the right side was empty, they said suspiciously, "Where is Zhang Xiong? Why hasn't he returned to the dormitory yet?" Zhang Tianli straightened his somewhat exploded hair from sleep and said, "Doesn't Zhang Xiong go to the lake every night to cultivate his water-based battle skills? He should not be back yet." He Rong frowned and chattered under his breath, "I remember he hasn't come back this late before." Zhang Jia said indifferently, "Ever since he was defeated by Su Li, he has become exceptionally diligent." At the mention of Su Li, both He Rong's faces became very ugly. At first, when they went on stage as some of the strongest representatives of Class 8, they were actually beaten up and stepped on by Su Li alone. This was just as well. Their class's Han Junfei, in the ring, was stepped on by Su Li and broke both arms, and is still in the infirmary, and his condition is very serious. In the future, even if his arms recover, I'm afraid that it will also leave aftereffects, leaving a great hidden danger for the future of the martial arts path. With the sound of the whistle, within 3 minutes, all the students appeared in the playground, and then came to their respective class positions to stand in line. At this time, the night was still very dark, the moon was covered by a thick fog, and the blazing lights illuminated the entire playground. After a few days of training, these students already had a hint of a soldier's appearance. They stood in a standardized posture, their bodies erect, their eyes staring ahead without blinking. Regarding the speed of their assembly, Chen Yu and the other instructors were still very satisfied, and looking at the appearance of these students, although everyone's face was filled with fatigue, their eyes were gleaming with vigor, and they were full of vitality. These students, compared to their lazy faces when the special training first started, had already changed tremendously. The blazing lights hit the bodies of the NEET teams, pulling out a long black shadow. The playground became very quiet all of a sudden, and only the slow breathing of these students could be heard. Seeing Su Li in the ranks, Chen Yu gave him a slight nod, then scanned the ranks and shouted, "From left to right, report in order. 1, 2, 3. Loud voices instantly filled the entire playground. At the same time, there were also some students who stayed up late at night and practiced hard, who rushed over from all corners of the training camp. 5 minutes passed. The students from all classes had basically come, and only a few classes still had people who hadn't come. Within the ranks of Class 8, Zhang Xiong was late in arriving. He Rong and Zhang Tianli had a few anxious moments in their eyes. The two of them were on good terms with Zhang Xiong, both coming from the same city. He Rong said in his heart, "Why hasn't this Zhang Xiong come yet? The lake is not far from here and he should have heard the whistle and rushed over. If he arrives a little later, Instructor Chao will definitely punish him heavily." Chao Yin in front of the team is frowning. Class 8 has a total of 42 students. Currently only 40 people came. Han Junfei recuperated in the infirmary. There is another one called Zhang Xiong. I do not know what is the reason did not come to the assembly. Do any of you know where Zhang Xiong is gone? Chao Yan asked in a stern voice. Now at this juncture, if anything went wrong, it would be a big deal. He Rong hurriedly returned, reporting to instructor. Zhang Xiong has been practicing his battle techniques by the Star Sea Lake at night. Hearing the word Star Sea Lake, Chao Yan's face became very ugly. There were some students who practiced water-based battle techniques who would practice their battle techniques at night by the lake next to the training camp. This matter was known to them as a default by the instructors. But today's situation was special, and this place was not much far from the lake, and with such a loud assembly whistle, it was impossible for Zhang Xiong to not hear it as he was at the forging realm. Could it be that something has happened to Zhang Xiong? A bad premonition surged in Chao Yan's heart. At that exact moment, a silhouette appeared on the playground. Zhang Xiong has finally come. Seeing that silhouette, He Rong couldn't help but say with a happy face. In a flash, Chao Yan's gaze immediately turned around and stared at Zhang Xiong, who was walking this way, with a wary glow. Chapter 76, Does the instructor want to kill? The instructors of the other classes who had finished confirming the number of people in their respective classes also collectively turned their gazes towards Zhang Xiong. On the playground, the incandescent light struck Zhang Xiong's body, unable to see the slightest abnormality in him. The only strange thing was that his face looked cold and expressionless, seemingly unconcerned about his lateness. A student who was late in front of so many people, and still had no expression and didn't care. What kind of bull is this? Su Li immediately became suspicious of his identity. Could it be that he was personified by a shadow monster? A trace of gravity appeared on Su Li's face, but this was only his guess, and he could not be completely sure of Zhang Xiong's identity yet. A few other instructors frowned. Obviously, they had also realized that Zhang Xiong was a bit off. Zhang Xiong was still walking this way unhurriedly, with so many people's gazes staring at him. He did not blush or gasp, he was unperturbed. His mental quality was frighteningly outrageous. Within the Class 8 team, He Rong saw Zhang Xiong's unhurried appearance and couldn't help but whisper and spit out, "Is this Zhang Xiong's cultivation making his brain stupid? He's still slow there, waiting to be punished by Instructor Chao in a while." The other students also had a look of amazement in their eyes, and some had a gloating light in their eyes. For them, the usual practice was boring. If any student dared to contradict the instructor or was punished for other reasons, it could be taken as fun to relieve the boredom. Seems to feel the crowd's gaze, Zhang Xiong turned his head and swept through the crowd. For some reason, the students who were seen by his eyes only felt a coldness rising in their hearts, that kind of feeling, as if being hidden in the bushes of poisonous snakes staring at the general. Just when Zhang Xiong was still some time away from the crowd, Chao Yan suddenly pointed at him and shouted violently, "Zhang Xiong, stand there for me, don't move." This voice utilized the power of qi and blood as if it was like a flood bell, and instantly spread throughout the entire playground. The unknown students only thought that Zhang Xiong had angered the instructor because he was late. However, the next scene made all the students in the playground drop their jaws in shock. However, Zhang Xiong seemed to have not heard Chao Yan's voice at all, as he continued to walk along the runway towards the crowd with an expressionless face. In a flash, the playground resounded with the sound of students whispering. "Who is this guy? Why is he so arrogant? This dude is so awesome, in front of so many people, he doesn't even put the instructor in his eyes. This person is truly a model for my generation, doing what we dare not do." He Rong and Zhang Tianli stared at Zhang Xiong with an almost stupefied gaze. This guy practiced his sword for 2 days at the Star Ocean Lake so drifted? I remember the last time Su Li punched him in the head, it seems to have knocked the kid silly, AI. Chao Yan's face instantly became more gloomy. Zhang Xiong did not comply with his order. This did not make him feel any anger, instead, it made him suspect Zhang Xiong's identity even more. He only saw his figure explode and flash, and in just a breath's effort, he appeared at Zhang Xiong's side, and then he lifted his right leg, and with an unrivaled and competent movement, he kicked Zhang Xiong's back leg directly above his knee. With a bang, Zhang Xiong directly knelt on the ground. "You didn't hear my words, did you?" Although Chao Yan's tone was stern, his gaze warily sized up Zhang Xiong and his body took 2 steps backward. Right now, he highly suspected in his heart that this Zhang Xiong was the shadow monster that Su Li had said had changed, because when he kicked on Zhang Xiong's leg just now, he detected that this Zhang Xiong's back leg was not as strong and powerful as that of a normal martial artist, but instead, it was carrying a few points of abnormal softness and elasticity. As Chao Yan made his move, many students could not help but get excited. The instructor made a move to hit someone. It's too normal for him to get beaten up for being so arrogant. This student is out of luck, offending the instructor in front of so many people. I guess he won't have a good time in the future. Hearing the discussion underneath, the other instructors coldly swept a glance at the students in their respective classes. All of them shut up. Anyone who talks nonsense again, give me 100 kilometers of weight bearing. In a flash, the playground was silent. Chen Yu and a few other instructors glanced at each other, then they simultaneously dodged and came to Zhang Xiong, who was still kneeling on the ground, at an extremely fast speed, and while keeping a distance from him, they surrounded him, forming a circle with a diameter of 2 meters. These 10 instructors did not restrain their powerful aura, they were all high-level 5 Viscera realm martial artists, their chi and blood were extremely vigorous, and they had been fighting on the battlefield for many years, killing countless foreign demonic beasts, and their bodies carried a thick aura of fury. Even an ordinary high-level 5 Viscera realm expert would be scared to death under the aura emanating from the 10 of them. However, Zhang Xiong, a martial artist of the second level of body forging, was not even the slightest bit abnormal under the terrifying aura oppression of the 10 people. He was only seen kneeling on one leg with his head deeply lowered, making it impossible to clearly see the expression on his face. Zhang Xiong, raise your head. Chao Yan stared at him dead on, his body slightly bowed, his thick palms on both sides underneath him tightly clenched into fists, like a fierce tiger ready to pounce on its prey at any time. GGG. A frightening laughter emanated from the mouth of Zhang Xiong, who had his head lowered, a sound that sounded as if it could only be emitted by a creature in the abyss. Zhang Xiong slowly raised his head, his originally mute face now narrowed his eyes, and with a greedy face, he spat out his long pointed tongue as if it was lizard-like, and then he took a deep breath of the scent that emanated from the 10 instructors, as if he had smelled a delicious food. Seeing him in this manner, the instructors' faces suddenly changed. This Zhang Xiong was bound to be the shadow monster incarnation. In an instant, the aura on their bodies skyrocketed, and then their eyes became cold and icy. The kind of calm iron blood of a soldier was displayed to the fullest at this moment. Only to see them striking out at the same time, the terrifying power struck Zhang Xiong's body like a raging wind and rain. Seeing the 10 instructors strike at Zhang Xiong at the same time, the students at the bottom who were still watching the fun had wide eyes and were very shocked. What's going on? Why are the instructors striking together? Are they trying to kill Zhang Xiong? Could it be that students who don't follow orders are going to be killed by the instructors? This is too horrible. So scary. I don't want to have military training anymore. I want to go find my mom. Oh. I've heard before that the instructors don't treat the students as human beings at all during the military training. Originally I didn't believe it, but now it seems that the instructors are directly treating the students as demonic beasts. A number of students who fought for Zhang Xiong and whispered angrily about the instructor's behavior also appeared within the ranks of Class 3. Su Li just shook his head helplessly after hearing this. It was no wonder that the students thought this way. After all, if they did not know about the shadow monster, they naturally did not know about its horror. It was a terrifying existence that fed on the chi and blood of martial artists. Chapter 77 Monster Invasion. The 10 instructors struck out with all their might. They did not have any fancy movements, but their punches and kicks contained extremely strong power, and they blasted down on Zhang Xiong's body. The power of these 10 instructors was superimposed together. Even if a transcendent mortal realm powerhouse took a blow like this and did not die, he would be seriously injured. Under this terrifying power, Zhang Xiong's body instantly transformed into a streak of black liquid. Phew! Seeing that Zhang Xiong was successfully killed, several instructors breathed a long sigh of relief. In the face of this unknown creature, only by decisively striking out to kill it in the first place could they avoid the situation from expanding and minimize the casualties. Chen Yu stared at the spread of black liquid on the ground with a serious face and said, "Protect the scene well, then wait for the above to send someone down to take samples for research." The other instructors nodded in agreement. The students at the bottom instantly clamored when they saw Zhang Xiong killed on the spot. They now had a feeling of a rabbit dying. After all, we were all classmates, and watching Zhang Xiong being killed by the instructor made their hearts indignant to the extreme. Although Zhang Xiong was late and scorned the instructor first, but just because of this reason, he was killed by the instructor's joint efforts. This was also treating human life as a child's play, wasn't it? These instructors could kill Zhang Xiong openly and honestly, so could they not also kill any of them among the students at will? This student is not just late, because of such a small matter even killed. These instructors are too hateful. We have to tell the school about this, and send these murderers to the Justice Department for trial. That's right, these instructors dared to kill in full view of the public. They are simply trampling on the laws of Daxia. Today this classmate died, so isn't it our turn tomorrow? We must rise up in revolt. These students were furious, and the scene looked chaotic for a while. Su Li was not in the mood to pay attention to what these students were saying at this time. His eyes stared motionlessly at the black liquid spread next to the several instructors in the distance. For some reason, he had a vague feeling in his heart that the shadow monster had not been killed. When Chen Yu and the other instructors heard the defiant voices of these students, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. It was really cute to see these students rushing to judgment before they could figure out what was going on. No wonder some heresies and cults prioritized developing members from amongst the students because they were too gullible and too easily brainwashed. Of course, there were also some smart and wise students who just quietly watched the changes in the situation, not blindly following the wind, keeping their own thinking. Students like these were mostly very opinionated. Subsequently, these instructors turned around. They were ready to go to appease these students. At the moment this situation is better to do more than less. But they had just turned around. Su Li saw that the black liquid on the runway began to slowly move, just like a kind of worm that could wriggle. Seeing this scene, Su Li's face changed drastically, only to see that the puddle of black liquid was sneakily approaching towards Chen Yu, who was walking forward. Moreover, its speed was getting faster and faster. I'm afraid that in a few more breaths of time, it would be pouncing on Chen Yu's body. If Chen Yu was entangled by this shadow monster, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if the Xian turtle could restrain the energy of this shadow monster, right now, the Xian turtle wasn't following him, and time simply wouldn't allow it. Su Li couldn't think too much and directly redirected his qi and blood power to his voice, then shouted, "Instructor Chen, be careful behind you." This voice was extremely loud, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, startling the students who were still yelling against these dark forces of the instructor, and the scene quieted down for a while. After hearing Su Li's voice again, Chen Yu only felt a chill down his spine, an eerie chill invading his entire body. His body all by instinctive reaction to the sight of a quick flash, just to see that pool of black liquid happen to pounce over, a moment to pounce empty. Chen Yu came back to his senses and saw the puddle of black liquid. He was shocked and scared. If not for Su Li's reminder just now, he was afraid that he would be entangled in it now. The other few instructors hurriedly turned back. They also did not expect that this monster was not even dead yet, and that it still had the strength to sneak attack. That shadow monster missed with a single strike. It didn't linger. It turned around and wormed its way over towards where the students were gathered on the playground. And the class closest to it was none other than Class 3, where Su Li was. In just a blink of an eye, the shadow monster had already arrived at Su Li's Class 3 team. Monster, there's a monster. What the hell is this? Run. Although these students were all martial artists, but where had they seen something so weird and scary? The team instantly turned into a mess. It wasn't just Class 3, with Su Li's voice just now, the students from the other classes also saw the shadow monster and were all stunned. The scene was chaotic for a while. By the time Chen Yu and the others arrived, that shadow monster had long disappeared without a trace. Not knowing where it had hidden itself to, it was difficult to find its trail. This is troublesome. Chen Yu's eyes swept through the crowd, and he could not see any trace of the shadow monster. He frowned tightly, only feeling an immense headache. Obviously, it was impossible for the shadow monster to evaporate from its original location, so there was only one possibility: it must have possessed itself and entered into the body of one of the students. Everyone, stand still and be quiet. With Chen Yu's roar, the sounds of chaos in the playground were instantly silenced. The instructors of each class then reorganized their respective class teams as fast as they could. All of you, check the students around you and report immediately if you find any abnormalities. Chen Yu came to the students of Class 3 one by one, cautiously checking up on them. Just now, the first thing that Shadow Monster had drilled into was the Class 3 team, so it was highly likely that it had entered the body of one of the Class 3 students. He had previously heard Su Li mention that when the Shadow Monster's energy entered the body of a Star Ocean Lake demonic beast, the body of the demonic beast would appear to be densely covered with black lines, and those black lines would devour the chi and blood in the demonic beast's body. Therefore, if it was possessed by a Shadow Monster, its body would definitely show some abnormalities. Su Li out of the team. Chen Yu suddenly shouted. The only one present who knew the most about shadow monsters was Su Li. Having Su Li come along to examine these students was the most appropriate. Su Li walked out from the middle of the team with an expressionless face. Su Li, did you see where the shadow monster went just now? Chen Yu glanced at him and casually asked. No. Su Li's reply was very short. Alright, you start checking from the back row of students, make sure to check carefully. Chen Yu said seriously. Su Li nodded and headed towards the back row. However, Su Li, who was under a calm face, had waves of shock in his heart at this moment. Because, that shadow monster was now inside him. Chapter 78 Instructor, the monster is inside Su Li. Just now, after that shadow monster drilled into the Class 3 team, it lunged straight towards Su Li's body. Its speed was extremely fast, much faster than the shadow monster that Su Li encountered in the Star Ocean Lake last time. Su Li did not have the slightest time to react, and was drilled into his body from his feet by this shadow monster. The feeling of the shadow monster drilling into his body just now was like a moist and soft worm drilling through his skin, but without any pain. Moreover, this shadow monster took him as a target and drilled into his body, as if it had planned it in advance. Su Li guessed that it might be because he had just spoken out to remind Chen Yu of the shadow monster's grudge, and that's why he had locked him up. Or perhaps, after the other shadow monster's black energy in his body was eliminated by the Xian turtle earlier, there was still breath remaining, and the scent of its kind drew it over. Anyway, no matter what the reason was, this shadow monster was now in Su Li's body. This shadow monster was very rampant when it first entered Su Li's body, starting from his thighs and wandering all over his body, then crazily devouring up the chi and blood power in his body. Just when Su Li's heart was in fear, the green-colored energy that the Xian turtle had left in his body before seemed to have sensed the shadow monster's breath and awakened. The green-colored energy was like a stimulant, pouncing towards the shadow monster, as if it couldn't wait to devour and destroy it. The shadow monster that was greedily devouring Su Li's body's chi and blood, after sensing the aura emitted by the green energy, it was like the old king next door who was cheating on his wife was caught in the act, shivering with fear, and then wanted to escape like crazy. However, although the green energy was small in size, it was like a rope wrapped around the shadow monster's body, tightly pulling it. The shadow monster struggled madly, but the more it struggled, the faster it was devoured and annihilated by the cyan energy. The size of the shadow monster was getting smaller and smaller, while the size of the cyan energy was instead getting bigger and bigger, and in just a few short minutes, that shadow monster had already been wiped out by the cyan energy. At this time, that cyan energy seems to be because of eating too much, bang a moment exploded, and finally turned into a bit of green light fusion into Suli Lim's 100 horrors. Suli, who was walking towards the back row, suddenly stopped, his face instantly turned red. At this moment, he felt a huge energy enter his limbs and bones. It was as if he had eaten some heavenly elixir, causing the chi and blood in his body to skyrocket by a large margin. Could it be that after the cyan energy wiped out this shadow monster, it was converted into energy that in turn caused my chi and blood to increase greatly? Suli took a deep breath to forcefully suppress the excitement in his heart. He made his expression as calm as possible, so as not to be seen the abnormality in his body, otherwise he would be unable to defend himself at that time. Coming to the back row, Suli pretended that nothing happened, and then seriously checked up on these students' bodies. The inspection was relatively simple. It was to let the students lift their sleeves and pants legs to see if there were any traces left by the shadow monster. Now that Suli's prestige was high in the class, all the students were very cooperative. Even when it came to checking the female students, they all lifted the sleeves of their training clothes with great generosity. Because everyone was a martial artist and trained together every day, physical contact between men and women was unavoidable, so most of the girls were more open in nature. Waiting for Suli to check out a tall pretty girl named Lee. He said in a calm tone, as if he was going through a routine, "Lee, please lift the sleeves of your arms." Lee very cooperatively lifted her sleeves, and her white and powerful arms even gently swayed in front of Suli's eyes. After checking both her arms and legs, Lee looked at Suli with a smile and flirted, "Classmate Su, do you still want to check the other places?" Saying that, she also held up her mound-like breasts. Ah! Suli froze for a moment, and only reacted a moment later. This naked hint made his already red face become even redder, as if it was on fire. "Student Su, why is your face red?" Lee had a kind of excitement like seeing prey in her eyes, and her tone was even more seductive. This was a world that believed in the strong and honored the strong, so if one's personal strength was strong, one would definitely attract the likes and adoration of many girls, and most of them were more spontaneous in their ways of showing love. Right now, this Lee had a lot of thoughts about Suli. Suli lightly coughed and calmed his mood down. His voice was cold and said, "Already finished checking, Lee, you can put your sleeves down." After saying that, he stopped looking at Lee's blazing eyes and went to inspect the next student. When he came to the penultimate row, Suli realized that there was a girl in this row that was looking at him with a terrified look. This girl was none other than Zhang Ro. Suli still remembered that back in the dense forest, Zhang Ro had exited viciously, and he had even slapped this girl because of it. Why is she looking at me with such eyes? Suspicious clouds rose in Suli's heart. Suddenly, he heard Zhang Ro's voice with a few tremors shouting loudly, "Instructor Chen, I know where that monster is." In a flash, all eyes looked towards her. Suli's brows furrowed as a bad premonition rose from his heart. Chen Yu, who was inspecting the students in front of him, immediately stopped his hand movements, and he arrived in front of Zhang Ro in a flash. "Where is it? Tell me." Chen Yu stared at her face, his voice very urgent. Zhang Ro took a deep breath. Under the gaze of the crowd, she slowly raised her finger, then pointed at Suli's body at once. Her voice carried a few moments of panic. "Just now, I saw that monster, drilling into Suli's body." "What?" The moment these words came out, the students of Class 3 were all shocked, because none of them had guessed towards Suli. In most of their minds, Suli was powerful and almost the pillar of Class 3, so they automatically ignored him. If Suli was really possessed by that monster, would the instructors kill him on the spot like they did with Zhang Xiong of Class 8? Thinking of this, nervousness appeared in the eyes of some students who had befriended Suli. Even Chen Yu's first reaction to hearing this news was filled with disbelief. It was only Suli's reminder just now that allowed him to escape the shadow monster's attack, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Therefore, when he had let Suli out of the team to check on the other students, he had never even considered or suspected in his heart that Suli would be possessed. At this time a clear female voice rang out. "Zhang Ro, you're talking nonsense to slander Big Brother Su." The girl who spoke was none other than Lin Qingyan. She didn't believe what Zhang Ro said at all. She thought that Zhang Ro must be harboring a grudge because she was beaten up by Suli last time, and that's why she found an opportunity to export the slander. Chapter 79. Zuru's body is so good. Zhang Xiaotian's voice followed. Zhang Ro was unsettled. Everyone don't trust her words. In Zhang Xiaotian's opinion, even if this monster possessed a person's body, other people wouldn't be able to see the slightest abnormality. Zhang Ro must have seen this before she threw dirty water on Suli's body. In this node will be Suli pushed to the tip of the storm. Even if it cannot be Suli, how? It will be trouble. Even if Suli was proven innocent in the end, Zhang Ro could also say that she was blind and misread the situation, and there was no loss to her at all. Doubts rose in the eyes of the other students. They didn't know what kind of grudge there was between Zhang Rou and Su Li. Most of them maintained a neutral attitude, quietly observing the change of events. However, the next thing that happened was that two more male students stood out as they exclaimed, "Instructor, we also saw that monster enter Su Li's body." These two boys were none other than Chen Shangping and Tian Jun, who had been on the same team as Zhang Rou in the dense forest. After these two senior lickspittles were brutally beaten up by Su Li in front of Zhang Rou, they only felt the loss of face, and their hearts were filled with shame and anger. Since then, the two of them realized that the way Zhang Rou looked at them was like looking at two wastes, which made their self-esteem as men trampled on. I don't know if it's because they sympathize with each other, but the relationship between Chen Shangping and Tian Jun is getting better and better, and they are almost inseparable in these days of training. And there are students found that these two often meet in the middle of the night to the training camp behind the grove. Do not know whether it is in the sparring skills. It is really very puzzling. These two stood out to testify for Zhang Rou, instantly increasing her credibility, and the few students closest to Su Li hurriedly pulled away from him, fearing that the next second Su Li would turn into a monster and hurt them. In the middle of the team, Gao Ying frowned, his mind caught up in speculation. He couldn't be sure if what Zhang Rou's trio said was true or not. However, he didn't want anything to happen to Su Li right now. He only had one thought, and that was to defeat Su Li openly and honestly. Only then would he be able to wash away the shame of being pressed and rubbed on the ground by Su Li that day, and would he be able to restore the pride and glory he once had. "Su Li, I hope nothing happens to you, only if I defeat you." Gao Ying stared at Su Li, who was standing there expressionlessly, clenching his fists tightly. Shen Yu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Zhang Rou, are you telling the truth?" Zhang Rou still had a few moments of panic in her eyes. She wasn't afraid of Su Li, but she was afraid of that monster. Because just now when the scene was chaotic, she happened to see that monster drilling into Su Li's body and disappearing. She didn't know what exactly that monster was, but to be able to enter a person's body, it must be a very weird and scary creature. "I really didn't lie to you. Just now I witnessed that monster drilling into Su Li's body from underneath his feet. Instructor, you quickly kill him, otherwise what if he gets controlled by that monster and hurts us?" Zhang Rou's voice was anxious and looked very nervous. "Zhang Rou, you are simply shameless to the extreme, slandering Su Li even if it's not enough, even want to use the knife to kill Big Brother Su. You woman's heart is really vicious, at the expense of everyone still being classmates." Lin Xingyan's voice was loud, her tone filled with anger. Some students also stood out to speak for Su Li. "Zhang Rou, you speak too arbitrarily. How can you also have to investigate things clearly before saying, directly letting the instructor kill Su Li is how?" However, there are very few students who are on Zhang Rou's side, only to hear someone say, "You guys forgot about the student in class 8, anyway, after being controlled by the monster, it's also a dead end." The implication was self-evident. The argument on the side of the class 3 team was so loud that it drew a few other instructors over as well. "Shen Yu, you guys found traces of the shadow monster?" Chao Yan asked as he walked quickly with a solemn face. Zhang Hao and the others rushed over and also stared at Chen Yu, waiting for him to speak. Only to see Chen Yu take a deep breath and place his gaze on Su Li, who was still expressionless, except that he had a few moments of redness on his face and not the slightest other abnormality. "Su Li, you testify yourself in front of the crowd." Chen Yu's tone carried a few moments of heaviness. In his heart, he very much didn't want anything to happen to Su Li. A student like Su Li who had excellent character and high qualifications would definitely become a pillar of Disya in the future. What's more, Su Li had just saved his life. If anything happened to Su Li here, he would definitely feel very sorry. Hearing Chen Yu's words, the gazes of everyone present once again focused on Su Li. Su Li testified himself, if he was really possessed by the shadow monster, then what would await him? Big Brother Su will definitely be fine. Lin Xingyan's showy fists clenched, secretly praying and cheering for Su Li. "Brother Su, if you're not okay, I, fatty, won't have a leg to hold in the future." Zhang Xiaotian looked sickly, his heart also tensed up for Su Li. Under the crowd's gaze, Su Li lightly nodded and said the word good. Then he placed his hand on the zipper of his training suit. Accompanied by the sound of zipping, Su Li's strong and well-proportioned upper body muscles were gradually revealed in front of everyone. The white blazing light hit Su Li's upper body, making his skin look even cleaner and fairer. Combined with his tension-filled lines, it made his body look so good that it exploded at this moment. "Wow, Su Li looks skinny and thin. I didn't expect his body to be so good." A girl blushed slightly and couldn't help but say, "I want to touch it. I wonder what it would feel like to touch these abs." Another girl had little stars in her eyes. "Su Li, I'm going to eat this dish of yours." Li, the girl who had just tempted Su Li, lightly bit her plump lips, her expression filled with excitement. Zhao Rohan, who had a double ponytail, directly closed her eyes and didn't look, not knowing what was going through her mind. Although most of the male martial artists had a muscular body that was very strong and full, the ones that were as well proportioned and comfortable as Su Li were much less, so it was no wonder that these girls would have this kind of nymphomania. Lin Xingyan, however, was pouting there, muttering in a small voice, "It's really cheap for you women." Zhang Xiaotian lowered his head, looked at his big belly, shook his head and sighed, "When will I be able to have Brother Su's figure? I've heard that there's a recent weight loss pill used by martial artists called something like Lightning Slim, so I'll buy some later and try it out." Suli casually threw his top aside and raised his arms to a position where everyone could see clearly. Only after the crowd had a clear look and determined that there was nothing unusual, did he then turn his back to the crowd. Chapter 80 Boundary Gate, Crowd Gathering. That strong and marvelous back musculature caused another gasp of surprise from the girls present. Suli's upper body has been checked and no abnormalities have been found. Is it time to check the lower body next? A girl's face whispered with a bit of shyness. The boy next to her only felt speechless to the extreme after hearing this. This girl was sometimes so horny that she was simply no better than a boy. How exciting! Lee narrowed her beautiful eyes, staring at Suli without blinking, afraid of missing any images. Seeing the reactions and words of these girls, Lin Xingyan gave an anxious ouch with an anxious face and said indignantly, "These nymphomaniacs." Shen Yu's ears twitched and naturally heard these sounds. He signaled a look towards the other instructors, and then they moved in a single movement, surrounding Suli and shielding her from the crowd's gaze. Li Yi probed left and right trying to see the encircled Suli through the gap, but Shen Yu's several people were blocking it so tightly that they couldn't see anything at all. These dog instructors, they are really bad people with good intentions. She grunted in anger. There were also some girls who had disappointed looks on their faces. What a pity, I wanted to see it. Suli in the center of the circle nodded towards Chen Yu before taking off her lower training clothes. Fortunately, the cyan energy had already eliminated all the shadow monsters in his body just now, otherwise, his body would definitely show some abnormalities. If he was really discovered by these instructors, there was a real possibility that he would be killed on the spot. A moment later, Shen Yu and the others dispersed. Suli had long since put on his training clothes and stood there with a calm face, as if nothing had happened. Finished checking? Someone in the crowd said suspiciously. Instructor Chen, is Suli really possessed by a monster? Luo Fan had a nervous face and couldn't help but ask out towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu swept over the faces of the crowd and said in a deep voice, "For the time being, we haven't found any abnormality on Suli. However, at the moment, we can't rule out the fact that there is no problem with Suli at all. We still need to wait for someone to be sent down from above to do a detailed examination." Who? Lin Xingyan, Zhang Xiaotian, and the others who were concerned about Suli let out a long sigh of relief. So it seemed that Suli wasn't in too much danger for the time being. Although they didn't find any abnormalities from Suli's physical appearance. However, that monster was bizarre and unpredictable, and it was still unclear what all its specific abilities were. Therefore, Suli was taken away by the two instructors and temporarily locked up in the conference room, waiting for someone from above to come down to do a detailed examination for him. After Suli was taken away, the scene returned to normal, and Chen Yu continued to examine the other students. The Star Ocean Lake was shrouded in thick fog. A huge warship that was lit up with bright lights, as if it was a star in the middle of the dark night, stopped above a body of water not far from Devil Island. 110 people wearing black diving suits then jumped from the warship into the Starsea Lake. Afterward, dozens of roaring helicopters, rotating their huge wings, followed closely behind and slowly stopped on top of the warship. A middle-aged soldier with extremely thick eyebrows and a country face strided out from one of the helicopters. His expression was cold and stern, and his body carried an aura of self-importance without anger, an aura that could only be cultivated by being in a high position for many years. In front of the helicopter stood a row of military personnel in a straight line, and the staff officer Zhao, who had gone to the dense forest together with Zhang Daiyue to find out the truth, was also listed. Governor Li. When the middle-aged soldier got off the plane, the others saluted respectfully. Governor Li's voice was solemn as he said, "What's the current situation?" "Reporting, sir, based on the energy fluctuations, the exact location of the boundary gate has been determined, and a team of 100 people has just been dispatched to surround the gate." Staff Officer Zhao replied. As his words fell, 5 silhouettes with powerful auras emanating from their bodies fell from the sky above. These 5 silhouettes were 4 men and 1 woman. 3 of them were Vice President He of Star Ocean University, Zhang Daiyue, and the lazy man who had beheaded the demonic beast that had blocked their train when Suli started school. As for the other man and woman, the costumes they wore had a star symbol above them, with Star Ocean Research Institute written underneath. The man from the Star Ocean Research Institute was about 60 years old, with slightly gray hair, but his body still looked sturdy and not the least bit old. The woman was about in her 20s, with a tall figure and extremely beautiful appearance, wearing a pair of glasses and exuding a sensual beauty. Her soft hair was blowing gently in the wind, and a pair of beautiful eyes were currently carrying a few points of worry within them. Governor Li nodded towards the few people who had fallen, as a greeting. "I didn't expect that another realm gate had appeared in the Star Ocean Lake." Vice Principal He held up his glasses for a moment, his voice tinged with worry. Governor Li had a few moments of contemplation in his gaze as he said in a deep voice, "During this recent period of time, the number of boundary gates have increased globally, and I don't know what this portends. AI, there are still powerful vein beasts eyeing the space barriers. Our days as humans are getting harder and harder." Vice Principal He sighed softly, feeling worried for the human race in the future. If this went on, perhaps in the not-too-distant future, a foreign race would invade the ancestral planet. Just a few days of leisure, and there's trouble again. The long-haired, lazy man had a sad face. Li Changfeng, do you know why I called you here? Vice principal, he glared at the man with hatred. All day long he thought about touching fish, not working properly. Li Changfeng spread his hands and said, you just don't see me as good. Ha! Vice principal, he didn't bother talking to him and said, I heard that this time, the boundary gate was first discovered by a freshman? Staff Officer Zhao, who was at the side, spoke out and replied, yes, that student discovered the otherworldly creatures while practicing his battle skills by the Starsea Lake, and later entered the Starsea Road to chase them all the way to the boundary gate, and by the way, he should be called Suli. Just now, a few people from the school only heard that a realm gate had appeared and hurried over. They were not too clear about the exact process of discovering the realm gate. Suli? Hearing this name, Zhang Dayue's face visibly froze for a moment. He had a deep memory of Suli, that was a new student who had transformed into a golden bone and possessed great potential. Moreover, Zhang Dayue had already told Vice Principal He about Suli's transformation into a golden bone. So when Vice Principal He heard this name, some surprise flashed across his face. Very well, my Star Ocean University student was brave and fearless, barging into the Star Ocean Lake alone and eventually discovering the boundary gate, avoiding the situation from expanding to an unmanageable point. This is a great merit that must be rewarded properly. Vice Chancellor He's voice was filled with appreciation. Chapter 81 Entering the Realm Gate, Exploration Squad. This realm gate was actually discovered by a new student? The man from the Star Ocean Research Institute was stunned. That student is only at the forging realm, right? He actually dared to enter the middle of the Star Ocean Lake. This boldness and vigor is truly unusual. That female researcher, her beautiful eyes were colorful. She was a little curious at this time, wanting to meet that freshman year youngster. Those who could have this kind of heart at this age would not be ordinary people in the future. Governor Li, can you send someone into the realm gate now? Did you collect samples of the creatures inside? The man from the Star Ocean Research Institute asked. Capital Governor Li said in a deep voice, no one has been sent in yet, they just surrounded the boundary gate. Then let's not waste any time and go down together to take a look. Vice Principal, he said. With that, the people present leapt directly into the Star Ocean Lake. Their realms were very high, and under their control, the currents on both sides automatically separated once they entered the lake. In just a moment's effort, they arrived outside the realm gate together. Soldiers wearing black wetsuits on both sides were guarding the surrounding area with serious expressions. They were holding hot weapons in their hands and waiting for them. It seemed that as long as there were creatures appearing in the realm gate, they would open fire without mercy. Usually hot weapons didn't have much effect on some powerful martial artists, because the movement speed of martial artists was too fast. It was difficult to accurately hit the body of a martial artist. But using a hot weapon to defend a spot, the target would not move when the firepower was concentrated, which played a much greater role than cold weapons. Can any creatures appear from the boundary gate? Governor Li asked a lieutenant in a wetsuit beside him. Report, sir, no creatures have been found yet. The lieutenant replied loudly. For the squads preparing to enter the boundary gate, are their equipment ready? Governor Li looked at Staff Officer Zhao behind him. Staff Officer Zhao took his walkie-talkie and adjusted a channel, then asked over there. Reporting to the Dudu, the exploration squad has finished preparing and is ready to go at any time. Staff Officer Zhao replied. Depart immediately. Governor Li said in a deep voice. As the order was given, 6 soldiers were seen swimming over this way. They wore technological masks on their heads, which was a black transparent cover with many buttons that seemed to have many functions. Their bodies were wearing black tights made of unknown materials, their hands were wearing black protective gloves, and their feet were wrapped tightly by black leather boots, so that even the water currents couldn't intrude inside. When these 6 people came to the front, Staff Sergeant Zhao nodded solemnly towards them, then waved his palm forward, signaling them to set off. After receiving the order, the 6 didn't hesitate without the slightest bit of hesitation and entered the boundary gate neatly in order. These 6 warriors, you must return safely. Staff Sergeant Zhao had worry in his eyes because no one could be sure what the world beyond the boundary gate was like and what kind of dangers existed within. Therefore, the first squads that entered the realm gate for exploration entered with the mindset of 9 deaths in 1 life. Without the exploration of these warrior pioneers, they wouldn't have been able to understand the world in the middle of the realm gate, and they wouldn't have been able to evaluate the danger index level of this realm gate. I wish them luck. The hearts of everyone present prayed for these 6 people. These warriors had always been the most admirable. After the 6-member squad stepped into the boundary gate, they found themselves in a dense fog with an extremely low visibility index ahead of them. The team's captain's name was Zhou Jun, at the 6th level of the 5 Viscera realm. He glanced around and realized that it was covered in fog, and he was only able to see 1 or 2 meters to his side clearly. He then turned his head and signaled the other few people to form a tactical formation, keeping an eye on their respective directions and keeping an eye out for any danger approaching. In the center of the team, a team member who was responsible for recording the environment and depicting the map tapped the instrument on his wrist, and a small light screen appeared. Above the light screen was written temperature, 0, humidity, 100%, light, 70 lux. The 6 of them took slow steps and cautiously explored towards the front. Because they didn't know where they were now, and the visibility around them was extremely low, so every step they took had to be carefully examined and judged first. There had once been a record of a small team's first time exploring a realm gate, and as soon as they entered, they fell down the valley. This was because the location of that dimensional boundary gate happened to be on the edge of a cliff. If it wasn't for the fact that the members of that squad were all of a very high realm, and their flesh bodies were sturdy and resistant to falling, otherwise they would have all died there. The lessons learned from that time also served as a wake-up call for those who explored the realm sect later on, so that they must not be the slightest bit careless. As their feet stepped on the ground, they only felt that the earth underneath their feet was very fluffy and soft, and it felt as if they were stepping on top of mud. After walking towards the front for a while, they didn't find any abnormality around them, nor did they see any living creatures, which made them slightly relax their vigilance in their hearts for a few moments. The current situation here was already much better than they had expected. This was because before entering the realm gate, they had been told that there existed shadow monsters in here, creatures that could change into human form and devour martial artists' chi and blood. They had originally thought that they were going to be attacked by a group of shadow monsters as soon as they stepped into this place, but until now, they hadn't found any shadow monsters. After they had traveled a distance of 10 miles in one direction, they returned the same way and then explored towards another direction. Their mission this time was to explore the surroundings of the 10-mile radius around the boundary gate clearly. After determining that there was no danger, an army would be sent into the area next. Using this as a base point, the army would then slowly explore towards the surrounding area. This way of exploring the world was relatively stable. When Jo Jun returned to their point of origin, they then explored up towards the direction opposite to the one they had just traveled. After about half an hour of walking, Jo Jun suddenly stopped walking. Several other team members followed suit and stopped. A team member muffled his voice through the protective mask. "What's wrong, Team Jo?" Jo Jun vigilantly scanned the surrounding mist as he frowned tightly and said, "Do you guys feel that something is spying on us?" His realm strength was the highest amongst the six, so his perception of the danger around him was much stronger than the others. The rest of them shook their heads. They didn't have such a feeling. "No matter what, all of you raise your guard. No one can help us here." Jo Jun took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The six of them had all volunteered to participate in this exploration mission, because as long as they completed this exploration mission, they would be able to obtain a large amount of merit points, and the reward was very attractive. These soldiers of theirs had been guarding the realm gate for years, fighting against the foreign races and living a precarious life. Chapter 82 Thick Fog, Strange Changes Arise. Although a boundary gate exploration mission like this one was highly dangerous, if one was lucky, one could easily complete it, so it could be said that the risk and reward were equal. Thus, this kind of mission usually had many people willing to take the risk of accepting it. When I complete this mission, the merit points I gain will be enough to refine my strength by a large layer, and I may not be without the hope of impacting the transcendent realm at that time. Jo Jun thought darkly as he carefully observed his surroundings. AI, these 2 years, the attacks of the orc organization have been constant. I haven't been back home for a long time. Tao Tao is 3 years old. I don't know if she looks like me or her mother now. For some reason, in the midst of this dangerous environment, Jo Jun's mind couldn't help but think of his family and his daughter. He remembered the last time he saw his daughter, Tao Tao, that pink little girl who was teething and had just learned to walk not long ago. She was crying while chasing after him behind her. Pooh! In a trance, he saw a pair of black eyes flash through the thick fog. Those black eyes carried a greed and surprise that he could hardly understand. This caused him to be startled, instantly returning from his fantasy to the cold reality. All hands on alert, there are creatures nearby. Jo Jun's eyes narrowed, and his hands gripping the greatsword became even more forceful. The hearts of the other team members tightened as they immediately picked up their weapons and took up a defensive stance. At this moment, Jo Jun stepped on something under his feet and a crunching sound came from it. They looked down and saw the white skeleton of a huge creature laying on the ground, which looked shocking. Jo Jun and the few others observed the skeleton and were unable to confirm what species it was. They could only tell that it was extremely large, just its paws alone were catching up to the size of an adult. The size of this dead creature caused Jo Jun and the others to be slightly shocked. Because even above the ancestral star, creatures of this size were rare. At that exact moment, a black shadow appeared in the thick fog and instantly pounced towards the rearmost team member. "Watch out!" Jo Jun yelled as he turned around, flames igniting above his greatsword as he ferociously slashed at the lunging shadow. Several other team members also exploded their chi and blood power, swinging the weapons in their hands to launch attacks. The shadow's speed was extremely fast, and under the attacks of several people, it was not damaged in the slightest, easily dodging and then flashing into the thick fog and disappearing. All of this happened in a flash of lightning. Jo Jun's few people didn't even get a clear look at what that shadow's appearance was. This creature is most likely the shadow monster. Everyone must be careful and not give it a chance to get close. Jo Jun took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The other few people nodded solemnly. They knew that facing this kind of bizarre creature, the slightest mistake could lead to the end of all lives. They continued to walk forward, and soon after, they realized that the number of corpses on this black land became more and more numerous. Moreover, the size of each corpse was huge and shocking. Thick fog, skeletons everywhere, and monsters hiding in the shadows. A bad premonition began to appear in the hearts of several people. If they weren't soldiers with excellent mental qualities, I'm afraid that they would have been scared and fled. The frowns of the 6 people were getting tighter and tighter, and the team member in the middle of the team who was responsible for recorded everything that they saw as well as everything that was happening right now without any deviation in the instrument. GGG. Suddenly, they heard a creepy, horrifying laughter resounding from within the thick fog around them. This kind of laughter was extremely oozing in itself, and now that it appeared in this kind of environment, it made the expedition team feel even more terrified. This laughter was rising and falling around them, and did not sound like it was coming from a single monster, but rather like a group of monsters surrounding them. Jo Jun's face changed drastically. Accompanied by the terrifying laughter, he saw countless more black eyes appear in the thick fog around them, and inside these eyes, they were filled with greed and excitement, as if they were the pupils of demons. Retreat! With so many monsters popping up around them all at once, Jo Jun's face changed drastically, and with a violent shout, he was about to lead his teammates to evacuate. The other team members were also scared to death at this moment, because the scene in front of them was too bizarre. The densely packed eyes, just staring at them, gave them a feeling of falling into an abyss. In an instant, they exerted all their strength, their powerful chi and blood power erupted on their bodies, and their figures turned into a sharp arrow rushing towards the starting ground. Those monsters, seemingly smelling the power of chi and blood wafting into the air from several people, greedily sucked in the scent, and then with jia laughter, turned into a dark shadow, passing through the thick fog and pouncing on the expedition team. Just as Jo Jun's few people were sprinting with all their might, a black shadow swooped in from behind, and with lightning speed, it directly pounced on the team member at the very back called Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu only felt a coldness in his back, there was no other sensation, he didn't think anything of it and continued to desperately flee. Not good, the front is also surrounded by these monsters. Jo Jun saw several black shadows flashing inside the white fog in front of him, his rapidly forward body stopped at once, his face becoming as gloomy as water. As their bodies came to a halt, the black shadows within the dense fog around them became more and more numerous, and in just a few breaths, the number of black shadows increased by more than a few times. It was hard to imagine just how many monsters existed within this thick fog. Jo Jun retracted his gaze as he took a deep breath, his tone becoming calm all of a sudden. Since we can't leave, let's kill our way out. Humph. The other few team members nodded heavily, they forced the fear in their hearts down, their complexion became calm, and all of a sudden, their eyes were filled with perseverance and bravery. If we can't leave, then let's kill our way out. From the moment they became soldiers, they were ready to die in battle, and with their comrades by their side, death didn't seem so scary. Unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred. Standing at the end of the Zhang Yu, his eyes suddenly lost their vigor, a thin black line densely covered in his pupils. He picked up the sharp knife in his hand as if he was a puppet being manipulated, and with a poof, he stabbed into the body of his teammate Li Jiang, who was standing in front of him. Without any defense, Li Jiang was instantly pierced through the back by the sharp knife. Enduring the severe pain, he turned his head in shock and said incredulously, "Zhang Yu, you?" However, before Li Jiang could finish his words, the blazing blood flowing out of his back was like freshly baked food, emitting a tantalizing aroma, and the surrounding black shadows were crazily attracted over. In just a few moments, those weird and scary monsters filled and occupied his entire body. Chapter 83 Good brother, I'll accompany you. Quickly dodge away. The moment these black shadows pounced on Li Jiang, Jo Jun, and the rest of the team burst into flashes, dodging away from the spot in a thrilling manner. Only Zhang Yu remained in place as a thin black line began to spread all over his body, his face lost its blood color and became paler and paler, and his robust and sturdy body quickly dried up. Seeing this scene, Jo Jun immediately reacted, "I'm afraid that this Zhang Yu didn't know when he was controlled by this monster, and it's hopeless now. Zhang Yu's body has been hollowed out by these monsters at this moment." Losing 2 team members at once, Jo Jun's eyes were instantly consumed by anger. As the leader of the expedition team, in addition to commanding the battle and ordering the mission, he was also tasked with the responsibility of bringing all of his team members back safely. But now, he had seen 2 of his team members die tragically. How could this not make him feel angry? Zhang Yu. A team member called Zhang Yun, his eyes covered with the color of blood, was about to rush up to save Zhang Yu back. Fortunately, the recorder on his side, LVE, was quick on his feet and yanked him back in one go. "Zhang Yun, wake up, Zhang Yu has already lost his chi, he dead," Louis said in a deep voice. "Zhang Yu can't die, his mother is still waiting for him at home, how can he die?" Zhang Yun's eyes seemed to be bleeding, he looked sad to the extreme. Zhang Yu and him were 1-year soldiers, the 2 of them had gone through several years from the time they joined the army until now. These years, the 2 together do not know how many times through the life crisis, they help each other, in times of trouble, the feelings between them, even if it is a brother cannot compare. However, seeing that Zhang Yu under the monsters devouring, soon even the skin on his body disappeared, and finally turned into a skeleton, scattered on the ground. No. Zhang Yun's fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes carried unbelief in them. Zheng Yu, didn't you say that after this mission is completed, you will apply for a leave to go back and accompany Auntie for a period of time? You said that Auntie has had a too hard time bringing you up alone for so many years. How the hell can you die now? If you die now, what will Auntie do? Zhang Yun looked like he had gone crazy, tears flowing wildly, his mouth cursing bitterly. Seeing Zhang Yun in this state, Zhou Jun's 3 eyes were also covered in blood, their looks were sad to the extreme. They were all comrades who had experienced life and death together, now that their companions were dead, whose heart could feel good. As these monsters devoured the 2 fallen warriors, they aimed their dark, greedy pupils at Zhou Jun's 4 men, and then flew at them with frightening laughter. Kill! Zhou Jun gritted his teeth and shouted furiously, losing 2 of his teammates in such an unexplained manner. His heart raged to the extreme, and he secretly swore in his heart that he would make sure to let these monsters sacrifice the dead souls of Zheng Yu's duo. The flames on top of the large sword in his hand bristled. He practiced fire-based battle techniques as well, and combined with his 6th level of the 5 Viscera realm, his attack power was extremely high. His figure flashed explosively as he wielded his greatsword, and he slashed at the strange floating black shadows. Recorder Louis also put away the light screen, and a long spear appeared in his hand, with a powerful aura emanating from the green light above the spearhead. Zhang Yun's eyes were blood red as he waved the great axe in his hand. He now hated to tear these monsters alive. Zheng Yu's death had galvanized all of his ferocity. He now only had one thought, and that was to avenge Zheng Yu. Zhou Jun took the lead and rushed at the forefront. When he swung out his greatsword, he sensed a hint of bad news. Those shadow monsters didn't seem to be afraid of the flames burning on his greatsword at all. Instead, they turned into a black gas and wrapped around his greatsword. Then devouring the energy emanating from his greatsword, the flames on top of the blade became weaker and weaker, and those black chi spread across the blade, about to enter his hand. This change made Zhou Jun startled. He had just witnessed Zheng Yu. 2 people were invaded by this monster's body. In a panic, he directly threw the large knife on the ground. Losing its energy support, the greatsword lay on the ground and became dull. Louis and another team member also encountered a similar situation. They threw away the weapons in their hands and quickly dodged to avoid the monster's attack. Only Zhang Yun, who was madly chopping with his great axe, looked like he had lost his mind, not caring at all about the monsters entering his body. He just madly waved his great axe and ferociously chopped at those monsters. Zhang Yun, wake up! Zhou Jun loudly reminded him, trying to bring him back to his senses. However, Zhang Yun completely put life and death at risk. He looked ferocious to the extreme and just kept swinging his battle axe towards the group of monsters. However, his movements became slower and slower, and more monsters entered him. In just a few breaths of effort, a thin black line began to densely cover his face. Zhang Yun. Seeing him in this state, Zhou Jun's face was saddened. It was obvious that Zhang Yun would not be able to survive as well. Hee, what's death worth? Good brother, I've come to accompany you. Zhang Yun forced himself to endure the discomfort in his body as he walked next to Zheng Yu's white skeleton, and with a loud boom, his body fell straight down. He lay on the ground and turned his head towards Zheng Yu's pile of skeletons, squeezing out a smile on his face, which was densely covered with black silk. Brother, you know I'm an orphan, I'm unattached in this life, the only thing I can't let go of is you good brothers. Oh, how lonely it is for you to go by yourself, brother, I'll accompany you. Zhang Yun had a smile on his face, his eyes dripping with blood tears, drop by drop, dripping down on top of this dark earth. Zhou Jun tilted his head up, unable to bear to see Zhang Yun turn into white bones as he gently wiped away the teardrops from the corner of his eyes. At this moment, his daughter's figure surfaced in his mind. Baba. Tao Tao, Daddy can't accompany you anymore. Daddy is a soldier, and the most honorable thing to do is to die in battle. In the future, you must not hate Dad for not being able to grow up with you, for leaving you behind. I hope that in your heart, Dad will always be radiant and all full of honor. Zhou Jun gently exhaled. In this moment, there was only death in his eyes. I order you two, LVE and Ma Kai, to retreat immediately now. You must report the situation here to the outside. Do you hear me? Zhou Jun suddenly yelled towards the 2 of them. LVE and the 2 of them could see the determination of certain death in Zhou Jun's eyes. Their faces instantly turned red. Captain, if you want to leave together, the big deal is that we all die here together. What is the most important thing for a soldier? You all have forgotten it for me, haven't you? Zhou Jun stared at the duo, a ferocious beast-like grimace appearing on his face, as if the duo dared to say one more word. He was about to storm out. Chapter 84 Black Sun, Squad Overwhelmed. But Louis clenched his teeth and clenched his hands tightly into fists, his complexion looking difficult to the extreme. Before his words fell, he saw Zhou Jun dodge and instantly pull away from the 2 of them. The next moment, he saw that his eyes were fierce, and his right hand directly pressed on top of his left arm before violently pulling it. In a blink of an eye, blood spilled everywhere, and that left arm, which had followed him for many years and was thick and robust, was thus torn off by him in a raw manner. Intense pain instantly invaded his entire body, but Zhou Jun's eyebrows did not even wrinkle. He casually threw his left arm on the ground as if he was throwing trash. This rushing chi and blood instantly attracted the sight of all the monsters around him, and they surged forward as if they had gone mad. All get the hell out of here. Zhou Jun glared at Louis's duo, his voice filled with imperturbability. Captain. The LVE duo were overwhelmed with grief. As Jo Jun looked at them, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Being able to die for his comrades was a blessing for him. With that, his figure exploded and flashed as he quickly ran in a direction. And under his chi and blood urging, his wounds sprayed blood wildly outwards. Those monsters chased after him like mad under the seduction of this rich blood chi. Escape! Lui's eyes were moist and his expression was sad to the extreme. The captain was fighting for a ray of life for them at the cost of his death. Their lives were not their own now, so they had to escape from here. So the two of them ran up regardless. Soon, the two of them saw the black hole of the boundary gate in the middle of the fog. A feeling of escaping from death appeared in their hearts. Escape and tell the outside about the situation here. Never let more warriors fold here. Because of running as hard as he could, Lui's chest rose and fell violently, and his heart seemed to be on the verge of jumping out. But just at this moment, a huge cold wind blew by. The thick fog in the surroundings wildly churned up, and just in the twinkling of an eye, that thick fog was blown away. Lui raised his head and saw a scene that he would never forget. Above that dark dome, there was a black sun suspended. Countless channels of black things that seemed to be like tentacles extended out from above the earth, spanning across endless space and adhering to that round of black sun. From afar, one could still see that the tentacle-like things were still gulping black energy, and it seemed that it was these black energies that turned the sun into this appearance today. Lui raised his head. The shock in his eyes had reached an extreme point. He had entered several realms, but he had never seen this kind of scene. What is going on here? We can't escape. Makai suddenly smiled miserably, his tone filled with sadness. Upon hearing his voice, Lui came back to his senses. He looked around. Under the gloomy light, they seemed to be inside a huge abyss, flanked by huge rock walls with no top visible. In this endless abyss, the densely packed shadow monsters were all over the place. These shadow monsters were of different shapes. Some were humanoid with no senses, some were like lizards crawling on the ground, and others were floating in a ball in midair, etc. After the thick fog dissipated, the monsters in the distance all set their gazes on the two of them, the greedy eyes that sent chills all over their bodies. Lui took a deep breath, and his complexion became candid at this moment. Only to see that he took off the shield on his face. The fishy air here choked him and he coughed. Then he took out a pack of cigarettes from his nano ring. A whole puff? Makai hemmed and hawed, also removing his shield, and took the cigarettes handed over by Lui. Who? LVE took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the smoke, his tightly wrinkled brows stretching out at this moment. With that, he tapped on the light screen of the record, rapidly typing on it. The abyss, the black sun, the terror shadowing tentacles. Shadow monsters come in many shapes: humanoid, lizard, ghost, etc. Shadow monsters have bizarre abilities. They can directly invade the human body, or enter the human body through weapons and other items that come into contact with people. After being invaded by them, black filaments will appear on the surface of the human body, and they can take control of the human body, and in the end, they will devour all of the chi and blood in the person's body, and even simulate the presence of the chi and blood, which is hard to detect. Shadow monsters are very fast and their attacks are based on devouring chi and blood. It is very difficult for martial artists to deal with them, and the method of killing them is unknown. Zhang Yu was possessed and controlled by a shadow monster. A sneak attack stabbed Li Jiang and the two died. Zhang Yun was invaded by the shadow monster from his weapon into his body. Eventually his chi and blood were devoured and he died. Captain Jo Jun tore his left arm apart to seduce the shadow monster with his rich chi and blood, exchanging a ray of life for his teammates, life and death unknown. Writing here, Lui glanced at Makai who was beside him, being madly invaded by a mass of shadow monsters into his body, his chi and blood gradually wilting, and quickly recorded down this scene. Makai, having his body invaded by shadow monsters, is dead. The reason why he recorded his teammate's death was to provide more information to the people who discovered the recorder later on, which would also be more beneficial for the future generations to study this kind of monster. LVE stopped recording. His eyes became wooden and dull all of a sudden, only to see him move his head from side to side, making a crunching sound. His eyes then fixed on the black hole of the boundary gate, and he took a step, like a puppet on strings, towards the boundary gate. Outside the boundary door. At this time, 2 to 3 hours had passed since the expedition team entered inside. Governor Lee, as well as Vice Principal He and the others, were still floating in the water, waiting anxiously. If the expedition team hadn't encountered any danger, by this time, they should have already come out of the boundary door. The mission of the exploration team was only responsible for scouting the safety of a 10-mile radius. For martial artists of the 5 Viscera realm, this amount of exploration distance did not require much effort at all. However, after such a long time, the exploration squad had yet to come out. That could only prove that they had not been exploring too well, and had even encountered danger. Don't let anything happen. The square face of Staff Sergeant Zhao at the side was filled with worry. Jo Jun's men were all soldiers that he had personally brought up, so naturally, he did not wish to see anything happen to them. This time, the exploration of the realm gate was very dangerous. The shadow monster that existed inside was very strange, and their understanding of the shadow monster was extremely limited. They simply couldn't evaluate its specific level of danger. The risk was still extremely high. Moreover, no one could confirm whether there were even more terrifying existences than the shadow monsters within this realm gate. At this exact moment, he saw Louis walk out from within the realm gate. Chapter 85 Abyssal Demon Seed. Seeing a member of the expedition squad come out. Only then did Senator Zhao's taut complexion ease a few points. However, behind LVE, he did not find any trace of the other squad members, which caused a bad premonition to rise in his heart. Louis, where are the Zhou Jun people? Why didn't they come out with you? Staff Sergeant Zhao's voice sounded muffled in the water. LVE did not answer his question. His head turned stiffly, a pair of mute eyes scanned the crowd present, and a greedy look instantly appeared on his countenance. Seeing this strange expression on his face, Governor Li and Vice Principal He glanced at each other as they frowned. This Louis was not quite right. The next second a strange change occurred. Only to see a thin black line appear on Louis's face, his body shriveled and dried up at an extremely fast speed under the shocked gazes of the crowd, and finally turned into a pile of white skeletons scattered in the lake water. At the same time, several black as if ghost-like shadow monsters appeared in front of the crowd. The dark eyes of these shadow monsters stared excitedly at the crowd, their greedy gazes flickering, as if they couldn't wait to enjoy these delicacies. Because the strength realms of the people present were all very high, the chi and blood in their bodies were filled with incomparable amounts of chi and blood, one could imagine how tempting it was for these shadow monsters that fed on blood and chi. When Senator Zhao saw Louis die a horrific death in front of him like this, his eyebrows rose steeply, only to see his right hand clench, and a huge blade condensed from the water flow appeared in his hand. Above this huge water blade, it constantly exuded a palpitatingly terrifying power, and it seemed that there was nothing it couldn't cut through. Senator Zhao slashed the water blade forward, and the horrifyingly huge shadow of the blade instantly split the water current into a long gash, then with the sound of water bombardment, it instantly slashed through the bodies of those shadow monsters. The might of this blade was simply strong and unrivaled. Staff Sergeant Zhao's saber intent has solidified a few more points. Zhang Danyue couldn't help but marvel in admiration. Those few shadow monsters had their bodies split apart after being sliced through by the shadow of the blade. The crowd had thought that they had been decapitated. But next, they incredibly saw that the remnants of these shadow monsters' bodies actually converged and condensed together at an extremely fast speed, finally reappearing intact. Even the aura on them was a few points more dangerous than before. Zhang Danyue sucked in a breath of cool air. These monsters hadn't even been killed by Councillor Zhao. This was too outrageous. Governor Li, who had always been stoic, also at this moment, a few moments of gravity appeared on his face. From these shadow monsters, he didn't feel a very powerful aura, but why were these monsters unable to be killed? The female researcher from the Star Ocean Research Institute, she was carefully observing the shadow monsters, her beautiful eyes under her golden eyes blinking gently as if she was thinking about something. Senator Zhao's strike was ineffective. A few moments of gravity appeared on his face as he once again gripped his water blade and prepared to launch an attack. At this time, the female researcher's eyes lit up. As if she thought of something, she hurriedly spoke out, "Staff Officer Zhao, wait a moment, let me do it." Staff Sergeant Zhao's movements stopped all of a sudden. He glanced at the female researcher and withdrew his hand without saying anything. The Star Ocean Research Institute was very famous in Disya and even the entire Federation. Many of the current popular potions and elixirs were developed by the Star Ocean Research Institute. However, these were only the things that the institute developed on the surface. As for the private, the types of research conducted were even more extensive, involving the biological science of all the races, the genetic conversion of all the races and so on, covering an extremely wide range of areas. Therefore, those who were able to enter the Star Ocean Research Institute were not of exceptional intelligence and very different abilities. This female researcher's name was Xiao Ran, and although she looked the youngest in front of everyone, no one here dared to underestimate her. Xiao Ran's tall and voluptuous body was wrapped in a white light. The water current was isolated from the white light. She gently held up her gold thin-rimmed eyes, appearing even more sensual and moving. Only to see her raise her right hand, a dazzling white light instantly bloomed above her white palm. At the moment the white light rose, the few shadow monsters that had a greedy glint in their eyes and were about to rush over suddenly had panic in their eyes. The white light emitted an aura of holiness and purity, as if it was able to purify the world of all filth and dirt, a sharp contrast compared to the evil and deathly aura emitted by these shadow monsters. Xiao Ran's palm suddenly pushed with force, and the blinding white light expanded steeply, like a round of blazing sun appearing in the middle of the lake. Under the illumination of this pure white light, the mouths of those several shadow monsters emitted agonizing and ear-piercing screams, just like the evil ghosts in the abyss exposed to the blazing sun. Their bodies were slowly dissolved under this light. When the white light was about to disappear, another male researcher from the Star Ocean Research Institute, his figure moved and appeared in front of one of the dissolved shadow monsters. A metal bottle the size of a pill bottle appeared in his hand, and then he unscrewed the metal cap and filled it with the black liquid left over from the shadow monster. He then turned his head and nodded towards Xiao Ran, who was wrapped in white light, signaling that the specimen had been taken. The white light dissipated, and the several shadow monsters were completely eliminated. Xia Ran's voice carried a bit of euphony and mystery, only to hear her speak. The monsters that appeared from within this realm gate are very similar to the rumored abyssal demon seed, but we still need the Institute to launch a study on them before we can be sure. Abyssal demon seed? Governor Lee chattered in his mouth, and his face appeared a bit grave. Vice Principal He's face also turned ugly. They were in high positions, and the information they possessed was naturally beyond the reach of anyone else. They had heard of the abyssal demon seed among the other realms. It was an extremely evil, bloodthirsty and greedy race that fed on the flesh and blood of all races, and could rapidly divide and reproduce, and as long as a world was invaded by them, the creatures within it would ultimately turn into their food, which was very terrifying. I didn't expect that the creatures that came out from within this realm gate were actually abyssal demon species. In that case, I'm afraid that all 5 of Zhou Jun's people have met an untimely end as well. Staff Sergeant Zhao took a deep breath when his gaze moved and he realized that a black bracelet was falling towards the water. This is Lu Yi's recorder? Just now, his attention was all on the demon seed and he didn't pay attention to this thing. With a gentle grip of his hand, he saw a current of water appear under the black bracelet, wrapping it up. Taking the black bracelet in his hands, Senator Zhao tapped the switch on it with a grave expression. As a curtain of light appeared, everyone gathered their gazes over. Chapter 86 Xia Ran, Light Purifier. The abyss, the black sun, and the horrible tentacles that cover the sky. Seeing these words, the crowd's hearts abruptly tensed and their faces instantly became ugly. Because it was impossible for a black sun to appear in a normal world. Black suns, which they had only seen in the ancient records of other races, were a symbol of a party's world being invaded by a demon god and about to be destroyed. It seems that these monsters that appeared from within the realm gate are most likely the abyssal demon seeds. Vice Principal He had deep worries in his eyes. A world invaded by a demon god connected to the Star Ocean Lake. It was like burying a forbidden weapon in the heart of the ancestral star, which could explode at any moment. Especially for these school institutions on Star Island, it was a monstrous disaster. Once the abyssal demon seed or even the demon god poured out from within this realm gate, they would definitely be the first to suffer. What can we do about this? Zhang Danyue felt a chill in his heart as he thought of the key point, and his face became anxious. A few others were more or less the same, and their moods were not much better. Right now, the ancestral star was already full of crises. Pulse beasts, 10,000 races competing with each other, and even friction and conflict between various forces. It can be said that there are internal and external problems. Now that this situation had appeared again, it was tantamount to adding insult to injury, and the terrifying degree of being coveted by the demon god was even more creepy than those pulse beasts that were so powerful that they were almost invincible. The recorder light screen was still scrolling slowly. Shadow monsters come in many shapes: humanoid, lizard, ghost, and so on. What followed was Louis detailing some of the abilities and characteristics of the shadow monsters. Seeing that their abilities were this bizarre, feeding on the blood and chi of living creatures and being difficult to kill, made the brows of the crowd frown even more tightly. Zhang Yu was possessed and controlled by the shadow monster, and stabbed Li Jiang in a sneak attack. The 2 of them died. Seeing the news of the death of the expedition members, Staff Sergeant Zhao's fists clenched tightly. Nameless fire and anger flared up in his heart, so much so that it made him itching to avenge the deaths of these warriors right now. Although he had been in the army for so many years, and there were countless dead warriors under his command, he was still so pained and angry every time he saw a new warrior fall around him. And Zhang Dudu's face was calm. Just don't know under this calm face of his, what kind of thoughts are surging in his heart. Captain Zhou Jun tore his left arm apart and seduced the shadow monster with his rich chi and blood, exchanging a ray of life for his teammates, life and death unknown. Seeing this line, Senator Zhao was completely red warm, his eyes becoming as harsh as a falcon. The currents around his body surged madly, and a ferocious aura raged. Sacrificing himself for a glimmer of life for his teammates, this Captain Zhou is truly admirable to us. Vice Principal He's voice was filled with admiration, but it also carried a deep lament. The long-haired man on the side, Li Changfeng, whose complexion had been lazy from the beginning, also became serious at this moment. Despite his lazy nature, he still could not help but stand in awe at the sight of these martyrs. Governor Li's gaze was deep, his voice was heavy as he said, "Properly resettle the families of these martyrs. They have given too much for Xia and for Ancestral Star. Let their loved ones enjoy their honor." Staff Officer Zhao nodded heavily. After the entire record within the recorder was read, a layer of gloom once again covered the hearts of the crowd. Zhang Dayue stared at the boundary gate and spoke with a gloomy expression. "These abyssal demon seeds are very difficult to kill. It seems that only researcher Xia Ran's purification talent is able to eliminate them. How is this boundary gate going to be guarded?" Governor Li had a pensive expression on his face as he pondered over the countermeasures to solve the problem. If it was an unusual boundary gate, it would be enough to directly block off the surrounding area and build a base to send soldiers to guard it. But right now, using conventional methods definitely wouldn't work. If a large number of abyssal demon seeds really came to attack, I'm afraid that all these defending soldiers would have to become their rations, and the consequences would be unimaginable at that time. Xiao Ran, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Recently, the institute happened to develop a light purification instrument, which was developed based on my innate ability. Although it cannot be used on a large scale and extensive scale, it is the most suitable for the defense of the boundary gate. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the crowd directly lit up. Very good. The haze on Governor Li's face was swept away, the color of delight leapt to the surface. The most important thing at the moment is to defend this boundary gate, the subsequent things can be solved by slowly discussing. Counselor Zhao Yu immediately accompanied researcher Xiao Ran back to the research institute to fetch the light purification instrument. Governor Li commanded. Roger, sir. Without delay, Staff Officer Zhao and fellow Xiao Ran left from the water and quickly returned to the research institute to fetch the instrument. The rest of them waited in place to guard outside the boundary gate. From LVE's records, they know that the number of abyssal demon seeds present in the boundary gate is extremely high. The slightest mistake of being invaded by these demonic species would lead to a huge disaster. At the same time, a team came down from the warship. They brought all kinds of specialized underwater construction equipment and built a transparent glass shield around the boundary gate at an extremely fast speed. This kind of glass was made using special materials from other realms, and its hardness was superb, so even the attacks of the transcendent realm could be resisted. After the simple shield was built, they began to establish an underwater military protection base along the surrounding waters. Immediately afterward, dull metal construction sounds resounded underwater. Half an hour passed. Staff Sergeant Zhao and Xiao Ran and the others returned. One could only see Staff Officer Zhao's hands carrying a wide and heavy metal box into the protective shield. Xiao Ran opened the metal box and took out a folded-up, precision-made white instrument from inside. After this white instrument was unfolded, it was the size of a door, and in its center there was an oversized convex lens, and inside as well as all around it were precious and rare metal parts. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xiao Ran placed her palm in one of the card slots at the back of the white instrument. White holy light emanated from her palm. As if the white instrument was activated, it emitted a rumbling sound and the convex lens rotated rapidly. After a few moments, a white dazzling light was emitted from the convex lens, shining straight above the boundary gate. In the middle of the abyss, a white holy light passed through the boundary gate and shone on top of the dark earth. It so happened that there were some demonic species crawling on the ground around, and after they were hit by this light, their dark bodies were immediately scalded, and they let out agonizingly piercing screams. Immediately afterward, they quickly crawled away from the area, and then with sinister and angry gazes, they stared at the white, holy light. Chapter 87 Zuru being slandered? Waiting for the crowd to return to the top of the warship. The communication instrument on Staff Sergeant Zhao's wrist rang. After answering it, Chen Yu's voice came from over there. Reporting, sir, there are shadow monsters mixing in on Devil Training Island, the number is unknown, requesting support. Staff Sergeant Zhao's eyebrows, which had just relaxed, wrinkled once again. This shadow monster mixing into the students was a troublesome matter. In the face of these shadow monsters, even experienced veterans like Zhou Jun and the others who had been through countless battles would find it difficult to cope with them, not to mention those freshmen on Devil's Island. It was feared that the slightest mistake would lead to massive casualties among these freshmen. After Vice Principal He and Zhang Diyu heard this news, their faces instantly became ugly. A few days ago, the demonic beast riot on Devil Island's dense forest had already resulted in the deaths of 6 students, and the school administration had just pacified the families of these students. Now that this kind of thing had occurred again, it was like adding insult to injury. With that, other than Governor Li holding down this boundary gate, the rest of the people rushed to Devil Island without stopping. Inside the conference room, Suli quietly sat on a chair brushing up on the items that could be exchanged for merit points. At the entrance of the conference room, 2 instructors were guarding there, and from time to time, they would turn their gaze towards Suli, as if Suli might mutate at any time. Even though just now, Suli testified to himself that the crowd did not see any signs of being possessed by the shadow monster from his body, but with this kind of thing, no one dared to pack their bags and say that Suli must be safe. One could only wait until the support from above came down, and after making precise monitoring of Suli's body through instruments, one could determine his composition. Suli did not think about this. That shadow monster had already been turned into nutrients and fed back to him. Even if he was checked anymore, he would still not have any problems. He swiped his merit points to redeem the system, and a battle skill called Heavenly Thunder 8 Slashes caught his eye. This book, Heavenly Thunder 8 Slashes, had no signature on it, and the creator was unknown. But according to the introduction on it, after successfully cultivating this battle skill, the attack power was extremely strong, the damage was extremely high, and each style was equivalent to a big move, which was terrifying. But if you want to cultivate it, there is a hard prerequisite, that is, you must awaken the talent thunder power. Su Li's conditions were just enough to fulfill cultivating it. Only, when Su Li saw the merit points for redeeming the 8 Heavenly Thunder Slashes, his heart directly cursed. This was because redeeming this battle skill required a full 3,000 merit points to be consumed. Last time, both sides of the school only rewarded him with a total of 200 merit points, which was simply not enough to redeem this Heavenly Thunder 8 chopping. Su Li had no choice but to give up. It seems that when the special training is over, he still has to find a way to quickly accumulate merit points to exchange this technique. Otherwise, just looking at it was too appetizing. At that time, if he can Heavenly Thunder 8 chopping this extremely strong damage technique cultivation success, his overall strength will be able to raise another class. Suddenly, Su Li heard the sound of rumbling helicopters coming from the sky above the playground, and his gaze looked out through the window of the conference room. They're here? It must be that the people coming must be sent down from above to line up the shadow monsters. Su Li estimated that at this time, the area around that newly appeared boundary gate at Star Ocean Lake had also been surrounded by the army, just that he didn't know what kind of species that shadow monster was, and why its ability was so bizarre. However, it must not take long. With the military's energy, we'll soon be able to investigate the shadow monster clearly. This newly appeared boundary gate was also not a good thing for Su Li, because that area was where he went to hunt underwater demonic beasts every night. Now that it was under military control, he was afraid that he could no longer go down there to hunt demonic beasts, and his cultivation progress would be affected as a result. But things had come to this, he could only make other plans. The green-scaled Zhao python and the Shin turtle also swam towards the waters far away from here under his orders, saving them from being beheaded by the military as unusual demonic beasts. As several helicopters landed on the playground one after another from above, Vice Principal He, Staff Sergeant Zhao, Zhang Daiyue, and Xia Ran walked out from the airplanes. The students from each class stood neatly to the sides. Shen Yu and the other instructors, who were anxiously waiting for support, saw Vice Principal He as well as Staff Sergeant Zhao and the others arrive, and only then did their faces become a bit more soothed. How is the situation now? Vice Principal He frowned, looking worried as he swept over the faces of the students on both sides. Shen Yu returned. Just now, the shadow monster changed into the appearance of Class 8 student Zhang Xiong, and after being recognized by us and beaten back to its original form, it blended into the crowd and disappeared. And were there any other student casualties? Vice Principal He asked. Currently, only Zhang Xiong is in trouble. Everyone else doesn't have too many problems for now. Speaking here, Chen Yu's voice was a bit unnatural as he said, Class 3 students claim to have seen the shadow monster enter Su Li's body. What? When Zhang Daiyue heard the word Su Li, his small eyes instantly widened with incredulity. Instructor Chen, how is Su Li's body now? Are there any problems? Zhang Daiyue's expression became tense. Su Li is a golden bone with infinite potential. This kind of talent the school has decided to focus on cultivating him. If something happens at this juncture, it would be a real headache. After hearing this news, Vice Principal He frowned more deeply, although he has not personally seen Su Li, but recently he has heard a lot of news about Su Li. Demon Beast riots rescuing his classmates, transforming the golden bones, and discovering the boundary gate. Among his knowledge of Su Li, this was a genius student with great potential, exceptional courage, and excellent character. If such an outstanding student was devoured by a demonic species, it would be considered a considerable loss for Star Ocean University. After all, martial artists who could transform into golden bones were few and far between in the entire Federation, and no one would dare to underestimate their future achievements. Seeing Zhang Daiyue's nervous and worried appearance, it was as if something had happened to his son or nephew. This caused a trace of consternation to flash through Chen Yu's heart. He thought to himself that why this Zhang Daiyue was so nervous about Su Li, it was definitely not purely because Su Li was a student of Star Ocean University. Could it be that Zhang Daiyue had also discovered that Su Li was exceptionally gifted with a very high level of enlightenment and was a 1-in-a-million talent? Chen Yu said, currently, there is no abnormality found on Su Li. He is being held in the conference room, guarded by 2 instructors. Hearing that Su Li was fine for the time being, Zhang Diyu and Vice Principal He's faces looked better. The 3 students who claimed that the shadow monster entered Su Li's body, I suspect that what they said may not be the truth. Chen Yu suddenly said. What do you mean? Zhang Daiyue looked at him suspiciously. I just learned about the relationship between these 3 and Su Li, and I heard that they had gone out to fight with Su Li for the demonic beast in the dense forest, but were ultimately defeated by Su Li. Chen Yu slowly said. Chapter 88 White Holy Light, Examining Su Li. Zhang Daiyue revealed a look of sudden realization. In that case, it's possible that these students are harboring a grudge because of what happened last time, and are thus slandering Su Li. Chen Yu nodded and said, we can't rule out the possibility of that either. After hearing this, a touch of annoyance appeared on Vice Principal He's originally charitable face. If it's really a slander between classmates, the school authorities will definitely not let these students with bad character off easily. If classmates can do such things to each other, when they go to the battlefield of the 10,000 races in the future, what's going to happen? Wouldn't it be a betrayal of our human race army? Li Changfeng nodded his head in agreement. Now that the survival space of the human race was being squeezed, if they were not united as one, their situation would be even more difficult in the future. On the side, Xia Ran's beautiful eyes flowed. She had already heard Su Li's name several times, and couldn't help but feel a bit curious about this student. Then let's go check the condition on student Su Li first. Xia Ran spoke softly. She had brought out a total of 2 sets of brightness purifiers from the Star Ocean Research Institute. One was placed outside the realm gate, while the other was brought over to be used to do tests for these students. As the door of the conference room was pushed open, Su Li then saw a group of people walk in. Among them were Vice Principal He, Zhang Dayue, and Staff Officer Zhao, all of whom he had seen before. There was also a man and a woman wearing blue uniforms, and on top of their uniforms, Su Li saw the small words Star Ocean Research Institute. Among them, the woman with a gold rim and a tall figure attracted the most attention. Because her posture was extremely beautiful, her temperament was outstanding, a kind of gentle and sensible atmosphere came out from her body. When people put their eyes on her body, it was uncontrollably difficult to move away. For a moment, Su Li was also attracted by this girl's appearance and temperament, but soon he realized his own disorder, and hurriedly looked at the woman with his eyes and nose, no longer looking at the woman. Su Li, how do you feel now? Zhang Dayue strides over with worry on his face. He didn't notice any difference in the qi and blood in Su Li's body, but LVE's records had mentioned that the demon seed had a method of simulating qi and blood to hide itself perfectly, so he couldn't just conclude that Su Li was completely fine because of this. Director Zhang, I feel everything is fine now, Su Li said in a calm tone. This is researcher Xia Ran, let her do a body check for you later, Zhang Dayu said. Good. Su Li nodded. Although he didn't know what kind of examination would be done on him, Su Li was now on an open mind and didn't have the slightest fear at all. Hello, Su Li student. Xia Ran smiled and greeted Su Li. Her smile was like a summer flower that was warm and brilliant, making people feel inexplicably at ease. Hello. Su Li politely responded, only he slightly lowered his head, not looking at Xia Ran's extremely beautiful face. Don't worry, student Su, if the aura of the magic seed is not found on you, the school authorities will definitely severely punish the student who slandered you. Vice Principal He said in a deep voice. This Vice Principal He, Su Li, had seen his picture on the school's leadership bulletin board and thus knew his identity. Su Li hurriedly nodded and said, then student Su Li would like to thank the Vice Principal here first. No harm done. Vice Principal He waved his hand and turned his gaze to Xia Ran, saying, shall the post begin now? Xia Ran nodded and walked over to Su Li. Xia Ran's height of 1.7 meters, standing in front of Su Li didn't even look short, but instead, the faintly ethereal scent of her body caused Su Li to feel a wave of distraction. He hurriedly closed his eyes and held his breath, letting his mind empty, not thinking about anything. Seeming to see Su Li's dilemma, Xia Ran's warm face hung a faint smile, but she did not think much about it. Xia Ran slowly raised her palm, dazzling white light emanated from her hand. Instantly Su Li's entire body was enveloped in white light. Su Li must not have any abnormalities. Zhang Dayue clenched his fists. His heart was very tense at this moment. If there was really a demonic seed in Su Li's body, then after such a long time, I'm afraid that the blood qi in Su Li's body would have already been devoured by the demonic seed, and the current Su Li could only be a puppet that was manipulated by the demonic seed. This result was the last thing he wanted to see. He was not the only one. Vice Principal He, Chinyu, and even Staff Sergeant Zhao all had deep worries on their faces. Because none of them wanted a young life full of potential to wither away in such a gloomy manner. Su Li was enveloped in white light, and a sacred, holy feeling rose from his heart. At this moment, he only felt that his body was warm, as if he was wandering in a warm ocean, very comfortable and cheerful, and didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Even, he felt that some of the dark wounds that his body had previously suffered were also being rapidly repaired under the illumination of the white light. This is too comfortable. Su Li was secretly happy in his heart. He only felt that his body was becoming more and more relaxed, and his entire body was much lighter. After a moment passed, the white light slowly disappeared. A trace of exhaustion appeared on Xia Ran's face as she slowly exhaled a mouthful of ethereal breath. Su Li came out of his comfort zone all of a sudden. He frowned and opened his eyes, feeling that there was still a little bit of discomfort. Just now during being enveloped by the white light, it made him too comfortable. He wanted to ask Xia Ran how he stopped, but with so many people watching, he was afraid of being beaten, so he forced himself not to ask. Fellow Xia Ran, can there be the aura of a demonic species present on Su Li? Vice Principal He looked at Xia Ran and asked in a solemn tone. The rest of the people also looked at her, their faces tense. However, they had just seen that Su Li did not have the slightest abnormality during the time she was enveloped by the white light, and most of them already had a guess in their hearts, only that they were not able to be 100% sure without these words coming out of Xia Ran's mouth. As expected, Xia Ran gently shook his head. Xia Ran gently shook his head and said, I didn't feel the slightest bit of the devil seed from Su Li's body. He shouldn't have been controlled by the devil seed possession. Who? With these words, the crowd's brows immediately relaxed. Ha, I knew this kid was fine. Chenyu laughed out loud and came to Su Li's side, heavily patting Su Li's shoulder twice. The tension on Zhang Dayue's face also disappeared. A smile appeared on his bloated cheeks as he said, very well, I'm relieved that you're fine, Su Li. In the future, I'm still waiting to see you make our Star Ocean University raise its eyebrows. Vice President He glared at Zhang Dayue and said, Director Zhang, Star Ocean University is such a loser in your eyes? Zhang Dayue's face was embarrassed. He hemmed and hawed and didn't reply, just expressing the meaning that was self-evident. Vice President he just shook his head with a bitter smile. Star Ocean University's achievements in these few years, compared to the other 6 institutions, it is indeed not satisfactory. Chapter 89 Suli, why aren't you dead yet? Suli's examination did not show any abnormalities, which made the crowd's hanging hearts relax. However, since the demonic seed wasn't on Suli, it was highly likely that it was possessing other students. Even, there was more than one devil seed. The current situation was still not too optimistic. Xia Ran opened the light purification instrument and placed it in the conference room. When Suli saw this instrument, she couldn't help but look it up and down, feeling very novel. Staff Sergeant Zhao asked Chen Yu and the other instructors to go to the playground to bring the students all together, and each class came over to inspect in turn. Suli, just stand aside and observe together. If you see any abnormal students, report immediately. Zhang Daiyue said. Suli nodded and stood by the side to carefully observe every student who came to test. Director Zhang, this monster's name is Magic Seed? Suli asked curiously. This was the first time he had heard of this name. Yes, their full name is called Abyssal Demon Seed, feeding on the blood and chi of living creatures. Zhang Daiyue told Suli about the Abyssal Demon Seed's abilities as well as its behavioral characteristics. After listening to it, Suli then suddenly realized this devil species is strange and unpredictable, difficult to kill, really let a person very headache. Even the legendary devil god is also in the Starsea Lake connected to the boundary door. But fortunately, the Shen turtle's ability could kill these devil seeds, which made Suli feel slightly more at ease. After the light instrument was activated, the holy light hit the entrance of the conference room. Under the organization of the instructors, the students walked through under the white light in an orderly manner. The 2 classes in front of them were without any abnormalities. Waiting for the students of Class 3 to start checking, Zhang Rou caught a glimpse of Suli standing next to the light meter, and her eyes were filled with shock and incredulity. Suli? You? How are you still alive? Zhang Rou reached out and pointed at Suli, her tone filled with panic. She didn't understand why she had seen that monster enter Suli's body with her own eyes, but Suli was still standing here alive and well now, and with the vice principal and the leader of the Prime Minister's army right next to him, couldn't they all notice his abnormality? What the hell is going on here? A frightening conjecture suddenly appeared in her mind. Could it be that all of these leaders are controlled by monsters? Then wouldn't I be about to be finished as well? Thinking of this, Zhang Rou's eyes flashed with an extremely terrified light. Suddenly, as if she had gone mad, she frantically pointed at Vice Principal He and the others in front of her and roared, "You, all of you are monsters." Vice Principal He and the others frowned as they looked at this girl, their eyes filled with doubt. How could a crazy person be mixed in amongst these students with outstanding natural talent? Vice Principal He said with an ugly expression, who was in charge of enrollment this year, and how did this student get in? Not even an investigation of the student's mental health. Doesn't he know that many students are suffering from mental illnesses due to the low advancement rate under pressure nowadays? Seeing that Vice Principal He was angry, Zhang Daiyue hurriedly said cautiously, "Vice Principal, the one in charge of enrollment this year is Lin Hai, and during the enrollment period, I even saw him running to the back lake of the academy to go fishing." Li Changfeng looked deeply at Zhang Daiyue and muttered in a low voice, "Who doesn't know that you and Lin Hai don't see eye to eye with each other?" Li Changfeng, don't talk nonsense here. What's wrong with me reporting the situation truthfully? Zhang Daiyue said with justice. Li Changfeng sneered, too lazy to pick up his words, thinking that he could not afford to offend this fat man in the future, who knew that one day he would be wearing small shoes behind his back. He Vice Principal voice angry said, "During the work even go fishing, this is what kind of work attitude, simply is bad to the extreme. When we get back to school, we'll immediately conduct a school-wide meeting for teachers." Zhang Daiyue fanned the flames from the side, "Right, let all the teachers in the school know about Lin Hai's bad behavior, and punish him heavily for his shame, so that everyone will be warned." Li Changfeng sighed and mourned for Lin Hai for a few seconds in his heart. Although he had a good personal relationship with Lin Hai, right now he was really powerless to do anything about it, because right now Vice President He was on top of his anger head, and saying one more word would be drawing fire. At the same time, by the back lake of Star Ocean University, a middle-aged man with a leisurely demeanor was flinging a fish hook into the middle of the lake. Suddenly, he sneezed several times in a row and said suspiciously, "Who is chattering about me behind my back? Li Changfeng, go take that crazy schoolgirl down." Vice Principal He said in a deep voice. Li Changfeng appeared by Zhang Rou's side with a single flash of his body, and then gently touched his right hand between her neck, causing her to pass out. As for Suli, who was on the side, he didn't even see Li Changfeng's movements clearly because it was too fast. He just felt a gust of wind blowing by his side. "This teacher Li is the one who saved us at Star Ocean Lake at the beginning of the school year. I wonder what realm strength he is." Suli secretly thought in his heart. The scene when Li Changfeng came from the sky with a sword to decapitate that terrifying fish demon was too shocking to him. He didn't know when he could have that kind of strength. Seeing Zhang Rou's demeanor being subdued by Li Changfeng, Chen Shangping and Tian Jun, who were at the back of the group, glanced at each other and their complexions became nervous. In fact, the two of them hadn't even seen a monster enter Suli's body before. Only when they heard Zhang Rou say that, they decided to come out together to slander Su Li. Anyway, after being possessed by the monster, they couldn't see any abnormality on their bodies, so who could know that what they said was false? Even if Su Li's body was tested and there were no abnormalities or problems, they could still say that they were wrong. In short, there was no damage to them. Lin Qingyan, Zhang Xiaotian, Luo Fan, Zhao Rohan and the others who cared about Su Li, seeing him intact and standing well beside the testing instrument, the heart that had been hanging in the air was finally put down. I knew Zhang Rou that bad woman was slandering Big Brother Su. Lin Qingyan looked at Zhang Rou who was carried away, thinking in her heart that she totally deserved it. Su Li wore a smile and nodded at him. Because all that was needed was for the students to walk past the white light shining out from the bright purification instrument, the detection was very fast. It soon came to the Class 6 team. When it was the turn of a dark-skinned, slightly shorter student named Zhang Ning. He stood straight and motionless, staring with a touch of fear in his dull eyes at the white light hitting the ground in front of him. Zhang Ning, it's your turn. Ma Shi, the Class 6 instructor at the side, urged. After Zhang Ning heard this voice, his body instead took 2 steps backwards towards the back. This unusual behavior of his immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Zhang Ning, what's wrong with you? Ma Shi stared at him closely and bellowed with a wary expression. Chapter 90 God-Devouring Talent, Blue Gold. This student isn't quite right. Vice Principal, his voice was low. Xia Ran's eyebrows knitted slightly, and white light flickered vaguely in her palms, ready to strike at any time. Su Li's gaze stared unblinkingly at Zhang Ning, and for some reason, he sensed an unspeakable evil from this Zhang Ning student's body. That feeling was like a poisonous snake hidden in the middle of a dark jungle, staring grimly at the living, evil and eerie. But what made Su Li feel puzzled was, in the depths of his heart, a thought rose that surprised him greatly. He actually had an urge to devour it, as if he had sniffed a delicious food. This abnormal thought caused Su Li to be alarmed. He didn't know if his body had changed in any way due to absorbing the energy of that demonic seed. He strongly suppressed that abnormal desire in his heart and tried to restrain himself, making his face calm so as not to let anyone see his abnormality. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhang Ning's body began to appear abnormal. A thin line of black disgustingness spread from his body to his cheeks. It looked hideous and terrifying. The female students present were so frightened by this scene that they screamed in shock. Especially the students of Class 6 behind Zhang Ning, who were closest and most obviously visualized the changes on Zhang Ning's body, panicked and pulled away from him. There's a monster, there's a monster! Screaming and shouting continued amongst the crowd, and despite the presence of Vice Principal he and the others, the students present remained in disarray for a split second. Fear and escape were human nature. Senile black aura rose up from Zhang Ning's body. On the side, Class 6 instructor Ma Shi's gaze was grave, his right fist clenched tightly as he was about to blast over with a punch. Wait! Xia Ran's gentle and slightly magnetic voice rang out. Ma Shi hurriedly looked over. He knew that this monster's ability was bizarre, and he was afraid that it would be difficult to kill it with his strength alone. He wondered what this female researcher of the Star Ocean Research Institute had in store. However, he saw that Xia Ran stretched out her white 5 fingers. Dazzling light blossomed all of a sudden. Just like the blazing sunlight that dispelled darkness, Zhang Ning's body was instantly scorched. The smell of scorching came from his body, and his face and body were all covered in the appearance of burns, green and red. Only, the epidermis that fell off his body landed on the ground, and all of it turned into a black, foul-smelling liquid. A few moments passed. Zhang Ning had disappeared from his original spot. Only a puddle of black blood that was riddled with holes and had lost its vitality remained in place. Obviously, the vitality of this devil's seed had been completely erased by Xia Ran. Retracting his 5 fingers that were as white as green onions, Xia Ran had a drop of crystalline sweat above her forehead. She took out a tissue and gently wiped it away before exhaling a breath. The color of exhaustion surged onto her face. At this moment, she carried an even more moving charm. Su Li withdrew his gaze from Xia Ran's body. He could no longer detect the slightest bit of anger from the black pool of blood. It was evident that the devil's seed had indeed been killed this time. It seemed that the white light that Xia Ran manipulated had a strong killing power against these devil species. Only, using the white light seemed to consume Xia Ran's physical strength and did not last long. This power of hers was different from the green light emitted by the Xian turtle. The green light was devouring and fusing, transforming the enemy to strengthen her body. Xia Ran's white light, on the other hand, was fighting against destruction, and was incompatible. In contrast, it was still the way the green light resolved the demonic seed that was superior. Collecting his thoughts, Su Li looked at the puddle of black blood on the ground and let out an involuntary sigh in his heart. It seemed to be feeling pity for not devouring it. I wonder what changes have happened to my body. Confused, Su Li opened the panel. Host, Su Li. Race human. Realm, forging body 4th level 36-24,000. Technique, granite decree. Battle technique, red flame / perfection 4100-100,000. Battle technique, Violet Flame Blade technique grand completion 43 20 10,000. Body technique, 9 changes of wave perfection 23 100,000. Battle technique, Kirin Moon shaking completed. Contracted beast. Heavenly treasure mouse, blood condensation realm 8th level 600 700. Silver moon wolf king, 2nd level of viscera realm 46 20 20,000. Green scaled python, 1st level of viscera realm 430 10,000. Green armored turtle, 5th level of body forging 27 25,000. Pactable beasts 4. Number of contracts 0. Note, the contract success rate varies with the realm. The probability of contracting a demonic beast of the same level is 80%, and the probability of success beyond the current realm is 1%. Every time you raise a realm, you can increase the number of times you can contract twice. Word talents, white invoke disaster, white diligence makes up for difficulty, blue forest affinity, blue sneak, blue luck of the hour, blue water affinity gold thunder power platinum water spirit body platinum shin turtles shield blue and gold divine devouring. Hanging experience, 620. Upgradable contracted beasts, none. Seeing the experience of the 4th level of the body forging realm rise greatly, Suli lightly eeped in his heart. He remembered that his previous experience was just over 1,000 points. And now it had directly increased by more than 2,000 points to 3620, which made him feel very surprised. Could it be that the green light in my body transformed into my experience after devouring the devil's seed? Thinking of the feeling of surging chi and blood when the green light scattered and merged into his body earlier, Suli had a guess in his heart. My hanging experience has also reached 620, it looks like I'll be able to break through to the 5th level of body forging in a while. Suli's gaze continued to look at the panel. Suddenly, he realized that there seemed to be one more talent in the word talent column. Blue gold god devouring. Suli's pupils dilated, filled with shock. A blue gold level talent had inexplicably appeared. How could this not make him feel surprised? This blue gold talent was one level higher than platinum. It was hard to imagine how powerful this talent would be. Suli was astonished in his heart and tried hard to recall when he had added this talent. Thinking about it, Suli only felt that it was inextricably related to the green light that the Shin turtle had left in his body as well as the demonic seed that had been swallowed up by the green light. However, how exactly this talent arose, Suli didn't care. He only cared about what kind of abilities and functions this talent had. The feeling that rose in my heart just now of wanting to devour the devil seed, could it be the influence of this god-devouring talent? If that's the case, then wouldn't I also possess the ability to kill demonic species, and even, after devouring them, transform them into my experience and energy? Thinking about how devouring a demon seed earlier directly increased his experience by more than 2,000 points, Suli instantly became hot-eyed. There are a lot of abyssal demon seeds in that realm gate connected to the Starsea Lake. Is that place capable of becoming a place for me to rapidly raise my realm? Suli rose with an urge to immediately go to the middle of the realm gate to kill monsters and upgrade. Chapter 91 What do you want to do to me? Quiet. Zhang Diyu stabilized the chaotic scene, and then the students' testing continued. The next tests went quickly and smoothly, and no other demonic species were found again. After waiting for all the students to finish testing, Xia Ran folded the light purification instrument and put it away. Director Zhang, you stay at the training base and contact the school in time if anything happens. Vice Principal, he said in a deep voice. Zhang Dayue nodded. Okay, Vice Principal. With a worried look on his face and the situation over at the boundary gate always on his mind, Staff Sergeant Zhao said, since the matters over here have been dealt with, I'll go back to the warship first to arrange for the matters corresponding to the enclosure of the boundary gate. Vice Principal, he mused, well, then let's set off together. This time the appearance of the boundary gate at the Star Ocean Lake is not a trivial matter, there are still quite a few things to be discussed. After saying that, the crowd did not continue to linger here, they came to the playground and boarded the helicopter to quickly leave. Suli also left from within the conference room, preparing to go train. Outside the conference room, Zhang Xiaodian, Lin Qingyan, Luo Fan, Zhang Changyang and the others were still waiting outside for Suli. After seeing him come out, they hurriedly gathered around to inquire with concern. Everyone, don't worry about me, it's fine. Being cared for by so many people, Suli's heart felt very warm. Ever since his parents died, except for his younger brother Suban, there was no one around him who cared about what happened to him. I also don't know that I'm not around. How is Suban's recent situation? Thinking of Suban, Suli's heart appeared some worries. After all, Suban's age is still young, not guarding by his side is always a little uneasy. Coming to the strength training room, Suli started training as usual. The day passed quietly. The sun set and the stars hung in the deep night sky. Tonight, the wind on Starsea Lake was very strong, blowing to Devil's Island, blowing the leaves on the island with a clatter. After the matter of the Devil's Seed during the day, these students on the island all had a few moments of heaviness on their faces. This was the first time they had visualized such a bizarre creature. This kind of creature could devour the chi and blood in a person's body and change into the appearance of the same blood. Just thinking about it was creepy. Suli and Zhang Xiaotian came to the cafeteria to get their meals and sat on the table. Jiang Xiaotian suddenly whispered with a nervous face, Brother Su, something big has happened. Su Li looked at him suspiciously and said, what happened? Jiang Xiaotian suppressed his voice and said mysteriously, I heard a friend from class 5 say that she heard the instructors talking, saying that another boundary gate had appeared in the Star Ocean Lake. Su Li let out an O and picked up a flaming chicken leg and chomped on it. Jiang Xiaotian didn't notice Su Li's disbelief and continued, I heard that the monster we encountered today ran out from within the boundary gate. Su Li finished gnawing on the chicken leg and picked up another black rabbit leg to gnaw on it. It had to be said that the cafeteria's cooking aunt's handiwork was really good. This demonic beast meat was very flavorful, a bite full of bursting aroma. Jiang Xiaotian realized that Su Li didn't seem to care about this big event. He smacked his lips twice and said, Brother Su, did you already know? Su Li buried his head and wolfed down his food and casually said, I found out. Jiang Xiaotian's face was dumbfounded. Soon, the news of the Realm Gate's appearance spread amongst the students, and it only took one night's work for the rumor to spread. Moreover, the monsters in the Realm Gate were rendered terrifyingly abnormal in the mouths of these students, and it seemed that soon these monsters were going to come out of the Realm Gate to invade and devour them. Ooh, I miss my mom. A beautiful-looking boy raised his head and wailed. The world has come to an end, but I haven't talked about a love that is engraved in my heart. Another chubby girl's face was sad to the extreme. My family still has 500 brood cows waiting for me to go back and inherit them. I can't just die like this. A boy with a plateau red face had a pained expression. AI, I'm tired, destroy. In the evening knowledge expansion class, Chenyu said to the students below in a stern tone, if I hear any more panic-creating remarks, everyone will increase their training tenfold for me. 10 times. The students stared wide-eyed, trembling in fear at the terrifying figure. Currently, the military has already taken control of the boundary gate. You guys can just train at ease, you don't need to worry about anything else. Chenyu said in a cold voice, sort of giving these students a pill of peace of mind, saving them from spreading more and more outrageous rumors, as if the end of the world was coming tomorrow. The situation was roughly the same in the other classes as well. This matter was quickly suppressed. Even if there were still some worried students, they didn't dare to discuss this matter anymore. After all, they struggled to complete the normal amount of training, and they hadn't even thought about it if it was 10 times as much. I'm afraid that before the end of the world, they will be practiced to death. It is better to live one more day to earn one day. Su Li came out of the classroom and walked straight towards the back cliff of the training camp. Tonight's wind was very strong, blowing on his face had a damp feeling. Standing on top of the cliff, he looked out at the lake in the distance. A huge warship with lights on could be seen quietly resting above the water. An airplane, with a roaring sound, continuously took off and landed from the warship. On top of that, there were also many small yachts with the Prime Army's axe markings on them, constantly inspecting the surrounding waters. These waters are already under the control of the Prime Army. Although Su Li had guessed it before, after seeing it with his own eyes, there was still a faint loss. Not being able to go down to the lake to hunt demonic beasts was not good news for him. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound coming from the middle of the grove below the hillside. Su Li's gaze condensed, and he instantly activated his Lingbo 9 transformations, stealthily approaching his figure. In the middle of the grove, the flowers and grasses were luxuriant, the insects and birds were singing softly, and the faint moonlight shone in. The scenery looked a little bit chic. Only 2 tall boys stood looking at each other. Brother Tian, if we slander Su Li this time, will he hold a grudge? The person who spoke was none other than Chen Shangping from class 3, his white face carrying a few moments of worry. Tian Jun sneered and said, at that time, the crowd was so chaotic, you and I were just blurry-eyed and didn't see clearly. How can we say that we are slandering him? Brother Tian is extremely right, it's just a pity that it wasn't that Su Li who was devoured by the monster. Chen Shangping's tone became sinister. There will be a long time to come. When we find the opportunity, we will definitely make this Su Li look good. Tian Jun hummed heavily. However, his words had just fallen. A calm voice rang out. What do you guys want to do to me? Su Li slowly walked out from behind the shadowy tree. Chapter 92 Zuru, you must not misunderstand. Seeing Su Li who stepped out from behind the shadows, Chen Shangping and Tian Jun's faces changed greatly. Su Li, why are you here? Chen Shangping stammered. Su Li had a flirtatious smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Is this your home? Why can't I be here? Tian Jun, who had just sworn to make Su Li look good, a trace of panic flashed across his countenance. Su Li's strength he has seen, even if he and Chen Shangping 2 people are afraid of not enough Su Li a hand to fight. Tian Jun immediately appeared on his face with a kind smile. Su Li, today, the 2 of us had a blurred vision and mistakenly thought that you were possessed by a monster. You also know that the scene was chaotic at that time, so a misreading was unavoidable. Yes Su Li, you must not misunderstand, the 2 of us don't have any unfavorable thoughts towards you. Chen Shangping continued. Ha ha ha. Hearing the sophistry of the 2 of them, Su Li couldn't help but laugh out loud. I just heard the 2 of you say that you want to make me look good. Could it be that I heard it wrong? Su Li looked at them, a teasing light flickering in his eyes. The 2 of them were stagnant. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. The pale moonlight hit the two of them on their faces, making them look very pale. A humid lake wind blew by, rolling up the leaves in the woods and making a rustling sound. The scene was silent and awkward for a while. That, Suli, you must have misheard. Just now we were saying that it's fortunate that nothing happened to you during the day. You're so strong. If you were to suffer any injuries, it would be a huge loss for my class 3. Tianjun flattered without blushing. Right, brother Tian is right. Suli, you must not have heard clearly. A fawning smile appeared on Chen Shengping's face. Suli's face steeply turned cold. The next moment his figure flashed and directly appeared on the side of the duo, then he clenched his fist and violently blasted at their bodies. After a few thumping sounds of fists hitting flesh rang out. Tianjun's duo fell to the ground with bruises and swollen noses and wailed. I don't know if the fish of Star Ocean Lake is interested in the bodies of martial artists? Suli looked at the duo with playful eyes. The threatening implication was self-evident. A look of fear appeared on Tianjun and Chen Shengping's faces. If Suli really threw them into the Star Ocean Lake to feed the fish, the two of them would really be destroyed and completely finished. Suli, Grandpa Su, we were wrong. Tianjun hurriedly got up on his knees, rolling and crawling to come in front of Suli, crying bitterly and begging for forgiveness. Chen Shengping knelt on the ground and begged, Master Su, the two of us didn't know how to mess with you, so please spare our lives. I don't have any unfilial children or grandchildren like you two. Seeing this appearance of the two people, Suli had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. This kind of person was the most bottomless, wagging their tails and begging for mercy on the surface, but behind the scenes, how vicious means could be used. If it wasn't for the fact that the waters near Devil's Island were constantly patrolled by prime army yachts, he really wanted to throw these two people into the Star Ocean Lake and feed them to the fish. Moreover, if something really happened to the two of them, Suli would definitely be the object of key suspicion, and he was afraid that he would get into trouble. Let them live for 2 more days first. Suli secretly said in his heart, then he turned to leave after kicking these two away like trash. He waited until Suli disappeared from their view. Tianjun and Chen Shengping stood up with malicious colors. Tianjun said indignantly, damn, this Suli even wanted to feed us to the fish, this dog. Chen Shengping spat on the grass, then rubbed his bruised nose and said, what kind of thing strikes so hard? One day I'll make you kneel under me and call your father. Brother Tian, is your injury okay? Chen Shengping turned his head looking concerned. Tianjun waved his hand and said, it's fine. Suli returned to the dormitory and took out the forging body pill and body quenching potion from his suitcase, then went to the cultivation room to prepare for the breakthrough. Pouring the body quenching potion into the medicine bucket, Suli took the body forging dan, and with a single movement of his mind, he used all of the 600 plus points of hanging experience. A white light flashed from his body. Immediately followed by a powerful chi and blood filling his entire body, his pores all opened up, absorbing the potion in the barrel at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suli realized that since he had transformed into a golden bone, the efficiency of absorbing pills and potions had also enhanced by more than several times. Or before, if he wanted to absorb all of this medicinal effect, he would need a full night's time. However, today was different. As he broke through to the 5th level of body forging, the medicinal effects of the advanced body forging pills and body tempering potion were quickly absorbed by him. In a flash, his body strength, as well as the chi and blood in his body, rose a notch. 5th level of body forging. Suli clenched his fists, only to feel that the power contained in his hands was very powerful. The second day. After waiting for the morning's strength training to end and having lunch, Shenyu organized the students of Class 3 to team up in the dense forest to hunt demonic beasts and hone their battle skills and combat experience. It was still according to the last grouping, Suli, Jiang Xiaotian, Lin Qingyan, and Zhao Rohan. However, this time, Shenyu equipped each group with a flare gun, and also instructed, if you encounter an emergency situation, shoot the flare gun in time, but when you encounter danger, try to solve it yourself, don't always think that there is still a back way out. Suli didn't think much of this flare gun thing. He guessed that the tiger that he killed in the cave last time was the strongest demonic beast in the dense forest, and the rest of the demonic beasts were even less of a threat to him. This time, not only Class 3, but also Classes 1 to 5, the other 4 classes, went to the demonic beasts in the dense forest to try out. And in order to avoid the tragedy of a demonic beast riot resulting in the death of a student from happening again, Zhang Daiyue and the instructors of the other 5 classes were all hidden in the dense forest, always keeping an eye on the students' movements. Su Li's squad walked in the dense forest. Some of the Class 3 team followed them not far away, maintaining a distance that wasn't too far or too close. After experiencing the last demonic beast riot, many Class 3 students had a psychological shadow. They thought it was safer to follow Su Li's lead. Su Li naturally also noticed these teams following him, but this did not affect his hunting of demonic beasts, so he did not think about it. Killed the Forging Body 3rd level demonic beast Wind Wolf, experience plus 30. Violet Flame Blade Technique proficiency plus 30. Kill the Purple Deer, 1st level of body forging, experience plus 10. Violet Flame Blade Technique proficiency plus 15. Kill the Mang Pig, experience plus 9. Violet Flame Blade skill plus 8. Li was quickly killing the demonic beasts in front, while Zhang Xiaotian's trio looked at the scenery on both sides and leisurely followed behind. Xingyan, look at this tree full of red leaves called the fire maple tree. Its wood carries an ethereal scent and can be crafted into table and chair furniture. It's very popular amongst unusual families. Zhang Xiaotian said with a smile, his tone of demeanor relaxed as if he was on vacation. Chapter 93 Red-Winged Bird, Thrilling. Lin Xingyan casually picked up a red leaf from the ground and placed it on the tip of her nose to give it a gentle sniff. That ethereal flavor was even more comforting than some expensive perfumes. It smells so good. A lot of the wood in the listening Xian pavilion is the wood from the fire maple tree. Lin Xingyan opened her mouth. On the other hand, Zhao Ruhan, who was on the side, was intently observing Su Li, who was fighting the rain demon beast. She found that not only was Su Li's chi and blood power thick, his blade technique was even more exquisite and unusual. The angle, time, and position of each of Su Li's knives were all grasped with extreme precision, and with a single strike, he was able to seriously injure these body-forging realm demonic beasts. Even his every blade strike could make people feel that it carried a tension-filled beauty that was simply breathtaking. Although Zhao Ruhan's weapon was a long sword, she still realized something from Su Li's use of the blade that she couldn't understand before. The only thing that made Zhao Ruhan feel distressed was that when Su Li saw the demonic beasts, it was as if a starving person saw a delicious food and his eyes were glowing, not giving her any chance to kill the demonic beasts at all. If she couldn't kill the demonic beasts, she naturally couldn't increase her combat experience. After all, she was a girl who very much wanted to progress, and didn't want to be like a waste, only able to follow behind Su Li and watch the scenery. However, the scenery in this dense forest seems to be really quite good. Su Li was naturally unaware of her thoughts. In his eyes, these demonic beasts are all white flowery experience, of course he should actively kill them. Killed Violet Flame Fire Rabbit, experience plus 30. Violet Flame Blade Technique Proficiency plus 20. After killing this Violet Flame Fire Rabbit, Su Li carried the blood-stained knife and continued to set off towards the front. Relying on his strong perception in the dense forest, his search for demonic beasts became extremely simple. Even some of the demonic beasts hidden in the trees and stone caves could be easily discovered by him. Brother Su, is this nose of yours a transplanted dog's nose? Zhang Xiaotian couldn't help but ask out loud after seeing Su Li find a lurking red-scaled viper from a hidden bush and kill it. One must know that the color of that red-scaled viper fit perfectly with the red grass around it, and it would be difficult to detect it just by relying on one's eyes. This was the reason why Zhang Xiaotian's trio was surprised. Su Li joked, even a dog's nose might not be as good as mine. Zhang Xiaotian gave a thumbs up in admiration. At this exact moment, a sound of a cry for help rang out not far away. Su Li heard that the voice was a little familiar. It should also be a student of class 3. This voice sounds like Zhang Qingyang's team. I'm afraid they've encountered some kind of danger. Zhang Xiaotian said with a frown. With that, Su Li's team quickly moved towards the direction the sound came from. As they approached, Su Li then saw a ferocious, huge red-winged bird in the sky above the forest, swooping ferociously at Zhang Qingyang's 4 people. The other 3 people in Zhang Qingyang's team were Li Dahou, Fang Bo, and Zhang Bo. The red-winged bird's body emitted a very powerful aura. I'm afraid that it must have the realm of the 5th level of body forging. This realm is considered high in this entire dense forest. As for Zhang Qingyang's team, the remaining 3 were only at the 1st level of body forging. In particular, this red-winged bird had wings, so it was difficult for the 4 of them to touch it at all. The red-winged bird above the mid-air looked at the 4 people below with a cold light flashing in its eyes. The power of chi and blood emanating from the flesh of these 4 people made its appetite so great that it couldn't help but peck them clean immediately. It circled in the air, violently opened its huge red wings, with the sound of breaking the air, quickly swooped down towards the bottom. The sharp claws like steel bars grabbed towards the top of Li Dahu's head. Its speed was extremely fast, and its claws were rigid and powerful, very ferocious. Dahou, quickly dodge. Fang Bo, who was on the side, roared out, and the large sword in his hand that was blooming with yellow light was swung out brazenly towards the top. Regarding his attack, the red-winged bird that rushed violently didn't dodge or avoid, it just swung its wings, and instantly a red whirlwind appeared, scraping that ferociously attacking greatsword directly to change its direction. At the same time, its sharp claws had already appeared above Li Dahu's head, grabbing downwards like a large pincer. Li Dahu was startled. The speed of this red-winged bird of the 5th level of body forging was too fast. He only saw a flash of red light, and that red-winged bird appeared above his head. Looking at the top of his head above, in the hot sun emitting a ghostly light of the sharp claws, he simply did not have time to have too much reaction, just can barely flash his head. Hands quickly raised the hands of the large knife, blocked in the above. The sound of a poof cutting through flesh and blood rang out. It was seen that the red-winged bird's claws directly broke through Li Dahu's shoulder, and along with it, his skin and flesh were ruthlessly grabbed off a piece. The scene was bloody and incomparable. Ah! The immense pain coming from his shoulder instantly eroded Li Dahu's entire body, causing him to let out a huge scream. After the blow, the red-winged bird's claws hovered and flew over with blood and flesh, reappearing in mid-air and staring at them intently. Dahou, how are you doing? Zhang Changyang looked at the hideous gash on Li Dao's shoulder, his face turned deathly white. This red-winged bird's attack was too terrifying. Li Dao forcefully endured the severe pain and pulled out a body repair potion from his black pocket and quickly took it. The pain then diminished a lot. Fortunately, Li Dao waved his hand and said with difficulty. And his words just fell. The red-winged bird once again launched an attack and swooped down. The object of its attack also became Zhang Changyang, who was on the side. Obviously, the red-winged bird was prepared to kill all four of them. Zhang Changyang was at the lowest realm amongst the four, only at the 9th level of blood condensation. There was a huge gap between his realm and that of the red-winged bird. He did not react at all, and the beak of the red-winged bird had already attacked ferociously. It's over. At this moment, the fear of death rose in his heart, and at the same time, great remorse invaded his entire body. He wondered if he had worked harder over the years, would he have broken through to the body-forging realm long ago, so that he wouldn't have been left without the slightest bit of resistance under the red-winged bird's attack? Seeing that Zhang Changyang was facing a life-and-death crisis, Zhang Dao couldn't care less about the pain in his shoulder, and carried his large sword and frantically slashed down towards the red-winged bird. Fang Bo and Zhang Bo were also anxious to the extreme at this moment, as they used their strongest battle techniques to knock down the red-winged bird. Although the human martial artists in the same realm were generally much stronger than the demonic beasts in the dense forest, and it was not uncommon for them to even cross the level to fight against each other. But this red-winged bird was at the 5th level of body forging, a whole half of a realm higher than them, and their talent and enlightenment were not particularly strong, so naturally they were no match for this red-winged bird. With a shake of its hardened wings, the red-winged bird easily dissolved the attacks of Zhang Dao's trio. It then ferociously struck at the top of Zhang Qingyang's head with that incomparably sharp beak. Chapter 94 Divine Devouring, Devouring Life. This was a fatal blow. An emotion of despair rose from the bottom of Zhang Qingyang's heart as well as that of the crowd. They now very much regretted that they did not use the flare gun at the first moment they discovered the red-winged bird just now, and even thought of relying on the strength of the four of them to kill this red-winged bird. This was simply whimsical. It's over. Zhang Dao's trio closed their eyes, unable to bear to see the next scene. The sharp-pointed beak was about to approach the top of Zhang Qingyang's head. A blazing blade shadow came blasting in. With a swish sound, the blade shadow directly chopped into the lower abdomen of the red-winged bird, and red blood flowed out in an instant. The red-winged bird stopped its attack, and a light of fear flickered amongst its eyes that were still incomparably sharp just a moment ago. Its body violently rotated, from the bottom up, straight up into the sky. Su Li's figure was then seen flashing rapidly from between the forest leaves. It's Su Li! Zhang Dao's eyes as well as the other two's eyes all lit up as a look of excitement and thrill surfaced on their faces. Zhang Qingyang's face was still pale, but an expression of survival after the robbery surfaced on his face. Thank you, Brother Su, for saving my life. Waiting for Su Li to arrive in front of him, Zhang Changyang clasped his fists in gratitude. No harm done. Su Li waved his hand, unimpressed. At this time, Zhang Xiaotian's trio also arrived right behind him. When they saw the red-winged bird with blood dripping from its lower abdomen and vicious eyes in midair, they were all surprised. This red-winged bird's realm was usually between the 3rd and 6th level of body forging, not a low realm. As for the one in midair, the aura it gave off was even more extremely powerful. No wonder Zhang Qingyang's four were no match for this large bird. The red-winged bird's sharp eyes were dead set on Su Li's body, and a vicious light flashed in its eyes, as if it wanted to kill him immediately. However, the wound in its lower abdomen reminded it that this human was different from the previous ones, and that he was extremely powerful. After hovering in mid-air for a while, the red-winged bird eventually let out a long, resentful cry and prepared to fly away. Seeing that it wanted to escape, Su Li was not willing to let go of this experience that came to him. In the next second, his body violently stomped on the ground and leaped up, then his feet stepped on top of the tree, quickly closing the distance with the red-winged bird. When Zhang Dao and the others saw Su Li's figure steeply climb higher, they all appeared shocked. Is Brother Su going after that red-winged bird? Zhang Dao smacked his lips, filled with incredulity. Zhang Changyang was also filled with shock. The terrifying strength of this red-winged bird, they had just realized it, and they even guessed that this red-winged bird was most likely at the 5th to 6th level of body forging. Fang Bo and Zhang Bo were dumbfounded as they looked at Su Li, who was rapidly prancing and jumping on the branches of the large tree as if he was an ape, and were overwhelmed by his speed. Brother Su's speed is too appalling. Fang Bo marveled, only his face was tinged with a bit of gravity as he said, this red-winged bird is very strong. Can Brother Su be his opponent if he is by himself? On the contrary, Jiang Xiaotian and the three of them had relaxed faces and didn't look worried about Su Li at all. Even Su Li's behavior of going after the red-winged bird was normal in their eyes. Because in Jiang Xiaotian's trio's eyes, Su Li seemed to have a deep hatred with every demonic beast, and Su Li would never stop until they were killed. It's just a 5th or 6th level forging body demonic beast, no need to worry. Jiang Xiaotian looked at the four Zhang Dao with worried faces and said in a casual tone. Zhang Dao's four people were stupefied. Listening to Jiang Xiaotian's meaning, how could a demonic beast at the 5th or 6th level of body forging be like a dirt dog? Seeing the doubts of the four, Lin Qingyan opened her mouth to explain. Before the school year started, Big Brother Su had killed a forging body 6th level demonic beast alone. Zhang Dahu's 4 heads were filled with question marks. This Suli being powerful was a bit too outrageous. However, they were relieved when they thought about it carefully. Suli's sword technique and body technique were cultivated to the realm of great completion or even perfection, and also awakened the main killing and destroying of the strongest talent of the power of thunder. Even if it was the 1st level of body forging, it was still able to compete with the 6th level of body forging of the demonic beasts. Zhao Ruhan lightly looked at the 4 people who were full of surprise, and thought to herself that they really looked like they had never seen the world before. Suli quickly rolled between the large trees. The red-winged bird was right above his head, and it desperately spread its wings and sprinted, wanting to pull away from this human. However, Suli's movement speed was extremely fast, and he was chasing after it in a ghostly manner. At this time, Suli saw the right moment. His right foot violently stomped on the trunk of a large tree, only to hear a crunching sound. The tree trunk should break. Suli's body jumped up and directly rushed into mid-air. The black iron sword in his hand was emitting a blazing purple flame. As he made a swing, a ferocious slash, he directly chopped on top of that red-winged bird's huge feathered wings. A wail came from the red-winged bird's mouth, resounding throughout the dense forest. Immediately after, the red-winged bird's body lost its balance and crashed down towards the forest below. A crackling sound of trees breaking resounded, and the body of the red-winged bird smashed heavily on the ground. Suli's body came crashing down with a thud, bringing up a huge cloud of dust. He half-crouched up and stood up with a calm demeanor, walking towards the red-winged bird that was struggling and waving its wings in the clump of ground in front of him. The red-winged bird's small eyes panicked to the extreme at this moment. It couldn't care less about the pain on its body, desperately waving its wings, wanting to fly. But Suli's knife was extremely powerful, directly cutting off its left wing, which made it difficult for it to take off again. Suli approached step by step. He was holding the iron knife when he was about to result in this red-winged bird. Steeply he stopped the movement of his hand, only to see him glance towards the surroundings. This place seemed to be close to the depths of the dense forest. There were no traces of any students around. There's no one around here. It's just the right time to try out my newly acquired god-devouring talent. Suli secretly thought in his heart. So far, he wasn't clear on what exactly the god-devouring, a blue gold talent, did not know if it could be used on this ordinary demonic beast. Thinking of this, Suli didn't hesitate, and with a thought, he directly unleashed the talent god-devouring. In an instant, a greenish-black light flashed out above his left hand. As soon as this greenish-black light appeared, an air that was both gentle and evil spread out in all directions. After the struggling red-winged bird on the ground felt this mysterious and abnormal aura, it was as if it had received a huge shock and trembled like it was crazy. Suli's left hand pushed forward, and the greenish-black light surged into the red-winged bird's body. A strange feeling appeared in Suli's heart. He seemed to be able to control the green-black light that surged into the red-winged bird's body, and was able to eat away the vitality in the red-winged bird's body. Although he was able to feel the resistance within the red-winged bird's body, its strength was limited, and it simply could not resist the greenish-black light's cannibalization. Chapter 95 God-Devouring, Tenfold Experience. After just a few moments of work, that red-winged bird turned into a pile of withered bones scattered on the ground, leaving only the head to be cut off by Suli to serve as a war chest. The greenish-black light seemed to have grown by a circle before returning into Suli's body. At the same time, Suli only felt a large amount of chi and blood power gushing out from his body to nourish his body's meridians and bones. Devouring a forged body 5th level red-winged bird, experience plus 500. Seeing this experience prompt message, Suli's face was very shocked. Experience plus 500, shouldn't it be 50? Previously, only killing a demonic beast of the 5 Viscera realm was able to increase his experience by hundreds, but this time, just a demonic beast of the 5th level of body forging provided him with 500 points of experience value, a 10-fold increase in experience. This was too terrifying. Upgrading at this rate, I'm afraid it won't be long before I'm able to break through to the 5 Viscera realm. Suli was excited in his heart, but as he looked at this pile of dead bones on the ground that the red-winged bird had turned into, his expression turned solemn again. If people find out about this talent of mine, I'm afraid that they will deal with me as an alien, or even treat me as a demon seed, and it will be hard to explain at that time. The ability of this talent was extremely similar to the abyssal demon seed. It would easily cause misunderstanding as well as panic after being seen by people. It was just that Suli wasn't sure if this divine devouring had a similar function when used on people. Regardless, Suli decided not to easily reveal this talent in front of people. However, there was no one around right now. Suli decided to use the god-devouring talent once more. This kind of pleasure of rapidly increasing experience was too intoxicating. Immediately, he looked around for prey. Zhang Xiaotian and the others waited for Suli at the same spot. Zhang Dahe sat under a big tree to the side, and after taking the body repair potion, as well as the healing elixir, the wound on his shoulder was rapidly healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. These potions and elixirs had a powerful effect on the body's repair. As long as the entire arm wasn't shattered, it was possible to recover quickly. For martial artists, injuries to the bones and skin and flesh were things that were often encountered and were not surprising at all. Zhang Changyang gazed towards the dense forest in the distance, his complexion held a bit of worry. Brother Su hasn't returned after going for so long, will he encounter any danger? Zhang Changyang couldn't help but ask. Zhang Xiaotian on the side patted his shoulder and laughed. Don't worry, I'm afraid there are no monsters in this forest that are a match for Brother Su. I reckon he's encountered some other demonic beasts and is struggling to cut down the monsters. This bout of spending time with each other made Zhang Xiaotian become extremely knowledgeable about Su Li. That's good. Hearing Zhang Xiaotian's words, Zhang Changyang then let go of the uneasiness in his heart. Suddenly, a blue-spotted, stocky leopard entered the middle of Zhang Xiaotian and the other's vision. Zhang Xiaotian's eyes narrowed as he said, blue-spotted leopard, realm is usually at the 1st to 4th level of body forging, fast and extremely explosive. And as soon as his words fell, Zhao Rohan, who had already had itchy hands, flashed with her longsword entangled with that blue-spotted leopard. Zhao Rohan's longsword was sharp, her sword was like lightning, and her moves attacked towards the blue-spotted leopard's weak points. This woman is fierce. Zhang Xiaotian couldn't help but marvel in his heart when he saw Zhao Rohan striking with such ferocity. Judging from the aura emanating from this blue-spotted leopard, its realm should be at the 3rd to 4th level of body forging, so its strength wasn't weak. Zhang Xiaotian gripped his spear tightly, and his chubby figure moved to join Zhao Rohan in a pincer attack on the blue-spotted leopard. Lin Qingyan, as well as Zhang Changyang and the others also surrounded them, attacking the blue-spotted leopard together. The blue-spotted leopard was already at a disadvantage under Lin Qingyan and Zhang Xiaotian's attacks, and now that there were so many people surrounding it together, soon its robust body was covered in wounds, and blue blood continued to flow out from the wounds. As the wounds on the blue-spotted leopard increased, the aura on its body became weaker and weaker, and its speed slowed down. Zhao Rohan found the right time, and with the cold aura on top of her long sword, she just picked it, directly picking this blue-spotted leopard out of its abdomen and smashing it heavily on the ground. Zhang Xiaotian swung his spear, about to stab this demonic beast to death. But right at this moment, a yellow wind and sand swept through the fallen leaves, instantly blowing everyone's eyes open. Zhang Xiaotian's attack gave a lurch, then covered his eyes with both hands to avoid the wind and sand from entering his eyes. What's going on here? In the midst of the wind and sand, Zhang Qingyang's hands were picking at the tree, his body straight away wanted to be blown up, and as soon as he opened his mouth, a large amount of sand and soil poured into his mouth and nose, causing him to cough violently. When the rest of the people saw his appearance, they hurriedly closed their mouths and noses tightly, not daring to make the slightest sound. This wind and sand lasted for about 10 seconds or so, after which it slowly stopped. At this time, a person carrying a large axe was seen approaching the blue-spotted leopard, and an axe chopped down, directly hacking it to death. Damn, today all the higher-ranked demonic beasts in this dense forest look like they have been killed. It's not easy to find a body-forging triple-weight one. When the time comes to finish the mission, the Zheng dog should find fault again. This person mumbled to himself while cutting off the 2 ears of the blue-spotted leopard and putting them into a black bag. When Zhang Xiaotian saw this person's behavior, he reacted to the fact that the wind and sand just now might have been caused by this person, and his purpose was obvious. He came over to snatch the demonic beast. This son of a, Zhang Xiaotian's face instantly darkened. Grizzly, are you blind? Can't you see that this blue-spotted leopard is our prey? Zhang Xiaotian stared at the man and said angrily. Grizzled? The man's handsome face froze slightly, then said with dissatisfaction, Dead fatso, call me pretty boy, understand? You grizzly, you deserve to be called pretty boy, go eat. Zhang Xiaotian spat in front of him, furious. The man laughed when he saw Zhang Xiaotian's furious look and said, You say I'm a grifter, I'm a grifter? Then if I say I'm your daddy, then I'm your daddy? Lin Qingyan on the side frowned. Zhang Xiaotian's dad was her uncle. Wasn't this person taking advantage of her? It's just as well that you people snatch our demonic beasts, but you're also spouting obscenities here. It's simply underhanded to the extreme. Lin Qingyan angrily chided. Yoho, you're quite a pretty-looking little girl. Why do you speak so unpleasantly? Didn't you brush your teeth in the morning? The man looked like a dead pig and disliked him with a smirk. When he finished saying this, 3 more people with weapons came over, obviously in the same group as this man. Shi Jun, did you fetch it? One of the lanky students asked. He directly ignored Zhang Xiaotian and the others, seemingly not putting them in his eyes. Shi Jun nodded, then with a smile on his face, he said in a flirtatious tone, Of course, but they won't let me go. What can I do about this? Chapter 96 Experience Surge, Class 1 Scramble. The lanky boy's face immediately turned gloomy. He coldly swept a glance at Zhang Xiaotian and the others. Powerful qi and blood power erupted out from his body. A huge pressure came towards the crowd, causing their faces to instantly become grave. This person's qi and blood power was so strong. Zhang Xiaotian said a dark cry of misfortune in his heart. This person's qi and blood was this dense, stronger than him by more than 1 or 2 minor realms. This kind of strength, I'm afraid it was ranked amongst their entire grade. Moreover, the boy who used the wind and sand to snatch their prey, named Shi-jun, was not weak, otherwise it would not have been possible for him to strut around in front of them and cut off the blue-spotted leopard's ears. Although they had the advantage in terms of numbers, they might not be able to gain any advantage when it came to a real fight. I'm going to delay the situation for a moment or two to avoid making a move. Wait until Brother Su arrives. It wasn't favorable for them to make a move now. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaotian made up his mind. Then he saw his lance slam to the ground, his chubby face revealed a ferocious expression, and he said with full force, "How many classes of you are so shameless, robbing other people's things and wanting to just walk away?" Zhang Chengyang also chimed in next to him, "You can't bully people on the basis of a high realm. Even if this matter is brought to the director of instruction, it's also your fault." Ha ha ha. Hearing Zhang Chengyang's words, the four people across the table looked at each other and laughed out loud. Shi-jun covered his stomach and managed to stop his laughter, saying, "Little friend, what's the point of looking for the director of instruction? Wouldn't it be better for you to go directly to your mom?" A sidekick followed with a sneer, "What a waste of stuff." Hearing their ridicule, Zhang Qingyang's face became red. He also seemed to realize that what he said was a bit naive, but he was just too angry and blurted it out, and didn't think much about it. Zhang Daho, who had been resting and recuperating from his injuries, had long since gathered around, and although he had a rugged appearance and a big personality, he had a delicate mind. Seeing Zhang Chengyang being mocked by these people, he grinned and yelled, "Where do you guys get the face to say that other people are wastes? You only dare to make underhanded moves behind the scenes to snatch other people's prey. I see that you guys are the real wastes." Once these words came out, Zhang Chengyang's face instantly became much better. He gently exhaled a breath, then gratefully glanced at Zhang Dahu. The corner of Chi-jun's mouth rose with an indifferent smile as he said, "You naive fool, just now, I removed both ears of this blue-spotted leopard in front of you guys in a fair and square manner. Are you blind? Chi-jun, what's the point of wasting so many words with them?" The lanky boy snorted coldly and said to Zhang Xiaotian and the others, "If you guys aren't convinced, feel free to make your move. I'm ready to accompany you." He then turned his tone and said in a cold voice, "If you don't dare to make a move, then all of you get the hell out of here. Don't waste your time here." With these words, the two sides instantly became drawn out. Some of the passing teams also stopped and gathered around to watch the action. Soon there were murmurs. "Hee, isn't that Fang Zhuo and Chi-jun from Class 1? These two are both at the 5th level of the forging realm. Their strength is quite terrifying. The opposite side seems to be from Class 3, that fat guy, I have an impression of him. He was beaten up by a student from Class 8 back then. This Class 3 has been a bit rampant lately. How dare they start a conflict with Class 1? Class 3 is only that one called Suli who has some strength, but in front of Class 1 it's simply not enough to look at. I heard that the boss of Class 1 has already broken through to the 8th level of body forging." The 8th level of body forging? Are you kidding? Many sophomore seniors haven't even reached this realm yet. The terror of the fire spirit body is not something we can imagine? Suli was naturally completely unaware of what was happening over here. After he used divine devouring to kill that red-winged bird, he quickly searched for other demonic beasts. After all, he didn't want to stay alone for too long. It wouldn't be good if he caused some misunderstanding. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the middle of the woods, and 30 meters away to his right, a black-brown bear walking upright appeared in his field of vision. This black-brown bear's body size was huge, its demeanor was vicious, and on top of its black fur, there was a greenish-colored pattern. Black wind bear, usually at the 4th to 7th level of body forging, agile, strong body, and extremely strong skin defense. Seeing this black wind bear, Suli's face was delighted, instantly dodged, and disappeared from his original position, and in just a few short breaths of effort, he appeared in front of the black wind bear. This black wind bear walking upright had to be more than 3 meters tall, and every breath it took was very coarse and heavy, with some fishy smell. Its thick and rough black hair was as hard as steel needles, making people feel no desire to attack at a glance. Suli's height of 1 meter 8 stood in front of it, as if it was a child looking so weak. When the black wind bear saw Suli's sudden appearance, its eyes instantly flashed with a blood-red light of excitement. A loud roar came out from its mouth, startling the birds on the trees on both sides into flying in all directions. Its wide and huge bear paw fiercely stepped on top of the earth, and a depression instantly appeared on the ground as it waved its huge bear paw and viciously slapped towards Suli. Although this black wind bear's body size was huge, its movements were very agile and silky, and with each strike, it carried a huge amount of power. Suli unleashed Ling Wave 9 transformations, his body quickly dodged away. Afterwards, he saw the right time, and the greenish-black light above his right hand blossomed. After sensing the strange and terrifying aura emitted by the green-black light, the excited light in the eyes of the black winged bear immediately turned into horror, and its demeanor was exactly the same as that of the red-winged bird. Its large bear body turned its head, and its 4 bear paws stepped on the ground, about to flee. Suli were willing to let the duck in hand fly away. His figure flashed between the right hand push, his right hand above the light instantly into a light ball into the black wind bear's body. This time the black wind bear in the body of the resistance force than the red-winged bird to be much more intense. Suli manipulation of the light group devouring up to appear very laborious. Think it is the realm is to be higher on some. Suli estimated that the body forging realm of demonic beasts in his god devouring talent can be directly swallowed. If he encountered demonic beasts of a higher realm, I'm afraid that he would need to injure and cripple them, and wait until their body's chi and blood will weaken before he could devour them. Soon, the black wind bear's internal chi was devoured and turned into a pile of bones, leaving only a large head rolling to the ground. Devouring black wind bear, a 7th level forging realm demonic beast, experience plus 700. Another 700 experience points arrived. Sully couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. If he didn't have the talent of divine devouring, he would need to kill 10 7th level body forging demonic beasts to gain this much experience. At this rate, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the 5 Viscera realm. Chapter 97 Instructor, this is not fair. Sully walked over and cut off the black wind bear's ears into the black storage bag, then left straight away. On his way back again, he encountered 2 more forging body 3rd or 4th level demonic beasts. He didn't hold back this white flowery experience, and after observing that there was no one around, he sneakily used the divine devouring talent. Soon another 700 points of experience arrived. Opening the panel, Sully's experience column also became Realm, Forging Body 5th level 1955,000. This short less than an hour's work had grown so much experience. This god-devouring talent was really powerful. At this time, Sully realized that there were traces of the student team around him. He restrained the desire to use god-devouring and quickly returned towards the original path. At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian and the others were in a sword fight with that team from Class 1. There were more and more teams from their respective classes gathering around them. After understanding the situation, the students from both sides sprayed each other, and the scene became lively for a while. A leopard that was taking a nap in the neighborhood heard the noisy movement of humans, and it excitedly touched over with hunger. But when it saw that there were 20 to 30 people gathered here, and each of them had an abundance of chi and blood in their bodies, many of which were not weaker than it, this caused the leopard to be startled and run away quickly in a grayish manner. What happened over there? Chen Yu, who was hidden in the shadows, frowned as he saw the students gathering together and dodged and moved over. Class 1 instructor Zhang Hao did the same, rushing over here in confusion. The scene of the two classes arguing intensified, and it seemed like it could turn into a group battle between the two classes at any time. After Chen Yu arrived and saw the chaos in front of him, his face instantly sank. Why did this group of students net trouble all day long? He angrily bellowed, "What are you doing here? Do you not know what you are here for?" This bellowing voice instantly allowed these students to regain their composure and hurriedly shut their mouths. Zhang Hao also walked over with an unkind face. He glared at the Class 1 students present and said in a chilling voice, "The reason for having you guys come here is to increase your experience in actual combat with demonic beasts, not for you guys to come here to fight bravely and ruthlessly." Against Zhang Hao's beady eyes, the Class 1 students lowered their heads, but there was an unimpressed gleam in the eyes of Qi Jun and Fang Zhua. Zhang Hao stared at the crowd and continued in a cold voice, "Who do you think your opposing enemies are? Other classes? People from other schools? All come to your senses. Your enemies and rivals are never your own kind, and even in the future, you are all comrades who fight side by side for the human race, who can be entrusted with your lives and deaths, and only the races of that heavenly realm who covet the ancestral star are your enemies." On the side, Xinyu nodded approvingly, just as the several instructors of theirs would go and compete with each other for some resources and rewards, but they all did so with their own skills, openly and honestly, even if they were unconvinced by each other towards each other. However, even so, once they encountered danger, they were still each other's most trusted comrades, and could still hand over the lives and deaths of their juniors to each other. Hearing Zhang Hao's words, many of the students of Class 1 and Class 3 felt ashamed, and many of them realized that their own pattern of thinking that only centered on their respective classes was too small. And Zhang Changyang gathered enough courage at this time and said loudly, "Instructor, Class 1 Qi Jun and their team made the first move to snatch the prey in the first place, which triggered this incident." Qi Jun glanced at Zhang Changyang, the corners of his mouth rising in disdain. What he despised the most was this kind of person who looked for a teacher when something happened. "Don't talk nonsense, you people. I clearly killed that demonic beast in front of you all in a bright manner. Do you dare to say otherwise?" Qi Jun's voice spoke faintly. Zhang Changyang still wanted to explain something, but was stopped by Qin Yu reaching out his hand. After coming here just now, he had already learned what happened from the mouths of these students. He only saw Qin Yu and Zhang Hao say a few words to each other, as if they were discussing something. Then he heard Qin Yu loudly say, "The teams related to this incident come out." The four of them, Zhang Changyang and Zhang Daho, wanted to come forward, but they were stopped by Zhang Xiaotian. "Daho, you have injuries on your body right now. If the instructor punishes you down, it will be very unfavorable for recovery," Zhang Xiaotian said in a deep voice. Zhang Daho wanted to say something, but Zhang Xiaotian only gave him a reassuring look. Then the four of them, Zhang Xiaotian, Lin Qingyan, Zhao Ruhan, and Qi Jun walked out from the crowd. After Chen Yu saw Zhang Xiaotian's trio come out, his eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. "Isn't Sully on the same team as you guys? Where is he?" Chen Yu asked suspiciously towards Zhang Xiaotian. Zhang Xiaotian replied, "Instructor, Su went to hunt down demonic beasts by himself." Chen Yu nodded and said, then glanced at Zhang Hao and said, "Our two instructors don't care what your reasons for triggering this are. We only know that your mission in the middle of the dense forest was to hunt demonic beasts." Now, in front of everyone, you will show the demonic beasts that you have hunted, using the level of the demonic beasts as well as the number as a reference to compare. The losing team 50 pounds of weight, 200 kilometers of long distance running as a punishment, and if you can't finish it, you are not allowed to take a break. Once this word came out, the students underneath were in an uproar. Load 200 kilometers, this is not to kill people. Even if they ran until tomorrow morning, they might not be able to finish it, it was simply too scary. Zhang Xiaotian and the two girls glanced at each other with a few strange looks in their eyes. Although they had only entered the dense forest trial for 3 hours, but during these 2 hours, Suli had killed quite a few demonic beasts with his superb perception and terrifying strength, and a few of them weren't low in rank. Zhang Dahu suddenly blurted out, "Instructor, this isn't fair." As the gazes of Chen Yu and Zhang Hao looked on, Zhang Dahu only felt a terrifying aura pressing down on him, instantly causing a cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Some of the students looked at him with surprised gazes. Questioning the two instructors' decision in public, wasn't this looking for death? Zhang Dava took a deep breath and forced his mind to say, Qi Jun and his team's combined strength realm is higher than Zhang Xiaotian's and theirs, the number of demonic beasts killed as well as the grade that must be even more dominant, so it's not fair to take this as a comparison. Zhang Dahu was a very righteous person who valued kindness. Just now, if it wasn't for Su Li and Zhang Xiaotian's team rushing here, he and Zhang Qingyang's 4 people were afraid that they would have to be seriously injured if they didn't die under the red-winged bird's attack, so he dared to come out and question the instructor's decision to his face now. Yes, instructor, this isn't fair, is it? Some students from Class 3 had come forward to speak up for Zhang Xiaotian's team. Instead, the students from Class 1 laughed contemptuously. Class 3 is really a bunch of losers, only complaining about the environment and others. Shi Jun and Feng's 4 people, on the other hand, had a look on their faces as they watched the show. Although they hadn't killed as many demonic beasts today as they had in the past, they didn't think a team with a realm as high as the 2nd level of body forging could be compared to them. Chapter 98 Zhang Yan, 8th level of body forging. Hearing Zhang Dahu's voice, Chen Yu turned his head and glared at him fiercely. Here, what I say is fair. Chen Yu said in a cold voice, if you feel it's not fair, you can challenge me, and as long as you defeat me, then everything can be at your disposal. This sentence directly left Zhang Dahu speechless. Defeating an instructor of the 5 Viscera realm, isn't this bull? Although he was unconvinced in his heart, he could only shut his mouth resentfully and stopped talking. Chen Yu swept his eyes at the silent crowd underneath and coldly hummed. At this time, Zhang Xiaotian scratched his head and said with a somewhat embarrassed face, Instructor Chen, the black bag that our team loaded with the battle results is in Su's hands, and he hasn't returned yet. These words caused a wave of mocking sounds from the students of Class 1. I think you guys have too few prey and are too embarrassed to take it out and look at it in front of everyone, right? Ha, the bag isn't around, this kind of reason is too funny. Class 3 really can't do anything, pretending to be number 1, it's really hilarious, isn't it? The corners of Qi Jun's mouth rose as he laughed with a clouded expression. Since you guys don't dare to take it out, let's check our battle results first. Hearing his mocking tone, Lin Qingyan angrily said, how come we don't dare to take it out? The bag isn't with us, we can't just conjure it up for you out of thin air, right? Next to her, Zhao Ruhan's demeanor was always cold, and she didn't seem to have any fluctuations in her mind because of the conflict with Class 1. This was not because she was cold in nature. Rather, she always believed in her heart that as long as Su Li came back, all these problems and troubles in front of her would be solved. This unspeakable sense of security was based on Su Li's powerful strength. Chen Yu was naturally clear that what Zhang Xiaotian had said was the truth, so he said in a deep voice, then let's start counting the results of the battle from the Class 1 team first. As his words fell, he saw Qi Jun remove the black bag tied around his waist before taking out the battle fruits inside one by one. Barbarian bull ears, judging by the Qi and blood residue, blood condensation 9th level demonic beast. Chen Yu opened his mouth. This was the first demonic beast war fruit that Qi Jun had taken out, a blood condensation 9th level barbarian bull. This kind of demonic beast did not have too many bright spots in its realm and strength, and it was relatively easier to kill. One-horned green ram's horn, a body forging 2nd level demonic beast. Hearing a forged body 2nd level demonic beast, there was some reaction below. For most ordinary students, killing a forged body 2nd level demonic beast was basically their limit. Flaming rabbit ears, blood condensation 9th level demonic beast. Blue-spotted leopard ears, forging body 4th level demonic beast. Shen Yu opened his mouth to finish speaking about the realm of this demonic beast, and some of the students watching from other classes couldn't help but marvel. To be able to kill a 4th level body forging demonic beast, this team from Class 1 is really strong. Yes, I'm afraid that it would be extremely difficult for the 4 of us at the 1st level of body forging to kill this 4th level of body forging demonic beast together. Just this one body forging 4th level demonic beast alone can compare to that team from Class 3. Zhang Chengyang and Zhang Daho, who were in the crowd of Class 3, had anger welling up on their faces at the moment. This blue-spotted leopard was originally defeated by them and Zhang Xiaotian's 2 teams, but now it was taken as a result by Qi Jun. How could it not make people feel angry? Zhang Chengyang reddened his face and spoke loudly, Instructor, this blue-spotted leopard cannot be counted, it was originally defeated by our 2 teams. Chen Yu replied coldly, "No need to talk nonsense, I only value results." Zhang Changyang clenched his fists angrily. In his heart, he felt both the unfairness of the way the instructor handled the situation and his resentment towards the shameless practices of Qi Jun's team. Zhang Dahua forced down his anger. His thoughts were much more realistic and sober than Zhang Qingyang's. He whispered, "Reality is this cruel. Only when our own strength becomes strong can we fight against these injustices." Hearing Zhang Dahua's words, Zhang Changyang took a deep breath. A lot of things happened to him in the past few days, and he also began to realize that the university is completely different from the middle school. It is more realistic here, and the relationship between classmates is closer to the shape of the real society. If one still followed the naive ideas of middle school, one would only be trampled underfoot and bullied at will. I must become strong. Zhang Changyang secretly swore in his heart. Next, Qi Jun pulled out a pair of demonic beast ears from the black bag. Red striped tiger ears, 5th level of body forging demonic beast. Chen Yu spoke. 5th level of body forging demonic beast? There was a buzz amongst the students below. For most of the students, a demonic beast at the 5th level of body forging was already completely out of their hunting range. Facing such a demonic beast, they were only able to go around it from a distance, and even a slight mistake would result in a life and death crisis. The strength of this team from Class 1 is truly terrifying. Yeah, it's too strong. And the bit in our grade that awakened the body of the fire spirit is also in Class 1, I dare not imagine how powerful he must be. Quickly look over there, the one who awakened the fire spirit body has also come over. One could only see a tall and handsome red-haired student with a calm demeanor walking over towards the crowd. He was followed by 3 people as if they were his followers, setting off his aura even more extraordinary. This person was none other than the demon who had awakened the body of the fire spirit, Zhang Yan. Originally, everyone's focus was on the outcome of the battle in Qi Jun's hands, but Zhang Yan's appearance instantly sucked all the attention away. His appearance directly triggered the entire arena. Especially some of the girls present had little stars twinkling in their eyes. Wow, Zhang Yan is here, he's so handsome. If I had a date who was so handsome and strong, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Can you stop dreaming? This is clearly my husband. Some of the male students were also looking at Zhang Yan with admiration and even ingratiation in their eyes. The body of the fire spirit, the 8th level of body forging. In their eyes, Zhang Yan was like an insurmountable mountain that they could only look up to. In front of this kind of demon, the so-called geniuses all paled in comparison, losing all light. Facing the burning gazes of the crowd, Zhang Yan's face never showed any change. He walked to the front and said in a low voice with a magnetic quality, "You guys continue." His voice, which was full of male characteristics, caused the girls, who were already nymphomaniacs, to go even more crazy. The instructor on the side, Zhang Hao, finally couldn't stand it and yelled, "Quiet down." The scene only became a little quieter, but most of the people's eyes were still on Zhang Yan, as if they all wanted to see just how different he was from ordinary people. Qi Jun continued to pull out the results of the battle from the black bag. Next up was a demonic beast of the 9th level of blood condensation, as well as one each of a demonic beast of the 2nd level of body forging and the 3rd level of body forging. Chapter 99 Zuru, you can only kill low-level demonic beasts? Final totals. Qi Jun's team had killed 1 5th level body forging demonic beast, 1 4th level body forging demonic beast, 1 3rd level body forging demonic beast, 2 2nd level body forging demonic beasts, and 2 9th level blood condensation demonic beasts, for a total of 7 hunted and killed demonic beasts. This amount was already quite considerable. One must realize that they had only been in the dense forest for a total of 3 hours. Killing 7 demonic beasts in these 3 hours, which also included a few high-realm demonic beasts, was a very frightening figure. Even instructors Chen Yu and Zhang Hao unconsciously nodded their heads when they saw these results, clearly very satisfied with the quality and quantity of demonic beasts that Qi Jun's squad had hunted. However, Qi Jun and Fang Zhuo didn't seem too satisfied with their team's hunting of demonic beasts. Qi Jun said, "I don't know what happened today, but there seems to be a lot less demonic beasts in the dense forest, and we can only come across one after a long time. It took our team a full 3 hours to find these few demonic beasts." Hearing him say this, the Class 3 students sneered. Wasn't this a naked Versailles pretense, thinking that others couldn't hear it? At this time, a Class 1 student shouted, "Now it's the turn of this team from Class 3 to show the results of their battle." At this time, Su Li still hadn't returned. Jiang Xiaotian and the others anxiously gazed into the distance, seemingly trying to find Su Li's figure. Fang Zhuo snorted coldly as he stared at Jiang Xiaotian. "If you guys don't dare to show your team's battle results, then admit defeat as early as possible and don't waste everyone's precious time here." That's right, I reckon that this team from Class 3 has long since negotiated for that member of theirs to leave with the bag, just to avoid this comparison. Hurry up and admit defeat, don't pretend here. The Class 1 students yelled. These words left the Class 3 students speechless, not knowing what to say to refute for a moment. As for Chen Yu, he stood there, his brows involuntarily furrowed. From his selfishness, he naturally hoped that Su Li would arrive and then compare the Class 1 team. However, just waiting around aimlessly like this would also cause many students to become disgruntled. So he discussed with Zhang Hao, then said, 10 minutes. If Class 3 is still not able to show the results of the battle, then it is ruled as the losing side. 10 minutes? Shijun had a playful smile on his lips. He didn't seem to care about the length of time at all because from the beginning to the end, he didn't think his squad would lose. Fang Zhuo snorted coldly. In his heart, he was not willing to wait a second longer to make a comparison with a trash team. This was a waste of his time, a waste of his life, and even, he thought that this was an insult to him. As time passed by minute, Zhang Xiaotian and the others' faces became more and more anxious. If Suli didn't come yet, then they would be considered to have automatically admitted defeat. The punishment was a small matter. Making a fool of themselves in front of the crowd was what called for embarrassment. Right now, this was no longer a conflict between their two teams, but represented the honor and disgrace of the two classes. Otherwise, Zhang Yan from Class 1 wouldn't have appeared here. 9 minutes had already passed, entering a 1-minute countdown. A contemptuous smile appeared on the faces of the students of Class 1. They thought that this team from Class 3 was just deliberately stalling for time. This kind of low-level tactic was hilarious. Shen Yu looked at his bracelet. He then raised his left hand and counted down the last 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2. The students of Class 1 were victorious, with a teasing look in their eyes. On the other hand, the students of Class 3 lowered their heads and sighed heavily. Just as the voice of one was about to come out, a figure appeared in everyone's eyes against the sunlight. Suli! Luo Fan shouted out excitedly amongst the crowd of Class 3. Zhang Chengyang and Zhang Dahu and the others had all lost hope, but not realizing that Suli had appeared at the last second, they also became excited. The students of Class 1 were also surprised by Suli's suddenness, which came at too much of a snag. Suli met the gazes of the crowd. A few moments of doubt surfaced on his face. What was this situation? He had only left the team for a while. Why had so many people gathered here? After he approached, Zhang Xiaotian, Lin Qingyan, and Zhao Rohan hurriedly surrounded him. Zhang Xiaotian breathed a long sigh of relief. Brother Su, you're finally here. 1 more second and we'll be punished for running 200 kilometers underweight. Suli was puzzled. What happened? Zhang Xiaotian quickly explained what happened to Suli. After listening, Suli nodded in understanding. I didn't expect that within this short period of time that I was not here, such a thing had happened. It's just that the demonic beasts that came to hand were snatched away, but they were also taunted. The other party, this was a bit too much. How much longer are you guys going to make everyone wait? Fang Zhuo's gaze was unfavorably fixed on Suli. His tone was very impatient. Suli turned her head, narrowed her eyes at him, and said in a cold voice, "You are in such a hurry, are you rushing to reincarnation?" When these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. Was this person so arrogant, coming up to make personal attacks? Since the other party was so shameless, Suli naturally would not give face to anyone in their Class 1. Your name is Suli, isn't it? You have guts. Now that the two instructors were present, Fang Zhuo forced down the fire in his heart and said with a grim gaze, "Turtle Son, is my name something you can just call?" Suli sneered. You! Fang Zhuo was furious, his fists clenched, ready to strike. Qijun looked Suli up and down with interest. He had heard people talk about Suli's battle record before, picking Class 8 by himself, very strong. Zhang Yan at the front of the crowd just calmly glanced at Suli and turned his head away. In his eyes, Suli was just slightly stronger than ordinary people, not enough for him to put in his eyes. Fang Zhuo took a deep breath and sneered disdainfully, "I don't know if your strength can catch up with your mouth. I'd like to see how many demonic beasts you actually killed. Don't take out a few blood condensation realm demonic beasts for people to laugh at." Chen Yu spoke, "Alright Suli, stop trying to show off your mouth and bring out your team's battle results." Suli nodded and said no more as he came to the front and removed the black bag from his waist. Then he put his hand inside. Mang Pig double ears, blood condensation 8th level demon beast. Chen Yu looked at the pair of beckoning ears and spoke. 8th level of blood condensation? Fang Zhuo had a disdainful smile on his face, thinking that this was all Suli had. And some of the students from Class 1 mocked underneath. Green-hoofed deer antler, 9th level of blood condensation demonic beast. Red flaming rabbit, blood condensation 9th level demonic beast. The 3 demonic beast items Suli pulled out in a row were all of the blood condensation realm, which made the Class 1 students despise him even more. All blood condensation realm demonic beasts, and you have the nerve to take them out in front of everyone, aren't you ashamed? Chapter 100 Shock, he killed so many heads? I see that this Class 3 Suli is using himself as a joke to make everyone laugh. Ha, that makes sense. In response to these mocking words, Suli's face remained unchanged as he continued to put his hand into the black bag. Then he pulled out a ram's horn. One-horned green ram's horn, a forging body 2nd level demonic beast. A forging body 2nd level demonic beast did not make the Class 1 students feel much, knowing that Qijun and his team had killed a forging body 5th level red striped tiger. Suli then pulled out a few more demonic beast trophies in a row. Purple antlers, 1st level of body forging demonic beast. Bloodstained leopard, 2nd level of body forging demonic beast. Red-tailed fox, 1st level body forging demonic beast. Hearing the names of these body forging 1st and 2nd level demonic beasts, the Class 1 students talked again. What's the point of killing more than 1 or 2 level body forging demonic beasts? That's right, a single body forging 4th level demonic beast from Chi Jun's team can be as good as 10 body forging 1st level demonic beasts. Suli was unmoved, quietly pulling out his bag there. Wind Wolf, body forging 3rd weight demonic beast. Shadow Leopard, a forged body 3rd gravity demonic beast. Herculean Ape, a forged body 3rd grade demonic beast. As the battle results of the forged body triple demon beasts were pulled out by Suli, the voices below gradually became much less. After all, being able to hunt down so many body forging triple heavy demonic beasts also showed that Suli's squad had a certain level of strength. Among all the teams of the 5 classes, it was considered to be at the front of the line in terms of strength. However, Suli still had no intention of stopping. He was still unhurriedly pulling out the results of the battle. The black bag in his hand seemed to be like a bottomless pit, seemingly unable to be cleaned out. The black bag used to contain these demonic beasts' fruits of war was all made of special materials. From the appearance alone it was just an ordinary black bag, but in reality it had a large area in it, and the devices on some of the demonic beasts didn't take up much of its area. Red-winged bird with 2 ears, 5th level of body forging demonic beast. Chen Yu said aloud after judging the grade of the red-winged bird. As his words fell, the crowd underneath sucked in a breath of cool air. This Class 3's team can even have the strength to hunt a forging body 5th level demonic beast? A student from Class 1 was filled with disbelief. Looks like we underestimated Su Li's team before. I'm afraid that's all the demonic beasts they've hunted, and it's only a tie with Chi Jun's team at most. Yeah, I don't think he'll be able to get any other demonic beast battle results. However, this student had just finished speaking. Su Li pulled out another pair of black bear ears. Chen Yu took this pair of black bear ears in his hands and sized them up, and only after a moment had passed did he say with a sense of surprise, Black Wind Bear, 7th level of body forging demonic beast. Shocked. All the students present all stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with incredulity. Even Chi Jun and Feng Zhuo were dumbstruck. 7th level of body forging, what a joke. Although Chi Jun's team also possessed the strength to hunt and kill a forging body 7th level demonic beast, it wasn't easy to come across a forging body 7th level demonic beast in the middle of this dense forest because most of the high level demonic beasts had been killed by the instructor and the others. This Su Li team is really lucky, Feng Zhuo said through clenched teeth. From the moment Su Li took out this forging body 7th level bear's ear and came out, there was no suspense in this match. Su Li and his squad were sure to win. Chi Jun smacked his lips and muttered in a low voice to himself, if I had known, I wouldn't have grabbed this blue-spotted leopard with them. Damn 200 kilometers, how long will it take to run? And the students of Class 1 all shut their mouths at this moment. A demonic beast of the 7th level of body forging, except for a few people in their class who had the ability to kill it, the rest of them could only run for their lives when they saw it. Unexpectedly, the strength of this Su Li squad was so strong. They had thought that this was the end of Su Li. Who knew that Su Li was too troublesome to pull out from the bag one by one? He directly poured it out. Another pile of forging body 3rd and 4th level demonic beast devices appeared in front of the crowd. The number of all the demonic beasts hunted by the Su Li squad added up to more than 20. It was a full 2 times more than Chi Jun's squad. The 2 instructors, Chen Yu and Zhang Hao, were both dumbfounded as they watched. They felt that they might not be able to hunt and kill so many demonic beasts in such a short period of time even if they were to do it themselves. It wasn't like these demonic beasts were idiots that would just stand still and wait for you to kill them. On the contrary, they had a certain amount of intelligence and were very good at hiding. As for Jiang Xiaotian, Lin Xingyan, and Zhao Rohan, they looked at each other in dismay at this moment. They remembered that Su Li didn't kill so many demonic beasts before he left. He had only gone out alone for a while. How could he have hunted and killed so many demonic beasts in this short period of time? This was too unbelievable. However, Su Li had brought them too many shocks, and these were considered nothing. Brother Su, it's still you. Jiang Xiaotian gave Su Li a thumbs up. This competition was too beautiful to win, it was a complete crush, and the most important thing was that he didn't have to be punished. Lin Xingyan's eyes burned with admiration as she looked at Su Li. Meeting her eyes, Su Li was a little embarrassed. Zhao Rohan, on the other hand, sighed softly. She didn't understand. It wasn't good for Class 1 to grab whoever's prey they wanted, they had to grab their teams. Wasn't this making things uncomfortable for themselves? This was good, being severely sanctioned by Su Li. I think their Class 1 would be able to learn a lesson in the future. Zhang Yan, who had been standing at the front of the crowd, turned back and coldly glanced at the 4 people, Chi Jun and Feng Zhuo, then he turned around and left without looking back. This time, Class 1 had lost a lot of money by following these 4 people. Being swept by Zhang Yan's gaze, the 4 of them, Chi Jun and Feng Zhuo, only felt a huge pressure coming over them, and a trace of cold sweat involuntarily broke out on their foreheads. They knew that this was Zhang Yan's dissatisfaction and warning. At this time, Chen Yu spoke. The result of the competition is already obvious. I announce that Su Li's team has won, and Chi Jun's team accepts the punishment of 50 pounds of weight bearing for 200 kilometers. Winner! The Class 3 crowd cheered as Zhang Changyang and Zhang Dahao high-fived each other excitedly. Su Li! The crowd excitedly called out Su Li's name. Zhang Hao looked at the grayed out Class 1 crowd and grunted coldly, if you don't have the strength, don't go around causing trouble, all disperse. Shi Jun, Fang Zhua, the four of you will start receiving punishment now. Shi Jun spread his hands with a lifeless look. Fang Zhua, on the other hand, had an incredibly grim face as he looked viciously at Su Li and turned to leave. At this time, some of the staff on Devil Island entered the dense forest and quickly cleaned up the corpses of these demonic beasts killed by the students. Some of the ones that were preserved intact were pulled back to the base to be made into food, while some of the inedible ones or those with extremely poor meat texture were destroyed on the spot by them with medicinal water. Chapter 101, 5,000 merit points. After this matter, each class dispersed to hunt demonic beasts after putting up a good fight. Time passed quietly, and the moon hung silently on the branches. The breeze gently blew in the dense forest, blowing the palm-sized leaves and continuously emitting a rustling sound. Some demonic beasts that frequented at night came out from their habitats. They stepped on the faint moonlight in the forest and began to search for food. After Su Li killed a one-horned green sheep, he wiped the blood-stained iron knife on top of the wool a few times before putting it away. It's almost time, let's go back to the base. After saying that, Su Li and Jiang Shaotian returned to the base. They counted the demonic beasts they had killed and then handed them over to the instructor, and the portion that exceeded the required task was exchanged for pills and potions. In the evening, they had the knowledge expansion class as usual, and today, Shen Yu focused on giving them some knowledge about what was inside the realm gates. For example, the realm gate below Star Island was connected to several world realms. It was a world with an extremely wide area and extremely rich resources. Similarly, many races were fighting for supremacy within it, and the smoke of war filled the air, making the situation much more chaotic than that of the ancestral star. After listening to Chen Yu's general introduction, Su Li was quite excited in his heart, and was eager to enter the realm gate to see the scene inside with his own eyes. Early in the morning of the second day, Su Li had just come to the playground to prepare for practicing pile work when he saw Shi Jun and Fang Zhua walking into the playground, panting and sweating. Shi Jun wiped the sweat from his forehead and spat, "Damn, this one all-nighter has to consume 10 years of my life." Fang Zhua's hair was disheveled and his voice was irritated. Losing this time was too shabby. That Su Li kid was just lucky. Shi Jun shrugged his shoulders. He is a person who is willing to gamble and accept defeat. Losing is losing, and does not feel there is anything to complain about. When Su Li saw the sweaty appearance of these four people from afar, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but rise. These four people were afraid that they had run all night long before they finished the 200 kilometers. Moreover, looking at their current wretched appearance, they no longer have the same arrogance as before. On the playground, there were only a few sparse students practicing pile work. Most of the students had yet to get up. Shi Jun, Fang Zhua, and the four of them saw Su Li standing on the playground at a glance. Su Li. Shi Jun froze for a moment, not expecting Su Li to come to the playground so early to train. Fang Zhua's face instantly turned grim as he said in a cold voice, "Was he mocking us just now?" Shi Jun really didn't have the mood to care about this. He was dying of exhaustion, so he said breathlessly, "Forget it, leave him alone." However, he saw Fang Zhua snort coldly and stride towards Su Li. Shi Jun looked at the departing Fang Zhua in shock, thinking that this fire is so big this early in the morning. After Fang Zhua approached, he rushed towards Su Li and said in a cold voice, "Don't be complacent too early." Su Li looked at him with a cold expression. This person seemed to be very unconvinced of losing. "When the freshman competition is held, I will definitely give you an engraved lesson." Fang Zhua gritted his teeth and snapped. Su Li looked at him with an idiot-like gaze. "Running in front of people in the morning to act like a pussy, do you have a brain problem?" You wait for me." Fang Zhua viciously glared at him before turning to leave. "Gripe," Su Li said breathlessly. After the morning's training was over, Chen Yu called Su Li to the conference room. Zhang Daiyue was also sitting in the conference hall at this time, and after he saw Su Li, a smile appeared on his face. Su Li looked at the duo suspiciously. Did something happen? Zhang Daiyue came in front of him, patted his shoulder and smiled. "There are good things. This time, you got credit for discovering the boundary gate first and avoided a large-scale invasion of the demonic species. The school and the military unanimously decided to reward you." Surprise flashed across Su Li's face. "There is such a good thing?" Chen Yu on the side said with a few points of envy in his gaze, "This reward is not trivial, even I am envious of you." Su Li instantly raised his interest. What would be the reward that could make the 5 Viscera realms Chen Yu envious? His heart was instantly filled with anticipation. Zhang Daiyue laughed, then mysteriously stretched out 5 fingers to shake. Su Li did not know what he meant, and a few moments of doubt appeared in his eyes. Zhang Daiyue laughed. 5,000 merit points. What? Su Li froze on the spot, thinking that he had misheard his ears. Zhang Daiyue said, "You didn't hear it wrong, it's 5,000 merit points." 5,000 merit points. Su Li sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Killing a body-forging realm foreigner in the realm gate could be exchanged for 1 point of merit points. Killing a foreigner in the 5 Viscera realm could be exchanged for 5 points of merit points. 5,000 merit points. It would take 1,000 foreigners in the 5 Viscera realm to be exchanged for it. This time, the rewards were simply too generous. Shenyu spoke from the sidelines. The situation of this realm gate you discovered is different from the previous realm gates. Its danger level is very high. If you had discovered it a little later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. These rewards are what you deserve. Zhang Daiyue nodded approvingly. Not only is there a terrifying monster like the abyssal demon seed within that realm gate, there is even the existence of a demon god. Demon god? Suli had read bits and pieces of records in some books. Among the legends, the demon god possessed terrifying and bizarre power, and the descent of each demon god would bring devastating disasters to a side of the world. Suli did not expect that the danger index of that boundary door was so high, and thought that when he was curious and wanted to enter, it was simply a death wish. He couldn't help but ask worriedly, how is the situation of that realm gate now? Zhang Daiyue shook his head with an ugly expression. The boundary door is temporarily guarded by a light purification instrument, but relying on the power of the instrument is filled with too much uncertainty, and now we can only hope that the Star Ocean Research Institute will be able to develop a relevant item that restrains the demonic species as soon as possible. Suli's mood became heavy all of a sudden. He suddenly rose a feeling of crisis around him. It seemed that something terrible would happen at any time. He couldn't help but think secretly in his heart, I can't slack off for a moment now. I still need to use the fastest speed to upgrade my strength so that I can ensure the safety of myself and my friends and family around me when danger occurs. He had gained the god-devouring talent, and the speed of his upgrades would increase drastically. This newly rewarded 5,000 merit points would also allow him to exchange for more powerful battle techniques as well as elixirs, so he thought that very soon, he would be able to further increase his strength. This reward was a pleasant surprise for Su Li. When he reported the matter of discovering the boundary gate, he didn't realize that he would also be able to obtain such a generous reward. Zhang Daiyue instructed, soon the merit points will be able to hit your account. In the face of so many merit points you must plan well, don't get rich overnight and squander them at will. Although Zhang Daiyue could tell that Su Li's character was much more calm compared to his peers, but Su Li's age was still young after all, and in the face of this sudden wealth, it would be easy to cause squandering and wasting, so there was always nothing wrong with a little more instruction. Su Li thought that what Zhang Daiyue said was very reasonable, so he nodded with an open mind. Chapter 102 Heavenly Thunder 8 Shopping. After Su Li came out of the conference room, he went to the cafeteria to get his meal. There was a huge sense of worry and urgency in his heart at the moment. That realm gate in the Star Ocean Lake was like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, bringing him great pressure. But right now, his strength wasn't enough to clear this scourge, and the only thing he could do right now was to do his best to make himself stronger. He thought that after he broke through to the transcendent and even higher realms, together with the god-devouring talent, he would have a huge killing power against the abyssal demon seed. In the afternoon, endurance training was conducted as usual. While classes 6-10 entered the dense forest for trials. While Su Li was on a long-waited run around the island, he saw a huge ship docked by the Devil's Island. From above came down the Prime Army, who were carrying a huge iron cage in their hands, containing some anesthetized, blood condensation and body-forging realm demonic beasts. Su Li guessed that they were afraid that they were going to put these demonic beasts into the dense forest to replenish its demonic beast population. Retracting his gaze, Su Li focused on his breathing and ran at an even speed. This time, the weight on top of his legs was a full 200 pounds, equivalent to the weight of an ordinary person, but his speed and endurance did not suffer too much because of this. From this, it could be seen that Su Li's physical quality was now powerful to a terrifying degree. Time passed by minute by minute. As dusk approached, the fire-like haze danced merrily in the sky. At this time, the merit bracelet on Su Li's right wrist received a message. Your account has received 5,000 merit points. Seeing the content of the message, Su Li, who was running, wiped off the beads of sweat on his forehead, and his tired spirit was revitalized. It's arrived. Su Li forced his heart to suppress his joy. 5,000 merit points, for him it was really a lot of money. At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun struck his body through the clouds that were dyed with haze, deeply engraving his joyful figure on the earth. The training was over. The sky also darkened. Su Li and Zhang Xiaotian walked side by side to the bathroom to take a shower. Zhang Xiaotian observed that the corners of Su Li's mouth had been pressed into a smile, as if something happy had happened, and he asked suspiciously, Brother Su, is there some pretty girl confessing to you again? Ah? Su Li froze for a moment, reacted and laughed. The joy of being pursued by a girl is too superficial. Zhang Xiaotian shook his head and sighed. I'm just a superficial person. I just want to experience this kind of superficial joy, but why doesn't anyone fulfill this requirement of mine? Su Li patted his shoulder and comforted, Xiaotian, although you don't have an advantage in terms of appearance, but you have a humorous personality, there will be girls who will like you. Zhang Xiaotian covered his face and said, Brother Su, you're really good at comforting people, next time don't comfort Anon. After the evening knowledge development class, Su Li came to the back cliff of the training camp. Under the stars in the sky, Su Li sat on the edge of the cliff, blowing the lake wind. His heart was indescribably comfortable. Opening the merit bracelet, a light screen lit up in the night. Su Li's right hand scratched the light screen and browsed the items on it. 5,000 merit points could be exchanged for most of these items, and even some heavenly treasures that enhanced the probability of breaking through the 5 viscera and transcendent realm could be exchanged. However, these pills and spiritual plants were not within the scope of Su Li's consideration. What he most wanted to exchange right now was the book Heavenly Thunder 8 Chopping. The 8 Heavenly Thunder chopping styles had a total of 8 styles, and one had to awaken the talent of thunder power to cultivate it, and each style could exert an extremely terrifying power. Moreover, the 8 Heavenly Thunder chopping skills could be ranked in the top 10 of all attacking combat techniques that could be exchanged for merit points, thus showing its power. Redeeming the 8 Heavenly Thunder slashes required the consumption of 3,000 merit points. Even if Su Li now had 5,000 merit points, he was still somewhat reluctant to part with them. But again, he was craving for this battle skill. In the end, he gritted his teeth, and with a trembling right hand, he tapped on the exchange. Please confirm, do you want to spend 3,000 merit points to redeem the 8 Heavenly Thunder slashes? Okay. Su Li took a deep breath and tapped on top of the red OK button. Redemption successful. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., the merit law will be delivered to the Devil's Island training base on time. Please pay attention to receive it. Su Li only felt an incomparable flesh pain at this moment. His fingers were still trembling slightly. 3,000 merit points, too extravagant. However, in order to become stronger, he endured. I wonder how the 8 Heavenly Thunder slashes will be sent over. Su Li's heart carried a few points of anticipation and curiosity. Early in the morning of the second day. After Su Li finished practicing his pile work, the time was close to 8 o'clock. Chen Yu greeted Su Li. I think the 8 Heavenly Thunder slashes have been sent over. Su Li's heart was overjoyed as he followed behind Chen Yu and quickly walked towards the conference room. As soon as he entered the conference room, Su Li saw a small black drone hovering inside the conference room. There were 7 logo patterns drawn on this drone, and one of the top patterns was an axe, which was precisely the logo of the Prime Army. At the same time, a message appeared on Su Li's merit bracelet. Are you sure to receive the item? Su Li hurriedly clicked OK. Just then, he saw the black drone open in the center, and a purple book fell on top of the conference table. Su Li excitedly walked over and took the purple book in his hands. Above it were precisely 4 large words written, Heavenly Thunder 8 Chopping. The font was strong and powerful, making one's heart surge at a glance. After the drone closed, it flew out of the window and quickly returned. Chen Yu on the side placed his eyes on this book, Heavenly Thunder 8 Chopping, with interest. Heavenly Thunder 8 Chopping, one must awaken the power of thunder to cultivate it, and it requires extremely strong enlightenment. It's quite suitable if you cultivate it. Chen Yu opened his mouth and said. Su Li nodded, then looked up at the drone that flew away, wondering, where did this drone come from? Chen Yu explained, every region has a merit courier site. The merit courier site is jointly operated by the military and the government, and this drone, it flew over from the Star Island merit courier site. Su Li revealed a dawning look. The efficiency of the courier site was quite high, just one night to deliver the Heavenly Thunder 8 chop on time. But then a few moments of confusion rose in Su Li's heart as he curiously asked, if the drone was shot down by someone in the middle of the journey, or if there was an accident, what about the damage caused? Chen Yu smiled and explained, each drone is controlled by a commissioner and is equipped with satellite tracking on it. If it really encounters a robbery, within 5 minutes, there will be a strong person who will go ahead and suppress it, so it is still very safe. Of course, if some uncontrollable factors are encountered that cause the purchaser's loss, the local merit site will have corresponding compensation measures. I see. Su Li nodded. With the military and the government as backing, I'm afraid that no one would dare to rob the drones that transported items, unless some people who didn't want to live. Chapter 103 Heavenly Thunder Silence. After Su Li left from within the conference room, he headed to the training room to train. It was only until the end of the morning's training and after lunch that he found a quiet place to take out the Heavenly Thunder 8 beheadings and flip through it. The author's signature of this Heavenly Thunder 8 chopping was unknown, but it did not affect its power in the slightest. When he finished reading the entire book once, he realized that the cultivation panel had already included this battle skill, and after that, he only needed to raise its proficiency. The dense forest trial was conducted in the afternoon. After Su Li's squad entered, they realized that the number of demonic beasts seemed to have increased. It was thought that it was because the Prime Army had put a lot of demonic beasts into the dense forest yesterday. Su Li was naturally very satisfied with this. The more demonic beasts in the dense forest, the faster he could upgrade. So Su Li quickly started hunting the demonic beasts. At the same time, the proficiency of the first of the 8 Heavenly Thunder slashes, One Day Thunder Silence, also increased rapidly. Looking at Su Li, who killed a demonic beast with a single slash in front of him, Jiang Xiaodian, Lin Xingyan, and Zhao Rohan didn't have the slightest sense of participation. They only felt that it was easier for Su Li to kill these blood condensation and body forging realm demonic beasts than it was to kill chickens. Brother Su is as fierce as ever. Jiang Xiaodian smacked his lips. He was able to clearly see that Su Li's strength was growing crazily every day, and this speed of growth shocked him greatly. However, Jiang Xiaodian's heart didn't have the slightest feeling of jealousy. His heart felt sincerely happy for Su Li's strength growth. Lin Xingyan was still incredibly adoring towards Su Li. Usually Su Li didn't dare to meet her eyes. That kind of blazing gaze made Su Li feel very embarrassed. Zhao Rohan, on the other hand, was moping behind Su Li. because as soon as she found a trace of a demonic beast, Su Li had already dodged and raised his sword to kill that demonic beast, not giving her any chance to strike at all. She couldn't understand why Su Li's eyes were glowing when she saw the demonic beast, as if she had seen gold. At the back of the room, Zhao Ruhan simply swung for the fences, and she began to join in the leisurely chat between Jiang Xiaotian and Lin Xingyan. Although Zhao Ruhan's character was cold, but after all, she was a young person and had a lot in common. And Jiang Xiaotian's personality was very humorous, so soon the three of them were getting along very well, and smiles began to appear on Zhao Ruhan's cold face from time to time. When Su Li was hunting demonic beasts, whenever he had the chance, he would pretend to go after them and then wait until there was no one around to use the divine devouring talent to devour the demonic beasts and transform them into a large amount of experience. In the course of an afternoon, Su Li used divine devouring to devour 5 demonic beasts, gaining a total of more than 2,000 points of experience. The speed of increase was smacking. Opening the panel. Host, Su Li. Race, human. Realm, 5th level of body forging 42-55,000. Technique, granite determination. Technique, granite determination. Technique, granite determination. Battle technique, red flame / perfection 41-50-100,000. Battle technique, violet flame blade technique grand completion 46-20-10,000. Body technique, 9 changes of Ling wave completion 120,000-100,000. Battle technique, Kirin shakes the moon comprehended. Battle technique, Heavenly Thunder 8 chopping style 1, Heavenly Thunder silence understanding 120-1000. Contracted beast. Heavenly treasure mouse, 9th level of blood condensation realm 12,900. Silver moon wolf king, 2nd level of viscera realm 5320,000. Green scaled python, 1st level of viscera realm 860-10,000. Green armored turtle, 5th level of body forging 28-55,000. Pactable beasts 4. Number of contracts 0. Note, the success rate of contract varies with the realm. The probability of contracting a demonic beast of the same level is 80%, and the probability of success beyond the current realm is 1%. Every time you raise a realm, you can increase the number of times you can contract twice. Word talents, white invoke disaster, white diligence makes up for difficulty, blue forest affinity, blue sneaking, blue fortune in time, blue water affinity gold thunder power platinum water spirit body platinum shin turtles shield blue and gold divine devouring. Hanging experience, 1220. Upgradable contracted beast, none. Seeing that the hanging experience had reached 1,220 points, Su Li passed on his appreciation through his mental chain to the green scale Jiao Python in the Starsea Lake, as well as the Silver Moon Wolf King in the middle of the Demon Beast Forest. Soon, he received excited feedback from these 2 demonic beasts. Even though these 2 demonic beasts weren't around, they were able to provide Su Li with a considerable amount of hanging experience every day, which was also very good. The heavenly treasure mouse didn't know what spirit plant it had devoured again, and had risen from the 8th level of blood condensation to the 9th level of blood condensation. And thinking of that little royal bastard who was mixed up and eating and waiting for death, Su Li was only able to helplessly shake his head. There was no way, this little royal bastard was too unmotivated. I wonder if there is any way to make the contracted demonic beast always follow me around? Su Li's heart suddenly rose this idea: if these demonic beasts can always follow him, not to mention how fast the experience will grow, his security alone will be greatly enhanced. Just right now there is no good way to bring all the contracted demonic beasts around. This matter can only be left to be solved later. It is night. Su Li 4 people returned to the training camp. Waiting for the evening classes to end, Su Li took the body forging pill as well as the body tempering potion to the practicing room. After soaking in the bathtub and getting everything ready, he moved his mind and directly used more than 1,000 points of hanging experience. In a flash, majestic chi and blood power radiated out from within his body. 6th level of body forging. Su Li took a deep breath to calm his mind, then his body quickly absorbed the medicinal power left in the bathtub. At the same time, the aura on his body became even more powerful. 6 days later. After Su Li had killed a 1-horned green sheep of the body forging realm in the middle of the dense forest, the first style of the 8 heavenly thunder slashes, heavenly thunder silence, the comprehension points were finally piled up. In an instant, a terrifying thunder streaked through Su Li's mind, and a blade raging with purple thunder light seemed to swing and chop from the darkness, carrying the aura of silencing everything and tearing through the darkness. Su Li stood in the forest with his eyes closed and out of focus, the sound of birds chirping softly. Suddenly, the extremely ordinary iron sword in his hand erupted with dazzling purple thunderlight, and terrifying lightning flowed wildly and recklessly. The 3 of them, Jiang Xiaotian, who were on the side, were stunned in place by this scene. Is this brother Su comprehending some kind of powerful battle technique again? Jiang Xiaotian's eyes carried a puzzled glint. Lin Xingyan's eyes flashed with an astonishingly blazing light as she secretly said in her heart, Big brother Su seems to have gotten much stronger again. Zhao Ruhan's cold face carried shock as she sensed a power that caused her to feel incomparable palpitations from above the iron blade that blossomed with dazzling lightning. What kind of battle skill is this? It actually makes me feel so terrified. Zhao Ruhan sucked in a breath of cool air. At this moment, Suli became a few more mysterious and powerful points in her eyes. As Suli opened his eyes, the lightning on the iron sword slowly fell silent. At this time, his heart was also shocked by the Heavenly Thunder silence battle technique. Just now he realized that the blade of lightning that cut through the darkness was too strong, seemed to be able to silence all the world. That horrible and powerful power simply cannot be described in words. Chapter 104, the eve of the end of special training. This Heavenly Thunder silence was still only the first of the 8 Heavenly Thunder chopping styles. One would not dare to imagine how powerful the remaining 7 styles would be. At this time, Suli was a little curious. The person who created the Heavenly Thunder 8 chopping, what kind of amazing talent was he, and what kind of terrifying strength would he have? It was really mesmerizing. In these 6 days, besides comprehending the Heavenly Thunder silence, Suli's realm had also broken through to the 7th level of body forging. The divine devouring talent allowed his experience growth rate to skyrocket, and upgrading became much easier. There were still 9 days left for the end of the special training for new students, and Suli estimated that his realm would be able to go even further, and even reach the 9th level of body forging wouldn't be too much of a problem. After Suli used 3,000 merit points to exchange the Heavenly Thunder 8 chop last time, he didn't exchange any other items in the past few days, so he still had 2,250 merit points left. He hadn't decided what to exchange yet, so he planned to wait until after the special training for new students. It was precisely at this moment. A violet black bear walking upright with black and red hair broke into Suli's field of vision. He was excited to see the hunt and wanted to test the power of the Heavenly Thunder silence, so he dashed to the front of the violent black bear. The aura emanating from this flaming black bear was very strong. Suli judged that it should have a strength of around the 7th level of body forging. The fur on the body of the flaming black bear was as hard as steel needles. If it was an ordinary martial artist of a comparable realm with it, if he wanted to break through its body's defenses, he would have to use some energy. This fierce black bear saw Suli suddenly close, it excitedly roared, then huge wide bear paw blasted towards Suli's head slapped down. The movements of this flaming black bear were too slow in Suli's eyes. He just dodged, easily dodging the flaming black bear's ferocious attack. At the next moment, the iron sword in Suli's hand blossomed with dazzling thunderlight. The world seemed to be eclipsed, and an aura that caused everything to fall into silence emanated from above the blade. The sound of thunder exploded. Accompanied by a purple lightning flash, the thick body of the violent black bear was directly split diagonally into 2 halves and fell to the ground. Killed the 7th level body forging demonic beast, flaming black bear, plus 70 experience. Zhang Xiaotian's trio on the side stared blankly, their faces very shocked. They were still immersed in the power of Suli's sword just now. Although they didn't know what kind of blade technique it was, they clearly and intuitively felt the terror of it. The realm of the violent black bear was usually at the 5th and 8th level of body forging, and its talent was dominated by strength and defense. For them, these new students, this kind of demonic beast that was both resistant to injury and strong in attack was definitely considered a boss level in the dense forest. However, this kind of terrifying demonic beast was actually cut in half by Suli with a single knife, which had to shock the 3 of them. Putting away the iron blade, Suli unconsciously nodded. He was still very satisfied with the power of this blade. The second style of the 8 Heavenly Thunder chopping was called Heavenly Thunder Punishing Evil, and the number of comprehension points required for this style had also grown to 3,000, which was a full 2,000 more experience points than the first style. If it wasn't for the panel, Suli wouldn't dare to imagine how difficult it was to cultivate. It was really a momentary pleasure to hang on, and a straight pleasure to hang on all the time. At this time, Zhang Xiaotian came to Suli's side. He looked at the ground was split in half of the black bear, said, "Brother Su, your battle skills are a little too terrifying. Even this thick-skinned black blind man can also be killed by a knife." Suli flirted, "Xiaotian, if your energy wasn't divided by female color, you could have done it too." Zhang Xiaotian smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother Su, don't make fun of me. I'm more than clear about my own weight." Lin Qingyan smiled and stared at the fat on Zhang Xiaotian's body and said, "How many kilograms and how many tails are you now? Have you grown meat again recently?" I've lost a lot of weight in this period of time. Qingyan, are you not wearing glasses?" Zhang Xiaotian hemmed and hawed. Lin Qingyan's face changed and she said angrily, "Dead fatso, are you scolding me for being blind?" After saying that, she moved extremely skillfully to pinch the fat on Zhang Xiaotian's face, causing him to grimace in pain. Ever since Zhao Rohan's relationship with Zhang Xiaotian and Lin Qingyan had gotten closer, Zhang Xiaotian had been flirting with Zhao Rohan from time to time, often saying that she was cold like ice, or the kind that could freeze people to death, which made Zhao Rohan very speechless. Now seeing Zhang Xiaotian being beaten up, Zhao Rohan only felt relief in her heart. She coldly spat out 2 words, "Serves you right." Suli on the side hurriedly moved away from the smoke-filled battlefield and looked at Zhang Xiaotian with a smile, gloating. Zhang Xiaotian replied with a sultry gaze towards Suli. Time passed quietly. 9 days passed. Inside the evening classroom, Shenyu stood on the podium, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the students below one by one. "When the special training ends tomorrow, my mission will be complete." Shenyu's voice was still loud, but it carried a few moments of despondency in it. After a month of spending time with these students, the bond between them had grown deeper and deeper. After he finished speaking these words, some of the emotional girls' eyes instantly turned red. For these students, although every day's training was hard and grueling, they knew that the hard work at the moment was paving the way for their future growth. Even if they shed more sweat, tears or even blood, it would benefit them endlessly. In front of the crowd, the always cold and serious Chen Yu rarely revealed a smile. He spoke softly. "In this month, I have seen the effort that each of you has put in, and I have seen the changes that you have made bit by bit. You are all excellent." This was the first time Chen Yu had praised the crowd. In the past, he had always poured cold water on these students and exerted pressure in order to let them know their own inadequacies and their insignificance so that they would work harder. Hearing his praise, the students underneath smiled happily. They grinned like children who were praised by their parents. However, no matter what time it is, you must also remember that you cannot be complacent. This is very important, no? Chen Yu's tone was very serious. Many times, we don't lose to others, but to ourselves. Often, there will be geniuses, or strong people with very high realms, who end up dying a worthless death, and they, for the most part, lose to their own prideful overflowing, to arrogance. The students at the bottom sat upright. They listened more attentively this time than ever before, because they knew that this might be the last time Chen Yu would tell them this. Suli was deeply touched by these words of Chen Yu, although he had the contracted demonic beast system, which allowed him to level up quickly. But in this world of crisis, it was still full of danger and uncertainty. Therefore he needed to be more cautious and careful, and could not have any complacency because of the rapid advancement of his realm. Chapter 105 End of Special Training, Island of Trials. After leaving from the classroom, Suli took advantage of the moonlight and went to the back cliff. He looked at the calm lake below him, and a few feelings rose in his heart. It was from here that he was pushed down by Li Feng in the beginning, and under this karmic coincidence, he entered the Starsea Lake and contracted the green-scaled Zhao Python and the green-armored Xian Turtle, and finally discovered the Boundary Gate and gained the Divine Devouring talent. As a result of the misfortune, he didn't know if he should thank Li Feng's 4 people. The things in this world are so elusive, you can never predict what will happen tomorrow. The moonlight spilled onto the lake, sparkling, and a few more warships were added in the distance. They were lit up with bright lights, glittering in the night. Everything had been calm for the past half a month, and there was no other abnormality in the Boundary Gate under the Star Ocean Lake. It was just that this calmness Suli didn't know how long it could last. He had a vague feeling in his heart that this seemed to be just the eve of the coming storm. Open the panel. Host, Suli. Race, human. Realm, 9th level of body forging 120-9000. Technique, Granite Decree. Battle technique, Red Flame / Perfection 4600-100,000. Battle technique, Violet Flame Blade technique Grand Completion 61-20-10,000. Body technique, 9 changes of Ling Wave Perfection 1203-100,000. Battle technique, Kirin Shakes the Moon completed. Battle technique, Heavenly Thunder 8 Chopping. The first of the 8 Heavenly Thunder beheadings, Heavenly Thunder Silence. 8 beheadings of Heavenly Thunder, second style, Heavenly Thunder to suppress evil 28-93,000. Contracted Beast. Heavenly Treasure Mouse, 9th level of Blood Condensation Realm 23900. Silver Moon Wolf King, 2nd level of Viscera Realm 72-50-20,000. Green Scaled Python, 1st level of Viscera Realm 3205-10,000. Green Armored Turtle, 5th level of Body Forging 4206-5,000. Pactable Beasts, 4. Number of contracts, 0. Note, the success rate of contract varies with the realm. The probability of contracting a demonic beast of the same level is 80%, and the probability of success beyond the current realm is 1%. Every time you raise a realm, you can increase the number of times you can contract twice. Word talents, White Invoke Disaster, White Diligence makes up for difficulty, Blue Forest Affinity, Blue Sneak, Blue Luck of the Hour, Blue Water Affinity Gold Thunder Power Platinum Water Spirit Body Platinum Shin Turtles Shield Blue and Gold Divine Devouring. Hanging Experience, 98. Upgradable Contracted Beasts, none. After these 9 days, Suli's strength had received a big boost. He had successfully broken through to the 9th level of body forging. His body's chi and blood was majestic. His speed and strength had all reached a very terrifying point. He was now confident that even if he faced an unusual 5 Viscera realm martial artist, he would have the power to fight. The second style of Heavenly Thunder 8 Chopping, Heavenly Thunder Geneval, was also only 110 points of experience away from being successfully comprehended, and he was full of anticipation for this saber technique because the first style of Heavenly Thunder Silence was already so powerful, so this Heavenly Thunder Geneval should be even more terrifying in terms of its power. Because his cultivation in the past few days was focused on Heavenly Thunder Evil, the experience gained from the Violet Flame Blade technique was much slower. He planned to cultivate the Violet Flame Blade technique to perfection as soon as possible after he comprehended the Heavenly Thunder Evil, and then learn the higher ranked Golden Flame Blade technique. The Golden Flame Blade technique only required 800 merit points, much cheaper than the Heavenly Thunder 8 Chop, and was very cost effective. Putting away the panel, Suli was lost in thought for a moment. A month ago he had only just entered the body forging realm, and now he had already reached the 9th level of body forging. If this kind of upgrade speed was known, I'm afraid it would shock people's jaws off. It should be known that many of the students in the second year of Star Ocean University were only hovering around the middle stage of body forging, and although the talent qualifications of these students could not be considered top-notch, they were quite a bit stronger than the students of the unusual martial arts schools. The second day. Before dawn, the whistle for assembly had already blown. Sully dressed and washed up as fast as he could, and went to the playground. Only to see a helicopter hovering and flying above the dim sky, with a huge roar coming from above the wings. Along with the helicopter slowly landing, Chenyu commanded the students of Class 3 to enter into one of the helicopters. Sully sat next to Zhang Xiaotian on the helicopter, and after the other students had also taken their seats, the airplane started up. "Instructor, where are we going?" Zhang Xiaotian asked suspiciously towards Chenyu, who was sitting in front of him. "The Island of Trials," Chenyu said in a deep voice. The red sun slowly rose from the lake, the purplish red light reflecting the sky, and the helicopter with a loud roar broke the quiet sky, welcoming the morning light, and quickly flew in one direction. About 15 minutes later, a green round island appeared within Sully's field of vision. The top of this round island was covered by tall and dense forests, like a primitive jungle, and it seemed that as long as someone entered it, he or she would lose the trace of that person. From far away from the airplane, one could hear the loud roaring sounds of wild beasts coming from the forest, causing one to feel nothing but trepidation after hearing them. The helicopter landed on the edge of the island and stopped when it was 3 or 4 meters from the ground. Then the students jumped down in turn. Fortunately, these students were all martial artists, and the height of 3 to 4 meters was not that high a distance for them if they were replaced by ordinary people. They might have to make some kind of joke. Even so, some pampered, even some fear of heights of the girls, was still scared to shiver. They stood at the edge of the plane, facing the lake wind, legs gently trembling. Some grumpy boys directly behind the fear of heights girls pushed a hand. All of a sudden, the screams of fear accompanied by the sound of the airplane rotating resounded, which was laughable. The instructor standing below saw this scene and forced to smile. These students were really quite interesting. Sully leapt down from the helicopter, his legs instantly smashing down on top of the beach, stirring up a burst of sand. After patting the gray soil that was stained on his body, his gaze was directed towards the lake in front of him. Only to see a long trestle bridge leading into the lake on the beach directly in front of him. A huge white ship was resting at the end of the bridge. From afar, Sully saw Director of Instruction Zhang Daiyue, as well as some freshman teachers standing on top of the deck, looking towards them with smiles on their faces. From this group of teachers, Sully saw their Class 3 instructor Yang Chen, Brother Sam. Brother Sam was wearing gold wire glasses and still looked so refined and well dressed. The instructor organized their respective class teams and then brought them to step onto the trestle bridge and walk into the ship in turn. The space inside the ship is huge. These students were brought to a place similar to a lecture hall. Huge circular lights will shine the space here very bright. Sully came to the area where the Class 3 logo was written, and casually found a seat to sit down. On the lectern, there were some school leaders, who were looking at the students who entered in order with smiles on their faces. Sitting in the center of the lectern was a dry and thin old man with white hair, wearing a black loose robe. His eyes were cloudy, his skin was wrinkled and loose, and his whole person appeared to be very powerless and fragile. Chapter 106 Yang Chen, the penultimate third will be fine. However, this old man who looked very old and ordinary for his age was precisely the president of Star Ocean University, Citoren. Sully curiously sized up Citoren. I'm afraid that no one would be able to think that such an old man, who looked so old that it seemed like a gust of wind could blow him down, would be the president of one of the 8 major academic institutions, Star Ocean University. Beside Citoren sat 2 vice presidents. Vice President Zhang Lixiang was among them. The other vice-chancellor was named Wu Rue, about 40 years old, the youngest amongst the 3. His gaze was sharp, and he looked to be an extremely shrewd and capable person. After all the students were seated, Citoren's voice with some hoarseness resounded in the hall. Hello all students, I am the president of Star Ocean University, Citoren. Instantly thunderous applause rang out. Citoren waved his hand in a gesture, and with a faint smile on his pale face, he continued, after this month's special training, I'm sure that all of you have already made a great progress. Next, it is the time to accept the results of your special training this time. I hope that each and every one of you will be able to put forth your best efforts to strive for the greatest honor for the class, for yourselves personally. Next, please ask Director Zhang to introduce the rules of this freshman competition in detail for you. After Citoren had finished speaking, Zhang Dayu's voice then sounded. This freshman grand competition is divided into 2 segments. One is a competitive competition with the class as a group, and the other is the newcomer kings competition. I'll start here by explaining the specifics of this class competition and the rules. First of all, the class as a group competition will be held in this trial forest. There are advanced cameras spread around in this forest, and in the sky above the forest, there is also satellite monitoring, so everything that happens to you guys in the forest is under the observation of the school authorities. This class competition is divided into 3 days, with the final number of class survivors as well as the total number of points as the comparison result, and the top 3 ranked classes will be awarded. In the trial forest, there are numerous demonic beasts as well as spiritual plants and herbs, and hunting them down or picking them will be converted into points, which the classes can compete with each other. There will be supply points appearing on the first 2 nights, 5 on the first night and 3 on the second. Each refreshed supply station can only be used for 1 day, and will automatically blow up on the second day. A class in which more than 80% of the surviving students enter a supply depot is recognized as having successfully occupied the depot. The most important use of a supply depot, besides supplying materials, is to use it for the night, as powerful masked men will appear at night, and the only way to avoid being attacked by masked men is to be in the supply depot. Of course, if you are able to defeat the masked men, you can also gain a large amount of points. Zhang Dayue had a teasing smile in his eyes, thinking that the masked man should be extremely strong. Next, your respective guides will distribute smart bracelets to you, which contain detailed rules, forest maps, supply point refreshment locations, and points that can be exchanged for various levels of demonic beast medicinal plants. There is a red elimination button on top of the bracelet. After automatically admitting defeat, or being pressed by your opponent, you will be eliminated. Yang Chen took out the black bracelets from among the nano rings and handed them out to the Class 3 students in turn. Su Li took the bracelet. There were 2 buttons on the top and bottom of the bracelet, a white start button and a red elimination button. After he tapped the start button, a light screen appeared to start face real name authentication, and then his information was quickly bound. Next, one could view the specific rules, forest maps, and so on inside. Among them, the points were judged based on the level of the demonic beast. For example, a blood condensation 9th level demonic beast would be 9 points, and a body forging 9th level demonic beast would be 19 points. Spiritual plants and herbs are judged according to their years and rarity to determine their value points. After the final tally of demonic beasts and spiritual plants points, the number of people remaining in each class would also be converted into points, with a head count of 100 points. Therefore, the most important thing in this class competition was to occupy the supply points, ensuring that the more people that remained in the end, the greater the chance of winning in the end. The rules of the Newcomer King competition were also relatively simple. After the class competition was over, each class would select 3 representatives, and then according to the results of the lottery, they would compete one-on-one in the ring, and finally select the current Newcomer King based on the results of the competition. After the students had understood the rules of the grand competition clearly, he then heard Zhang Diyu say, "I think you all have a clear understanding of the rules of this grand competition, so there is no need for me to say anything more about the rest. The next point I want to emphasize is that if a party admits defeat and presses the elimination button, they may not continue to strike at the eliminated person, and if they don't abide by the rules, the entire class will be directly eliminated." This point was also to safeguard the safety of the students. After all, the purpose of the school competition was to make the students grow and become stronger, not to take the lives of these students. Thus, with this rule in place, the safety of the students' lives could be greatly guaranteed. Zhang Dayue said, "The next few moments will be given to your respective guides and instructors. Half an hour later, we will officially head to the trial forest, and the great competition will begin." After his words fell, the hall became lively. The guides and instructors of each class quickly instructed them on something. Yang Chen looked around at the students of Class 3 and couldn't help but nod his head. The youthfulness on the faces of these students was a little less, and there were a few more points of composure. It seemed that this period of training had benefited all of them greatly. He then instructed, "After you enter the trial forest, the first thing you should do is to seize the supply points, but you must first avoid some strong classes and preserve your strength. Secondly, you guys have to be united and elect a command representative. Don't start an internal fight because of disagreements." The people of Class 3 couldn't help but look towards Su Li. And the most important point, admit defeat when it's time to admit defeat. Don't try to be brave or unconvinced. Every big competition before there were some students who suffered extremely serious injuries, which eventually led to the realm stagnating and delayed for the rest of their lives, so that would be more than worth the loss. You guys just need to put your best foot forward. It doesn't matter even if you can't get a good ranking this time, the road of life is still long, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yang Chen said with a smile, not putting the slightest pressure on the students of Class 3, seemingly taking all this in stride. Hearing him say this, Su Li only felt that Yang Chen was a good guide who genuinely thought about the students, not the kind of person who only thought about letting the class get honors for himself. However, Yang Chen's next words made Su Li feel very speechless. "I'm not going to hide it from you all, the class I took before was the second from the bottom in the freshman competition every year, so you guys don't need to be under too much pressure. I'm already satisfied if I strive to advance 1 place this time and reach the 3rd from the bottom." Yang Chen had a bright smile on his face. Chapter 107 The Great Competition Begins, Supply Point Scramble. The students at the bottom were stunned for a moment. Is this all their guide is after? Just let himself finish in the bottom 3? Who are you looking down on? The class you led before has nothing to do with us. Su Li shook his head and laughed bitterly from the side. Next, Yang Chen and Chen Yu taught them some more tactics. Half an hour passed quickly, and when they finally came down from the ship, Chen Yu patted Su Li's shoulder and said, "With you in Class 3, I'm sure we can get a good ranking." Su Li gave him a reassuring smile before collecting his weapons, potions, and stowage bag before following the crowd down the ship and outside the forest. At this time, a huge light screen appeared over the forest, displaying colorful numbers and counting down the last 10 seconds. 10, 9. 8. All of the students leapt to their feet with anticipation in their gazes. 2. 1. The freshman competition officially began. These students surged in towards the forest at a rapid pace, and in just the blink of an eye, no one could be seen from outside the forest. They rushed in so anxiously, naturally in order to be able to take the first step to occupy the supply point, so that they could attack and retreat, which was equivalent to having a base. Above the deck of the ship, the lake wind blew. Citeren's dry, thin and stooped body seemed as if it would blow over at any time. He looked at the students who darted into the forest with a few smiles in his cloudy eyes. Only to hear him say with a few raspy tones in his voice, "There are a few good seedlings in this class of new students." On the side, Vice Principal Zhang Lixiang's mind conjured up Su Li's appearance, and he nodded with approval. After Su Li and the group of students from Class 3 entered the forest, they quickly darted towards Supply Point 3 according to the instructions on the map. In addition to their class, there were also students from Class 7 who were also speeding towards this supply point. After the two classes met, they were secretly competing with each other, but they didn't directly move to fight. About 15 minutes later, in the middle of the dense jungle, an iron house made of black steel appeared in front of the crowd, with Supply Station 3 written on it. This iron house only had one entrance and exit. The iron door was tightly closed, and it had an area of about 100 or so square feet. From the information on the bracelet, it could be learned that this iron room could only be unlocked from the inside out. By the time Su Li and the people of Class 3 arrived at this supply point, Class 7 appeared here at almost the same time. All of a sudden, the scene between the two sides became tense, as if they were about to start fighting at any moment. At this moment, he saw Su Li dodging, directly passing through the crowd and appearing in front of the iron gate. When the crowd had not reacted, he yanked the iron door open with a bang, and then heard him yell, "Class 3, enter." This voice Su Li mobilized the surging power of qi and blood. His voice was extremely loud, shaking the surrounding crowd's scalp. Still, Jiang Xiaotian was the first to react. He saw that the Class 3 students were still dumbfounded. He dashed while shouting, "Su is guarding it, let's get in, charge." Only then did the Class 3 students rush towards the iron gate. Seeing this scene, the Class 7 students were not willing to let them take over the supply point so easily. Now there are at least two classes fighting for the other supply points. If they do not succeed in occupying this supply point, they can only sleep in the wild tonight, then not only have to worry about the attack of the demonic beasts, but also have to face the strength of the powerful masked men. Then the situation will become extremely difficult. A tall and stout boy in Class 7 stood out and bellowed, "Stop them, don't let them go in." Immediately, the powerful qi and blood power in his body exploded. His body moved quickly, his right hand clenched his fist and ferociously struck at Su Li, who was blocking the doorway. This tall boy's strength was very strong, and from the qi and blood power emanating from his body, it could be judged that this was a martial artist of the second level of body forging. Even if it was placed in the middle of Class 3, it was still an expert that could be ranked in the top 3. This Class 7 boy's body was like a reckless bull, instantly charging through the crowd, and for a moment, the students of Class 3 unexpectedly failed to stop him. Seeing that he rushed to Su Li's body, the top of his sandbag-sized fist was ablaze with flames, and then he violently swung out, accompanied by the sound of a tiger's roar. A tiger's shadow appeared, ferociously pouncing on Su Li. Middle-ranked battle technique, Fiery Tiger Fist. When the students of Class 7 saw this scene, they couldn't help but look excited as they shouted, "Niu Lai, defeat him." Just now, Su Li's behavior of directly blocking the door had already angered these Class 7 students. This was simply not putting them in their eyes. Now he had to be taught some lessons. He had the ability to block the door, he just didn't know if he could take their punches. Just when the Class 7 students thought that Su Li was going to be defeated by the Fiery Tiger Fist. However, they saw that Su Li did not dodge or avoid, not to mention using any battle techniques as well as fancy maneuvers. Directly raising his hand, he punched back. When Niu Lai saw that Su Li made this flat-out move, seemingly not putting him in his eyes at all, he couldn't help but snort coldly, and the power of the Fiery Tiger Fist steeply increased by a few points. Just when Niu Lai as well as the crowd in Class 7 thought that Su Li was about to be defeated, Su Li's flat and unimpressive fist unexpectedly pierced through the shadow of the Fiery Tiger and directly came face to face with Niu Lai's fist. After a bang rang out, Niu Lai's face showed pain as his body was directly sent flying out, smashing heavily on top of a large tree several meters behind him. The people of Class 7 looked at this scene incredulously, rubbing their eyes, only thinking that they were blinking. This Niu Lai's strength was in the top 3 existences among them, but how could he be defeated just like this so easily? What exactly was the strength of this person who was blocking the iron gate? At this moment, their hearts were filled with shock. Although Su Li had gained a certain popularity amongst the grades, there were still many students who didn't recognize him and had only more or less heard of the name Su Li. For example, Class 8 had once fought with Su Li and the others, and they knew Su Li's terrifying strength, so they intentionally staggered with Class 3 during this fight for the supply point. There were also Classes 1-5. When the Devil's Island special training was taking place, these 5 classes often conducted the dense forest trial together, so they often encountered each other and had a certain understanding of each other's class strength. The other few classes were not as familiar with each other. This was what allowed this unlucky person from Class 7 to meet with Su Li's class. If it was a month ago, their class might have been able to have a good fight with Class 3, and it was still unknown which one would win or lose. But Suli's realm has now reached the 9th level of body forging, so there is not the slightest suspense in the fight for this supply point. Nyolai's punch was knocked away by Suli, and he only felt that the bones in his right fist were broken, his teeth chattered in pain, and cold sweat flowed. He stood up and glanced at Suli with a grave expression, then gritted his teeth and shouted, "I'm fine, don't be afraid everyone, together." Chapter 108, Too Damn Abstract. As his voice rang out, the morale of the Class 7 students recovered a bit. Soon, they tangled with the Class 3 students again, trying to prevent the Class 3 students from entering inside the supply point. For a while, the battle scene between the two classes was chaotic to the extreme. However, the Class 3 students did not engage in a battle, they only wanted to get rid of the Class 7 students' entanglements, and then enter the supply station through the iron gate guarded by Suli. After all, the occupation of the supply station was judged by the number of people entering. The number of Class 3 students on the field was rapidly decreasing, and soon only half of them remained. If some more students entered, the third class would be judged to have successfully occupied the supply station. At this point, the students of Class 7 were anxious. If this continued, they would have to sleep in the wilderness at night. But they didn't have the slightest solution now, because with the powerful Suli guarding the entrance, they simply couldn't get in and could only watch as the students of Class 3 were put in. Only to see a Class 7 boy with abundant chi and blood and a glint in his eyes shouting out, "We must first take care of the one blocking the doorway before we can have a chance to occupy Supply Station 3. Hearing this boy's words, the Class 7 students all instantly focused their gazes on Suli. Their eyes carried anger, wariness, and some color of madness. If it wasn't for this person, they wouldn't be in such a passive position. Suli turned a blind eye to the gazes of the Class 7 students. He was still as calm as usual, standing quietly at the iron doorway just like that, as if he was as calm and solid as a hill. "I don't believe they can block the attacks of so many of us. Give me concentrated firepower, hit all the battle techniques on this person's body." That boy bellowed in a stern voice. Hearing his words, Suli then frowned slightly. "Should we be so ruthless? 40 people together in a group attack?" The remaining Class 3 students, after hearing his words, their faces also changed. Among them Zhang Dali was among them, only to hear him anxiously shouting, "Brother Su, quickly dodge away, you can't carry the attack of so many people." The rest of the Class 3 students also anxiously told Suli to dodge first. The Class 7 students had already quickly surrounded towards Suli from all sides at this time. They waved their respective blades, and their colorful battle techniques smashed at Suli in a wide array of ways. The power of chi and blood of so many people coalescing together was majestic and mind-blowing. From afar, Suli could already feel the immense pressure, and the hairs on his body couldn't help but flare up. The joint attack of an entire class of martial artists, even the strongest of the 5 Viscera realm feared that they would not dare to fight it head-on. Everyone thought that Suli was going to leave the iron door and dodge the attacks that came from the sky. But to everyone's surprise, Suli was like a fool. Just like that, his body did not move at all. "Brother Su, quickly dodge." Zhang Dali saw the battle techniques that roamed the sky and only felt his heart trembling with fear, but he was more worried about why Suli was standing there. Could he have been scared? Luo Fan, who was beside Zhang Dali, also let out a cry of alarm, her pair of vegetal eyebrows, tightly knitted together, looking like she was already worried to the extreme. The other Class 3 students were even more so. Suli in their hearts, that is the backbone, extremely prestigious. If Suli is really here, what happened to the accident? Their next big competition do not know how to continue. When the students of Class 7 saw Suli standing still like that, a look of anger appeared on their faces. Suli was so arrogant that he completely disregarded their Class 7 and ignored their attacks. This was simply a naked humiliation for them. Seeing that the overwhelming battle techniques were about to smash on Suli's body, cold smiles appeared in the eyes of the students of Class 7, thinking that they were assured of victory. But just at this moment, a huge tortoise armor condensed from green light wrapped Suli. On top of that huge turtle armor, light patterns flowed and it looked abnormally arcane. When the crowd's attack landed on top of that turtle armor, it stirred up a dazzling green light. This turtle armor was not directly shattered by the crowd's attacks, but only a few cracks appeared on it. Suli stood motionless in the turtle shell, his expression calm, and his body did not receive any damage. This scene directly caused the students of Class 7 to stand still as if they were wooden chickens. They simply didn't believe what they saw in front of them. What was going on? Suli actually blocked all of their entire class's attacks? This was too abstract. How did he do that? The one who spoke was the boy who had previously come up with the idea of jointly attacking Suli. His name was Zhang Han, 4th level of body forging, and ranked number 1 in terms of strength amongst Class 7. Zhang Han was as if he had lost his soul. His mouth was open and his eyes were wide open as he looked at the green-colored tortoise armor that was wrapped around Suli. Nyolai's level of shock was no less than Zhang Han's, and at this moment, he couldn't even feel the pain coming from his wrist, and only had incredulity in his heart. Is this still a human being? Only after a long time did he spit out a sentence. Suddenly, he recalled that when he had just entered the forest, the students of Class 8 had a teasing smile in their eyes when they saw Class 7 and Class 3 sprinting towards a supply point. At that time, he was still a bit puzzled, not knowing why these Class 8 students had that kind of expression. At that moment, he realized that the students of Class 8 were obviously gloating, and they were afraid that they already knew that Class 3 had such a pervert as Su Li. The entire class was unable to even break Su Li's attack, so what's the point? The degree of shock of the students of Class 3 was no less than that of Class 7. Although they knew that Su Li had awakened an extremely strong defensive talent, they had never imagined that this defensive talent was so terrifying that it was able to block the attacks of so many people. Only 2 words popped up in their hearts: pervert. Brother Su, too strong. Zhang Dali swallowed his saliva and said with shock. Luo Fan's tightly wrinkled eyebrows then unfolded, and in her beautiful eyes that looked towards Su Li, she couldn't help but add more blazing as well as unspeakably strange colors. When the students of Class 7 came back to their senses, they stood in place looking at each other in disbelief, not knowing what to do for a while. Su Li had revealed this superb defensive talent, and they knew that this battle had already lost any suspense, and fighting further would only add to the humiliation. Zhang Han took a deep breath as he waved his hand towards the Class 7 students, retreat. Afterward, they quickly left and rushed towards the other supply points. Now that they hadn't received the news that the supply points had been captured, it meant that all the other supply points were still being fought over, and they still had some chances for Class 7. Seeing Class 7 leave, Su Li dispersed the turtle armor of green light convergence and reached out to open the iron door. After the students of Class 3 all went in, a message came through on their bracelets: the third supply station has been successfully occupied by Class 3. Chapter 1095 Viscera Realm Demonic Beast. At the same time, the other classes, the students who were fighting hard for the supply stations, also received this message at the same time. When they saw this message, aside from the surprise that flashed in their eyes, their strikes became a bit more violent, and for a while the fight for all the stations entered a white heat. On top of the huge ship by the lake, inside a monitoring hall with a lot of space, it was densely covered with large and small cameras that seemed to monitor every corner of the entire trial forest. Situ Rin and the other 3 principals, as well as the other school leaders as well as the guides and instructors, were standing in the middle of the hall at this moment, somewhat dumbfounded as they watched the battle that was taking place outside of Supply Point 3 on the monitor, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Class 7's female instructor, Zhang Li, stammered, how is this possible? The other class guides were also shocked. Is this really something a freshman can do? Yang Chen's throat rolled a bit as he asked incredulously to Chen Yu beside him, Instructor Chen, is this really a student from our Class 3? Although he also knew of Su Li, his knowledge of Su Li only stayed above the demonic beast riot in the dense forest and Su Li's disregard for his own safety to rescue other students. As for Su Li's other information, what he knew was relatively limited because he was on a mission during this time and was not within the school. Chen Yu calmly nodded and said, yes, Su Li is very good. Although he appeared to be breezy on the surface, but at this time, his heart was already in shock. If it was said that the one present who knew the most about Su Li was naturally him. Moreover, he had also seen Su Li use the turtle shell talent before, and its defense was very strong. But how could he not expect that this turtle shell's defense could be strong to such an extent, which was completely out of the realm of the body forging realm? At this time, Vice Principal Zhang Lishan whispered in Situ Ren's ear, Principal Situ, this is that Class 3 student who transformed into a golden bone, Su Li. Situ Ren's cloudy eyes flickered with essence, and then returned to their original form. He gently nodded, this student is a bit interesting. Inside supply point number 3. The space inside was about 100 or so square feet in size, with some boxes placed inside, which when opened were full of pills, healing potions and the like. In addition to that, there was also a stove, a toilet, and some other living utensils. The 40 people of Class 3 looked a bit tight in this 100 or so square feet of space, but these students didn't mind the small space at all at the moment. It was already good enough to be able to occupy a supply point. Knowing that there were only 5 supply points in the trial forest today, it meant that 5 classes would be sleeping out in the wild tonight. Su Li was surrounded by all the people in the center, just like he had already become the leader of the crowd. After all, if it wasn't for Su Li, they wouldn't have been able to take down Supply Point 3 so easily. Zhang Xiaotian opened his mouth and asked, Brother Su, what should we do next? Su Li pondered for a moment, then looked at the crowd and said, the few students who were injured just now will stay at the supply point to guard as well as recuperate from their injuries, while the rest of us will go to the forest to hunt demonic beasts. Good. The crowd said in unison, without any comments. There were 4 injured students who stayed behind, and the rest of the 30 or so were knit into 4 groups of 8-9 people each, with each group having an average strength of players, so that they could both increase the efficiency of hunting demonic beasts as well as ensure their relative safety. Immediately afterward, they went out and hunted the demonic beasts. It wasn't long before news of other classes occupying successful supply points also came in. Class 1 successfully occupied Supply Point 2. Class 5 successfully occupied Supply Point 4. Class 8 successfully occupied Supply Point 1. Class 10 successfully occupied Supply Point 5. The other classes that didn't capture the supply point could only spend the night in the field, and they were afraid that they would face great risks tonight. The density of demonic beasts in the trial forest was very high, much more than the demonic beasts in the dense forest of Devil Island. Within this short period of time, Suli's team had already hunted and killed 7 or 8 demonic beasts, and the grades of these demonic beasts weren't low, all of them were above the forging realm, and even demonic beasts at the 5th or 6th level of the forging realm were very common. From this, it can be seen that this class competition is more of a test of the collective degree of cooperation, and the relative difficulty is also there. Suli was very satisfied with this demonic beast density. For him, as long as he didn't encounter any demonic beasts of the 5 Viscera realm, they were all solvable with a single slash, so his efficiency in killing demonic beasts was very high. As for Jiang Xiaotian and the others behind him, they followed behind and were responsible for cutting the ears of the demonic beasts or the parts that could represent killing this demonic beast. As for the matter of fighting the demonic beast, they were completely uninvolved. Suli's squad was still Jiang Xiaotian's 4, and no other members had been added. Mainly because Suli's strength was too strong, it wouldn't make the slightest bit of sense to have a few more people in the squad. Moreover, if his squad was small, it would be more maneuverable, so if the other squads were in danger, they could quickly go over to support them. The bracelets that were distributed to them all had private groups for their respective classes, which allowed them to share locations and send messages, so they didn't have to worry about not being able to contact each other. Unconsciously, several hours passed, even the sky became dark. During this period of time, Suli had already killed dozens of demonic beasts. Among them, there were also several forging body 8-9 weight demonic beasts. In addition to this, they had also picked a few spiritual plants. The overall harvest was quite abundant. And just at this time, Jiang Xiaotian, who was always keeping an eye on the class news, suddenly said, "It's not good. The High Eagle squad is suspected to have encountered a 5 Viscera realm demonic beast, and now 3 students have been seriously injured." As soon as these words came out, Lin Qingyan on the side immediately cried out in shock. They actually encountered a demonic beast of the 5 Viscera realm. Zhao Ruhan's cold gaze brightened, her heart instantly rose with fighting spirit. A demonic beast of the 5 Viscera realm, she would love to fight with it. The expression on Suli's face didn't change too much. With his strength reaching the 9th level of body forging, the unusual demonic beasts of the 5 Viscera realm were no longer in his eyes. Go over to support." Suli spoke calmly. Jiang Xiaotian hurriedly opened the location share that High Eagle squad had posted in the group, so luckily, it wasn't too far away from their location, and they quickly rushed over there. At the same time, High Eagle's 10-man team was struggling with a lion with a huge body and exuberant golden hair. The height of this lion had to be more than 2 meters, the aura on its body was ferocious, and on top of the lion's face, there were red lines crisscrossing across. This appearance added a few points of terror to it. Red Striped Golden Lion, its strength is usually in the first third gravity of the 5 Viscera realm, extremely explosive, extremely high damage, likes to live in groups, powerful. Chapter 110 Zuru, what a pervert. Gao Ying clenched his teeth and struggled to wield the longsword in his hand to resist the Red Striped Golden Lion's attack. However, the difference in realm between him and this Red Striped Golden Lion was simply too great. Every time the weapon in his hand collided with it, it shocked his tiger's mouth and made him feel numb, and it took an abnormal amount of effort. Among his 10-member team, 3 of his team members had already been seriously injured under the Red-Striped Golden Lion's attacks and fell to the ground, letting out moans of pain. The situation of the other team members was no better. Every time they dodged, they were barely able to do so. If not for the large number of people, there was also going in front of the top words, they would have long been slapped to death by the lion in the palm of the hand. Seeing a member of the team, because they could not dodge, was slapped by the lion, spitting blood out of his mouth and flew out. Gao Ying's face became more and more ugly. Steeply, a powerful force of qi and blood emanated from his body. A dense bead of blood instantly spread all over his body. Talent, blood ignition, greatly enhancing physical quality in a short period of time. Gao Ying's aura sword as the longsword in his hand flashed with a greenish-colored light. Only to hear him bellow out. Cyan Lightsword Technique Second Style, 10,000 Light Scattering Sword. In a blink of an eye, the green light on top of the long sword gushed out, condensing into an incomparably powerful green-colored sword on, and eventually, these sword-ons converged together to form an incomparably huge green light giant sword. This green light giant sword, with the ringing sound of cutting through the air, blasted towards the red-striped golden lion. The red-striped golden lions faced the green light giant sword that came face to face. It didn't dodge or avoid, and from within its golden yellow eyes, a hint of a playful light could even be seen. Obviously, it simply did not place Gao Ying's strike with all its might in its eyes. Suddenly, the red-striped golden lion opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying roar that shook the forest emitted from its mouth. For a moment, the huge wave of sound directly impacted the birds in the surrounding dense forest to death, and they all crashed down onto the grass. The wandering demonic beasts in the vicinity were also scared into scattering and fleeing away from the area after hearing this sound. As for the huge sword of green light sent out by Gao Ying, it was instantly disintegrated in the midst of the golden lion's horrifying roar, and didn't injure it in the slightest. On the contrary, Gowing and the others, after hearing this ear-shattering roar, they only felt that their eardrums were struck by heavy drums, instantly bleeding in their ears, and they could not hear the sounds around them. The red-striped golden lion stretched out its long, blood-red tongue and licked the hairy whiskers around its mouth, as if it couldn't wait to enjoy the food in front of it. Seeing this, Gao Ying's face became hideous. He had to hold out for the reinforcements to arrive, and must not let himself and the others die in this lion's mouth like this. He was still thinking that one day, he would be able to defeat Su Li in a fair and square manner and reshape the pride within him. At this moment, Gowing clenched his teeth as the muscles on his face twitched madly. Green light sword technique, third style, sword light like the sea. In an instant, a large expanse of green aura erupted from above the long sword, and within this green aura, a sword chi with an appalling aura crisscrossed across. This sword skill was the strongest attack that Gowing was able to execute in his current realm. After sending out this sword skill, Gao Ying's face immediately became very pale, and the breath of his entire body withered, as if he was severely overdrawn. His hands trembled, and his long sword was stuck in the ground to support his body, weak to the extreme. However, the red-striped golden lion was not at all concerned in the face of this mighty sword skill. It stretched out its thick and powerful claws and casually waved them a few times at the large swath of green awns that flew at it. In the blink of an eye, the green awns were churned apart, and the fur on the red-striped lion's body didn't even suffer the slightest damage. Seeing this scene, a look of despair appeared in Gao Ying's eyes. The difference in strength between him and this 5 Viscera realm demonic beast was simply too great, and it was as if there was an insurmountable chasm in between. A few other members of the team, the expressions on their faces were also covered in tension and fear. One student anxiously blurted out, "Why hasn't assistance come yet?" Another shook his head and said with some despair, "The location has already been sent to the group. Are the other squads too far away from here?" "Finished, am I going to die here today?" A girl had tears in her eyes and somewhat regretted enrolling in Star Ocean University. Gowing gasped violently, "In this situation now, even if the other teams from Class 3 arrived, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be a match for this red-striped golden lion. Perhaps only if Su Li arrived, he could compete with it." Gowing subconsciously thought, although he had always wanted to defeat Su Li, but it was impossible to deny that Su Li's strength had indeed reached a height that was difficult for him to reach now. He really couldn't tell just how strong Su Li was. The huge roar of the red-striped golden lion sounded again, instantly interrupting Gao Ying's thoughts. Only to see that lion's gaze fixed on Gao Ying's body, it opened its bloody mouth, and its hideous fangs seemed to be impatient to bite his head to pieces. Roar! The red-striped golden lion violently sprang up from the ground and ferociously pounced towards Gowing at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. The smell of blood pounced on his face. Gao Ying's complexion was tense to the extreme at this moment. With a trembling hand, he tried to grab his long sword to resist. However, he realized that he couldn't even use a single ounce of strength in his arms. And his legs were like they were filled with lead water, making it difficult to move the slightest bit. "Gowing, get out of the way!" A male student shouted out in alarm when he saw Gowing standing still. If he was pounced upon by this lion, I'm afraid Gowing would have to account for himself here today. With this cry from him, the rest of the team members were nervous to the extreme. Some of the girls could no longer bear to look at it and directly closed their eyes. Gowing also wanted to dodge at this moment, but he didn't have the slightest bit of strength to move. It's over. With the smell of blood in the lion's mouth getting closer and closer, Gowing closed his eyes in despair. Let's just die, his glory was gone anyway. Since I was born Gowing, why should I give birth to Su Li? It is good to die, he only looks forward to the next life can no longer meet Su Li. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Gowing closed his eyes, his body did not feel a trace of pain. He was puzzled in his heart, he didn't know what this lion was dawdling about, and he didn't hurry up and grind his teeth when he got down. He couldn't help but open his eyes. Then he saw an incredible scene. Only to see Su Li was breaking the red-striped golden lion's bloody mouth with both hands. There was violence in that lion's eyes as it tried hard to close its mouths. But Su Li's hands didn't move at all, as if they were steel arms, stuck there in death. Gao Ying's gaze changed from despair to shock. He looked at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. One must know that this lion was at the strength of the 5 Viscera realm. And the strength of Su Li's hands was surprisingly not weaker than it at all. Su Li, what a pervert! Chapter 111-335 Viscera Realm Lionesses. Suddenly, he heard Su Li bellow out. Rise! His arms fiercely exerted force, and that lion's huge body was directly sent flying out by Su Li, heavily smashing on top of a large tree next to him. Only after hearing a rumbling and violent sound, that big tree broke with a sound and fell to the ground with a bang. Gao Ying's throat rolled and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This powerful 5 Viscera Realm demonic beast was actually sent flying by Su Li with his bare hands? This was too damn unbelievable. A few other students who were already desperate, after seeing Su Li's sudden appearance, their faces instantly became excited. In the hearts of their Class 3 students, Su Li's powerful image had been deeply rooted, and it seemed that there was no problem that Su Li couldn't solve. That red-striped golden lion climbed up from the ground, it shook its somewhat dizzy head, before it stared at Su Li's body with its golden yellow eyes in death. This hateful human actually saved the prey that was in its mouth. That's just it, he even dropped this lion lord to fly. This is simply abominable to the extreme, unforgivable sin. The red-striped golden lion roared in anger, and there seemed to be angry fire spewing out from its vicious gaze. Its huge figure moved violently. The strong limbs ferociously pounced towards Su Li. This lion now only wanted to tear Su Li into pieces so that it could alleviate the anger in its heart. Su Li's gaze narrowed slightly. He didn't pull out the knife that was behind his back, only to see his hands clench into fists, and between the flashes of his body, he struck out with a fist. He didn't use any battle techniques, only using the strength of his flesh. He wanted to know just how far the strength of his body had reached now. Su Li's footsteps flashed quickly, easily dodging the lion's sharp claws away, then his fist followed, landing heavily on top of its strong body. After a thud, the lion's body, which had soared up, was once again knocked to the ground. A painful hissing sound came from its mouth. Su Li quickly approached forward, punching after punching to the flesh, like a torrential downpour of strikes on the lion's body. The red-striped golden lion in Su Li's ferocious attack seems to not have the slightest power to fight back. Its huge body is like a sandbag, can only be hit by Su Li. It wanted to dodge, but Su Li's speed was faster than it. It swung its claws to strike back, only to be struck back by Su Li's heavy fist, which made it suffocate to the extreme. The red-striped golden lion's expression became more and more violent. It violently opened its mouth and let out a huge roar. A huge sound wave invaded towards Su Li. In the face of this horrible sound wave, Su Li had no place to hide, so he could only transport the power of qi and blood in his body to gather on top of his ears to resist. After the sound wave dissipated, Su Li rubbed his ears and cursed, "How ear-piercing." However, the sound wave did not cause much damage to him. In the next second, Su Li's gaze became harsh down. He pulled out his iron sword, and in a flash, a flame ignited above the blade. Facing this flat iron blade, a kind of deathly terror rose from the heart of the red-striped golden lion. It knew that it couldn't entangle with this human any longer, and it leapt to the side to escape. Su Li had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Want to escape? This 5 Viscera Realm lion could provide him with at least 100 points of experience. How could he let it escape? Lingwave 9 Transformations was instantly launched. A trail of residual shadows appeared in place. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between him and the golden lion. Die! Su Li lightly drank, and the iron blade burning with purple flames slashed down towards the golden lion's huge body. This blade was fierce and sharp, and extremely powerful. Only a poof was heard. A terrifying slash appeared from the golden lion's body, and instantly, hot blood flowed out. The red-striped golden lion let out a howl of pain, and its escape speed became slower all of a sudden, and in its eyes, a deep fear appeared. Su Li didn't give it the slightest chance to escape. He swung out his iron blade. A blade shadow with purple flames instantly arrived, instantly slashing at the golden lion's body. The power of this knife was even greater, directly splitting the golden lion to the ground. The slash that ran through its body flowed blood like a stream, and instantly dyed the surrounding clumps of ground into blood red. The red-striped golden lion looked sickly, had lost the strength to escape, and could only fall in a pool of blood and let out a whimpering wail. Su Li was about to go forward to kill it. 3 loud roars resounded in the middle of the forest. Su Li's movements in his hands gave a start. Looking up to the distant jungle, a few looks of surprise appeared in his eyes. In his perception, 3 powerful lions were speeding towards his direction. It was thought that these 3 lions should be the family members of this red-striped golden lion. Hearing these 3 roars, Zhang Xiaotian said with some concern, "Brother Su, I'm afraid there are 3 more powerful lions coming over. Should we avoid them for now?" "Yes, Brother Su, it's not easy for us to be safe now. We can leave here first. In case those 3 lions are all at the strength of the 5 Viscera realm, it will be troublesome." A student on the side concurred. Su Li waved his hand, signaling that they didn't need to worry, and then said in a very calm, "One can't help but feel relieved tone, there's no need to worry with me." Hearing his words, the people around him stopped speaking. They were still willing to choose to believe Su Li. Qiaoying, who had regained some of his vitality on the side, looked at the lion that had fallen in a pool of blood. His heart was like the waves of the sea surging. Su Li, surprisingly, has gotten so strong that a demonic beast of the 5 Viscera realm is not even his opponent. Qiaoying looked at the calm and collected Su Li with a complicated expression. He suddenly felt that it had become increasingly difficult for him to catch up with Su Li. At this time, 3 lionesses with sparse hair on their bodies, who came running quickly, appeared in the crowd's line of sight. After they saw the golden lion that had fallen in a pool of blood and was dying, they let out a hiss of pain. Only to see them raise their heads, their ferocious gazes staring at the faces of the crowd, a resentful gaze that sent shivers down one's spine. Immediately afterward, terrifying auras emanated from these 3 lionesses, and the auras they emitted were surprisingly none weaker than the golden lions. These 3 lionesses were unexpectedly all demonic beasts of the 5 Viscera realm. Feeling the strong aura from their bodies, the crowd present instantly changed color. 3 demonic beasts of the 5 Viscera realm, could Su Li be their opponent? A worried look could not help but appear on the faces of the crowd. "Big Brother Su, be careful," Lin Qingyan shouted anxiously. Su Li nodded, signaling her to feel at ease.
Although Zhao Ruhan didn't say anything, she gripped the longsword in her hand tightly with a cold ice aura lingering on it, ready to strike at any time.
Gao Ying took a deep breath as he controlled his trembling hands and gripped the weapon once again. A faint green light surged up from it. He admitted that Su Li's strength was strong. But facing 3 demonic beasts of the 5 Viscera realm, I'm afraid that Su Li might not be a match for them either. Chapter 112 Terrifying Thunder Chop. Inside the ship's monitoring room, the chief person in charge of this freshman competition was Zhang Daiyue. In addition to being responsible for arranging various competition matters, he also had to ensure the safety of the students. Because there were many high-grade demonic beasts in this trial forest, the danger factor was still very high. Zhang Daiyue had already arranged strong rescue personnel in various areas, and those responsible for rescue were hidden in various corners of the forest, only waiting until the students were in a life-and-death crisis would they step in to help them. Zhang Daiyue's gaze was fixed on the surveillance screen where Su Li was. Although the scene of Su Li killing the 5 Viscera Realm red-striped golden lion just now had given him quite a shock. But now that 3 more 5 Viscera Realm demonic beasts had appeared, the situation had become very critical. Zhang Daiyue picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand and adjusted a channel when he was about to speak. Citarin suddenly waved his hand towards him and said, "Director Zhang, wait first." Zhang Daiyue froze for a moment and hurriedly said, "Headmaster, surrounded by 3 5 Viscera Realm demonic beasts, I'm afraid that Su Li and the others' lives will be in danger." Shen Yu said with worry, "Principal Situ, I also think that we should send rescue manpower to support Su Li and the others as soon as possible. They are no match for these 3 lions." Yang Chen frowned and looked at Citarin in confusion, not knowing why he stopped Zhang Daiyue. Citarin's voice was flat, but carried an undeniable tone, "No harm, just wait and see." Zhang Daiyue had no choice but to put the ringer down. Although he didn't understand Citarin's approach, the principal must have his reasoning. So he looked at the surveillance with a grave expression. Collapsed in a pool of blood, the dying red-striped golden lion stared at Su Li with a resentful light in its eyes. Those 3 lionesses and this golden lion had also already known that the one who had seriously injured it was Su Li after a brief exchange. They looked furious, and after a roar from their hideous bloody mouths, they surrounded Su Li from different directions, attacking fiercely. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaotian and the others were about to go forward to help Su Li resist the lioness's attack. However, Su Li raised his hand to signal them not to move. In the blink of an eye, the 3 lionesses had already pounced over, their sharp claws flashing with an oozing yellow light under the setting sun. Su Li's face was calm, his legs stomped on the ground, and his body violently leapt up. At the same time his body leaped up, he quickly pulled out the iron sword behind him. Suddenly, a huge thunderous sound exploded out of thin air. The sky seemed to become gloomy in this instant. A terrifying thunder appeared from the void, lingering on top of the iron sword, reflecting this unusual to the extreme iron sword as if it was an overwhelmingly ferocious weapon. Heavenly Thunder 8 Chopping First Style 1-Day Thunder Silence. As Su Li's voice rang out, purple thunder light spurted madly from above the iron sword. The terrifying might emanating from the thunder caused the hearts of the crowd underneath to chill. At this moment, Su Li was illuminated by the thunderbolts and the light of thunder, as if he had become the embodiment of thunder, ferocious and abnormal. The 3 lionesses that came swooping in, great fear surged in their eyes. This power of thunder made them feel the aura of death. But at this moment, they were already unable to avoid it, and could only let out a frantic roar, desperately attacking towards Su Li. Thunder light flashed. Heaven and earth were eclipsed. The blade that carried the silence of all things blasted out. And after a moment, everything seemed to return to calm. It was just that above the ground, there were 3 more lioness corpses, with huge wounds running through their bodies and blood flowing like water. Killed the red-striped golden lion, a second level 5 Viscera Realm demonic beast, experience plus 600. Zhang Xiaotian, Gao Ying, and the others stood frozen in place. It took a while before they came back to their senses. A knife? Zhang Xiaotian's throat rolled. He had once seen Su Li use this style of blade technique, but he hadn't expected that this blade decision would be so strong as this. Gao Ying stood dumbfounded, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Looking at the corpses of the 3 lionesses on the ground, he let out a bitter smile. Was Su Li already strong to this extent? 1/killed 3 demonic beasts of the 5 Viscera Realm. The gap between him and him was already this big. Since I'm no longer able to catch up with his progress, it's better to hang out with him. The taut strings in Gao Ying's heart loosened all of a sudden, and the whole person was enlightened, even his body became relaxed, and the realm he had been watching was also faintly showing signs of a breakthrough. Zhao Ruhan's cold eyes flashed with shock. Su Li, it was truly terrifying. No wonder Lin Qingyan would worship him like that. Above the ship. Seeing that Su Li managed to defuse the crisis and kill 3 5 Viscera Realm demonic beasts in one strike, Zhang Daiyue and Shen Yu couldn't help but give each other a high five. I knew this kid would be able to do it. Zhang Daiyue laughed. Shen Yu had an appreciative gleam in his eyes. Su Li didn't let me down. Yang Chen's understanding of Su Li was limited, but at this moment, his eyes were filled with incredulity, only to hear him murmur. Our class 3, there is still such a strong existence?
It seems like we don't have to be the penultimate this time.
Zhang Lishang had a peaceful smile in his eyes. He was very satisfied with Su Li's performance. Only they, Star Ocean University, were able to cultivate such outstanding students. Sita Ren's face remained as normal, only nodding gently. On the other hand, the guides and instructors of the other classes were puzzled at this moment. They didn't expect that such a powerful fellow would appear in Class 3. It seemed that the top 3 rankings would definitely have a place for Class 3. Zhang Hao, the instructor of Class 1, thought back to Su Li's battle in the training camp ring back then, and he muttered, "A month ago this kid was only at the beginning stage of body forging, and now he's actually able to kill demonic beasts of the 5 Viscera realm. This growth rate is too terrifying, isn't it? Or did he not use his full strength before?" Either way, this time Zhang Yan has an opponent. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for him to get the title of Rookie King. Trial Forest. Seeing that all 3 lionesses were killed by Su Li, the red-striped golden lion that fell in a pool of blood directly fainted due to excessive grief. Su Li smoothly killed it by sticking a knife in its heart. Killed the red-striped golden lion, a demonic beast in the 3rd level of the 5 Viscera realm, experience plus 300. These 4 lions allowed Su Li to gain 900 points of experience, which could be considered a great harvest. However, it was a pity that there was surveillance all around and he couldn't use his god-devouring talent here, otherwise his experience would have to be 10 times higher. Su Li shook his head sadly. This feeling was like obviously guarding a treasure trove but not being able to go and take it, only being able to look on with bated breath. It was too painful. At this time, the large troop of Class 3 also rushed over. They all received a message from the High Eagle squad in the group, saying that they had encountered a demonic beast of the 5 Viscera realm. Originally, the crowd thought that there was going to be a vicious battle, but after they came they were dumbfounded. Where there were still 5 Viscera realm demonic beasts, there were only the corpses of a few 5 Viscera realm lions. Chapter 113. Stop. What classes are you in? Su Li arranged for manpower to send the injured students back to the supply station. The rest of them continued to hunt according to the original team. At this time, the sky was already getting dark, and some powerful demonic beasts that came out by day and night also started to come out to look for food. Because of the low visibility, coupled with the dense presence of poisonous snakes and insects in the forest, it became much more difficult for the students to hunt the demonic beasts. Suddenly, Lin Cheng-Er-Di, who was following behind Su Li, let out a scream. Zhang Xiaotian was startled by her scream. He hurriedly gripped his spear tightly and said urgently, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" But he saw a flash of fire in the darkness. A black scaly snake had split into 2 halves, its stump swimming on the ground. Lin Xingyan patted her chest. Just now she only felt that she had stepped on something soft, staring her out of her wits. "Is everything alright?" Su Li asked as he put away his iron sword. Lin Xingyan said, "I'm fine, I'm just scared, the visibility is too low at night." The moon was already hanging in the sky, but it was only blocked by thick clouds, leaving only a gap, shedding a faint light into the forest. Su Li said, "It's already getting late, the masked men may come out at any time, I'll send you guys back to the supply station first." Zhao Rohan was puzzled. "You still want to come out alone at night?" Lin Xingyan looked worried. "Brother Su, the strength of the masked men is unknown, and there are many demonic beasts of the 5 Viscera realm in this forest. It's inevitable that you'll encounter danger when you're out alone." "Yeah, Brother Su, let's wait for dawn and move together," Zhang Xiaotian suggested. Feeling the trio's concern for him, Su Li's heart warmed, but he possessed forest affinity. Even the forest at night didn't have the slightest effect on him. Even at night, he was more like a fish in water, so he was not going to let go of this great opportunity to upgrade. Su Li said, "Are you guys still unsure about my strength? It doesn't matter, let's go, return to the supply station first." After saying that, he stopped talking nonsense and quickly led the 3 towards the station according to the map instructions on the bracelet. Damn, grabbing the supply point today and encountering that group of perverts from Class 1, what a damn bad luck. In the middle of the forest, a group of Class 9 students were walking carefully through the jungle. Close by, it could be seen that they were all bruised and swollen, their appearance was in a sorry state, and they had obviously suffered a bitter battle. That one who awakened the body of the fire spirit is really fierce. He defeated Zheng Feng, who was at the 4th level of body forging in our class, in one move. It's really terrifying. Who says it's not? We can only blame our bad luck. We should have followed Class 8 to compete for the supply station. Their class is not as strong as ours. Damn, we can only spend tonight in the field, and that masked man, really bad luck. Don't talk about it, I've got a belly full of fire right now. I really want to find someone to let it out. At this time, a tall boy suddenly stopped his steps. He stared at a short distance away and said, "Look guys, there's someone over there." Su Li's 4 people were rapidly weaving through the forest. From afar, Su Li had already discovered the presence of a crowd in front of him. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Thinking to himself, should he rob them? By the time the group of students in Class 9 saw clearly that Su Li was only 4 people, a short and fat boy's mouth surfaced with a cold smile. He exchanged a look with the person beside him before stepping out from the crowd. The short and fat boy shouted, "Stop, what class are you from?" Su Li stopped his steps and said, "What does which class we are in have anything to do with you?
The short and fat boy hemmed and hawed, swept over the bodies of Su Li's 4 people and said, "Kid, you're just 4 people and you still dare to be so hard? Have guts." Su Li breezily said, "What's the use of having many people, just a bunch of losers?" Although his words were not loud, the crowd heard them exceptionally clearly in this silent forest. Wastes? This group of Class 9 students instantly thought of the scene where they were violently beaten by Class 1 today. Nameless anger rose from their hearts. Class 1 had that fire spirit body present, who could be their opponent? In a flash, the students of Class 9 were furious, their faces reddening with anger. "Kid, I'll make you look good today. If I don't cripple you today, I'll take your surname. Kid, I'd like to see how many kilograms you actually have, how dare you be so wild in front of us." Looking at the furious crowd, Su Li added, "What a bunch of trash. You." The short and fat boy standing at the very front shouted out violently, his right fist fiercely struck out, attacking towards Su Li's face. Su Li's face was expressionless, this boy's attack was too weak in his eyes. His head flickered slightly, easily dodging this ferocious punch. Then he kicked out, and with a boom, he sent this short and fat boy flying out. The short and fat boy smashed heavily on the ground, covering his stomach and wailing in pain. When the Class 9 students saw this, a trace of gravity flashed in their eyes. Afterward, I don't know who shouted from the crowd, "Everyone get together and cripple him." However, before these Class 9 students could make any moves, Su Li had already dodged and disappeared from his original spot. In an instant, he had rushed into the Class 9 crowd, and like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, he ferociously launched an attack. Although there were many students in Class 9, there was a huge gap between their strength realm and Su Li's. The highest they could reach was only the 4th level of body forging. Every time Su Li made a move, he caused a student to be seriously injured, without any pressure at all. After just 5 minutes, Class 9 students had all grimaced and fell to the ground, covering their wounds and rolling all over the place. Su Li clapped his hands and laughed coldly. "Didn't you guys want to cripple me? Why did you all fall down?" The students of Class 9 looked at Su Li with horrified eyes. A single person knocked all the students of half of their class to the ground, and it only took a few short minutes. Is this still human? When did such a strong existence appear in the freshmen? This person was even more terrifying than the fire spirit body in Class 1 during the day. They had realized that they had messed with a character that they could not afford to mess with at all. "Yes, I'm sorry, we have no eyes and shouldn't have messed with you." That tall boy covered his stomach and stood up with difficulty to apologize to Su Li. Su Li casually said, "Hand over all the loot you have harvested today, don't make me do it again." For a while, the people of Class 9 looked at each other, anger and unwillingness flashed on their faces. But in the end, they still gritted their teeth and untied the black storage bags on their respective bodies. There was a green hill to stay in. As long as they weren't eliminated, they still had the opportunity to hunt demonic beasts and grab the other class's loot. After they had placed all of their storage bags on the ground, that tall boy gave Su Li a resentful look in the darkness, then said to the Class 9 crowd, "Let's withdraw." After saying that, they turned around and were about to leave. However, they heard Su Li leisurely speak, "Did I let you guys go?" Chapter 114, Giving Points for Nothing. The tall boy jerked his head back. The anger in his eyes was already spewing out uncontrollably. Only to hear him say angrily, "We've left the storage bag behind for you, what more do you want?" Su Li spread his hands and said, "You guys haven't pressed the elimination button yet, how can you leave? You're bullying people too much." The Class 9 students instantly exploded. Handing over their storage bags was their last bottom line, allowing them to press the elimination button on their own, that was simply impossible. "Let's fight him." The taller boy gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. "Fight with him, even if we can't beat him, we have to let him shed his skin down." The Class 9 students frantically launched an attack towards Su Li. Su Li had a cold smile hanging on the corner of his mouth, his feet instantly launched Lingbo 9 transformations. As a trail of false-to-life residual shadows appeared, the students from Class 9 rushing over froze in place with their eyes dazzled. In the instant they froze, Su Li's attack had already followed them. It was fierce and strong. With a blast of his fist, a Class 9 student in front of him was directly sent flying and smashed away from the crowd. Seeing Su Li's terror once again caused the angry Class 9 students to regain some of their senses, and their movements gave way. The taller boy yelled, "Don't be afraid, together." As soon as his words fell, Su Li had already dodged and appeared by his side. Under his horrified eyes, Su Li swung his fist out, and with a boom, it smashed right on top of his face, directly knocking him to the ground. What a lot of nonsense. Not relieved, Su Li stomped on his fainted body again, directly stepping on 2 of his ribs. After that, Su Li continued to flash into the crowd, his punches and kicks as fierce as a storm. Supply point number 1. The students of Class 8 were all crammed inside. They heard the hissing of wild beasts coming from outside, and their hearts palpitated in fear. In their hearts, they were secretly glad that their class had succeeded in occupying supply point number 1. This time, they were able to defeat Class 4 and successfully seize Site 1, and there was one very crucial factor, which was Zhou Hong's breakthrough to the 5th level of body forging. It was because Zhou Hong had held back the 2 students of Class 4 who were at the 4th level of body forging that they had found the opportunity to seize the supply point.
At this moment, Jo Hong sat in the center with a bland expression, and the occasional student swept past his body with a few moments of respect. Brother Jo, now that you've broken through to the 5th level of body forging, you'll definitely be able to defeat Su Li. Han Junfei whispered from the side. Back then, Han Junfei had both of his arms stomped off by Su Li above the ring, and it took him half a month of recuperation and many consecutive days of taking repair potions before he recovered. Moreover, that injury had left some hidden dangers on his body, and even greatly affected his future martial arts path. He also hated Su Li because of this, and was determined to take revenge. Hearing the word Su Li, Jo Han's bland eyes instantly narrowed. One of the big reasons he was able to break through to the 5th level of body forging in such a short period of time was because of the pressure Su Li had brought to bear on him. The face he lost in the ring last time, he, Jo Hong, wanted to get it back on top of this freshman competition. Suddenly, a red message flashed on their bracelets. After every student was eliminated, all classes would receive a relevant message. Originally, they thought that the red light flashing once or twice would be the end. But something that shocked them happened. The red messages, flashing one by one, didn't even show the slightest sign of stopping. What's going on here? Could it be that a class has been destroyed by a group? Hirong, who was on the side, said in surprise as he hurriedly opened his bracelet and then saw the message on it. Class 9 Zhang He was eliminated. Class 9 Li Shang was eliminated. Class 9 Deer Hill has been eliminated. Class 9. There were more than 20 elimination messages in a row, and surprisingly, they were all from Class 9. Why are only students from Class 9 being eliminated? This is completely abnormal. Han Junfei's gaze was tinged with suspicion. If Class 9 had fought with other classes, it was impossible that only people from their class were eliminated. This was because although there would be more or less of a gap in strength between each class, there wasn't this kind of completely overwhelming gap, unless the student who had awakened the body of the fire spirit in Class 1 had personally made a move. However, they thought that this possibility was very small. Hirong guessed, could it be that the masked men made a move? Their strength is terrifying. Half of Class 9 was eliminated by them. Han Junfei said, it's fortunate that Boss Joe broke through to the 5th level of body forging, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to take this supply point, and I'm afraid we'd end up like that Class 9. Yeah. The rest of them agreed, and they looked at Jo Hong with even more respect. Jo Hong was very flattered by everyone's reactions and performance as he spoke. This time, we, Class 8, will strive for second place. The faces of the people present instantly became excited and thrilled. Second was already the best ranking for them. This was because the first position was already Class 1's by default in everyone's hearts. Inside the number 3 supply station, Zhang Xiaotian took out more than 20 black storage bags in front of everyone, all neatly placed on the ground. The crowd all froze in place. What is this situation? Is this Su Li's 4 people going to rob? Luofan looked at Su Li's 4, her beautiful eyes flashed, only to hear her say, just now, the message of Class 9 being eliminated came from the bracelet. Could it be that you guys did it? The moment these words came out, the students of Class 3 who were present all looked at Su Li's 4 with unbelievable gazes. Feeling the hot gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xiaotian awkwardly scratched his head and smiled heatedly. It has nothing to do with the 3 of us, it was Brother Su who picked off half of their class by himself. A silence fell over the number 3 supply station. Only the sound of people sucking in cool air came from the crowd. However, in a whirlwind, their complexion returned to normal. They had seen Su Li's perversion more than once or twice. Everyone's hearts were now numb for a few moments. It seemed like it was normal for Su Li to do anything. Facing everyone's gazes, Su Li shrugged his shoulders and laughed. This Class 9 bumped up on its own and gave us points for nothing, so don't do it for nothing. The crowd laughed out loud after hearing this. Some of the girls looked at Su Li's gaze. There were more ambiguous flavors that were hard to explain. Waiting for the crowd's laughter to end, Su Li said, I'm going out. Zhang Xiaotian hurriedly said, Brother Su, brother, I'll accompany you. It's too dangerous for you to go by yourself. Su Li couldn't move easily if he brought him along instead, so he waved his hand and said, it's fine, I can do it myself. While the other students heard that Su Li wanted to go out and act alone, they all worriedly discouraged him. Su Li, there are a lot of demonic beasts outside, and there are also masked men. Wait for the dawn to act. Yes, big brother Su, you going by yourself really puts people at ease. What can we do if there is an accident? At this time, Gao Ying also unprecedentedly said, Brother, do not go, wait for tomorrow we appease. Chapter 115 The Masked Man. Upon hearing Gao Ying's words, the students of Class 3 looked at each other in disbelief, doubting that their ears had heard wrongly. Gao Ying, who had always been arrogant, had taken the initiative to call Su Li brother. Moreover, many people had heard that Su Li and Gao Ying had clashed in the dense forest, and their relationship was very tense. But what is the situation now? Why did Gao Ying suddenly seem like a different person? Gao Ying's gaze fatally swept past the faces of the people, and when he saw the doubt and surprise on their faces, contempt rose in his heart. These people were really shallow and short-sighted, and were far from his realm of thought. How could an existence like Su Li, who shone as brightly as the wobbling blazing sun, be comparable to him? Brother, your safety is related to our entire Class 3, you must be careful.
However, if you are determined, little brother, I will support you," Gao Ying said with firm eyes. Su Li was uncomfortable under Gao Ying's name of brother. He also didn't understand how this Gao Ying suddenly changed his nature and became so enthusiastic towards him. Once that 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river teenager, once gone, never to return. Hey, when life is like a play, the large intestine wrapped in small intestine. Su Li was smiling. There was no grudge between him and Gao Ying, only because of the competition for demonic beasts moved once. This is really not a big deal. Everyone, don't worry, I know my situation very well, there won't be too much of a problem. Hearing the firmness in Su Li's tone, the others also no longer blocked. After all, Su Li's strength was too much stronger than them, and they were not in a good position to interfere with Su Li's decision. Su Li no longer wasted time, opened the iron door of the supply point and flashed into the dark forest. Most of the Class 3 students prayed for Su Li in their hearts, hoping that he would be safe and sound. While the two people at the back of the crowd were exchanging vicious glances, they were cursing Su Li in their hearts. It would be best if he died in the mouth of a demonic beast. These two people were none other than Tian Jun and Shen Shanping. The moonlight was hidden. The night color was deep. Amidst the dark jungle, vicious, hungry demonic beasts lurked. A venomous snake covered in flower spots hung from the lush trees. A blood condensation realm fire rat climbed up this tree, full of joy and wanting to pick the tantalizing fruits born on the tree, and it didn't pay the slightest attention to the dangers hidden in the shadows. The spotted viper saw the right moment and fiercely poked its upper body out, biting down on the fire rat's body and injecting its venom instantly. After the fire rat let out a few squeaks of fear, it was quickly destroyed by the venom and died. The flower-spotted viper grew its large mouth and slowly swallowed the fire rat's large body into its stomach. And at that moment, a firelight lit up from the darkness. The spotted viper's body directly split into two, the upper half of its body still maintaining its feeding state, seemingly unaware that it had died. Killed the first level of body-forging demonic beast flower-spotted viper, experience plus 10. Su Li's figure flashed through the darkness. At the same time, a black leopard appeared within his range of perception. The Black Panther almost completely merged with the darkness. If it was just with his eyes, he wouldn't be able to detect its existence at all. However, Su Li, who possessed forest affinity, was able to easily lock its position. The prostrate Black Panther, which controlled its breathing as well as the frequency of its gasping, stared at Su Li, adjusting its body to the best hunting position, ready to launch a fatal strike at any time. But suddenly, Su Li's body completely disappeared from its sight. Even his breath disappeared in an instant. Just when the Black Panther was feeling puzzled, the fur on its body suddenly exploded. An extremely dangerous feeling rose from its heart. It was too late to think about it, and with years of survival experience in the wild, the Black Panther got up and was about to run away. But it was already too late. The purple flame was as brilliant as fireworks in the middle of the night. But such a beautiful flame, but with a deadly danger. After the sound of a poof, the Black Panther's head rolled down on top of the grass. Its eyes still retained their pre-life horror. Killed the forging body 8th level demonic beast Black Striped Panther, experience plus 80. Putting away his blade, Su Li's figure was once again hidden in the darkness. In the middle of this forest where the night was full of danger, Su Li's efficiency in killing demonic beasts was much higher. Even with the talent of stealth, it became easier and simpler for him to kill the demonic beasts. In the darkness of the night, several masked men wearing black tights with black hideous masks covering their faces were rapidly traveling through the forest. They wore communication instruments in their ears, which contained voices that then reported for them in real time the location of the students who were camping out in the wilderness. One of the masked men suddenly stopped in his tracks as he was rapidly skimming through the jungle. The corpse of a demonic beast appeared in his field of vision, and although the demonic beast was already dead, the powerful aura emanating from its massive corpse was still frightening. Black-horned savage bull, low-rank 5 viscera realm demonic beast with extremely high defense. The masked man surveyed the corpse of this demonic beast with a few moments of shock in his eyes. Was the strength of the freshmen in this class so terrifying? Surprisingly, they could even kill a demonic beast of the 5 viscera realm and still with extremely high defense. Even if this brute beast was besieged to death by a certain class, it was evident that the strength of this class was not to be underestimated. The masked man said in a low voice, "Check the surveillance footage, which class killed this black-horned savage bull?" He had to investigate clearly, because with his strength if he wanted to kill this savage bull, it would take some effort. Inside the monitoring room, there was a specialized staff member sitting in front of the monitoring flower, communicating with the masked man in the middle of the forest in real time. The one responsible for liaising with the masked man just now was a female staff member. She was wearing headphones, and after hearing the masked man's voice again, she immediately replied, "Wait a moment, I'll look into it right away." She then pulled out the surveillance of this area and zoomed in. It could be seen from the surveillance image. The masked man was standing in front of the black-horned savage bull. This staff member quickly backed up the screen time. It kept backing up until 10 minutes later. Only then did the movement of her hand stop.
only to see a student in training clothes appear on the screen who was using the blade of a knife to cut the black horns on top of the barbarian bull's head downwards. Seeing this scene, this staff member immediately enlarged the student's face, which was a clear and resolute face. The face recognition system was then activated, and soon Su Li's information appeared on the right side of the monitor. This staff member said into the headset, "The one who killed the black-horned brute bull is a student from Class 3. His name is Su Li, dual talent awakened, forging realm." The masked man's face under the mask changed slightly. This black-horned brute bull was actually killed by a freshman alone. How was this possible? He remembered that on the report before going out on this mission, it was written that the strongest within this class of freshmen should be the student from Class 1 who had awakened the body of the fire spirit. And what about this student from Class 3? He hadn't even had time to think about it much. An extremely urgent voice appeared in the headphones. "Be careful. That student hasn't left this place and has been hiding behind you on top of the big tree." Chapter 116 Disguised Masked Man. Surveillance Room. The female staff member, who had finished checking Su Li's information and was ready to transfer the surveillance back. It was then noticed that after Su Li cut off the cow's horn, he suddenly raised his head and looked towards the distance. His movements paused as if he was pondering something. Then he saw his figure leap, directly jumping onto the big tree behind him, creeping his body down and hiding there without moving. At this moment, Su Li's figure seemed to be completely hidden, merging with the darkness and the tree. The staff member who saw this scene was shocked. She quickly switched the surveillance back to the present time. It was then discovered that Su Li was actually still hidden above the big tree. Moreover, if she hadn't known Su Li's hidden position in advance, at first glance, it would have been extremely easy to overlook it. She hurriedly relayed this situation to the masked man in the screen. The masked man's pupils shrunk violently when he heard the voice within the headset. He was just about to make a move. A huge force came from his neck. With that, his eyes went black and his entire body lost consciousness. And the person who attacked him was naturally Su Li. With a single strike, Su Li breathed a sigh of relief. He had realized a long time ago that there was a very strong aura in the forest in the distance approaching towards his side. At that time, he wasn't able to judge whether the aura was a human or a demonic beast. So he hid in a tree and patiently waited for the aura to approach. When he saw that it was a masked man, some surprise flashed through his heart. However, although the aura on this masked man was strong, it was much worse than Shenyu. Su Li guessed that the masked man's strength should be within the range of the low stage 5 viscera realm. This was also an important reason why he decided to make a sneak attack. Su Li reached out and peeled off the mask of the masked man. This was a young man with a rather handsome appearance, and his age did not seem to be very old. "I'm afraid that this masked man is a sophomore or junior senior," Su Li secretly guessed in his heart. He saw the black earphones in the masked man's ears and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. He put the masked man's mask on his face, the size was just right. With that, he didn't linger in the same place and quickly disappeared from the area. And it wasn't long after he had just left. 2 more masked figures appeared here. When they saw the youth lying on the ground, who had his mask removed, a few moments of surprise appeared in their eyes. Only to hear one of them say, "This freshman class is so fierce, they actually knocked Xiao Qi, who was at the 2nd level of the 5 viscera realm, out with a sneak attack." The other person said, "Be careful, this student's strength is not weaker than ours. I really didn't think that this freshman class still has such a strong existence." After saying that, they picked up the youth on the ground on their backs and quickly disappeared into the forest. The sound of demonic beasts growling and roaring in the dark forest was constant. The leaves in the forest rustled as if a ghost was rattling them. The students of Class 7 sat in a circle under a large tree with a low atmosphere. A bonfire was built between them. A cluster of crackling and jumping flames reflected on their faces, looking red. Niolai lifted his right hand with difficulty, and the intense pain caused the muscles in his face to twitch. In the daytime, he and Su Li had only exchanged a single blow, leaving his right hand severely injured, and even if he took a recovery potion, he wouldn't be able to recover for a while. "Damn, what bad luck. I didn't think that Class 3 would have someone with such a strong strength," Niolai said indignantly. Zhang Han's expression was very ugly. He also did not expect that the one called Su Li from Class 3 would block the attacks of all of them from Class 7 just by virtue of his talent. It was simply outrageous to the extreme. After they lost the fight for the supply station with Class 3, they turned to fight for the other supply stations. However, after they rushed to the other stations, the dust had basically settled, and all the other supply stations were occupied. After nightfall, they had no choice but to stay in the wilderness, carefully guarding against any crisis that might appear around them. It could be seen under the light of the fire. The students of Class 7 were all in a sorry state at this time with their pudgy hair and faces. Some of them, even, carried wounds caused by demonic beasts on their bodies, and it could be seen that these wounds hadn't been left for a long time. From this, it could be inferred that they were not safe here, and it was feared that they would be attacked by demonic beasts from time to time. Niolai suddenly felt some urgency to urinate. He stood up and walked towards the outside of the crowd. It was only until he was out of the crowd's line of sight that he peeled open his pants to conveniently get up. Zzz. The soothing sensation instantly spread throughout his entire body. Even the pain in his right hand seemed to have diminished a lot at this moment. At this time, a rustling sound suddenly appeared in the grass in front of him. At that moment, he was so scared that he didn't have the urge to pee, and he hurriedly raised his pants and yelled, "Who's there?" And as soon as his words fell, he saw a chubby rat quickly scurry out of the grass, and in a blink of an eye, it was gone. Nyolai saw that it was just an unusual rat, and only then did he spit out a breath. "Damn, scared me. It's all because of that Suli from class 3, causing me to sleep out in the wilderness, and I'm scared even when I pee. One day, Grandpa Nyo, I'm going to get back what I got today." Nyolai spat out 2 sentences angrily and turned his body around. But as he turned his head, a black, terrifying mask instantly appeared in front of his eyes. It scared him to the core. He opened his mouth in horror and was just about to make a sound. A large fist directly appeared and smashed onto his temple, knocking him to the ground. A moment passed. Zhang Han, who was in front of the campfire, saw that Nyolai had never returned, and his eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle. What's going on with Nyolai? Didn't he go for a piss? Why isn't he back after so long? A boy who was on good terms with Nyolai stood up and cautiously walked towards where Nyolai was peeing. "Nyolai, are you done peeing yet?" That boy didn't dare to go deeper and only shouted loudly outside. However, the only thing that responded to him was dead silence. A bad premonition rose from his heart. Suddenly, he heard a subtle rubbing sound coming from the large tree above his head. He hastily raised his head. He saw a figure wearing a hideous face flash past. In the blink of an eye, the student only felt a heavy blow on his head before he lost consciousness. This scene, however, happened to be seen by Zhang Han, who had been staring this way not far away. He clearly saw the masked figure. This caused his body to jolt up, his nerves instantly tightening to the extreme. "Everyone, pay attention, there's a masked person nearby." Hearing his words, the students of Class 7's faces changed greatly, and they drew their weapons as if they were on guard. In the shadows, the masked Suli watched the tense Class 7 crowd on the field with interest, which gave him an interesting feeling of a cat catching a mouse. Just as he was thinking about how to strike next, he sensed another strong aura appearing not far away. Chapter 117 UR. Suli? It was only in the blink of an eye. That powerful aura had already appeared not far from Suli. Soon, he saw a masked man wearing the same mask as him, hiding his figure in the branches of a large, dense tree. At this time, Suli frowned slightly. Because that masked man seemed to have extraordinary perception, he actually discovered Suli, who was also hiding in the trees. Just when Suli thought there was going to be a vicious battle. However, he saw that masked man suddenly raised his hand and made a gesture towards Suli. The meaning seemed to be that he was going to join forces with him to mess with these Class 7 students. He didn't discover my true identity. Suli secretly breathed a sigh of relief, because the training clothes he wore were also black, and it was hard to see any difference between them and the clothes worn by the masked man under the night color. In addition, Suli intentionally hid his figure to avoid the surveillance when he moved just now, which caused the staff in front of the surveillance to not be able to distinguish his real identity from the fake one for a while. These masked men were all at the strength of the 5 Viscera realm, and it was naturally best to be able to avoid a head-on collision with them. Moreover, they were able to support each other, and Suli would be at a disadvantage if he fought them head-on. Since this masked man did not realize that he was a fake, then the next thing would be good. Suli secretly calculated how to sneak attack this masked man after finishing off the Class 7 students in a while. And that masked man naturally had no knowledge of Suli's thoughts. After he finished gesticulating, he saw Suli nodding his head to indicate that he understood. The people of Class 7 were holding their weapons at this moment, their complexion tense to the extreme. This feeling that the enemy was in the dark and they were in the light was really not pleasant. Moreover, they didn't understand the masked men, and they didn't know if they would be particularly ferocious or even torture them. As a result, the Class 7 students became increasingly nervous. Suddenly, a girl at the very back let out a scream. This caused the crowd to be startled, and they hurriedly turned their heads. They saw a person with a hideous and terrifying mask captivate the screaming girl at an extremely fast speed before they flashed into the forest and disappeared. "Masked man, it's a masked man." The students of Class 7 shouted out as they instantly became flustered. "Don't panic, all calm down and take precautions all around." Zhang Han's face was unsightly as he yelled. It would be even more favorable for the masked man if they disorganized themselves. Right now, the only way to have a chance to maneuver around the masked man for a while was to have the crowd calm down and unite together. Hearing Zhang Han's roar, the chaotic scene became much quieter. Just as they were about to discuss their countermeasures. Seeing that it was about time, Suli leapt down from the top of the big tree and deliberately let out a hideous laugh from his mouth. His appearance caused Class 7, which had just quieted down, to explode. A cold light flickered in Zhang Han's eyes, only feeling that this masked man's figure looked familiar. But it was too late to think about it, and he heard him shout, "Don't be afraid, go together. Charge."
The people of Class 7 gathered all their courage and picked up their weapons to charge towards Su Li. But they had just run forward not 2 steps. Another masked man appeared behind them, launching a ferocious attack towards the students at the back. The Class 7 students were instantly dumbfounded. Why was there another masked man? Wasn't this killing them? Zhang Han, who had always been calm, also appeared flustered in his eyes at this moment. If there was one masked man, their class could still deal with 1 or 2 of them as a united force, but if 2 of them appeared at the same time, it would be very troublesome. Su Li, with a hideous laugh, saw Class 7 once again in chaos. He had no qualms about rushing into the crowd, frantically launching an attack. In just a single glance, several students were knocked to the ground by him. Run, the masked man is too strong. Seeing how powerful the masked man was, whoever in the crowd shouted, and these students who had no desire to fight instantly scattered in all directions. Zhang Han received a punch from the masked man, and his body slammed to the ground. After he got up with great difficulty, he saw that all the students in his class were frantically fleeing, and he also lost the will to fight, so he was ready to blend into the crowd and escape. And Su Li had been staring at this person. He still had the impression that during the daytime fight for the supply station, it was this person who gathered the crowd to focus all their attacks on him. If he didn't possess the tortoise armor talent, he was afraid that he would have been seriously injured. Seeing him trying to escape, how could Su Li let him slip away so easily? Seeing Su Li's silhouette exploding and flashing, he arrived in front of Zhang Han in an instant. When Zhang Han saw the masked man chasing after him, his face changed greatly, his body's chi and blood power surged madly, and his long sword stance also became fierce and incomparable. He was at the 4th level of body forging. Although this strength was already the best amongst the new students. But in front of Su Li, it was still not enough to look at. Su Li slightly flickered, dodging the longsword over, then he struck out with his fist, a furious force that sent Zhang Han flying once again. In front of crushing power, any stance was just a joke. With a loud bang, Zhang Han's body ruthlessly smashed into a large tree. Su Li dodged and stood tall in front of Zhang Han, who had fallen to the ground. The corners of Zhang Han's mouth were overflowing with blood, and his expression was pained. His heart was indignant to the extreme at the moment. Tonight, I'm afraid it was hard to escape the fate of being eliminated. Originally, he had wanted to bring Class 7 to get a good ranking in this class competition. However, he didn't expect that after only 1 short day, he would be eliminated. This huge discrepancy made his heart disappointed to the extreme. He thought that if he had seized Supply Station 3 during the day, the attack by the masked man would not have happened this night. To blame, can only blame that called Su Li, the defense talent of his. Why can he be strong so perverted? He hated Looking at the masked man standing coldly in front of him, who was almost too powerful to be defeated, Zhang Han wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a chilling voice, "If you want to make a move, you should hurry up." However, he heard the masked man's voice calmly say, "Your name is Zhang Han, isn't it?" Zhang Han was slightly stunned, not because this masked man called out his name, but he felt very familiar when he heard this voice. He had been very sensitive to tones since he was a child, and as long as he had heard a person speak, he would be able to memorize that person through his voice. Suddenly, the face of a person appeared in Zhang Han's mind, and he stared wide-eyed with a look of incredulity. "You are Su Li." A flash of surprise appeared on Su Li's face under the mask. He did not expect Zhang Han to be able to recognize him. How did this person know his identity? A few doubts rose in Su Li's heart. However, since he recognized him, Su Li simply confessed in front of him, "Not bad, it's me." Zhang Han was shocked. "How did you?" Before he could finish his words, Su Li slammed his fist down, instantly knocking him to the ground. It was also fortunate that these students were all martial artists, their brains were relatively sturdy, and Su Li's strike was extremely measured. If it was an ordinary person, Su Li's punch would go down. I'm afraid that he would have to explode like a watermelon. Chapter 118. Su Li is too hard to catch. Su Li smoothly took the storage bag off of him, then pressed the elimination button on his bracelet. Instantly the message that Zhang Han had been eliminated appeared on all the students' bracelets. Some of the classes that were more familiar with Class 7 were in a state of shock after seeing the message of Zhang Han's elimination again. One had to know that Zhang Han was the existence at the top of Class 7's combat power. At the 4th level of body forging, he was one of the best in any class. But even he was eliminated, so it could be imagined how powerful an opponent he had encountered. I'm afraid it's the masked man who has come out. Some of the classes that also didn't seize the supply points only felt frightened at this moment, and became more attentive to their surrounding defenses for fear of encountering masked men. Under the attack of Su Li and another masked man. Apart from some people who escaped sporadically, the rest were knocked to the ground by the 2 of them, and some who were afraid of being beaten, took the initiative to press the elimination button. After waiting for the battle to end, Su Li placed his gaze on the masked man not far in front of him, pondering how to sneak attack appropriately. And that masked man was completely unaware of Su Li's thoughts. On the contrary, he felt that his cooperation with Su Li was still quite tacit, and very friendly nodded towards Su Li. Su Li similarly nodded his head. The masked man then whispered, "Let's go to the gathering point of the next class." Suli calmly said the word good. The masked man turned around, not taking the slightest precaution against Suli, and was about to leave. Suddenly, he felt a cold wind blowing behind him. In the next moment, he only felt his head go black and his body went limp on the ground. The sneak attack went well. Suli's heart sighed with relief. This feeling of hitting a smothered man should not be too good. He smoothly removed the waist plate underneath the masked man, then cleaned up the battlefield as fast as possible. His body flashed into the jungle and disappeared. Inside the monitoring room, these staff members had already exploded at this time. One after another, the masked men were sneak attacked by Suli, which instantly made them tense up. Warning, Class 3 Suli has mixed in with the masked men, please pay attention. Warning, Suli now appears in the middle of Area 4. Warning, Suli has left Area 4 and is moving towards Point A. Suli's movements had become the center of attention in the monitoring room. Several staff members were monitoring together, fearing that he would dodge the monitoring like he did last time. Inside the monitoring room, the three principals had already left to take a break. There were still Zhang Daiyue, the class guides, and the instructors left to keep an eye on the situation in the middle of the forest. Yang Chen was sitting on a swivel chair, holding his golden eye sockets as he looked at Suli, who was posing as a masked man, with a look of astonishment. This is really outrageous. The class that I lead has even seen students with such strong strength. Yang Chen muttered to himself, I remember, isn't Suli's information on his a grade qualification only the 8th level of blood condensation? Isn't this pure bull? On the side, Zhang Daiyue had a faint smile on his face as he said, that's something you have to ask Mr. Lin Hailin, who is responsible for enrollment, who knows how he recruits students. It's surprising that a student with such a strong strength wasn't even investigated. Looking at the fast-moving Suli in the monitor, Chen Yu's eyes carried a marvelous look. In this month, he had watched Suli's strength grow rapidly with his own eyes. At this rate, I'm afraid that before long, even he would be surpassed by Suli. Class 1 instructor Zhang Hao looked at the fast-moving Suli in the monitor screen and said under his breath, is this guy's strength already terrifying to this extent? Zhang Yan has an opponent this time. The Class 1 guide was a tall, thin, serious-faced middle-aged man by the name of Sun Ming. His seniority in Star Ocean University was quite large, and his realm of strength was also at the forefront amongst the guides, which was why he had become the genius-rich Class 1 guide. After seeing Class 3 Suli's performance, his already serious face became even more somber. The classes he led were always first and second. What's more, this time there was also a student who had awakened the body of the fire spirit assigned to their class. If he didn't get the first place in the freshman competition, he wouldn't know where to put his face. As for the classes that had been plundered by Suli, their instructors and trainers also had a hard look on their faces. They have experienced so many times the freshman competition, have never seen which student pretending to be a masked man to fish in the water and sneak attack. This is simply outrageous. His mom to outrageous open the door, outrageous to the home. And Suli's name was deeply engraved in the minds of the teachers present. The night color is gloomy like water. Mist gradually enveloped the entire forest. The visibility of the already dark forest was even lower. Now it wasn't just the students outside the barren forest who were scared. The 6 masked men, too, had become very nervous because of Suli's mixing in. There were already 2 masked men who had been eliminated from the game by Suli's sneak attack. This also meant that not only would these 2 people not be able to earn the credits for being a masked man this time, but they would also be deducted from the credits, which was really unlucky. Being a masked man to earn credits, this was originally a very easy to accomplish, a very sought-after task. However, how did a big gray wolf appear in what should have been a group of weakling freshmen? Or the kind that only engaged in sneak attacks? The most depressing thing for them was that every time the staff in the monitoring room reported Suli's location to them, when they arrived, Suli had already disappeared from the same spot, causing them to pounce every time. Several masked men got together and whispered, I'm afraid that this Suli has a talent of super sensing or something like that, so that he can repeatedly slip away from under our encirclement. Another person said, Suli is too difficult to catch, in my opinion, let's not waste time on him, let's go to the other classes first, or else we'll have trouble accomplishing today's mission target. They had deployed a total of 8 masked men this night, and the minimum mission target for tonight was to eliminate 100 students. However, up until now, their focus was all on Suli, and they hadn't eliminated many students at all. The only class that they had defeated with the highest number of students, Class 7, was also mostly eliminated by Suli's fake masked men. This undoubtedly made their task tonight much more difficult. Let's team up in groups of 3 so that we can avoid Suli from mixing in, let's go. After the masked man deliberated, he quickly disappeared from his original spot. At the same time, Suli was harvesting some students who had fallen behind. He didn't head to the area where the other classes were gathered just because he was afraid of encountering the masked men. What he could be sure of now was that he had become a key surveillance target, as he had been surrounded by masked men 3 times so far. Luckily, his perception in the middle of the forest was superb, and he could sense the approach of the masked man's aura from afar. This was what allowed him to dodge past their pursuit without any danger. After eliminating a few students who had fallen behind, Suli found a secluded place to lurk for a while. After waiting for a long time, no powerful aura approached him again. It seems that the masked men have already given up on rounding me up, so they must have corresponding mission targets to fulfill, and now is the time for me to fish in troubled waters. Su Li secretly pondered. Chapter 119, Muddling Through the Water to Get Things Done. The night was getting deeper and deeper, and the fog was getting thicker and thicker. The faint moonlight had been completely obscured. This forest became more and more dangerous. The metal doors inside the various supply points were tightly closed. From time to time, the sound of demonic beasts thumping on the door rang out. However, these supply points were very sturdy and did not have the slightest damage. This was because the material used to build them was not ordinary steel, but a composite material with ultra-high density, which made it difficult for even a demonic beast of the 5 Viscera realm to break through. The students inside the supply point were initially very worried and scared when they heard the hissing and roaring of the demonic beasts outside the door and the sound of hammering on the iron door, fearing that they would break through the door. But after a while, they realized that this supply station was very sturdy, so they let go of their hearts and no longer cared about the sounds outside the door. The supply station was full of condiments, pots and pans and other things. The students slaughtered the demonic beasts that they hunted during the day, and put the most fatty and tender parts of the meat into the boiling cauldron to steam and stew after a simple marinade. Soon, the smell of meat overflowed out, causing the students to swallow their saliva. Their appetites greatly opened. When they had eaten and drunk enough, they then casually found a corner to rest, refreshing themselves and preparing for tomorrow's big competition. On the contrary, the classes that were sleeping in the open field. At this moment, their situation was very different. With the dense fog emerging from the forest, the dangers they faced were even more complicated. The information that the students of Class 7 had just been eliminated one after another was like a wake-up call for these classes, causing them to become even more alert, almost to the point where any movement of the wind made them like birds of prey. Class 4 gathering place. At this moment, the students of Class 4 were sitting in a circle, one next to the other. I don't know if it was because the cold air of the forest at night was too heavy, or because they were nervous in their hearts, but they only felt a coldness permeating around their bodies. Some of the timid students didn't even dare to go pee, they just looked around the surroundings that were shrouded in thick fog with fear and trembling. "It's too scary here," a girl with a pretty face said with a pale face. "It's still several hours until dawn, how are we going to get through such a long time?" Another slightly chubby girl said dejectedly. "I don't even want to continue participating in this grand competition, hurry up and end it, this is too torturous." That pretty-faced girl thought of the terrifying demonic beasts that might exist around her, as well as the masked man hiding in the shadows, and felt that every second here was very hard to endure. "It's too bad today, just a little bit more and we would have seized supply station number 1. A tall and thin boy sighed. "AI, who knew that Class 8 still had a forging body 5th weight in existence, it's really unlucky, if Su Li was in our class then it would be good." After the other short and stout boy finished his sentence, he suddenly saw what appeared to be a flash of black shadows in the thick fog not far away. He rubbed his eyes and thought that he was overstimulated and hallucinating. But in the very next second, a person wearing a hideous mask instantly appeared in front of his eyes. It scared him to the core. Masked man. In a flash, the students of Class 4 were in chaos. A male student of Class 4 who was at the 4th level of body forging and named Wei Xing appeared very calm in the panicked crowd. Only to hear him say loudly, "Everyone calm down, there's only one masked man, don't be a wimp, let's go together." Hearing his voice, the panicked crowd obviously calmed down a lot. "He's only one person, go on." The eyes of the crowd became firm all of a sudden. However, they saw the masked man let out a cold laugh. "One person? Who are you guys looking down on?" 2 more masked men appeared from the surrounding thick fog. After Wei Xing cursed, he hurriedly yelled, "Everyone, run away." He could feel the rich qi and blood emanating from these masked men. It was simply not in existence that they could fight against. It was laborious for them to deal with even one of them. Not to mention the fact that 3 directly appeared now. There was no choice but to flee. Wei Xing turned around and ran without the slightest hesitation. The 3 masked men also rushed into the crowd like nobody's business, launching a violent attack on these students. "Run!" The students of Class 4 scattered and fled frantically, making the masked men look like eagles catching chickens, and the scene was chaotic for a while. Wei Xing ran out a short distance before he stopped and looked back. The screams of the students were still coming and going, which seemed particularly ear-piercing in the night. He took a big breath, his heart thumping non-stop. "Luckily the masked men didn't target me, otherwise I would have been eliminated just now. These masked men are so perverted, who can be their opponent ah?" Wei Xing spat out a sentence and was about to continue his escape. Suddenly he heard a rustling sound coming from amongst the grass around him. He turned his head slightly to look. He saw that a masked man wearing a hideous mask was standing at his side, staring coldly at him. Caught off guard, Wei Xing's eyes stared straight and his body was covered in hairs of sweat as he was scared out of his wits. Under the conditioned reflex, Wei Xing swung out the large sword in his hand violently, slashing at the masked man head-on. And this masked man's reaction was extremely fast. With a slight dodge, he dodged this fierce slash. He saw the masked man's right foot quickly lift up, and with a bang, viciously kicked Wei Xing in the stomach. Huge pain came from Wei Xing's stomach, and his body bowed like a shrimp. The masked man swung out his right fist again. This fist looked flat and unimpressive, yet it contained a huge amount of power. The sound of a boom directly smashed into Wei Xing's face, and along with it, his entire body was heavily smashed onto the ground. This tremendous impact caused his eyes to go black, after which he fainted and lost consciousness. The masked man squatted down and pressed the elimination button on his bracelet, and then took off the storage bag on his body and put it away. At that moment, the masked man was seen slowly taking off his mask. Through the night, it could be seen that this person was none other than Suli. It turned out that Suli had trailed all the way here by virtue of the strong scent left behind by the 3 masked men. Sure enough, he then realized that these masked men were attacking the Class 4 students. Suli casually threw the removed mask to the bushes aside, then quickly walked towards the crowd that kept on screaming not far away. The night was so thick at this time. Those masked people were also unfamiliar with his face. It was a good opportunity for him to make things happen. At this moment, a short masked man was chasing after the escaping Class 4 students. In front of him, these students were as weak as some chicks, and he was able to eliminate them just by moving his hands. The only problem was that these students were running around, and with the large number of them, it would take some effort to eliminate them all. Only the short masked man was seen chasing a tall boy who had awakened the talent of speed. Their figures flashed rapidly through the forest. Even though this tall boy was fast. But the short masked man still easily caught up. Only to see that the masked man violently grabbed the back collar of the taller boy, yanked it backward, and slammed him to the ground with one hand. Then a fist blasted down, instantly knocking him out. Even though I'm short, I'm notoriously fast. The masked man sneered and clapped his hands disdainfully. Chapter 120 Easy Bones, Suli appeared. Subsequently, just as he turned to leave, his footsteps suddenly paused. The eyebrows under the mask of this short masked man frowned slightly, but it quickly turned into a cold smile. His voice was extremely low, and he said in a voice that only he himself could hear, thinking that I won't be able to discover it by hiding here? He took a step towards the dense bushes next to him. His steps were very light, and under the silent night, it was as if he was as quiet and soundless as a ghost. He slowly reached out his hand and violently lifted the bush. He saw a boy crouching on the ground with a pale face. He was trembling and looked very frightened. The masked man looked down on the boy with contempt in his eyes. He, little friend, I always strike quickly, don't worry, it won't hurt. The masked man laughed coldly. He clenched his right hand into a fist and violently slammed it down towards the boy. But by the time his fist smashed down, the fist instantly smashed on top of the air. All the power was dissipated. Where was that boy still on the ground, leaving only a faint silhouette? Suddenly his face changed drastically. Bad premonitions surged from his heart. He had not yet had time to make any movements. Just then, he saw a dazzling lightning light up from the darkness of the night. The thick fog in the surroundings was dispersed by this thunder light. At this moment, this short masked man only sensed a power like silence enveloping him. It caused him to feel an incomparable palpitation in his heart. Then a dazzling thunder blade wrapped in a powerful destructive aura chopped down towards him head-on. This blade was unexpected and extremely powerful. The masked man just wanted to dodge, but the thunder blade had already slashed down on his head. He could only let out a violent roar. The power of chi and blood surged madly on his body, and at the same time, an armor made of earth yellow light covered his body. Talent, earth and armor. In a short period of time, an armor with extremely strong defensive power was formed. Only a booming sound was heard. As the thunder blade smashed into the masked man's body, a crack appeared in that earth-colored armor, and finally exploded and disappeared. The residual energy from the remaining thunder blade landed directly on the masked man's body. His fur instantly exploded, becoming scorched black. Powerful thunder power poured into his body, causing him to convulse violently. At the same time, a silhouette followed and appeared in front of the masked man. Thunder and fire-infested black blades swung out like a raging wind and rain. In an instant, several slashes were left on the masked man's body. The last huge purple flame blade shadow slashed at the masked man's body, sending him flying directly into unconsciousness, confirming that the masked man had fainted. Only then did Suli put the iron blade back. He gently exhaled and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. The entire fighting process, which seemed to be slow, actually only happened in an instant, consuming a huge amount of Suli's mental energy. This masked man's strength was not weak, at least it was also the 5 Viscera realm. If it wasn't for Suli's surprise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him so quickly. However, the most crucial thing was that the power of the Heavenly Thunder 8 chop was really powerful. Otherwise, if you wanted to break through this masked man's defensive talent, I'm afraid it wasn't that easy. At the same time, the other 2 masked men who were chasing after the elimination of the other students also noticed the movement that happened on Suli's side. The thunder light just now was very dazzling, and it was hard not to draw the attention of the others. These two masked men's brows first frowned for a moment, but they quickly returned to normal. These students were only at the forging realm, they couldn't possibly be a match for that short masked man. Moreover, that short man's talent was still a defense type with thick skin, so they were not concerned. Suli quickly pulled the masked man on the ground, who was covered in charred blackness as if he had been baked into a hidden bush. Then he saw Suli's original well-proportioned body began to change a little bit, first becoming thin, then shortening in size and becoming short. In the end, Suli's figure became the same size as this dwarf, and if he didn't look at his face, the two were almost identical. Since transforming into Golden Bone, Suli had discovered this skill of changing shape. He could easily transform his figure into other looks. It was effective if used for camouflage. Suli took off the waist plate number 3 that represented the masked man and then put on that hideous mask. He quickly dodged out of the bushes. All of this was discovered in a very short period of time. By the time the staff in the monitoring room noticed this, Suli's figure had long disappeared. Number 3, what happened just now? A slightly chubby masked man asked towards Suli, before hanging on his belt tag. Suli adjusted his voice and said in a low voice, "Nothing, I ran into a student whose strength is not bad, and I've already solved it." "Whom?" The slightly chubby masked man nodded, not noticing any suspicion of Suli's identity. But just as he turned around, Suli suddenly stormed out, his ferocious fist viciously pounded on the back of this masked man's head. This masked man instantly fainted. At this exact moment, Suli noticed that the last tall masked man among the last 3 was approaching this side. Suli's eyes moved slightly, and a plan came to his mind. Only to hear him suddenly shout, "Suli has appeared!" Hearing the word Suli, that tall masked man's eyes shrunk, his figure suddenly accelerated, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Suli. "Where is Suli?" the tall masked man asked hurriedly. Suli whispered, "Just now, I happened to see Suli knock out number 4 with a sneak attack, and when he saw me appear, he ran towards that side." Suli casually pointed in a direction. The tall masked man said, "Let's go, let's quickly go after him, we must not let this kid escape again. Damn, he only does things like stealing chickens and dogs." Suli under the mask cursed in his heart, "There are so many of you, I still have to fight with you openly? Isn't that pure brain damage?" After the tall masked man finished speaking, he was about to chase towards the front. Suli, who was trailing behind him, once again attacked. The tall masked man covered the back of his head and turned his head with an unbelievable face and said, "You." He fainted before he could finish his words. Suli clapped his hands and kicked the body of the masked man on the ground twice, saying, "Just sneak attack you what? Get up and fight ah?" He then raised his head and smiled as he gestured to the red dot that was lit up on the big tree next to him. The staff in the monitoring room was dumbfounded at this moment. They didn't know why this number 3 masked man suddenly made a move to sneak attack his companion. Could it be that this person was suffering from some kind of indirect mental illness? But after they saw number 3 take the mask off, they were shocked. Suli! When did he disguise himself as number 3? Next, they saw an even more shocking scene. They saw Suli's body rapidly pulling up under the monitor, and in just a blink of an eye, it returned to its normal size. Suli actually had this kind of means. Chapter 121 They're coming. Warning, warning. Number 3, number 4, number 5 have all been eliminated by Suli's sneak attack, please be careful. The masked men of the remaining 3 in the forest received this message at the same time. They were originally chasing after the panicked fleeing class 6 students. After hearing this message, their movements instantly stopped. Under the hideous masks, the 3 of them's faces became extremely ugly. Suli, to have eliminated all of 3, 4, and 5, how is this possible? One of the masked men had a few moments of incredulity in his voice. These 3 masked men who had just been eliminated by Suli were not weaklings like these freshmen. Not to mention that their realms were all above the 5 Viscera realm, just to say that their battle experience and awareness in all aspects were not comparable to a freshman. What's more, the 3 of them didn't scatter, but acted together. Even so, it was still Suli who found an opportunity to sneak attack successfully. This matter was really outrageous to the extreme, letting people not believe it. It's Suli again. The tone of another burly and lanky masked man was tinged with grumpy anger. His patience with Suli had already reached its limit, a freshman who had repeatedly sneak attacked their masked man, and the key was also repeatedly successful. This was simply humiliating them. If the students of the same grade knew what happened tonight, they would be the laughingstock. They couldn't even handle a freshman, would they not be laughed to death in the future? That Suli is too rampant, we must catch him tonight and give him some color. The last masked man clenched his fists and said viciously. Afterwards, these 3 masked men got together and deliberated for a while. They decided not to pursue the other students first, and first put all their energy on Suli. Even if they couldn't complete today's mission, they still had to catch Suli and eliminate him. Only in this way could they salvage their honor and get the bad breath out of their chests. After revealing his true face, Suli didn't dare to waste the slightest bit of time, quickly cleaning up the battlefield and removing the storage bags from these eliminated students. About a few minutes later, Suli then sensed that 3 powerful and violent auras were approaching his direction at an extremely fast speed. They're coming? Su Li's gaze slightly condensed. I'm afraid that this time, the pursuit they've launched against me is even more violent than before. Su Li clearly felt the berserk aura from the three people. I'm afraid that this time they were completely enraged. Su Li decided to avoid them first. With that, his figure flashed into the jungle and disappeared into the thick fog. The three furious masked men followed closely behind. A fierce chase officially started. Inside the monitoring room. Now all the teachers, instructors and staff's eyes were focused on Su Li and the three masked men. Zhang Daiyue smiled as he stared at the surveillance and said, "What do you guys say, will the masked men be able to catch Su Li?" Shen Yu pondered for a while and said, although Su Li showed extraordinary awareness in the middle of the forest, the masked men can also learn about Su Li's location in real time, and with three people surrounding him, Su Li is in a very dangerous situation. Yang Chen nodded his head in agreement. Su Li just succeeded in sneaking the other masked men all by surprise, and now there is no longer any chance. His meaning was obvious. Su Li was afraid that she wouldn't be able to escape the masked men's pursuit. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Su Li's strength, but it was equivalent to the enemy's light and my darkness. Besides, the strength of these three people were all higher than Su Li, so Su Li didn't have much of a chance. Zhang Hao said, "You can tell that the masked men have been completely enraged. They seem to be giving up on the mission and focusing all their energy on chasing Su Li. I think Su Li is a bit hungover this time." Class 7 guide Zhang Li snorted coldly and said, "Su Li is too arrogant. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a second chance. He's been sneaking attacks behind his back. Of course those masked men will be very angry. I think he's going to be eliminated tonight as well." Most of the other people present were also like this. None of them thought that Su Li would be able to escape the masked men. At this moment, Zhang Daiyue laughed and said, "I have the opposite opinion of you guys. I don't think the masked men can help Su Li." These words caused the crowd to freeze for a moment. They didn't know why Zhang Deju said so. "Just keep reading down." Zhang Deju smiled mysteriously. The crowd once again focused their attention on the surveillance. However, they saw the three masked men spread out at this moment, quickly chasing towards Su Li. And Su Li's figure was like an ape rolling around in the jungle, looking extremely fast. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. The night color was getting thicker and thicker. The chase between the masked man and Su Li also became more and more white-hot. There were times when the masked man almost caught Su Li. However, Su Li relied on his subtle body skills to slip away. Seeing the duck in hand fly away, the masked man became more and more red-hot and his emotions became more manic. Unconsciously, the fog in the forest gradually dissipated. The sky also let in a flash of white light. Inside the number 3 supply point, Zhang Xiaotian was in a corner, sleeping soundly with his lance on his pillow. Lin Qingyan stared at the doorway, her beautiful eyes slightly darkened underneath, as if she hadn't slept all night. "It's almost dawn, why hasn't Big Brother Su returned? There won't be any accidents," she thought worriedly in her heart. She had been on tenterhooks all night, and didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy at all. It wasn't just Lin Qingyan, Zhao Rohan also hadn't slept all night. She sat cross-legged, although her face was always cold and couldn't be seen to have any emotion. However, she would look at her bracelet from time to time, checking the information of those who had been eliminated in it, wondering if she was worried that Su Li's name would appear on it. "With my brother's strength, he definitely won't have any problems in the middle of this forest," Gaoing thought confidently. Lin Qingyan turned her head and saw Zhang Xiaotian who was huffing and puffing, and she couldn't help but feel angry. She walked over to Zhang Xiaotian and kicked the lance under his head to the side. Zhang Xiaotian instantly pillowed the air and woke up with his head hitting the ground. "What's the situation? Did a demonic beast come in?" Zhang Xiaotian sat up with a jolt, his expression tense to the extreme. Lin Qingyan said hatefully, "Zhang Xiaotian, what time is it? How dare you still sleep?" Zhang Xiaotian glanced around and saw that everyone was resting, and his nervous heart relaxed. "Qingyan, what happened to the fire so big?" Zhang Xiaotian said suspiciously. Lin Qingyan was dissatisfied. "Big Brother Su was in the forest killing demonic beasts to earn points, yet you are sleeping so soundly here. How did you do it?" Zhang Xiaotian froze for a moment before he realized why she was angry. Then Zhang Xiaotian scratched his head and laughed. Hee. "I'm such a vegetable and can't help Brother Su. What else can I do if I don't sleep here?" Lin Qingyan gave a cold snort of indifference, so she didn't say anything else. Chapter 122 Zuru, count yourself lucky. Seeing that the sky was getting brighter, these three masked men were in an anxious mood to the extreme. And the more they thought about it now, the more they felt that Su Li was playing tricks on them. Because there were several times when they wanted to catch Su Li, they were dodged away by Su Li with his body skills. This kind of thing happened several times. At first, they thought that they would definitely be able to catch Su Li the next time, but the next time they were this close again. Gradually they sensed that something was wrong. This Su Li was clearly deliberately staying in place, playing with them like a monkey. Even though they realized this, they had no other choice but to flat out rage. Only to see that burly masked man raise his head to look at the sky that was soon to completely fade into darkness, and then angrily said, "There is no time left. If we can't catch Su Li, the sky is about to lighten up." Another person also hate voice said, "This Su Li is simply bully too much. Will we as a monkey play?" Completely did not put us in the eyes.
At this time, the exact location where Suli was currently hiding rang in their ears. The tall masked man said in a serious tone, "This is the last chance. If we still can't catch Suli, we won't have a chance. Make sure to use all our strength." The other two nodded, then their figures flashed quickly. Suli leaned his back on the branch of a large tree, without the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. The corners of his mouth rose as he muttered to himself with a faint smile. Although these masked men all have the strength of the 5 Viscera realm, their speed and stance are average, but their endurance is indeed much stronger than the forging body realm. If it wasn't for the fact that I have a golden bone, my physical strength and endurance are several times stronger than my peers in the same realm, I might not be able to have their endurance. They are here again? Suli's eyes looked into the distance and shook his head helplessly. These 3 masked men were chasing after him as if they had taken crazy pills, and he didn't know if they had gone wrong with any of their tendons. But since they didn't mind getting tired, Suli continued to lead them in circles in the middle of this forest. Suli leapt down from a large branch, his figure moving. This time he clearly felt that the speed of these 3 people was much faster than just now, and the power of chi and blood emanating from their bodies seemed to have become much denser. What's going on here? Suli, who was in the midst of rapid flashes, discovered the abnormality of these 3 people and couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. He didn't know that just a moment ago, after those 3 masked men discovered his position, they pulled out the blood-burning pill from their bodies and took it. The blood-burning pill could double one's strength in a short period of time. This competition did not have any rules that did not allow them to use elixirs. Pills such as the blood-burning pill were also a type of pill that martial artists often kept on their person, because they often took on some dangerous tasks and could easily put themselves in a dangerous situation, and a blood-burning pill could often play a role in taking them by surprise and turning the situation upside down. Only the blood-burning pills maintain a shorter time, and the damage to the body is larger, need to recuperate for several days to let the body recover. Therefore, until the critical moment, martial artists will not use it. These 3 masked men were forced to do nothing else at the moment, which is why they took the blood-burning pill, striving to finish off Suli in the shortest possible time. This was the only way they had at the moment. After taking the blood-burning pill, the speed of these 3 people was so fast that one could not see their figures moving. Originally, Suli was still able to leave them behind. But now, their speed was even faster than Suli. In just the blink of an eye, Suli was caught up by them. Strange, how come these 3 people's speed is a whole lot faster than just now? Could it be that they have used the blood-burning pill? Suli secretly said a bad news in his heart. These 3 people were fighting for their lives. Just saw the 3 masked men surrounded Suli in the center. "Suli, tonight you made the 3 of us chase you so hard." The burly masked man gritted his teeth and said in a vicious voice. "Kid, playing us like monkeys huh? I'll make you look good today." The other tall masked man said in a chilling voice. After saying that, the 3 of them struck out at the same time, and the mountainous chi and blood power rushed over towards Suli. Suli's face changed slightly. Being surrounded by 3 5 Viscera realm martial artists who had taken the blood-burning pill, the pressure was still enormous. He took a deep breath and changed his pace under his feet, quickly unleashing Lingbo 9 transformations. In an instant, 9 silhouettes appeared in place. These silhouettes looked lifelike in both their movements and appearance, making it difficult for people to distinguish which one was Suli's real body in a short period of time. Just now, when these 3 masked men were chasing Suli, they had already experienced the subtle body technique of Suli. They had already been mentally prepared, and when Suli's 9 transformations of Lingbo was unleashed, they used their best battle techniques and indiscriminately attacked the 9 silhouettes. As their battle techniques blasted down, huge explosions rang out. Only when the dust cleared did they see that Suli had managed to dodge this attack from the 3, but his dodge this time was extremely treacherous, and his body was also cut into some wounds. Damn, these 3 people are really ruthless. Suli cursed. Without any love for the battle, he turned around and slipped away. Now that these 3 people were stoned, avoiding them first was the best policy. He quickly launched Lingbo Geo transformation, as a trail of residual shadows appeared, delaying a few minutes for Suli. Although Lingwave 9 transformations was very powerful, it also consumed a lot of chi and blood, so there was a limit to how much Suli could use it. Can't let him escape. The burly masked man snapped when he saw Suli trying to escape. Suli was struggling to dodge under the trio's stormy attacks, only occasionally freeing up his hands to return the favor, and now as long as he was dragging it out a bit, the sky would be bright in no time. Seize the time and settle the fight quickly. The burly masked man saw that time was coming soon. He yelled out very anxiously. The other masked man's body thickened with chi and blood power once again, and the flame above his right fist transformed into a huge tiger as he roared and pounced at Suli. At this critical moment, Suli also exploded his entire body's chi and blood. The purple flames above his iron sword twined around, struggling to withstand the attacks of these 3 people. And just at this time, a voice rang in the ears of these 3 masked men. "Time's up, tonight's mission is over." As this voice sounded, the ferocious attacks of these 3 masked men stopped. Seeing this, Suli knew that tonight's chase ended here, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Those 3 masked men unwillingly looked at Suli, who had already shown his decline in the center. Just a little bit, they were about to finish Suli off. Too bad.
Just heard these three masked men staring tightly at Suli. Suli, count your luck this time. Suli shrugged his shoulders and said, luck, isn't it a kind of strength? The masked men snorted coldly and turned around to leave quickly. This time they sent out 8 people, but in the end only 3 people were left, and the mission also failed. If this is passed on to their age, in the future they don't need to mix again. Chapter 123. Has Zoro gone on a robbery? The masked man snorted coldly and turned around to leave quickly. This time they sent out 8 of them, but in the end only 3 of them were left and failed in their mission. If this was spread to their age, they wouldn't even need to mix again in the future. Tonight was a disaster for them, the masked men. Inside the surveillance room, Zhang Deju watched the masked men in the screen leave. His eyes were smiling, with a look that he knew this was going to happen. On the contrary, the others' faces were filled with shock at the moment. Chen Yu exclaimed, Suli, to have survived the masked men's one-night joint siege, this is completely out of my expectation. This kid, what a good boy. Yang Chen also looked surprised. Yes, even the masked men took blood-burning pills. I'm afraid that Suli's stance has already reached the grand achievement realm. This talent and enlightenment is truly terrifying. Zhang Haotsged, in my opinion, Suli's strength and Zhang Yan's strength are now similar to each other. This time, the newcomer king's competition still really has some suspense. Hearing Zhang Hao say this, the people present all showed a look of surprise. It must be known that Zhang Yan was a demonic being who had awakened the body of the fire spirit and was recognized as the strongest freshman. Now, Suli's height was even on par with Zhang Yan's. How could this make the crowd not be surprised? Class 1 guide Sun Ming's serious face frowned. At this moment, he heard Zhang Li, the Class 7 instructor, say, Instructor Zhang, you're a bit too high on Suli. I'm afraid he still has some gap compared to Zhang Yan. Hearing Zhang Li say this, Sun Ming's face then looked better. There were some words that he was not convenient to say, or else he would appear to be a small-minded person. After waiting for Zhang Li to finish speaking, some of the class guides also said, it is undeniable that Suli's strength is very strong, but the terror of the fire spirit's body is certainly not something that Suli can compare to. After all, every student who awakened this special physique was a pride of heaven, destined to shine brightly in the path of martial arts. Although Suli's performance this time had surprised them, it was only a mere surprise. Because they still thought that Suli had only used some unseemly tactics, which allowed him to sneak up on the masked man and ultimately escape their pursuit. The only thing that made them more appreciative was that Suli's stance was indeed very good, and the realm of his battle technique cultivation wasn't too low. His enlightenment was still recognized by the crowd. Hearing them say this, Shin Yu only felt that these voices were a bit harsh. Why couldn't Suli be compared to Zhang Yan? In his eyes, Suli was the most outstanding student, whether it was enlightenment, strength, talent, and character, whichever was singled out was impeccable. Shen Yu spoke, I don't think so. The strength of the awakened talent doesn't determine their final battle strength. Only after the competition can we know who is stronger. Zhang Li said, how is the fire spirit body an unusual talent? Even in several other top colleges, only a few have awakened their special physique, so how can Suli be compared to Zhang Yan? Some of the instructors said in agreement, although it's cruel to say so, talent can indeed determine a person's achievements and upper limit. This is the reality. Yang Chen said indifferently, everyone has their own path to follow, and a momentary strength or weakness doesn't mean anything. His meaning was obvious. Even if Zhang Yan was stronger than Suli at the moment, no one could say what would happen in the future. Momentary strength or weakness? Sun Ming coldly said, the path of martial cultivation is only a matter of the moment. Who can say what will happen tomorrow? Perhaps the space barrier might be shattered by the pulse beast tomorrow. What's the point of talking about the future? Sun Ming was speaking the truth, which no one could refute. The scene fell into silence for a while. Just then, he saw Zhang Daiyue laugh and said, is it that important which of the two of them is stronger or weaker? Both are the best students of my Star Ocean University anyway. These words instantly eased the tense and awkward scene. Keep watching the match, Zhang Daiyue said with a smile. At this time, the sky had already dawned, and Suli quickly returned to the supply station. Big brother Su, you're finally back. As soon as she saw Suli enter, Lin Qingyan's anxious face immediately surfaced with a smile. Suli smiled and nodded. After a night of chasing with the masked man, his nerves had been under a very tense state, and only now when he saw the familiar crowd of Class 3, did his entire body relax. Suli, are you injured? Zhao Rohan walked over and frowned slightly as she looked at the wounds left by Suli's battle with the masked man. Lin Qingyan's face also tensed up. Big brother, so I'll get you medicine. Saying this, she found out the healing medicine from the table, and without any further ado, she tugged on Suli's arm to give him medicine. Some of the girls in Class 3 who had a crush on Suli saw that Lin Qingyan and Suli had such a good relationship, they couldn't help but show a look of envy in their eyes. Especially the girl in the back called Li Yi with the long legs. She was sitting on the ground squatting and frowning at this scene. Suli, it must be mine, she secretly swore in her heart. After waiting for the medicine to be ready, Suli took out all of the storage bags she obtained yesterday. In a flash, the ground was covered with them. The Class 3 students directly froze in place. Did Suli go on a robbery last night, even getting so many storage bags? Zhang Xiaotian stared wide-eyed and stammered, Brother Su, this. How is this so many storage bags? This one storage bag represents the elimination of one student. How many students did Suli have to eliminate last night with this large pile? The crowd couldn't help but think, last night the bracelet had been displaying information about students from other classes being eliminated. Could it be that a large portion of it was done by Suli? However, wasn't there a powerful masked man outside? How could they let Suli run amok? This made the crowd's brains unable to react for a while. Gowing, on the other hand, his eyes became bright as he secretly said, "Brotherly is just awesome. To think that I was thinking of surpassing him and competing with him at the beginning. It's just like a mayfly looking at the blue sky, not knowing the height of the sky." Zhao Rohan's cool face also appeared a touch of shock. What did this Suli do? This is simply unbelievable. Wow, big brother, so you are awesome. You even got back so many storage bags. Our class is one step closer to first place in this class competition. Lin Qingyan had a face of adoration and would especially provide emotional value for Suli. Seeing Lin Qingyan's appearance, that Li Yi stretched her long legs and whispered to herself, "Ti Li Ti Chi." The crowd then counted the storage bags, totaling 50 storage bags. Originally, Suli was able to obtain more, but he had been chased by the masked man later on and couldn't spare the time, so he was only able to obtain this many. Although Suli wasn't too satisfied with this number, the other Class 3 students already felt that it was a lot. Zhang Daho snickered, "Brother Su, it's really bad luck for the other classes to run into you." The corners of Suli's mouth hung up in laughter, and the other students followed suit. Chapter 124, Meeting Class 8 Again. After the laughter, the crowd received a message above their bracelets: "The supply station will be destroyed in 10 minutes, please leave as soon as possible." Suli and the others didn't linger any longer and quickly loaded up the medicine and water sources in the supply station before leaving the supply station. The morning light slowly rose. There was still some coolness in the forest. Crystal dewdrops hung on the green leaves. Crisp and melodious birdsong resounded over the forest. Peaceful, quiet, and beautiful. It was as if there had never been any fights here. Silky cool wind blew on Suli's face, and he, who was originally sleepy, was instantly energized again. In this early morning, there were already many demonic beasts waking up to forage for food, and they soon came across these student teams. Immediately, the ferocious roars of the demonic beasts as well as the sounds of fighting broke the quiet forest. Last night, Suli didn't kill a few demonic beasts, so now after seeing the demonic beasts, his eyes were glowing as if he had shot chicken blood. "Big brother, so you have to pay attention to your injuries." Lin Qingyan looked at Suli, who was dashing off to cut down the demonic beasts, and shouted anxiously, "No harm done." After Suli finished speaking, the iron blade had already hacked down towards the hideous demonic beast in front of him. The hunt began, and Suli's experience began to grow by leaps and bounds. Class 3's grouping today was the same as yesterday. Suli was still the four of them acting. The other students of Class 3 had fully recovered their energy after a night's rest. Even those who were injured had taken the potions from the supply point to recover. The good rest gave them full battle strength, and they hunted the demonic beasts more quickly. Suddenly, a large-sized blue-spotted tiger appeared in Suli's field of vision. It was a low Stage 5 Viscera Realm demonic beast with strong damage and explosive power. Suli's eyes lit up when he saw it. His favorite thing right now was the 5 Viscera Realm demonic beasts. Each one of them was able to provide him with a large amount of experience, which was much more cost-effective than killing body-forging realm demonic beasts. That blue-spotted tiger didn't smell how powerful it was from Suli. It was only attracted by the rich chi and blood emanating from them. It first opened its big mouth and roared, then its body leapt up and pounced ferociously towards Suli's four. It thought that it would be able to eat delicious and tasty food again today. Looking at the mid-air above, the blue-spotted tiger with a strong body type and powerful breath, Suli did not retreat but instead advanced. He lifted his iron sword and used both legs to exert force, jumped and then swung his sword to slash, and instantly fought with this tiger. Class 8. After a night's rest, the students of their class looked pretty good. At this time, their class was also divided into 4 squads of 10 people each, scattered not far from each other hunting demonic beasts. Only Zhou Hong's squad was seen to be besieging a demonic beast of the 7th level of body forging. The longsword swings in Zhou Hong's hand seemed to be extremely powerful. In just the blink of an eye, the 7th level wolf monster was stabbed to death under Zhou Hong's sword. Putting away his longsword, Zhou Hong had a proud look on his face. Just then, he heard He Rong on the side brag, "Boss Zhou has become much stronger after ascending to the 5th level of body forging realm." Han Junfei followed suit, "Isn't that right? Not only has Boss Zhou's realm risen, his sword technique has also become more and more mysterious. When we meet Suli, Boss Zhou will definitely beat him to his knees and beg for forgiveness." Although Zhou Hong had only raised a small realm, his strength had really increased a lot. After all, every realm advancement in the forging realm was very difficult. Only an open player like Suli could make upgrading as easy as drinking water. Mentioning Suli, the corner of Zhou Hong's mouth hung up a cold smile as he faintly said, "Suli is no longer in my sights. My current target is Zhang Yan of Class 1. A few people on the side nodded their heads in succession after hearing this. They thought that Suli's power was not above the realm, but mainly relied on the 2 talents. They then proceeded to brag a few more times, causing Zhou Hong to be very flattered. At that exact moment, they received a message from the Class 8 group. There is a Class 3 team hunting demonic beasts ahead. After seeing this message, Han Junfei and Hirong beside him looked at each other. Heh, Class 3, such a coincidence. Han Junfei gave a grim smile. This time he was going to properly avenge his broken arm from Suli last time. Some surprise first appeared on Zhou Hong's face, but then he snorted coldly. Class 3 came just in time. This time I'm going to make Suli beg for mercy under my sword. Let's go. With that, they quickly rushed towards the location shared within the group. From afar, they saw a squad from Class 3 hunting demonic beasts. And the people from Class 8 were hiding in the bushes in the distance, waiting for the others to arrive. Seeing Zhou Hong's group arrive, they then stood up before quickly surrounding towards the Class 3 squad. At the same time, Zhang Dahu, Luo Fan, and the others were hunting demonic beasts. Suddenly, they saw the students of Class 8 surrounded towards them, which caused them to be alarmed. The opposite party was coming from a bad place, and besides, they had a grudge before. Zhang Dahu hurriedly sent out a message in the Class 3 group. Class 8 has surrounded us, requesting for support. Yo, if it isn't someone from Class 3. Han Junfei said with a cold smile. When Luo Fan saw that there were 20 or so people from Class 8, she couldn't help but frown her pretty brows before saying in a clear voice, Suli's team is right next to us. I advise you guys not to get yourselves into trouble and get out of here. Ha ha ha. Han Junfei and the others looked at each other and laughed as if they had heard some funny joke. Then he heard Han Junfei say disdainfully, in front of our boss Zhou, Suli is nothing. Zhou Hong raised his head proudly. Zhang Dahe pulled out his ears, thinking that he had misheard, and he queried, I wonder if it was you guys who were stepped on by Brother Su in the first place. How long has it been, and you've all forgotten? Humph. Zhou Hong let out a cold snort and said, Today, I'm going to make these losers of your Class 3 look good. As his words fell, the people of Class 8 lit up their weapons in unison and were about to attack Zhang Dahu and the others. This caused Zhang Dahu and the others' faces to instantly become tense. Just at this moment, a silhouette of a person came with a quick flash. After seeing the person's face clearly, the eyes of the people in Class 3 lit up, as if they had seen a savior. The person who came was none other than Suli. Zhou Hong's eyes narrowed immediately. When Suli had first humiliated him in the ring and then defeated him, it had caused his reputation within his grade to fall, laying a hidden danger for his future campaign for student council president. This matter haunted him. For this reason, he cultivated hard during this month, and managed to break through to the 5th level of body forging. This realm could be ranked among the top 3 in the entire grade. He had worked so hard to cultivate and break through in order to defeat Suli in the freshman competition, and to redeem his reputation. On the other hand, the eyes of Han Junfei on the side looking at Suli were tinged with a few points of thick resentment. His 2 arms had been stepped on by Suli, leaving hidden dangers for his future cultivation. This kind of hatred could be said to be indissoluble, so how could he not hate it? These days, he did not lessen Zhou Hong's ear to stir up the fire, is to let Zhou Hong more remember hate Suli. With Zhou Hong breaking through to the 5th level of body forging, he thought that the opportunity had finally come now. Suli, today I'm going to let you taste the taste of having both your arms broken as well. Han Junfei stared at Suli, thinking viciously in his heart. Chapter 125, Tremble, Suli. After receiving the information that Class 3 was surrounded, Suli's 4 men rushed over without stopping. Suali arrived in time. Zhang Dahu, Luo Fan, and the others were not injured. It was just that Class 8 looked aggressive this time, especially Zhou Hong, Han Junfei, Zhang Jia, and the others in the front, who seemed to be seeking back the face from last time. Suli secretly said in his heart, the lesson given to Class 8 last time was still not enough. They actually dared to be this arrogant in front of us, but they came just in time to send another wave of points. As for the people of Class 3, when they saw Suli's arrival, their faces that were still tense were instantly relieved and turned to joy. Although they weren't clear about what realm Suli was in right now, the strength Suli had displayed in front of them was definitely no weaker than Zhang Yan, who had awakened the fire spirit body in Class 1. This was the feeling that Suli brought to them. At this time, Suli casually looked towards Zhou Hong and the others and said, It seems that the lesson given to you last time is still not enough. Ha ha ha. Zhou Hong laughed in exasperation and said, Last time, if you hadn't concealed your realm and sneaked in, how could you have been my opponent? Han Junfei's face twitched, the pain and embarrassment from when he had his arm stepped on and broken surfaced in his mind once again, and anger couldn't help but rise from his heart. Suli, don't be complacent, you'll have time to cry later. Han Junfei said in a vicious voice. Suli frowned as he swept over Han Junfei. This person he still had a deeper impression of. Back then, he had struck extremely hard on top of the ring, almost stomping Zhang Xiaotian's arm off. At that time, he was still furious because of this, which was why he stomped both of his arms off to give you a little lesson. Unexpectedly, this person was now alive and kicking again, and he was even talking big. It was just that Han Junfei still seemed to be at the 1st level of body forging, and the qi and blood in his body wasn't rich, and was even weaker than before, so where did he get this courage from? Who gave it to him? A few doubts rose in Suli's heart. He glanced around, there was no one else here other than the students of Class 8 and Class 3. Then the situation of Class 8 looking for outside help didn't exist. So Su Li looked at Han Junfei suspiciously and said, "It seems like it was a mistake not to stomp your legs off last time, which made you come out and jump around again." Han Junfei smiled back in anger. "You can only show off your tongue, wait and see." Su Li scared, "Who on earth gave you the courage to be so confident?" Zhou Hong on the side had long been impatient to strike. This time he wanted to trample Su Li under his feet, to regain his reputation that had been lost for a month, otherwise how would he become the student president? Seeing Zhou Hong's body aura skyrocketed, rich qi and blood power emanated from his body. Golden-colored light erupted from the long sword in his hand. Talent, the power of Gung Jin. The main killing and attacking power was extremely strong, second only to the power of thunder. He moved, and the long sword in his hand transformed into a sword shadow, powerful and fierce, unstoppable. The last time he fought with Su Li, he was defeated by Su Li before he had the chance to use any of his talents and battle techniques, and this had always haunted him. This time, he would definitely not give Su Li the slightest chance. As soon as he came up, he would use all of his strengths and utilize his strongest attacks, bound to defeat Su Li with a single blow. The second style of the gold-breaking sword technique, collapsing mountain and cracking gold. A golden sword chi wrapped in a stern and incomparable aura, seemed to have the power to destroy mountains, and blatantly stabbed at Su Li. "Su Li, this is my true strength, tremble in battle." Zhou Hong laughed coldly. He thought that Su Li was bound to be defeated by this supreme strike of his. Han Junfei's ferocious gaze flashed with excitement. "Split him, let him die for good." Although this sword skill was a ranged attack that covered an extremely wide area, Su Li could still dodge it with his Ling Wave 9 transformations if he wanted to. However, Su Li was not dodging. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, bringing on a touch of contemptuous smile. He clenched his right hand into a fist, instantly condensing powerful qi and blood power on his fist. Then, his figure flashed explosively as he swung out his fist blatantly. That streak of golden-colored sword qi was simply dispersed directly after it met with his fist, not causing any damage to Su Li at all. This was the gap between realms of strength. Su Li's figure flashed again, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zhou Hong, and before he could react, a fist blasted down, heavily smashing above his face. "You!" Zhou Hong's entire person was still under a state of confusion. When he was smashed to the ground by Su Li's punch, this tremendous power made his eyes go black and he fainted. Now Su Li in the face of these low strength does not like to use the knife, he prefers to use fists and feet. This kind of fist to the flesh feeling is really fascinating. Zhou Hong fainted to the ground. The remaining Class 8 students stood there in a daze. What the was this? Hadn't Zhou Hong broken through to the 5th level of body forging and increased his strength greatly? How was he knocked to the ground by Su Li's punch again? Originally, they all thought that this time, Zhou Hong would definitely be able to wipe out his previous shame. But now this script is a bit wrong. They saw Su Li standing there indifferently, standing with his arms folded, as if nothing had happened. For a moment, they only felt that their minds were deranged. The one who was most stunned was still Han Junfei. His eyes were wide and his throat kept rolling. It was only after a while that he reacted. Only his body slowly stepped backward. Just now, he had spoken out of turn and offended Su Li, and Su Li would definitely be the next one to deal with. "Want to leave?" Su Li swept her gaze over Han Junfei's body. "Didn't you want to make me cry? Why are you running away now instead?" Su Li looked at Han Junfei with teasing eyes. Han Junfei swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his body moving backward was unceasing as he said on his lips, "Su Li, you're a big man, last time my arm was broken by you stepping on it. It's kind of clear between us, this matter will end here, and I can give you the storage pouch that's on my body, so how do you think about it?" A smile appeared on Su Li's face, looking harmless. Han Junfei was instantly relieved, thinking that Su Li had accepted his proposal. He thought that although this Su Li was very strong, he appeared to be a little white man with shallow social experience. 2 words had coaxed him into accepting. Su Li was nothing more than that. However, he saw Su Li's figure suddenly disappeared from its original position. In an instant, he moved to Han Junfei's body, and then ruthlessly smashed his face with a fist, and after smashing him to the ground, Su Li forcefully stepped on each of his legs. The sound of loud bones breaking caused the faces of the people present to change drastically when they heard it, and they felt a sense of pain from being there. At the same time, they mourned for Han Junfei in their hearts. This man was too miserable. Chapter 126 Zhang Yan Strikes. Han Junfei's eyes were glazed over, his face incomparably agonized, and a dense cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. "My legs." His legs became twisted to a great extent, and the scene was very oozing. If it wasn't for Su Li considering that there was surveillance watching their every move, he was afraid that he would directly take this person's life. From his last vicious attack on Zhang Xiaotian, Su Li knew that this person was not a good thing, and that keeping him would only be a scourge. But this time, Su Li's hand was extremely heavy. Even if Han Junfei used a recovery potion, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to recover well. 80% of the time he would have to become a cripple, and in the future, the path of the martial arts road would have been cut short. Su Li with cold eyes glanced at Han Junfei, who fell to the ground and howled in pain, without any ups and downs in his heart. And the students of Class 8 were stunned by Su Li's ruthless strike. "Su Li, they're all classmates, you're too ruthless in your strikes." Zhang Jie of Class 8 couldn't help but say. Vicious? Su Li's face was expressionless, and in the next second his figure exploded and flashed in front of Jiang Jie, directly blasting his body with a punch, sending him flying heavily. I hate people who talk too much nonsense. Su Li said indifferently, then he rushed into the Class 8 crowd and began to crush the battle. The Class 8 students were powerless under Su Li's ferocious attacks, and in just a short time, they were beaten to pieces, and one by one, they fell to the ground in pain, grimacing. The remaining students fled in all directions. Now Su Li in their eyes is no different from a humanoid beast, both powerful and terrifying, simply not an existence they can fight against. About half an hour later, these Class 8 students had already been defeated and eliminated by all of them, and Su Li and the others had obtained a total of 25 storage bags after some counting. Afterwards, Su Li's squad continued to go hunting demonic beasts. Class 5 was located. At this time, a tall boy carrying a black broadsword was leading several people to fight a demonic beast. This tall boy's name was Yang Hao. He was at the 6th level of body forging, and was the strongest existence in Class 5. This was a flaming leopard with fiery red spots all over its body. The aura on its body was very strong, and it was clearly a demonic beast at the 9th level of body forging. Yang Hao was the main force fighting this demonic beast. He blocked at the front, and most of the fiery leopard's attacks were resisted by him. Although his face was flushed red and he looked extremely strained, this demonic beast couldn't even help him. Suddenly, Yang Hao realized that the right side of the leopard's body revealed a weak point, and he gave a violent shout, and his fierce broadsword chopped directly on the weak point of the leopard's body from bottom to top. After a snorting sound, a huge cut appeared on the leopard's body, and red flame like blood flowed out like a water column in no time. The flaming leopard wailed in pain, and the hideous wound slowed down its movements. On the other hand, Yang Hao was getting more and more courageous, and finally hacked it to death under the broadsword with a single blow. Yang Hao, your sword skills have improved a lot. A well-built student named Zhang Feng laughed. With his knife skills being affirmed, Yang Hao smiled proudly and said, I've been practicing my knife skills hard for some time in order to cope with the freshman competition, and there are a few very strong people in our grade. Zhang Feng nodded and said, Zhang Yan from Class 1, Su Li from Class 3, and Mu Yuning from Class 10, all three of them are very strong. Yang Hao said, only 3 supply stations will be refreshed today, so I don't know which of these 3 classes our Class 5 will encounter? But whichever one it is, it's not too good to deal with. Zhang Feng pondered and said, comparatively speaking, it's still Su Li's Class 3 that's a bit weaker, and I've heard that Mu Yuning from Class 10, what she awakened isn't the power of cold ice, but the body of cold ice. Yang Hao froze for a moment and said, really, that's impossible, right? Zhang Feng said, I've only heard about it. It seems like her transformation into a cold ice body is related to the technique she practiced. I'm not sure about the details. Yang Hao smacked his lips, only feeling unbelievable, being able to transform the power of cold ice into a cold ice body. The preciousness of this kind of gong method was not something he could even imagine. Moreover, this kind of transformation not only required a special gong method, but also some very precious materials, as well as extremely harsh conditions before it could be transformed successfully. All in all, it was even more difficult than being born with this special physique awakened. Just as the two were talking, a team appeared in their field of vision. Class 1. Yang Hao's face instantly turned grave, only to see that the person at the head of that team was none other than Zhang Yan. At the same time, Zhang Yan's side also discovered the existence of Class 5 and the others, and they quickly rushed over towards this side. The tall and lanky Zhang Yan gave off an invisible pressure just by standing there. He said to Yang Hao and the others with an expressionless face, leave your storage bags behind and press the elimination button yourself. I can do it without making a move. The eyebrows of the people in Class 5 were furrowed, but they didn't feel anything wrong with this statement. Who amongst the entire first-year class didn't know about Zhang Yan from Class 1? There was no doubt about his power, so this sentence filled with condescension in turn made Class 5 and the others feel justified. The two of them, Yang Hao and Zhang Feng, glanced at each other and saw the intent of battle in both their eyes. If you want our storage bags, come and get them yourself. Yang Hao slightly bent down and raised the broadsword in his hand a bit. The thick battle intent in his eyes had gushed out. Zhang Yan was still expressionless. Some people just don't shed a tear until they see the coffin. They have to suffer some injuries and admit defeat before they feel comfortable. He was also accustomed to this kind of situation. At this moment, he saw Zhang Feng of Class 5 leap up like a spring and took the lead in rushing over. Poof! Zhang Yan's hand suddenly burned with a blazing flame. With a movement of his right hand, a ball of fire that throbbed and carried a fierce aura appeared above his right hand. Then, he violently hurled the fireball out to smash Zhang Feng. The oncoming fireball carried a powerful aura, causing Zhang Feng's pupils to suddenly contract, and he hurriedly adjusted his leaping body and slightly flickered, which narrowly dodged this ball of fire. But when he just breathed a sigh of relief, another ball of fire had already smashed over. He was already too late to dodge again, so he could only swing his sword in his hand to block it. Only to hear a boom. When the fireball hit the sword, it exploded. The huge impact caused Zhang Feng to directly spray out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Yang Hao's slightly bowed body instantly popped out, and his speed was so fast that he seemed to turn into a shadow. He waved the broadsword in his hand and slashed down towards Zhang Yan's face head-on. This slash was sharp, fast, and heavy, and it was full of power. However, Zhang Yan's body flashed violently, and after dodging the blade, his right hand that was burning with flames clenched violently, and at this moment, the flames burning on his fist became even more intense. Then he swung his fist out, and the violent flame energy instantly swept towards Yang Hao. Chapter 127 Refill Point Refresh. Yang Hao only felt a fiery explosion surging towards him. This powerful energy seemed like it was going to swallow him whole. Yang Hao let out a violent shout, the power of qi and blood surged out from his body, he violently raised his broadsword, and instantly a huge black blade qi swung out. Only after hearing a loud boom, the black blade energy was smashed by the powerful flame energy, and the remaining energy directly impacted on Yang Hao's body. The huge impact made Yang Hao feel like his internal organs were going to be shaken out. He let out a muffled grunt, and his figure stormed backward several steps. When he stopped his backward body, his gaze couldn't help but become even more gloomy as he said in his heart, "This Zhang Yan is worthy of being in existence that has awakened the fire spirit body, his strength is truly terrifying, I'm not his opponent." Just at this moment, a flame rose under Zhang Yan's feet, and then he was seen bowing slightly, looking like he was going to rush towards Yang Hao. Yang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Yan moved, and his body instantly disappeared from his original spot. At the same time, Yang Hao shouted, "Gravity field." Black light surged and appeared from his body, enveloping all the surrounding 10 meters under the black light. Zhang Yan's body, which was dashing forward at a fast speed, gave a violent start, and he only felt that his body had suddenly become incomparably heavy, and his legs felt as if they had been plunged into a quagmire. In the moment when Zhang Yan's body stopped, Yang Hao's body jumped up, and the broadsword filled with black light swung down towards Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan first frowned, then he let out a cold smile. He saw his burning flame palms violently close, and with his palms as the center, a huge flame energy spread out in all directions. Yang Hao, who was the closest and had leapt above mid-air, was directly blown out by this powerful energy and crashed to the ground with a bang. The gravity field dissipated, and Zhang Yan stood there with a normal expression. "I lost." Yang Hao, who had fallen to the ground in a sorry state, wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and said in a tone with a few points of frustration. As the strongest existence in Class 5 had lost, the rest of them were even more speechless. They handed over their storage bags one after another and then knowingly pressed on the elimination button. Suli had just finished killing a demonic beast of the 9th level of body forging when he saw the news of the other classes being eliminated coming from his bracelet. He opened his bracelet and looked at it, only to see that all the eliminated ones were students from Class 5. Zhang Xiaotian was also looking at the bracelet as he said in surprise, both Yang Hao and Zhang Feng from Class 5 were eliminated. Which class did this? Because at the time of the Devil's Island special training, classes 1-5 all entered the dense forest trial at the same time, so they were a bit more familiar with each other's classes. Suli had also heard of Yang Hao and Zhang Feng from Class 5, these two were both very strong with one forging 6 and one forging 5. The overall strength of their class was very good, and it was a popular class that was expected to win the top 3 in this freshman competition. Suli pondered a little and said, "They should have run into Class 1 or Class 10, I'm afraid the other classes aren't a match for their class." Zhang Xiaotian nodded in agreement. They then continued hunting demonic beasts. At this time, they saw a low-level 5 Viscera Realm Black Bear appear in the middle of Su Li's 4 people's field of vision. Red Flame Bear, strong in explosive power and defense. Su Li's body quickly flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Red Flame Bear and started a fight with it. This Red Flame Bear's defense was very strong. Su Li thought that he could just take it to pile up the proficiency of the Violet Flame Blade technique. Now the proficiency of the Violet Flame Blade technique had reached a staggering 8,000, only 2,000 proficiency short of reaching perfection, at which time his blade technique would be raised a notch. As he chopped out a path of violet flames, the proficiency of the Violet Flame Blade technique increased rapidly. Violet Flame Blade technique proficiency plus 10. Violet Flame Blade technique proficiency plus 15. Violet Flame Blade technique proficiency plus 20. Soon, this Red Flame Bear was covered in densely packed slashes, and each of them were not next to each other and were neatly organized. From this, it could be seen that Su Li's blade technique had already reached an extremely profound level. Wait until the Violet Flame Blade technique is complete and then go exchange it for the Golden Flame Blade technique. Su Li secretly thought in his heart. In the end, the Red Flame Bear, which was covered in hideous wounds, had its head cut off with a single slash by Su Li as he found the right opportunity. Killed 5 Viscera Realm 2nd level demonic beast Red Flame Bear, experience plus 200. Now Su Li was comfortable killing demonic beasts of the 5th Viscera Realm, and the experience provided by each demonic beast of the 5th Viscera Realm was considerable, which made Su Li feel good. However, for some other classes, when they encountered a demonic beast of the 5 Viscera Realm, they often had to gather the strength of the crowd to kill it, and each one was a huge test for them. Waiting until noon. Su Li received a message on his bracelet, supply points 6, 7, and 8 will be refreshed at 4 p.m., and the location will be updated on the map, so please prepare in advance for each class and don't miss out on the scramble. The supply points will be refreshed at 4 p.m. Su Li estimated that there weren't many classes that still had the strength to fight. Right now, only Class 1 and Class 10 were left with the strongest strength. There were also a few classes whose main forces had been eliminated, leaving only a few scattered people just waiting to mix it up until the end of the big competition. At noon, Su Li roasted a one-horned sheep and distributed it to Zhang Xiaotian's 3 people. After eating his fill, he took out the oversized bottle of energy drink from his storage bag and gulped it down. When they were full, they continued hunting demonic beasts. Today, the other 3 classes of students also had a relatively smooth day with good harvests. At 3:40 p.m., Su Li and the others received a hint of the refreshed location of the supply point, so they quickly rushed over there. When they arrived outside the number 8 supply station, there were only a few scattered students standing here, and they didn't see the figures of Class 1 and Class 10. These scattered students didn't know which class they were from, but I'm afraid that most of the people in their class had already been eliminated. They had come here with the idea of taking their chances and seeing if they could be the first to occupy the supply point. But when they saw a group of people from Class 3 rushing over in great numbers, they hurriedly fled in fear. Just like that, Class 3 easily succeeded in occupying Supply Point 8. At the same time, Class 10 also quickly captured Supply Depot 6. Outside the number 7 Supply Depot. When the people of Class 6 saw Zhang Yan leading Class 1 towards the supply station from afar, they didn't even have the desire to fight for it, and they directly fled in dismay. This Class 6 was still relatively self-aware. The strongest student in their class was only the 4th level of body forging, and was simply not enough to look at in front of Class 1. Therefore, fleeing was the wisest choice, so that they could still save some of their strength. But how could Class 1 let them leave just like that? They eliminated another dozen or so people from Class 6 in passing. The rest fled in haste. It was still early in the day. Class 3 only left a few people to guard the supply station, while the rest continued to go out hunting demonic beasts. Although it was already a nail in the coffin for them to win the top 3, they still couldn't afford to slack off if they wanted to compete for first place, and the remaining 2 classes had done well. Chapter 128 Beef smells so good. Within the monitoring hall, the 2 vice principals were standing aside watching. Only to hear Wu Rui ask, "Director Zhang, have you arranged all the masked men for tonight?" Zhang Diju nodded and replied back, "It's already been arranged. I've reselected a few students from the middle stage of the 5 Viscera realm. This time it's all juniors." Zhang Lixian laughed. "I didn't realize that this kid Su Li actually eliminated 5 masked men in one night. It's really surprising." Wu Rui said with dissatisfaction, "I can only say that these masked men are all rice buckets. After 1 or 2 years of schooling at Star Ocean University, they are still inferior to a freshman. I don't know what they have learned." Zhang Lixiang said, "Su Li isn't simple. Discovering the realm gate before and still being able to calmly leave under the abyssal demon seed, this is not something an ordinary freshman can do." He paused for a moment and added, "I can only say that these masked men were unlucky to meet Su Li. It's just that I'm afraid that it would be no different for anyone else." Wu Rui did not say anything after hearing this. Zhang Daiyue said, "I'm afraid that Su Li can't go on such a rampage tonight. These masked men that I chose today, their talents can all be good at speed." Yang Chen, who was at the side, said, "Director Zhang, aren't you engaging in targeting? This isn't fair." Zhang Daiyue helplessly said, "There's no way. Su Li's performance is too outrageous. If we don't specifically restrain him, this match will be too unfair to the other classes. We can only balance it out like this." Zhang Lixian laughed. "The truth that the freshman competition tells the students is that they have to compete. Only by competing can they obtain more resources. Similarly, it's also important for them to understand that it's not just students in the same grade that they're competing with. In the future, they will have to face more unfair things. What does this matter at the moment? Letting them understand this truth early on is not a bad thing for them in the future." After hearing Zhang Lixiang's words, the rest of the people nodded in agreement. This world was like that. This world was never fair. Some people were born with excellent talent. Some were born with unrivaled resource backgrounds. There were those who had mediocre qualifications and talents, with ordinary families, and it was difficult to even break through to the body forging realm. This was the reality. It was something that everyone had to accept. The sky gradually darkened. The moonlight was clear and cold. This night in the forest was just like the past, yet different. Su Li and Zhang Xiaotian had just arrived at the entrance of the supply station when they smelled the tantalizing aroma of meat coming from inside. After going in, Su Li saw a large pot of beef stewing in the pot, full of color and flavor. At this time, Li Yi, who had a long pair of legs, cut off a large piece of beef and brought it to Su Li. "Su Li, are you hungry? It's just been stewed, try it." It must be said that Li Yi's body is extremely good. Her face is also very beautiful, is the type that most boys like. Just now when he smelled the fragrance, Su Li was a little hungry. He didn't think much about it and directly took the lunchbox and ate it with a big mouthful. Really fragrant. Su Li couldn't help but exclaim. This beef melted in his mouth, instantly opening up his taste buds, making him have a huge appetite, and he wolfed down the rest of it. He, however, didn't notice. Lin Qingyan, who was on the side, gritted her teeth and looked at Li Yi. Li, on the other hand, looked as if she hadn't noticed her expression at all, only from the corner of her eyes could she see that faintly smug look. Zhang Xiaotian also sensed this scene, and he fled the scene in a panic, fearing that Lin Xingyan would spread her anger on his head. Zhao Rohan withdrew her cold gaze from them and whispered, "How boring." After Su Li finished eating, he politely said to Li, "Thank you." Li happily responded, "It's okay, are you full? I'll serve you some more." Su Li waved his hand and said, "I can do it myself." He then saw that Lin Xingyan next to him was somewhat green in the face for some reason. Could it be that she's turning blue from hunger? Su Li couldn't help but think in his heart. He then went to the stove and served 2 more large boxes of fragrant beef. He handed one of the boxes to Lin Xingyan, who stood there motionless with an extremely ugly face. "Your physical strength may have been too much today, your face is ugly, you need to replenish some energy." Su Li this was completely out of concern for her friend. Lin Xingyan's originally iron blue face instantly turned rosy. She immediately squinted her eyes and smiled as she took the lunchbox in Su Li's hands, saying, "Still big brother Su cares about me the most." Su Li scratched his head and said, "I was looking at you standing still and thought that you were embarrassed to go and serve the meal because you thought there were too many people." The smile on Lin Xingyan's face froze, and she had an urge to curse, but ultimately held back. Only hearing her humming, she carried her lunchbox and ate. Li Yi's face instantly became extremely ugly when she saw Su Li take the initiative to serve Lin Xingyan her meal. Zhang Xiaotian, who was squatting in the middle of the corner, took a big bite out of his meal, and while eating he muttered in a low voice, "Luckily I ran fast, or else I'd have to be dragged into it again." However, his words had just fallen. Lin Xingyan's voice rang out, "Cousin, what are you secretly muttering about?" Hearing the word cousin, Zhang Xiaotian raised his head in horror. For as long as he could remember, every time Lin Xingyan addressed him so politely, something bad was bound to happen. Zhang Xiaotian laughed in panic. "Xingyan, did you hear wrong? I didn't say anything." Lin Xingyan suddenly squatted down. Zhang Xiaotian hastily leaned back. What are you doing?" Lin Xingyan smiled and said, "Cousin, am I that scary?" Zhang Xiaotian said, "Not scary at all, Xingyan, you are the most kind and lovely in my heart." "Aha!" Lin Xingyan nodded, then her hand suddenly pinched the top of Zhang Xiaotian's thigh. "Zhang Xiaotian, I hate it when people lie to me, don't you know?" This excruciating pain caused Zhang Xiaotian to instantly wail a throat. The gazes of the people in Class 3 all turned around at once. They had doubts in their eyes, not knowing what had happened between Zhang Xiaotian and Lin Xingyan. Su Li, who was in the middle of drying his rice, also raised his head and glanced this way. Seeing Zhang Xiaotian's pained face, Su Li silently mourned for him for a few seconds in his heart. He had long ago realized that Zhang Xiaotian was Lin Xingyan's aggravated bag. As long as Lin Xingyan was in a bad mood, then Zhang Xiaotian's body would definitely receive a painful blow. Suddenly a few moments of doubt appeared in Su Li's eyes. How could Lin Xingyan suddenly get angry? Who had provoked her? It's really strange, wasn't it fine just now during dinner? Su Li couldn't figure it out. A girl's psychology was too difficult to speculate on. It was much harder than practicing to kill demonic beasts. He then shook his head, and then continued to dry rice. "I have to say, today's beef stew is really fragrant." Chapter 129. Zoro still dares to appear. It was night. The cool moonlight sprinkled in the middle of the forest. 3 masked men quickly traveled through the forest. They exuded a rich power of chi and blood, and their strength was not bad. One of the masked men said, "This time, Zhang Yang's 8 men have disgraced our senior class." Another person snorted coldly. 8 of them from the 5 Viscera realm couldn't even help a freshman from the body forging realm, and they were eliminated 6 people. This group of people are really trash. And I heard that last night when there were 3 masked men left, all of them used the blood burning pill and failed to eliminate that new student. Oh, that new student called Su Li is also really arrogant, seems to completely not put the masked men in their eyes, really think that no one can cure him? If I catch him tonight, I will definitely make him endure a good beating, not knowing the heights of heaven. Inside supply station number 6. After Su Li ate the meat and slightly recovered some energy, he greeted everyone and went out to hunt at night. Today, everyone did not oppose him going out. After all, Su Li had brought back a large number of storage bags yesterday, and the harvest was extremely fruitful. However, Lin Xingyan and other people who were very concerned about Su Li were still worried that he would be in danger if he went out, and nervously instructed him a few more times. Su Li nodded and left from the supply station. The forest at night carried a bit of coolness. The roars of the demonic beasts appeared even more terrifying in the night. From time to time, there were ghostly green oozing eyes flickering in the darkness. If a person was placed here, I'm afraid they would be scared out of their wits. However, for Su Li, this was the best place to gain experience. Tonight, he only thought about killing a few more demonic beasts to accumulate experience. He was now only 6,000 experience points away from the 5 Viscera realm, so he thought it wouldn't take long to reach it. When he broke through to the 5 Viscera realm, his chi and blood and stamina would have a huge boost. The body forging realm was to quench the epidermis of the body as well as the sinews and bones.
The 5 Viscera realm, on the other hand, was to use chi and blood to quench the internal organs, so that they would glow with powerful vitality, and would then be able to provide the body with a constant supply of power. Suddenly, a one-horned savage bull lying on the ground appeared in Su Li's field of vision. This one-horned savage bull was large in size, with a sharp horn growing in the center of its head. The savage bull's body was covered in black leather armor, which looked extremely rough and thick. What this kind of demonic beast was best at was charging as well as defense. Among the low-level 5 Viscera realm demonic beasts, its defense was second to none. Yesterday night, Su Li came across one. It took him a lot of time before Su Li pierced through its leather armor and killed it. However, Su Li still liked this kind of thick-skinned demonic beast, as it could quickly increase his battle skill proficiency. The savage bull that was resting on its back also seemed to have sensed Su Li's presence. Its half-closed eyes suddenly opened, and its dark eyes instantly looked above the tree trunk where Su Li was. Moo! A thick and heavy cow's moo sounded from its mouth, breaking the silence of the night. Immediately after, it stood up, its huge and powerful body crashing over towards the big tree where Su Li was. With a loud boom, this big tree was directly broken by the body of the savage bull, and the tree fell down, smashing heavily on the ground. Su Li's body landed on the ground with a gentle leap. This bull's strength is really not small. This tree needs an adult to be able to hold it, but it was easily broken by this bull. From this, it can be seen that its strength is powerful. Su Li lifted his iron sword, purple flames burning in the darkness. His face was calm, and his body full of strength violently rushed forward, fiercely fighting with this savage bull. At the same time, a voice rang in the ears of those 3 masked men. Su Li had come out from Supply Station 8, and was currently fighting the brute bull in Area B. The masked men's faces moved. This Su Li is really rampant, he even dared to show up this night. Very well, we don't know how to fix him up a bit if he doesn't come out. Let's go over there now. These 3 masked men moved quickly towards Area B after they finished speaking. They were currently in Area D. With their speed, it would only take them 10 minutes to get to Area B. At the same time, Su Li was still unaware of the impending danger. He was still slashing at the one-horned savage bull one by one. This savage bull's defense was really ridiculously strong. When he used the violet flame blade technique to slash at its body, he was only able to leave a slight red mark. If he wanted to break through its entire defense, it was bound to take some time. A few minutes passed. Su Li managed to hack out some breaks in the savage bull's leather armor. However, he saw his movements lurch and violently looked his head to the right. He clearly sensed 3 very powerful auras were rapidly rushing in his direction. Moreover, these 3 auras were much stronger than the masked men he encountered yesterday. This caused Su Li to cry out in his heart. Without even thinking about it, he knew that this must be another change of 3 masked men coming after him. What's wrong with these masked men? They keep shading away, it's really annoying. Su Li cursed twice on his lips. He couldn't care less about fighting with this savage bull. After dodging the bull's charge, he quickly retreated in the opposite direction. At this time, the furious savage bull in his back wildly chasing this hateful human. Will it hurt after even want to walk away? How can it be tolerated? Its huge body stepped on the ground, making a huge sound, shaking some of the surrounding resting demonic beasts awake. While Su Li's speed was extremely fast, just in the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the view of this savage bull. This made it in a more furious mood, mooing loudly, venting its heart's dissatisfaction. At this exact moment, its bloodshot black eyes saw 3 more humans rapidly approaching it. This made it instantly lose its mind and frantically charge towards those 3 humans. Damn, why is there a mad cow here? The masked men who had just arrived encountered the crazy-looking savage bull charging towards them. Seeing that the scars on its body are still fresh, it should be the one that fought with Su Li just now. This Su Li is quite resourceful. I'm afraid he sensed our proximity and slipped away early. I'd like to see whether he slipped away fast or we are fast. As the masked man finished his words, the power of chi and blood in their bodies roared. It was only then that the crazy savage bull felt the powerful aura from the 3 people. Its eyes became clear all of a sudden. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? It took a terrified look at the 3 people and turned around to escape. However, it saw that the 3 masked men had already struck. Their attacks were incomparably ferocious. In just the blink of an eye, this one-horned savage bull with extremely strong defense died a horrible death under the 3 men. Chapter 130 1,000 pounds. A demonic beast of the 2nd level of the 5th Viscera realm dares to be so arrogant, really looking for death. After one of the masked men gave a cold snort, the 3 of them no longer stopped and continued to chase towards Su Li. At this moment, Su Li, who was flashing through the forest with all his might, felt those 3 powerful auras behind him getting closer and closer. His heart instantly sank to the bottom. The speed of these 3 people is too fast. At this rate I will soon be caught up by them. If this continued, he was bound to be caught up by these 3 masked men. He didn't feel that after he was caught up by these 3 masked men, he would still be able to escape from them as easily as he did yesterday. Even if he activated his concealment talent, he would still be monitored and share his location in real time. For today's solution, there was only one way for him to return to the supply point. This place wasn't far from supply point 8, and Suli had intentionally escaped in this direction just now. The masked men who were rapidly chasing behind him had the staff's voice ringing in their ears. Suli was fleeing towards supply point 6. Under the masks, the eyebrows of these three masked men frowned. This kid is going to flee back to the supply point, we can't give him a chance, use the talent directly. In an instant, a greenish-colored glow surged under the three people's feet, their speed steeply doubled. These three people's talents were all wind walk, which could double their speed. Suli, who was flashing forward quickly, suddenly realized that the speed of the three masked men behind him had skyrocketed. This caused him to be alarmed. He once again urged the chi and blood in his body, and this time he directly used his full strength without the slightest reservation. This caused his speed to increase quite a bit in an instant as well. However, even so, the three masked men behind him were also rapidly closing the distance with him. Faster, faster. From afar, Suli could see Supply Station 6 standing quietly in the darkness. And just at this moment, an extremely dangerous feeling appeared behind him. It made the hairs on his body explode. He slightly turned his head sideways, only to see that the three masked men were already only 10 meters away from him. There was no time for Suli to think more. He instantly unleashed his Lingbo 9 transformations, and 9 lifelike shadows appeared in place. When the three masked men saw those 9 shadows, they did not hesitate to use their battle techniques to disperse them. Then they chased towards Suli without stopping. Their distance rapidly closed. In the blink of an eye, there were only 5 meters left. Suli could even hear the sound of the masked man breathing behind him. At this moment, Suli's face was calm to the extreme. He violently raised the iron blade in his hand. Terrifying thunder power wrapped around it. Heavenly thunder silence. Suli turned around and swung his sword. Dazzling thunder flashed from the void. The purple blade shadow wrapped in thunder blatantly chopped towards the three people behind him. Sensing the power of this blade technique, the three masked men did not dare to be careless. They struck out with their fists and palms, directly using their respective battle techniques that they specialized in. In an instant, they collided with that blade shadow. After the sound of a boom, the shadow of the blade suddenly dispersed, and the figures of the three masked men once again drew closer to Suli. At this moment, they were already less than 2 meters away from Suli. And Suli was also close to the supply station. Suli shouted, "Open the door!" Inside the number 6 supply station, Lin Xingyan, who had been sitting at the edge of the doorway waiting for Suli to return, stood up violently when she heard Suli's voice. She sensed anxiety and urgency from Suli's voice, which instantly gave her a bad premonition in her heart. Not being able to think much, she quickly unlocked the white metal door and pulled it open. Suli's figure instantly broke into her eyes, only to see a huge green light turtle armor covered with cracks coalescing on Suli's body. At the same time, there were also 3 masked men wearing hideous masks that were frantically attacking the cyan turtle armor. It was also at the moment when the turtle armor shattered. Suli flashed into the supply station. Lin Qingyan slammed the white metal door heavily with a bang. Damn, it was so close, I can't believe I let him get away. A masked man slammed his fist hard against the metal door, raging to the extreme. I didn't expect this kid's defensive talent to be so strong, the 3 of us didn't even directly shatter it with our combined efforts. Another person said with pity, "AI, it's such a pity to let him slip away from under our noses, I'm afraid he won't come out again tonight." The last person sighed. Their main purpose tonight was to catch Suli and eliminate him. But now, when they saw that they were about to catch Suli, they were given a chance to escape. How could they not be angry? Moreover, Suli already knew of their existence. I'm afraid that he won't come out to take risks anymore. This also meant that it was impossible for them to capture Suli again. And the shame that Suli had brought to these masked men of theirs would spread throughout Star Ocean University. Thinking about this, these 3 masked men felt incomparably frantic. Inside the monitoring room, the 2 vice-chancellors of Star Ocean University were looking at the surveillance screen. Seeing Suli's thrilling escape from the 3 masked men, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Lixiang's face. This little guy, Suli, has even succeeded in practicing the 8 heavenly thunder slashes. Wu Rui on the side had an expressionless face, which just made people feel a bit serious. No wonder Star University's results have been at the bottom these years. Look at what level these senior students are at, it's simply unbearable. Wu Rui said in a cold voice. Although Suli had performed strongly, but no matter what, she was only a freshman. These upperclassmen masked men could not even catch him over and over again, it was simply wasteful to the extreme. Zhang Lixiang said, "Indeed, the quality of the students in these years is far worse than it once was. Think about it, back then, we were one of the best amongst the 7 universities." Saying this, a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. How scenic and honorable Star University was back then. However, these past few years, it has been hovering in the bottom 1 or 2, the quality of the students is not as good as one session, and it is not able to raise its head at all among the 7 universities. This kind of taste is too unbearable.
Zhang Lixiang stroked his beard and smiled. I wonder if this term of students will be able to restore Star Ocean University's former glory? Seeing Su Li escaping from the masked man in the surveillance room, no one was happier than the duo of Yang Chen and Shen Yu. Only to hear Yang Chen laughing and teasing Zhang Daiyue, Director Zhang, these masked men you found aren't good either. In the end, they still let Su Li escape. Zhang Daiyue laughed and was not annoyed. I am clear about Su Li's ability, this kid is not that easy to be eliminated. Shen Yu said, this time, it's mainly Su Li's luck. If he was a bit further away from the supply point, then he would have been in deep trouble. Yang Chen added, luck is also part of strength, as long as the result is good, that's enough. Of course, some of the guides who wished for Su Li to be eliminated showed looks of pity on their faces. Especially the Class 1 and Class 10 guides. If Su Li was eliminated, it would be one less strong opponent for their two classes. Chapter 131, Senior's temper is really big. Inside supply station number 6. The moment Su Li entered the house, the turtle armor made from the convergence of green light instantly shattered and disappeared. Phew, that was too close. Hearing the sound of the metal door closing, only then did Su Li gasp and wipe off the sweat on his forehead. It was so close that he was caught by these three masked men. If he was eliminated tonight, then Class 3 would at most get the third this ranking. It had to be said that these three masked men were much stronger than yesterday's masked men. Even the degree of qi and blood richness in their bodies was not much weaker than the instructor Chenyu, and it was highly likely that they were the 6th level of the 5th Viscera realm. On the other hand, yesterday's masked man was only at the 1st or 2nd level of the 5th Viscera realm, and Su Li still had some strength left to deal with them. Today, the masked man's strength has risen so much all of a sudden. Could it be that the school administration is deliberately targeting me? Su Li couldn't help but have this thought rise in his heart. He was right in thinking that these three masked men were specifically chosen by Zhang Daiyue to target him. It seems that I won't be able to go out and hunt demonic beasts at will tonight. It's just that being chased by the masked men in such a sorry state just now, it's really infuriating to stay inside the supply station like this. Su Li's eyes flickered as he quickly pondered on countermeasures in his heart. Big brother Su, are you alright? Lin Qingyan came over and circled around his body, saying nervously. Zhang Xiaotian and the others also quickly surrounded over. It was the first time they had seen Su Li in such a sorry state, so they thought that they had just encountered a very powerful opponent. Seeing the crowd's concerned gazes, Su Li waved his hand and explained with a smile, the masked man's strength is very strong tonight, luckily I came back in time. Seeing that Su Li was fine, the crowd then let go of their hearts. Su Li said, everyone take a good rest tonight and prepare well for tomorrow's final. After that, the crowd dispersed, each looking for a place to rest. Tonight, they really needed to refresh themselves. The battle tomorrow was very crucial. At the same moment, the students of Class 1 and Class 10 were also resting their eyes and preparing for tomorrow's final. The three masked men, on the other hand, were spreading a belly full of anger all over the remaining students in the wilderness. Not catching Su Li today made them too angry. They didn't dare to imagine how they would be ridiculed by their classmates tomorrow. It was too humiliating. But just at this moment, the staff's voice rang in their ears once again. Su Li came out from the 6th supply station. In a flash, their spirits were greatly shaken and they rushed towards Su Li's location without stopping. But when they got close to Su Li, the staff told them that Su Li had already returned to the supply station. This made them return in defeat. But not long after, the news of Su Li's appearance came into their ears again. It was also like that just now. As long as they were close, Su Li would return to the supply station extremely quickly. Damn it, this Su Li is teasing us. A masked man gritted his teeth and said, IKAM, piss me off, when have I ever been teased like this? Another person clenched his fists, seemingly about to storm out. Good Su Li, he's so arrogant, this time we'll guard outside supply station 6, as long as he dares to show his head, let him have it. The last person said viciously. Inside the supply station, Su Li stood at the door with a cold smile on her lips. Lin Qingyan and Zhang Xiaotian stood to the side. Zhang Xiaotian laughed, Brother Su, I'm afraid you'll piss off the masked men to death if you tease them like this. Lin Qingyan covered her mouth and snickered. Su Li said, how can I collect some interest? I can't just take a beating and not fight back, they won't let me go out, so let them guard outside, let's go rest. After saying that, the three of them sat down and closed their eyes. On the other hand, the three masked men in the bushes outside the door were staring at the door with their full attention. Their eyes were vicious and their fists were clenched, as if as long as Su Li dared to show his head, he would have to meet their storming attack. Time passed minute by minute. The three masked men were extremely patient. Normally, they would also take on some relatively difficult tasks at the school, and many of them required enough patience to ambush and lurk down in advance, even staying for a day at a time. Now these few hours were a piece of cake for them. Is Su Li not going to show up tonight? A masked man frowned and said, don't worry, after he thinks we've left in a while, he will definitely show up again. Teasing you and me like this, he must be taught a lesson. Another person laughed coldly.
As for Su Li at this moment, he was resting with his eyes closed as he followed the breathing rhythm he used when comprehending the Qilin shaking the moon, allowing his energy to recover quickly. Previously, he had consumed a lot of energy to get rid of these three masked men, and he really needed to recover properly. The lights inside the supply station were adjusted to be very dim. The meat of the demonic beast was still stewing in the cauldron, and the aroma wafted around the room. In the middle of the night, some of the students who felt hungry cut off some meat from the cauldron to eat. Martial artists like them usually ate more than 3 meals. If they had enough gold and resources, 4 or 5 meals would be normal. After all, when the intensity of cultivation was high, the blood chi in the body was consumed quickly, so they needed to replenish a large amount of energy. Time passed slowly. The sky began to gradually turn white. The 3 masked men outside the site were still squatting in the middle of the grass, their eyes staring at the metal door without blinking. "I don't think Su Li will come out today." One masked man glanced at the sky that was starting to glow a little white and said with hatred through clenched teeth. Another person said, "Don't be in a hurry, there is still half an hour until dawn. Su Li will definitely appear again within this period of time." The last person agreed, "Yes, the more critical the moment, the less we can let our guard down." Half an hour later, the sky became bright. The sound of the end of the mission was also heard in the ears of the 3 masked men. They angrily stood up. "Damn, fooled by Su Li again. Waited all night for nothing, got bitten by mosquitoes and got a leg bag. IKAM, the 3 of us haven't even solved a single freshman, we won't be able to mix in the grade when we go back." The 3 masked men were angry and sighing, their moods were complicated. And at that moment, the metal door of supply station number 8 slowly opened. Su Li was seen walking out with a smile on his face. At a glance, he saw the 3 masked men standing outside. "Hi, good morning." Su Li waved at the 3 of them with a smile. When the 3 people saw Su Li's appearance, they clenched their fists and looked very angry. One masked man said in a cold voice, "Su Li, count your luck this time, we'll meet again sometime." The other said, "Don't worry Su Li, we will remember all the teasing you did to us." The corner of Su Li's mouth smiled and said, "The temper of the seniors is much more than their strength." "Very well, we'll see." After the 3 masked men angrily dropped a sentence, they quickly disappeared from Su Li's line of sight. Chapter 132 Supply Station 0. Regarding the masked man's threat, Su Li was not at all concerned. He was now at the 9th level of body forging, and it wouldn't take more than a few days for him to upgrade to the 5 Viscera realm. Because of the panel, he also didn't have a breakthrough threshold. Breaking through was as natural as eating and drinking water. When he encountered these masked men next time, it wasn't certain who was stronger or weaker, he didn't need to have any fear at all. Today was the last day of the class competition. The mood of the people in Class 3 seemed to have become a little more tense. But they were all relatively okay. Because of Su Li's obtaining a large number of storage bags 2 days ago, it gave them all some bottom line in their hearts. Today, their class adjusted their group program, changing a group of 10 people to a group of 20 people. This would enhance security and avoid having a team member eliminated. Moreover, even if they encountered the other 2 classes, having more people would have a slight advantage. Today, Su Li's 4 didn't act alone either, but followed the large group to hunt together. They dispersed in an area and quickly hunted the demonic beasts. The morning passed very calmly. The fearful crowd didn't encounter classes 1 and 10. After all, Class 1 and 10 were recognized as the 2 strongest classes in the entire freshman year. Facing these 2 classes, the students of Class 3 were still a bit defenseless in their hearts. Waiting until noon, Su Li received a message on top of his bracelet. At 4 p.m., the 0 terminal will be refreshed. There is a terminal bell inside the terminal. The terminal bell will ring for the end of this class competition, and the class that rings the terminal bell the class that rings the finishing bell can obtain 500 points. Seeing this message, Su Li's gaze couldn't help but condense. And the class that rings the finish bell will receive 500 points at once. 500 points was not a small amount, and could almost change the ranking of a class. This also meant that Terminal 0 would be fiercely contested by 3 classes, and it would become the final showdown. Zhang Xiaotian said after reading the message, "It looks like there's going to be a vicious battle this afternoon." Su Li nodded. The terminal bell had to be snatched down. The 500 points could not be given to the other 2 classes for nothing. At the same time, the students of the other classes in the forest also received this message at the same time. Their complexions all became solemn. Class 1. Zhang Yan took his gaze back from the bracelet. His complexion looked very calm, and not a single ripple seemed to rise in his heart. Shi Jun and Feng Zhue stood aside. When they were in the Devil Island's dense forest, they had clashed with Su Li. Especially Feng Zhue, who had been holding a grudge against Su Li for some time now. At this time, he heard Shi Jun speak, "We have to rival only Class 3 and Class 10 left." Feng Zhue had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. "Very well, I'm very happy that Class 3 can stay until the end. I'm going to eliminate them one by one with my own hands. Especially Su Li, last time he was lucky to hunt more demonic beasts and won the competition, this time I'll see if he can still be that lucky."
Hearing Fangzhu's words, some other students from Class 1 also chimed in. Class 3 dares to mess with our Class 1, they really don't know the sky and the earth. This time, we have to let them know who was the strongest class in freshman year. Zhang Yan had a cold arrogance in his eyes, only for his mouth to slowly spit out two words, Suli. Previously, Suli had caused their Class 1 to lose face. Zhang Yan didn't say anything on his lips, but it didn't mean that he didn't mind in his heart. Suli's name was also deeply memorized in his mind. Monitoring Hall. Because of the final match, the three principals of Star Ocean University as well as the other leaders of the school had converged here. They looked at the three remaining classes on the field, commenting something to them from time to time under their breath. Sita Ren's cloudy eyes carried a few faint smiles. He said to the two vice principals at his side, "What do you two think, which class will be able to win first place in this grand competition?" Wu Rui pondered for a long time and said, "From what I've seen so far, Suli has obtained a large number of storage bags through various means, and Class 3 should have the most points." He paused and continued, "But when it comes to the final, the competition is the strength of the overall class, and there are many experts within Class 1 and Class 10. On the contrary, Class 3, apart from Suli, their overall strength is mediocre. They must not be a match for the other two classes and will be eliminated sooner or later." Most of the guides gathered around nodded in agreement. Class 7 guide Zhang Li said, "Suli was able to obtain so many storage bags, but it was just a matter of luck by pretending to be a masked man to fish in troubled waters." Class 1 guide Li Ming said with a serious face, "There's always a time when luck runs out. We still have to rely on our own strength at critical moments." Luck? Shen Yu retorted, "In my opinion, Suli relied on his own strength from start to finish, and to dismiss everything he did with just the word luck is too arbitrary, isn't it?" Zhang Daiyue smiled and said, "I agree with what Instructor Chen said. Suli's strength is there for all to see, this is undeniable." He had always had a good impression of Suli, and now he was naturally speaking in favor of Suli, and what he said was also out of objective facts. Li Ming grunted expressionlessly. Class 9 guy Zhao Lai said, "Yes, Suli's strength is naturally evident to all, but I'm afraid he's not a match for Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning, right?" When these words came out, everyone present fell silent. They, the teachers as well as the school leaders, had naturally long known about Mu Yuning's transformation from a cold ice power into a cold ice body. Moreover, they knew a bit more about Mu Yuning. This girl's family background was not simple, otherwise it would be impossible to advance her talent. A cold ice body. A fire spirit body. Could Suli be a match for the two of them? Even Zhang Daiyue, who knew that Suli was a golden bone, didn't dare to pack his bags. Just when the crowd was silent, Principal Sitaran faintly smiled. "Some things cannot be said too absolutely, wait until these children have fought to no awe." Hearing Sitaran's words, the crowd could not help but stare. What did the principal mean by this? Could it be that his old man thought that it was possible for Suli to defeat those two? The crowd looked at each other, very confused for a moment. Zhang Lixiang, who hadn't said anything, said in a low voice with a smirk, "This term's freshman competition is somewhat interesting." In the middle of the trial forest, Suli continued to methodically hunt up demonic beasts. There were still 4 hours to go before the final showdown, time was still early. He had to strive to hunt down more demonic beasts within this period of time so that he could gain some more experience. On the contrary, the other students in Class 3 could no longer do the same comb hunting of demonic beasts as Suli. They gradually felt a little nervous. Because the thought of facing Class 1 and Class 10 later on made them feel a little apprehensive in their hearts. Chapter 133, Mu Yuning. Zhang Yan from Class 1. Mu Yuning from Class 10. These two people's big names they naturally heard like thunder. That wasn't even counting. Among these two classes, there were many other existences with notable realms of strength. The overall strength was more than a notch stronger than their Class 3. If it wasn't for Suli, it would have been impossible for them to come to the final round so smoothly. "Dahe, do you think Su can be a match for Zhang Yan, Mu Yuning and the others?" After killing a demonic beast, Zhang Changyang asked with a gloomy face. Li Dahu inhaled a breath and said with a bit of difficulty on his face, "Brother Su's strength is naturally very strong. A demonic beast of the 5th Viscera realm is able to kill it at will, and I think that his realm should already be at the higher level body forging realm. But those two people's realms are only higher than Brother Su's. If they were to fight individually, there would still be some suspense in their victory or defeat. It's just that the overall strength of our class isn't very good. I'm afraid that we won't be able to provide Brother Su with a helping hand when the time comes, and I'm afraid that Brother Su will be very passive." Li Dahu analyzed and said, his tone carrying a few points of lack of confidence. He couldn't be clearer about the strength of his class. Even he, who was at the first level of body forging, was able to rank in the top 10 in his class, so one could imagine what the strength level of the other students was. And the strength of Class 1 and Class 10 could be much more than that. Zhang Changyang sighed after hearing this and said, "We can only rely on Brother Su every time, but we can't offer him much help at critical moments." Luofan heard the duo's conversation. She clenched her small fist and said, "That's why we all need to cultivate very hard as well. Even if we can't provide help to Big Brother Su, we can't drag him down." The rest of them nodded in agreement. At this moment, Su Li was chasing a black-striped leopard of the 5 viscera realm. There were several shocking wounds on the body of this wildly running leopard. It was obvious that it had been heavily injured by Su Li. This panther couldn't care less about the wounds that were flowing like blood, and it couldn't even feel the pain at this moment. The human who was in hot pursuit behind it was so terrifying in its eyes. At first, it still treated Su Li as a delicious food. But it was only a single glance. It was left with several wounds on its body by Su Li's iron blade. This made it instantly become terrified, and fled regardless of everything. What surprised Su Li was this black panther's strength was sparse. But the speed at which it fled was simply ridiculously fast. It was hard to imagine what this black panther had gone through to develop such a fast escape speed. Su Li, who was in hot pursuit behind the black panther, soon broke away from the area where the Class 3 crowd was. Although Su Li knew that this was somewhat unsafe. But with the hundreds of experience points that were about to come into his hands, he was unwilling to just watch him slip away. Therefore, he had no choice but to increase his speed and strive to finish off this black panther as soon as possible. Inside the monitoring room, when the teachers and instructors saw Su Li chasing towards the black panther alone, they couldn't help but show a few looks of surprise in their eyes. Yang Chen frowned and said, "What's going on with Su Li? He chased out so far by himself, isn't he afraid of encountering any danger?" Chen Yu's face also took on a few moments of gravity, as it could be seen from the surveillance footage that Su Li was rapidly approaching the area where Class 10 was located. When Class 1 guide Li Ming saw this scene, a glimmer of light flashed through his eyes. If Class 10 was able to eliminate Su Li, then the remaining others in Class 3 were not enough to be feared, so that they, Class 1, would be able to deal with Class 10 with all their might. Class 10 instructor Lu Qian's eyes narrowed. She was not willing for Su Li to meet up with Class 10 first. Even if Class 10 had the ability to eliminate Su Li, they would definitely have to pay a certain price, which would make it possible for Class 1 to sit back and enjoy the benefits. This Su Li is really bold, daring to come out when the other two classes are present, rampant enough. Class 7 guide Zhang Li and the other class guides whispered. In their eyes, Su Li was just overconfident and a bit arrogant. I'm afraid that this Su Li thought that he was able to get away with escaping the masked man and got so puffed up. Yeah, he's now arrogant, completely not putting Class 1 and Class 10 in his eyes. Class 1 and Class 10 are fully staffed, a whole 40 or so people. Su Li wouldn't think that he can escape when he encounters them, right? Look at the monitor screen. Su Li is about to meet up with Class 10. Su Li, who was about to catch up with Black Panther, suddenly frowned. It was because he sensed the aura of a large number of martial artists appearing in front of him. Class 10? Su Li did not sense the power of flames amongst the crowd. Instead, he sensed an icy cold aura looming ahead. This icy cold aura must have come from the one named Mu Yuning from Class 10. Kill this Black Panther and I'll quickly leave, I can't stay here much longer. Right now, Su Li also didn't want to have a direct conflict with Class 10, he wanted to save his energy for the final showdown. Therefore, he made up his mind to kill this Black Panther as fast as possible and then directly leave. Su Li's figure once again burst into flashes. In an instant, he caught up with the panting Black Panther. The wounds on that Black Panther's body were still dripping blood out. Seeing that it had run for so long but had never gotten rid of this human, it became beastly for a moment. It roared angrily, ignoring the cuts on its body, and frantically pounced towards Su Li. The Black Panther's roar over here also startled the Class 10 students not far away. Only to see a girl with a fair complexion and a stunningly beautiful and cool face turn around and look over towards the direction where Su Li was fighting with the Black Panther. Immediately afterward, her figure flickered gently, passing by as lightly as a green finch and ghostly swallow. The other Class 10 students also quickly surrounded towards the front. Su Li sensed that the crowd was encircling him, and he moved his hands a little faster. Right after Black Panther's lunge fell short, Su Li found the right opportunity, and the iron blade in his hand violently erupted with purple flames, and with a poof, he instantly scraped a huge gash in the Black Panther's abdomen. Blood splashed everywhere. The Black Panther's body was a bloody mess. Su Li did not give it a chance to catch its breath. The blade in his hand made another chop, directly splitting the Black Panther's head off. Killed the first level 5 Viscera Realm Demonic Beast Black Leopard, experience plus 100. This Black Panther is so fast only at the first level of the 5 Viscera Realm? Su Li was slightly stunned. And right at this moment, a stunningly beautiful figure had appeared in Su Li's field of vision. Mu Yuning? Su Li instantly recognized this girl with an extremely fair complexion. Class 10 Mu Yuning's name was almost unknown amongst the entire freshman grade. It wasn't just because of her transformation into a cold ice body and her powerful strength. There was also her appearance, which was at the school flower level throughout the entire grade. There were many boys who had a crush on her. It was only unknown if it was because of her physique. Mu Yuning's temperament was ice cold, and she was even more indifferent to boys, with an appearance of being unapproachable. Chapter 134 quickly stopped Su Li. Mu Yuning's ice-cold eyes swept over Su Li and the black-striped panther on the ground. She did not recognize Su Li. But the dead Black Panther on the ground had a strong blood chi, and its strength was at least at the 5 Viscera realm. One could kill a demonic beast of the 5 viscera realm alone. That meant that the boy in front of her was not weak. Mu Yuning had wanted to directly make a move to eliminate Su Li. Because in her opinion, Su Li, no matter which class he was from, must be one of the top existences in the class, and would be a formidable enemy of their class 10. Only, she slightly hesitantly swept towards the surroundings. She was worried that there was an ambush nearby, as it was unlikely for a person to act alone on this final day. It was only now that the various classes should conserve their strength and save it for the final battle. Su Li saw that Mu Yuning didn't make a direct move, but was surveying the surroundings. He instantly guessed what Mu Yuning was thinking. She must be worried that there was an ambush nearby. Thinking of this, Su Li suddenly had a plan in mind. Only to hear him suddenly shout, "All come out!" As expected. Mu Yuning immediately looked around vigilantly, and her attention shifted from Su Li's body. Su Li then took advantage of this moment of her distraction to unleash Lingbo 9 transformations. Along with the 9 figures appearing in place, Su Li concealed his breath and quickly left from here. He had to hurry up and leave now, otherwise after the people of Class 10 surrounded him, it wouldn't be so easy for him to leave. After all, the overall strength of Class 10 was different from other classes. At this juncture Su Li still needed to be cautious. Mu Yuning looked around, but found that the surrounding forest was silent. Where was the slightest silhouette? After realizing that she had been tricked, her gaze slightly condensed. When she turned her head again, she saw that 9 silhouettes had appeared where Su Li was just now. She raised her hand, and in an instant, an ice prism appeared in the air before stabbing towards those 9 silhouettes at a rapid pace. As the shadows dissipated, Su Li had long disappeared without a trace. Ran away? Mu Yuning's ice-cold face didn't seem to have changed much, but the temperature around her seemed to have dropped a lot, with frost condensing on the grass beneath her. At this time, the people of Class 10 also arrived. A tall and handsome boy looked at the Black Panther's body on the ground, and then at Mu Yuning who was standing there coldly. He rushed over and asked with concern, "Yuning, you're not hurt, are you?" Mu Yuning's eyes looked at the direction where Su Li disappeared, seemingly not hearing the words of the handsome boy beside her at all. She then ignored this boy's deep gaze, and without a word, turned around and left. When this tall and handsome boy saw Mu Yuning ignoring him, his gaze instantly turned grim. The monitoring room. Seeing Su Li using a little trick to escape from Class 10's hands, the crowd couldn't help but feel a sense of consternation. This little fellow, Su Li, does have a few tricks up his sleeve. Zhang Lixiang said smilingly. Wu Rui didn't agree with Su Li's use of plots and tricks. He tensed his face and said, It's really pointless to use these tactics. If one encounters a powerful opponent, can these tactics play the slightest role? That's right, relying on these dishonorable tactics will not get us to the end after all. Class 7 instructor Zhang Li said. However, seeing Su Li leave peacefully, Chen Yu, Yang Chen, and Class 10 guide Lu Qian all breathed a sigh of relief. Su Li quickly returned to the Class 3 area. The people of Class 3 who were originally on edge because of Su Li's departure only let their hearts drop when they saw him return. In Su Li's absence, they were also worried that they would encounter the other 2 classes, and with their strength, it would simply be a waste of time. The last 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Time came to 4 o'clock. Terminal 0 was punctually refreshed on top of the map, precisely the center area where their 3 classes were located. At this time, the 40 or so people of Class 3 gathered together, waiting for Su Li's command. Only to see Su Li pondering for a moment, he said, compared to the other 2 classes, the overall strength of our Class 3 is the weakest. The crowd nodded their heads in agreement. Just the strength of these people of theirs was simply not enough to look at. Therefore I think neither Class 1 nor Class 10 will put our Class 3 in their eyes. Their targets will only be each other. Su Li continued, then let's just show up the latest and let the 2 of them fight for a while first. At the same time, Class 1 and Class 10 were rapidly rushing towards Supply Station 0. They appeared near the supply station at almost the same time. As soon as these 2 classes met, they fought together almost without any nonsense. Although Class 1 had always been known as the strongest class amongst the first-year classes because of Zhang Yan. However, with Mu Yuning's promotion to become a body of cold ice, the status of 10 had followed suit, and was already on par with Class 1. This also led to the fact that these 2 classes looked at each other unfavorably. One mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. There could only be one strongest class in a grade. As for Class 3, apart from Su Li who was somewhat famous in her grade, no one put Class 3 together with these 2 classes. They weren't even on the same level. The duo of Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning fought together at the moment. The forces of ice and fire surged furiously in their bodies. That powerful and reckless energy made it impossible for the people next to them to intervene in the struggle between the 2 of them. As for the rest of the students, they also used their best efforts, crazily urging the chi and blood in their bodies, using their best battle techniques out. For a moment the scene was chaotic to the extreme, with all sorts of powerful and gorgeous battle techniques filling the battlefield. The 2 classes fought equally, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. Seeing the battle between the 2 sides had already entered a white-hot stage. The crowd of Class 3 hiding in the distance saw Su Li's gesture, and they all roared as they rushed towards Supply Station 0. Charge! The loud shouts instantly attracted the attention of Class 1 and Class 10. It's Class 3, don't let their class pick up the slack, first unanimously eliminate the Class 3 students. I don't know who shouted among the crowd. These two classes immediately stopped beating each other up and turned towards Class 3. Class 1 Manhwa held a sharp longsword, his eyes quickly searching for Su Li's figure amongst the Class 3 crowd. He couldn't wait to eliminate Su Li with his own hands so that he could fulfill the hatred in his heart. However, after scanning around, he did not find any trace of Su Li in Class 3. All of a sudden, a bad premonition appeared in his heart. He hurriedly looked towards the entrance of Supply Station 0. He saw a silhouette suddenly flash out from the bushes on the side, and this silhouette rushed towards the Supply Station 0 with the speed of a thunderbolt. This person was none other than Su Li. Seeing this scene, Manhwa hurriedly yelled, "Su Li is going to break into the supply station, quickly stop him." At the entrance of the supply station, Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning were in the middle of a fierce battle. They heard Manhwa's roar. They hurriedly stopped their attacks on each other, then shifted their attack target to Su Li. So, he is Class 3's Su Li. Mu Yuning recognized Su Li as the boy who had swindled him not long ago, and a cold aura surged through his body. Chapter 135 The Bell Tolls. Zhang Yan coldly hummed, wanting to fish in troubled waters. "Su Li, you have not thought too simply." In an instant, the powerful and terrifying power of ice and fire surged madly towards Su Li. These two terrifying forces were truly palpitating. Su Li shouted, "Turtle armor!" The green light instantly condensed around his body to form a huge and ancient turtle armor. The power of ice and fire exploded on top of the turtle armor and caused a crack to appear in it, showing the high damage and strength of the duo. Manhwa also rushed over at this instant. The powerful longsword in his hand surged with a golden yellow light as he directly used his strongest battle technique, and in his mind, he thought that it would be good to be able to cripple Su Li with a single strike, leaving no mercy at all. But what he did not expect was the golden-colored sword chi dissipated without a trace after splitting on top of the turtle armor. Not even a trace was left behind. Manhwa froze slightly. How could this turtle shell of Su Li's defense be so strong? This made him completely unexpected. This sword chi was his strongest sword. Su Li, who was charging forward, turned around and frowned at these people who were attacking him. Only to see that he quickly raised the iron sword in his hand, and a terrifying thunder light blossomed out above it. Heavenly thunder 8 chop heavenly thunder silence. A huge rumbling sound exploded out of thin air. The aura of silence that annihilated everything caused all the students present to have palpitations in their hearts. The power of this style of battle skill was such that it was able to defeat even a masked man of the low rank 5 Viscera realm. Not to mention these ordinary body forging realm students. Even the proud sons of heaven like Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning's countenances appeared a bit grave. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless as the chi and blood in their bodies surged wildly. And fear appeared on Manhwa's face. The terrifying thunder light above the iron blade caused a feeling of being unable to resist to rise in him. Su Li swung up the iron sword and slashed backwards. A huge lightning blade wrapped in a powerful force chopped towards the person behind him. Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning's battle techniques were also used at this moment. Only a loud rumbling sound was heard. Manhwa, who was the closest to the thunderblade, flew out with his body covered in scorched blackness, and then smashed heavily on the ground, with only a faint breath left. If it wasn't for Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning's power cancelling out some of the damage from the thunderblade, Manhwa was afraid that he would have been directly decapitated by this lightning blade. But even so, his breath had also become very weak, and he was afraid that his body had been destroyed quite badly. The two of them, Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning, were also impacted by the huge energy fluctuations from the collision of the battle techniques and retreated back and forth. Their faces also turned a little pale in an instant. Obviously, both of them had suffered some internal injuries, only that they did not look that serious. On the contrary, Su Li, under the defense of the turtle armor, he didn't suffer the slightest damage. Even, his speed was a few points faster. Only in the blink of an eye did he appear at the entrance of Supply Station 0. Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning's faces changed greatly. Their figures burst into flashes, wanting to come over and stop Su Li. But the timing was too late. Su Li yanked open the white metal door and instantly flashed his figure inside. With a bang, the metal door closed heavily. And in the next second, a thick and huge bell sounded. Buzz. As the bell rang, the three classes that were still in the middle of the melee all stopped their attacks. They stood frozen in place, staring at each other. Just now, they were all attracted by the battle and didn't notice everything that happened in front of the supply station. Who, exactly, had rung the bell? The two of them, Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning, looked both pale and cold at the moment, difficult to see. At this time, all the students received a message on their bracelets. Class 3 Su Li has rung the finish bell, and Class 3 has gained 500 points. This class competition ends here. All students return to the ship to tally the points. Seeing this message, the students of Class 1 and Class 10 directly froze in place. What the hell? How could it be Su Li who rang the bell? This is too ridiculous. The students of Class 3 instantly cheered. Suli. Suli is so awesome. Big brother Su is too strong. Still have to look at my brother Su, haha. How happy class 3 was at this moment, how hard it was for the other two classes. They had never expected that the one who would end up ringing the bell would be class 3's Su Li. This was hard to accept in their hearts. If it had been any of their class 1 and class 10, they were afraid that their hearts wouldn't be so hard. Ah! A student from class 1 shouted out with a broken expression. Inside the monitoring room, the duo of Chen Yu and Yang Chen laughed out loud in excitement. This guy Su Li, he really didn't let me down. Chen Yu clenched his fists in a very excited mood. Ringing the finish bell would earn 500 points, and with the storage bag that Su Li had obtained earlier, class 3 would almost without a doubt be the first place winner of this grand competition. Chen Yu had already led 3 consecutive classes of freshmen at Star Ocean University, and this was the first time he had won first place, so how could he not be happy? Class 1 instructor Zhang Hao smacked his lips a few times. He was going to say something, but in the end, he just shook his head with a bitter smile. Who knew that Su Li, who originally only had some outstanding enlightenment, would have such amazing strength? Almost by virtue of Su Li's strength alone, he had taken down this class competition. Yang Chen, who had gold filigree eye sockets, couldn't be bothered to be civilized, and grinned and laughed. Originally I thought that taking the bottom 3 would be enough, but I didn't expect that this kid Su Li directly led class 3 to take the first place in the grade. It really surprised me. Yang Chen said with a smile on his face. On the other hand, class 1 instructor Li Ming's face was indeed very ugly. He was already unsmiling, and now his face was even more gloomy, making people not dare to approach him. At this moment, Zhang Li, the guide of class 7, was heard humming, saying, Su Li is just sitting on a fisherman's advantage. If it wasn't for Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning fighting fiercely, how could he let him seize the opportunity? Some of the guides from the classes eliminated by Su Li chimed in. That's right, Su Li's left is too dishonorable. Only playing some small tricks and being smart, Su Li won't go far. Next is the Rookie King competition. I'd like to see if Su Li can still play tricks. Hearing these voices, the originally smiling Zhang Daiyue frowned. What was the matter with these sarcastic guides of Su Li, who still cared about what methods people used? Wasn't this purely sick? He said with an unhappy voice, What, in your words, those with weaker strength have to stand and wait for death? Can't you use some methods? Hearing Zhang Daiyue's displeased words, these guides immediately stopped spitting. Zhang Daiyue being able to become the director of the first-year department of a top institution like Star Ocean University was not just because of his strength. Don't look at his chubby and harmless appearance, but his means could be dark. Chapter 136 First in the class competition. There was once a teacher who had offended him and ended up being directly messed with by Zhang Daiyue to participate in an extremely dangerous mission at the Realm Gate. In the end, that teacher unsurprisingly died there in a rather miserable manner. Since then, Zhang Daiyue's harmless appearance had left a deep shadow in the hearts of many teachers, and they could not afford to offend him. Zhang Daiyue faintly swept over from those few guides, instantly creeping out these few people. They hurriedly said, Director Zhang is right, Su Li all relied on his personal strength, it's our view that's superficial. Hearing their flattering words, Zhang Daiyue's face once again resumed its smiling appearance. It was just that these few guides wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and secretly thought, why would Zhang Daiyue speak for Su Li? Could it be that there is some kind of relationship between them? Originally, when Chen Yu and Yang Chen heard these people say this, they wanted to retort. However, after Zhang Daiyue took the lead in speaking up for Su Li, they also stopped saying anything. At this time, the students in the forest began to return one after another. Some of the students were not lightly injured and were being assisted. The most serious was Fang Zhuo from class 1. He was now covered in scorched black, and his internal organs and meridians were extremely injured. The students in their class promptly took a high-level recovery elixir for him, which allowed his vital signs to stabilize. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted until he returned to the ship. When Su Li and the class 3 crowd returned to the ship, they followed the prompts to the points tally room and took out the storage bags on their bodies one after another. The number of storage bags handed over by their classes was very shocking to the staff present. The class 1 and class 10 crowds were also staring blankly at the class 3 students who kept pulling out their storage bags at the other windows. 3. What's going on here in class 3? Just how many classes have they eliminated? This is unbelievable. Why is class 3 able to obtain so many storage bags? Are all the other classes asleep? It's over. I'm afraid our points are far worse than their classes. For a while, the last hopes of classes 1 and 10 were shattered. 1 hour passed. All the classes of the entire first year landed in a hall. Above the hall was a huge screen. On it, the points of each class were scrolling. And class 3's points were far ahead. Then came class 10 and class 1, and the gap between the other classes and them was huge. Only these students were heard whispering. How come class 3 has such high points? The system couldn't have made a mistake, right? How could the system make a mistake? A large portion of these storage bags in class 3 were obtained by Su Li. Su Li? Really, how is it possible for him to be alone? Of course it's true, Su Li is ridiculously strong. He can take on a dozen or two by himself without any pressure at all. Well, is it that scary?
That's nothing. I heard from some classes that Suli pretended to be a masked man at night and ransacked many classes. Even the masked man was fooled by him.
The masked man is at the strength of the 5 viscera realm. Is Suli that perverted?
More than perverted, even, he sneak attacked several masked men, causing the masked men to fail in their missions.
Wow, Suli is too terrifying.
As these students discussed amongst themselves. Soon the entire grade knew that Suli had pretended to be a masked man at night and eliminated the masked man who was a masked man. It caused a huge stir amongst these students. One had to know that these masked men could all be in the 5 viscera realm. For them, the freshmen, the 5 viscera realm was still a very distant realm. Even if they went through a year of cultivation at Star Ocean University, only a few of them would be able to break through to the 5 viscera realm. However, Suli was now able to defeat the masked man of the 5 viscera realm. How could this not shock them?
For a moment, Suli's popularity directly overshadowed Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning. At this moment, Zhang Yan was sitting in his seat with an icy face.
He had heard all of the surrounding students' discussions about Suli in his ears. He hadn't thought that Suli had done so many things in the past 2 days and nights that even the masked man hadn't been able to do anything to him. It was me who underestimated him before. Before the grand competition, Zhang Yan had also heard a little about Suli's strength. However, he had never placed Suli in his heart. And now it was completely different. Suli had gotten his attention and was treated as his opponent. Although Zhang Yan's talent and strength were both strong and his heart was extremely high, he would never underestimate anyone. This was because he knew that with his talent he was destined to go very far in the martial arts path. But there is a prerequisite, that is to be able to live all the time. This also created his relatively cautious and serious character.
Mu Yuning sat quietly.
The surrounding clamor seemed to have nothing to do with her. As long as she was there, it seemed that the temperature there would drop a lot.
Suli?
Mu Yuning gently spat out these 2 words. Because of the reason that Suli had swindled her before, she didn't have a good impression of Suli, and even hated this person somewhat. This was even more so during the fight for Supply Station 0. Suli took advantage of the duel between her and Zhang Yan and thought of reaping the benefits. It was shameless. However, Suli's gifted turtle armor surprised her quite a bit. She had seen the superb defense of that turtle armor with her own eyes, and it was truly extraordinary. How much strength would you still have without that turtle shell?
Mu Yuning murmured softly. It didn't take long.
The points of each class on the hall screen stopped scrolling.
Unsurprisingly, Class 3 ranked first with 1,500 points. Class 10 totaled 800 points and ranked second.
Class 1 totaled 760 points and ranked third. In a flash, the crowd of Class 3 cheered. Zhang Xiaotian stood up and shouted excitedly, Class 3 first, Su first, mighty. Gaoing followed closely behind, shouting, Brother Lai is invincible.
Brother Li is domineering.
Suli covered his face and smiled bitterly. This Gaoing was too high profile. However, this feeling of being held up in public was really quite refreshing. Zhang Chengyang, Zhang Dahu, Luo Fan and the others also stood up and shouted excitedly. For a time, the entire Class 3 was boiling with excitement. On the contrary, the gazes of the other classes that looked at the people of Class 3 were very complicated. Some of them carried envy and jealousy, as well as defiance and anger. In short, it was hard to describe. The ones who had the hardest time were none other than the students of Class 1. Originally, they thought that the first place in the class competition would be theirs. But now that they only got third place, this kind of discrepancy was really hard for them to accept. Especially when they saw such excitement from Class 3, their hearts were even angrier.
Yelling and screaming, thinking that others don't know that they took first place? This Class 3 has a villainous look. What's there to be excited about? It's just a ranking, what's the big deal?
The students of Class 1 spat with jealousy and displeasure.
Chapter 137 Bountiful Rewards.
Zhang Daiyue walked onto the stage and spoke, quiet.
The noisy voices in the hall instantly disappeared. Zhang Diju smiled and said, Now I announce that the first place winner of this freshman class competition is Class 3.
Rewarding each student of Class 3 with 15 credits, the dormitory will be changed to a double dormitory, and priority use of the gravity room. In Star Ocean University, credits could be used as federal coins. 1 credit was equivalent to 10,000 federal coins, and the reward of 15 credits was already quite generous. Ordinary students lived in 4-person dormitories, but a 2-person dormitory would be a very pleasant place to live, especially for martial artists like them, who preferred to focus on privacy. Gravity room is necessary for martial artists to cultivate the physical body, but because of its expensive, even in the Star Ocean University such as the top institutions, students can only be lined up every day to use, and even when there are a lot of people need to be booked in advance, so you can imagine its value. These 3 rewards were very generous, and the other classes looked at the Class 3 students with envious gazes. Next, Zhang Daiyue announced the rewards for the second and third place winners of the class competition, and the rewards for these 2 were much worse, only rewarding some credits. This made the hearts of the Class 1 crowd even more unhappy. They looked at the Class 3 students from time to time with a few points of resentment in their eyes.
Zhang Daiyue said, the class competition will end here, and the freshman competition will be opened a day later to select this year's newcomer king. With these words, the students below became lively again, waiting for their voices to fade. Only then did Zhang Diju continue, each of your classes may select the strongest 3 people in your class to participate in this scramble. There will be a total of 30 people, and then there will be a lottery for the competition, in which there will be a lucky stick, and after drawing it, you can directly enter the top 8. Lucky stick? A bright light flickered within the eyes of these students. One could directly advance to the top 8 without having to fight. One wondered who was so lucky as to draw it into their hands. Zhang Diyu laughed. Alright, each of your classes discuss who to send out to fight. Of course, if it's not a good choice, you can also compete within the class, just don't get anyone killed. When the selection is done, come to the hall at 3 p.m. to draw lots. Now you guys are free to move around. After saying that, Zhang Diyu left straight away. Each class buzzed with discussion about sending out to participate in the battle. Some of the students who were not convinced by each other directly faced off in the spacious hall, and there were also those who watched and applauded from the sidelines. The scene was quite lively. Class 3's side quickly elected their representatives. Suli, Gaoing, Zhao Rohan. Suli didn't need to be mentioned. Gaoing and Zhao Rohan had always been the 2 strongest in the class. The rest of them were very self-aware. Afterwards, Suli, Class 3 and the others came out from within the hall. As soon as they went out, they saw Chen Yu Yang Chen waiting at the entrance. Instructor Chen. Brother Sam. Seeing these two, the faces of the Class 3 crowd were very happy. Chen Yu said, good job, I didn't expect you guys to really take first place, it makes me too happy. Jiang Xiaotian hemmed and hawed, it's still Instructor Chen who taught you well. Chen Yu laughed out loud and hammered Jiang Xiaotian's chest, saying, you kid, during training, you didn't scold me less behind my back. Jiang Xiaotian scratched his head awkwardly and said, how could I, my heart has always respected you, instructor, how could I scold you behind your back? As soon as his words fell, Lin Xingyan muttered, this fatty has a belly full of bad water, he's very bad. The crowd laughed at this. Chen Yu patted Su Li's shoulder and said, Su Li, your performance this time has opened my eyes, very good. Then he said in a tone with a bit of sadness, the class competition has ended, and so has my mission. In a moment, I will be returning to the Prime Army. Hearing him say this, the Class 3 students felt a little sad in their hearts again. The 1-month training camaraderie was deep and unforgettable. They all felt some reluctance in their hearts to let Chen Yu go. Seeing the sadness on everyone's faces, Chen Yu laughed, it's not like I'm dead, what kind of expression do you all have? You guys cultivate well, turn around and graduate to join the Prime Army, we'll be comrades in arms. Aha! Some students nodded heavily. Su Li's heart sighed lightly. Chen Yu was a good person and had even gifted him the sword technique in the beginning. It was a good instructor. It was just that there was no such thing as an unending feast under the sky. Even people who are close to one another will be separated one day. Su Li solemnly said, Instructor Chen, take care. Chen Yu nodded and patted Su Li's shoulder once again before turning to leave. Some of the girls could no longer control the tears flowing out. However, they heard Jiang Xiaotian whisper, Egu Egu, this bogeyman can finally leave. Su Li smiled bitterly after hearing this. Yang Chen, who was on the side, opened his mouth and said, everyone wishes Instructor Chen a good journey. Ha! The crowd first froze for a moment, then laughed out loud, the sad atmosphere instantly disappearing. Yang Chen said with a smile on his face, although Instructor Chen is gone, your brother Sam is still here, just look for brother Sam in the future when things go wrong. Aha! The crowd's mood turned better. This vessel was very large. It was built by the Star Ocean University administration at great expense. It was said to drive at an amazing speed. Su Li and the others came inside the cafeteria. A wide array of meat and fresh fruits were spread out on the shelves on both sides. The food here was different from those cafeterias outside. All of the meat of some body-forging realm demon beasts was not limited, and the chef behind the shelves was still cooking the food in a hurry. Su Li took a wash basin like food bowl and put some of each type of meat into it. After filling up this basin, he took another one and used it for fruits. Finally, he sat down and took a big mouthful to show off. It smells so good. Su Li stuffed his mouth and wolfed it down, eating with great pleasure. One after another, the number of students within the cafeteria increased. They were all glowing when they saw the food on the shelves. After taking the food, they all ate it. The taste of the food here was much better than that in the training camp. In this huge cafeteria, the sound of students talking could not be heard. There was only the sound of students gobbling and chewing. 1 hour later, Su Li Dazzle finished his meal, wiped off the rice grains at the corners of his mouth, and walked out of the dining room with an unfulfilled desire. He came to the deck at the back of the ship, letting the lake breeze blow on his face, very pleasant. Tomorrow will be the opening of the newcomer competition, I wonder what the reward for the newcomer king will be? Su Li's heart was filled with anticipation. Moreover, he also very much wanted to compete with Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning. A fire spirit body and a cold ice body, just how powerful were they? Could he himself be their opponent? Su Li wasn't 100% confident either.
Wait until after enrollment, I still need to find a technique that the water spirit body can cultivate, otherwise it's really a waste of this talent of mine. Suli secretly thought in his heart. Chapter 138 Advancing to the Elite 8. 3 p.m. The drawing of lots began in the hall. The 30 people present were all the strongest in each class. They lined up according to their classes and drew lots in turn. When it was Suli's turn, many people's eyes were placed on him. Some of the students who had fought with Suli in the middle of the forest secretly thought that they must not face him. Especially Jo Hong from Class 8. Originally, he thought that he would be able to crush Suli horizontally when he reached the 5th level of body forging. Instead, he was defeated by Suli with a single punch, leaving him with painful memories. Suli's strength was too strong, and he was simply not its opponent. Therefore, he didn't want to encounter Suli again in the freshman competition. That was no different from taking his life. Suli casually drew out a bamboo stick from the roller. One could see lucky sign written on it. Am I that lucky? Suli froze for a moment, thinking that it was because of the good luck brought to him by the talent phrase fortune in time. Suli, lucky draw, directly advancing to the top 8. The teacher in charge of drawing lots said loudly. Hearing this voice, some students who were worried about meeting Suli put their hearts down. The second day. After a night's rest, Suli's condition returned to its best. They came to the martial arts hall, only to see a ring placed in the very center, surrounded by some sitting chairs. At the very front sat some teacher judges. Zhang Diju saw that everyone had arrived and it was about time. He opened his mouth. The newcomer king competition officially begins. The two boys who took the lead on the stage were from Class 4 and Class 5 respectively. Both of them were at the second level of body forging. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, they engaged in a fierce battle. The two were evenly matched in strength, and it was hard to tell the winner from the loser for a while. Until after they had fought for a long time, the student from Class 4 was physically exhausted, and the person from Class 5 found an opportunity to knock him out of the ring. Then the contestants went to the ring in turn. When it was Gao Ying's turn, his opponent was from Class 6, a male student of the 3rd level of body forging. Gao Ying looked calm. Ever since he had worshipped Suli as his big brother, other than matters concerning Suli, nothing else could cause waves to rise in his heart anymore. Class 6 Zhang opens the door. The boy said with a slight narrowing of his eyes. Class 3 Gao Ying. Gao Ying said indifferently. Zhang Kaiman opened the door with a large axe in his hand and rushed over after a bellowing cry. The long sword in Gao Ying's hand shook, and all of a sudden, green light densely covered the area. The first style of the green light sword technique, the first appearance of green light. The dazzling green light covered the entire ring. Zhang opened door, who was darting forward, covered his eyes at once. Gao Ying's figure flashed explosively, and the long sword surging with green light flickered with coldness and incomparably sharpness as it stabbed at Zhang Kaiman. Subsequently, waiting for the green light to dissipate, one could see Zhang Kaiman's figure being sent flying out, and his body was still covered with some sword marks. Class 3 Gao Ying wins. Gao Ying put away his long sword and walked out of the ring with an expressionless face. And wait until Zhao Rohan got on the stage. Her opponent was a boy from Class 10 who was at the 5th level of body forging. She was defeated without a doubt. But she didn't have any frustration. She and Gao Ying were just accompaniments in this rookie king competition. The real protagonist was Suli. Next, Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning advanced smoothly, and the opponents they encountered all directly conceded defeat. Suli sat on the sidelines watching the match in boredom. In his eyes, the strength and speed of the players in the ring were too slow. If it was him who made a move, he would be able to defeat the vast majority of them with just one move. This match lasted until 4 in the afternoon. In the end, the top 8 were selected. They were Zhang Yan and Shi Jun from Class 1, Mu Yuning, Lin Batian and Zhou Feng from Class 10, Yang Hao from Class 5, Zhou Hong from Class 8 and Suli from Class 3. Suli's eyes narrowed slightly after seeing Class 8 Zhou Hong also enter the top 8. This person he had already beaten up twice, and if he had the chance, he wouldn't mind striking out again to make him experience a social beating. Zhou Hong seemed to have noticed Suli's eyes. He only felt goosebumps rise on his body. Zhang De spoke, tomorrow is the day of the finals, you eight take a good rest tonight and bring out your best to deal with the finals tomorrow. After that the crowd dispersed. Suli and Jiang Xiaotian went to the cafeteria and started to dazzle the meal. Today's food was still delicious. These two ate for a full hour. It was night. Suli was lying on top of the deck. On the side there were a few Class 3 students lying on the sides. The stars filled the sky. The lake breeze was cool. Suli rested her hands under her head, enjoying the cozy night. Lin Xingyan turned her cheek sideways, her beautiful eyes gently flowing over Suli's body. Big brother Su, tomorrow is the final, are you nervous? Lin Xingyan's clear voice asked gently. Xingyan, it seems like you still don't know brother Su well enough, how could brother Su be nervous about such a small scene? Jiang Xiaotian said with a smile. But when he finished his sentence, he realized that he had spoken too much.
Lin Qingyan's eyes instantly went cold. She glared viciously at Jiang Xiaotian and said, I'm talking to Big Brother Su, what's it got to do with you? Dead fatty, are you itching on your body again? Jiang Xiaotian hurriedly hemmed and hawed and laughed. Yes, I'm full of crap, I'll get lost right away, don't be angry, Xingyan. After Jiang Xiaotian finished speaking, his body was like a leather ball as he rolled on the deck. Gulp! Lin Xingyan instantly lost her temper. She was so amused that she covered her mouth and laughed. The other students also laughed out loud. Jiang Xiaotian was really amusing and didn't have the slightest awareness of being the son of a city lord. Su Li felt that having Jiang Xiaotian by his side was also quite fun. Cultivation was already very boring. If the friends around him were still as boring, life would really be miserable. Zhang Chengyang, who was on the side, looked at the stars above the night sky and said, when I was a kid in the past, my favorite thing to do was to lie on the deck like this and look at the starry sky, as if I had become one of them. Su Li curiously asked, is your home on the beach? Zhang Chengyang said, my family is in Haicheng. When I was young, I often went down to the sea with my family to fish. I remember that it was very dangerous at that time, and I often encountered some horrible demonic beasts. Later on, my family saved some money and opened a restaurant in Hai City, called Yanghai Fishing Harbor. When I have the chance to come to Hai City to play later on, I will take you guys to my family's restaurant to try. The food is very delicious. Yanghai Fishing Harbor? Listening to the name, it should be a big restaurant. Su Li laughed. Good, if you have the opportunity to go to Hai City, you must go to your house to rub rice. I want to go too. Lin Xingyan said with a smile. Jiang Xiaotian rolled back and said, how can I be left out of the delicious food? Li Dahu, Luo Fan, and a few others also clamored for a taste. Jiang Chengyang smiled from the bottom of his heart and said, everyone is very welcome to be our guest. After the laughter, everyone chatted merrily again. They came from all over the world, everywhere, and experienced different things, chatting away. Su Li also interjected a sentence from time to time from the side. Maybe this is what students of their age should be like. Chapter 139, Referee, I admit defeat. The second day. The martial arts hall was filled with people. Today was the final day of the final newcomer king, and everyone was looking forward to who would win this time. The students below whispered. What do you guys say, who will win the title of newcomer king? That goes without saying, it's definitely Zhang Yan. I think it's more likely that Mu Yuning will win. Don't you guys think that Su Li is also very promising? Su Li? I think he's still almost interesting. Su Li's strongest point is that defensive talent. Without that defensive talent, it's impossible for him to be a match for the Zhang Yan duo. That's why it's impossible for Su Li to be a match for the Zhang Yan duo. At this moment, Zhang Daiyue spoke. The 8 players who advanced yesterday came to me to draw lots, 2A, B, and C, and D bamboo lots each among the rollers, and those who drew the same will fight, and finally the top 4 will be chosen. As the words fell, Su Li walked forward and took the lead in drawing the first lot. He drew the assign. The few people behind him drew their signatures one after another. Zhou Hong of Class 8 looked at the bamboo stick in his hand with a look of hopelessness. Sine, I can't believe I'm so unlucky to have met Su Li, the bogeyman, again. Sometimes what one is afraid of comes to pass. He would rather meet Zhang Yan or Mu Yuning than meet Su Li again. Previously, the scene where Su Li crippled their class Han Junfei was still fresh in his mind. Su Li won't cripple me as well, right? Zhou Hong's forehead broke out in a cold sweat and he was scared. Now, he had long lost the arrogance he had at the beginning. In front of absolute strength, all these vain things were destroyed. What was left was only the fear of power, the worry of one's own safety. The referee's voice rang out, sign number A, come to the ring for the duel. Su Li walked onto the stage idly. On the contrary, Zhou Hong, his hands were clenched, his face was pale, and he was scowling, looking like he had overindulged. The match begins now. Just as the referee's voice fell, Zhou Hong was heard shouting. Wait. The referee was puzzled. Classmate, do you have a problem? Zhou Hong glanced at the calm-faced Su Li, and a few moments of fear welled up in his eyes. I admit defeat. Referee. The students in the classes at the bottom were also a bit confused. What was the situation with Zhou Hong directly admitting defeat? This Zhou Hong was the strongest existence in Class 8, the 5th level of body forging, and was somewhat famous amongst the grades. Now facing Su Li, did not even fight, directly admit defeat? Although this was the newcomer king competition, the top 4 places were all rewarded. I admit defeat. Seeing that the referee did not speak for a moment, Zhou Hong shouted in panic. He was worried that if he was a little late, he would be finished if Su Li made a move. The referee reacted and nodded, saying, Student Zhou Hong, are you sure you admit defeat? Zhou Hong shouted, I'm sure. The referee directly announced, Su Li wins this match and advances directly to the quarterfinals. Zhou Hong ran down the ring without looking back, not even having the courage to look at Su Li. Su Li was also a bit puzzled. How could this Zhou Hong be so afraid of him now? He remembered that he didn't seem to have laid hands on this person that severely. However, it was good for Zhou Hong to admit defeat, which saved him from having to do it. As soon as he stepped off the stage, Zhang Xiaotian came to Su Li's side and said with a smile, "This Zhou Hong guy was scared by you." Su Li shrugged his shoulders, thinking that this person is quite self-aware. The next duels were Class 1 Zhang Yan vs Class 10 Lin Tianba, Class 10 Mu Yuning vs Class 5 Yang Hao, Class 1 Qi Jun vs Class 10 Zhou Feng. Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning also won by a landslide, eliminating the other two and advancing one after another. The battle between Qi Jun and Zhou Feng lasted a bit longer, as both of them were at the 6th level of body forging. In the end, it was Qi Jun who found an opportunity and smashed Zhou Feng off the ring with an axe. Qi Jun wins. The advancement of the quarterfinals ended. The final 4-into-2 duel was opened. It was still a draw. This time, there were only 4 draws, A and B, among the rollers. Su Li drew B this time, and her opponent was Qi Jun. Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning both drew a lots. The two of them were paired up first. Seeing the results of the draw, the classes at the bottom were once again buzzing. Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning, these two are finally paired up. Who do you think will win between the two of them? It's hard to say, but I think Zhang Yan has a better chance of winning. After all, Zhang Yan is a veteran fire spirit body, and Mu Yuning has only just been promoted up. My point of view is different from yours. Mu Yuning is a cold ice body. She should have some restraints on the fire spirit body. It's not good for Zhang Yan to win. Regardless of which one of them wins, this match should be very exciting. This battle is the strongest battle in the freshman year. Yeah, the end of this battle is equivalent to electing the newcomer king. There's not much hope for whoever wins between these two, Su Li and Qi Jun. Su Li stood on top of the ring with his arms folded. Your name is Qi Jun, right? Su Li calmly opened his mouth and said, "Oh? You still know my name?" Qi Jun held his great axe in both hands, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Su Li said indifferently, "Are your ears bad? Didn't the referee read your name just now?" Qi Jun was stunned. "Then why are you asking?" Su Li continued, "As I recall, last time it was you who robbed our class's prey, right?" Qi Jun's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "Not bad, it was me." Su Li nodded. In the next second, his figure burst into flashes. Qi Jun's pupils shrunk. What speed? Only a bang was heard. Su Li struck Qi Jun's body with a fist. However, to Su Li's surprise, his punch did not eliminate Qi Jun directly. Only Qi Jun's body was covered with a layer of transparent liquid which rolled around his body. Talent, Liquid Shield of Water, can apply a liquid shield to himself and his teammates to enhance his defense. This was a very strong defense talent, and it was also ranged. It could act as a front row amongst the team, and was very popular amongst martial artists. Su Li's face remained unchanged. The power of Qi and blood above his right fist was once again enhanced. Boom boom boom. Su Li blasted out with one fist. The powerful force left Qi Jun with no power to fight back, only able to passively defend. His face gradually became very tense. It was only after about 10 seconds. A booming sound was heard. Su Li's fist unexpectedly violated this liquid shield alive. Then a fist blasted Qi Jun on the stage. Qi Jun only felt a sharp pain on his face, then fainted under dizziness. The medical staff at the side rushed over to check his injuries. The audience below sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw this scene. Su Li had blasted the water liquid shield with his bare hands. This power was too terrifying. Zhang Daiyue below smiled and said, "Transforming into the golden bone has raised Su Li's physical strength by several notches." Yang Chen also marveled from the sidelines. No wonder Su Li was able to successfully sneak attack the masked man in the first place. This kind of power is even more terrifying than some martial artists who have just entered the 5 Viscera realm. Chapter 140 Zhang Yan's defeat. The referee's voice rang out, "Class 3 Su Li wins." Su Li walked off the stage with a bland expression. Zhang Xiaotian came over and said, "Brother Su, you just performed too fiercely, one punch is too much of a relief." Su Li said, "If you want to bully others, you have to accept the consequences of being hit back." Su Li's powerful performance was seen by the crowd, causing many people's gazes at him to change a bit. Most thought it this time. Although Su Li was not a match for Zhang Yan or Mu Yuning, his strength was also very powerful and far beyond them. Next, it was the turn of the much-anticipated battle. Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning. The duel between the fire spirit body and the cold ice body. It was unknown who would win in the end between these two. The spirits of the students in the following classes were lifted. Even the judges and teachers looked much more serious in their expressions. Some of the boys were filled with yearning and said, "Mu Yuning is so white, her body is so good, you should find a wife like this." Brother, where did you get your confidence? Look at your own virtues. This is not suitable for being a wife, only suitable for being a lover. White skin and beautiful long legs, well raised is. Oh, you are not afraid that Mu Yuning her to beat you to death? I didn't say her, I'm talking about the brother next to me. Above the ring, Zhang Yan and Mu Yuning stood looking at each other. Zhang Yan's expression was calm, only that there was a bit of caution in his eyes. A fiery, berserk aura surged up faintly in his body. Mu Yuning's white fingers held a long, cool sword. Her eyes were icy cold. The aura on her body was also icy cold. As she stood there, she was like 10,000 years of unmelting snow, ice cold and piercing to the bone. These two had very different auras. They just stood there, giving off a feeling of incompatibility. Suli looked at the duo on the stage with interest. Zhang Yan was at the 8th level of body forging. Mu Yuning should be about the same. However, judging from the aura of these two alone, they were much stronger than an ordinary body forging 8th level. Suli didn't care who would win. He just wanted to see to what extent these two people could actually utilize their respective physiques. Right at this moment, Zhang Yan let out a violent cry. A purple flame wrapped his body. The flames burned violently, and heat waves rolled in the air around him. His figure flickered as he raised his right fist, carrying a furious and fiery aura as he struck at Mu Yuning. Mu Yuning's complexion remained unchanged. With a wave of the long sword in her hand, a cold aura spread across the air, and the icy sword she chopped towards Zhang Yan, who was rapidly charging forward. Zhang Yan, who was on the move, turned his body violently, dodging the sharp and cold sword chi. In the next second, he appeared directly in front of Mu Yuning. The berserk fist wrapped in flames ferociously whacked down towards Mu Yuning's face. Mu Yuning's expression was not flustered, her body was slightly flanked, narrowly dodging this punch. Then, the long sword in her hand was pulled up, and the sharp blade of the sword drew a beautiful arc from in front of her body. Zhang Yan's figure exploded backwards to dodge it. Just like that, the two of them fell into a fierce fight. Zhang Yan's battle technique was the fiery sun skill that only the fire spirit body could cultivate, which was mighty and domineering with extremely high damage. The rolling heat waves made the students below feel like they were in a furnace. Suli couldn't help but say in his heart, this Zhang Yan's strength is truly terrifying. I don't know how many times stronger than a martial artist of the same realm. Even if I want to defeat him, I'm afraid I'll have to go through a lot of trouble. As for Mu Yuning, she was able to maneuver under Zhang Yan's furious attacks. Her sword technique was incomparably exquisite, and coupled with the power of cold ice, every time she stabbed out, the flames on Zhang Yan's body weakened by a few points. This caused Zhang Yan's fire to increase the more he fought. However, he couldn't do anything about Mu Yuning. Her cold and icy body had no fear of the blazing heat from his body. The two of them fought back and forth like this for a few moments. Suddenly, the cold air on Mu Yuning's body suddenly became thicker. The flames burning on Zhang Yan's body became weak and invisible all of a sudden. Then, Mu Yuning was seen putting away her long sword, and at the same time, cold ice condensed above her left hand. Ice freeze. As Mu Yuning lightly drank, her left hand quickly swung out. In this instant, Zhang Yan's surroundings were covered in cold ice. He seemed to have turned into a frozen person. His entire body was frozen to death by the cold ice except for his eyes, which were still turning anxiously. A cold aura surged above Mu Yuning's long sword as it was sent forward with a thud and a crunching sound, stabbing on top of the cold ice freezing Zhang Yan. The piercingly terrifying power of cold ice madly surged into Zhang Yan's body. He, who had never known what cold was called, only felt like he was in an ice cellar at this moment. He frantically mobilized the flame power in his body, wanting to break the layer of cold ice covering his body. However, it was doused by the constant influx of ice power from the long sword. In the end, Mu Yuning swung her long sword again. A palpitating icy cold sword chi directly sent Zhang Yan flying. The cold ice shattered. Zhang Yan stood up with great difficulty, trying to mobilize the flame power within his body. However, he realized that Mu Yuning's sword was already placed by his throat. I'm defeated? Zhang Yan stood frozen in place. He felt that he had yet to utilize his full strength in this battle. Surprisingly, he was defeated just like that. This made him a little disbelieving for a while. Zhang Danyuan narrowed his eyes and surveyed Mu Yuning, who was looking ice cold in the ring, as he muttered. This girl is actually already at the 9th level of body forging. Zhang Yan's defeat is not unfair. The referee's voice rang out, Class 10 Mu Yuning wins. In a flash, the students of Class 10 boiled over. Mu Yuning won, she defeated Zhang Yan. The newcomer king is Mu Yuning's now. I knew it, Mu Yuning is the strongest existence in her grade. My Class 10 is just stronger than Class 1. On the contrary, Class 1. Because of Zhang Yan's defeat, their entire class was downcast. Originally, winning third in the class competition was already difficult for them to accept. Now even Zhang Yan, the body of fire spirit that represented the glory of their class, had lost in such a gray-headed manner. Their mood was simply bad to the extreme. Zhang Yan lost, how could Zhang Yan lose? Originally, my Class 1 was the strongest existence in the grade, but how could this happen? Hey, this time, the newcomer king is Mu Yuning's. Zhang Yan took a deep breath and walked off the stage. Although he was unwilling to accept the fact that he had failed. But defeat was defeat. The fact was finalized. The title of his strongest already did not belong to him with this defeat. But this kind of external honor was all secondary to him. What he wanted was only the reward of newcomer king. He had once learned that the reward for every newcomer king of Star University was a very good one. Pity. Zhang Yan shook his head to stop thinking about this, then he returned to his seat and quietly watched the final. At this time, the referee's voice rang out, Su Li and Mu Yuning have advanced, and now the finals of the Rookie King competition will begin. Next, let's wait and see which one of the two of them will actually take the crown of Rookie King. Chapter 141 Newbie King Final. After a short rest. After Mu Yuning recovered her physical strength, the newcomer king contest final round officially began. Su Li walked onto the ring carrying an iron sword. His expression was solemn. He didn't have full confidence in this battle. Mu Yuning was very powerful. I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy to defeat her. Mu Yuning came onto the stage with an ice-cold expression. Defeating Zhang Yan did not seem to cause her to have any mental fluctuations. Her gaze was placed on Su Li. Looking at Su Li's calm face, a few points of disgust appeared in her heart. She hated it when others deceived her, especially boys. It would give her a feeling of being tricked. What she hated the most was things she couldn't control. It had always been that way for her since she was a little girl. Everyone who had ever cheated on her, she would make those people pay the price they deserved. Do you think you're smart? Mu Yuning, who was as cold as ice, suddenly spoke. Su Li froze for a moment. What did she mean by this sentence? It seemed like he hadn't offended her, right? Suddenly Su Li remembered. The day before yesterday, during the class competition, he had chased after the Black Panther and encountered Mu Yubing once. At that time, in order to get out of trouble, he had swindled her once. However, this girl even remembered it in her heart? She was a little too careful, wasn't she? Su Li was not used to her either and disliked her back with a smile on her face. Anyway, I'm not as stupid as some people. Are you calling me stupid? Mu Yuning's body's cold aura plummeted, a layer of ice crystals condensed around her body. Obviously, she was already furious. There had never been anyone who dared to insult her like this in front of her, which made her simply unable to endure it. As for the students below, when they heard the conversation between the duo of Su Li and Mu Yuning, they all widened their eyes as if they were hearing something incredible. Is this Su Li so fierce that he dares to call Mu Yuning stupid? I think Su Li doesn't want to live. He won't even be able to cry in a while. I wonder what happened between the two of them before. It's really curious. I think Su Li was not Mu Yuning's opponent in the first place, and now that he has offended Mu Yuning, he might as well just admit defeat and save himself the pain of suffering. Su Li is going to have bad luck. The people of Class 3 were also puzzled at this moment. They didn't know when Su Li and Mu Yuning had formed a bond. Zhang Xiaotian frowned and said, looking at Mu Yuning's appearance, she has been completely enraged. It's a bit hard for Su to win this battle. Lin Qingyan grunted and said, Big Brother Su won't lose. This woman must not be Big Brother Su's opponent. Luofan, Li Yi, and the others shouted, Go Su Li. Su Li looked at Mu Yuning indifferently. This girl's appearance was extremely beautiful, her skin was extremely white, and her figure was extremely good. But he wouldn't care about these. He only heard him say without a good mood, I scolded you or not, don't you have a point in your own heart? Mu Yuning's heart rose and fell violently. It seemed to have been angered to the extreme. Then, seeing her figure move, her long sword flashed coldly, an ice-cold sword she swept towards Su Li. Su Li did not dare to be careless. He gripped the iron sword and the purple flame instantly ignited. He waved his hand and chopped out. A huge purple blade shadow struck towards that harsh and icy sword chi. There was a loud boom. Su Li's figure exploded and quickly closed the distance between him and Mu Yuning. The iron sword immediately followed and slashed horizontally. Only in a split second. Several slashes were swung out. Mu Yuning's stance was extremely skillful. Under Su Li's subtle blade technique, her figure flickered lightly, as if she was swaying like a branch or leaf, dazzling the eyes. At the same time, Mu Yuning's long sword danced, the cold ice gas spread across, a cold aura stabbing Su Li's body's weak points. It looked thrilling and dangerous. Su Li was unable to dodge. The long sword cut through his waist, slashing his clothes open and leaving a bloodstain on his body. The long sword in Mu Yuning's hand was in hot pursuit, sending it forward again, the cold aura stabbing towards Su Li's chest. Su Li's expression was grave, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. He directly launched Ling Bo 9 transformations. 9 realistic shadows appeared in place. Mu Yuning's eyebrows gently furrowed. She waved her long sword, and a sharp ice prism appeared from the air before stabbing in unison towards the shadows left behind by Su Li. These ice prongs were bone-chillingly cold and extremely powerful, and if they struck a person's body, they could instantly pierce through the body. Those ice prongs traveled under the control of Mu Yuning under those 9 shadows. Su Li had already taken advantage of this feat to launch his sneak and instantly appeared behind Mu Yuning. Without the slightest bit of compassion, he tightened his grip on his greatsword and slashed down at Mu Yuning's body. This scene caused the hearts of the Class 10 students to lift up. They had no idea how Su Li appeared behind Mu Yuning. Su Li's speed is unexpectedly so terrifying. Mu Yuning, be careful, don't be defeated by Su Li. However, just as the iron blade slashed down, a wall of ice that was condensed from cold ice and exuded a morose cold aura appeared behind Mu Yuning. The iron sword slashed on top of the ice wall with a loud bang. Then, Mu Yuning turned around, the tip of her sword pointing straight at Su Li's right hand. Su Li missed the blow and hurriedly exploded backward. This Mu Yuning's reaction is so fast, it's out of my expectation. Su Li's gaze became increasingly grave. This Mu Yuning was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Mu Yuning's control of the power of cold ice was extremely skillful. She could control the form of the cold ice at will. This made it difficult for Su Li to get the upper hand in the fight. The two of them fought fiercely like this. It was hard to distinguish between them for a while. And when the students below saw Su Li and Mu Yuning fighting, they were momentarily filled with doubt. What's this? Why is Su Li able to match Mu Yuning's strength? Shouldn't he have been defeated a long time ago? Why can he last for so long? What's the rush? Look at Su Li's body has left several wounds. Mu Yuning doesn't have any. Sooner or later Su Li will be taken down. Class 3, on the other hand, shouted go Su Li will win, Mu Yuning will lose, and so on underneath. The scene was so lively. Until Yang Chen stood up and stopped them from shouting, saying, don't let Su Li be distracted. Only then did the crowd shut up and sit down. Zhang Daiyue sat at the judge's seat, with a few moments of awe in his eyes. He whispered, I didn't realize that Su Li was already at the 9th level of body forging as well. Before, his breath was so well hidden that even I didn't notice it. Could it be that the golden bone also has the effect of hiding the breath? It's really extraordinary. Above the ring, the iron blade in Su Li's hand swung down violently. Mu Yuning raised her longsword to parry it. Only a crunching sound was heard. The weapons collided. The tremendous force caused Mu Yuning's body to take a few steps backward. Her face became increasingly cold. It had been dozens of rounds with Su Li. She had clearly felt how powerful Su Li was. She knew that Su Li's strength was not weaker than hers at all, and it was much greater than the pressure that Zhang Yan brought to her. Chapter 142 Frozen Technique, Thrilling. Before, it was me who underestimated him. A few moments of seriousness appeared within Mu Yuning's ice-cold eyes. She had thought that she could easily defeat Su Li. However, she did not expect that this boy who bored her still had a few points of strength. However, it was only a few points. Her eyes sank slightly. Terrifying cold ice power surged out from her body. The temperature in the air plummeted. It directly dropped to the freezing point. A grain of ice crystal condensed. A crystalline light flickered under the dazzling light. They were also as beautiful as stars. The audience let out a gasp of amazement. It was too beautiful. Su Li's face became grave. Because he felt that those ice crystals contained a terrifying power. Suddenly, the ice crystals scattered in the air began to coalesce. An ice sword that shone like a diamond coalesced. A terrifying might emanated from it. The ice crystals were still condensing. Next, the second and third ice swords coalesced. These 3 ice swords floated in the air above Mu Yuning's head, their cold aura flickering, causing palpitations beyond compare. The judges and teachers under the stage all revealed astonished gazes. The aura emanating from the ice swords was even more terrifying than that of an ordinary 5 Viscera realm martial artist. Zhang Daiyue's eyes burned as he muttered to himself, Su Li is in danger this time. Mu Yuning's figure moved. The 3 suspended ice swords flashed along with her figure. They went in different directions, launching fierce attacks on Su Li. Su Li unleashed the Lingbo 9 transformations, his figure flashing rapidly under the siege of the ice swords in Mu Yuning. The ice sword seemed indestructible. When Su Li slashed up with his iron sword, he was unable to shatter it at all. Instead, it shook his hand to the point of pain. And Mu Yuning's attacks forced Su Li to get denser and denser. In desperation, Su Li used the turtle armor. The turtle armor condensed from the green light enveloped Su Li. The ice sword ferociously crashed towards the turtle armor. Boom boom boom. A loud ringing sound spread throughout the entire martial arts hall. Mu Yuning did not expect this turtle shell defense of Su Li to be this powerful. She lightly frowned, and the force of the long sword in her hand increased by a few points, the cold aura striking crazily on top of the turtle armor. Su Li could only passively defend at this moment. Those 3 ice sword power was too terrifying. If he were to receive it hard, I'm afraid he would be injured quite a bit. Gradually, a trace of cracks appeared on the turtle armor made of green light. Su Li was also gradually red warmed up by the beating because he was always passively defending. Damn, if I don't give out, do you really think I don't know how to do a backflip? Su Li's face was cold. He saw him grip the iron sword with both hands. Above the blade, there was thunder lingering on it. At this moment, the huge crystal chandelier above the hall became bright and dim. Only purple light flickered above the ring. A terrifying aura appeared from the iron blade in Su Li's hand. This aura, which seemed to be able to silence everything in the world, was palpitating. Suddenly, there was thunder in the flat earth. The loud thunderous sound scared some timid students to the point of trembling. Looking at Su Li on the stage, the eyes of the judges and teachers carried a look of shock. This is the Heavenly Thunder 8 slashes? Su Li unexpectedly learned this battle skill? This son's enlightenment is truly terrifying. Zhang Daiyue had already known that Su Li had learned the Heavenly Thunder 8 chop, and he had a faint smile on his face, an expression of being in control. Mu Yuning put away her attack at this moment.
Her face no longer had an ice-cold demeanor, but instead, an unprecedented gravity appeared.
Could this be a lightning battle skill, the Heavenly Thunder 8 slashes?
Mu Yuning carried a solemnity in her eyes.
The Heavenly Thunder 8 chop was at the forefront of all attacking battle skills. One could imagine how powerful it was.
The most crucial thing was that in order to successfully cultivate this battle skill, in addition to having to awaken the power of thunder,
one also needed to have a strong sense of enlightenment to be able to do so. Su Li's strength was indeed not to be underestimated.
Mu Yuning pointed the tip of her sword at the ground and violently knocked downwards. The three ice swords simultaneously pointed their sword tips downwards and pierced into the ground with a roar.
A layer of frost instantly condensed above the ring. At the same time,
Su Li swung the iron blade haunted by thunder.
A huge purple thunder blade, wrapped in a terrifying destructive aura, flew towards Mu Yuning.
Just as Mu Yuning placed her hands on top of the hilt of her sword and lightly shouted, the ice sword that was inserted into the ground instantly changed its form and coalesced into a huge circular wall of ice, enveloping her in it.
The purple thunder blade arrived in an instant, striking down in the circular ice wall with a loud boom. After a loud rumble, the seemingly incomparably strong ice wall instantly disintegrated.
The residual power of the thunder blade directly struck at Mu Yuning.
Mu Yuning's complexion was calm.
She pulled up her long sword, and the cold ice power in her body surged wildly.
An incomparably strong sword chi struck at the lightning blade's residual light.
The two forces collided together. The enormous energy fluctuations caused Mu Yuning's body to stop, taking several steps back. Her face also turned crimson at this time. Obviously, with this strike of the thunder blade, she also struggled a bit next. Su Li pursued the attack, his figure flashed explosively, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Mu Yuning. The purple flame-entwined iron blade slashed ferociously. The breath in Mu Yuning's body had not yet stabilized at this moment. Facing Su Li's fierce attack, she had no choice but to retreat. She displayed her body technique and skillfully dodged under Su Li's blade. At this exact moment,
Su Li saw the opportunity.
The iron blade flipped.
It slashed through Mu Yuning's thigh.
There was a scratching sound.
Mu Yuning's black training clothes were directly cut out. Blood instantly overflowed from above her thigh.
Mu Yuning stifled a grunt in pain. She looked down at the wound above her thigh. A blazing fire rose in her heart. It had been a long time since she had been injured by someone. But now, Su Li had actually left a wound above her thigh. How could this make her not be annoyed? The cold ice power above her left and right surged up crazily. Then she swung forward. Freeze! Su Li, who was charging forward, was caught off guard and his body was instantly frozen. He only felt that he was wrapped in cold ice. The cold continuously invaded his body, making it difficult for the chi and blood power in his body to operate. Earlier, Mu Yuning had used this move to defeat Zhang Yan.
Seeing Mu Yuning use this move again,
the students at the bottom buzzed with discussion.
Su Li is finally finished.
Zhang Yan didn't even manage to survive this move. There's even less hope for Su Li. The winner is already decided. If Mu Yuning had used her freezing technique earlier, Su Li would have lost long ago.
That's right, Su Li is really out of his depth. Wouldn't it be over if he had admitted defeat earlier? Still delaying everyone's time. Mu Yuning, the newcomer king.
The crowd of Class 3 stood up at this moment. They looked tense to the extreme. Zhang Xiaotian changed his usual frivolity as he nervously shouted, "Brother Su, break it!" Zhang Changyang, Li Dahu, and the others also clenched their fists with great concern in their hearts.
Brother Su, you must hold on.
Lin Qingyan prayed in her heart.
Chapter 143, New King, Su Li.
The judges and teachers off stage, seeing the frozen Su Li, also marveled. Ordinary freezing arts simply don't have this kind of power. The ice body is truly extraordinary. The freezing effect of the freezing technique has increased by several times under Mu Yuning's use. I'm afraid that in this body forging realm, very few people will be able to break through Mu Yuning's freezing art.
Su Li, it's up in the air this time.
Zhang Daiyue's face also became solemn. From within his heart, he still hoped that Su Li would be able to win this battle. This was obviously with some selfishness.
It was because Su Li's performance during the Devil Island special training was too outstanding.
This outstanding performance made him appreciate Su Li in his heart.
However, he could now actually pinch Su Li in a cold sweat. I wonder if Su Li can still give me some surprises. Zhang Daiyue had quite a bit of anticipation in his heart.
Yang Chen, who had always been light-hearted, also had a few moments of worry in his eyes as he secretly thought, "Su Li, you can't be defeated like this. If you can obtain the title of newcomer king, then Brother Sam I will have a face in the future."
Class 1.
Seeing Mu Yuning use her freezing art again,
Zhang Yan's face changed as he whispered, "Who, this woman? Could it be that she only uses this move?"
Then, he shook his head, thinking that Su Li was afraid that he was about to lose like him. This match will end here as well.
Zhang Yan stood up and headed out of the doorway.
He thought that the result was finalized, and Su Li was bound to lose. Mu Yuning was going to be awarded the title of newcomer king as well as the lucrative reward.
Some students saw Zhang Yan get up and head out. They also followed and prepared to leave the stage. Just as Zhang Yan walked to the doorway, an incomparably terrifying roar exploded in his ears. The roar seemed to be emitted by some kind of horrifying ancient ferocious beast. It caused one to feel trembling in fear from the depths of one's heart. Zhang Yan's complexion was startled as he jerked his head back. He saw above the ring a huge golden unicorn silhouette appeared on Suli. The cold ice that had frozen him cracked apart inch by inch the moment this terrifying and appalling gigantic golden Qilin silhouette appeared. Also at this moment, endless flames seemed to burn up in Suli's eyes. Only to hear him roar. Kirin shakes the moon. His feet stepped on top of the ring. The gigantic Kirin silhouette also stomped downwards in the void. Heat waves spread out in all directions. The temperature of the entire martial arts hall seemed to have risen a lot. At this moment, Suli seemed to merge with the golden Qilin. Then, he brazenly slammed into Mu Yuning. The silhouette of the Qilin that was burning with golden flames also followed Suli and slammed into him. Boom! The ice wall that had coalesced in front of Mu Yuning was crushed by Suli in only a split second. Suli's body crashed into Mu Yuning's body without any obstacles. Mu Yuning's tall and slender body was directly knocked out. With a bang, she smashed heavily onto the ground, spitting out blood and fainting. Subsequently, the unicorn shadow disappeared from Suli's body, and he gasped violently. Also at this moment, the entire martial arts hall fell silent. Only the tight breathing of the crowd could be heard. Zhang Yan stood frozen at the doorway, looking at Suli's side. He now only felt his mind going blank. Suli, he won just like that? The battle technique he used just now, was it comprehended from the Qilin diagram? It wasn't just Zhang Yan. The students from the other classes were also dumbfounded. They almost couldn't believe that the one who lost was actually Mu Yuning. However, the truth was that they couldn't believe it. Mu Yuning had already fainted and had no strength to fight again. Zhang Daiyue and the judges and teachers at the bottom were also shocked and stood up at this moment. They weren't surprised that Suli won the final victory of the match. Rather, they were incredulous at the battle technique that Suli had just used. A judge teacher said, This is the Qilin shaking the moon? Another said, yes, it should be, this terrifying aura that seems to come from ancient times can't be wrong. Class 10 instructor Luqian stared wide-eyed and said, Suli, a martial artist at the forging realm, how could he possibly comprehend the Kirin shaking the moon diagram? It's impossible, simply impossible. Class 1 instructor Li Ming said with an ugly expression, although I don't want to believe it either, what Suli used just now was indeed the Qilin shaking the moon. After Zhang Daiyue recovered from his shock, there was a brilliant light flickering in his small eyes as he wondered what he was pondering over. Yang Chen smacked his lips. He didn't know how to describe his current mood. He had brought up students over the years and had never seen one as terrifying as Suli. A judge teacher said, to comprehend the Kirin shaking the moon with the forging body realm, if this were to be spread out, I'm afraid no one would believe it. It's really surprising that Suli's comprehension is so terrifying. Soon, the excited cries of Class 3 broke the silence in the hall. Big Brother Su won. Suli, my idol, I knew you would win. Brother Su is really powerful and scary, this battle is too good. Kirin shakes the moon, Brother Su is heavily and wins beautifully. Suli, the newcomer king. The referee stood above the ring and announced. This match is won by Suli. The new newcomer king is Suli. Class 3 cheered once again. First in the class competition. The newcomer king. All from their Class 3. How could this not make these students excited? After the fainting Mu Yuning was examined by the medical staff, her body injuries weren't that serious, and she was then carried off for treatment. A few moments of frustration appeared on the faces of the Class 10 students who had thought that Mu Yuning would be able to obtain the newcomer king. The title of newcomer king only belonged to one person though. But this title could still bring honor and aura to the class. Those students who did not think highly of Suli and thought that Suli was bound to lose, also closed their mouths, their looks carrying a few moments of embarrassment. Sometimes, hitting the face was always this unexpected. Zhang Daiyue came to the stage, smilingly looked at Suli and said, I didn't expect that, the Kirin shakes the moon you actually comprehended it all, when was this? Suli didn't think of hiding when he used the Kirin shaking moon. He knew that in this world, the only way you could obtain more resources was to perform the better you were. By hiding it, the opportunities would eventually be obtained by others. Suli said, it was also just comprehended not long ago. Zhang Daiyue sighed, if the news that you comprehended the Kirin shaking moon at the forging body realm were to spread outside, I'm afraid that it would shake the entire Grand Xia. Do you know that even a martial artist in the transcendent realm would have a hard time surveying it? Suli laughed, it might be that my enlightenment and luck are both a bit better. Zhang Daiyue was non-committal. Suli's enlightenment was the strongest he had ever seen, bar none. Afterward, Zhang Daiyue turned around and shouted to the crowd, next, I will announce the rewards for this year's Rookie King. Chapter 144 Reward, Optional Feats. Hearing the word reward, Suli's spirit lifted. Honorable titles and whatnot were all illusory. Only rewards were real and useful for cultivation. It was thought that the rewards of the newcomer king should be very generous. Suli's heart was immediately filled with anticipation. The students below were also curious about what the reward would be this time. Some of the students who had learned about the rewards of each newcomer king in advance had a few moments of envy in their eyes. At this time, he heard Zhang Daiyue say, the rewards for this newcomer king are 1. 20 credit bonus points, 2. A set of single dormitory, 3. A small gravity cultivation room, 4. A gungfu of your choice in the point exchange system. When Su Li heard the first 3 rewards, his heart was already decidedly very satisfied. 20 points of credits were equivalent to 200,000 federal coins, which was still quite good. A set of detached dormitories could ensure a clean environment for his cultivation. The gravity training room, not to mention, plays a vital role in the exercise of the martial artist's physical body. These 3 rewards can be said to be very generous, has fully afforded the newcomer king this name. But Su Li did not expect. There was a reward that surprised him even more. Surprisingly, he could choose any one of the techniques in the points system. Could it be that a merit law worth 100,000 points could also be chosen? Su Li couldn't help but ask, Director Zhang, is there no limit to the number of points? Zhang De smiled and said, you can choose anything under 10,000 points. As expected, there was a limit. But for Su Li, other than feeling a little pity, her heart already felt extremely satisfied. And when the students below heard these 4 rewards from Su Li, the envy on their faces was already overflowing. This time the rewards were also too generous. Zhang Yan, who was still standing at the door, had an envious light flashing in his eyes. He had learned about the rewards of the previous newcomer kings. Those rookie kings only had the first 3 rewards, but there was no reward for exchanging any of the merit laws in the point system. This time, the school was really generous. 10,000 points, how many 5 Viscera realm demonic beasts must one kill at the realm gate? Too bad, it would have been great if I had won the newcomer king this time. Zhang Yan sighed and walked out from the martial arts hall with loss. This time's rookie king competition had caused some frustration in his heart. Whether it was Mu Yuning or Su Li, he was afraid that with his current strength, he was no match for them. The other students, hearing about the rookie king reward, they all opened their mouths wide. They only felt incomparable envy in their hearts. And the students of class 3, they had smiles on their faces, sincerely happy for Su Li. This was what Su Li deserved, newcomer king, Su Li deserved it. Without Su Li, there would be no glory for their class 3 today. The newcomer king competition was declared over. The next step was to officially return to school. The huge ship slowly started. It cut through the calm surface of the lake and sailed back towards Star Island. Su Li stood on top of the deck, blowing the cool lake breeze and viewing the scenery on the Starsea Lake. The water waves were 1,000 hectares of blue. The sky was blue and vast, seemingly connecting with the water, which was refreshing. Through the blue water, seeing swarms of fish and shrimp underneath, it was vibrant. Only, from time to time, huge hideous shadows would appear underwater. The huge black mouth will swallow a large area of fish and shrimp. This would make people feel that the water was very dangerous. Very often, danger is hidden under the calm. It was already dark. They were still some distance away from the Starsea. I'm afraid they would not be able to arrive until tomorrow morning. Su Li and Jiang Xiaotian returned to the cafeteria and began to show off their food in large mouthfuls. Late at night, Su Li was still practicing his battle skills in the practice room. Suddenly, the ship began to sway violently. All of a sudden, Su Li's movements were interrupted. At the same time, Su Li felt a terrifyingly chilly aura enveloping him. The power of this aura caused him to palpitate incomparably. What happened? A flash of panic appeared on Su Li's face as he hurriedly went out from the practicing room and looked outwards to see what had happened. The ship was still shaking violently, floating more and more. Su Li controlled the qi and blood in his body to sink, keeping his body steady. He slowly walked forward. The students in the various lounges were also in chaos, running out to check what was happening. At this time, Su Li came to the door of the cabin, only to see that some teachers were already standing above the deck. They looked at the undulating water, and their faces became very ugly. And that horrifyingly chilly aura was coming out from underwater. Su Li saw that Yang Chen was not far to the side. He hurriedly asked, Brother Sam, what happened? Yang Chen's brows tightened as he said, there is a big demon underwater, its strength is terrifying, it's dangerous for you to be here, go back and stay first. Hearing Yang Chen say this, Su Li's face surged with gravity. One must know that these teacher guides present were all at the strength of the transcendent realm. A demonic beast that could make them feel terrified, what realm would it have to be? A bad premonition rose in Su Li's heart. Just at this moment, the frequency of the ship swaying suddenly intensified. If it wasn't for Su Li's quick reaction and timely grabbing the ship's fence, I'm afraid that he would have been thrown into the water at once. A huge black shadow broke through the water to reveal its head. This was actually a hideous-looking, huge green toad with an appalling breath. As its body leapt out of the water, a splash of water scattered down.
Suli only felt that the splashes of water that dripped down on him carried a fishy and unpleasant odor, which was really disgusting. Quack! This toad puffed up its cheeks and screamed as terrifyingly as thunder. The sound from this toad alone caused Suli's mind to feel as if it had been attacked, and his complexion instantly shriveled a bit. Even the chi and blood running in his body became much slower. At this time, right in the middle of the night, Zhang Dayue's short and fat figure leapt up from above the deck. His figure broke through the darkness and came directly opposite the toad. A blood-red light flashed in the toad's eyes. A terrifyingly cold and furious aura emanated from its incomparably ugly body. Zhang Dayue's eyes held a few moments of doubt. It was because from this toad, he felt an incomparably manic aura. In terms of demonic beasts in this realm, their intelligence was very high, and this would rarely occur. But there was no time for him to think more. The toad had already opened its bloody mouth, and a ghostly green ball of light spewed out from its mouth, which carried a morose aura as it pursued towards Zhang Danyue. Zhang Danyue's face was grave. He clenched his right hand. An incomparably black giant axe appeared in his hand. "Break for me!" he roared as the giant axe was swung out with a loud bang. A black axe shadow that was terrifying to the extreme wrapped in an appalling aura and slashed towards the green light mass. There was a loud boom. Huge energy fluctuations spread out from mid-air. Suli's heart jumped dramatically. This energy fluctuation caused his heart to palpitate. Yang Chen hurriedly blocked in front of Suli, then blasted out a fist, which dispersed the residual energy. Suli gratefully said towards Yang Chen, "Thank you, Brother Sam.